Breaking news. Transformed into Uchiha Rong, cousin of Shui, at 13 years old without the Sharingan, with combat power roughly equal to Mizuki. However, I managed to establish a big business by running trade for a year. To break the deadlock of the Nine-Tails Night, I accidentally met 5-year-old Itachi and shared a tragic story, unexpectedly gaining his recognition. What kind of fate twist is hidden behind this? At that moment, I asked my subordinate, "What do you think?" he said. He replied, "This child's family is all dead, and he will be an orphan from now on. Living on will only bring endless suffering." Well, after I heard that, I was completely stunned. Sigh, this story starts from when I just returned to the village. In the 48th year of Konoha, after the Third Great Ninja War, it was a disaster. I had just completed a long-distance trade, returning to Konoha with 13 large carts in tow. Let me tell you, this trip was worth it. Lifting the curtain of the cart, seeing the familiar gate of Konoha, I felt absolutely elated. "Aya, we're home," I shouted into the cart. A small head poked out from inside, my partner, Hugo Aya. With her Byakugan, she was a cool girl who didn't say much, just a simple sufficed. The gatekeeping ninja glanced at us and let us through without hesitation. Of course, my trade caravan had all the proper documentation and looked just like a legitimate businessman who would bother checking us. The convoy arrived at my rice shop on the commercial street, and my crew, along with the more than 30 samurai I hired, quickly surrounded the carts to start unloading. "Rong, they'll head out first," I said in front of me. Her small stature and voice were just adorable. "All right. Hey, raise your payment, 100,000 Rio. Take it." I handed her the banknote. She was quick about it, accepting the money, bowing, and in the next second, she disappeared like a flash, scaling the rooftops. A master, absolutely a master. As for me, I stood there like a supervisor, hands on my hips directing. "Hey, that jar. Be careful. If you break it, I won't be able to pay you back." A clever young assistant quickly brought me a reclining chair. "Boss, please sit." I gave him an approving glance. He looked like he was on fire, running off to brew tea for me. I lay back in the chair, looking at the pharmacy across the street that was also my business. Let me tell you, having been in this world for a year and managing to run such a big operation, I, Uchiha Rong, felt quite accomplished. Yes, you heard that right. My last name is Uchiha. I'm Shizui's cousin. But don't think that just because I'm related to Shui, we're on the same level. He's already famous in the ninja world as Shui of the body flicker. As for me, at 13 years old, my Sharingan hasn't awakened, and my combat power is roughly equal to Mizuki. Who understands my family? With this setup, how could I survive the night of the Nine Tails? How could I survive the night of the Uchiha massacre? Calling for help brings no response. The system is offline. I can only rely on myself. This year, I thoroughly studied the ninja knowledge of the original host, and even figured out wind, water, and earth attributes, learning over a dozen ninjutsu. But soon I realized that this world is completely different from what is portrayed in the anime. What effort leads to power? Nonsense. Wealth, partners, techniques, and land lacking any one of these, you can't get by. My dad is a jonin, so he's not short on techniques, but he doesn't give me any money. He claims it's to teach me self-reliance. At that time, the Third Great Ninja War was in full swing with my mediocre skills on a battlefield. Wouldn't I just be sending myself to death? Or worse, providing black material for the Uchiha clan? There was no way around it, so I took on side jobs from the Ninja Cat, all drank missions, helping people plant rice, cut down crops, and deal with wild beasts and mountain bandits. During one rice harvest, I met Hugo Aya. She was also a pitiful soul, an orphan from a split family, so poor she nearly got tricked into becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield. I saw her and thought, hey, a Byakugan user, isn't she just a ready-made scout? We teamed up and worked our way up from drank missions to crank. With some money in hand, I started thinking about how to make money work for me. Just in time for the war, with massive price fluctuations, I launched my trading career. Let me tell you, the profits were outrageous. Ordinary medicinal materials that sold for dozens of Rio per pound in Konoha could double in price near Kyoto. I also secretly included a card of precious medicinal materials I got from the Nara clan, like blood ginseng and deer antler in Konoha. They sold for 800 Rio, but in Kyoto, they went for 2,000. This trip alone netted me over 1 million Rio. What does that mean? Do Jonin work hard on missions, earn more than I do? No. When returning, I couldn't just come back empty-handed. I took a detour to a small town, loaded a cart of local specialty sake called Kikunoka, which is hard currency, in Konoha, netting me over 100,000 Rio. The rest of the cart was filled with rice to sell at my rice shop. Although the rice doesn't earn much, only a few tens of thousands, it was the perfect cover. Think about it. Who would bother to rob my convoy, which is escorted by over 30 samurai, for just a few tens of thousands of Rio worth of rice? It's not worth it. So, with this round trip, in half a month after deducting all costs, I netted over 130 million Rio. In this world where the annual income of a Chunin is generally only 2 to 300,000, my speed of making money was like running a money printing machine. My lord, the goods have all been moved. I came back to my senses, paid the drivers, and let my group of samurai rest in the backyard. These were all Ronin I had saved over the year, now wholeheartedly following me, helping with the shop and running trade with me. Very useful. After settling the accounts, I took a shortcut home. Our Uchiha clan's territory was still in the core area of the village, heavily guarded. However, my face was my pass when the clan members at the watchtower saw me. I didn't even bother to ask. As soon as I entered the yard, a shadow pounced on me. Onaiken, I'm back. I caught my 7-year-old little sister, Uchiha Ye, and helplessly corrected her. It's you who came back. She blinked innocently. That's right, it's me who came back. All right, I gave up. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a large black cat curled up on the steps. Where did this cat come from? Oh, Shiro is Ye's summoning beast. Family am breaking down. At 13, am still struggling for a living, while my 7-year-old sister already has a summoning beast. Where can I complain about this? At this moment, my mother's gentle voice came from inside the house. Rong is back. Wash your hands quickly. I prepared afternoon tea and 3-color dumplings. In the afternoon yard, my mom, my sister, and I enjoyed snacks and tea, a peaceful moment. But who knows how much pressure I felt inside. The night of the 9 tails was approaching, and my only chance to break the situation was to find a way to protect the 4th Hokage couple. Minato Namikaze. He was the only Hokage without prejudice against the Uchiha. If he were alive, our Uchiha clan situation would improve significantly. But the problem was, I had no idea when Kushina was due. This was top secret. She was probably surrounded by Umbun now, and I couldn't even get close. I could only say, do my best, and leave the rest to fate. I downed my milk tea, stood up. I'm done eating, it'll go out for a bit. I strolled to Training Ground No. 7 in the west of the village, which was close to our clan's territory, and many Uchiha practiced there. I walked in with ease, and soon heard the sound of bang, bang, bang. As I got closer, I saw a 5-year-old little kid, drenched in sweat, desperately shooting fireballs at a wooden post. That little face, that serious look, could it be anyone other than Uchiha Itachi? Upon seeing me, he immediately stopped and politely said, what a coincidence. I ran into you again, Rong-senpai. I feel like there's some obstruction in my chakra flow for the Phoenix Fire technique. Could you help me take a look? I was overjoyed inside, but my face remained gentle. Of course, I had him perform the jutsu again and pointed out, your too focus on the speed of hand seals the U-seal is slightly deformed. Itachi tried it, and sure enough, the look in his eyes when he looked at me was instantly filled with admiration as he bowed repeatedly to thank me. The opportunity has come. I looked at him and pretended to be deep in thought, asking, by the way, Itachi, do you have someone you want to protect? He was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes lit up frighteningly, and he nodded emphatically, yes. That person is worth me using my life to protect. My heart skipped a beat. Is it starting this early? Calculating the days, Aunt Mikoto's baby Sasuke would soon be born. This brotherly love trait is truly engraved in his DNA. I gently guided him. That's great. Then you need to work harder to constantly become stronger, so you can protect the person you want to keep safe. Then, I began to tell him about my made-up experiences in trading. I said I passed by a destroyed village where bandits set fire, and I could only save one baby while everyone else died. Itachi listened with an expressionless face. After all, he was a child of the Uchiha clan, accustomed to life and death. I changed my tone. In the end, my subordinate killed him. Why? Itachi finally showed a hint of emotion. Yes, why? I sighed and started my performance. I asked him the same question at that time. Guess what he said? What did he say? He said that child's family was all dead. From then on, he would be an orphan. Living with that identity in this world would only bring endless suffering. Itachi fell silent. After a long time, he reluctantly said, but living has infinite possibilities, right? Perhaps suffering could make him stronger? I looked at him and asked softly, and then? What? He becomes stronger. And then? At this point, Itachi was completely silent. It seemed he understood in an instant. Yes, with all his relatives dead, alone, with no past and no future. Even if he became stronger, for what? Without anyone to share joy with, without anyone to vow to protect with his life. What remained of such strength except emptiness? Senior Rome, your subordinate was right. After a long time, Itachi spoke. I was already starting to celebrate inside. Did Itachi just acknowledge me? I suppressed my excitement and used a tone of compassion. I threw out my core idea. So, Itachi, to protect someone, you must also protect everyone they cherish. Family, friends, clan, and village. Only cowards would choose the easiest way to escape problems. True strength comes with a fiery determination to clear all obstacles, ensuring that those you wish to protect can always be safe and happy. Itachi's eyes grew brighter, and he murmured to himself, a fiery will. This belief in protection. Could it be the will of fire? Watching him lost in thought, I quietly slipped away. Hey, Itachi. This lesson I'm giving you is much deeper than the empty rhetoric of the third Hokage, right? In the little garden I dug and dug, planting tiny seeds to bloom tiny flowers. After finishing my praise for Itachi, I started digging the next hole. And look, I ran into the little girl. Yuzuki Yugao. Too slow, too slow. I knocked the ninja blade out of her hand with a single strike, furiously shouting, in the world of blade techniques, speed is paramount. When you strike, your mind must be free of distractions. In truth, I was panicking inside. Good grief, this little girl is only 9 years old, and her sword skills are already so impressive. I almost flipped. Senior Long, Yugao panted, a bit embarrassed. Could you teach me fire release? The one you used last time. The Great Dragon Fire. I frowned. Are you kidding? Can the Uchiha clan's secret techniques be taught to outsiders just like that? Seeing her lower her head, I quickly changed to a serious expression. Shien, you need to understand that just because a ninjutsu is advanced doesn't mean it's the best. The best is what suits you. Just watch. I performed the hand seals in front of the wooden dummy and unleashed a C-rank fireball jutsu, but I crazily injected chakra into it, making it exert the momentum of a B-rank ninjutsu. With a loud bang, it created a huge pit in the training ground. Shien was completely stunned. So strong. How could a C-rank fireball be stronger than a B-rank great fireball? I started talking nonsense seriously. This is the issue of output, power, and expertise. I have a deeper understanding of the great fireball, so under the same chakra output, it is more powerful than my half-baked great dragon fire. You are the same. What you are best at is swordsmanship, so don't reach too high. Who understands, family? I'm just kidding, but you can't say the effect isn't good. That girl Shien was stunned by me, and in the end, she sincerely bowed to thank me. Done. Another seed of thought has been planted in a young sapling. I have more than a dozen future big shots noted in my little notebook, waiting for me to enlighten them one by one. These are all my future forces. My connections. In case I fail to save the fourth Hokage, this will be my backup plan. As night fell, I sneaked into my pharmacy. Boss, hello. The staff greeted me one after another. I nodded and walked straight in. Let me tell you, in this big game of mine, there's an extremely important piece hidden right in this pharmacy. I walked into the courtyard and saw an 8-year-old boy wearing glasses, squatting in the herb garden, intently planting medicinal herbs. I walked over with a smile. How is it? Are you getting used to it? The pharmacist, finishing up his work, finally looked up and revealed a smile that was friendly but somehow felt fake. It's pretty good. Has anyone ever told you that your smile is a bit creepy? He was momentarily taken aback. Haha, just kidding. I put down a big bag of candy I was holding here. This is candy I bought for the kids. Remember to take it with you when you go back later. I won't stay long either. I'll put down the candy and head out. Let me tell you, dough is now a spy sent by the Scorpion faction. We have to take it slow, like boiling a frog in warm water. We can't rush it. I'm well aware that this kid will become someone important in the future. For now, I just need to coax him into working long-term at my pharmacy. There will be plenty of opportunities. If Yano can influence him, why can't I be his life mentor? While I was contemplating this, I headed straight into the rice shop across the street. Although it looks like a rice shop, I've turned the backyard into a dojo. That's my real base. While I walked in, several warriors I had recruited were huffing and puffing as they practiced. Master, as soon as they saw me, they immediately stopped and bowed. I spotted a kid named Yamazaki Natsuki a glance. Wow, his knife was actually wrapped in a faint layer of windblade. Does anyone understand what this means? It indicates that he has already grasped the basic transformation of the wind attribute. That's amazing. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I went up and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaji, not bad. Keep it up. This kid was quick to catch on and humbly replied that it was all thanks to my good teaching. Hey, that flattery made me feel great. Let me tell you why I spend a fortune raising so many samurai. It's because these guys have a single-minded focus on Bushido and the spirit of contracts. Almost like they've been brainwashed. Once they pledge allegiance to a lord, they will fight for you. So the stronger they are, the stronger I am. And I wish each of them could be like they're on a cheat code. Just as I was thinking this, Ziaki came over a bit shy and said to me, Master, my sister Xiaoxua has also refined chakra. Could you give her some guidance? That's great news. Where's she? Lead the way. I got even more excited when I heard that. Following him to a small courtyard next door, I met his sister, Yamazaki Xiaoxua. Wow, these siblings have really good genes. their talents are impressive. I tell you, once a samurai masters nature transformation, their combat ability in a direct confrontation is not much different from that of a chunin. Before, it was an adult fighting ants. But now at least it's an adult fighting a child. Their combat power is in a completely different dimension. Without saying a word, I took out the chakra test paper and let her measure it. Goodness, when the paper was squeezed, it was 60% wet and had some cracks. Oh wow, a dual affinity for water and earth. The water affinity strength is at 6, not bad. I immediately started teaching her step by step. Come on, close your eyes and imagine you're holding a ball of water in your hands. I tell you, no one is using this thing. And if you just mess around by yourself, it's easy to end up ruining yourself. I just used my chakra to guide her a bit. And in no time at all, that ball of chakra in her palm really turned into a lively ball of water. The little girl was so excited. I told her to take a break first. This can't be rushed. It needs to be practiced slowly until it becomes second nature. After sorting this out, I strolled back home. As soon as I entered the yard, my mom had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. My sister Easy immediately clung to my neck and started acting cute. This warm little life is simply wonderful. Just as we were eating, the door opened, and my dad, Uchiha Jin, came back. I tell you, my dad presence is something else, a tall guy at 9 meters, chakra pouring out like it's free. The sense of pressure is off the charts. As soon as he sat down, he stared at me and asked, "Kid, have you been slacking off in your training for the past half month?" I felt a tightness in my heart. He had beaten me up quite a bit this year. As a result, my mom shot him a glance and coldly said, "Just got back and you're scolding the kids. Does that make you feel capable?" My father, that imposing figure, instantly crumbled, immediately drooping his head and burying himself in his food, completely like a henpecked husband. I quickly found a way to ease my father's mood and said, "I've basically mastered the nature transformation of earth release." As soon as he heard that, he got excited and said, good. After we finish eating, I'll teach you the earth flow wall technique." Huh? I was completely taken aback. Dude, the earth flow wall is a B-rank ninjutsu. I've just started, and you're throwing me into something so advanced right away? My dad seems to have seen through my thoughts and quietly said, "You've mastered the fire, wind, and water techniques. There's no need to waste time on the fourth one." After dinner, the two of us went to the backyard. Our backyard is quite an investment. We set up a fixed isolation barrier, so no matter what we do inside, no one can hear it from outside. My father stood in the middle of the open space, his hands moving as fast as a phantom, and he formed 3 seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. Swish! A wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of him. I was dumbfounded at that moment. This is not right. The hand seal order is completely different from Kakashi's in the original work. My father looked at me with a puzzled expression and smiled mysteriously. "Today, I'll teach you something new. Who told you that the hand seals for ninjutsu are fixed and unchangeable?" I'm even more confused. What is the fundamental purpose of hand signs? It is to mobilize chakra. As he spoke, he formed a total of 8 hand signs at an extremely slow speed. This is the complete hand sign for the earth-style wall. He then used these 8 signs to release the earth-style wall once again, and this time, the earthen wall rose up from the soil on the ground. My mind buzzed, and in an instant I understood. Wow, it turns out that everything I learned before, including what Kakashi used, was all a simplified version. The simplified version is quick and can save lives, but the full version consumes less chakra and is more powerful. This has opened the door to a whole new world for me. That night, I practiced so hard that I forgot to eat and sleep. By the time I finally used 8 hand signs to successfully cast the earth flow wall, it was almost dawn. My dad had been using the shadow clone technique to keep me company all along, and he dispelled it once he saw that I had learned. I was so moved that I cried my eyes out. After soaking in a medicinal bath, I went back to my room to sleep. My sister Ez was already asleep in my bed, cuddling her big black cat. I didn't mind and quietly crawled into sleep. As a result, I don't know how long I slept, but I was groggily awakened by the urge to pee. Half asleep, I got up and stumbled outside to the little tree in the yard to take care of the urgent matter. When I wobbled back to the room, I was dumbfounded. Where's my sister? I have such a big sister. There's only that big black cat in the bed. I suddenly woke up and rushed to her room, only to find it empty. At that moment, I heard a gurgling sound coming from downstairs, like something was rolling on the floor. In an instant, I teleported to the living room downstairs. The next second, I froze in place. A bone-chilling cold rushing from the soles of my feet straight to the crown of my head. The living room was set up like a funeral parlor. In the center of the parlor were my dad and mom, wrapped in 2 straw mats. And that rolling sound was my dad's head rolling out from the straw mat. My mind exploded with a buzzing sound. replaying my mom's words about how hard it was outside and the image of my dad teaching me ninjutsu. I didn't know what was happening, but my eyes began to heat up and my pupils started to uncontrollably turn red. No, I realized this is a damn jinjutsu, but who? Who could silently infiltrate the Uchiha clan and use such a realistic jinjutsu on me right under my dad's nose, who is a 3-tomo Sharingan user? I felt a chill all over my body as an extremely absurd and terrifying thought crossed my mind. Where is Yeezy? Where's my sister? Could it be that she has learned that whole set of techniques from Uchiha Itachi? I completely lost it and knelt down in the middle of the morning hall, crying loudly. When I was crying to the point of losing my mind, it seemed like a faint call came to my ears. Oni-chan? I suddenly opened my eyes. The familiar ceiling and the day was bright. My younger sister Yeezy was lying on me, looking at me with a concerned yet slightly panicked expression. Huh? I jumped up with a start, crazily pushed her away, and rushed out of the room. Downstairs, it was not a morning hall at all. My mom was sitting at the low table knitting a sweater. Seeing my pale face and the tears at the corners of my eyes, she asked with concern, Long, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Did you have a nightmare? I have to tell you, I was completely dazed at that moment. My mom's reaction was so fast. She quickly threw the sweater she was holding and rushed over to hug me. Her voice was so gentle. It was like singing a lullaby, continuously comforting me. Oh, my dear son, don't be afraid. It was just a nightmare. Once you wake up, you'll forget it, okay? Come here, let mom hug you. To be honest, her embrace was really warm, and all my tense nerves relaxed in an instant. After a while, I blushed and pushed my mom away, asking her, Where's Dad? Did he go to the security department? My mom gently poked my forehead with her finger and scolded, Silly child, your dad left before dawn. The look in her eyes was full of worry, probably thinking about what kind of dream I had that scared me into this state. I didn't say anything, but from the corner of my eye, I quietly glanced at the nearby pillar. Wow, it was completely smooth, with no marks at all. My heart sank. Could it really be just a nightmare? But this felt too real. What kind of dream could deceive a person's senses so completely? No, I needed to figure this out. I hurriedly ran upstairs again, and as soon as I opened the door, I saw my cheap little sister, Yeezy, sitting on the tatami mat, glaring at me with an annoyed expression. I slammed the door shut with a backhand, my expression extremely serious, and immediately began the interrogation. Speak. Did you do something unspeakable to me last night? I have to say, my suspicion is absolutely reasonable. First, I really can't figure out what level of strength that girl has. Second, the night before, I slept in the same bed as her and ended up having such a strange dream that I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. Isn't that a coincidence? As a result, the little girl puffed up her cheeks like a toad, making her face round with anger. What the heck? You annoying big brother. It really wasn't you? I still don't believe it. With her illusion skills, she is just a 7-year-old kid. She can't possibly be so powerful as to open a kaleidoscope, right? Even if she could, it can't be that conveniently at the level of Tsukuyami. So annoying. I really hate you, big brother. Wow, the little girl completely lost it, throwing her pillow, her teddy bear, and even that big black cat at me as weapons. I was caught off guard and stumbled back over a meter before I managed to catch the black cat. I was shocked as soon as I got my hands on it. What the hell? So heavy? You should lose some weight. I estimated that this cat weighed at least 200 pounds, making it an eye-catching heavyweight in the cat world. That big black cat, which I called Little White, jumped down to the ground and gave me a disdainful glance. Just that one look made a bell ring in my head, and suddenly I had a revelation. I remembered that in the nightmare last night, my sister was gone, but this cat was still here. It even let out an annoyed meow and rolled its eyes. Thinking of this, I immediately pulled a small fish snack out of my pocket, grinning broadly as I approached. Master White, please do me a favor and tell me what happened last night. The cat was not polite at all and snatched the fish snack in one bite. I continued to flatter. White Lord. As a result, a very pleasant mature woman's voice suddenly appeared. Are you sick? I'm your white aunt. Me? Who understands? Family. I was stunned at that moment. A cat. It spoke, and it had a mature voice. What a blunder, what a blunder. I quickly put on a more flattering smile. Hee hee. Aunt Bai, could you please just tell me? The cat looked at me with even more disdain. Can you leave me alone, you crazy person? It's late at night. You're getting up to turn on the lights and play with me, and when I call you, you still can't hear me. My eyes instantly lit up. Sure enough, something was going on. What happened next? What did I do? The big black cat suddenly took 2 steps back warily, looking at me with a gaze that said, You asked me what you did? Are you seriously asking that? It almost scared me to death. Fine, that was a question lacking depth. I could only coax it with some more dried fish, and finally the little white cat relented. After that, you just crawled into bed and went to sleep, and you never came out again. In the morning, I saw you crying with your eyes closed, and I kindly thought about waking you up, but you pushed me to the ground with a slap. After hearing this, my brows furrowed even deeper, filled with confusion. I walked into the cloakroom and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. When I completely let go of that strange feeling in my eyes, a pair of crimson pupils appeared in the mirror, with a solitary jade pendant hanging inside, dazzlingly bright. No wonder they say this is the legend of the eyes. I stared at myself in the mirror, slowly brushing my hand over my eye sockets, and my mind suddenly cleared. It definitely wasn't my sister who did this. I had wronged her. 7 years old, and opening a kaleidoscope. What was I thinking? Instead of suspecting her, I might as well suspect my dad, who left the house early in the morning. However, I now had a new guess. What happened last night might not have been some man-made illusion, but rather the factory-setting effect that came with the awakening of my Sharingan. The eye of the mind's reflection, right? It can see the things you fear most inside. It seemed to make sense, coupled with what the big black cat said, that I hadn't left the room after turning on the light. It was very likely that I was in a half-dreaming state, and my emotional fluctuations were so intense that I accidentally met the conditions for awakening, and then just fell directly into the nightmare woven by the Sharingan. The missing sister, the deceased parents. Was that really what I feared most? In other words, the obsession of these eyes is to protect. Once I understood this, my mindset instantly stabilized. Many people say that the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan, needing to witness the death of their loved ones to awaken their eyes. But from my personal experience, it felt like it wasn't that simple. I recalled that when my ocular power fluctuated the most last night, it wasn't during my greatest sorrow, but rather when my inner desire for power was at its peak. I hated being weak and longed to grow stronger. In short, the painful loss of loved ones was just a catalyst, an atmosphere that could ignite that desire to the extreme, as long as I could find that feeling again. It didn't necessarily have to involve death to level up. It seemed like it was time to go out and gain some experience. Hiss, how did my chakra increase so much? As my thoughts flowed, I finally noticed the changes in my body. Wow, that chakra was as vast as if it were free. Of course, the idea of it being endless was an illusion, but in that moment, I was genuinely shocked. 10. 5 Waterwoods. 1 card. The reflection in the mirror nearly made my jaw drop. You have to know that when I first crossed over, I only had 1 Waterwood of chakra. After a year of hard training, eating various precious herbs like they were meals, I had only managed to pile it up to 5. 6 Waterwoods. And then in just one night, it had nearly doubled. This barely reached the minimum standard for a Jonin. Moreover, it was just chakra. I felt that my physical strength and the purity of my chakra had all improved. This all-around enhancement brought a surge in power, putting me far ahead. I couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to the training ground in the backyard. Cho-in-shun. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Wow. In just a second, I formed the hand signs, and a wall of earth shot up from the ground instantly. I was dumbfounded. The insight from the Sharingan, along with the control over chakra, has become so refined. Just last night, I was still troubled by this thing. Then, I aimed at the training wooden dummy and unleashed a maximum power fireball. Boom! With a loud sound, the ironwood dummy was instantly reduced in size. This power is definitely at the level of an elite Chunin. I'm getting more and more excited. Sealing the jutsu again. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A giant fire dragon spews out of my mouth, the dragon's head vividly alive, roaring as it crashes into the wooden man. After passing through, it's not over. It suddenly soars into the sky and then dives down hard. Boom! Half of the courtyard is directly blown up. Flames soar into the sky. Even the barrier is shaking. Damn, this is getting serious. I quickly used a body flicker technique to retreat, and a wave of heat hit me, making me jump. I saw that half of the training equipment in the yard was about to be destroyed, so I quickly formed hand seals. Water release. Water chaos wave. Although I couldn't use the B-rank water barrier, the C-rank water chaos wave was more than enough to extinguish the fire. Hey, guess what? The water release technique that I used to fumble with is now as easy as pie. After the fire was extinguished, I tested my swordsmanship and taijutsu a bit, and I had a rough idea in my mind. Now my overall strength should be between an elite CH Nin and a special J Nin. So taking down an ordinary Umbu member shouldn't be a problem. With this, many of my plans can be initiated ahead of schedule. 10 days later, at the west gate of Kanahegakure, Hinata Aya and Xiaobai are waiting for someone by the roadside. I looked at Hinata Aya with a bit of surprise. Wow, Aya, you made progress recently. The girl gave a shy smile. I noticed that not only had her chakra increased, but she had also gained some weight, looking even better than before. Sorry, I've kept you waiting. A lazy voice came from behind, and a boy with a ponytail ran out. It was Nara Shikamaru, my supplier of medicinal herbs. I casually patted him on the shoulder and said, "Lucen, you are really slow. If you take any longer, I'll turn into dried fish." "Huh, you can't blame me for that. It's all because of troublesome women," he replied, carefully glancing at Hinata Aya. When he saw she wasn't reacting, he breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, enough joking. Let's talk on the way." The three of us, along with the cat, flew up the tree and headed northwest. This trip to the Iron Country was to acquire chakra metal to forge my own ninja. This task couldn't be done without Nara Shikisuk. Only their Nara clan has the connections for this. As for Hinata Aya, I hired her as a muscle for 100,000 Rio. What can I say? She was cheap. Cough cough, mainly because we have good synergy. As for Shikisuk, he's really a man of loyalty. He accompanied me on this trip, acting as a connector and bodyguard, and only charged me 300,000 Rio. When I calculated it all, I had to mortgage my rice shop and medicine shop to the clan, borrowing 4 million Rio to gather a total of 12 million Rio, which finally gave me some confidence. On the way, Shikisuk remarked, "Long, you really have guts for a knife. You're willing to spend so much. What I'm more concerned about is, Lu-san, is this batch of goods reliable? Is my share guaranteed?" "Don't worry." He patted his chest and promised, "It's all arranged. At Master Chincho's place, there is a whole piece of star-fallen iron weighing a full 18 pounds. When the time comes, whatever you want, just let him forge it for you on the spot." Hiss, Ayaka Hinata, and I gasped in shock. 18 pounds. What kind of international joke is this? The market price for chakra metal is 12 million taels per pound. That means this 18 pounds is over 200 million. If this thing gets thrown out, it could directly trigger the Fourth Shinobi World War. I suddenly didn't want to go anymore. My expression changed. "Lucen, why didn't you say it earlier? Isn't the Iron Country in chaos now?" "Haha, don't worry." Lucen said nonchalantly, "If it were really that troublesome, would I still come with you?" His words made me feel a bit more at ease. This guy values his life a lot. He continued, "Have you all heard? The third Suchikage is missing, and Yunin took the opportunity to attack Sunagakure, starting the Third Shinobi World War. Actually, the real reason Yunin attacked Sunagakure was that someone from Sunagakure found a meteorite while panning for gold." Wow, both Hinata Aya and I understood. Lucen changed his tone and lowered his voice. "In short, as long as we from the Land of Fire bring back the 4 pounds of star iron allocated to us, the Third War should basically come to an end." He emphasized the words 4 pounds and winked at me. I've been in the business world for so many years. How can I not understand the underlying message? On the surface, it's 4 pounds, but it definitely exceeds that. The extra is just prepared for me. But I'm still a bit worried. Is this really appropriate? I really don't want to get involved in high-level power struggles so early, but there's no choice. The Nine Tails chaos is approaching day by day, and I desperately need this knife. With it, I will have the confidence to challenge the elite. Lu-san asked me back, "How many chakra weapons are there in the ninja world?" I didn't say anything, but he revealed the answer by himself. 11 pieces. Hee. Of course, it will soon be 12 pieces. Although chakra metal is rare, the 5 great nations cannot let this strategic material flow out in large quantities. He emphasized the word large. Now I completely understood. The stockpiles of the great nations must be considerable, but they also cannot allow this stuff to become rampant, so that even a wandering ninja could get their hands on a divine weapon. Therefore, a small amount of internal circulation can both enhance the strength of their own people and make a huge profit. Why not? Besides, there are gains and losses. After this transaction, my reputation as a money-making expert from the Uchiha clan will probably reach the ears of the high-ranking officials in Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, trading for J-level combat power is worth it. As a result, in the next 7 days, we ran into a lot of trouble. The closer we got to the border, the more we encountered squads from Kumogakure and Awagakure, acting like rabid dogs. Rokuzen even got injured. These madmen have come all the way to the Fire Country border. Rokuzen cursed. Just then, Hinata Aya suddenly spoke up. "They're catching up. How could this be?" The 3 of us could only continue to flee for our lives. Yesterday, we were targeted by 8 J-nin from Kumogakure, and it took us, along with a cat, a tremendous effort to shake him off. Just as we saw a valley ahead, Rokuzen was overjoyed. "If we get through this valley, we will reach the Land of Iron." But as soon as we entered the valley, Hinata Aya spoke again, her voice icy. "We are surrounded by 3 IWA ninja squads." I really wanted to curse. It was like just escaping from a wolf's den. only to fall into a tiger's lair. Hinata, Aya quickly reported the positions, 960 meters behind, one upper ninja and 3 middle ninjas. 500 meters to the northwest, 2 middle ninjas and 2 lower ninjas. 650 meters ahead, 1 middle ninja and 3 lower ninjas. Lu Sun made a quick decision. We can't be held up. Team in the mountains, do you two have confidence? I exchanged a glance with Hinata, Aya, and I immediately nodded. Okay, I understood his meaning. His right hand was injured, and he would handle the weaker team ahead by himself, leaving the tough opponent for us. All right, let's regroup at Lava Town. Take care. After saying that, Lu Sun directly dashed into the forest on the right. Aine, Hinata, and I, along with Shiro, slipped into the forest on the left. We are 150 meters away from the encounter. Aine, Hinata whispered a reminder. I made a gesture, and the 3 people and 1 cat immediately went into hiding. Hinata, Aya, on the tree, extended 5 fingers towards me and then folded them one by one. As her fingers came together, I heard the rustling sound coming from the forest. Now's the time. I suddenly darted out from behind the tree, swinging my hands, and 8 shurikens shot out. But Shiro's movements were even faster. Just as I made my move, 2 muffled groans echoed from the forest as if throats had been cut. Puchi, ding, zang zang zang. A series of metallic clashing sounds erupted, and the 2 enemy genin were instantly killed, leaving only 2 chunin, one of whom had a kunai lodged in both his shoulder and heart. Hinata, Aya, on the tree, continued to throw shurikens for fire support. I seized the opportunity, took a quick step forward, and locked eyes with the rock ninja who had a kunai in his heart. I just activated my Sharingan with full power. The opponent's action to block the 1,000 hands suddenly froze, and his face was filled with terror. In the next second, he was shot full of holes by Hinata, Aya's 1,000 hands. At this moment, Xiaobai had already wrapped up the last chunin, and Hinata, Aya jumped down to use gentle fist to hit the pressure points, continuously disrupting the opponent's chakra flow. I stood by, amazed at the scene displayed in my eyes. Is this the Eye of Insight? I can clearly see the chakra within that guy on the opposite side, surging wildly toward his right palm. I tentatively throw a shuriken. The shuriken pierces directly through his palm. Bang! In an instant, the uncontrollable chakra in his palm explodes. After a short scream of awe, Xiaobai's wind blade has already slashed across his neck. I immediately closed my Sharingan and said in a deep voice, 10 seconds, clean up the battlefield. From the ambush to the end, it took less than a minute. Although the kunai lodged in the enemy's heart didn't kill him in one blow, it prevented him from using his full strength. Otherwise, what do you think? 2 Awagakure CH Nin would normally be enough to give me a hard time. This time we were able to resolve it so quickly, all thanks to 2 words, shake people. Oh no, I mean shake cats. Let me tell you about my cat at home, Xiaobai. It has been pretending to be me. In the previous dozen fights, it was just slacking off. But this time I don't know what kind of drug it took. Suddenly its combat power exploded. Goodness, its close combat skills were just like an elite Chunin, and a smooth combo almost took out the opponent in an instant. I was dumbfounded, and I the one holding it back. Just as I was reflecting on this, Ling's white eyes alerted me. Over 800 meters behind, a Jonin is bringing a Chunin, and they have already discovered the corpse. My scalp exploded, and I shouted accelerate, my legs nearly spinning out sparks. Family, who understands? We were just 1 minute away. If we had been even slightly slower, that Jonin would have blocked us in the valley and taken us away without even letting us eat. That Jonin is truly from another dimension. I realized how weak I was when I saw Senior Lu San fighting against the Jonin from the hidden cloud. Without the Sharingan, I couldn't even escape. So at that moment, I had only one thought, the Land of Iron. The ninja blade. I had to get my hands on it. As long as I had that blade, I wouldn't be afraid to face even a Kage. Finally, we rushed out of the canyon and stepped into the territory of the Land of Iron. Once we got in, that girling finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at me, and said, "Long congratulations." Of course, I know she's talking about the eye-opening thing. After all, with her eyes watching me from every angle, she knows exactly what I've done. I quickly made a shushing gesture. Our secret, it must not be shared. She nodded obediently. Let me tell you, the Iron Country is amazing. It snows all year round, and there are samurai with swords everywhere. The atmosphere is completely different from our Fire Country. To avoid exposing our identities, Ayaka and I decided to do some cosplay, each wearing a pair of goggles. She dressed as a young lady, and I became her aloof and quiet bodyguard, while Shiro was our pet. After a long day and night of traveling, we finally arrived at a place called Longshi Village. We split up to gather information, And luckily, this village is not far from our destination, Lava Town, and there happens to be a convoy heading there the next morning. I took out my money, 800 taels for the fare and 300 taels for accommodation, everything arranged clearly. We settled in a farmhouse, and the owner quickly brought us food. You see, I have a bit of paranoia about being poisoned when I'm out, so I took out my silver needles and various tools to test the food, even letting Shiro taste it first, which made it roll its eyes in frustration. After confirming it was safe, I finally let Ayaka eat. And guess what? It was incredibly delicious. Beef soup, snow wheat bread, salad, and honey. I tell you, this meal made up for all the hardships I endured eating dry rations for 8 days. For 300 taels, including food and accommodation along with luxurious cat food. ISNT this worth a 5-star review and an 800-word essay in 2025? What a conscientious business. After eating and drinking well, I practiced my sword in the courtyard. As I practiced, I started to feel it. Family, I had an epiphany. I felt like I was one with the wind, my feet on the snow, leaving no trace. The knife in my hand became incredibly fast, swishing through the air, and the gusts it created felt sharper. That feeling was like having a wind-based cheat, and I started performing lightness skills in the snow, floating around like a butterfly. Ayako was stunned watching me, her eyes almost unable to keep up with my speed. I felt so cool at that moment that I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chasing the wind in the snow, so exhilarating. I must be at the level of a sword master now, right? I have to tell you, after this wave of enlightenment, my wind release skills skyrocketed to the level of a jonin. My strength has dramatically increased. Now I finally feel a bit more confident. The next day, we took a bumpy ox cart and arrived at Lava Town. This land of iron is truly amazing. It values martial arts but also follows strict rules. We didn't encounter a single robbery along the way. Once we entered the town, Ling quickly found the secret code left by Konoha, a scribbled drawing of a spiral bird's beak. Following the clues from the code, we turned this way and that. And guess where we ended up? Right in front of a brothel. I was confused at the time, and Ling also looked speechless. I said, "Senior Shika, are you having fun?" Gritting my teeth, I walked in, and a kimono-clad lady warmly greeted me. I coldly said I was looking for someone, and Ling rolled her eyes and guided me to the second floor. I kicked open. Oh no, I pulled open the door to the private room. Goodness, there were 4 people gathered around the table, not knowing what they were doing. The heads of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were all there. Narashiku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and the last one was Nara Shikamaru, whose hand was wrapped in bandages. I quickly bowed and greeted Ayane. I was puzzled in my heart, wondering if this was too much of a fuss. Was it really necessary for this little bit of metal? Senior Akadu Ding was quite friendly, smiling and telling me not to be so formal. He also said that my father, clan leader Fugaka, had spoken to him and asked him to take good care of me. I felt a warmth in my heart. It seemed that the elder in the clan still remembered me. Then, these old foxes started to pressure me, asking why I spent so much money on a chakra ninja sword. What could I say? I immediately switched to my drama mode, looking all distressed. Oh, seniors, it's not that I want to. I'm just afraid of dying. You see how dangerous the journey was this time. I almost didn't come back. My talent is lacking, so I can only get some equipment to improve my survival ability and earn a living. Narashikaku then asked me if I had considered joining a ninja team to contribute to the village. I was quite surprised and said, "Senior, I'm running a shop to provide jobs for the villagers and promoting economic development through logistics." ISNT that also contributing to the village? Does it have to be about fighting and killing? My words left him speechless. Yamashiro Kaichi sneered nearby, saying I really didn't seem like a Uchiha. I quickly acted humble again, saying my talent was poor and I couldn't shine. If I had even half the skills of the seniors, I would have already sacrificed for Konoha. Anyway, I rambled on to distract them. 7 days later, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio had already taken their share of the Starfall, iron, and left. I waited another 7 days and finally got my precious ninja sword that cost me 7 million Ryo. However, as I came out from a cave tunnel, I was cursing while walking. Care? What care? It turned out that when we went to pick up the goods, we happened to run into people from Sunagakure, led by that scorching release user, Yakura. Folks, that guy's a tough one, a nemesis on the same level as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. So when these guys saw Yakura, they didn't say a word and just took the stuff and bolted, leaving me there all alone. This is pure electronic pickled vegetables. I panicked at that moment, running for my life while clutching my new sword. I thought to myself, please don't let this short-lived ghost block me outside. If I just got my god tier gear and then ran into the version T0 Big Boss, getting one shot by her would be more unfair than Do Yi's plight. Ling naively asked me where I was going, and I said, taking a detour, off to the land of soup. I'm taking you to soak in hot springs. She looked confused. Doesn't that mean we have to cross the entire land of rice? You don't understand. Safety first. I shouted nervously. Sigh, I finally understood. I thought that with the sword in hand, I wouldn't have to run so awkwardly anymore. But now that I have the sword, I still have to keep running for my life. I tell you, before my words even hit the air, a dozen shurikens came flying at my face like they were free. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, my mind went blank. It's over, I'm done for. That old lady who can use fire release must have caught up with me. Instinctively, I pulled out my newly acquired treasure, the Star of Gada. Guess what? I infused it with wind release chakra and sent out a crescent-shaped wind blade, clanging and slicing through the shurikens in front of me, turning them into iron scraps. Huh? Wait a minute. Is that it? This level of strength? Turns out I ran into a low-level monster. Next to me, Ling opened her byakugan and immediately started listing the names of the dishes. 2 ch nin and 1 jinin on the left, and 1 ch nin and 3 jinin on the right. Wow, so professional. I was furious at that moment. Did they really think I was a soft persimmon they could squeeze at will? I used body flicker technique to flash to the right, and with a flash of my blade, the two guys on the other side were still forming hand seals while the upper half of their bodies fell straight down, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining minions were taken out by Xiao Bai, with a single claw each, like tearing up pieces of paper. The 2 ch nin on the left saw the situation was bad, shouted oh no, and ran in different directions. But just as they turned around, Ling Senbon struck the back of one S head, taking him out on the spot. The last ch nin was a slippery one. He was really hard to kill. Water clone, substitution technique. He was playing with all sorts of tricks. I chased him and slashed 3 times, destroying 1 water clone and 1 wooden dummy. Anyone who understands knows that my CPU almost overheated. In the end, I was just a bit better. With my Sharingan activated, I asked, where do you think you're going? A wind blade cut through, and the world finally became quiet. Cleaning up the battlefield, looting the bodies. But these poor guys had less than 30,000 Rio in total on them. So stingy. However, we did manage to collect a good number of explosive tags. So that was okay. We calculated together, and along with what we had saved up, it counted as a small profit. I thought we could return to the village safely. But in the middle of the night, while I was trying to sleep in a tree hollow, I was jolted awake by a fluctuation of chakra. Ling opened her byakugan. Her face turned pale and said that 2 groups outside were fighting to the death. Guess who? The 2 J-nin who had chased us before. One from the Cloud Village and one from the Rock Village. I told you, this world is so small. It's pure fate that we cross paths again. I was thinking of just watching the 2 fight, but they ended up coming our way. Damn. We quickly fled to another cave, and finally, I could sleep peacefully. But you think that was the end? The next noon, we ran into them again. I was stunned. Did these 2 bind us with GPS? But this time they were both injured, with 1 Rock Village J-nin leading a few ch nin, chasing after the Cloud Village J-nin. I thought, ISNT this divine justice? I told Ling, don't rush. Let's wait for them to kill one first. After waiting for 5 minutes, Ling looked at me with a strange expression and said, they ran away. You should have said that sooner. She quickly added, they're running towards us. I almost choked. In the next moment, a blood-soaked, burly man limped past the tree where we were hiding. I didn't have to exert much effort. With 1 body flicker, I flashed down, and with a flash of my blade, I had his head. It was so simple that I thought I was under a jinjutsu. Just as I turned around, I saw another old woman with a broken arm darting out from the woods, locking eyes with me for a moment before turning to run. Trying to escape? I chased after her, and she actually used mist concealment technique. Playing this game with me? I sent a fire dragon flame towards her, dispersing the mist. She tried to sneak attack me from behind, but with a bang, she struck a shadow clone. Huh, you little trickster. Ling was beside me, even cooperating by shouting, be careful, Long. What good actress. My real body had been waiting right next to her true self, and with a blade of wind, I took her out. Folks, what do you call this? This is called a mantis stalking the cicada, with a yellow bird behind. I was waiting to collect the spoils. These 2 J-nin were much richer than those previous poor guys. 3 heads, and guess how much I got from the exchange office? 4,500,000 Rio. I was so happy holding the money that I almost laughed stupidly. But joy turned to sorrow, just as I stepped out of the exchange office. I ran into that walking ATM. Kakuzu. Goodness, it was another mad dash for my life. Almost lost it there. Sigh. After several days of turmoil, I finally returned to Konoha alive. Looking at the bustling village, I felt like I was in a different world. The outside world is too dangerous. Home is the best. This time, Ling made a great contribution, so I directly gave her 2 million Rio. Look at her little eyes. She was so excited she was almost crying. The birth of a little rich lady. I returned to my rice shop, and it turned out my subordinate, Yamasaki Natsuki, was also a talent. In the half-month I was away, he actually led a team to do business and earned me a clean 130,000 Rio. Such a loyal and capable subordinate deserves a reward. I immediately granted him 10,000 Rio as a bonus. On the other side, Ling returned to the Hyuga compound and found that her family was undergoing a power transition. Hyuga Hayashi had risen to become the clan leader. The scene was grand, like a concert. She returned alone to her quiet little courtyard, made a bowl of instant noodles, and luxuriously added 3 sausage links. She probably remembered her hard past. Both parents gone, alone since childhood, never had enough to eat or wear, and bullied by other kids. Now that she had money, it was like her hardships were finally coming to an end. Besides, this girl has had it tough too. Speaking of the Hyuga family's caged birthmark, it's quite ironic. Those who wear it can actually leave the village to complete missions and travel around the world. Meanwhile, those so-called main family members seem like pampered pets, needing a whole entourage just to step outside. Ling has a good attitude. She thinks it's ugly. But at a critical moment, it might save her life. Hey, you know what? There is some truth to that. I settled down at home, had a meal with my mom and sister, and took the opportunity to bond with a new big orange cat, Juga. After that, I went straight to the Uchiha clan elder's residence. There were some matters that needed to be discussed in person with the old man. Standing at the entrance of the ancient-style courtyard, I took a deep breath and said loudly, "Elder Kong." The junior Long requests an audience. An elderly voice came from inside. "Come in." I stepped into the courtyard as instructed. Goodness, the moment I entered, I knew this old man was definitely not simple. The courtyard, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, with pavilions and towers, was as exquisite as a park. There wasn't a hint of any training equipment in sight. Clearly just an old cadre enjoying life. He sat on a stone bench, leisurely sipping tea, with a masked ninja attending to him. What a scene it was. He smiled and asked me, "Did you encounter any danger on the way?" I thought to myself, who do you think you are? Let me tell you, on my way here, I encountered all sorts of dangers, from hidden clouds to hidden rocks, and even ran into those S-class freaks like Jiaodo. I barely made it back alive, and now I have to pretend that everything is peaceful with you here? Of course, I was smiling on my face. Good luck. Nothing happened. After finishing the performance, I had to get down to business. I didn't beat around the bush with him. I directly pulled out a thick stack of silver notes from my pocket and slapped it on the table, saying, "Here, for Million Tails, pay up." The old man didn't even raise his eyelids and casually said, "Oh, well, little god of wealth you are." The ninja beside him came over and took the money. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew he was definitely going to ask me where the money came from. Could I let him ask? I immediately changed the subject, and before he could speak, I said, "Old Master Kong, there's another thing. I want to join the Konoha Guard." Sure enough, when he heard this, he raised an eyebrow, and his attention was instantly diverted by me. Why did I suddenly want to join the Guard? I chuckled and patted the knife on my waist. Wasn't my strength lacking before? Now that I have a weapon, I'm feeling confident. Guess what? He nodded without even thinking about it, which surprised me for a moment. "All right, I'll tell Fuyu about this. When do you plan to report in? Tomorrow? So soon? Better early than late, right? All right then." As soon as I saw that the matter was settled, I quickly slipped away. Let me tell you, the moment I left, that old fox's face fell, and the speed of his change was faster than a Sichuan opera face-changing act. He muttered to his subordinates, saying that I was a troublemaker, and even that old guy was taken down by me. He could only go along with me for now and see what I really wanted. He also mentioned that he didn't know whether my Uchiha clan would bring fortune or disaster. Oh dear, please don't put me on a pedestal. I'm just a little nobody who wants to live well. Alright, he also asked how Shursui was doing, and his subordinate said that Shursui seemed to have been transferred to Danzo's route. Wow, things are getting deeper. The next day, I got up early and practiced my knife skills in the yard. While practicing, I pondered how my star blade, infused with 35 chakra metal, was so powerful. How impressive must Kakashi's white fan be? What a pity that it's in Kakashi's hands, who is utterly lacking in chakra. It's a pure waste of resources. This star is different. It not only conducts chakra, but also has an incredible hardness. I swung it at that iron wooden post in the yard and whoosh, just like that. Guess what? That thing, which couldn't be destroyed even by B-rank ninjutsu, was directly sliced in half by me. And the cut was so smooth, it could be used as a mirror. Sheathing my blade, I left. It was time to check out the security department. The security department building I must say, is quite impressive, built in the busiest civilian area of the village, surrounded by shops and residential complexes. I walked around for a bit, asked for directions, and went straight up to the second floor. I bumped into a serious-looking middle-aged man. But when he heard I was Uchiha Rong here to report, his face lit up with a smile like a blooming flower. Oh, it's Rong, young and promising. Gome, gome. The office is at the end of the corridor. I entered the office, and a lady named Uchiha Winyuan welcomed me. She was really nice. Just an ordinary person without chakra. She quickly explained to me the structure of the security department, which is divided into 3 major teams. One for patrolling, one for capturing, and one for logistics. Then she handed me 2 forms, one for the clan that needed to be filled out in detail, and one for the Hokage building that could be filled out casually. I picked up the pen and started writing. Name Uchiha Rong. Age 13. Chakra attributes wind, fire, water, earth. When I got to the section for estimating overall combatability, without thinking I just filled in AB. I tell you, after I finished writing, that older sister's eyes widened like copper bells, and she leaned over to whisper, Long, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? B-level? That's the combat power of a Jonin. You haven't even opened your eyes yet. This requires specialized testing. I smiled at her without saying a word, picked up the form for the Hokage building, and quickly filled out an identical one. Sister Winyuan was stunned at that moment, holding both forms with a slight tremble in her hands. Long, are you sure you want to submit it like this? I waved my hand. That's it, no problem. What should I do next? I thought to myself, how could I not know? But if I submit the same report to the Hokage building, that would be called honesty. If I were to hide it, and then it got exposed during a fight, that would change the nature of things. Do you understand what upper management means? The lady saw that I was persistent and didn't try to persuade me anymore. Just told me to wait in the training room next door. Before I left, she added, the squad leader usually doesn't need to go on field duty. Just needs to arrange the work for the team members. Wow, there's such a good deal. As soon as I entered the training room, my eyes lit up. This place has way more stuff than my backyard. Being the captain is so awesome. Since I had nothing else to do, I drew my knife and started practicing. Let me tell you, the key to using a kunai is to master the chakra. First, I infused it with fire chakra, and the blade instantly ignited in flames. Then, I closed my eyes to feel it, gradually gaining control, and finally compressed the fire into a small flame snake wrapped around the blade. I stabbed at the wooden dummy, and with a whoosh, I burned a hole through it from half a meter away. However, this technique consumes a lot of chakra, so it's not very cost-effective. I tried to combine fire and wind again, attempting hundreds of times, and my chakra was nearly depleted, but I finally succeeded. A flame, compressed by the wind blade, erupted on the edge of the blade, solid and fierce. I swung it at the wooden dummy, and a crescent-shaped flame shot out. With a crack, the ironwood post was split in 2. Its power was twice that of a pure wind blade. I named this move Flame Slash. Just as I was getting into it, the training room door opened in the afternoon. I glanced over and saw, ISNT, that the enthusiastic uncle from this morning. But the next second, the uncle's face turned serious, and with a murderous aura, he said, Long, right? Are you sure you have B-level comprehensive combatability? If you're lying, you might just die later. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Damn, old Inbi. I quickly countered with a slash, blocking a shuriken with a clang. Before I could steady myself, a fireball hit me in the face. Just as I dodged it, I was met with a fierce dragon head of flames. B-rank ninjutsu, great dragon fire. I tell you, that entire training room was like an oven. The space was small, and there was nowhere to hide. I could only grip the knife with both hands, using earth and water techniques to pump chakra into it, and I slashed down at the dragon's head. Boom! The whole training room exploded, engulfed in flames. I was choked and blackened like charcoal, coughing for a long time. This guy's too ruthless. Is this a test? Is he trying to send me off directly? In the sea of fire, I heard him laughing heartily. You're still alive? Looks like you actually have some strength, kid. I listened for the sound to pinpoint the location, and with a backhand, I sent a crescent moon blade flying. Suddenly, amidst the flames, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up. Tomo. Damn, it's the Sharingan. Just as I shouted not good in my heart, I felt a heaviness in my head. It's over. I've fallen for an illusion. A water dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere, extinguishing the flames, and charged straight at me. Haha, kid, you're still a bit lacking. At most, I'll give you a B dash. The water dragon dispersed in front of me, and that uncle thought he had me cornered. But the next second, I went bang and transformed into a puddle of water. When did that happen? It's a water clone. That uncle's expression changed. Don't move, uncle. It could be fatal. A cold voice echoed behind him. His hands, which were forming seals, froze in midair because my main body, along with 2 shadow clones, had 3 fiery blades pressed against his neck from 3 different directions. The intense heat made him break out in a cold sweat. Kid, you're not proficient in fire techniques. Are you? Get away. It's what burned me. His voice was trembling. I chuckled and said, you can take it away, but let's talk about the rating first. B. Is B okay? He's almost crying. As soon as I heard this, I quickly put away my clones and sword and gasped, say, no, uncle. Just give me A, B. You let up earlier. If it had been a life-and-death situation, I would have been finished with that. And I would have had a chance to counterattack. What is this called? This is called giving someone a way out, fully understanding the ways of the world. The uncle's expression looked much better, and he nodded. All right, then it's A, B. Before leaving, he told me, my name is Uchiha Y, the captain of the 1st squad of the 2nd team. That afternoon, my appointment came down, captain of the 7th squad in the 1st team for security patrol. A few days passed, and I, a lone commander, still hadn't received any team members. With nothing to do, I went to the pharmacy to check my supplies and casually gave him a recipe for a cool tea to relieve heat and summer fatigue, and brought some snacks for the children at the orphanage. After that, I went to check on my samurai subordinates. A few of them had already developed chakra, which was quite impressive. I haven't been idle either. I've become increasingly skilled at the fire slash, and my chakra has increased a little bit. That afternoon, Senior Uchiha, you came to inform me that my team was ready. I ran over excitedly, and, to my surprise, there were 10 people, some leaning this way and that, some squatting, and 2 had even climbed up a tree. They were nothing like ninjas, just a bunch of spirited young guys. Uchiha, you shrugged at me and went upstairs. I cleared my throat, stood in the middle of the square, and shouted loudly, Guard Division 1, 7th team, all present. Assemble. Believe it or not. Although these people were lazy, they reacted quite quickly, and in an instant, they lined up in front of me. However, several of them had faces that clearly showed their dissatisfaction. I felt happy inside. Isn't this a coincidence? Let me tell you, these Uchiha guys, their eyeballs are all up on their heads. Elite of the security department? I think they're the elites of the show-off department. I asked them to introduce themselves. But hey, no one paid attention to me. The first troublemaker on the left directly spoke up. Who are you? As the captain, shouldn't you introduce yourself? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Young man, you're quite brave, trying to deliver results on your first day in office. I couldn't even be bothered to raise my eyelids and just glanced at him contemptuously. Are you not convinced? That kid probably realized he was about to be the one to be taken down and immediately adopted a listening posture, pretending to be dead. Hey, I'll give you credit for being clever, but my authority today is set in stone. I scanned the remaining people. My voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Step forward, and if you can last a minute under me. The position of vice captain is yours. Well, as soon as those words came out, the place erupted. What a joke. How disrespectful. Just as I finished speaking, someone really did step forward, the one with the conspicuous band on his arm, named Uchiha Jie. He glared at me defiantly. Even if you have a Sharingan, don't get too cocky. I said to myself, I'm not looking down on you. I'm looking down on all of you. Are you ready? I asked him. The other 9 people quickly retreated with a whoosh, afraid of getting splattered with blood. Let's get started. As soon as I finished speaking, that kid's figure flickered and he appeared to my left, thrusting a kunai straight at my kidney. I hadn't even fully drawn my knife when, with a whoosh, I executed a quick draw slash, and his kunai was directly cut in half. I didn't chase after him, just leisurely watched him. Commendable courage. That guy turned pale, retreated tens of meters away, and with a flick of his hand, launched a massive fireball at my face. Let me tell you, at that moment, I simply turned around, swinging my ninja knife from bottom to top, and a fiery slash shot out, directly sending his fire back at him. It was all about magic rebound. The flame whooshed right back towards his own face. Family, who understands, it was just a little bit away. He was about to experience the temperature of his own fire technique. By the time he finally dodged, his body was already scorched in several places, and I had already appeared behind him like a ghost, saying calmly, "It's about time, it should end now." He froze all over, and before he could make any move, my scalding ninja knife was already pressed against his neck. That kid gulped and immediately softened. I give up, Captain. I smiled as I sheathed my knife. At that moment, the remaining 9 looked at me differently, standing in a row and shouting in unison, "Captain." Well, now, let's start with self-introductions from the left. I repeated my previous words, but this time, the effect was remarkable. The Uchiha member I had just dealt with, Uchiha Jie, still had soot on his face, hurried back to the team and was the first to report loudly. Report, Captain, my name is Uchiha Jie. I specialize in fire release. When he mentioned fire release, his voice sounded like a mosquito buzzing. Next, it went much smoother. The short-haired girl, Uchiha Shinai, claimed to be skilled in swordsmanship. There was also someone named Juri, who specialized in illusion techniques. After all 10 had introduced themselves, I slowly spoke. I'm the captain of Team 7, Uchiha Ryu. I look forward to working with you. Immediately, they flattered me, saying, Captain, you're too humble. It's us who should be grateful for your guidance. And the atmosphere became harmonious in an instant. I announced the duty roster for 3 days later and then led the team directly to Training Ground 7, telling them that this would be our secret base from now on and that I would come by to guide their training when I had time. As soon as I said that, several of them lit up with excitement. It seemed they had found a responsible captain, which thrilled them. After we dismissed, surprisingly, 6 people stayed behind to practice on their own. I understood well. These were probably war orphans with no one to teach or guide them, so they had to rely on themselves to figure things out. I first walked over to that girl named Jina, who was stuck at a bottleneck in her swordsmanship. I drew my sword, and instantly a layer of water ripples attached to the blade, which then flowed rapidly, transforming into the shape of a wind blade. With a swing from a distance, I cut a deep groove into a wooden stake. Do you understand? After changing the nature, I proceeded to change its form. The way that girl looked at me was as if she saw a deity repeatedly thanking the captain. That night, I went to the suburban rock area for secret training with my dad. Let me tell you, that scene was truly shocking. When my dad made his move, A rank fire release, great fire destruction. Oh my God, that wasn't just fire release. That was a natural disaster. A sea of flames, folks. It felt like the entire mountain was about to catch fire. Then he followed it up with another great fire destruction, and with a whoosh, the flames gathered into a long spear that shot through a mountainside, with the opening still dripping with lava. When it was my turn, I was so nervous my face turned red. The flames I spat out were nowhere near the size of a great fireball. I was embarrassed to the point of feeling like I was at my grandma's house. The next day, I treated the whole team to a barbecue, to strengthen team bonds. After the meal, the guys and girls got to know each other much better. Just as we finished eating and were heading out, I ran into Senior Xiong, who handed me a Konoha headband and said I was officially recognized, also informing me there's a clan meeting tonight, and as a sub-team leader, I must attend. Great, I just got appointed and now I have work to do. That evening, I put on the blue clan uniform with a large fan printed on the back and went to the Southie Shrine. Wow, the underground plaza was packed with people. My team members, Jia, Jina, and others were also there. They looked at me like I was a family member. When the clan meeting started, Fugaku sat in the middle, flanked by clan elders and heads of various departments. The meeting content was quite explosive. It started by saying that our explosive tag business was being driven to a price war by Sarutobi and Shimura's group, which almost made me lose my temper right there. Then they mentioned a shortage of medicinal materials for sale, and I could sense that there was work to be assigned to me. Sure enough, that old man Uchiha Sora directly pointed at me, saying he needed me to solve the shortage of deer antler and musk, looking at me with a piercing gaze. I felt a chill in my heart. This job was definitely going to fall on my shoulders. The meeting was highly efficient, with various issues being thrown out one by one for resolution. I finally understood that this clan meeting was not only about solving problems, but also about keeping the clan members informed, nurturing the new generation, and allowing everyone to vent their emotions, constantly reminding us of the Uchiha being suppressed by the village. Just as I was pondering this open conspiracy, Fugaku suddenly announced an explosive piece of news. The 4th Hokage wants to recruit Uchiha clan members into the Umbu. The entire venue erupted in cheers, almost blowing the roof off. Meanwhile, I knew well that this was just a pipe dream. Once the Ninetales incident passed and Minato died, everything would be gone. After the meeting, I had just led my little brothers to the door when a masked person stopped me, coldly saying, Uchiha Rong, the clan elder summons you. Great. I can't dodge this. After all this commotion, it was soon August 15th, the day I officially started my shift. Standing at the entrance of Training Ground No. 7 and looking at the 40 people in front of me, I tell you, that feeling was like I was commanding a vast army. Just as I was enjoying this sense of authority, I called for departure, and in an instant, the 40 people scattered like flowers falling from the sky, each heading to their assigned defense area. Let me tell you, our team has a really high degree of autonomy. The captain has assigned us this large area in the southeast, and the remaining patrol routes and assembly points are all up to me to decide. The assessment criteria are also straightforward and harsh. As long as there are no reports in your assigned area, It doesn't matter if you sleep at home every day. No one will bother you. I took my 3 strongest reserves to handle the most critical and populated area, Kazumizakura town. Guess what happened? Right after I assigned the tasks, telling them to guard routes A and B along with the exit, my most powerful female expert, Uchiha Yunshang, directly found the luscious cherry blossom tree, perched on a branch, and closed her eyes to take a nap. Does anyone understand this? The level of paid loafing is simply top tier. I've been observing quietly, in plain terms, learning secretly. Hey, don't say it, these old hands, senior veterans really have something. They patrol without hiding, swaggering down the street, letting everyone see the emblem of the security department. What is this called? This is called winning without fighting, using presence to make those petty thieves scram. At 9 in the morning, the crowd was bustling, and that girl Yunshang finally woke up. She jumped down from tree and walked into the crowd. Let me tell you, that presence was 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall. The crowd automatically parted, like Moses parting the Red Sea. She walked over with a blank expression, casually scanning a few places, and wow, those few who clearly weren't good people, their legs went weak and they quietly slipped away. This is what you call professionalism. The whole morning was calm, but when it came to lunchtime, that's when things got exciting. Our meals felt like secret agent meetups, with routes and times all scrambled in random combinations, focusing on surprise. After patrolling Area C, Yunshang vanished in a flash, and 5 minutes later, she suddenly poked her head out in the middle of the road before disappearing completely. Immediately after, one of her subordinates, Uchiha Warmth, brought her a bowl of ramen. After delivering the meal, Warmth didn't return her own post, but directly took over Yunshang's watch, patrolling Area C. This cross-defense tactic is designed to keep those thieves guessing, never knowing where we'll be next. Just when I was enjoying my ramen, feeling like everything was under control, suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Catch the thug. Yunshang, who was closest, vanished in an instant. I was startled and hurried over. By the time I arrived at the scene, there was a lewd old man rolling on the ground, howling that the security department had hit him and that his bones were broken. But I immediately spotted a cut on Yunshang's arm, and a shuriken was lying on the ground. My heart sank. Something was off. This old man was definitely not an ordinary pervert. To injure a special jounin from our team, this was serious. Yunshang was a bit flustered at the time and said to me, "Captain." He resisted. I went up without saying a word and kicked the lewd old man in the stomach to make him shut up. Then I immediately switched to my Oscar-winning mode, started my performance in front of the onlookers who were surrounding us. I pointed at that old man and shouted with righteous indignation, "Molester, resisting arrest, still daring to assault a police officer. Everyone, what do you think? Should we beat up scum like this?" You wouldn't believe it. The crowd's enthusiasm was instantly ignited, and they all shouted that he should be beaten. In the end, that old man even dared to play dirty, leaning close to my ear and threatening me in a low voice. "I am Shimizu S.H. Mang of the Shimizu clan." Oh, the Shimizu family? Backed by Danzo? Threatening me? Well, I won't hold back. I shouted at the top of my lungs to everyone. Did you all hear that? This guy claims he is from the Uchiha clan. He says their leader, Danzo Shimura, has a secret organization called Root and threatens that if I dare to capture him, he will retaliate against us. As I spoke, I pretended to look hesitant and scared. At that moment, the crowd erupted. Just a moment ago, they were merely spectators. But now they transformed into a group filled with a sense of justice, all indignant and ready to judge this guy on the spot. I quickly calmed them down and took the one named Jijun towards the security department. Let me tell you, my move directly made it so that even Danzo couldn't hold his face. And guess what happened? Out of nowhere, a guy wearing a ghost mask blocked my way. He was clearly one of Danzo's shady subordinates. He came up and demanded that I hand over the person, and he wanted me to go with him to apologize. I was so angry that I laughed. He saw that I didn't react and actually pulled out a few shurikens and threw them at me, but the target wasn't me. It was the person named Jichuin in my hand. Damn, this is an attempt to kill in silence. As expected of Jin, ruthless enough. Of course, I couldn't let him succeed, so I sliced the shuriken in half with one blow. Then I did something that made the guy on the other side freeze in shock. I pulled out a kunai, shuriken, and a few shurikens from my ninja tool pouch, and without hesitation, I stabbed my thigh and arm repeatedly. Hood. It was incredibly decisive. At that moment, the Root members were stunned, their eyes behind the masks filled with disbelief, as if to say, "Are you crazy?" In the next second, severely injured, I dragged the half-conscious Shimizu Ryuma and jumped from the rooftop into the bustling main street, using all my strength to shout, "Help! Murder! Root is attacking the law enforcement personnel. They want to kill to silence us." The scene instantly spiraled out of control. I was carried by enthusiastic citizens to Konoha Hospital. When I woke up, the story outside had already transformed into one where the Hokage's advisor Danzo condoned his clan members to harm over 100 girls. And he eliminated all the members of the law enforcement who came to stop it. Good grief, what an imagination. They should really write novels. Of course, the one lying in the hospital bed was actually my shadow clone. My real self had long since dealt with that root ninja and Shimizu Ryuma, leaving no witnesses. This sudden blame falling from the sky. Danzo, you have to take the blame, whether you like it or not. I was performing excellently here, while Danzo was almost furious on the other side. That clueless root member actually exposed this matter right in front of the third Hokage, and Danzo's face turned green on the spot. He probably wanted to bury his subordinate alive right then and there. Later, when Minato and my master, the third Hokage, checked my file, they saw my overall combat power evaluation was B, actual measurement B. They quickly found a reason for me. This kid is so weak that he was severely injured by a Chunin from Root. It makes sense. The plan worked. After that incident, I lay in the hospital for a week with serious injuries. After being discharged, I went straight into recovery mode at home, which basically meant I was in seclusion training and avoiding the spotlight. After a month, my chakra level quietly increased to 1. 5 cards, so it wasn't a waste of effort. One day, while I was practicing fire release in the yard, I heard someone knocking on the door. When I opened it, lo and behold, a black-haired little boy was standing at the entrance. Our Uchiha genius, Shunshin no Shizuku, my little cousin. This kid is quite busy. I had only seen him once since I traveled here. Today he had a serious expression, like an AI robot, and immediately said, "Uchiha-taki, the Hokage has a mission assigned to you." I couldn't help but laugh when I heard it and directly retorted, "What a rare guest, Cousin Jishue. What's going on? Even you are helping Jin to trap your own cousin?" My sarcastic remark finally made his ice-cold face crack a bit, revealing a hint of helplessness. It's the fourth Hokage who summoned me, not Lord Danzo. Just as we were talking, my mom came out of the room and greeted Shursui with enthusiasm. "Oh, Shursui is here? Long, why don't you invite him in to sit for a while? I'll go get you some snacks." I told you, as soon as I finished speaking, I saw Uchiha Shursui's handsome face instantly perform a ghostly expression. "Shursui, come on in. I used to hold you when you were little." Goodness, as soon as my mom said that, Shursui jumped back 2 steps as if he stepped on an electric switch, staring at me with wide eyes, as if to say, "Save me, brother." I couldn't help but laugh. "What are you looking at me for? My mom is calling you. Come in and sit down." And guess what happened? This guy stammered out 2 words, no. Then he said, "I have a mission. I need to go." And he disappeared in a flash. Wow. As expected of the instant body water technique, this speed is incredible. Just as I was marveling at it, my mind suddenly buzzed. Wait a minute. Didn't you say the Hokage summoned me? If you don't lead me, who am I supposed to follow? The person is long gone. I stood there, my brows furrowed enough to crush a fly. Something was off about this. With Jishue's reaction, plus the fact that he's a root member. The more I thought about it, the colder my back felt. Good grief. Could this be that old fox Danzo trying to lure me into the root to take me down? This matter just ended like that, and nothing happened the following day. I obediently practiced at home and guided my little team a bit. Then, early the next morning, my brother Uchiha came over, slapped a mission list in my face. 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, specifically calling for me to go on a mission. All right then, when you're under someone's roof, you can't avoid the knife. At the west small gate of Konoha, I met with my temporary teammates. There was a ponytailed captain, Naruto, a white-haired guy, reluctantly wearing the same cat mask as mine, and another person wrapped up like a dumpling from the oil family. The captain bluntly stated the mission: clear out the Iwagakure and Kumogakure forces on the northern border, and let's go. I tell you, my face turned dark at that moment. This team's composition is all upper ninjas. It's clear they are not here to do cleaning. Moreover, with Sasuke just born at the beginning of the month, I really didn't want to leave the village. But the Hokage's mission, I had no choice but to go. I know what's going on. This isn't just a mission. It's a full-blown interrogation. That white-haired guy, with his age and hair color, who else could he be but Kakashi? He's from the direct line of the 3rd Hokage. And that oil woman, she gives off a chilling vibe, definitely a root member of Danzo. Plus, with Captain Naruto, he's probably representing Minato himself. So, the 3 big shots each sent an informant just to conduct a live power assessment on me. Fine, let us do the assessment. But I have to hold back a bit. The 4 of us, the elite ninjas, were incredibly fast on our journey. We reached the north in just 2 days and directly engaged the first wave of invading rock ninjas. Let me tell you, when a swordsmanship ninja fights these minor soldiers, It's simply like chopping vegetables. I didn't even use my wind shun step, let alone mention the flame slash, just with basic swordsmanship while they were still fumbling around. I had already slit the throats of 3 people. After one skirmish, we took down 4 rock ninja squads, and I was responsible for 7 of the kills, while those 3 combined only managed to take out 3. I'm also helpless, family. I want to keep a low profile, but in this world, speed is the only thing that can't be broken, and this thing doesn't allow it. Even Captain Narasujetsu couldn't help but praise me. Well done. I understood the meaning in his eyes. This kid is simply a killing machine born for the battlefield. I must mention him to Lord Third. I roll my eyes in my heart, but forget it. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. My strategy is simple. Hide half of my hard power, but I need to let them see the power of this chakra metal knife. After all, I've already been targeted. If I keep pretending to be a pig, they'll really think I'm a pig and butcher me. I have to show my value. Even if it's just the value of a tool, it's still value. So I pushed forward like this, and on the 3rd day, we finally ran into tough opponents, a team of elite ninjas from the Cloud Village. Kakashi started with a wind release, great breakthrough, directly blowing their formation apart. That Cloud Ninja reacted quickly, countering with a lightning release, body flicker technique, and dozens of lightning snakes shot towards us. On my side, a 3-Tomo Sharingan quietly activated, easily dodging the lightning snake. And then I started a duet with a Cloud Hidden Chunin on the opposite side, focusing on equal distribution without determining a winner. I need to observe the battlefield. Kakashi has already used Chidori and is exchanging blows with the opposing Jonin. But to be honest, I'm anxious for his little bit of chakra. Nara Shijaku is steady and clearly in the lead. The strongest has to be that Aburame. I suspect he is Aburame Ryoma. That bug seems to be cheating, buzzing in and overwhelming a Chunin in an instant. Listening to the screams inside, I bet he turned into a sieve. Wow, this bug brother is the true hidden ADC. Output, scouting, tanking, and all-around warrior. In contrast, Kakashi's sustainability is really a big issue. Before long, the oil girl Ryoma finished over there, and the swarm split into 2. One wave went to help Nara Shizuku, and the other went to harass that Jonin. Goodness, this assist ability is simply the best 5th man on the battlefield. Nara Shizuku also quickly took care of his opponent. The Chunin on my side saw all his teammates dead and panicked, turning to run. The opportunity came. I used a teleport to stick to him. With my ninja blade infused with wind blade swoosh, one of his arms flew off. With another strike, I pierced his heart and finished him off. The whole process looked like a narrow victory by seizing the opportunity without revealing my true strength at all. The 3 of us had it all figured out and were ready to go all out against that Cloud Ninja. Just then, things went wrong. The other side called for reinforcements. Dozens of shurikens came flying at us. A team from the Cloud Village had arrived to support. Without a second thought, I quickly stepped out of the battle circle. Nara Shijaku seized the opportunity and used the shadow binding technique to immobilize the Jonin. Just as Kakashi was about to go in for the finishing blow, a figure as big as a bear blocked him, wielding a large sword. Immediately after, an electrified arrow shot through the air with a loud boom, blowing away the oil woman's swarm of bugs. I love this kind of ranged ADC. Almost simultaneously, my voice came from behind the archer, and he didn't even have time to scream before turning into a pile of parts. I had been annoyed by that ranged fighter for a while, so I quickly moved in and sent him off to enjoy the scenery. The burly man realized the situation was not in his favor, rescued his comrade, and ran away with him. Nara Shijaku remained calm and called out to us, "Don't chase them." He noticed that Kakashi had been using his Sharingan for a long time and was almost out of chakra. This is the role of the captain. His mind is always clear. After cleaning up the battlefield, I pretended to apologize, saying, "Sorry, I can only rely on this knife to bully the squishy ones." Nara Shijaku patted me on the back and said, "You've already been impressive enough, Long." In my heart, I scoffed, "What a stunning remark, you black-hearted Nara," trying to trick me into going to battle. That night, we found a place to set up camp. The captain summarized our situation, saying that our strong insertion had likely caused both Rock and Cloud to feel the pinch, and we had basically achieved our mission objectives. Now, all we had to do was wait for them to retreat. However, he warned us to be careful of the enemy becoming desperate. When it was my turn to keep watch, I was sitting in a tree contemplating life when Kakashi, wearing his mask, approached me. In the dead of night, neither of us sleeping, we just looked at each other in silence for a long time until he finally managed to say, "Your swordsmanship is quite good." I smiled slightly and said, "It's all right. It's all thanks to the power of the stars." He paused for a moment and asked, "Is your knife called Stars?" "Yes, that's a good name. I'm really at a loss. What exactly do you want to do, big brother? Do you just want to have a forced conversation with me? In the end, he finally expressed his intention. Do you have time to practice swordsmanship together? I glanced at the white dagger behind him and roughly understood. This guy was watching me kill someone, thinking of his father, and started with the youthful pain literature again. I didn't have time to listen and directly responded. Let's talk about it when we get back. I'm off in at training ground number 7. Only then was he satisfied and left. As soon as he left, another one showed up. Oil girl Ryoma appeared under the tree like a ghost. Damn, don't you guys ever sleep? With so much energy, you could just keep watch. Did you kill Yunanshin? You killed Shimura Ryuma too, didn't you? Why frame Lord Danzo? He asked me 3 questions in a row, and I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. If you're not tired, why don't you take the watch? You answer me first. If you take the watch, I'll tell you. Fine. What if I tell you, and you don't take the watch? We, the Oil Girl clan, keep our word. I don't believe you. Then what do you want to do? You take the watch first. All right. I jumped directly down from the tree and slipped back to the tent. Narasa's-ku, still a bit groggy, asked me, isn't it still too early? I calmly said. Lama said he wasn't sleepy and would help me keep watch. Oh, the captain nodded, then suddenly opened his eyes and asked, hey, how did you know his name is Lama? I yawned. You just told me that. Narashujaku. The next morning, oil woman Ryoma showed up with 2 dark circles under her eyes to confront me. Did you frame Lord Danzo? I remained expressionless. No. He was dumbfounded on the spot. Trembling with anger. You are lying. You lack integrity. Despicable Uchiha. I couldn't be bothered with him. After that, we pulled off 2 big jobs, taking down 2 Jonin. And I even got my hands on a ninja sword worth 5 million Ryo, feeling quite pleased. However, Nara Suzuka's expression became increasingly serious, saying that the other side must be going crazy and urged us to flee overnight, crossing a good part of the Fire Nation's border. As a result, just when we thought we were safe and were preparing to spend the night in a cave, a major incident occurred. Just before dawn, Nara Suzuka suddenly burst in. We've got a situation. A team of Cloud Ninja is heading our way. We immediately set up a trap, ready to score another haul. As a result, we saw only one Chunin leading the team. I was just about to go collect some heads when Yamanaka Ryoma suddenly shouted to stop. Wait. The bugs say there's something really scary nearby. Nara Shuan decisively said, retreat first. However, it was too late. A rhythmic rap echoed through the mountains and forests. Yo, yo, where are the little mice? Over there, hey, over there. I heard that sound, and my hair stood on end. When that muscular boy blocked our way, not just me, even the captain's face turned pale. Has Yunin village gone mad? How could they release the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? Kakashi reacted the fastest, using a mist technique. Without thinking, the 4 of us split up and ran. Are you kidding? Fighting a Jinchuriki? That's not something we should bear at our age. But the unluckiest was me, as Killer Bee seemed to have navigation on, relentlessly chasing me down. Who understands, family? My wind Shunpo was smoking, and I still couldn't shake him off. Just as my chakra was about to run out, I gritted my teeth and unleashed my trump card. Little Bai, I'm counting on you. A black cat the size of a leopard sprang out from the forest, and I jumped on it. Aunt Bai, sorry for the trouble. Little Bai sped up, doubling our speed, and finally created some distance. But just as I was catching my breath, a big-nosed, muscular man appeared in front of me. No way, no way. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. I focused my eyes, and it was the yellow earth of a Wagakure, the son of the 3rd Sachikich. Confirmed. Someone I can't mess with. Aunt Bai, turn back. Run back. Too late. 2 rock formations the size of small mountains came crashing down from the sky, directly towards us. Damn. My eyes turned red with anger. Why is this happening? Just because I'm weak, huh? Just as I drew my blade, ready to fight, a figure riding a big orange cat was faster than me and blocked in front of me. It's Yeji, my sister. She used a fire style, great fire destruction, and 2 fiery spears directly smashed those 2 rock mountains to bits in midair. Oni-chan, you go first, she said, her small face serious, her eyes filled with gravity. I was stunned at that moment. No, together. Before I could finish my sentence, Xiaobai took off with me in a flash. No. I jumped directly off the cat's back and rolled on the ground several times, my body covered in injuries. When I struggled to get up, it felt like my eyes were filled with lava, both hot and painful. As I opened my eyes again, wow, the world had changed. A hooked jade was slowly rotating in my pupils, and in the next moment, it suddenly turned into 2. I gasped for breath and shouted, but I'm the older brother. How can I let my sister protect me? The images of my missing sister, my deceased parents, those nightmarish scenes flashed wildly in my mind. It can never happen again. I looked at Ez, who was entangled with the yellow earth in the distance, and suddenly shouted, "Yeezy!" With just a glance, we understood each other. She used the blazing fire of the balsam flowers as cover, while I took a deep breath, leaped up from the tree, and unleashed my strongest jutsu ever. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. A sea of flames, like a natural disaster, instantly engulfed an area of nearly 100 meters, cutting off the road made of yellow earth. Then, everything went dark before my eyes as my chakra was completely exhausted, and I fell from the sky. Xiaobai caught me steadily, along with Yi Zi's big orange cat, and we slipped into the forest under the cover of the fire. When I woke up, I was already in a cave, and it was dark outside. "Where is Yi Zi?" I asked Xiaobai as my first question. "She's already gone back," meowed Xiaobai, and she wasn't injured. I breathed a sigh of relief, only to be shocked immediately. Upon checking, holy crap, the chakra actually doubled again. 3-1 cards. This is what they call a near-death experience card swapping for VIP membership, right? There's no time to think too much. I quickly swallowed a few life-saving pills, sat cross-legged, and began to refine my chakra. The first lesson for ninjas is that no matter what, you must not let your chakra run out. I'm telling you, this thing is no joke. Running out of chakra is truly life-threatening. It's like your entire body cells are being drained by yourself, ultimately leading to starvation. It's ridiculous. That's why you see those big shots. They're all tough guys. If your body isn't in good shape, you can't even handle chakra. A night passed, and morning came. I'm telling you, the Uchiha secret medicine is really amazing. One gulp, and it's like being resurrected on the spot. Although I'm still a bit weak, my chakra returned to 80% instantly. I checked the direction and headed west. But I didn't run far when, hey, business came knocking. A few kunai and shurikens flew towards me, and I countered with a knife, blocking all of them with a clink. I have to say, with the double Sharingan activated, my dynamic vision is like being in 5x speed. I quickly locked onto the positions of those guys. In a flash, I appeared right behind a rock village ninja. I lightly brushed the kunai in my hand, a gust of wind following the blade, and that guy felt a chill at his neck, not even able to make a sound before he was gone. At this moment, the other 3 surrounded me. I raised my eyes, and my crimson Sharingan met theirs. One of them just shouted, "Oh no, it's Uchiha," but the words got stuck in his throat. Good grief. Just that one glance made all 3 of them lose their souls, freezing on the spot. I walked over, swiped twice with my knife, and took down 2 more. There was only one middle-ranked ninja left, and I just stood in front of him, staring at him. I found his chakra in a chaotic state, like a pot of porridge, desperately trying to break through my Jinjutsu, but it was useless. The gap in mental power was too great. TSK. As expected of the Uchiha's Jinjutsu, anyone who stares into it gets pregnant. No, I mean anyone who stares gets punished. After observing for a while, I went up and snapped his neck, job done, packed up, and left. After running for another hour, things got even livelier ahead. 4 Cloud Shinobi were beating up a young boy, and one Chunin had already completed his hand signs, shouting, "Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear." 3 Earth Spears shot up from beneath the boy's feet. And guess what happened? The boy looked up, and there it was, his double Tomo Sharingan. I thought to myself, I'm familiar with this script. He easily dodged and muttered something inexplicable. The next second, he formed hand signs with one hand and executed the same technique. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. Holy crap, 12 spears. They blasted out of the ground at an even faster speed. There were 4 screams, and those 4 Cloud Shinobi were directly skewered like candied hawthorn, hanging there howling, and they wouldn't die for a while. Hiss, even I thought this move was a bit too much. I was startled and quickly went up to finish them off for a quick death. That Chunin gave me a grateful look before he died. Who understands, right? I hurriedly collected the loot, whistled, and a few bugs flew over to lead me into a tree hole. When I looked, only Narashizaku and Yoinu Ryoma were there, and Kakashi was missing. I casually asked, "Hey, where's Kakashi?" Narashizaku looked at me as if he had seen a ghost. "How do you know Kakashi?" Before he could finish, he sensed something was off, waved his hand, and said, "Forget it." He went to fetch water. Yoinu Ryoma, that guy was like a radar, staring at me, and suddenly said, "You seem a bit different." Of course, I'm different. I'm also a double Tomo big shot now. My chakra amount has skyrocketed. My physique has been fully strengthened, and I've already reached the upper ninja threshold in both earth and water release. Without using my precious ninja blade, I still have the strength of an upper ninja. My confidence was through the roof. But of course, I couldn't say that. I pointed to the bandages on my body and said with a look of fear, "Don't mention it. I ran into a Cloud Shinobi who specialized in taijutsu, and he almost got me. Yoinu Ryoma." We were chatting when Kakashi returned. Seeing me, he obviously breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he spoke, he dropped a bombshell. I saw the Eight Tails Jinchuriki chasing after you. I thought you. As soon as he said this, Zhuke and Longma's eyes shot over. I helplessly shrugged and called out Xiaobai. A shadow darted out from the forest. It was my ninja cat. I said, if it weren't for my Xiaobai running fast, I would have been done for yesterday. Kakashi then threw out an even more explosive piece of news. I just found out that yesterday the Eight Tails Jinchuriki got into a fight with that guy from a Wagakure called Suchikage. What? All three of us were shocked. These two villages had really gone all out, directly facing off. I heard that the battle was so intense it shook the heavens and the earth, altering the terrain, and in the end, Karabi was forced to use the tailed beast ball to drive back Suchikage after losing his tailed beast cloak. Zhuke laughed upon hearing this. Looks like we can go home soon. Sure enough, 2 days later, news came that Kumovikure and Awagakure had fully retreated, and our small team set off on the way back to the village. Passing near the capital of the Land of Fire, I said, wait for me a moment. I'm going to the exchange office to cash in my KPI. Longma didn't want to exchange. He wanted to take the heads back to the base for achievements, following the internal promotion route. As for me, I just enjoyed the joy of cash. I found that restroom with ease, entered the exchange office after entering the code. This time was smooth sailing, and I easily obtained 3 million in bounty. Just as I pocketed the money and stepped out, a masked, muscular man in a black robe with red clouds walked towards me. I thought to myself, oh no, what a coincidence. It's Kakuzu. What is this guy doing here? I turned around and wanted to run, but I was blocked by the two of them, one strong and one thin. Kakuzu's deep voice rang out. Kid, you look a bit familiar. Great, there's no escaping now, so I might as well strike first. Without saying a word, I quickly drew my sword and unleashed a fully powered fire slash right at their faces. At this point, hiding was pointless. I was up against Kakuzu, who was close to being a shadow-level ninja, and he had an Akatsuki teammate with him. Not fighting back would be asking for death. The blazing sword light scared them into dodging quickly, and Kakuzu's face darkened. He must have been thinking about how this kid had no sense of martial ethics. Attacking right off the bat, countless black tentacles surged toward me from both him and the ground, while his Rain Village teammate launched a wind release attack at me. I flashed forward and directly charged behind that rogue rain ninja, executing a wider range flame slash. On the other side, Kakuzu's masked monster spat out a stream of water to block it, while that rain ninja barely managed to withstand it with a water chaos wave, but ended up looking disheveled. In the blink of an eye, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced through my heart. With a bang, I transformed into a puff of white smoke. Damn it, it was a shadow clone. Kakuzu shouted in anger. Chase. Today, I must collect this brat's heart. I bolted away, appearing in front of my teammates on the main road with a few quick flashes. Speaking as fast as a machine gun, I've encountered 2 S-rank rogue ninjas who are chasing me. Narasazuka rubbed his forehead, but decisively ordered, prepare for battle. Let me tell you, my teammates are really reliable, not scared at all. The swarm instantly dispersed to set up defenses. Zhuke quickly arranged explosive talismans in the woods, and Kakashi started digging pits to set traps. I took out a handful of poison Senbon and stuck them all into the pits. Just as we finished setting up, Kakuzu and his poison master teammate, Kyuka, caught up. Kakashi recognized them at a glance. I quickly revealed what I knew about Kakuzu's 5 hearts, and the 3 of them were wide-eyed. This information was crucial. Leave that poison master to me. I directly chose my opponent, used body flicker technique to charge forward, and simultaneously created a shadow clone to attack for both sides. Kakashi also gathered Chidori, turning into a bolt of lightning rushing towards Kakuzu. Nara's shadow possession technique and Aburam's swarm of bugs followed closely behind. The battle erupted instantly. Kakuzu was howling for being bitten by the bugs, and then a masked monster on him directly spewed out flames, burning even himself and incinerating the bugs. Although he looked disheveled, he acted as if nothing happened. I was pounding on the poison master Kusha like a pile driver, delivering a series of fierce strikes. He was a typical mage, and with my fast-paced assault, he didn't even have time to form hand seals and could only defend himself, while I carved wounds all over his body. I felt a surge of satisfaction. The double Sharingan was enhancing my physical abilities. Awesome. As I noticed Kakashi was running low on chakra and was about to be overwhelmed, I decided to stop holding back and revealed my trump card. I shouted, Little White. A black cat the size of a leopard suddenly burst out of the forest, performing wind release, cat punch, creating a small tornado that tore off one of Kusha's arms. A ring engraved with 3 characters clinked as it fell to the ground. Nice job. Just as I was about to claim the kill, a sudden wave of deadly danger surged through me. Kakuzu was getting desperate. He unleashed an A-rank fire release technique comparable to Great Fire Annihilation that instantly engulfed the battlefield in flames. We scrambled to jump out of the fire's reach. Once the flames subsided, Kakuzu was already gone. Little White brought the severed arm over, and I eagerly rewarded it with fish treats. I handed the ring to Juke and happily took Kush's unburned ninja blade for myself. Another hefty sum. Back in the village, we all went our separate ways. Before leaving, Kakashi invited me to the training ground number 7 in the afternoon. I agreed readily because a sudden idea struck me, one that might change the future. Regarding the Nine-Tails incident, I knew my current strength couldn't confront it head-on, but I remembered that in the original story, Kakashi went to the cemetery every day to ramble on about Obito's grave, which ultimately leaked the timing of Kushina's delivery. If I could find a way to prevent him from going for a few days, or even give him false information to keep him busy, if this operation succeeded, it would be incredible. In the afternoon at the training ground, Kakashi and I clashed swords, the sound of metal ringing out and sparks flying. In the end, he ran out of chakra first. Meanwhile, Might Guy, watching with enthusiasm, rushed over shouting, "So amazing! Uchiha Rong, let us have a youthful duel." I looked at him and didn't underestimate him. After all, he is Kai Dad. I said, sure. So the two of us started a pure hand-to-hand combat. As we fought, Kai got anxious. "How dare you? Long, do you look down on me for not drawing your sword?" I smiled and said, "You can try hard to make me draw my sword." As soon as I said this, Might Guy's Chinibu expression suddenly became extremely serious. "Then you better be careful," he said, crossing his arms and slightly crouching his stance. I tell you, the next second, that guy just let out a roar and charged at me. The Konoha Azure Beast has arrived. Goodness, his level of Chinibu was off the charts, and then his chakra exploded. 8 gates released. First gate open, with a whoosh. He jumped at me like a green cannonball. Seriously, who understands this? This kind of straightforward move, right in front of the enemy, basically has come kick me written all over his forehead. What could I do? Of course, I had to oblige him. I kicked him away in one go. To be honest, at this moment, he had opened the gate and was a bit faster, but he was only slightly stronger than an average Chunin, not enough to impress me at all. He seemed to realize this too, getting up without a word and continuing to open more gates. Second gate open. Third gate open. Whoa, this was different. He started emitting blue light, like the prelude to a Super Saiyan transformation. He vanished in a flash and appeared directly to my left, sweeping a kick at me. I quickly raised my hand to block, and with a loud bang, I tell you, the force was so strong that it pushed me back 3 big steps, and my arm went numb. All right, he's got some power, so I started taking it seriously. Next came a rapid exchange of blows. We were moving so fast that we left after images. Our fists and feet collided like fireworks, crackling endlessly. Seeing that he couldn't take me down, the kid got fired up and unleashed a big move, Rene Rebirth. My heart skipped a beat. Whoa, was he faster now? He spun around me like a high-speed top, and I was so familiar with this move. Wasn't he just trying to find a flaw, to set up a combo, to send me flying? Dream on. Am I going to give you that chance? In an instant, I dodged and dashed out of his encirclement with a speed that was no slower than his. I was also amazed. A Chunin, relying solely on taijutsu, had temporarily raised himself to Jonin level. The 8 gates were simply not something a normal person could practice. It was too much of a cheat. Guess what happened next? He caught up again, using the same trick, jumping in front of me again, trying to kick me. I was speechless. Come on, can we switch it up a bit? I've already told you that move is really dumb. I lifted my leg, ready to give him another kick. But the next second, I was stunned. He actually stepped on the air, changing direction instantly, and flashed behind me. Goodness. He just performed a real-life version of a Navy SIX-style moonwalk, didn't he? Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain in my back, and I was sent flying like a bowling ball, plowing through the ground for over 10 meters. I just got up, and my jaw almost dropped. That guy kicked once, and then charged at me as if he was stepping on air. This is not scientific. All right, I remember now. In Lianhua mode, he can indeed hover for a short time. It's really just like the moonwalk. There's no way around it. If he keeps pounding on me like this, I feel like my bones are going to fall apart. I really can't fight back without using my true skills. With a whoosh, my star blade was drawn. I tell you, the battle situation instantly reversed. I swiftly unleashed a gust of wind that swept across, causing Might Guy to dodge in fear. Immediately after, I flickered and sent another gust of wind slicing through. Although he managed to evade it, his clothes were still torn open with a large gash. Next, it became a scene of me chasing him down, and he couldn't escape, looking utterly flustered. In the end, As he realized he was about to be stripped down to nothing, his face turned bright red, and he quickly raised his hand shouting, "Stop, stop, stop." I concede. I laughed so hard. He surrendered when he couldn't win, aiming for a half-hearted loss. But then his next sentence nearly made Kakashi beside him explode with anger. He actually struck a victorious pose and gave me a thumbs up, saying, "No wonder you can defeat Kakashi. Long, I acknowledge you." Kakashi was over there gasping for breath, but I didn't have time to pay attention to him. One thought occupied my mind. I sheathed my sword, walked up to my guy, and then, in front of everyone, gave a deep 90-degree bow. "Guy, your 8 gates technique is impressive. Can you take me as your apprentice?" Upon hearing this, my guy was instantly petrified. A Jonin, and a proud Uchiha at that, wanting to be taught by a newly promoted Chunin? This script doesn't add up. Seeing him stunned for a long time without a response, I directly pulled out my trump card. I took a bulging pouch of money from my waist and handed it over. "Teacher guy, I was in a hurry and didn't bring anything good. Please accept this amount as my apprenticeship gift." My guy was still in shock and instinctively took it. Let me tell you, once the pouch opened, it was filled with large denomination banknotes of 100,000 each, at least 30 or 40 of them. 3 to 4 million. At this point, he wasn't just stunned. He was completely frozen, looking at me, then at the money in his hands, then back at me. His mouth was agape, unable to comprehend what to do next. This money was undoubtedly a timely blessing for him. Training in physical techniques requires funds, and without money for medicinal materials, one's body simply cannot withstand it. I didn't care about him, and I gave another deep 90-degree bow, my voice loud. "Teacher guy, I request you to take me as your apprentice. To be honest, there is nothing shameful about this. I was desperate for power. The 8 gates technique was practically tailor-made for me. I have the money to support my life with the best medicinal materials, even if I can't open all 8 gates. Opening 3 or 5 in conjunction with my swordsmanship would exponentially boost my combat power. In this world, inheritance is valued more than life itself. Why should anyone teach you for free?" Kakashi has such a strong bond with him, yet he still can't use the 8 gates. As a result, my guy struggled for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth and shoved the pouch back into my hands. No. Let us forget it." Sigh. My heart sank. Is it really not possible? Can you tell me why? I still felt somewhat unwilling. My guy took a deep breath and finally managed to say, Long, I appreciate that you value my physical techniques, but I'm just a Chunin. It's not appropriate for me to take a Jonin as my disciple." Wow. As soon as I heard this, my eyes lit up. So it wasn't that he was unwilling to teach. He just felt that his status was unworthy. This is easy to handle. I slapped my thigh. My guy looked utterly confused. "Huh? I want to take you as my teacher." I firmly said, "I'm willing to take my Dai-senpai as my master. Once a teacher, always a father. In the future, during festivals, I will definitely go pay respects to my predecessor." Saying this, I shoved the money pouch back into his hands, and while the iron is hot, "Brother guy, you can take me in as a substitute father and mentor. How about that?" This time, not only was my guy dumbfounded, but Kakashi beside him looked like his eyes were about to pop out, wearing an expression of disbelief. I fear he might have second thoughts, so I hurriedly increased my persuasion, my tone filled with passion. "How can it not be possible? The 8 gates of Uchiha, a culmination of Senior Dai's lifelong research, can defeat the ultimate body technique of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shouldn't it be promoted and developed? Isn't it worth us, the younger generation, to pay our respects? Kai, let us as brothers make this body technique famous in the ninja world together." What I said was truly heartfelt, although it had a bit of performance in it, but my guy was so fired up by my words. He stared at me for a long time, and my eyes were clear, radiating sincerity. Finally, he solemnly nodded. "All right, Uchiha, I acknowledge you." Yes, I was overjoyed inside, but I maintained an extremely respectful demeanor and clasped my fists. "Uchiha, greetings, Senior Brother Kai." Rong Junior Brother." My guy even blushed a little, probably feeling a bit embarrassed by being called Senior Brother. That day, Kai explained the theory of the 8 gates to me, and we agreed to officially start training the next day. Early the next morning, even before dawn, training ground number 7 was bustling like a temple fair. I brought all 40 members of my security team over, and it was a sea of black. I directly a large box of medicine and distributed it on the spot. This is a specially made, strength-enhancing pill, designed to boost physical condition. This is a body-repairing bath powder for soaking, to restore physical deficits. And here is the special effect, Soldier's Ration Pill, which quickly replenishes energy. 1 pill every 24 hours with no side effects. Each person gets 1 portion. Take it well. This incredible wealth I have to share some with my brothers. The people below went crazy, looking at me as if I were a living bodhisattva, each one shouting long live the captain. These secret medicines are something they wouldn't even dare to think about normally. I know that the more than 8 million taels spent not only brings them an increase in strength, but also guarantees their absolute loyalty in the future. In October, the 9 taels will be coming, and I need a team that can fight tough battles. When my guy arrives and sees this bustling training scene, he is stunned. Oh, brother Guy, I forgot to tell you, I am now the captain of the guard unit, and these are all my soldiers. I explained casually. I pulled him aside and handed him a big gift as well. At first, he refused, saying it was too precious. I directly told him, we are now brothers, so we don't need to be polite, which left him speechless. He held the medicine bottle with red-rimmed eyes, probably recalling his father and feeling that he had found family again. Now, he was fully committed to teaching me. He explained that the principle of the 8 gates of Uchiha is actually to get rid of that overly cautious manager inside your body. Normally, the chakra in your body is like savings. That manager is always afraid you'll waste all your resources and one tea let you withdraw everything. The 8 gates of Uchiha is like kicking open the vault door and yelling at the manager, "Give it to me." The power feels great, but it also drains everything. Therefore, the key to practicing the 8 gates of Uchiha is not just learning how to open the door, but also how to close it. You need to be able to shut the door in time before emptying the vault, allowing the manager to come back and clean up the mess. If you can't close it, then you're done for. The elder might died because he couldn't close the door in the end. After listening, I suddenly realized. Then, I began to attempt to open the first gate. As the chakra surged out, I felt my entire body's strength and speed increase by 10. Without hesitation, I activated my Sharingan, and in an instant, that violent torrent of chakra appeared much more docile in my eyes. I tried using the wind instant step, and I directly disappeared from the spot. My guy next to me was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, saying that his eyes couldn't keep up with my speed. I was also overjoyed. The 8 gates technique, combined with my swordsmanship and Sharingan, is simply a match made in heaven. Even more outrageous is that when I opened the first gate, I was able to control the amount of chakra leakage, and the blue aura around me quickly became nearly invisible. My guy said it took him a full 6 months to reach my level. I could only humbly smile and say it was because I had a good foundation and had taken enough medicine. Then I took the opportunity to ask him to keep a secret, saying that the Uchiha are in a sensitive situation now, and my Sharingan and this ability cannot be leaked. He immediately patted his chest and promised. So now we had a little secret together, and our relationship became closer. For the next 4 days, I live a life of burning youth with Brother Kai during the day, and during breaks, I went to guide my little brothers in enriching their lives. I have to say, I really excelled as a mentor. I told them that it's not about having more ninjutsu, but about mastering it. Look at the Phoenix Fire technique. If you all spit it out at once, that's a waste. Learn from me. Divide the same amount of chakra into 100 small fireballs and hit your target accurately. That is precise control. My set of dimensionality reduction teaching has directly opened the door to a new world for them, and their gazes towards me are almost filled with worship. Especially my assistant Yinshang, who is already a special Jainin, has, with the help of my secret medicine and guidance over the past few days, completely filled the gaps in her body, and both her chakra amount and control have reached a new level. She has successfully broken through and become a true Jainin. She expressed her willingness to pledge loyalty to me on the spot. I feel so satisfied inside. I know very well that the most expensive thing in this world is never money, but human relationships. Everything I give them today, the thrill of a rapid leap in strength, and the tangible future ahead, is the most enticing bait. I let them experience what light truly is, and they can never return to the darkness of feeling their way across the river like before. Now, they're desperately chasing after my light. Even if in a few days I will have them face the 9 tails. Just like that kid Kai, I tell you. The way he looks at me now is pure fanaticism. Right after I finished showing off, he rushed over like a green lightning bolt. Goodness. In front of so many of my Uchiha subordinates, he was a bit shy and held back for a long time before he could shout Senior Brother Long. The way he looked at my subordinates, his eyes were almost popping out. It's no surprise, just a few days ago, these kids struggled to unleash a C-rank fire style like they were constipated, and now they're throwing out C-rank jutsu like it's nothing. And a few of the more talented ones can barely manage to pull off B-rank jutsu. Kai was dumbfounded and asked me if I had opened some kind of technological door. What could I say? I could only shrug and say, well, what can we do? We are Uchiha. Talent doesn't follow logic. With my secret medicine and their Sharingan already activated, once their physical abilities improved. Their chakra levels skyrocketed like they were on a rocket. Of course, the ones really taking off are my 10 core team members. How strong is Yunxiang now? Let's put it this way. If I don't activate my eyes or the 8 gates, it would still take some effort to defeat her. And she is much tougher than that Akatsuki member named Gongsha I faced before. And then there's my new disciple, Jinai. Once she activates her single Tomo Sharingan, her swordsmanship is so impressive that she can exchange blows with elite Jonin. In short, my 7th squad of the Guard Division can take on 3 of them at once. Just ask if you're scared. However, these are minor achievements. The most explosive part is still me. When Kai saw me open the 2nd gate, his expression was as sour as if he had just eaten a lemon. Does anyone understand? I opened the 2nd gate of the 8 gates and discovered a bug-level application. I tell you, Kai didn't even mention this when he taught me. He said opening the 2nd gate would keep you from getting tired, improve your stamina, and prepare you for opening more gates. Sounds pretty useless, right? But when I tried it, wow, it allowed me to have absolute control over the power that surged from the 1st gate. What does that mean? It means that the power, which was originally evenly distributed throughout my body and increased my attack power by about 10, can now be compressed all into one arm. My attack power skyrocketed by 50. Incredible. This isn't just relieving fatigue. This is like flipping a switch to Super Saiyan mode. When Kai heard this, his face went pale, and he yelled at me not to do that, saying he had tried to concentrate power on one side of his body before, resulting in a 20 increase in strength, but almost wrecking half of his body due to the recoil. I just laughed. That's a meat fist, man. The force of action is mutual. If you hit someone with your fist also hurts. But I'm using a sword. My sword, Xingxin, you know, special material, extremely sharp. Don't even talk about a 50 power increase. Even if you add 50, it wouldn't T-blink. Moreover, the recoil when swinging the sword is negligible. This is my exclusive 3-second real man mode. Although it can only last for 3 seconds, and my right hand might struggle after that. 3 seconds is enough for me to take down many so-called elite Jonin. The 8 gates are simply tailor-made for me. I feel like I can already see the broad road leading to becoming Kage, or even surpassing one. Just like that, 5 more days passed. And it was October 5th. My training ground number 7 had turned into a hot spot in Konoha. Every day, it was packed with people, not just my team members, but also many relatives and friends they called over, and even 2 civilian ninjas who weren't Uchiha. I'm generous. As long as you're Uchiha, you get a free sample of my secret medicine. As for those 2 outsiders, although they didn't get any medicine, I occasionally gave them some pointers, which was enough for them to benefit greatly. With so many people, the commotion naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups. That old Danzo was probably slamming his desk in the Hokage's office, saying something about the Uchiha's military training and wanting to intimidate the village. It's hilarious. Minato didn't even pay him any mind, and the 3rd Hokage was playing mediator, saying this was an internal matter of the Uchiha clan and that they shouldn't interfere. Just then my custom-made small genius phone watch from the Land of Iron, a special ring, finally arrived. I pulled Yunxiang into the warehouse and took out 10 pitch-black rings. These aren't just decorations. They are chakra communicators that I concocted based on some concept from the future. I recorded several chakra nodes into the rings using my Sharingan and handed one to Yunxiang. She put on and input some chakra. The next second, a miracle happened. A Q-version little sailboat pattern appeared on Yunxiang's ring, with the character written on the sail. And mine had the same pattern, but with the character, together in the same boat. You get what I mean? I had her try to concentrate chakra on the character, and instantly, my ring lit up. Yunxiang was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open. She then tried to write on the ring using chakra. This stumped her. Controlling chakra to write is much harder than just concentrating it into a point. After a while, my ring finally displayed the character in a wobbly manner. It worked. Now I was completely at ease. Although I can only send a few words and a short message for now, it's sufficient. This is the Naruto World S version of a major leap forward. Yunxiang excitedly asked me, "Sir, is this the symbol of our together in the same boat society?" Of course. From now on, we will be organized people. When I returned to the training ground, things were also heavyweight. Kai had actually worn Kakashi out, draining all his chakra. But the most outrageous thing was Itachi. At 5 years old, Itachi actually defeated 14-year-old Hinata Ayaka. I rushed over to take a look and wow, this kid secretly activated a double Tomo during their spar. I was shocked. I quickly called over Kakashi and the others who knew about it and issued a gag order. If this got out, Itachi would definitely become a focal point for Danzo's attention, and that wouldn't be good. Kakashi was also sensible and agreed to keep it confidential as long as it didn't harm the village. Just as I finished handling Itachi's situation, my ring suddenly lit up. It was a message from Yunshang. I looked, and wow, 7 words. Clouds think of clothing, flowers think of beauty. And it was in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, looking like a rainbow. Was she playing QQ show? Just as I was about to complain about her flamboyance, she floated over to me, excitedly saying, "Captain, I found that practicing writing on this helps greatly with precise chakra control." I was stunned. What? It can be played like this? I was only thinking of using it as a communicator, but it turns out I unintentionally invented a top-notch training aid. Let me tell you, once this idea opened up, it was incredible. I immediately thought of a gameplay that's 1,000 times more advanced than just splashing water or climbing trees. It's to use chakra to write tiny characters on the ring, and it has to be colorful. I immediately showed off to Yunshang, saying, "Try mixing fire chakra and wind chakra together, and see what color the character turns into." She tried for a long time, and suddenly, a black character for fire popped up. She was so excited, it was like she had discovered a new continent. I was secretly delighted, and let me tell you, this thing is not simple. It's fine to play with colors on a ring, but if you dare to combine 2 attributes in your own body, that thing is called a bloodline limit. One synthesis, and your descendants will win effortlessly. It's like a genetic lottery. If I could pull it off, that would be incredible. Days go by so peacefully that it makes me a bit uneasy. Finally, on the evening of October 9th, I was battling with Yunshang, using chakra to frantically output memes on the ring, when a big black cat suddenly appeared like a ghost and yelled at me, "Going to the cemetery, meow." As soon as I heard those 3 words, my hair stood on end. In a flash, I arrived at the Konoha Martyr Cemetery in just a few minutes. From a distance, I saw Kakashi's silver hair, slowly making his way up. I tell you, my heart was almost jumping out of my chest. That was the teleportation point bound to Obito, and there might even be a black Zetsu lurking nearby. How dare I go over there? I directly gave Xiaobai an order. "Aunt Bai, you quickly sneak over. If he dares to speak to the tombstone, you jump out immediately and say that my guy has urgent business to interrupt his spellcasting." I didn't even dare to let Xiaobai mention my name, fearing that the old silver coin would send me away with a divine might. I just wanted to take a gamble and interrupt Kakashi's internal sabotage to see if I could mess up the Nine-Tails disturbance tomorrow. After a while, Xiaobai came back and coolly said to me, "It's done, I took care of it." Just as those words were about to come out, they were swallowed back. Now I had a clear understanding. The Nine-Tails disturbance was happening tomorrow night, no doubt about it. Because I suddenly remembered, isn't that brat Naruto's birthday on October 10th? My mind was racing at that time. After dinner, I immediately went to the rice shop and pharmacy, casually found an excuse, and sent out the earliest batch of my samurai to carry out a procurement mission, which would take 3 days. Although these brothers were inexperienced, they had followed me for so long, and I didn't want them to die in vain. As for the long-term workers in the shop, there was really nothing I could do. If I directly closed the shop and cleared it out, the next day, when the Nine-Tails appeared, I, as the seer, would be the first to be captured by the old man of the 3rd generation for dissection and research. I didn't sleep well that night. My mind was like a movie. I didn't warn anyone because I knew it would be useless. In front of someone as cunning as Kurizetsu, no matter how meticulous your plans are, they're all in vain. All I could do was to protect myself and then, at the right moment, thrust the sharpest knife, the Uchiha, fiercely into the battlefield. Early the next morning, I went to the training ground as usual. The greater the pressure, the calmer I became, going through all the possibilities in my mind. I didn't have to worry about the safety at home. The Nine-Tails couldn't just show up in our Uchiha territory, right? With my parents and sister S skills, as long as they didn't actively provoke the Nine-Tails, self-defense would definitely be fine. After figuring all this out, I took a deep breath and began to practice my trump card. 8 gates formation. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open for me. Boom. I felt all the blood in my body burning. My skin instantly flushed red, and a green light was emanating from me. That was life energy. Strength, speed, and physique all surged dramatically. I tried to channel all this power into my right arm. Wow, in that moment, the muscles in my right arm bulged with a loud pop. My strength skyrocketed by 80. It was simply outrageous, but it only lasted an instant. Then I felt a tearing sensation in my muscles, and I almost injured my arm. Luckily, the resurrection effect came with built-in healing. I even tried to step in the air like Aiken, and I really managed to float for over 10 steps, just like the moonwalk. It looked cool, but it was a bit tiring on the legs. Just when I was having fun, Yunshang was over there shouting, "Captain, I made orange. Fire plus thunder is orange. I smiled and nodded. This ring is truly a treasure. Time flew by quickly, and the sun was about to set. I didn't stay long at the training ground and went straight home. As soon as I walked in, my sister Ez clung to my neck like a koala and asked, "Oni-chan, why do you look so troubled?" I have no mood to care about her. My eyes fixed on the darkening sky outside the window. On the other side, in the Uchiha core area, 5-year-old Itachi just entered the courtyard when he heard a soft voice from the cradle. Oh no, this excited Itachi. And he rushed to the cradle in 2 or 3 steps, giving little Sasuke a loving head pat. Wow, 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 wow. The baby's cries instantly echoed through the air. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the southeast direction of the village. Immediately after, a beastly roar followed, and I tell you, the entire Konoha was shaken. Uchiha Itachi quickly held his brother in his arms and rushed to the yard, only to be stunned. In the southeastern night sky, 9 furry tails, as big as mountains, were wildly thrashing about. Bang, 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 bang. The 7 warning bells, representing the danger of clan extermination, rang throughout the Uchiha clan like a death knell. The ninjas rushed frantically towards a shrine, and a large group of people followed behind me, all brothers from my 7th division. "Captain, what's going on? Captain, what is that thing?" I stepped forward, raising my hand to signal them to be quiet. I didn't know what had happened, but as soon as I spoke, everyone froze. "However, the village needs us." Just that one sentence changed everyone's expressions from confusion to determination. "It's not enough just with us. Let us go to the shrine. Let us ask the clan leader to fight." In 10 minutes, all the ninjas of the Uchiha, around 600 or 700 people, had gathered in the shrine square. As a result, Uchiha Fugaku stood on the altar, closed his eyes, and told us, "Everyone, hold your positions." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. He must have seen the kaleidoscope in the Nine Tails' eyes. This old guy, he can't really be dreaming of Uchiha Madara's return as king, leading the Uchiha clan back to the peak, can he? One idiot. I just stood up and walked out. Fuyue frowned and stared at me intently. I pointed at the 9 furry big tails outside and shouted at Fujiyama, "Chief, our village is being slaughtered. Our compatriots are waiting to die. How long do you want us to wait? Until the feast begins?" His face darkened immediately, and the killing intent was almost overflowing. I didn't give him a chance at all and shouted, "Is it because the 9 Tails is being controlled by the Sharingan? Just because of this? Are we going to sit here like turtles? Is this how we can clear our suspicions? Has everyone forgotten what life was like before the 4th Hokage took office?" My 3 consecutive questions ignited everyone's anger. Seeing the timing was ripe, I couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. I directly leaped onto the nearby archway and called out loudly, "Those willing to save our compatriots, follow me." As soon as I finished speaking, Yunshan was the first to rush out of the crowd. Following her, Zainai, Jui, and all the members of my 7-man team came out in a rush. Fuyue's face completely turned the color of pig liver, and the 3 tomo of his Sharingan lit up. "Uchiha Rong, are you planning to rebel?" With a swish, I drew my sword, the blade of Shinshin gleaming coldly in the firelight, showing no fear at all. "What a joke! You wouldn't dare use your Manjiki. What do you have to stop me?" "Fuyue, stop it." Just then an old voice rang out. It was Uchiha Shana's old man. "I don't care about their internal power struggles. I'll take my people and charge southeast." I took the lead, and soon hundreds of people followed me out, most of whom were hawks and dissatisfied with Fujiwara. In the end, there were surprisingly fewer than 100 people left in the square. A massive wave of 600 to 700 Uchiha-chi surged out like a flood that had burst its dam. I shouted while running, "Seniors, organize yourselves. Those below, Special Jonin. Go save the villagers. Those above, Special Jonin. Come with me to deal with the 9 Tails." The crowd instantly became orderly. However, just as we reached the edge of the clan territory, we were stopped by more than 30 Umbu wearing ghost masks. The leader coldly said, "The Hokage has decreed. Uchiha ninjas are not to step outside the clan territory. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy." With a whoosh, my sword was drawn. In the next second, I was already behind that root member. His well-formed head was sent flying over a meter high by a column of blood, rolling onto the ground. Seeing over 100 more Umbu pouring out from behind, I shouted directly at them, "Are you blind? Can't you see what's happening right now? If you have time to guard against us, why not go save a few more villagers? If you're not going to save anyone, why are you stopping us from helping? Are you the Umbu of Konoha, or the accomplices of the 9 Tails?" As soon as I said this, the group of Umbu clearly hesitated. I seized the opportunity and shouted again, "Charge with me. Stop the 9 Tails. Save the villagers. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Kill, kill, Kill! 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 Behind me. The blood of over 600 Uchiha was completely ignited, and the roar shook the heavens and the earth. The momentum was like a tsunami. More than 100 Umbu didn't dare to block us any longer and quickly stepped aside. Only a few die-hard followers from the route still wanted to stand in our way. But as the tide surged past, not even a splash was made, leaving just a few corpses on the ground. We shouted slogans all the way and charged directly to the center of the battlefield. I tell you, it wasn't until I got up close that I realized how ridiculous that thing is. That's not a tailed beast. That's just a moving nuclear reactor. I caught sight of my father at a glance. He was facing off against the Nine Tails head-on, and I felt a sense of calm wash over me. On the other side, a man in a black cloak wearing a swirl mask was battling against Minato Namikaze, causing chaos all around. I shrank my neck. I definitely couldn't go to that battlefield. If I got sucked in by Obito's Kimui, I would most likely be done for. Try to save people and hold it off. Don't fight head-on. I shouted to my teammates. A dozen of us were like butterflies dancing among the gaps of the Nine Tails' tails, frantically rescuing people and occasionally using ninjutsu to create distractions. As our Uchiha forces and the later arriving Umbu joined in, all 9 tails of the 9 tails were entangled by the J-Nin, and the situation stabilized in an instant. I took a moment to shout, "Which senior has the time to support Lord Hokage?" As a result, Uchiha Yu, that old helper, laughed heartily and rushed over, followed by several jonin. I was shocked at the time. Wasn't this just sending food? But they actually started to harass from the periphery with long-range attacks, and it surprisingly had some effect. I was questioning life at that moment. This script was wrong. How did Minato Namikaze die in the original work? It wasn't until I saw the third Hokage holding the corpse of an old lady that I instantly understood. That was his wife, Buwako Saratobi. So that's what happened. No wonder he didn't show up right away. Just as I was lost in thought, the sealing team arrived. A massive barrier rose up, enveloping the 9 tails and our main attackers. Hold on a little longer. I don't know who shouted, but everyone was pumped up as if they had taken performance-enhancing drugs. Even the severely injured got up and went all out. I couldn't help but click my tongue. There were so many of them. When I saw that my chakra was down to a third, I decisively took my team and made a run for it. I didn't want to sacrifice my precious teammates just to show off as a hero. We just withdrew not long ago, and the high-ranking ninjas in the barrier also began to emerge one after another. Obito didn't know when he had already run away, and Minato was holding a baby in his arms, who should be Naruto. The massive 9 tails was tightly bound by golden chains, although it was still struggling. It was clearly at the end of its strength. I'm complaining in my heart. This is how it should be. After raising the 9 tails for so many years, I would believe it if you told me Konoha had no backup plans. Returning to the clan's territory to tally the casualties, I also felt uneasy. Every formal member was injured, and one had an arm broken. 2 reserve members died, one of whom was named Horton. As I turned around, I saw my disciple Uchiha Chien, her gaze fixed and dazed as she stared at the ground. Goodness, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Someone beside me quietly told me that Horton has been getting close to Chien lately. I feel a mix of emotions in my heart. Should I be happy or sad? Trading a vague fondness for a pair of 3 Kama jewels is a bad deal. I quickly pulled her hood down and whispered, "Don't say anything outside." Once everyone had gathered, the old man Uchiha Shina came out, but Fugaku was nowhere to be seen. Uchiha Rong stepped forward. I walked out. This time you defied the clan leader and killed the root without permission. I will fine you 10 million taels to increase the compensation for the fallen clansmen. Are you convinced? He scoffed. I am convinced. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at that moment. How is this a punishment? Isn't this just a blatant way to boost my reputation and win people's hearts? It seems the higher-ups have taken the blame for the root issue on my behalf. Then the old man went on to say a bunch of nonsense, basically affirming our achievements and mentioning some rewards to come. After that, we were all sent back to our own homes. I was stunned at that moment. Is this it? I thought there would be a 3-day and 3-night struggle session. And guess what? Just as I was thinking that this matter was over, I was intercepted on my way back. A masked guy jumped down from a tree. His voice was tough. "Uchiha Ron, the elder of the Kizoku summons you." Well, I thought to myself, what is meant to happen will happen. As soon as I entered, I saw the elder of the Kizoku leisurely sipping tea, not even lifting his eyelids, and he came straight to the point. "Ron, what you did tonight has already been reported to the Hokage by the Umbu." Goodness, that gave me a jolt. I thought I was going to face the music. But then he changed his tone and said that the 4th Hokage, namely Minato Namikaze, intended to invite me to join the Umbu and ask for my thoughts. There's a choice? I thought to myself, something's off here. The elder of the Kizoku seemed to see right through my thought side and said, Although we made a timely rescue this time, Minato trusts us, but the third Hokage and those old advisors are still suspicious of us. He paused and dropped a bombshell. The Hokage means that if you are willing to join the Umbu, you can directly choose a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals to learn. I tell you, at that moment, I mentally went through that broken book. Flying Thunder God? That thing is harder than the postgraduate entrance exam. Only the chosen one, Minato, has learned it over the years, and I don't have that confidence. Multi-shadow clone? I'm not Naruto, a chakra power bank. Even splitting into two is difficult for me. As for the corpse demon ceiling and Edo Tensei, one is too deadly, and the other is too hellish, focusing on a cyber summoning, which I find ominous. After looking around, it seems like only the 4-symbol seal is somewhat useful. I use a delaying tactic and said, I'll think about it. This is not an invitation. It's basically forcing me to take sides. But on the other side, Minato was almost exploding. He was emo in the big office, while a little Naruto was lying in the cradle next to him. The Umbu came to report casualties. Listen to this number. 56 Jonin dead, 371 Chunin, and over 8,000 confirmed civilian deaths. After hearing this, Minato's face turned pale, and he couldn't contain the anger in his heart. He couldn't understand. Why was there not a single person under him when Obito jumped out to attack? Where the Umbu, who claimed to be the Hokage's personal guards? When the intel came in, he completely broke down. Most of the Umbu and Root's main forces were sent by the third Hokage to block the Uchiha family's front door. Who understands, family? The back of your own house is on fire, and instead of putting it out, you run to your neighbor's door. Just afraid the neighbor will come out and steal your stuff? This thought process is simply an abstract understanding that is far ahead. At that moment, Minato realized that being the fourth Hokage felt like being a puppet, unable to move even his own personal guard. He looked at Naruto in the cradle and secretly vowed never to trust those old geezers again. He wanted to form a team that would truly listen only to him. Then the scene shifted to the third Hokage. Danzo was still blabbering. It's definitely the Uchiha's doing. Take this opportunity to eliminate them completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat there, not saying a word, regretting it deeply. He finally realized that he'd been played by that old schemer, Danzo. What was the truth? Danzo had tricked him into believing that the Uchiha would definitely cause trouble when the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki gave birth. So the third personally led the main Umbu forces to stake out their front door. And what happened? His home was robbed. His disciple's wife was gone. And his disciple's wife's friend was also gone. He himself perfectly missed all the battlefields. The more the third thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He suddenly looked up at Danzo and coldly asked, "Tell me honestly, do you know that masked man?" Danzo panicked on the spot. A terrifying scenario flashed through the third's mind. Danzo diverted him, letting him clash with the Uchiha. The masked man took the opportunity to eliminate Minato, and the Nine-Tails continued to wreak havoc. In the end, Danzo would come out to clean up the mess and happily take the Hokage position. Thinking of this, the third probably broke out in a cold sweat, soaking his clothes. The next day, the entire Konoha looked like a disaster zone, filled with cries. Irika, who would later become Naruto's teacher, was just a little kid back then, having lost his entire family, digging through the ruins alone, completely numb. We Uchiha are quite calm. After all, we've been through a lot since the Warring States period and have seen many deaths. As for me, I woke up this morning, looked in the mirror, and wow, my right, I had directly evolved into the Sharingan with 3 Tomo, while my left I was still at 2 Tomo. This asymmetry is driving my obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. While having breakfast, my dad said the clan's territory has been sealed off, and the Umbu are coming to check every household because there's a rumor going around that the Nine-Tails from last night was controlled by the Sharingan. As soon as I heard this slander, I immediately thought it was that old bastard Danzo's doing. Anyway, since I couldn't go out, I practiced my sword techniques in my backyard. And guess what? My sword technique that merges wind and fire attributes succeeded. A faint purple light was emanating from the blade, looking incredibly cool. I tried to swing it, but there was no sound, and I thought I'd failed. However, when I looked closely with my Sharingan, I saw that everything the invisible blade's wind passed over, whether it was the dirt on the ground or the training wooden dummy, had completely turned to sand. Isn't this just like the dust release of Yagura? I immediately gave this technique a cheesy name. S-Class Sword Technique, Stardust Storm. Just as I was reveling in my new move, I received shocking news in the afternoon. Shimura Danzo has defected. I was completely confused at that moment. What is going on? Toanzo ran away? The official reason is still that he was conducting illegal experiments? Isn't this just clearly shifting the blame onto Orochimaru? I really don't understand the third's actions. Letting Toanzo go at this critical moment Does Konoha not care about its reputation? Just as I was pondering this, the Umbu arrived again, with the same old routine. Uchiha Rong, the Hokage summons you. Great, it's me again. Upon entering the office, I saw Minato looking exhausted while working, with Naruto's cradle beside him. Family, the sense of security is so lacking that he treats his son like a personal accessory. When he saw me, his attitude was incredibly friendly, praising me for bringing reinforcements and doing a great job. I dared not take the credit and directly pass the blame to the elders, saying it was all thanks to the seniors who understand the greater good and care about Konoha. Seeing me so tactful, Minato was even more satisfied and got straight to the point. Come to my Umbu, be my personal guard. Are you willing? How could I refuse? The Hokage's personal guard. All the resources. I agreed on the spot. Minato was also straightforward, saying, if you have any requests, just say them. Wow, this posture is like he wants to ally with our Uchiha. I wasn't polite either, immediately asking for the 4-symbol seal, Flying Thunder God, Chakra Metal, and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Minato's smile immediately froze on his face. In the end, we reached an agreement. I could get the 4-symbol seal. He would try to teach me the Flying Thunder God, and for those rare materials, we would discuss them when the village recovers. But I had to pay for them myself. I immediately stood up to salute. I greet you, Hokage-sama. This counted as officially starting my job. He also let me form my own small team, just like Kakashi. I understood the implication. He doesn't trust any of the current Umbu. Within 2 days, I gathered my people. With my 3 disciples, Chien, Jina, and a genius girl Aki I dug from the Hyuga clan, we directly stormed the Umbu base to get our gear. After receiving our masks and uniforms, we went to see Minato. He gave our team a code name called Fish Team. My code name, does anyone get it? It was called Salty Fish. I wanted to ask Minato if he had some special obsession with slacking off. Minato laughed for a long time at my asymmetrical Sharingan, then assigned us a mission, an A-rank mission, to clear out those sand and rain ninjas taking advantage of the chaos at the western border, saying we need to demonstrate Konoha's might. The 4 of us set off wearing masks. After leaving the village, Ling asked me, Shinyu, what is the plan? What plan could I have? First, we need to head to the town up ahead to buy some food and water. Just as we left the village, we ran into a team of rain ninjas attacking the village. There were 3 low-ranking ninjas and 1 middle-ranking ninja. I couldn't be bothered to take action, so I let Chien and Jina practice their skills. In no time, the 2 girls took them out, stuffed the bodies into a scroll, and could even exchange them for achievement points. We headed west like a minesweeper, checking each village and town along the way. And guess what? These poor, remote ninjas surged forward like flies drawn to blood. Let me tell you, after 7 days, the small friar team cleared out could be counted on both hands. Rain ninjas, sand hidden, rock hidden, all wanted to take advantage of Konoha's weakness to make a quick profit. My money-loving teammate, Hinata Aya, who complains all the time, is almost smoking her little abacus in her hands, calculating how many good things we can exchange for this mission's KPI every day. She and another girl, Uchiha Chien, are both fixated on a secret medicine in the Umbu that can accelerate the nature transformation of chakra, their eyes nearly turning green, competing fiercely to rack up achievements. We cleared out the monsters smoothly along the way. One day, on a stretch of desert, Ayan spotted a target again. There were about a dozen sand-hidden ninjas lurking around, seemingly trying to ambush a passing merchant convoy. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw them. These guys were clearly inexperienced and just wanted to play. Not to mention they were paying players. I mean, in a poor village. What are you doing playing with puppets and using poison? That stuff costs a lot. At that moment, I thought to myself, these aren't enemies. They're clearly walking ATMs. I didn't even need to lift a finger. My 3 teammates pounced on them like starving wolves. It was quick and clean, with a few soft sounds. And those 17 sand-hidden ninjas collectively went to claim their boxed lunches as quiet as a library. The main issue was that they were wary of each other, standing so scattered like flowers in the wind, creating perfect conditions for us to pick them off one by one, while cleaning up the battlefield. Hinata Ayan was almost in tears, of course, happy tears, shouting, "Salted fish! What do we do now? The ceiling scrolls are all full. Family, who understands this kind of wealthy trouble?" We packed up the loot and summoned a delivery cat ninja, cashing out on the spot. Otherwise, we really couldn't carry it all. Just when we had taken down a wave of poor rain ninjas who were still using ordinary iron swords and were about to find a place to set up camp and call it a day, an unexpected event occurred. Hinata Ayan's Byakugan suddenly went into full alert. She reported that about 800 meters away, a sand ninja was charging towards us at an outrageous speed, so fast that we could barely see him. I quickly activated my Sharingan and thought, what the hell? Isn't that the walking natural disaster from Sunigakure, the hero-level character? Shikuten Yakura? My scalp just exploded on the spot. This is definitely aimed at us. I immediately shouted to my teammates, Plan C, run. What is Plan C? It's for the three of them to split up and run for their lives, while I hold the rear. They understood without hesitation and quickly disappeared. I stood alone in place, holding a knife, my heartbeat pounding like a drum, looking at the Rain Ninja in front of us, who we had targeted, and then glancing at the right where Yetsong was rushing over with afterimages. I tell you, my palms were sweaty, but I was so excited inside. Finally, I could test the strength of a shadow-level expert. As soon as Yetsong arrived, she looked at me and the Rain Ninja with a confused expression. She was probably wondering what was going on. Not want to waste any time, she directly shouted, Hey, who killed our Sunigakure troops this afternoon? I thought to myself, this is bad. It turns out they came for revenge. It seems they used some tracking technique. I was careless. Before I could say anything, the Rain Ninja beside me, probably not recognizing who it was, charged forward with a knife, shouting, Little girl, don't be too arrogant. I wanted to cover my face at that moment, thinking, You're so brave, big guy. Sure enough, Yitsong frowned and instantly shot a fireball. With a boom, that Rain Ninja turned into a dried corpse in an instant. Even his knife shattered. Hiss, killing a Jonin like it's a game. So ruthless. She turned to look at me, walking over step by step, and sent 4 blazing fireballs directly flying at me. I didn't dare to be slow, drawing my knife and immediately countering with a Stardust Storm. With a crackle, her fireballs were extinguished instantly, 3 of them gone, and the remaining one was as small as a fist, which I easily dodged. Yitsong was shocked, probably not expecting someone could withstand her blazing techniques. She hesitated and asked who I was. I saw an opportunity. Wasn't this my home ground? Time for a psychological game. I directly opened my mouth. Yitsong, your days in Sunigakure Haven been easy, have they? High achievements overshadowing the master. Do you understand? She immediately broke down, cursing and charging at me again. Hey, just what I was waiting for. Sharingan activate. 8 gates, first gate, second gate, third gate, fourth gate. All opened. My whole body was glowing green, speed and power skyrocketed. As a mage, how could she keep up with me? A hacker-like assassin? Almost the instant she revealed herself, I was already behind her. I started slashing wildly. When she launched fireballs, I dodged, and when I couldn't, I countered with Stardust Storm. In just 5 minutes, she had over a dozen wounds on her body, spitting blood, in terrible condition. My chakra was almost depleted too, and I couldn't hold on with the 8 gates any longer, taking the opportunity when she was knocked back by a single strike. I quickly shouted, Hey, stop. Can we talk? Although she cursed and complained, she actually stopped. Seeing a chance, I quickly unlocked the 8 gates and threw her a specially made communication ring, saying, This is an escape route. Use it when you're ready. Then, I laid out all the messy situations in the village, how she was being used as a tool by the higher-ups who were wary of her. After I finished, I just slipped away, knowing she was tempted. After all, without the strength I demonstrated today, she wouldn't even let me speak. Sure enough, just 2 days later, my ring lit up. Yitsong, codenamed Zhou 2, officially joined. She was pretty trendy, sending me an emoticon right away. Meanwhile, my Zhou 1, Yinshang, also popped up to welcome the newcomer. Now, I had an insider in the higher-ups of Sand Hidden Village. I told her to come find me only when she's truly at her wit's end. Just as I finished speaking, she sent me new intel. The higher-ups in the Sand Village had assigned her a new mission to eliminate our Leaf Village, Umbu. I couldn't help but laugh. This was classic, all talk, but no action. I replied to her, What happens if you fail the mission? Just that one sentence left her speechless. For someone like her, a hero, the worst fear is having their reputation ruined by mission failure. The village has plenty of ways to deal with her then. With an insider, our actions became much more relaxed. I had Aya use summoning ninja dogs to inform the village that the mission was complete and requested support. At the same time, I used a unique Uchiha sealing scroll to randomly summon a ninja cat and dispose of the spoils we had just acquired. Just when we thought we could safely retreat and wait for support while fishing at the border of the Land of Grass, we truly hit a snag. 2 days later, just after leaving a small town, Aya's Byakugan acted like a radar again. 800 meters to the southwest, 2 suspicious individuals. They looked like rogue ninjas. My heart sank, and I hurriedly asked, Are they wearing black cloaks with red clouds? Aya's face turned pale instantly. Not good. It's Kakuzu. The other one is a hunchbacked old man. I took a deep breath, and my heart sank. Goodness, isn't that the coolest fashion villain boy band in 2025, the Akatsuki? Haiden and Sasori. One is an immortal duo, and the other is a genius puppet artist. We've really kicked a steel plate this time. There's no time to run. We can only brace ourselves and fight. I quickly briefed my teammates on these two's abilities. Haiden has 5 lives, and Sasori's true body is hidden in his puppets, with poison all over him, and we must never touch the needle on his tail. We quickly set down the explosive tags, preparing for a tough battle. Before long, the 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared on the hillside, still bickering. Sasori complained that Haiden was slow, and Haiden said the last person who spoke to him like that turned to ashes. At that moment, I thought, no wonder it's the Akatsuki. The internal atmosphere is quite harmonious. We seized the opportunity like a flurry of shurikens, taking the initiative. Then, like a ghost, I appeared behind Scorpion's puppet, Fei Luhu, and delivered a fierce fire slash to its back. Suddenly, there was a loud, booming sound like ringing a bell. That thing was ridiculously tough. Immediately after, I turned and unleashed a Stardust Storm at Kakuzu. With 2 puffs, it worked. I shattered both of his hearts on the spot. Kakuzu, being a crafty veteran, immediately countered with a fire release to force me back. On the hillside, my 3 teammates were bombarding him with long-range ninjutsu, as if it were free, creating a tense situation. But these 2 guys were too tricky. Kakuzu was as slippery as an eel, and after he became cautious, I couldn't land my big moves on him anymore. Scorpion's puppet was also a perfect blend of offense and defense. Several times it tried to rush in to take out my teammates, but I managed to stop it each time. We were at a standstill like this, and Jiaodu was probably getting frustrated, staring at me intently. Kid, who exactly are you? As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Who am I? I'm the one who treats you all like monkeys. Wearing a dark mask? How could they recognize me? I couldn't hold back and directly mock them. Stop pretending, Deidara. And you too, Kakuzu. Just because of the nonsense that Uchiha Madara, that old zombie, is still alive, you guys rushed over here? I'm really about to laugh myself to death, guys. Once I threw that line out, wow, the 2 of them immediately froze, looking at me, then at each other, their eyes filled with shock and suspicion of an insider. I was almost laughing crazily inside. I just casually threw out a bluff, and they actually believed it. I bet when these 2 go back, the Akatsuki organization will stir up a storm of internal investigations for traitors. Who would have thought that I, a prophet from another world, would pull off such a move? Of course, I wasn't really getting carried away. I knew exactly what was going on. It seemed like I was overpowering them, but in reality, I just caught Kakuzu off guard with a big move, taking out 2 of his heart containers and directly having his strength. Scorpion hadn't even brought out his 3rd Kazekage puppet yet. If I really thought I could take on 2 of them, that would just be foolishness. I struck the shell of the turtle called Filiu, who with a single blow, and with a clang, my hand went numb. That thing is really hard. Let me tell you, Scorpion is really a tough opponent for me. I can't even make a dent in his shell, and all those traps and hidden weapons he has are poisonous, raining down like crazy. I had to rely entirely on my speed to dodge, and one careless moment could mean my end. Just when I was pondering how to break the deadlock, that old guy Kaika got anxious. Stuck with me and unable to escape, his mindset exploded, and he unleashed a double attack of fire and wind on me. Fire release, head hardening, and wind release. Bombardment. Damn. The flames turned the entire area into a giant air fryer in an instant. The temperature was terrifying, and even his teammate Scorpion got caught up in it. Scorpion cursed and quickly released the 3rd Kazekage puppet, whipping up a sand and iron storm to extinguish the fire. I was in a terrible predicament too. I barely managed to protect a small area around myself with water release on my blade, but was still trapped in the sea of flames, feeling like I was in a sauna, losing moisture rapidly. At the critical moment, it was my teammates who came through. Suddenly, 3 water releases shot in from outside, forcefully carving a path through the fire for me. Without a second thought, I activated Wind Instant Step and dashed out. Just as I caught my breath, I saw Hinata Aya reminding me. They're trying to escape. Just as she said that, several figures rushed in from the east. Konoha's Umbu reinforcements had arrived. The lead guy with white hair, I recognized him immediately. Hey, isn't that Kakashi? We exchanged glances, understanding each other without words, and I directly ordered, chase. Just drive them out of the land of fire. Don't pursue too closely. Are you kidding? If we chase any further, we'll enter the land of rain. That guy Nagato's territory, and the whole country is covered by his sensing ninjutsu. Even Jiraiya would have to kneel if he went in. For us few small fries to go in would just be handing ourselves over. We drove them all the way to the border. And Kakashi asked me if we should keep chasing. I rolled my eyes at him. All right then, mission accomplished. Let's regroup. Back in the village. I reported to the fourth Hokage, Minato, who was very satisfied with my performance this time, saying I was an excellent team leader. Knowing when to be reckless and when to rally the team, very clear-headed. After the compliments, he let us go rest. As soon as I left the Hokage's office, I told Aya and the others, let's go check out the supplies at the Umbu base, see if there's anything good to exchange for, and then we'll gather at the training room on the lower level. As soon as they heard this, their eyes lit up and they disappeared in a flash. I have to tell you, we made a fortune on this mission. It was an A-level task, but the merit was calculated per person. I alone earned 500 merits, and Ling and the others each got nearly 4,000 at least. Family, we got paid. I strolled over to the military supply depot and directly activated my double 11 shopping mode. Looking at the list, I ordered 10 of everything like Thunder Pills, Wave Scatter, and those that help with nature transformation. A few bottles of body strengthening pills too. Then I flipped to the ninjutsu page. Wow, B-level ninjutsu costs over 3,000 merits each, while C-level ones are surprisingly less than 100. Isn't that practically free? Earth Style, Underground Navigation, 60 merits bought. With this, I'm like a ninja version of Sun Wukong. Earth Style, Earthwall Technique, 98 merits, I'll take it. Lightning Style, Lightning Clone, 120 merits, got it. Hey, this Wind Style, Barrier Technique, 50 merits, sounds interesting. Wow, isn't this just the most trendy and in-demand Yasuo skill from 2025? The Wind Wall. Definitely getting that. After a shopping spree, I spent another 800 on a B-level water barrier and exchanged the remaining 6,000 merits for a century-old blood ginseng. Preparing to go back and make an upgraded version of the body strengthening pill. Holding a bunch of scrolls, I returned to our squad's exclusive A-level training ground and started to unpack. I pressed my right hand on the underground navigation scroll, channeled my chakra into it, and the information was instantly read, rendering the scroll useless. This C-level ninjutsu was like a college student doing elementary school problems for me. After practicing a couple of times and completing the hand signs, I instantly sank into the ground. Hey, I have to say, this feeling is quite amazing. It's perfect for ambushing or making a quick escape. I learned the Earth Wall technique again and found that this thing is just a youthful version of the Earth Flow Wall. However, comparing the two made me realize several misconceptions I had when using the Earth Flow Wall before. This money was well spent. Next is the Lightning Clone technique, which is somewhat useless. The main highlight is a technique called Lightning Instant Body, which seems promising. I feel like it can combine with my Wind Instant Step, and who knows, I might develop a more powerful B-level instant technique. Finally, there's the Wind Release, Barrier technique. With a wave of my hand, a wall of wind appears. Although it can only block Shuriken for now, I already have a vision in my mind. Once I develop it to a higher level, combined with my ultimate speed, I'll be like Uchiha Yasuo. Swinging my blade will create a wind wall. Just thinking about it feels great. With a blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Konoha has entered a peaceful recovery period, and our team hasn't taken on any missions. What did I gain the most during these 2 months? Let me tell you, my left eye with the 2 Tomo has secretly synchronized with the right eye, and on the 1st of December, I woke up to find that it directly evolved into the 3 Tomo. My years of obsessive-compulsive disorder were instantly cured. My chakra also increased to 9, 2 cards, and my height shot up from 162 meters to 169 meters, transforming from a scrawny boy into a young man. One day in the training ground, I was sparring with Hugo Aya. That girl has become a monster. She combined wind release and throwing techniques to develop a skill called wind release, sniping. When she threw that kunai, let me tell you, it made a sonic boom. It shot straight at my face. The speed was outrageous. This wasn't TA kunai. It was practically an electromagnetic cannon. Even my newly developed B-level instant technique, Lightning Instant Flash, was almost knocked out by her. This Lightning Instant Flash is the result of combining Lightning Clone technique and Wind Instant Step, achieving peak speed without relying on wind. If I can further stack the Wind Instant Step and Lightning Instant Flash, I could unleash an A-level instant technique, Wind Thunder Flash, in a short time. That feeling, besides my teacher, Minato, probably only Shursui could match my strength. After sparring with Aya, I practiced with Chizuna. That girl has also become incredibly strong. She has learned my blazing slash and flame slash techniques. I even spent a lot of money to get her a new sword called Xie, which is a sister sword to my Xingqian. We exchanged blows for half an hour, neither of us even breaking a sweat. On the sidelines, Aya and Qian were shaking their heads. Sigh, look at Chizuna. She is becoming more and more like a monster. Of course, just like the captain. So abnormal. Qian laughed. You still have a nerve to call others abnormal. Your wind release sniping is the real abnormality. Aya retorted. You glare at me, and I fall into a genjutsu. Can you really talk about my disaster-like fire release? All right, it's New Year's Eve. Let's not talk about this anymore. Here, a New Year's red envelope for you. Chien smiled as she handed over a red envelope. Aya's eyes lit up as she took it and sneakily peeked inside. It was a thick stack of 100,000 Rio bills. She was so excited at that moment. Chien, I love you to death. Thank you. After training in the afternoon, our team gathered at the Hokage building. Minato smiled as he handed each of us a large red envelope. We also presented the prepared New Year's gifts and greeting cards to little Naruto in his cradle. You know, even though the terminology in the ninja world is different, the sense of ceremony during the new year is still very much present. After receiving the red envelopes, I took my 3 lonely teammates home. Of course, before going home, I first went to my several shops to give the employees their New Year's gifts. And then I took the Samurai Corps to an orphanage to deliver new clothes and candy to the children. Receiving the crooked greeting cards made by the kids warmed my heart. By the time I returned to the clan grounds, Chien and Shizuna were already there waiting for me with Aya. Let us go home for our New Year's Eve dinner. We're having buckwheat noodles. Let me tell you, this buckwheat noodles have a lot of significance, like promoting health and longevity and cutting off a year's misfortunes. It's all about good luck. As soon as I entered the yard, my precious little sister Yi came rushing at me like a little cannonball, shouting Onaiken. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if this girl has maxed out her teleportation skill. Her speed is just incredible. The little girl rubbed against me, and then sweetly greeted Ling and the others one by one, instantly collecting 3 red envelopes. Just when she was feeling all pleased, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye and saw that guy Ji Shui passing by the door. I thought, since it's a new year, I called out, Ji Shui, cousin, want to come in for a bowl of noodles? Guess what? That kid froze for a second, and in the next moment, whoosh, he was gone. Just a shadow left. Family members who understands this kid's social skills are practically negative. He runs faster than anyone. Ling beside me was stunned and asked if he was the legendary instantaneous Ji Shui. Isn't that right? Always disappearing like a dragon. Can't even catch him. Forget it, doesn't matter. Inside, Mom had already called for dinner, and we all went in cheerfully to eat noodles and keep vigil for the new year. The next day, it was raining, and I promised to take Weasel God to the ninja school for the new term. Let me tell you, I walk now like I'm training, stepping on wooden clogs on the muddy road, not a speck of mud sticking to me. When I got to the clan leader's house, Fugaka was practicing his sword in the yard. As soon as he saw me, his eyes lit up, almost overflowing with combat spirit, staring at the sword at my waist and saying, Long, I've heard your Uchiha swordsmanship is very strong. I know what's going on. This guy is still holding a grudge from the last time I embarrassed him. Am I afraid of him? I replied directly. I was just thinking of asking the clan leader for some guidance. Without saying another word, he made a hand seal, and a barrier rose up. Wow, he is serious about this. I'm also not vague. With a swish, my knife was drawn, and I vanished from the spot. On this rainy day, it's practically my home turf. A puddle by Fugaku's feet suddenly splashed, and I emerged, slashing down with my knife. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying. Flames instantly ignited on his sword, evaporating the surrounding rainwater into a thick mist. On my side, my blade was coated with water, and I clashed hard with him, the mist growing thicker, obscuring everything. He panicked, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, and with a swift motion, his flaming sword sliced through my water clone. But he didn't know. In this dense fog, there was more than one of me. Step, 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 from 3 directions, 3 blades simultaneously struck towards him. A series of rapid metallic clashing sounds echoed through the mist. Little Itachi on the steps watched in awe, his Sharingan barely keeping up with our speed, only able to see blurry figures. When the wind finally blew the fog away, guess what? 2 blades were already firmly positioned at Fugaka's neck. As for me, I had remained right where I entered the courtyard, not moving an inch. Fugaku was completely deflated, bitterly smiling as he lowered his sword. I politely remarked, just borrowing the terrain, purely luck. He understood clearly. I hadn't even activated my Sharingan and had taken him down with just a few water clones enhanced by the rain. In terms of swordsmanship, he had lost thoroughly. He didn't say much more, just nodded to me, meaning he was entrusting Itachi to me. I held Itachi's small hand as we walked in the rain. This little guy was so excited, continuously praising my swordsmanship. I smiled and told him, remember Itachi, in a ninja fight, it's not about who has more strength. Learning to use the environment to achieve great results with minimal effort, that's the way to go. After sending Itachi off, I want to pick up my new gear. Next to the rice shop, I open a ninja tool store, and the owner is my newly accepted disciple. His father is a great swordsman from the land of iron. We had sparred before, and I narrowly won by a move. That uncle directly bowed to me and insisted on sending his son to me for training, even offering his loyalty. His son, Ethan, brought me something. Goodness, it was a seemingly ordinary black crocodile skin belt. I took it, gave it a shake, and with a whoosh, pulled out a gleaming soft sword. This thing was made from a whole pound of heavy moon iron, with an absurdly high chakra conductivity, practically custom-made for my Stardust Storm technique. From now on, when I use this technique, it will basically have 0 startup time, and its power will increase by 50%. I named it Curve Blade, Stardust. Isn't it cool? I just got my god-tier gear and was enjoying it when Ling showed up wearing a dog head mask with a serious expression. Long, the Hokage has summoned you. We have a mission. Great, my vacation is cut short. We rushed to the Hokage's office and found that the entire Fish Squad and Kakashi's team were already there. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lord Minato had a dark expression and said directly, Orochimaru has defected. The third Hokage has already gone after him. We need to support him immediately. Kakashi was beside me, looking stressed, probably thinking. In the end, it's turned into the situation I hate the most. In an emergency, I glanced at the mission briefing and said to them, I'll go ahead, you follow me. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned on my speed to the max and instantly disappeared from their sight. When I arrived at the battlefield, let me tell you, it was a brutal scene. The third Hokage was being surrounded and beaten by 3 people. Orochimaru, the Akatsuki Sasori, and a masked guy. I focused and thought, wait, isn't that Danzo? That old schemer. Sasori's poisonous tail was striking like lightning, and Danzo's wind blades were flying around like they were free, relentlessly attacking the old man. The old man was already poisoned and was about to collapse. Just when it seemed too late, I flashed in front of the old man, swung my ninja sword, and a wall of wind instantly appeared, deflecting all of Sasori's poison needles. Seeing that I was ruining his plans, that old scoundrel Danzo got angry and turned his firepower on me. Sasori also came to flank me. Fine, I started acting, oh no, I'm in a tough spot. Oh no, I'm overwhelmed. Oh no, I can't hold on much longer. I retreated while they advanced, and as they tired, I harassed them, managing to fight back and forth with both of them. As a result, that son of a gun, Orochimaru, saw that they couldn't break the situation here and came to attack me too. 3 against 1. No martialesics. All right, no more pretending. I'm revealing my hand. In a favorable situation, I'll go 50-50 with you, but in a tough situation, sorry, I'll just one-hit you. With a burst of the power of wind and thunder beneath my feet, I instantly disappeared from their encirclement. They didn't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. In the next second, I appear behind Danzo. That old man was probably stunned. Before he could even finish saying, I slashed his neck with a knife, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Guess what happened next? That old man's neck zipped back together like a zipper. He was forming hand seals in his hands. Using the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, swapping one eye's blindness for a life. After he resurrected, he turned and ran faster than anyone. Just then, Kakashi and the others arrived for support. Orochimaru, seeing the situation was bad, tried to flee but was firmly held back by the old man. Archien used an illusion to directly control him, and the others bundled him up with iron chains and took him away. As for Scorpion, he had slipped away who knows when. Task completed, of course. I had to play the whole act, coughed out a mouthful of old blood, leaned against a tree, and feigned weakness. Ah, the secret technique backfired. I can't go on. Back at the Hokage building, Lord Minato was so angry he slammed the table. Once we all left, only he and the third Hokage remained in the office. The old man then revealed to my boss that Danzo's technique was Izanagi. I tell you, the old man's expression at that moment was like he had just realized he had been deceived by his best friend for a lifetime. He aged 10 years in an instant. He finally understood that Danzo had been encouraging him to suppress our Uchiha clan, not for the sake of the village, but purely because this old bastard had secretly stolen the Sharingan and was afraid we would find out and hold him accountable. He was even thinking of getting rid of all of us so he could have a continuous supply of eyes to prolong his life. He panicked at that moment, grabbing Minato. I tell you, his expression was so serious, it could have squeezed out water. He told Minato, this is bad, this old fox Danzo can use Izanagi. If this gets out, wouldn't all the ninjas in the world go crazy trying to trade our Uchiha's kidneys for eyes? At that point, everyone would have an extra life. It would be chaos. If I had known that the third Hokage thought this way while I was lying in the hospital, I would have laughed out loud. Who understand the family? This is purely a case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuchs are in a hurry. What is Izanaji? That is our Uchiha's top forbidden technique. Do you think it's something you can just pick up at a street stall? You can't just use it whenever you want. The requirements for it are ridiculously high. Basically, if you don't have at least 3 tomo, you don't even qualify to activate it. Plus, using it once wastes one eye. It's purely a one-time consumable. Why does that old guy Danzo have 10 Sharingan planted in his arm like he's growing radishes? Does he really think he's so afraid of death? It's because the eyes he produced are of such poor quality, lacking in ocular power, that he has to rely on sheer quantity. Moreover, the most crucial point is if a foreigner wants to use this technique without the first Hokage's cells, there's no chance. What are Hashirama's cells? They are the ultimate luxury in the ninja world. Cultivating them costs money like a printing press. Orochimaru and Danzo guard them more tightly than their own lives. How could they possibly be distributed everywhere? So, the third Hokage's worries are purely self-induced fear. I was recuperating at the Konoha hospital, and let me tell you, the ladies here are incredibly gentle and considerate. The main focus is on a healing companionship. If I weren't afraid of being exposed for faking an illness, I would really want to stay here for a lifetime. When I was discharged, I thought to myself that I still lacked enough life-saving techniques. Last time, I was surrounded and beaten up by Scorpion, Danzo, and Orochimaru, and I almost didn't make it. I understand that being alive is what allows for DPS. Everything else is fine, but I really crave one jutsu, Earth Clone. Don't be fooled by the hype around Shadow Clone, claiming it has the full power of the original. That's the biggest trap in the ninja world. When you create one, your chakra is halved, and if you make another, it drops to a quarter. If you make more, wow. The original is left with dangerously low chakra and has to stand there as a punishment. Only someone like Naruto, whose chakra is so abundant it could serve as a power bank, can afford to play like that. I can only dare to activate double experience during training. I'm afraid of burning out my brain if I do more. But Earth Clone is different. It doesn't T-weaken the original, and it can use Earth Release. On the ground, it's practically like a cockroach, and I dream about having it. A few days later, feeling bored, I went to visit the Umbu prison. Guess who I want to see? Orochimaru. Goodness, the scene was like watching A.O. by from the deer and the cauldron being locked up. Completely bound with cursed seal chains and hanging in midair. I wore a mask and said to him, Orochimaru, your pursuit of immortality has gone awry. This realm belongs to the gods, and you, a mere mortal, should team metal. And guess how he responded? He looked at me with his golden snake eyes, as if I were an idiot, laughing with a ha-ha-ha, saying that someone my age simply doesn't understand the fragility of life. His expression and tone were so fervent, like a pyramid scheme salesman. I was disappointed. Well, this conversation was going nowhere. You can never wake someone who is daydreaming. Before I left, I tossed a ring for mutual assistance inside and told him he could play with it if he had nothing to do. Just infuse it with chakra. Whether he used it or not was up to him. After leaving the prison, I was called to the office by the third Hokage and Minato. They immediately asked me what I was doing visiting Orochimaru, then changed the subject, saying they had discussed and decided to send someone to assassinate Danzo, and they wanted us Uchiha to send someone as well. I rolled my eyes to the sky at that moment. I really can't believe it. Assassinating Danzo? Do you know who he's hanging out with now? The Akatsuki. That's the territory of Pain's 6 paths. Sending someone to the land of rain now would just be handing over their head, right? Of course, I couldn't say that. I could only sigh and play it cool with them. To Hokage-sama, are you worried about Izanaji? Don't worry. Our Uchiha clan has countermeasures, and the clan elders are aware of this. I had to shift the blame to the clan elders. After all, I couldn't lead my team to their deaths, could I? Seeing that they still looked unconvinced, I added before leaving, Konoha can't afford any more turmoil right now, so we must be very cautious about this. 2 years passed in a flash. During these 2 years, there were constant small skirmishes in the ninja world, but they had nothing to do with me. I, on the other hand, took Iane and applied to leave the village for travel. Guess who I ran into in the land of grass? The son of the third Tsuchikage from Awagakure, the one with the big nose. My eyes lit up at that moment. A clay clone. Isn't this just delivered to my door? So without saying a word, I went up and gave him a beating. Let me tell you, that scene was a disaster. Ling was in the distance using her long-range sniper to constantly harass, while I was up close using Thunder Flash and sword techniques to keep him under pressure. This guy was completely helpless against our combo attack, and all he could do was run away. I chased him and hit him 3 times, each time leaving him on the brink of death, but this guy just wouldn't use his Earth Clone technique, which left me puzzled. I thought to myself, didn't your father teach you? Why are you being so stingy? There was no choice but to keep pressuring him. He finally managed to escape into a small patch of woods, thinking he was safe, but I quickly unleashed an S-rank ashen wind, and a torrent of flames rained down, igniting the entire forest. At that point, he finally stopped running because his father had arrived. An old gnome with a big nose flew down from above, stepping on a large rock. Wow, the third generation of SurviveKurama, Yuki. I looked at him and felt amused. The younger one couldn't do it, but surely the older one could? I was specifically targeting your Earth clone technique today. That old man, Yuki, also had a fiery temper. Without saying a word, he hurled a massive boulder at me. I countered with a flying slash, splitting the rock in half. Who are you, young one? The old man was shocked to see someone so young with such formidable swordsmanship. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. So, I activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Uchiha. Open, Dooman. In an instant, my figure vanished, and my speed was pushed to the maximum. That old guy, Yuki, reacted quickly. Seeing he couldn't fight in the air, he immediately dropped to the ground. He unleashed a technique, dust release, phasing technique, and a beam of white light shot towards me. I dodged by barely tapping my toes, and, as I landed, I formed hand signs for water release, great waterfall technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive torrent of water transformed the charred forest into an artificial lake. Yuki stood on the water surface and mocked me. Youngster, using water release against me? Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh. This is the environment I've been waiting for. My figure flashed, and I kicked away the yellow earth that was trying to sneak attack Ling, telling him to roll far away and watch the show. Then, 7 water clones emerged from the water, surrounding Oyemu and starting to slash at him. The old man was thrown into chaos by me. Finally, during one of my close-range surprise attacks, he got desperate. A giant rocky hand suddenly reached out from the stone platform and grabbed me, followed by a rock clone that looked exactly like him pouncing over and holding me tightly. His main body immediately used the heavy rock technique on my clone. Now's the time. Sharingan, activate. Unweighing. Sequence of hand seals. Chakra flow. All copied successfully. Earth clone in hand. I finally understand that this thing is not a C-rank Earth clone at all. It's actually a B-rank rock clone. No wonder it's so rare. It requires a high-level transformation of Earth Chakra, directly turning Earth into rock. If I hadn't mastered Earth release over the past 2 years, I really wouldn't have been able to replicate it. At this moment, Noki has already flown up into the sky, preparing to use dust release to wipe me and his clone out together. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Bro, isn't your combo a bit too straightforward? I can't break free from this heavy rock, but why would I want to? I just used Earth Shatter, and with a splash, I took his stone clone down to the ground. Goodbye. And guess what happened? That old man crashed midair, completely disoriented, probably thinking that this script is wrong. Why did my foolproof combo fail? Hey, I don't care. I'm making a killing here. I got a B-rank ninjutsu rock clone for free. Let me tell you, this thing is practically a godsend tailored just for me. On the way back, I tried it out, and this rock clone is nothing like those glass cannons that shatter at the slightest touch. This guy's a pure physical tank. His body is rock solid. Taking a few hits from C-rank ninjutsu feels like just a tickle. Even taking a B-rank ultimate head-on might just leave you with a sliver of health. Although its strength is only half of my true self. When you do the math, each clone has about 70% of my combat power, which is just ridiculous. The only downside is its mana consumption, which is like drinking water. Maintaining it is exhausting. It's not suitable for reconnaissance. It's purely for fighting and protection. I was happily contemplating how to drag 2 people into a fight in the future when Ling reminded me that our food supply was running low. All right, there's a small town ahead, so I waved my hand and said, tonight, no more eating compressed biscuits. Let's eat out. As soon as we entered the town, Ling seemed to have let loose. With a skewer of takoyaki in her left hand and a rabbit mask in her right, she was just so happy. To be honest, seeing her like this made me feel quite emotional. Us ninjas are either training or on missions every day. We've almost forgotten how normal people live. Occasionally relaxing like this feels really nice. While I was looking around, I noticed a familiar figure with white hair in the crowd. I quickly chased after it, but the figure vanished in a flash. Hey, playing hide and seek with me? I directly turned into a nearby empty alley. Ling followed me and asked what was wrong. I said it was nothing, just ran into an acquaintance. At the end of the alley, a man in a kimono wearing wooden sandals suddenly appeared, watching us warily. When I saw him, I laughed and said, "You must be Lord Jiraiya, right? I'm Uchiha Rong, the bodyguard of the 4th Hokage." Ling quickly introduced herself as well. Upon hearing we were from Konoha, especially seeing Ling's Byakugan, Jiraiya's wariness immediately dropped, and he burst into laughter, saying that Minato had mentioned us quite a bit. This wasn't a good place to talk, so he invited us to his temporary residence. When I arrived, I was surprised. This small manor had servants and housekeepers. This was a temporary residence? It was practically a permanent home. It seemed that the disagreements between the third and fourth Hokage had forced this legendary Sannin to avoid going home. As we sat down for tea and chatted, he asked a lot about things in the village, especially about Orochimaru. I told him that Orochimaru had been released, but was under house arrest in the village. He looked quite complicated upon hearing this. I was curious and asked him why he didn't return to the village. After all, Obito was still lurking around, having launched a sneak attack last year, and the village was in need of high-level combat power. Jiraiya sighed and said he had gotten used to being lazy outside and wouldn't stay long if he went back. He was truly fed up with all the political scheming. However, he was still in contact with the village and had helped handle a lot of dirty work while outside. So Konoha's powerful combat strength hadn't dropped off. The next day, after bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Ling and I set off on our way back to the village. After swaying for over a month, we finally arrived home. I rushed back because I was waiting for one thing. Sure enough, just as I arrived home, Yunshang sent a message through our internal channel. The envoy from the hidden cloud has arrived. I laughed at that moment. The wheels of history have begun to turn, right? I guess Konoha is signing contracts and conveniently packing up the Hyuga family's eldest daughter to take back. However, this time, Konoha is not the same as the Konoha that old man was in charge of back in the day. You're bound to find this trip in vain. I sneaked over to Training Ground 7, which has almost become our Uchiha's exclusive territory, having been expanded several times thanks to my funding. Along the way, the younger members of the clan greeted me respectfully, calling me captain. I don't know when Yunshang also appeared. She is now the captain of the first squad of the security department, a well-known Konoha female ninja in the shinobi world, much more famous than me, who works behind the scenes as a personal guard. I joked with her for a bit before getting to the main topic. Any news from Yunin's group? She said there was none for now. I instructed her to keep a close watch. As soon as they approached the territory of the Sun Clan, she should notify me immediately. After discussing serious matters, I prepared to start my daily training. Yunshang added that recently, many outsiders had come to the training ground. I waved my hand, saying it was unnecessary to worry about them. Our own people could just move the training of core ninja techniques into the barrier. This area is still technically public, so it's not good to chase people away openly, but if they try to force their way into the core zone, the security department would have a reason to treat them as spies and capture them. After that, I enter my exclusive barrier space alone and began to warm up. Then, taking a deep breath, I activated the 8 gates. 5th gate, Du-Min, open. 6th gate, Jing-Min, open. My chakra exploded instantly, and I felt an overwhelming surge of power. I can now open the 5th gate without injury, but for the 6th gate, I need to take an elite soldier pill to counteract the physical damage. It's like overclocking a computer. Performance skyrockets, but so does the wear and tear. As for the 7th gate, opening it once would put me out of commission for half a month. The 8th gate? Once I open it, I might as well prepare to reincarnate. Unless I'm completely out of options, I have no interest in opening that thing for anyone. I was practicing vigorously, and unknowingly, it was already evening. Just as I finished work and was heading home, Yunshang appeared again, reminding me, Master, their SA clan meeting tonight, don't forget. I slapped my forehead. I really had forgotten. Tonight, at the Nanha Shrine, dressed in a black satin kimono, I led over 100 young clan members into the venue in a grand procession. The scene was quite something. The older generation looked at us with strange expressions. Some serious, some hostile. I couldn't be bothered with them and directly walked to the chief's seat on the right side of the high platform, which was the position of the newly appointed logistics minister. That's right, it was me. Once everyone had arrived, the clan leader, Fugaku, announced the start of the meeting. The first agenda was about the explosive tags. Our Uchiha clan's pillar industry was now being hit hard by the price war started by the Shimura clan, and we were almost unable to continue. They somehow managed to acquire a batch of goods that were both high quality and low priced, which completely ruined our market. As soon as the words were out, the clan elder Uchiha Yin exploded, slamming the table and standing up, pointing at my nose and shouting long, "What are you doing?" As the Hokage's bodyguard, you can't even suppress a fallen clan like the Shimura? I was so angry that I laughed, with hundreds of questioning gazes directed at me. I slowly stood up, a smirk on my lips. "Old man, are you teaching me how to do things?" The whole place was in an uproar. He actually dared to publicly call the clan elder an old man. Uchiha-un was so furious, he was trembling, unable to speak clearly. I placed my hand on the hilt of my sword, my gaze icy. One must respect their elders. The remnants of the old era. There's no ship in the new age that can carry you. As soon as I finished speaking, Yun Shang beside me also stood up, her 3-tomo Sharingan instantly activated. This was like a signal. All of my more than 100 direct descendants instantly lined up, turning to face the remaining few hundred clansmen, many of whom also activated their eyes directly. What a perfect vibe check within the clan. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in an instant. Uchiha pointed at the people below and shouted, "Are you planning to rebel?" My voice isn't loud, but it's full of killing intent. Shut up, old man. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. With the civil war on the brink of breaking out, the clan leader Fugaku hadn't taken a stance, and his followers were hesitant. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. From the crowd, the little Uchiha, Itachi, stepped forward and said loudly to Uchiha Eldarin, "You shouldn't direct external conflicts inward. I believe you're no longer fit to hold this position." After saying that, he directly walked over to my side of the team. This move became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Instantly, over 100 people on the opposite side switched sides. Come on. Even the young clan leader is on my side. What else is there to argue about? The remaining less than 100 diehard fans instantly became clowns. To be honest, I was quite disappointed. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to clean up the ranks. Seeing the situation, Fugaku knew the tide had turned. He took a deep breath, scanned the crowd, and announced solemnly, "From today on, the clan will abolish the Elder Council." Uchiha immediately slumped in his chair. An era had just come to an end. Fugaku was probably afraid I would seize the power, so he nervously looked at me. I smiled and gave him a way out, steering the conversation back to business. If there is competition for explosive tags, then let us develop new industries. Sticking to the old ways will eventually lead to elimination. These words resonated with many young people. Fugaku also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took over the conversation, excitedly starting his speech. "Long's proposal is great. We won't engage in a price war. From today on, we'll raise the price of our explosive tags to 700 Rio. We only make high-end products. We want to create the Hermes of explosive tags." The crowd erupted again, but Fugaku didn't take care, directly naming the RD department. "You have 3 months. I want to see more competitive new products." A middle-aged man in the audience looked troubled, but then a young man behind him stood up with shining eyes. "Father, if you can't do it, I'm willing to give it a try." His father immediately got anxious, saying, "What do you know, you little brat? This is a matter that concerns the future of the entire clan." As a result, this guy, named Uchiha Bofu, was very tough and directly made a military pledge in front of everyone, saying if he couldn't handle the new product development, he would voluntarily leave the Uchiha. Let me tell you, the clan leader Fugaku was incredibly handsome at that time. Not even looking at that dad, just one word, precise. He appreciated this kind of energetic young person, probably thinking that even if it didn't work out in the end, he would find a reason to keep him. Then Fugaku turned his attention to me, giving me and Uchiha Yori a strict order. Within a month, we must come up with a plan for a new pillar industry. Of course, we accepted the order on the spot. Now, no one in the entire clan dared to complain anymore. All agendas were greenlit, and the meeting went incredibly fast. Anyway, I felt like the whole atmosphere of the clan meeting changed that day. Those old guys were completely out of the game, while we Uchiha were bustling with activity. At the inn in Konoha, a group of poor ninjas from the Cloud Village were secretly holding a meeting. Their primary target this time, guess who? Uchiha Itachi. They said he was exceptionally talented, becoming an elite chunin at 8 years old, with an information accuracy rate of 95, and they had to capture him. I told you about those people and how they dress. They really save on fabric. The men show off their muscles, and the women wear fishnet. If you didn't know better, you'd think a pirate crew came to Konoha for team building. The leader is a one-eyed dragon. It's ridiculous. Moreover, these people are well prepared. If they can't catch anyone, they'll just resort to extortion and falsely claim that we from Konoha attacked them, looking for an excuse to start a war. Their hearts are truly wicked. I happened to sneak into the training ground at night and saw Itachi secretly training again. I said, "Come on, let me help you loosen up." I casually created a B-rank Earth clone, but Itachi stared at it with a Sharingan for ages and couldn't replicate it, almost burning out his CPU right there. That kid used illusions and fire release techniques, but what happened? He couldn't even scratch my clone. It was tough as nails. It took 2 direct hits from Phoenix Fire technique, and it was like getting a burn from a cigarette, but nothing happened. In the end, my clone chased him and slashed at him for 5 minutes until he surrendered. Sigh, I really hit him hard. I had to comfort him, saying, "You're already impressive. Kakashi can only last a minute longer than you." That cheered him up, and he agreed to let me take him home. On the way back, I was thinking about how things were going on Iam's side. Considering the time, the guys from a Cloud Village should have started moving by now. Sure enough, as we passed an intersection, four unfortunate cloud ninjas jumped down from the rooftops and surrounded us. I tell you, I barely had my sword halfway out, and three heads flew off. The last one was taken care of by Itachi himself. We stared at each other wide-eyed and quickly set off a signal flare. Anyone who understands what I mean knows that as soon as my signal flare shot into the sky, the Hyuga family went into chaos. Another group from the Cloud Village tried to capture Hinata, but Ayum caught them on the spot. Those who died were dead, and the rest, failing to frame anyone, committed suicide by poison, shouting that we from Konoha were bullying them. Just as the fourth Hokage, Minato, arrived with the remaining Cloud delegation, I happened to show up with 4 corpses in hand. I directly mocked them in front of everyone. Oh, what a coincidence. The Hyuga family is also in trouble? Do you guys from the Cloud Village have some obsession with our 2 major technique clans? Then I directly challenged the Hokage, saying this concerns the dignity of our Uchiha clan, and we must fight back. Hinata Hizashi also stood up at the scene, saying that our Hyuga clan similarly requests to go to battle. We must take them down. Minato was a bit hesitant, worried that it would lead to the 4th Great Ninja War. I immediately reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, Hokage-sama. This matter doesn't require the village's intervention. It's just a private matter between our Uchiha and Hyuga clans." My plan was very simple. We wouldn't confront them directly. I would lead an elite team specifically to target their ninjas on missions outside and directly cut off their economic lifeline. I gave this tactic a cool name, guerrilla warfare, with a 16-character slogan. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we disrupt. When the enemy is weary, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. At that moment, Minato was stunned, saying this tactic was incredible. He was also worried about what to do if the Cloud Village's army came over. And I just smiled without saying anything. If they dared to gather, I would take them all out in one go. Minato made a decision on the spot, agreeing to it, and also said the village would provide logistical support. The next morning, wow, the village entrance was packed with people. Thousands of ninjas and a warrior group of 5,000. They had brought out all their resources. I first divided the most elite 100 into 25 small teams to go out as vanguards to assassinate the targets of Cloud Village on missions in various countries. Then I sent another 100 as scouts to clear any obstacles on the path of the main army. The main force would act as a logistics supply station. Camping at the border, we were playing a special operations game, focusing on a dimensionality reduction strike. After 10 days of marching, we finally set up camp at the border of the Land of Fire. Then I dispatched all the elite Uchiha members to infiltrate the Land of Water, the Land of Moon, and the Land of Rice, completely shutting down the Cloud Village's ninjas. Let me tell you, being the commander is really annoying. Every day, I have to sift through a pile of intelligence scrolls. It's driving me crazy. 50 small teams are out there on missions, and all sorts of military information is coming in like a flurry of snowflakes, and I have to approve everything. Just when I was about to lose my mind, I came across a scroll that made my eyes light up. "Folks, we have discovered the whereabouts of Karabi." Without saying a word, I directly called all the people from Hinata and Nicha over for a meeting. I told them that this place was temporarily handed over to them, and they could discuss military matters among themselves. I had something huge to take care of in the Land of Moon, where I needed to catch something big. Hinata and Nicha had expressions as strange as if they were constipated, but I didn't have time to care about them. After giving my instructions, I slipped away. Once I was out of the military camp, I took out my together in the same boat ring. This thing is our core team's exclusive communication device. I sent a message with just 4 words, Inuyuem Mountain, assemble. Hey, guess what? Instant reply. Received, and one even just sent a period, which was pretty cool. To be honest, my swordsmanship is decent for cutting people, but when it comes to facing off against a giant beast like the tailed beast, it's a bit lacking. The first name that popped up in the intel was none other than Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Isn't that frustrating? But since I've discovered it, there's no way I'm letting it go. Even if I can't defeat him, I still have my backup plan ready. Let me tell you, my team of comrades is made up of heavyweights. With just a beep, my few hidden treasures immediately receive the signal. Boat 1, Yunsha, my old partner, has long been secretly lurking in the Land of Soup on standby. Boat 2, Yetsong, wow, this girl is someone I rescued from the jaws of death in Sunagakure. She should have been dead, but I saved her by faking her death, and now she is on my side. Her technique, Oversteaming Kill, has an explosive power. She just has a fragile frame, but when it comes to dealing damage, she is definitely a top-notch fighter. As for Boat 3, I'll keep it a mystery for now. I pulled out a few small dried fish and called out, "Big Brother Deju, sorry to bother you." The next moment, let me tell you, the thing I summoned was truly heavyweight. "Big Brother Deju, here I come." This big orange cat has completely exceeded the standard size. It's only a circle smaller than an adult elephant. You say it's a cat, but I think it looks more like a tiger spirit. I sat on its back, and with each step, it covered dozens of meters, rushing northeast in a flash. Along the way, I chatted with it, saying, "Wow, big brother Daiju, you really are all about that big orange. Those muscle lines are incredible." It seemed quite pleased. Jealous meow? This orange is the strongest in the family. Folks, this is not boasting. I've tested it. This guy is all muscle, and its pure strength is even more ferocious than my six-door car. With that kind of strength, it's practically a shadow-level powerhouse. Plus, it's not slow. With such a top-tier fighter, how can I not sign a blood contract with it? In terms of combat power, it's not the slightest bit inferior to Jiraiya's toad, Fumida. On the road, my curiosity got the better of me, and I wanted to get some information out of it. I asked, "Big brother Daiju, is that mysterious cat lady stronger than you?" It gave me a disdainful look. "How could that be, meow? That old lady can't control this orange lord." Wow, that's a lot of information. I pressed further. What about Aunt Bai? Aunt Bai is the little white cat my sister has a contract with. And guess what? The big orange went silent on me. Not a word. Just focused on the road. Folks, who understands this? That reaction made my CPU overheat. The little white cat usually seems to have the strength of a high ninja. But this reaction is off. For a big orange with such shadow-level power to be so respectful, Aunt Bai's strength must be well hidden. It can't be super shadow-level, right? How did my sister contract it when she was 7? The more I thought about it, the more absurd it became. My head was nearly spinning. Not wanting to think about it anymore, I rode on the giant tiger for a day and a night, crossing the kingdom of soup and reaching the border of the moon kingdom. The endurance of the big orange is impressive. It didn't even break a sweat. I let it go back first, as the target was too big, and I needed to infiltrate the next part of the journey myself. After running for half a day, I finally arrived at the meeting point, Ingwa Mountain. I sent a message with my ring saying I had arrived, and Yunsong replied instantly, saying she was in the cave halfway up the mountain. Soon, I met up with her, and Yetsong arrived quickly as well. The last one to arrive. Guess who it was? A clean-cut, handsome uncle, and as soon as he spoke, I got goosebumps all over. Little Longcoin, long time no see. I couldn't help but facepalm. It was Orochimaru. I directly said, "Orochimaru, if you keep speaking in such a disgusting tone, do you believe I'll cut your research funding?" Cough, cough, cough. Just kidding, Rongchan. He instantly changed his expression, smiling brighter than flowers. This guy, as long as you provide enough funding, he is easier to talk to than anyone else. All right, everyone is here. I looked at Yunshang, Yetsong, and Orochimaru in front of me and got straight to the point. Okay, no more nonsense. Our entire brotherhood is here, and our target is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. If we can kill him, great. If not, we must at least incapacitate him. Our people quickly pinpointed the exact location of Kira Bai, right in the moonlight town ahead. I immediately started deploying, telling the other members of the 3 reconnaissance teams to get lost and not get in the way. In the end, only the 8 of us remained in the woods, aside from our 4 from the Freemasons. There were also 3 Uchiha Jonin and 1 member from the Hyuga branch. I gave the order decisively. Sena, you're responsible for keeping an eye on them with your Byakugan. Jun, Jia, you 3 take care of the miscellaneous fish around Karabi. Once you're done, retreat immediately, not even a second longer. Next came a long wait. By the afternoon of the next day, the news came that Karabi and his team had left the town. I waved my hand. Pursue. Hyuga Tsuna's Byakugan acted like a live radar, reporting in real time. There are a total of 4 people, Karabi is among them, and they seem to be heading to the seaside. I instructed them to follow for a while longer. There were too many people around here, and it wasn't convenient to take action. By evening, Tsuna reported. They've entered the canyon and seem to be preparing to spend the night there. This is it. I decisively ordered everyone to stealthily move in, filling both ends of the canyon with explosive tags. After setting the trap, we hid on a small hill 500 meters away, waiting for nightfall. On the other side, that fool Karabi was still rapping, while his female captain, Jelly, helplessly explained to him that many small teams had gone missing in the village recently, and they needed to hurry back. Karabi was still so full of himself, saying that with him around, there was nothing to fear. To be honest, Karabi is also a pitiful person. He has been treated like a monster since childhood, and it's hard for him to believe that his captain, who is a bit kinder to him, actually dislikes him. Even when the 8 Tails tells him that every day. As night fell, it was time to act. A scream shattered the night sky, as our people swiftly beheaded the female captain. Karabi rushed out of the tent, completely stunned. Taking advantage of his daze, I struck down, directly chopping off his right arm. Yet this guy acted as if nothing had happened, ignoring me completely, and walked over in a daze to pick up the severed head. The next second, tears started streaming down his face. No! He hugged the head and let out a wail, unleashing a violent chakra that exploded from his body. The red-tailed beast cloak instantly formed. I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. Does this kid have a hole in his head? He doesn't even know how to dodge when he's being attacked? I decisively smashed the severed arm on the ground into pieces and shouted at my people. Everyone, step back. Execute the plan. The few Uchiha and Hyuga immediately turned and ran, completing the mission so smoothly that they couldn't believe it themselves. Not a single one is allowed to escape. Wrapped in the tailed beast cloak, Killer Bee charged at the retreating ones like a madman. Orochimaru rushed out just in time, blocking his path, and with a swift thrust of the Tenketsu sword, pierced through the tailed beast cloak, creating a big hole in his chest. However, at the place where Killer Bee's arm was severed, the tailed beast chakra directly condensed into a new arm. And with one punch, he sent Orochimaru flying. Damn, is it really that intense? Starting off with the second form right away, Orochimaru over there got hit hard, and his snake skin shed once, looking sullen and saying, "That hurts, you bastard. Over here." I've already teamed up with Yunshang and Yetsong to launch an all-out attack on him. Karabi is still young, and even with the tailed beast cloak on, he was on the verge of death under our three-way assault. Just as Orochimaru pierced his chest and abdomen with a sword, he finally lost control. There was a loud bellow, and the entire canyon started to shake. A monster made of ultra-high concentration chakra, resembling a bull-horned octopus, slowly took shape. The Eight Tails Gyuki was fully released. The thing was like a small nuclear reactor. The terrifying chakra pressing down on us made it hard to breathe. My pupils shrank to pinpoints, and I quickly retreated over 100 meters, shouting, "Be careful, especially with the tailed beast bomb." I flickered and directly dove into the ground. The next moment, two of me emerged from beside the Eight Tails, and two blades swung out simultaneously, delivering a 10-meter-long slash that cut a large gash in one of its tentacles. It looked pretty hurt, but for its size, it was like just scratching the surface for us. Moo! The Eight Tails swung two of its tentacles at us. We flashed and appeared on its back, stabbing our blades in and pulling them out violently, creating another gash over 20 meters long. Now I was really in pain. Its roar changed pitch, and the wound was visibly healing. Orochimaru was also wielding his sword, continuously inflicting damage on it, while Yunshang was being chased and attacked by three tentacles, barely managing to dodge. Yetsong stood at a distance, throwing scorching fireballs like they were free, already taking out two of its tentacles. The output was simply explosive. The entire canyon was shaking from our assault, and it was quickly leveled to the ground. One of my rock clones accidentally had its leg broken by a strike, turning into a pile of yellow dirt, while the other had its chest caved in but continued to chop away as if nothing happened. Surprisingly, that dent was slowly restoring itself. I tell you, when dealing with tailed beasts, you can't think about taking them down in one hit. Their health is too thick. It's all about grinding. Long. The funding for this trip back needs to be increased by 30%. Orochimaru was knocked back into his snake form, screaming over there. Yitsong didn't say anything, but the blood at the corner of his mouth and his gaze made it clear. I want in too. All right, let's all increase it. I quickly responded with a clone. Yunshang couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, she unleashed a massive fire dragon, temporarily restraining the Eight Tails before retreating. After more than half an hour of fighting, I had consumed 1/3 of my chakra, so I quickly popped a special soldier pill to recover. Just then, the Eight Tails suddenly lifted its head, and a terrifying chakra wave swept across the battlefield. Be careful, it's going to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Orochimaru summoned a myriad of snakes, and when that giant snake saw the Eight Tails, it almost ran away in fear. Yitsong was pulled underground by one of my clones. My two rock clones charged forward fearlessly. I also emerged from underground. Come on, hiding underground isn't safe in front of a tailed beast bomb. 8 gates of Uchiha. First gate, open. 5th gate, open. I stepped into the air and instantly rushed to the side of the Eight Tails, executing a sword technique. Ashen Wind. That gray storm directly turned its entire right arm and chest into ashes, and the tailed beast ball it was still forming almost exploded in its mouth. It could only hurriedly shoot out this underdeveloped tailed beast ball. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded 100 meters in front of it, and the whole world fell silent, followed by a cataclysm. The explosion lasted a full 5 minutes, creating a massive pit in the center of the canyon. The bull demon was also severely affected. Yetsong was forced to withdraw. This battle was beyond her capability. It was too dangerous. The 10,000 snakes crawled out from the edge of the pit, its scales shattered, and it roared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. This time, without 1,000 sacrifices, I won't let this go. Orochimaru awkwardly agreed, and only then was the 10,000 snake satisfied. With enough pay, it dared to challenge the 9 tails. I looked at the half-damaged 8 tails, feeling that it was almost done, and bit my finger to start forming seals. Summoning technique. The big orange cat appeared in a puff of smoke, and upon seeing the situation on the field, it was shocked. Oh, the 8 tails is actually beaten up so badly by you? So what do you think? Do you have the confidence to kill it? I asked. The battle erupted again. The myriad snakes struck like lightning, binding the 8 tails like a zongzi, using all their strength to strangle it. The big orange cat also jumped onto the 8 tails, its sharp claws piercing like a hole, hopping around like a flea, and the 8 tails just couldn't hit it. I then split off 2 raw clones to continue harassing and attacking. Under this relentless beating, the 8 tails aura visibly weakened. I was feeling high at that moment, thinking, why not try my 3-tomo Jinjutsu? My crimson eyes locked onto the bull-like eyes the size of a bell. And guess what happened next? The moment our eyes met, one thought raced through my mind. Damn it, I was careless. I was directly rebounded by an illusion. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, and I found myself unable to move. Tied up in a pitch-black cave, the kind of deep-seated loneliness instantly engulfed me. Then, the scene changed again. I became Killer Bee, walking in the village, and everyone was avoiding me like I was a plague. I experienced his life, from loneliness to meeting the woman who taught him to rap, then to Captain Karui's false tenderness, and finally, watching her head roll to the ground, that heart-wrenching sorrow. I tell you, the feeling was so real that even a big man like me couldn't hold back, tears streaming down my face. Hey, kid, wake up. A slightly anxious voice from Big Orange echoed in my ear, and the next moment my tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. How long have I been trapped in this illusion? My voice was distant, almost unrecognizable. I realized I had been taken away from the battlefield, where Orochimaru and the myriad snakes were still fighting the now half-sized 8 tails. About a minute, meow. Luckily, Big Orange saved you just in time. Big Orange replied, but its voice suddenly changed tone, staring intently into my eyes, as if it had seen a ghost. Meow. A ghost. The moment the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, I tell you, that feeling was something else. I feel completely bewildered, as if a nuclear reactor has been stuffed inside my body, and my strength has suddenly doubled. Before, when I forcefully activated the 8 gates, my body instinctively shut it down, as if some overload protection had been triggered. I suddenly appeared in front of the half-shrunk 8 tails and told Orochimaru to wrap it up for the day. Uncle Snake was perceptive and understood that I had just upgraded my system and was about to open a treasure chest. So he smiled and gave me a once-over before slipping away without saying a word. Next, it was my turn to shine. In no time at all, several large iron chains engraved with runes emerged from the ground and securely bound the feeble 8 tails. Once the tailed beast chakra vanished, I saw the injured Killer Bee, who was lying there barely hanging on, seemingly about to meet Sage of 6 Paths. At that moment, I didn't really know what I was thinking. Maybe I had empathized too deeply with his rap earlier, but I felt a pang of compassion and thought I would try out my newly acquired Sharingan skill on him. And guess what? Hey, a miracle happened. I stared into my kaleidoscope, and his broken arm instantly grew back. His breathing also stabilized. I was so happy at that moment. Thinking how amazing this technique was, it was simply a medical miracle. But the next second, my face turned green. My ocular power flowed out like a gushing faucet, not only saving Karabi, but also replenishing the nearly dying 8 tails inside him. Who understands this, family? The kaleidoscope just opened, and the experience card hasn't even warmed up yet. And I went straight to the brink of blindness. At that moment, I really wanted to stab him again. What kind of situation is this? Just when my mindset was exploding, something strange happened. I felt chakra flowing into my eyes, and my ocular power was actually automatically recovering. I was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What is going on? Is this the eternal kaleidoscope? Factory settings with top configuration? Could it be that my physical condition is so explosive that I directly skipped the version update? I couldn't figure it out. Really couldn't figure it out. While I was pondering this, Karabi woke up, looking confused and asking if I saved him. I darkened my face, couldn't be bothered to look at him, and just tossed a ring at him before turning to leave. Don't worry, my ocular technique comes with a conscience buff, making it hard for those I've saved to harbor hostility towards me, unless they are the kind of ingrates. Later, I rode my big orange cat and leisurely retreated. On the way, I carefully studied my 2 new skills. The ability of my left eye is called Life Bestowal. Goodness, when I gave my rock clone a go, it actually came to life. It could think for itself and absorb energy from the earth to recharge. It was like having a little side account. However, this thing doesn't work on ordinary stones or wood. You have to carve it into a living form. The more lifelike it is, the longer it lasts. Amazing. The right eye is even more ridiculous, called Divine Gift, which allows me to give away anything of mine, chakra, lifespan, even luck, that mysterious stuff, directly to others. This ability is simply a walking cyber hua, ta, capable of nurturing anything. I didn't dare to experiment recklessly, afraid of accidentally giving myself away. When I returned to the border camp, I heard that the hidden cloud had gathered thousands of people to come after me. I just laughed. Are they trying to play a human sea strategy with me? I directly had Hinata Aya divide our people into countless small teams of 20, each team equipped with a Byakugan as a human radar to carry out infiltration and harassment. As for the spies we planted in the hidden cloud, they shouldn't be idle either. I want them to gather intelligence on the missions of the cloud ninjas. Even if they're exposed, it's fine. Just withdraw back to the country and I'll take care of them. In short, I'm not playing with your grand army. I'm just going to steal your home. Let's see how you fight this war. And what happened? 3 days. Just 3 days. That bunch of smart guys in the hidden cloud had their logistical lines cut off by me. The main force camped in the land of hot water. And that same night, my people used fire release to hold a barbecue party, burning everything, including people and supplies, to the ground. They sent 3 waves of transport teams afterward, all of which vanished into thin air on the way. In the end, they were forced to have the 4th Raikage personally escort supplies, and what happened? They still ended up heavily wounded and fleeing. It's hilarious. Now they have completely lost their temper and obediently sent people to seek peace. The one who came was an old acquaintance, Samui's teacher, an old man. He immediately tried to settle things with money. A compensation bill of 30 million Rio. Is that meant to brush aside a beggar? I directly threw the bill back at him. Do you think the Uchiha and Hyuga clans lack your little bit of money? I laid my cards on the table at that moment. Money didn't matter. I just wanted you guys from Yunin Village to publicly issue an apology statement, admitting to the entire ninja world that you were coveting our bloodline limit and wanted to come and steal it. The old man exploded on the spot, slamming the table and saying it was impossible. Impossible? Fine. I added another condition. Then declare the mastermind and executors of this operation as rogue ninjas and expel their families from the village. At this point, the old man was completely stunned, his face turning pale. I couldn't be bothered to respond to him and stood up to leave. Just as I was about to step out, I heard a thud behind me. The old man actually knelt down, hugging my leg and crying, saying they could be declared rogue ninjas but begged me to spare their families. And he was even willing to add another 100 million. Hey, now that's more like it. Why didn't you come to this conclusion sooner? I made a concession on the spot and also had them exchange all the compensation into the most valuable Fire Country banknotes. Family, this is called professionalism. We won't be done until Yunin obediently delivers all the compensation supplies and the 130 million banknotes. Of course, during this time, my 50-member sharp knife team was not idle and added quite a few new graves to Yunin Village. In the end, the Grand Army returned home. On the way, I had a trick up my sleeve, as every night I had Brother Minato come over with the Flying Thunder God, like ants moving their home, transporting all the piled-up spoils back to the village box by box, focusing on safety. By the time our large army leisurely arrived at the gate of Konoha, the supplies were already stored. This expedition netted a total of over 600 million in benefits. Minato's side took 200 million for logistics. After all, they were both spending money and laboring as porters, so they deserved the bigger share. The remaining over 400 million was divided, with Hinata taking 100 million, and Uncle Fugaku from the clan also receiving 100 million, while I still had over 200 million worth of supplies in my own little treasury. After this battle, reputation and benefits were all in hand. It was a complete win. Now outside, rumors are spreading wildly, calling me the Uchiha General, the Konoha War God, with nicknames that are increasingly unpleasant. I can't be bothered with these as I am busy. In my training ground number 7, I looked at the mini version of the Nine-Tails fox made from chakra in front of me, and I was extremely satisfied. I have to tell you, this mini Nine-Tails may be cute, but combat power is key. I immediately had it grow a bit bigger, so I could see its weight. Goodness, with one command, it howled and transformed into a size as big as that mountain from the Nine-Tails Knight. The momentum was certainly there, but I shook my head. A knockoff is still a knockoff. The chakra concentration is too diluted, looks good, but is useless. I asked it to shrink a bit more, and guess what? It actually replied, "Good master," in a crisp female voice. I was stunned on the spot. Who understands this, my family? It's like I've created a nine-tailed version of an electronic pet, and it has a cute girl voice. After some research, I discovered that my kaleidoscope ability is simply a bug-level existence. As long as I first mold the stone into a different shape and then give it life with my left eye, it can't revert back. It locks in the current form. Although I can't extend its life or stack chakra, this is already incredible, right? It even touches the realm of creation. Plus, this ability can save lives, even resurrect recently deceased people. It's simply ridiculous. After figuring out the power of my eyes, I thought I should try the ultimate romance for men. I brought my hands together and shouted, Susanu, activate. In an instant, a skeletal frame enveloped me. Just a few ribs and 2 arms. I moved a bit and felt okay, but if I went too fast, it felt like it would fall apart. Not enough. I increased the output of my ocular power, and the skeletal frame became more complete with a 3-meter-long big sword in my hand. I tried to slash down at the ground, and with a thunderous sound, the ground cracked open with a fissure over 10 meters long. I curled my lips. This power is just SOSO, similar to my own flying slash. What about scraping? But at least it added a shell for self-preservation. Not enough. Keep going. Susanu. Second form. I tell you, in that moment, the skeleton frame instantly grew meridians and flesh, transforming into a half-body giant. And the knife in its hand turned into the appearance of the starry ninja blade. Finally, the defense had no gaps, but the mobility was still terribly lacking, like playing in slow motion with a giant. Let me go again. Third form. The ocular power surged wildly, and the half-body giant was covered with a set of black Tengu armor, its size skyrocketing to 15 meters. It was only at this point that I felt the ocular power rapidly draining. But let me tell you, I wasn't worried at all, and even felt a bit excited. This shows that my ocular power is much stronger than Itachi's peak period. He usually only activates the second form, while I directly jumped to the third form and still felt at ease, clearly far ahead. Since that's the case, let's not stop. Fourth form, activate. Boom. The 15-meter Susanu doubled again, growing massive legs that directly pushed me into its forehead. At this point, it finally had that final boss vibe, feeling like it could crush a tailed beast with a single step. I estimate that in this state, I could hold on for about 10 minutes before my chakra runs out. But I, love to challenge my limits. Come on, ultimate form, fifth form, Utenga form. I poured all my remaining chakra into it. With a loud pop, the 40-meter-tall Susu suddenly spread a pair of wings that could block out the sky. Its armor shimmering with blue light, looking incredibly cool. Standing on its head, I felt like the whole world was beneath my feet. But guess what happened? I looked cool for less than 5 seconds. Then, with a puff, this big guy collapsed like a deflated balloon, and I fell from a height of over 10 meters. Wow. It seems the fifth form is just for show for now. There simply isn't enough chakra for regular combat. The third form is definitely the most stable. After this round of testing, I've completely figured out my strength. Once I unlocked the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, I jumped straight from the initial stage of shadow level to the peak of shadow level, with 1 foot already stepping into the super shadow threshold. I mapped out 3 paths for myself. Either train the 8 gates to the point of opening them without injury, or fuse my chakra attributes, or gather enough chakra to use the fifth form of Susanu as a regular weapon. All roads lead to Rome. The next day, it was my turn to be on duty at the Hokage's office. As soon as I walked in, I saw a little blonde kid running over, bowing to me in a very peculiar manner. Hello, Uncle Rome. As soon as I looked, isn't that Naruto? He's already 3 years old. I smiled and squatted down to hug him, but the little guy wasn't having it. He took 2 steps back, puffed out his little chest, and said, I've grown up now, and I'm going to be Hokage in the future. It really made me laugh. Minato had him sit still and then started discussing serious matters with me. He first mentioned that something seemed to have happened in the Land of Rain, and then asked me what I thought about letting Itachi, Uchiha, join the Yambu. I thought to myself, isn't that obvious? You're the Hokage, so what can I say? I just replied that Fugako wouldn't refuse. After chatting about a bunch of random things, Minato suddenly changed the subject and asked me seriously, Roan, your talent in sealing jutsu is better than mine. What level are you at now? As soon as I heard this, I instinctively glanced at Naruto, sitting quietly beside me, and my heart sank. I instantly understood. I didn't answer him and directly asked back, did Naruto see it? Minato had a bitter smile on his face. Yeah, it's been quite restless lately. I think I understand. Naruto has the complete 9 tails within him, unlike in the original where only half was sealed. Now that the 9 tails power is slowly recovering, Minato's 8 trigram seal is about to be overwhelmed. If the Ninetales breaks free, Naruto's life will be in danger. Should I give it a try? I volunteered. Minato hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he nodded. I lifted Naruto's shirt and pressed my palm against it. The next second, my consciousness was pulled directly into a dark and damp sewer space. I held onto the slightly frightened Naruto and walked deeper inside, soon arriving at a huge iron fence. In the darkness, two large eyes like lanterns suddenly opened wide, and a fierce fox face leaned closer. "It's you, the Uchiha kid. Wow, this big fox actually remembers me." I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to its growls. I was here to learn. As I carefully examined the sealing space, I instantly understood. Watergate's 8 trigrams sealing technique incorporated space-time power, and the core driving this thing was yin-yang release. He must have known I didn't have that talent, which is why he boldly taught me Flying Thunder God, thinking I wouldn't be able to learn it anyway. But he calculated everything except for the fact that my newly unlocked Manjiki Sharingan, my left eye grants life, which is yang release, and my right eye's illusion technique is yin release, directly compensating for this shortcoming. Annoying. I couldn't be bothered to listen to the Ninetales anymore. So I quickly formed hand seals and used my own improved 8 trigram sealing technique to add another layer of locks directly onto Watergate's seal. With a loud bang, the entire space shook, and the red chakra that was originally leaking out instantly shrank back. Done. I took Naruto and exited the sealing space. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Watergate with a face full of joy. Without saying a word, he directly dropped a bombshell. "Long, would you be willing to take Mingren as your disciple?" I was dumbfounded right on the spot. Accepting a disciple? What a joke. I raised him to be a powerful master of the 8 gates, and who will go to my Boku Mountain to learn to fight Pain and Kagaya in the future. Wouldn't that completely ruin the script? I repeatedly waved my hands and said that I was inexperienced and feared I would delay the child. However, Mizukichi thought I was being modest and directly raised the offer. "As long as you are willing to teach Naruto all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, including the 8 trigram sealing, will be given to you." I tell you, at that moment, I was so excited that my mouth was almost watering, but reason told me, no, absolutely not. After being conflicted for a long time, I tentatively asked, teaching is fine, but can we skip the master-disciple relationship? Seeing his expression change, I quickly added, "I promise to help Naruto strengthen the seal and will share everything I know, but his situation is special, and I really have no experience. Can we focus on a companionship-based growth instead?" Minato thought for a moment and agreed. After all my skills are basically tied to the Sharingan, which is indeed not suitable for Naruto. "All right, then I'll trouble you with it." The deal was struck. That day, I received the complete set of sealing technique scrolls from the Uzumaki clan. I was generous and took out several Millennium Herbs that I had saved in my shop and prepared 10 bottles of children's customized strength pills and body tempering powder for him. From that day on, 3-year-old Naruto began his tough life of training at dawn. Every day, he soaked in my specially made medicinal baths and practiced the body tempering punches I taught him. You wouldn't believe it, this little guy's Uzumaki physique is simply ridiculous. His recovery ability is like he's cheating. No matter how tired he gets from training or if he suffers minor injuries, after a good sleep, he wakes up full of energy. In just 3 months, he transformed from a wobbly little kid into a small, tough guy with a super steady stance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. In the yard, 5-year-old Naruto asked me in a baby voice, "Uncle Rome, when can I become a ninja?" While practicing with my knife, I said without turning my head, "Don't rush, just wait another month." I've told you many times, physical strength is the foundation of everything. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Do you understand? More than a month later, right after the new year of the 54th year of Konoha, I brought 6-year-old Naruto to Training Ground 7. "Sit tight. Today I'm going to teach you how to extract chakra." The little guy was so excited that his face turned red. I told him to close his eyes and directly cast an illusion. "Wow, Uncle Rome, there are really so many stars. Calm your mind," I said sternly. "Each star corresponds to a cell in your body. Now, use your will to guide those light points and draw out their power." My self-created star guidance technique is far superior to the generic stuff taught at the Ninja Academy. The teaching method at the Ninja Academy is simply a waste of talent. My technique is designed to ensure that Naruto, this chosen one, completely taps into his potential right from the start. And guess what happened? The potential was tapped so thoroughly. Good grief, almost buried me. I just finished reciting the theoretical formula. And as soon as Naruto closed and opened his eyes, it was only a quarter of an hour. 15 minutes. The chakra fluctuations on him burst out all of a sudden. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Back in my day, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, It took me a whole 3 days to accomplish this. In the original story, Naruto took almost a month to get it done. This isn't just a cheat. It's like directly altering the server code. Little Naruto, looking confused, asked me, "Uncle Rome, is this chakra?" It's amazing. I immediately put on a stern face. "Shut up. Focus. Are you kidding me? Can you afford to be distracted at this critical moment?" Then I watched him continue practicing. And wow, once he started, he couldn't stop. Half an hour passed, and the chakra fluctuations on him grew stronger and stronger, while my expression became increasingly strange. Inside, I was thinking, is this a monster? Is the Uzumaki constitution really this insane? Let me do the math for you. When I first refined chakra, it took me half an hour to fill up, maxing out at 0.05 of a water would, and an ordinary genin would be around 0.1. But Naruto, after an hour, his chakra amount was estimated to be around 0.4. That's the amount of 4 genin. He finally opened his eyes, his little face scrunched up, looking like he was about to cry. "Uncle Rome, it seems like I'm full. Am I really that bad?" Puffed. I had to take a sip of water and sprayed it out in a tactical lean back. Family, who understands? Refining chakra for the first time and already having the amount of 4 genin. And you're asking me if you're bad? Are you trying to make me die of anger and then inherit my credit? I wiped my mouth and, to prevent him from floating away, I could only hold back my laughter and say, "Cough, cough. It's barely acceptable. I suppose it's considered good." As a result, this kid's eyes lit up when he heard good. "Really? So I'm this outstanding?" "No, you're not outstanding. You're ridiculous." Of course, thinking about it, I had fed him so many $1 million ancient blood ginseng, plus the top-tier buffs of the Vortex bloodline and Ashura reincarnation. Having such effects seems still very ridiculous. As for the Nine Tails, it had been sealed tightly by me, and there was no way it could cause trouble in the early stages. All right, he had chakra now, so let's hit the highway. Shadow clone technique, let's start teaching. As a result, the whole afternoon passed, and I was exhausted. Besides that ancestral technique, with clones lying half dead all over the place, he surprisingly mastered both the substitution technique and transformation technique. A monster, definitely a monster. But thinking back to my previous 3 years of devilish training, which had pushed his muscle control to the limit, it seemed reasonable for him to learn 2 techniques in 1 afternoon. But that shadow clone technique, it's hard to explain. It must be the Nine Tails' fault. Even Kurama would have to stay up all night to spread rumors debunking it. After sending Naruto home, I returned to my own yard. As soon as I stepped in, a 7-year-old little girl pounced into my arms. "Oni-chan, I'm back. It's my sister." Then I heard my mom's voice. "Long, dinner's ready. Wash your hands quickly." I put down my sister and walked towards the sink. The moment I turned around, the smile on my face disappeared. Let me tell you, this is really strange. It's been 6 years. I've grown from 13 to 19, while my sister will forever be 7. My dad will always be a notch stronger than me, and I can never beat him. My mom is always at home waiting. Even if I were slow, I would have noticed something was off long ago. This isn't a family. It's a high-quality cyber family. But I can't be bothered to investigate. As long as they mean no harm to me, I'll just keep living like this. After dinner, it's time for the regular program, getting beaten up in the secret training ground under my house. I spent a lot of money building this training ground, covered by dozens of layers of barriers, so even if I were to have a Gundam battle inside, no one outside would hear a thing. As soon as I walked in, I saw my dad, Uchiha Kan, already waiting for me in a 40-meter-tall Yatagarasu Sanu. I cautiously forced a smile and said, "Father, the maintenance cost of the barrier has exceeded the budget recently. How about we practice something else today?" My father's imposing figure didn't move at all, his voice sounding like it came from a mech. "Stop the nonsense. Hurry up." Well, the act of pretending to be poor failed. I could only grit my teeth and activate a similar Susanoo. My father is too mysterious. No matter how much my strength increases, he is always stronger by the same margin, always keeping me 1 step behind. My chakra is now at 52 cards, nearly half the amount of Shikaku, but even with this thing activated, I can only last for a little over 10 minutes before my blue gauge is in crisis. 15 minutes later, my Susanoo shattered with a crack, and I quickly popped a special food pill into my mouth, feeling utterly exhausted like a dead dog, lying on the ground without the strength to move a finger. As for my father, he calmly retracted his Susanoo without breaking a sweat, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. I am increasingly suspicious that my father, mother, sister, and even my naturally eternal Sharingan are all some sort of backup left by the original owner of this body. But there are too few clues to make sense of it. Being weak is the original sin. Don't be fooled by how strong I seem now. There's no one in the 5 great villages who can match me, but when faced with a Kaga-level opponent, I'm just a card experience warrior. My Susanna lasts for only a dozen minutes, and my 8 gates without injury last just 10 minutes. Once the time is up, I have to stop. So, I'm still very weak. Fortunately, the budding organization I've been developing over the years has been doing quite well, training several experts. Kabuto, Irika, and Uchiha Izumi have all risen up, and among the cadres are Yinshang, Yakura, Orochimaru, and Killer Bee. Last year, Itachi and Shursui also joined. Calculating the time, it's been 54 years since Konoha was established, with 6 years left until the plot begins, and the sense of urgency is growing stronger. If I don't hurry and reach the peak of Kage level, I'll really have to cling to Naruto's thigh. With this thought, I caught my breath, took out my phone, and sent a message to the organization S group. Are you ready? A few minutes later, Orochimaru, Boat 3, replied, come to my place. Everything is ready. Great, we have a big job tonight. Didn't Itachi and Shursui both activate their Sharingan? If they want to use it without side effects, they need to transplant Hashirama's cells. This thing, Uncle Snake has plenty of. To the north of Konoha Village, in Orochimaru's underground laboratory. Guess where? Right next to the Umbu base, playing in the dark. We quietly entered, and Orochimaru was incredibly excited, his golden slit pupils scanning over the 4 of us. Itachi, Shursui, my cousin Uchiha Chien, and Yinshang. I looked at him coldly, and as soon as the kaleidoscope opened, Orochimaru, don't try any tricks, or this time it won't just be research funding at stake. Orochimaru chuckled, but my intimidation made him obedient. The surgery began. Itachi went first and succeeded. Then Shursui, also a success. My cousin Chien, who awakened her kaleidoscope last year, also succeeded. Finally, it was Yunshang's turn. She was going for second transplant, which is extremely risky. Orochimaru's expression turned serious. For a second transplant, the body will produce severe rejection. Most of the experimental subjects back then died from this. Think carefully. Yunshang's gaze was incredibly firm. My ninja way should not stop here. That's how she is. Her companions around her are getting stronger one by one, while she is stuck at a bottleneck, feeling worse than death. The surgical process was hellish. Without anesthesia, Orochimaru meticulously carved with the scalpel at her heart, stuffing a quail egg-sized piece of Hashirama cell tumor inside. Yunshang was in so much pain that her whole body convulsed, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. But she gritted her teeth and remained silent. After more than an hour, the transplant was completed, but she was on the verge of collapse, rolling her eyes back, about to pass out. Half a month later, in my underground training ground, 15-meter-tall Susanoo were fiercely battling. Yunshang was among them. Although she still couldn't defeat Itachi and the other 3, she had undergone a transformation. That night, using the kaleidoscope ability of my left eye, illusion, life bestowal, I forcefully pulled her back from the brink of death. As a result, she unexpectedly awakened her kaleidoscope. With her left, I'm manifesting mental attack illusion blades, and her right, I'm manifesting Amaterasu. Goodness, now I have 5 pairs of kaleidoscopes in this basement. I could open a high-end ophthalmology clinic. Chin's ability is also impressive. Her left, I cast large-scale illusion butterflies. And her right, I has an effect similar to Kamui's phasing illusion. I also figured out Shursui's Kodoame Tsukumi. It has a huge limitation and is not an invincible cheat. It is significantly less effective against strong-willed individuals, let alone against a stronger kaleidoscope user. Using it could lead to a cooldown of 10 years. Once they all finished training, Itachi stayed behind, looking hesitant as he said to me, Brother Long, my father, it seems his vision has been declining seriously lately. I understand everything clearly. That kaleidoscope of Fugaku's is probably transplanted from certain clan elder before. Now the side effects have come. Itachi is here to ask for my help. I patted him on the shoulder and said, don't rush, it's not the right time yet. Just joking, right now Fujiwara doesn't have the strength. And I still have a say in the clan. If he gets cured and his eyes are fully restored, who knows what kind of crooked thoughts he might have, wanting to stage a coup and become Hokage. I want to do something foolish like lifting a rock only to drop it on my own foot. I promised Itachi that I wouldn't let his father go blind, and only then did he feel relieved to leave. In the blink of an eye, it was February 15th, 54th year of Konoha, the day the Ninja Academy opened. The school entrance was packed with people. I was holding Naruto's hand when I happened to see Itachi holding Sasuke's hand. I went up and pinched Sasuke's adorable little face, and the little brat looked at me with disdain. I patted Naruto's sturdy arm and said, Naruto, make sure to take care of little Sasuke at school from now on. Naruto nodded obediently, but Sasuke had a look of disdain on his face. TCH. Who needs this guy to take care of me? As a result, he received a smack on the head from Itachi. The two little ones, separated by their brothers, had already started exchanging fierce glances. It was quite something. Watching them walk into the school gate, I was almost laughing my head off. Itachi, you have no idea, your proud, genius little brother. Compared to the Naruto I've completely transformed, is simply a weakling. When Naruto took the stage to introduce himself, saying, I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage, the little kids in the audience were starry-eyed. Wow, no wonder he's the son of the Hokage. So strong. That little mustache is so manly. Only Sasuke sat below with a look of disdain, a little bratty expression on his face. I watched the scene with a more and more cunning smile on my face. Little Sasuke, you're still feeling proud in the beginner's village. While Naruto has already been transformed by me into a level 999 Ultimate Saiyan, your tough days are still ahead. Look, on the very first day of school, Sasuke's troubles have begun. I tell you, it's just this short distance from the podium to the seat, and by the time Naruto turns around, his hands are already filled with little notes, all love letters from the little girls. Naruto is now the Prince of Konoha, with his reputation at an all-time high, and he's the center of attention wherever he goes. But when he turns around, he discovers that his desk mate is actually Sasuke. He immediately smiles brightly and reaches out his hand, saying, Hey, Sasuke, we're desk mates now. Let's take care of each other from now on. Sasuke's face darkens, surrounded by envious and jealous gazes, like searchlights. He has no choice but to force a smile, stretch out his hand, and squeeze out two words through clenched teeth. Mu. Guen, Zho. The way he bites those words, I could hear his molars clashing from afar. He used all his strength, trying to give Naruto a show of strength. But guess what? Naruto's grip was even stronger. With a backhand squeeze, he nearly crushed Sasuke's finger bones on the spot. How outrageous. Sasuke must have mentally tortured Naruto 100 times, but he still had to maintain a smile. The two of them smiled at each other, their eyes sparking with electricity, almost igniting an explosive tag. At this moment, Irika stepped up, clapping the podium. Everyone be quiet. This guy wrote his name on the blackboard, still mumbling to himself. Why did the organization assign me such a task? It's delaying my development of new ninjutsu. You heard that right, I tell you. The current Irika is not the same poor little Chunin he used to be. After a whole morning of theoretical lessons, the little kids were almost falling asleep, and Irika waved his hand. All right, let's go. Line up to the cafeteria for food. In the afternoon, I'll show you real ninjutsu. As soon as the words ninjutsu came out, the whole class instantly came back to life. Each one of them seemed to be pumped up. What? There's a cafeteria this semester? My mom even packed me a bento. Haha, you country bumpkin. The freshman handbook says the school will provide lunch from now on. TCH, the cafeteria food can't be as good as my mom's cooking. As soon as these words were said, Choji stood up, not happy at all. With his big belly. You're talking nonsense. The school cafeteria is contracted by our Akimichi family. We only use the finest beef and lamb. Wow, is that true? There's meat? Who understands? In this day and age, meat is a luxury. Many commoner kids' eyes turned green with envy. Of course, another well-informed classmate said, I heard a big boss invested a huge sum, requiring at least 50 cows and sheep to be slaughtered for every meal, ensuring the students have plenty of meat. At this time, Naruto smugly interjected. Hee, you must be talking about my Uncle Long, right? Goodness, all the class's attention suddenly focused on him. Choji even leaned over, putting his arm around Naruto's shoulder, instantly becoming best buddies. That lunch was simply a scene of wolves fighting over food. Each kid ate at least a pound of meat, and Naruto was the most outrageous, with 3 pounds of beef and a big bowl of lamb noodle soup, like a bottomless pit. Actually, I just casually leaked a bit of money to sponsor this. It was just for one lunch, no big deal. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Irika took this group of kids with full bellies to the training ground in the small forest on the east side of the school. Everyone stepped back. Irika stood in the center of the field, his hands quickly forming seals, fast enough to only see a series of afterimages. Watch closely, he shouted, Earth-style, subterranean trap. With a loud rumble, the ground in front of him collapsed into a pit 10 meters long, 3 meters deep. Wow, the kid's jaws nearly dropped, and even Sasuke looked stunned. Irika's impressive moves weren't over yet. He continued forming seals, water-style, fountain jutsu. Water bubbled up from the pit, and in no time, it turned into a small pond. This is a C-rank ninjutsu I developed, Irika said proudly, then created 2 water clones, which began to fight on the water's surface in a spectacular manner. This completely ignited these little kids' aspirations to become ninjas. Let me tell you, I have long since brought Irika into my budding organization. After years of resources poured in, he still appears to be a CH Nin on the surface. But his strength is already at the J Nin level, especially with his mastery of water style. In the martial world, he is known as the Water Master Irika, and he is on par with elite figures like Shunshin, no Jutsu, and Orochimaru. So now when he looks at Naruto, he no longer harbors the resentment he once did. His mindset has completely changed. What he seeks now is the secrets of ninjutsu, and his perspective has broadened. While Irika is training the kids, one of my rock clones slowly emerges from the ground in a corner of the forest, just like a whack-a-mole. I watched over there, Naruto practicing diligently, while Sasuke was goofing off, splashing in the water with a look of disdain. I couldn't help but complain. Sigh, Erjuzi's attitude problem is too serious. Even Naruto, who has his cheats activated, knows how to fit in and play along, and you're still trying to act cool. It's infuriating. Isn't he going to get rubbed to the ground by Naruto in the future? After murmuring that, my rock clone sank back into the ground, casually clearing away a few white zetsus hidden underground. That's right, those white things under Konoha had long been farmed by me like wild monsters. On the other side, at training ground number 7, I had just sent away a little cat that came to deliver information when Might Guy charged in like a cannonball. Hey, don't get distracted during battle. Goodness, he was surrounded by bright red chakra, having opened the 7th gate. His momentum was incredible. Boom, a punch and a kick collided, and the shockwave exploded like a typhoon passing through. Might Guy was directly knocked back several meters. How is this possible? Can't you even draw your sword now? He was unconvinced and charged at me again. Brother Kai, it's just a spar, don't go all out. I was already numb. This guy's 8 gates technique had mutated after my inspiration. His 7th gate state was almost reaching the level of Kage. I had no choice but to open the 6th gate just to barely suppress him. After 5 minutes of fighting, Kai finally ran out of energy, closed the 8 gates, gasping for breath, and stuffed a military ration pill into his mouth. I frowned and said, Kai, your method of merging blood energy with the 8 gates is powerful, but the damage to your body is too great. He then scratched the back of his head, showing a big smile. Hee, I couldn't help it for a moment. I really can't stand it. Family, who understands? Ever since he found out about my kaleidoscope left eye ability that can instantly heal severe injuries, he has completely let himself go, training as if he were self-harming, thinking he has me, this free healer, to fall back on. Closing my eyes, I sighed and activated my ocular technique. A massive life force instantly repaired his damaged body. Thanks to you, he said with a sly look. I really regret letting him know about this ability. After the fight, Kai was so hungry that he immediately rushed to Yao Ramen. Shobwa, 2 bowls of supersized tonkatsu ramen. Coming right up, the hand-pulled uncle quickly brought out 2 bowls as big as basins, and Kai began to show off. Just as he was devouring his food, 3 kids came into the shop, 2 boys and a girl, one of whom had to be a Kugan from the Hyuga clan. Hand-pulled uncle, 3 servings of secret ramen, 1 supersized. A cute girl with her hair in a bun boldly slapped down a wad of cash. The Byakugan boy said to another boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Lee, don't be discouraged, you can definitely do it. The boy named Lee, with a worried look on his face, said weakly. The teacher said if I can't learn the body flicker technique this semester, I'll be expelled. Throughout the whole process, Kai was crazily eating until the hand-pulled uncle brought a supersized ramen bowl, the same size as his, to the cute girl. Only then did he lift his head. Hey, who's this little general? This tiny loli has an appetite, just as great as mine. His gaze swept over the 3, spotting Hyuga, then Tion, and finally landing on the thick-browed boy, Rock Lee. Kai was stunned. This damn thick-brow. So familiar. Could he be my dad's illegitimate child? Or one of my drunken escapades? In the evening, Tion and Niji left, leaving only little Lee in the training ground, drenched in sweat doing push-ups. 329. 330. He gritted his teeth, his arm muscles trembling with pain. Even if I can't use ninjutsu, I must become a qualified ninja. I can do it. But on the 399th push-up, his arms gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, face full of mud. Tears instantly streamed down his face. Why? Why just one more? That last push-up felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. He struggled, tried to push himself up again, but his body no longer obeyed him. In the end, he could only bury his face in the dirt and sob silently. Is this how I give up? A voice came from above. Little Lee turned to see a tall, green figure standing in a tree, somehow finding the strength. He pushed himself up and actually completed that last push-up. Finally, did it. He lay on the ground, crying and laughing, pushing himself to the limit. This is reckless. My muscles are seriously strained. Might Guy jumped down from the tree, looking at the small figure. As if seeing his former self, Someone who had no talent and had to run desperately, injuring himself time and again. You want to become a ninja relying only on taijutsu? Kai flashed a big grin. Is that possible? Little Lee, right? Come to training ground 7 tomorrow morning. If you can get up again. Kai's figure vanished in an instant. I'll teach you. Under the tree, Rock Lee's eyes reignited with hope. The next day, I looked at the large and small green watermelon heads in front of me, and my face darkened. Kai, do you really think I'm a medical ninja? I looked at Little Lee, who could barely stand, completely exhausted. Kai chuckled. Go to the hospital costs money, and I'm faster than you. Closing my eyes, I silently activated my ocular technique and instantly healed Little Lee. Let's take him to eat something first. After saying that, I disappeared, out of sight, out of mind. By the time they returned after eating their fill, I had already run away. Kai didn't mind and began officially training Little Lee, even giving him a special package of my medicinal concoctions. Meet my requirements within a week, and I'll teach you a powerful taijutsu. Thank you, teacher. Don't call me that randomly. I roll my eyes from the shadows. You've even prepared the same style of bodysuit for others. What are you pretending for? Just then, the fellowship ring on my finger suddenly emitted a faint blue light. It was an emergency communication from within the organization. Boat 1, Tong. Our merchant ship has been attacked. I replied immediately. Tong Zhou 1, which side? Zhou 1 Tong. The water country route. Tong, assemble. Gather in the land of waves. Tong, set sail, conceal in the mist. After sending the message, I went straight to the Hokage building to submit an application for an outing. Coincidentally, I also planned to deal with the Three Tails and the Fourth Mizukage who were controlled by Obito. A few days later, at the dock in the land of waves, I met up with Yunshang and Yetsong. Orochimaru and Shursui were on missions and couldn't come. Yunshang also brought along 2 subordinates, Yakushi Kabuto and a beautiful woman beside him who carried a giant sword like a beheading blade, codenamed Monica, who was actually my earliest team member, Yamazaki Natsuki. That kid Kabuto has grown rapidly with the resources of the organization, but he still has his eyes on that director under Danzo. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, that old dog Danzo will be dealt with sooner or later." Just as I spoke, the boat arrived. We put on our masks and boarded the ship. The journey to the land of water was quite roundabout. We first had to go to the ruins of the land of Whirlpool and then set off from the eastport over there. On the ship, Yunshang reported the intel. The enemy consists of 2 ninjas who can use ice release, suspected to be from the Yuki clan or the Mizunoto clan. Oh, bloodline limit. That makes sense. I leaned against the cabin and said lightly, "Perfect. Let's pay a visit to these 2 clans." Speaking of the land of water, that place is a mishmash of bloodline limits. During the Warring States period, many clans with bloodline limits were hunted down and had no choice but to hide on those isolated islands overseas. As a result, while the ninjas there are strong, the situation is utterly chaotic. 3 days later, we arrived at the ruins of the land of Whirlpool. Looking at this desolate land, I felt quite emotional. The Uzumaki clan had such great vitality and powerful sealing techniques, yet they are gone. What a pity. Yunshang, come up with a plan to build our base here. This place holds too much strategic importance. We must take it. After resting for a night, the next day we arrived at the east port and switched to the large ship that had been waiting for us. Off we go, to the land of water. However, after just 1 day of sailing, we encountered 3 waves of pirates. Yetsong was extremely annoyed and was cursing. I'm quite calm. It's normal for there to be many pirates in this place. Yunshang explained that the Water Nation is resource poor, and many things rely on imports from the Fire Nation, but official channels keep the prices extremely low and strictly prohibit the private sale of luxury goods like ambergris. In this way, how can smuggling and piracy not be rampant? The first island we landed on is called Coral Reef Island. As soon as we got ashore, we saw a dozen incidents of robbery and theft. I thought the policies in Misty Hidden Village were outrageous enough, but I couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the chaos among the people to be even worse. And guess what? Not only is the situation among the people chaotic, but there are also plenty of monsters and demons at sea. I want to tell you, we chose that supposedly safer southeastern route, and what happened? Just half a day out at sea, good grief, we were directly surrounded by more than a dozen pirate ships. Yitsong's temper exploded right on the spot, cursing and ready to fight. But then my brother Uchiha Rong leisurely stood at the bow of the ship and said, "Don't rush, let me stretch my muscles." Folks, who understands? The 4 of us were stunned at that moment, thinking, what business do you have stirring up trouble? But the next second, he suddenly pulled out that floppy Stardust sword and made a sweep over the sea. Oh my goodness. In that moment, the turbulent sea suddenly froze into a giant ice rink within a radius of hundreds of meters. Those dozen pirate ships, along with their crews, were all frozen in place. Unable to move, their faces looking as if they had seen a ghost, probably with their pants soaked through. Even Long, who was watching, was stunned and muttered, "Wow. Ice release on the sea. Is the combat power doubled?" Yes, you heard it right. This guy, over 3 years, relying on his fearless shadow clones, turned himself into a walking periodic table of elements, merging all 4 attributes: water, fire, earth, and wind. With this move, he used less chakra than a C-rank jutsu, yet managed to create a natural disaster-level scene on the ocean. Then, for some reason, he got overly excited looking at the immobilized pirates and suddenly said, "Let us try boil release." Half an hour later, our merchant ship, as if fleeing, desperately rushed out of that sea area. On board, from my brother Uchiha Long himself to us few and all the crew, every single one of us was leaning over the ship's railing, vomiting uncontrollably, with bile almost coming up. Even the most well-behaved Yunjing couldn't help but complain, "Master, please, don't use this technique at sea anymore, okay? Who understands the family?" Boil release. That scene was simply a large-scale live boiling of people. Hundreds of pirates were cooked on the spot, and that delicious yet disgusting smell of meat wafted for 10 miles. Just thinking about it now makes my stomach churn. My brother, too, just thinking about that smell, leaned against the railing and started to vomit again. Ninjas don't usually vomit unless they can't hold it back. It's just ridiculous. After this painful lesson, he understood that in the right environment, the power of his bloodline limit could be amplified to an absurd degree. This really pumped him up, and he began pondering his hidden skills. Now, he not only combined ice release and boil release, but also developed 2 even more twisted bloodline eliminations. One is the fusion of fire, wind, and earth, called scorch release, ash storm, which directly vaporizes you at the molecular level, emphasizing a physical exorcism. The other is the fusion of earth, water, and wind, called wood release. Withering would meet spring, which is even more sinister, directly planting seeds in your body to drain your life force. And then a towering tree grows from your corpse, highlighting an eco-friendly yet cruel aspect. So we kept vomiting and researching until we finally reached the so-called Golden Continent. Goodness, there was no gold on this island, only the overwhelming smell of blood. The atmosphere on the streets was tense, and after just a few steps, we saw people carrying corpses out of alleys, while the guards seemed oblivious, numbed by it all. The rule here is that if you're weak, you deserve to be cut down, and no one cares if you die. I realized that the entire land of water was rotten to the core, and Obito's blood mist policy was simply a locally customized version. We quickly finished resupplying and left, feeling that staying even a second longer would bring bad luck. After another day of sailing, we finally set foot on the continent of the Water Nation. As soon as we landed, without needing any orders from Brother Long, Yin Shang, Yi Tsang, Do, and Monica immediately split up to take action. With such a large cargo being stolen, there must be traces of the stolen goods. They went to look for clues. My brother was wandering inland, leisurely holding his big black cat. As he passed by a small town, he suddenly brightened up and chuckled. "Oh, isn't that a familiar face?" In front of him were 2 figures, one tall and one short. The tall one was carrying an exaggerated large sword, while the short one was like a little tail following closely behind. So my brother quietly followed them. In a broken-down house, he heard the tall one coldly say, "Hurry up and eat, don't waste my time." The little boy named by was wolfing down his food, choking and turning red in the face, but too scared to make a sound, fearing he would be left behind. Although Zaibuzin sounded impatient, he still tossed a water pouch over. The child understood very well who was kind to him, and the gratitude in his eyes was impossible to hide. Just then, Zaibuzin suddenly shouted, "Who's there?" and grabbed his beheading sword. My brother came out slowly, wearing a monkey face mask. As a result, that kid, who was pale and trembling with fear, firmly held a kunai and stood in front of Zabuza, shouting at my brother, "You go first, sir. This person is very strong." My brother was shocked and thought, this kid is only 8 or 9 years old, right? His perception is impressive. The next second, Zabuza had already made his move. One launched a frontal assault while the water clone sneaked around to attack from behind. As a result, my brother grabbed a kunai, clinked it twice, and the water clone exploded into a puddle. Zabuza's main body had his decapitation sword knocked away. Then, several ice spikes emerged from the ground, trying to launch a surprise attack. But my brother didn't even lift his eyelids, and those ice spikes shattered on their own. Finally, with a bang, thick ice walls rose up around, trapping Zabuza and Haku in confinement, essentially putting them in a controlled environment. Zabuza was completely stunned. "What? You also have the ice release bloodline limit?" My brother leisurely walked over and asked, "It looks like you're being hunted?" Zabuza, still on guard, asked what he wanted. My brother waved his hand and said he wasn't interested in those two who slipped away. He just came to inquire about something. A while ago, my merchant ship was robbed by a group of ice users. Do you know if it was the Mizuno Yuki clan or the Yuki clan behind it? Zabuza was dumbfounded. You're an ice user, and you're asking me who the ice users are? But he quickly realized this could be an opportunity. He thought for a moment, glanced at Haku beside him, and said, it should be the infiltrators of the Yuki clan. It turns out that when the Hidden Mist Village was established, some members of the Yuki clan didn't join and instead dispersed into the common folk to live in hiding. These people are called infiltrators. Now, the ice ninjutsu users who can roam freely and even dare to rob are likely these individuals. Zabuza, being sharp, immediately added, "Sir, if you need, I can help you track down that group of pirates." Oh, my brother paused his steps upon hearing this. Seeing that he had a chance, Zabuza quickly showed off. He asked Haku to bring a basin of water, then formed hand seals and performed some secret technique, the Mirage technique. I waited for half a day, and finally the basin of water calmed down, revealing an old man's face on the surface. I then respectfully said, "Master Yuan, I need to investigate a group of pirates." My brother, listening beside me, felt as if everything was clear as day. Wow. It turns out that the mastermind behind the assassination of the fourth Mizukage is this old man called Yuan. Zabuza is just a pawn that gets used and thrown away. Just as the old man was about to hang up the communication, my brother suddenly spoke up. Wait. The expression on Yuan's face instantly turned cold as he directed his anger at Zabuza. Zabuza, you actually betrayed the hidden mist. In his eyes, helping an outsider was far worse than attempting to assassinate the Mizukage. My brother laughed and got straight to the point. Don't rush to conclusions, old man. I think you must be really troubled by that guy who controlled the fourth Mizukage, right? As soon as he said this, both Master Yuan and Zabuza were dumbfounded. My brother seizes the opportunity. Let's cooperate. I can help you break the control over the Kumquat Shikigami. Why should I trust you? My brother smiled without speaking, took 2 steps forward, and with a swish, the kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated. At this moment, the Yuan master opposite the water mirror fell completely silent, probably with the CPU almost overheating. My brother continued to press on, jokingly saying, "You can choose not to cooperate, and then I'll just have to work harder to destroy your family's warehouse." At this point, Yuan Sure was completely out of patience. They had long known that the warehouse was under control, but they didn't dare to take action for fear of causing chaos in the village, being cautious in their approach. Now, suddenly, an Uchiha with a kaleidoscope appeared, as if a strong man had descended from the heavens. No, a calamity had arrived. How do you want to cooperate? Yuan Sure finally softened. My brother raised the corner of his mouth. You want a living vessel. I want the 3 tails. Impossible. Don't be quick to refuse. My brother said leisurely, if the 3 tails can be controlled once, it can be controlled a second time. Such a hot potato. Do you dare take it? Yuan Master fell silent again. This statement was simply hitting him right in the lungs. In the end, the old man gritted his teeth and agreed. My brother was shocked. The old man didn't even ask how to keep the Jinchuriki alive. It seemed that the Mist Village also had its own trump card. 3 days later, our side's team also brought good news. Yunshang and her 3 companions were like unstoppable forces, directly slaughtering the stronghold of the Snow Wolf pirate group. The 2 leading brothers with ice release were turned into dried corpses by Yetsong in one move. Not only did they retrieve all the goods that were stolen from us, but they also conveniently emptied the enemy's treasury, making over $1 billion in profit. Monica stayed with the ship, while the other 3 came directly to provide support. Meanwhile, my brother had already entered the Mist Village with Zabuza, the guide. This village was shrouded in fog all year round, damp and humid. My brother couldn't help but complain. Living here for a long time would give you rheumatism, wouldn't it? Zabuza, the poor guy, as a rogue ninja, had been conscripted by Yuan Master and was forced to lead the way. After entering the village, we met the Yuan Master in a tall, cylindrical building, an old man leaning on a cane. The old man immediately tried to assert his dominance over my brother, Uchiha. Aren't you afraid that I will keep you here forever? My brother laughed directly, saying with his mouth that we still have a common enemy, but his body was very honest. As soon as the kaleidoscope opened, a half-body Susanoo directly hit the 3-meter-high ceiling, and the sword as thick as a door pointed at the old man. In that scene, the smile on Master Yuan's face instantly froze, and he could only awkwardly laugh. Huh, young people just can't take a joke. My brother coldly replied, I never joke, and then summoned Susanoo. Strength is the only way to make others calm down and listen to your reasoning. Now the cooperation went much smoother. Yuan sure stopped pretending and directly asked whether the one controlling Yagura was also from the Uchiha clan. My brother casually revealed some information about the Nine Tails chaos and sent him off, urging him to hurry up with the arrangements. The old man was even more anxious than my brother and immediately decided. Then tonight, that night, in a remote training ground, my brother stood alone in the middle. His mind as clear as a mirror. This old man truly had no sense of martial ethics, while claiming to cooperate. He secretly mobilized over 1,000 people to surround the area completely, clearly intending to take my brother down after the deed was done. But he wasn't worried at all. In fact, he even felt like laughing. This was exactly the effect he wanted, as he was certain that as soon as he made a move against Yagura, the puppet master Obito would definitely show up. Soon, Yuan Sure arrived with Yagura and a squad of personal guards, including Terumi Mei. Before they even entered the barrier, Yagura, or rather the Yagura controlled by Obito, suddenly attacked Yuan Sure. The scene instantly turned chaotic, with the two groups directly engaging in combat. My brother has been waiting for this opportunity. Just when everyone was in chaos, he flashed and appeared directly behind the little boy Shikura, placing a hand on his shoulder. In the next second, both of them disappeared in an instant. Everyone in the arena was stunned, exclaiming it was a space-time ninjutsu. By the time they reacted, my brother had already taken Shikura to the depths of a mountain several miles away. Immediately after, a massive, dark red barrier, the Four Scarlet Suns formation, enveloped a 1,000-meter radius in an instant. Unexpectedly smooth sailing. My brother, with his kaleidoscope eyes, easily dodged Shikura's counterattack. He didn't waste any words, drew the Stardust Sword, and struck at Shikura with a slash. Blazing release, Ashen Storm. The searing gray storm swept out in an instant. Although Shikura desperately formed seals to create 3 water walls and attempted to use the water mirror technique to rebound in front of my brother's move, it was no different from paper. The Ashen Storm swept past, and Shikura couldn't even mount a decent resistance before losing consciousness and being instantly defeated. My brother watched the water mirror clone that had just appeared evaporate, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thankful for his quick actions. Otherwise, that rebound would have taken him out on the spot. Just as I let out a sigh of relief, the Shikura lying on the ground suddenly began to emit red light from his dry, corpse-like body. I thought, this is bad. He's about to self-destruct. Sure enough, in the next second, a giant turtle with 3 tails, the 3-tailed Isabu, burst out of his body and let out a roar at me. The kaleidoscope pattern in its eyes spun like a whirlwind. Hey, comparing ocular power with me? Let me tell you, I was amused at that moment. My brother jumped up on the spot, and a complete Susanoo instantly took shape in the form of a Tengu, looking incredibly cool. Without a word, he flapped his wings and knocked that giant turtle down, riding on its back, swinging the big sword of Susa, and smashing it against the turtle shell with a series of loud thuds. It was such a stress reliever. The 3-tailed beast was in a terrible state, unable to fight back at all, and after just a few hits, its shell was cracked, although its tailed beast chakra was desperately trying to repair it. It couldn't keep up with how fast my brother was destroying it. In just 3 minutes, it was visibly weakening. At this point, my brother jumped from Susanoo's head to its chest, aimed both of his Sharingan at the 3-tailed beast's single eye, and unleashed a Jinjut, Endless Abyss, pulling it straight into the mental world and locking it in a little black room. The 40-meter-tall giant shrank down in an instant. All done. My brother went over to take a look, and hey, it turned out that this guy, Yagura, had quite a strong will. He was still hanging on even after being hit by my ash storm. Just as he was pondering this, he caught a glimpse outside the 4 Red Yang formation, where that kid Obito was peeking around with Black Zetsu like a sly old fox. Wow, he got here pretty fast. It looks like I need to make a quick escape. My brother immediately took out the sealing scroll he had prepared long ago, performed a smooth series of hand seals, pressed his hand against Yagura's stomach, and shouted. The dark red-tailed beast chakra was sucked into the scroll like there was no tomorrow. Once the chakra was drained, I looked at Yagura, who was left with just a breath, and thought for a moment that killing him would be pointless. After saving him, we could fight Nagato and Madara, and he might even become a super soldier. So, I quickly performed a reverse series of hand seals and directly broke the tailed beast seal on him. With a boom, a fainted mini turtle emerged from his body. This was the true form of the 3 tails. Let me tell you, my brother's really ruthless. Without hesitation, he followed up with another ash storm, completely reducing the little turtle to ashes, physically exorcising it. Want to be revived? Wait for 10 or 8 years. After doing all this, my brother used his left eye's ocular technique, life bestowal, on Yagura's dried corpse. Guess what? That shriveled body inflated like a blow-up doll, recovering vitality in just a minute. Of course, the cost was that my brother's ocular power was almost depleted again. But it was worth it. After reviving Yagura, he casually cast an endless abyss in his mind, adding a backdoor for illusion protection, and left behind a mutual aid ring before slipping away. When Yagura woke up, he was faced with a group of mist umbu rushing at him, while my brother had long since taken Yunshang and the others far away. We found a deserted grove. My brother had others keep watch while he set up a barrier and then opened the scroll that sealed the three-tailed chakra. As soon as the giant turtle emerged, its eyes were filled with rage, showing no trace of intelligence. My brother was well prepared. Before it could go berserk, he activated his Sharingan and directly used illusion, life bestowal on this mass of pure energy. Let me tell you, the consumption this time completely drained my brother's chakra and health bars, almost causing him to fall flat on his face. He quickly took a military food pill, his face pale, but the effect was explosive. This chunk of chakra was endowed with nearly 7 years of lifespan and even gave birth to a new consciousness. Who understands? Family? A giant turtle, 40 meters tall, suddenly transformed into a palm-sized cute little turtle in a flash of light, with 3 tails that could hide away, cutely calling my brother master in a baby voice. The contrast was adorable. My brother immediately named it Sanbei, although this time his ocular power was exhausted and his vision had dropped to nearly blind within 3 meters. Holding this mobile power bank that could provide about 300 calories of chakra made him overjoyed. Once his ocular power recovered, he would grant Sanbei some divine chakra and seal it within himself, making him the most handsome Jinchuriki in the village. No more worries about running out of chakra in fights. Then came an even more outrageous turn of events. Because my brother saved Yagura, he inadvertently completely healed Yagura's mind, which had been on the verge of collapse due to Obito's Jinjutsu. So, as soon as my brother returned to Konoha, the envoy from the Mist Village followed, right behind him. I just returned to the village, and my eyes still look like they have a level 10 beauty filter on. Everything seems blurry. Then, the Water Gate called me to the Hokage office. The way he looked at me was, oh my, so complicated, both resentful and mocking. After a long pause, he finally said, Long, you little brat, you went to the Mist Village and exhausted your own lifespan to save the 4th Mizukage. And here I am, the Hokage, finding out last. I was completely dumbfounded at the time. What the hell? Consuming lifespan? When did I become so great? I can only play dumb there. Seeing me like that, Mizuki directly threw me the thank you gift from Kirigakure, a large scroll. Then he straightened his face and asked me who the Uchiha controlling the water shadow was. I was thinking that now my wings have hardened, I'm not afraid of revealing the truth. So I just said, oh, you mean Obito? Isn't he just Kakashi's best friend? What? Minato was immediately furious, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. After all, he was Obito's teacher. Just thinking about how this kid was also responsible for the Nine Tails incident made the usually gentle 4th Hokage explode with anger, cursing that kid as a treacherous scoundrel. A vile spawn. I completely agree. Watergate was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said he should have crushed Obito's bones and scattered his ashes from the very beginning. In the end, he asked me to go back first, as he wanted to be alone for a while. I hurriedly slipped away. When I got home and opened the scroll out, there were wind-shattering gold, Xian iron source crystals, Millennium blood ginseng, Millennium snow lotus, all top-notch treasures I had once mentioned to Minato. This Arrow warehouse understands human emotions and social affairs. That evening, I went to the ninja school to pick up Naruto and thought I'd try out the water mirror technique I had just copied. In the training ground, I directly used water release to create an identical clone of Naruto. Watching Naruto fight himself was quite a spectacle. He used Phoenix Fire, and the clone also used Phoenix Fire. He used Great Breakthrough, and the clone also used Great Breakthrough. In the end, this kid got a bit carried away and actually tried to use the B-rank Earthflow Spear. I was so scared that I quickly dispelled the clone. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a mess. After teaching Naruto a lesson, I casually asked him to pass a message to the 9 tails inside him. I just drained the chakra of the 3 tails, and its main body is nothing but ashes. If it doesn't T-behave, I wouldn't T-mind draining 90% of its chakra too. Guess what? In the dark sewer, Kurama, that big fox, trembled in fear, and the fierce look on its fox face was filled with I'm scared. Now, Kurama understood what it meant to have strength to make others listen calmly to reason. After training with Naruto, while on the way to send him home, I unexpectedly ran into Kakashi. This guy was on the outskirts of the training ground, chopping with like a heartbroken young man, looking completely emo. It seems Minato has already told him about Obito. When he saw me, he hesitated for a long time and actually said he wanted to return Obito's Sharingan to our Uchiha clan. At that moment, I thought, who else are you giving it to? I told him, don't think about those irrelevant things. Instead of wasting your energy, use that to protect Konoha. If you really have the resolve to not fear death, come to the training ground tonight, and I'll help you soar. After saying that, I went home. Strangely enough, after having dinner made by my mom, my almost blind, I suddenly regained a significant portion of its vision. Just as I was wondering about it, my disciple Shurnai hurriedly returned from a mission, bringing me some specialty Shizuoka tea. By nightfall, when I arrived at training ground number 7, Kakashi was indeed already waiting there. Without saying a word, I took him and left. After tonight, the copy ninja will completely break free from the constraints of that eye and become a true wallflower. Let me tell you, things got interesting from here. I brought him to the creepy secret base of Orochimaru and didn't rush in. I just stood there and gave him a soul-searching interrogation. Kakashi, have you thought it through? He made a sound like a mosquito buzzing. I was furious at that moment, turned around, and directly confronted him with my kaleidoscope Sharingan, saying, try saying again. Do you think this is a dinner invitation? I told him, there aren't that many good and bad people in this world. To me, there are just two types of people, insiders and outsiders. And there are also two kinds of people, those who live for themselves and those who live for others. I said, look at yourself, for the village, for Obito. You're willing to give up your life. It sounds quite noble, but where's the power? If you have no power, what good is it? Your father sacrificed himself for the village, and what happened? His end was worse than anyone else's. If you keep eating this Navi, you'll end up following in his footsteps sooner or later. These few sentences hit him like a heavy hammer, striking right at his heart. His previously determined face instantly crumbled, his features twisting in distress. All those past glories of genius, his father's suicide, and his master's passing were probably playing a 3D surround concert in his mind. After a long while, his gaze finally refocused on me, and he looked resolute. Lord Rome, I've thought it through. I need power. Oh, that's more like it. I felt a sense of relief in my heart. This child is teachable. People should live a bit selfishly, first understanding themselves before caring about the family and the nation. Otherwise, you're just a brainwashed tool. Let's go. I opened the stone door and let him inside. I casually tossed him a ring, telling him it was the token of our brotherhood, and that Orochimaru is one of us now. Don't be afraid. Our organization is all about being loose, coming and going freely, and focusing on resource sharing. Next up, Ant Snake. Cough. Orochimaru should make his entrance. I explained to Kakashi that we would be transplanting Hashirama cells into him. This would allow him to fully control that Sharingan, ensuring ample chakra and bidding farewell to the 50-50 odds with the Hitaki. Guess what? This time, he didn't protest at all. In the past, he would have been shouting about the illegal experiment forbidden by Konoha. Now, he realized that as long as he could become stronger and protect those he cares about, he wouldn't mind a cell transplant. He would even be willing to be reincarnated through impure world reincarnation on the spot, as long as he could win. Who cares if the process is dirty? In the operating room, Orochimaru looked at Kakashi lying flat, his tongue flicking around happily, calling me Ronchan in that nauseating tone. I immediately turned dark and warned him that if he kept calling me that, I would turn him into snake soup. He didn't mind, though, staring at Kakashi's Mangeki with sparkling eyes, saying it looked like a ruby. I casually promised that the next time I encountered Obito, I would take his eye for him as material to study. I understand Orochimaru very well. He's just a research fanatic, and you have to cater to his whims. Sure enough, when he heard about new experimental materials, his smile became much more genuine. The surgery was very successful. Kakashi crawled off the operating table. Although he was weak, his eyes were filled with light. He could feel that I was no longer a burden, but his true power. In the following days, Kakashi was recovering, but I wasn't idle. As soon as my ocular power recovered, I went into seclusion in my underground training ground. What was I doing? I was giving myself a cheat. I spent a whole 300 million on precious materials to create an extremely complex Bagua sealing array, version S, specifically customized for myself. The purpose is singular, to perfectly seal the three-tailed chakra entity, Sanbei, that I captured earlier into my body. This seal of mine is different from Naruto and the others. Their situation is imprisonment, while mine is a shared rental. I'm not trapping Sanbei. We're partners. I want to utilize its power whenever I need it, and I can even help it set up a network outside to restore its chakra at any time. Family, who understands this kind of operation? If any other Jinchuriki were in my place, the tailed beast would have run away on the spot. The moment the sealing was successful, I felt the chakra in my body explode. It was like a phone going from 20 to fully charged in an instant, plus 3 extra power banks. Susanoo, activate. I tried to channel the chakra of the three tails, and wow, it was incredibly intense. A surge of violent emotions that felt like it could tear the sky apart hit me, right in the forehead. Fortunately, I had practiced the 8 gates of Uchiha, and my willpower was strong enough to handle it. Plus, when I activated my Sharingan, I managed to suppress it. It only took me about 10 minutes to initially control this power. Then, I activated Susanoo. A 40-meter-tall Yatagarasu was enveloped in deep blue three-tails chakra. Looking absolutely impressive, I had it form a seal, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Can you believe it? A water dragon over 100 meters long appeared out of nowhere and crashed into my 4 Crimson Suns barrier, causing the entire barrier to hum. An A-rank ninjutsu unleashed the power of an S-rank forbidden technique. I was stunned. Even more outrageous was that the chakra consumed by this technique replenished itself as soon as the water dragon disappeared. Is this the value of being a Jinchuriki? My endurance was completely maxed out. I felt like I could fight intensely for 3 days and 2 nights without catching my breath. I had super shadow-level combat power, and it was sustainable success. Once I got familiar with the power, Kakashi had also mostly recovered and came directly to find me. As soon as he entered my training ground, his state was completely different. His chakra had increased significantly. He insisted on bowing to me and calling me Lord Rome, but I told him to stop. He should address me the same way as before. I knew he was making a statement that from now on, we were on the same side. He was eager to try out the new power he had just received. I laughed, come on, just in time for me to be itching to fight too. In the next moment, Kakashi removed his forehead protector, and his left I was no longer the 3 Tomo, but that complex and deadly kaleidoscope pattern. Kamui. I'm not ambiguous either. I immediately used water style, water mirror technique to create an identical copy of Kakashi, making him fight himself, focusing on breaking his defenses. My copy is even more powerful. I even equipped him with a double 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi fought against his own mirror image for over 10 minutes and couldn't gain any advantage, which forced him to unleash his ultimate move. Suddenly, I saw the space around my water mirror clone twist with a snap, and without any warning, a crack opened up, pulling half of the clone in, while the remaining half instantly turned into water. My pupils were shaking at that moment. The more thrilling part was yet to come. Just as the spatial rift was about to close, a figure wearing a vortex mask flashed by inside. Obito. Kakashi also saw it. His face turned pale, and he asked me, was that just now? Obito? I nodded and said, that's right, be careful with that move in the future. They can see you. As soon as I finished speaking, a red-tailed beast cloak suddenly appeared on me, and I flashed to his side. He reacted quickly, but I still sent him flying several meters with a slap. The tailed beast cloak. Kakashi was stunned. He probably experienced more shock today than in his entire first half of his life combined. I laughed heartily. The 3-tailed beast I casually caught during my trip to the Hidden Mist Village was barely usable. In the subsequent battles, it was simply a dimensional reduction attack. My speed surpassed his, and he could only be forced to defend with Kamui. With the space-time perception I developed from the Flying Thunder God technique, I could always predict his attack points in advance and easily dodge them. That guy Obito also learned his lesson and never peeked out from the Kamui space again. In the end, Kakashi was directly beaten into submission and grumpily said that my tailed beast transformation was too overpowered. I was overjoyed because I realized that Kakashi's left I was simply the perfect counter to Obito. One can teleport, the other can tear apart. Aren't they just a spear and a shield? After Kakashi left, I finally removed the tailed beast cloak. When I looked down, I was shocked. My left arm was a bloody mess, just from grazing the Kamui while dodging. This wound was incredibly hard to heal, and the tailed beast chakra was recovering at a particularly slow rate. This ability is just too overpowered, directly ignoring defenses and even causing continuous damage. I instantly felt insecure, and it really got to me. I had to find a way to secure my life. So, I went into seclusion for 3 months, diving deep into the study of sealing techniques. Although I didn't manage to create any forbidden techniques that could nullify spatial abilities, I took a different approach and learned Tsunade's sealing, and I even improved it to an A+ version. Now, I have a diamond-shaped mark on my forehead. This thing not only stores a massive amount of chakra, keeping me youthful, but when activated at a critical moment, it becomes a mobile spring of water, enabling the 100 healings technique and allowing for no-hand healing and regeneration. Now, I finally feel a bit more secure. Let me tell you, where does my sense of security come from? It's all thanks to these 2 little treasures I've just come up with. One is called Een Sealing, which is basically my own chakra power bank. I usually store extra chakra in it and take it out when needed, but I've upgraded it to a stronger version called Een Sealing A. The amazing thing about this is that it has a passive skill, Bloodlock. As long as I take a fatal blow and my life signs change, it will automatically trigger with a beep, bringing me back to full health in place, giving me precious self-rescue time. The other one is even more impressive, called Yang Sealing. It doesn't store my own chakra. It stores external chakra. When I went through the scrolls from the Uzumaki clan that Minato gave me, it felt like striking gold. This Yang Sealing is simply tailor-made for me. Don't I have a 3 tails sealed inside me? Isn't this the chosen charging station? So I directly created a Yang Sealing on my belly, storing all the excess chakra from the 3 tails as a backup battery. Now, with a diamond mark on my forehead and a flame mark on my belly, I have double seals and my chakra levels are about to break the sky. In a great mood, I slipped over to the Hokage building, and Minato looked at me with a smile, saying, "Hey Long, you're recovering quite well." I chuckled inwardly, pretending, and continued to pretend. Previously, I saved the 4th generation water shadow, and he thought I was exhausting my vitality. I even took a long vacation as a result. Now that he sees me lively and energetic, of course, he has to be polite. I smiled back at him and said, "Thanks to you, I'm almost better." Then he changed his tone and became serious. "You're just in time. There's a tricky task at hand." As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh, here comes the trouble. What can I say? Sunagakure must have heard from somewhere that we got the 3 tails, and now they've allied with a Wagakure and Kimobikure. The combined forces of the 3 villages are all at the border, demanding our people. Oh no, they want the tailed beast. Minato said this while glancing at me deliberately. Great, so this mess is still my responsibility. I continue to pretend to be confused while actually understanding. Oh? What does the Hidden Mist village say about it? The owner hasn't even complained. The 4th Mizukage has sent envoys to us, wanted to form a defensive alliance to deal with those 3 families together. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Family, who understands? This is just too funny. I said, these lazy guys from Sand Hidden are really bored. While Mist Hidden isn't even in a hurry, they're rushing to be the Justice Warriors. Watergate also laughed. Exactly. They're just afraid that our Konoha is getting stronger. After saying that, his smile faded, and he stared at me intently. So, Rong, where's the 3 tails now? The truth comes out. I won't beat around the bush. With a light chuckle, I directly extended my right hand, and, in the next second, an energy arm completely composed of 3 tails chakra emerged, clawing and grasping. Minato's eyes nearly popped out. What? You sealed it inside your body? He was shocked not just by that, but by the fact that it had only been a few months, and I could already manipulate tailed beast chakra so skillfully. You have to know, those Jinchuriki had to struggle and outsmart the tailed beasts inside them for years just to borrow a bit of power. I retracted my chakra arm, shrugged my shoulders, and feigned innocence. Hey, what's there to be surprised about? You know my sealing technique, right? I've already captured them. So why not use them instead of keeping them as pets? Minato could only laugh awkwardly, feeling a bit choked up. I knew exactly what he was thinking. With the Mangeki Sharingan and being a perfect Jinchuriki, Uchiha's current strength was indeed enough to keep those old folks in the village awake at night. He cleared his throat and began to assign me a mission. I've already sent Kakashi and the others to guard against IWA Shinobi and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to deal with Suna. Now, I need you to lead Team U and infiltrate Sunagakure. Give them a hard lesson so they know the pain and get lost. I scoffed and took on the task. For such a big matter, the Uchiha clan didn't mobilize a single person, and the news was tightly sealed. These high-ranking officials have fallen into their old habits again, starting to guard against me. As soon as I left, it was like a standing committee meeting in the Hokage office, with 3 old men popping out. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gaten. Minato had a bitter smile on his face, while Hiruzen Sarutobi looked serious, saying that I was growing too fast, and that the Hokage must maintain the balance of the village, or else it would lead to catastrophe. To put it bluntly, they are just afraid that we Uchiha will be hard to control, right? They even suppress our finances in many ways, not allowing us to go to the battlefield to achieve merit. It's ridiculous, but what they don't know is that I'm not afraid at all. They think my trump cards are the Mangeki and the 3 tails. What a joke. They have no idea how far my Susanoo can go, or how many of the 8 gates I've trained to. If they knew my current strength, they wouldn't even dare to challenge me, let alone arm wrestle with the first Hokage. I wonder what their expressions would be. Not to mention, the seals on that kid Naruto need me to reinforce them. With that alone, does Minato dare to go against me? So, I'm not worried at all. I set off with my team. On the way, I sparred with my team to see their recent progress. Goodness, each of them is incredibly strong. The three of them teamed up and smashed my rock clone, which has elite J-Nin level strength, to pieces. Just as we were about to cross the Qinglin mountain range. Guess what happened? While we were on the road, suddenly the forest beside us exploded. Two girls, one with big blonde waves and the other hugging a pig, were running for their lives, and behind them was a bunch of debt-collecting samurai shouting, the legendary fat sheep. Don't run. I took a closer look and laughed. This is truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to come across it effortlessly. I ordered directly, "Stop her." Ji reacted the fastest, drawing his knife in an instant, and with a flash, he blocked in front of the blonde woman with big waves. That woman was also tough, without saying a word. She swung a punch, and with a loud crash, she directly smashed a big pit into the ground. As soon as I saw this strange power, I became even more certain of my identity. At this moment, Uchiha Chien on my side also took action, with just a glance. Those 10 or so warriors instantly froze in place, collectively standing there as if they had been hit by a paralysis technique. The woman saw this and panicked, shouting at us, "Don't hurt them." Hey, the situation has now reversed. I walked up slowly and took off my mask. What a coincidence, it's Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Tsunade was taken aback, her gaze instantly locking onto the diamond mark on my forehead, and she exploded. How outrageous. He actually taught you the sealing technique? Seeing her flustered expression, I knew she had misunderstood. I didn't explain. In front of her, I formed an extremely complex hand sign, and a mysterious seal appeared out of thin air. Tsunade's anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. I just smiled at her and immediately revealed my trump card, my In seal, which has the effect of 100 powerful techniques without needing to be unsealed. And by the way, I can also cure your blood phobia. Want to learn? Tsunade was taken aback at the time, looking at me with a face full of caution. What exactly is your scheme? I put on a harmless and sincere face. Conspiracy? No. As the poor Uchiha, who has been ostracized by the village, of course I want to gain Lady Tsunade's friendship. Moreover, the village is currently being attacked by the 3 major ninja villages. If you can recover, we can save many lives, right? I had my rock clone continue the mission with the team, while I stayed behind to accompany Tsunade. She looked at my clone, which was almost indistinguishable from a real person, and was once again filled with surprise. We found a small town to settle down in, and, along the way, I showcased my palm technique, leaving the nearby Jingyin stunned. However, an awkward scene unfolded when we arrived at the inn to check in. Jingyin leaned close to Tsunade's ear and whispered, "Lady Tsunade, we have no money left. You lost it all." No matter how quiet her voice was, it couldn't escape my ears. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, I was particularly generous and tossed over a bulging pouch of money. When Jingyin opened it, her eyes widened in disbelief. 500,000 taels. Tsunade still pretended to be tough, scoffing, "TCH, those evil Uchiha just have money." I thought to myself, what's this? I tossed another sealing scroll over with a backhand. My pocket money isn't much, so I'll make do with this for now. The next second, a scream echoed in the silent room. When I rushed in with Tsunade, I was also stunned. The sealing scroll on the ground had already been opened, and beside it was a suitcase, completely stuffed with 100,000 yuan banknotes. This suitcase must be worth at least 200 million. I had just arrived at the door, and before I could even ask, Tsunade suddenly pulled me into the house like a thief and slammed the door shut. Hey, Lady Tsunade, don't do that. I was shocked at that moment. Just as I closed my eyes and sighed inwardly about my chastity being compromised, I was met with silence. When I opened my eyes, I saw Shizune and Tsunade looking at me with strange expressions. After realizing the situation in the room, Uchiha Rome shrugged. It's gone. Really gone. I only took a bit of pocket money when I went out, just in case. There's no way I could have taken more. While speaking, seemingly to convince them, Uchiha Rome took off a few sealing scrolls from his waist and pointed them out one by one. This one contains explosive tags. This is the summoning scroll for ninja cats. That's enough. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly as she pointed to the suitcase and asked, "Uchiha Rome, are you sure all this money belongs to me? Is there a problem?" Uchiha Rome was momentarily confused. Although he admitted that initially losing both the wallet and the sealing scrolls was somewhat of a show-off, wasn't the reaction a bit too much? His intention throughout the journey was merely to impress the two of them, exposing his in sealing and his self-created sage art. It really belongs to me? Tsunade took a few steps closer and asked again, somewhat uncertain. Yes, it belongs to you. Uchiha Rome affirmed. It's just 200 million cash. Although it's not as exaggerated as the little pocket money he just mentioned, it's really not that significant an amount. It's just the total revenue for a month. If it could help increase his chances of learning sage art, he wouldn't hesitate to sell some treasures to gather even 200 billion. So the next moment, bam, suddenly, a lipstick mark appeared on Uchiha Rong's left cheek. It was so unexpected. Before he could react, Tsunade's delicate hands cupped his face, staring at him for a moment. Bam! Another lipstick mark appeared on the right side. Now it was symmetrical. Tsunade, overly excited, seemed to realize something was wrong, stuck out her little tongue, and then patted the stunned Uchiha Rong's shoulder. With a bold tone, she said, "Rong, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just use my name, Tsunade." It gave off a strong sense of "I got your back." Just then, Shizun cried out, finally able to pay off her debts. Uchiha Rong was even more dumbfounded now. What is going on? Why the fuss? He certainly wasn't indifferent to the fact that 200 million was a considerable amount of money, even for ninjas of the Sannin level. Relying solely on mission rewards would take years of hard work. However, he didn't expect it to be this extreme. Over the years, he had provided over 2 billion for Orochimaru's experimental funding, and he had never seen Orochimaru get this excited. Little did he know that in the original story, Tsunade's gambling debts seemed carefree on the surface, but were actually a heavy burden. Having lost loved ones, suffering from hemophobia, unable to return home, and being chased by creditors, her heart bore a deep pain, just like how people drink water. In Uchiha Rong's perception, a ninja of Tsunade's level, especially a high-ranking medical ninja, should be able to earn money and pay off debts easily, right? But it seemed the reality was not that simple. After a while, Shizun's crying stopped. Tsunade awkwardly smiled. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and treat me." Oh. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Rong quickly found a chair for Tsunade to sit on. Then he activated the Sharingan. Instantly, both women gasped in surprise. The legendary eyes of the Uchiha. Finally, Tsunade felt relieved. She knew her hemophobia could really be cured, but at the same time, she was aware of what she would face next. "Are you ready?" Let us go." At that moment, Uchiha Rong suddenly noticed that Tsunade seemed a bit different. How to put it? That spirit was somewhat different now. It no longer had the sense of despair he felt when they first met. Little did he know that the collapse of an adult often happens in an instant. It could be the greatest pain or the accumulation of small despair. And Tsunade had both. Yes, she could earn money and pay off debts to live a normal life. But when hardship and wandering become a habit, when the heart is empty and lacks direction, the past pain constantly provokes her, no longer allowing her to work diligently for years to repay her debts. Until one day, a light illuminates the dark road ahead. All past debts are offset. A person without burdens finds a breath of relief and discovers the way home. The old gloom dissipates behind her, and a new dawn shines ahead. This is the best healing. Chapter 120. The returning Tsunade, a few days later, at the fork in the road outside the small town. One side leads east to Konoha, and the other leads west to the Rain country border. Tsunade stood on the eastern path, looking back. She waved her left hand, which now had a dark ring, towards Uchiha Rong and Shizun on the western path. She was going home. Under the real 5-sense illusion of Uchiha Rong, similar to Tsukuyami, Tsunade had struggled, been embarrassed, and collapsed, experiencing life and death. Finally, she had cured her hemophobia. The gambling debts were paid off, her illness healed, and the third Hokage had stepped down. She no longer had a reason not to return. That was Konoha, where all her past was stored. It was the Konoha built by her grandparents. It was also the Konoha currently facing pressure from the 3 great ninja villages. "Lord Rong," Shizun called out somewhat awkwardly. Over the past few days, Uchiha Rong had guided Shizun's training during his spare time, and Tsunade was astonished to find that Shizun's progress in training had skyrocketed. So she decided to leave Shizun behind. It's a joke. Uchiha Rong had guided hundreds of people in front and behind training ground number 7. Even many ninjas who were more proficient in certain attributes than him were far less experienced than him in terms of guiding others in chakra training. "Let us go." Uchiha Rong smiled gently. In the original trajectory, Shizun's peak was only B rank, and her combat ability was even B dash. At this moment, she was C in the Mizuki level. At 20 years old, it must be said that her talent was really not impressive. It also indirectly indicated that during Tsunade's wandering period, she probably didn't have a good state to properly teach her. She likely treated her more like a maid. However, with Kato Dan gone, leaving this niece alone in Konoha would probably make her life even more difficult, and there was also the risk of being sent to the battlefield. It's hard to say whether that's a blessing or a curse. Are we going to the land of wind? Having heard Uchiha Rong and Tsunade discuss some current situations and the whereabouts of Team U, Shizen asked. But we're not in a hurry. We could take our time getting there. All right. This girl was now extremely respectful, no longer having the cold demeanor from the beginning. In fact, this mission seemed very dangerous. They were to infiltrate Sunagakure to cause destruction and force them to withdraw their ninja forces back for defense. In reality, with the current true combat power of Team U, either Uchiha Chien or Uchiha Rong could easily accomplish this with Hinata, Ayaka, and Chino. But clearly, Minato Namikaze was unaware of this. Under the instruction of Uchiha Rong, the members of Team U have kept some cards up their sleeves during their usual missions. This has led the 4th Hokage to perceive Team U as follows. Team Leader Uchiha Rong, codename Salted Fish. Strength rating S-. After revealing the Sharingan and his status as a Jinchuriki, it changed this. Moon Blade Uchiha Zeno, codename Flower Fish. Strength rating A, due to his swift swordsmanship and impressive battle achievements. Witch Uchiha Chien, codename Red Fish. Strength rating A, 3-Tomo Sharingan and skilled in Genjutsu. Flying Arrow Hinata Aya, codename White Fish. Strength rating A. White Eyes are proficient in long-range kunai sniping. The entire team consists of elite Jonin, +1 shadow-level ninja. Going to Sunagakure to cause destruction carries risks, but they are highly likely to return unscathed. However, in reality, the true strength of Team U is as follows. Team Leader Rong SS, Super Shadow. Moonblade Zeno S, Peak Shadow, Witch Chien SS, Quasi Super Shadow. Flying Arrow Aya S, Shadow Level. The current situation is that the creation of life, the rock clone, has replaced the team leader, rated S to SS-. What kind of nonsense is this? Uchiha Rong is just idly taking a trip with Shizen. It's a public-funded tour, waiting for the mission to be completed. A weak ninja village that could be single-handedly stormed by Deidara in a few years, poor and lacking in skill, yet eager to spend money. Uchiha Rong is not interested in causing destruction at all. A few days later, at the west gate of Kanehagakure, on his first day as a newly promoted Chunin, Steel Iron stands tall and spirited at 15 years old. Suddenly, his peer and partner, Shingetsu Izumi, rubs his eyes. That is, Steel Iron follows his partner's gaze. On the small path, in the morning light, a graceful figure clad in a green robe approaches slowly. As she walks, waves of energy seem to emanate from her. Steel Iron, this rookie, almost drools at the sight. When the woman gets closer, Steel Iron suddenly jolts. Looking at his partner, this woman seems a bit familiar. Familiar? That looks like Lady Tsunade. What? Could she be one of the legendary Sannin? Although these two juniors have never seen Tsunade, since they are responsible for guarding the gate, they naturally have memorized information about these important figures, whether they are allies or enemies. You keep watch, I'll report. Shingetsu Izumi's expression turns serious as he quickly takes out a wireless earpiece and puts it on. Moshi Moshi. This is Shingetsu Izumi at the West Gate. Urgence situation. After receiving a response in his earpiece, he quickly speaks. The West Gate has spotted someone suspected to be Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, requesting further instructions. He repeats this several times until he receives a response, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Tsunade has already approached. She does not rush to enter the village, instead gazing at the village before her with a hint of nostalgia. She stands there for a long time until a man wearing the Hokage hat and an old man appear before her simultaneously. Tsunade, welcome home. Sarutobi Hiruzen taps his smoking pipe, revealing a smile. Lady Tsunade, long time no see. Minato Namikaze nods in acknowledgement. At this point, Tsunade finally retracts her gaze and looks at the two men. Old man, you're still alive? Oh, little Minato, you've grown so tall. That hat suits you well. Very handsome. Seeing Tsunade's carefree demeanor and calling him old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't get angry in time. Instead, he is taken aback. It has been a long time since he has seen such a lively Tsunade. At that moment, a thought crosses his mind. Are you okay now? Upon hearing this, Tsunade naturally knows he is referring to her hemophobia. She doesn't speak, just nods. Then she walks over to Minato, examining him from head to toe. Not bad, not bad. You look quite the Hokage. That scoundrel Jiraiya must be thrilled to have a Hokage disciple. Facing Tsunade's hand that reaches out to pat his shoulder, Minato slightly bends down to accommodate her. Despite her youthful beauty, when Tsunade was renowned in the ninja world, he was still in diapers. Minato doesn't find Tsunade's gesture disrespectful. Instead, it reminds him of the moment many years ago when Tsunade encouraged him by patting his shoulder. His gaze becomes a bit dazed. It feels like just yesterday. When he comes back to reality, Tsunade has already confidently entered the village. Minato's heart fills with joy. It's clear from Tsunade's attitude that if he and the third have differing political views, she is likely to side with him. Did you see how she didn't even call the third teacher when she met him? While ordinary people might not pay attention to these things, Minato, who has been in power for several years, understands that those from the ancient ninja clans like Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga place great importance on identity and titles. This is a signal. Chapter 121. Divergence in many people's perception, the bond between Tsunade and the third Hokage should be deep. One should respect their teacher and be humble. However, only someone from a noble background like Uchiha Rong can understand. The third took Tsunade in to create a friendly image. He accepted Orochimaru for his talent. And Orochimaru was the third's most valued disciple, with the deepest bond. As for Tsunade, she was merely taken in to solidify the Hokage's position. The granddaughter of the first Hokage and the niece of the second Hokage. With such a halo, taking in Tsunade means both fame and fortune. Looking at Tsunade's abilities, her medical ninjutsu is self-developed. The third, who excels in 5-element ninjutsu, probably can't offer her any good suggestions. The Yin sealing technique was taught by Uzumaki Mido. The strange strength fist of her ninja physical technique has a style that is clearly unrelated to the third's expertise in ninjutsu. So what exactly did the third teach Tsunade? True mentorship has a traceable origin, like Orochimaru, who excels in developing various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. At least before the reanimation jutsu, his style bore the third's influence. The third excels in ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, which Orochimaru also excels in. Looking at Jiraiya, aside from the various abilities characteristic of Mount Myaboku's toads, he also knows plenty of ninjutsu and focuses on combat through ninjutsu. Combat style is established from the beginning. It's clear that Jiraiya learned less from the third than Orochimaru, but at least he learned some of the third style, especially the perverted tendencies. Likewise, Shizune and Haruno Sakura have inherited Tsunade's ultimate skills. Even Kakashi and Sasuke have a form of Chidori inheritance. The third and Tsunade have nothing at all. Their combat styles are completely different. It's merely a superficial teacher-student relationship. In the original timeline, even Konohamaru harbored a deep-seated rejection of the fifth Hokage Tsunade, believing she took his grandfather's position. But what about Tsunade? Was he the third also sitting in her grandfather's position? In the original timeline, what truly moved Tsunade to return to the village wasn't Naruto's resemblance to Hashirama's Senju, but his unwavering heart to protect Konoha. After all, it was the village established by her grandfather, a village she fought desperately to protect. What touched Tsunade the most was that, amidst the dirty politics, a pure new generation like Naruto could still arise. She then felt that perhaps Konoha wasn't beyond saving. If an outsider could fight to protect the village, how could she stand by and watch Konoha decline? Hokage building. Old man, I'm going to guard the border of the Cloud Village. After understanding the general situation, Tsunade directly looks at the third. It's not that she disrespects Minato, but she knows Minato won't stop her. The resistance lies with the third. Sarutobi Hiruzen ponders for a moment. Although the ships from the Mist Village are at the border, which can somewhat intimidate the Cloud Village, we indeed need to be on guard. Previously, there were no suitable candidates. Now that Tsunade, you are back, you should take on this role. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind Tsunade's attitude. In fact, he was quite happy that she was able to recover and return to the village. This means Konoha has gained another strong leader. In terms of reputation and strength, Tsunade is more than enough. Furthermore, suppressing the Uchiha clan in the future will also require Tsunade's power. Oh, there were no suitable candidates before? Tsunade thought coldly to herself. At that moment, she recalled the Uchiha who had prompted her return to the village. With his Sharingan strength, he must not be a nameless figure among the Uchiha. With the manpower from the Uchiha clan, could they not defend against a mere Cloud Village border? Tsunade disliked the Uchiha clan, but she hated even more those old men who played with schemes and tactics, causing unnecessary deaths on the battlefield when they could have minimized casualties. As her thoughts flowed, Minato opened his mouth. There's a team of envoys from the Mist Village at the embassy. They can contact the Mist Village warships at sea to assist you. We can also mobilize a batch of lower ninjas from the village, but we are a bit tight on Chunin and Jonin. As far as I know, the Uchiha didn't participate in this battle. Tsunade frowned and spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just taken a sip of tea and nearly spat it out. He was not planning to let the Uchiha take the stage. This way, not only could they avoid making the Uchiha stronger with each battle, but it would also lead other ninjas to mistakenly believe that the Uchiha were avoiding combat, thereby isolating them further. Especially the families and relatives of the ninjas who died in battle would come to hate the Uchiha for this. So even if more people died, it would be worth it. After all, the purpose of war is to achieve some expected goals. I assent it. That's what is called a strategic objective. However, he certainly couldn't say this to Tsunade. The Uchiha had other, more important tasks and couldn't spare manpower. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke, thankful for his quick wit. What task could be more important than the current situation? All the strong Uchiha have been sent to Sunagakure for a show of force. The third Hokage lied through his teeth. Tsunade sneered and didn't bother to expose him. For people, and one of them has been a Kugen. Is this what you call all the Uchiha strongmen? What a coincidence I also encountered, especially since the only one sent to infiltrate and cause destruction in the village is at the Sand Village battlefield guarded by Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Is this to minimize the losses of your own faction? Old man, you really haven't changed at all. You're still so dirty. When it comes to disappointing me, you really never fail to do so. Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk, staring at the third Hokage. If you don't want me to go, just say it outright. Don't play this game of having no manpower with me. She believed that Minato might indeed be unable to mobilize anyone. But she wouldn't believe that the third Hokage had no one left. Those small ninja clans could each send out a Chunin or Jonin, which would be enough to organize a troop. Not to mention the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, and the two major advisor families. Haven't they moved at all? The first Hokage left behind so many resources in Konoha. Others may not know, but Tsunade surely does. Counting the vassal ninjas and samurai corps, even if the Sarutobi, Nara, and advisory clan teamed up to deploy 10 to 80,000 ninjas, perhaps that wouldn't be the case. But 1 or 2,000 is definitely possible. This is the true foundation that the third Hokage has built up over the years. Tsunade, after the Third Great Ninja War, the village did indeed lose many excellent ninjas. There are many things you're not aware of during the years you were absent. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became much more serious. For example, Hatake Sakumo? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Even a fool, with a little knowledge of Hatake Sakumo's situation, would know he was a political sacrifice. Because he saved his comrades and failed the mission, causing losses to the village, he was spat upon by the villagers, until he couldn't bear it and committed suicide? A god of death on the battlefield. Is his heart really that fragile? The truth has long been buried by those in power. Regardless of the third Hokage's dark expression, Tsunade looked at him seriously. If you can't mobilize anyone, then I'll gather people myself. This statement made Sarutobi Hiruzen reveal a bitter smile. Sure enough, she still has that fiery temper from back then, easily losing her cool. He let out a breath. Tsunade gradually calmed down. In fact, her original intention of returning to the village was to help share the pressure, not to fight for power. But if you don't want me to lead the troops, just say it plainly. I'm not insisting on going to the battlefield. Yet, the previous sentence was now that Tsunade is back. You should go. The next sentence is that there's a lack of manpower. Are you kidding me? Tsunade clearly couldn't stand this kind of soft refusal, and for a moment, she felt a bit overwhelmed. In the original timeline, she could have scolded the old man and the old woman of Konoha's advisors right to their faces. She was the most formidable fifth Hokage in history. Chapter 122. The Bond of Snakes and Monkeys. Is this the nature transformation of lightning? In a small oasis among the sand dunes, Shizun looked at the lightning that burst forth from her palm with surprise, nearly in tears of joy. Her initial attribute was only water. Unexpectedly, under Lord Rong's guidance, she quickly mastered the nature transformation of lightning. This means she now has the qualifications to become a Jonin. Don't be too excited. You still have potential to tap into. This is not your limit yet. Uchiha Rong said without looking up, staring at the ring on his right hand. Boat 9, I went to the Cloud Village border. Same. Boat 4 is Killer Bee. Boat 9. Same. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. Boat 4. Boat 9. Really? Shizun's eyes sparkled. Uchiha Rong finally looked up at her, giving a confirming look. During these days of guiding Shizun, he quickly discovered that although Shizun's surface talent seemed poor, she still had potential. It should still be an issue with the D-rank guiding technique. If he used his own star guiding technique, Shizun should have initially possessed water, lightning, and even earth attributes. 2 to 3 of them. Moreover, according to the original timeline, it was predictable that she would master sage techniques, indicating that she still has the potential to develop the yang attribute later on. thus at least 3 attributes, including one hidden yang attribute. Theoretically, Shizin's upper limit could at least be an S-level Quasi-Kage. Thank you, Lord Rome, for your guidance. Shizun deeply bowed, expressing her gratitude. Uchiha Rong nodded and continued to look at the ring. At this moment, several new messages had appeared on it. Boat 3. Has Tsunade joined as well? Boat 3. B. Rong-chan. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong suddenly heard the version of the BGM playing in his head, his thumbs swaying, while shouting, Rong-chan is amazing. Boat 9. Who is this again? Boat 4. In the forbidden area, it 1T leak. Boat 2. Boat 4. Handshake. Boat 7. Rong, do you need my help? Boat 9. Who are all these people? Boat 1. 3 snakes, 2 leaf warehouses, 7 arrow warehouses. Boat 7. Tsunade Heim. I've long admired your name. Boat 7. From the friendship of the 4th Mizukichi. Boat 9. Uchiha Rong smiled knowingly after reading the messages on the ring. He had forgotten to tell Tsunade how to chat privately, and didn't he expect so many people to show up? Unknowingly, the mutual aid association had formed a pattern similar to his friend's circle from his previous life. Although it was just a small text message transmission, it contained huge potential in relational networks. As Uchiha Rong privately messaged Tsunade to inform her about the private chat mode, the public screen quickly quieted down again. Afterward, Uchiha Rong privately messaged Boat 7 to inform them that there was no need to help for the time being. What a joke, with Konoha's strong lineup now. What assistance do they still need? Don't say that the Mist Ninja stealth ship is holding back the Cloud Ninja. Even if the Mist Ninja joins in, Konoha would still fight 1 against 4 without flinching. Since Tsunade has returned to the village, that guy will probably be back soon too, right? Uchiha Rong stood up and brushed off the gravel from his pants. He continued forward silently. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to gather enough CH Nin and J Nin for Tsunade. There was no way to stop her if Tsunade was to call for help herself. With her reputation, even after being away from the village for many years, her call could be more powerful than that of the current Hokage, Minato Namikaze. If that happened, the faces of the 2 Hokages would be completely lost. Shortly after Tsunade set out, a certain individual who had also been away for many years rushed back to Konoha in a hurry. Hokage building. Minato, did you hear that Tsunade has returned? Is it true? Ah, Jiraiya-sensei, you. Minato Namikaze looked at Jiraiya, who had suddenly returned to the village, with some surprise. Yes, Tsunade Heim left a few days ago to lead the troops to the cloud border. Although a bit shocked, he quickly responded to his teacher's question. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya anxiously scratched his head. Is her illness better? If not, I need to help her. Hurry, give me a Hokage's order. That evening, upon learning that Jiraiya had returned to the village and had quickly left for the cloud border to provide support, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a quiet sigh. Soon after, he found himself inexplicably at Orochimaru's residence. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of knocking, Orochimaru soon came to open the door. Looking at his once most prized student, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Where's your main body? Hehe, as expected of teacher Sarutobi. Your insight is still so sharp. Orochimaru's clone stepped aside, indicating for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hold back and walked directly into the courtyard. Let the main body come see me. No need to rush. It's already on the way back. So, an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a dark expression, stared hard at Orochimaru's clone. Orochimaru, what are you up to this time? Do you want to be locked up in the dark prison again? TSK, how scary. Teacher Sarutobi is so scary. The clone made a comical, frightened expression. This nearly made Sarutobi Hiruzen choke on his breath. Just as he was about to destroy this clone to vent his anger. Oh dear, who made my beloved teacher angry? Another figure of Orochimaru finally appeared in the courtyard. It's late. Do you need something from me? Orochimaru, where have you been? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at him. He actually knew that Orochimaru was probably off doing some experiments again. In fact, the initial research on Hashirama cells was personally approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just like Danzo's route, although there were many unreasonable aspects, it was almost becoming Danzo's private army, but it still had its value in existence. That was to handle some dirty work for the Hokage that was inconvenient for him to deal with directly. When these matters blew up, someone would take the blame. Otherwise, if the Umbu did it, it would naturally implicate the Hokage. If there hadn't been the third's approval, how could Danzo and Orochimaru have studied Hashirama's cells for so many years without being discovered? What really angered Sarutobi Hiruzen was that Orochimaru had produced results in his research, but hadn't informed him. Instead, he kept it secret along with Danzo. This made him feel the taste of betrayal. However, fortunately, when Orochimaru defected, he didn't team up with Danzo to put him in danger. This was the main reason Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to turn a blind eye and tolerate Orochimaru in recent years. It was said that Orochimaru was strictly forbidden from leaving the village. In reality, aside from the initial period when he was just released from the dark prison and was monitored by the Umbu for a while, after seeing that he didn't seem to have intentions of defecting again, they even withdrew the surveillance. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Where did I go? Isn't that something we all know? But this kind of thing definitely couldn't be broken. So, I ate too much for dinner, of course. I was just walking around the village to digest. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently nodded, not pursuing the matter any further. Instead, he shifted the topic. Tsunade and Jiraiya have both returned. Did you know? Oh, I've heard a bit. They are now serving the village. Orochimaru, what are your thoughts? Orochimaru fell silent. What thoughts could he have? He just wanted to be quiet. Quietly do his research. It seemed he didn't expect any answer from him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen continued speaking to himself. You should go to the sand battlefield to hold the fort. The Inazuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans lack someone who can truly contend with the 4th Kazekage. After saying this, he tossed over an appointment document and a village exit pass. Orochimaru instinctively took it. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. What a competitive old man. With a light laugh, Orochimaru looked at the retreating figure of the 3rd Hokage, his expression complex. He understood his teacher's intention. 2 of the Sannin had returned to the village after many years, crossing over an entire 3rd Great Ninja War's time to fight for the village once more. As his once most prized student, how could he continue to remain in the village unnoticed? Just like a parent watching other children shine, they naturally hope their own child can also make a name for themselves and be equally impressive. It was precisely because he understood this that Orochimaru ultimately did not refuse. Chapter 123. Unexpected joy, just like the crown prince colluding with the emperor's shadow, collecting rare treasures from all over the world to refine elixirs for immortality, without any desire for the throne. Deeply understanding this, Orochimaru, once he ascended to the Hokage position, would put his own reputation at risk. This was the main reason Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed Minato Namikaze, this grandnephew, into power. If only Orochimaru could be a bit more responsible and stop his ethereal research on immortality. The position of the 4th Hokage would truly have nothing to do with Minato. Soon, Uchiha Rome, who had already penetrated deep into the Wind Country and was about to reach Sunagakure, received news from Yunsha. Oh, all 3 Sannin are mobilized? This is interesting. At this moment, Uchiha Rome could only say, your brother is still your brother. The other 4 great ninja villages are all younger brothers. Just how strong is Konoha now? Even setting aside the Uchiha's power, which has multiplied several times, just looking at the Hokage lineage, there are a total of 6 Kage-level figures. The 3rd, the 4th, plus the 3 Sannin. And there is also a Kimichi Torai. Below them are the Quasi-Kage, a Kimichi Ding, Narashiku, a Kimichi Dngz, Yamanaka-ku, Inazuka Tru, and Waihai Kurenai. The elite Jonin are even more numerous, with clan leaders like Aburame Shibi, Inazuka Zaku, and Nara Shk, among others. Notably, many people's strengths have changed drastically in 6 years. The former Jonin, Nara Shk, has already been promoted to elite Jonin. Even Nara Shikaku has been promoted from special Jonin to Jonin. Due to Uchiha Rome's intervention, a Kimichi Torai, the 2nd-generation bodyguard, did not die in the Nine Tails incident. However, this 52-year-old veteran, a Kimichi Torai, is a figure from the same generation as the 3rd Hokage and is basically not going to leave the village to participate in battles anymore. Currently, he is considered the stabilizing force of the Akimichi clan. In addition, below the Hokage lineage, there are 19 small ninja clans, each led by someone with Jonin or elite Jonin strength. Some stronger ones have 3 or 5 Jonin, while weaker ones might have only 1 Jonin. Representative figures include Waihai Kurenai. Besides these, there are also elite Jonin like Kakashi, who remain solitary, and there are 7 or 8 of them. Following that are dozens of civilian Jonin. I have to say that the Nine Tails incident, with Uchiha Rome leading Uchiha support, indirectly preserved a lot of high-end power for the Hokage lineage. Not only did Akimichi CHF survive, but even Hinata Kurenai's father, Hinata Shinker, is also alive. Just these forces are enough to take on 2 or even 3 opponents. This doesn't even take into account the High GA and Uchiha clans. It's important to know that the High GA clan is just low-key, not weak. In fact, the main house has 3 ninja with Kage-level combat power. The clan head, Hayashi, and 2 of his cousins, including High GA Iane, that's 4. So, Why are the Uchiha and Hige clans regarded as prominent families and have relatively closed clan lands? It's because the clans not only have a self-sufficient economic cycle, numerous ninja clan members, but also possess more than 2 Kage-level combat powers. They also maintain a large number of vassal ninjas and warrior groups. Before Uchiha Rong could approach Sunagakure, he had already sensed the position of the rock clone. He immediately brought Shizun to meet up. When he saw Team Fish in a hidden cave, Uchiha Rong showed a look of astonishment. Pointing at the unconscious child on the ground, he said cheerfully, "How did you capture him?" Hige Iane laughed and replied, "When we attacked Sunagakure, we happened to encounter the Jinch, Riki, going berserk. We just took them along." "Ha! Well done. This is quite the pleasant surprise." The 2 unconscious people on the ground were none other than Gaara and Yashimaru. Who is Yashimaru? He is Gaara's uncle, as well as Temari and Kankaro's uncle. Speaking of which, the 3 children of the 4th Kazekage, the eldest, Temari, inherited wind release techniques. The second, Kankaro, inherited puppet jutsu, and the youngest, Gaara, is the Jinch Riki of Shikaku, possessing sand manipulation abilities. Truly, a talented father has talented children. These 3 are all quite gifted ninjas from Sunagakure. I'll take this kid first. Uchiha Rong grabbed Gaara and directly dove underground, leaving Shizun helplessly looking at the members of Team Fish. After diving deep underground, they finally found a natural cave. Uchiha Rong immediately summoned 4 rock clones to set up a small 4 red sun formation. Hee, was it sealed by my rock clones? Looking at the familiar 7-star pattern surrounding Gaara's chest, Uchiha Rong understood. At first, he thought that Ki had suppressed Shikaku. The reason he thought this was that Sunagakure's tailed beast sealing technique is very special, completely different from the 8-trigram seal of the 9 tails. The sealing technique for Shikaku is quite simple, primarily relying on the Jinch Riki's consciousness to suppress Shikaku. The effect of the sealing technique is more about assisting the Jinch Riki's consciousness in suppressing Shikaku. This has allowed Sunagakure, which is not skilled in sealing techniques, to find a path for Jinch Riki. However, the price is that once the Jinch Riki falls asleep, Shikaku may go berserk. Correspondingly, as long as the Jinch Riki remains awake, they can relatively stably suppress Shikaku inside them. This is a characteristic of Sunagakure's tailed beast sealing technique. But a Jinch Riki is still human. They cannot stay awake all the time, right? In fact, as mentioned earlier, while tailed beasts do not need to eat or drink, they also need to enter a state of deep sleep after a certain period. Once a tailed beast enters this sleep state, it cannot easily wake up without external interference. Therefore, once Shikaku falls into a deep sleep, it is a rare sleeping time for Gaara. However, humans, following the tailed beast schedule, will inevitably become emotionally unstable and irritable due to lack of sleep, no matter how strong their willpower is. Over time, this can lead to personality distortion or even madness. This is basically Gaara's situation. Back to the main point. Based on this situation, once Gaara loses consciousness, Shikaku will go berserk. That is why Uchiha Rong thought that the quiet and unconscious Gaara meant Ki had suppressed the berserk Shikaku. But at this moment, seeing the familiar rank sealing technique, 7-star seal, he understood that it was his rock clone that had temporarily reinforced Shikaku's seal, allowing it to remain calm while Gaara was unconscious. Then let's get started. Uchiha Rong took out a sealing scroll, opened it in front of him, and quickly formed hand seals. 8-trigram seal, A. As the hand seals were completed, a stream of red-tailed beast chakra began to be drawn into the sealing scroll. Due to the reinforcing seal, although it prevented Shikaku from coming out, it also greatly reduced Uchiha Rong's efficiency in extracting one-tailed chakra. After a full half hour, the sealing technique on Gaara's chest finally stopped producing one-tailed chakra. This was almost completely drained. If he increased the sealing power to extract more, it would inevitably damage Gaara's seal and bring out the weakened Shikaku. Therefore, Uchiha Rong stopped the 8-trigram seal. Then, he unsealed the sealing scroll. Boom. A surge of violent red chakra burst forth. It quickly formed a sand body that was over 60 meters tall, Shikaku. Clearly, the chakra amount isn't greater than the 3 tails, but why is it so strong? Uchiha Rong frowned. Having already encountered the 8 tails, 9 tails, and 3 tails, he quickly discerned that Shikaku's power is likely second only to the 8 tails, far surpassing the 3 tails. Although Shikaku's chakra amount is only 1/3 that of the 3 tails, it is surprisingly dense. This is probably related to its sand manipulation abilities. Roar. Shikaku was fully formed. Its eyes filled with rage. Chapter 124. Recreating a Shikaku. Uchiha Rong wanted to test it out, but he wasn't in a hurry to use life-granting. After all, he was surrounded by the 4 red sun formation, and no noise would reach the outside. With the hand seals quickly completed, Wei. Hi. He activated the yin and yang chakra within his body to form a special technique trajectory. Just as Shikaku's tail was about to strike, Uchiha Rong crouched down and formed the Wu seal. Then, he pressed both hands onto the ground of the cave. Instantly, 8 thick technique imprint chains burst forth from the ground around Shikaku, binding it. This was a new version of the diamond locus, which Uchiha Rong had recently learned. The original version required the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, which he couldn't learn. However, with the original's inheritance scroll in hand, he quickly understood the principles. Unlike the Senju clan's Yang bloodline, which is related to physical energy, vitality, recovery ability, and taijutsu, the Uzumaki clan's diamond lock not only includes Yang attributes, but also involves the creation of intangible chains using Yin attributes. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline is a combination of Yin and Yang release that produces a kind of bloodline power. Similar to bloodline elimination, all are fire, wind, and earth's bloodline eliminations. Inoki integrates wind and earth dust escape with fire as the core, which is the original world's stripping technique. Uchiha Rong integrates fire, wind, and scorch escape with earth as the core, resulting in ash storm. Bloodline powers are the same. Subtle differences can produce completely different bloodlines. Therefore, Uchiha Rong could not replicate the Uzumaki clan's bloodline to master the original diamond lock. However, he also possessed both Yin and Yang attributes, and recently completed the initial blending of Yin and Yang. Note, blending, not merging. Thus, he developed this modified version of the diamond lock. Crack. The sounds of chains being pulled echoed. Are they really trying to break free? Seeing that 2 of the 8 chains had already snapped, Uchiha Rong was not surprised but instead delighted. He quickly formed hand seals again to cast the 8 trigram seal. Once again, several chains burst forth, wrapping around Shikaku. Compared to the A-rank diamond lock, the S-rank Bagua seal forms a chain that is clearly stronger in terms of sealing. The previously weakened Shikaku had no power to resist under this seal. However, the effectiveness of a diamond lock is different. It can not only seal tailed beasts but also serve as a powerful weapon and create barriers. Roar. The iron chains tightened under the struggle of Shikaku. Crack, crack, crack. In less than 5 minutes, 3 of them actually broke. Uchiha Rong's eyes lit up. Is the physical strength really this strong? At this moment, he could completely confirm that although Shikaku has the least chakra among the 9-tailed beasts, its strength is definitely only second to the 8 tails, ranking 3rd. Immediately, the kaleidoscope opened. Illusion, life bestowal. Shikaku, struggling within the remaining sealing chains, suddenly froze. A glimmer of intelligence began to flicker in its violent pupils. Gradually, the giant raccoon cat lowered its massive 60-meter body. Master. At this moment, Uchiha Rong felt nearly blind again. Hiss. Why have I been using my ocular power to this extent lately? This feeling is really uncomfortable. But this unexpected joy forced him to decisively use his ocular power. 9 years of lifespan? Feeling the feedback from the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Rong estimated that this level of vitality could allow Shikaku to survive for 9 years. He didn't expect that after frequently using his ocular power during this time, it had actually grown so much. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Rong turned his gaze to Shikaku's massive body. From now on, I will call you Yidama. The raccoon cat's ta. Hiv hiv hiv. I have a name now. From now on, I will be called Yidama. Uchiha Rong. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Why does it feel like the life of this one tail is so different from the 3 tails? Squat down. With a low shout, Yidama almost immediately squatted down. It looked at him with some confusion and grievance. Master? Oh, it's fine now. Uchiha Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Although this guy's mental state seems a bit off, as long as it remains obedient, it's fine. He then forced himself to continue using his ocular power despite feeling weak. With the pulling force of the Bagua seal once again, Yidama's massive body transformed into a stream of gray-yellow quicksand and drilled into Uchiha Rong's abdomen's Bagua seal. Hiss! If this goes on, I might be able to gather all 9-tailed beasts. After doing all this, Uchiha Rong smiled with satisfaction. Yes, as long as the sealing space can accommodate it, he can completely contain multiple tailed beasts at the same time. The most important thing is with 2 tailed beasts, he could throw one out to assist in battles anytime. Thinking of this, Uchiha Roan couldn't help but let out a silly laugh. Typically, Jinchuriki, due to the close connection between the tailed beasts and the sealing space. Once a tailed beast breaks free, the sealing space shatters, and the body organ where the sealing space is located will explode. Usually, these locations are either the lower dantian or critical places like the heart. So, it is certain death, unless there is a capability similar to Uchiha Roan's life bestowal, which instantly provides a large amount of vitality for deep creation and regeneration, like Chiyo's self-revival. But for him, having two-tailed beasts means that as long as one-tailed beast's power supports the sealing space, nothing will happen. No matter how powerful the sealing technique is, it cannot forcibly confine two different tailed beasts. However, my situation is special. The tailed beasts willingly behave inside. Removing the star at his waist, Uchiha Roan leaned on it with one hand while holding Gaara with the other. He instructed his rock clone to collect the 4 red yang formation and quickly left the underground cave. Teacher, you're back. When Uchiha Roan found the fish team again, using his rock clone's position, they had already retreated to the Wind Country's border with Shizen. Why are you still bringing this kid? Looking at the Yashimaru that Shizuna was carrying, Uchiha Roan paused. We brought him back as a hostage. Shizuna replied matter-of-factly. Forget it. Let him go. Oh. With Uchiha Roan speaking, Shizuna naturally complied without hesitation, immediately throwing Yashimaru onto the sandy ground. Uchiha Roan also tossed Gaara next to Yashimaru. Although Shikaku had nearly all of its chakra drained and was close to death, it wasn't dead yet, right? So Gaara naturally wouldn't have any problems. However, for at least the next 3 years, he wouldn't be able to borrow much of Shikaku's power. After walking a few steps, Uchiha Roan paused. Forget it. Since I've taken Shikaku's power, I should give you something in return. Remembering the poor Gaara from the original story, Uchiha Roan stepped forward and lifted his shirt. A surge of yin-yang release chakra flowed from his hand and pressed onto him, until he completely solidified the outer layer of the 7-star seal on his heart. Uchiha Roan finally withdrew his hand. This way, you shouldn't have to stay up late with Shikaku anymore. After thinking for a moment, he also peeled back Gaara's eyelids. The two kaleidoscopes met each other. Using illusion techniques, he left the control formula and hand seal sequence of the 7-star seal for him. Alright, since the task is complete, let's go back to the village. With that, the fish team set off on their return journey. Chapter 125. Gaara's Sand. 8-year-old Gaara slowly awakened. Ever since being released from the Absolute Seal earlier this year, he had never slept so comfortably. Uncle. Suddenly, with a clearer consciousness, Gaara jolted awake. He saw a young figure not far away. Uncle, I'm so glad you're okay. Tears brimmed in the corners of Gaara's eyes. He had almost killed his own uncle. You're still as weak as ever, Gaara. Uncle. Gaara was extremely sad. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? The uncle who had always taken care of him suddenly disguised himself as an assassin to attack him, and even said he hated him. It was all his fault for causing his mother's death. At that moment, the young Gaara completely lost control and almost killed his uncle. If Uchiha Roan were here, he would have been able to complain for 3 days and 3 nights. Damn it. Not allowing the Jinchuriki to sleep and still expecting him to maintain emotional stability, while testing his control over Shikaku during extreme emotional fluctuations. Just that broken seal. Suna is really full of talent. Alright, let's go back. I don't know why those Konoha Umbu let us go. This place isn't safe. As he spoke, Yashimaru checked the direction and walked towards Sunagakure by himself. Uncle. Gaara wanted to tell his uncle that he seemed to have gained some new insights in his mind. Shut up. Don't use that disgusting title on me. However, as Gaara's words reached his lips, they were swallowed back by Yashimaru's words. Turning around, Yashimaru closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. You must become strong by yourself, Gaara. Behind him, the young Gaara followed closely, sobbing as he kept pace with his uncle. At this moment, he was not yet the ruthless Shura of the original trajectory. He was just a test subject of Sunagakure, having just had part of his seal released. Along the way, Gaara began to review the newfound knowledge in his mind. It was a complete secret sealing technique. A strange voice told him that he could open the seal during battles in the future. When it's time to sleep, just seal it up. Gaara, half in doubt, tried it while his uncle had not turned around. It turned out to be true. As the 7-star seal was released, the familiar presence of Shikaku suddenly reappeared. But why had the little Shikaku's power suddenly become so weak? He felt that even if he continued to release the seal now, it seemed there was no longer the pressure to concentrate all the time like before. The most amazing thing was that during Gaara's several attempts to release and then close the seal, he found that when Shikaku was completely sealed, his sand control ability was actually stronger. Uncle. After all, he was just an 8-year-old child, and in his surprise, he wanted to share this secret with his closest uncle. I've told you, don't use that disgusting nickname on me, Yashimaru said, without turning his head. So Gaara could only feel wronged and swallow back what he wanted to say. What Gaara didn't know was that Yashimaru, after saying this, was secretly observing him. Strange, he was so fierce before. Gaara almost lost control several times. Why does his mood seem much more stable now? If Gaara knew his uncle's thoughts, he would definitely be speechless. After sleeping well, even if his uncle spoke harshly, he only felt a bit wronged. Children are very sensitive. They understand who treats them well. Even though he didn't know why his uncle suddenly changed like this, he still believed that his uncle wouldn't harm him. The previous rampage was purely due to long-term insomnia that prevented him from calmly thinking about problems. Now that he had slept well, although he still couldn't understand why his uncle did this, he knew his uncle must have his reasons. The bits and pieces of love from the past were not false. He definitely didn't really hate him. When the big and small pair returned to the village, even though he had anticipated it, his heart still sank. The Wind Shadow building had collapsed. The Umbu stationed at the Wind Shadow building suffered heavy casualties. Strangely, other buildings had almost no damage. The scene shifted to Team Yu. Rong, why don't we expand the losses of Sunagakure a bit more? Hinata, Aya asked in confusion. Even if they wanted to hide their strength, they had the ability to teach Sunagakure a harsh lesson. Uchiha Rong smiled. A show of force is enough. With all 3 Sannin involved, this battle is destined not to happen. Since it won't happen, there's no need to expose too much strength and make the 3rd Hokage overly wary. Hearing this, the 3 were startled. The 3 Sannin? While they were on a mission, they naturally didn't have the latest information like Uchiha Rong. So Uchiha Rong briefly explained the recent events in Konoha. On the other side, at the border of Kumogakure, in the Konoha ninja camp. Sai, I've been waiting here for over 10 days. Is Kumogakure going to fight or not? Jiraiya said, somewhat bored. Tsunade looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Too lazy to speak. Not to mention that Kumogakure was originally waiting for Sunagakure and Iwagakure to act first. Now, the Mist warships were approaching the Land of Lightning. 2 of the Konoha Sannin were at the Kumogakure border camp. She even learned through the mutual aid ring that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was prohibited from leaving the village for some reason. Under these circumstances, how could Kumogakure possibly take the initiative to attack? Even if the 4th Reikage came in person, he would have to kneel. Unless the 3rd Reikage was resurrected. That would be a different story. Almost simultaneously, a similar situation occurred at the border of Iwagakure and Sunagakure. And at this moment in Sunagakure, in a sandcastle training ground, 8-year-old Gaara waved his small right arm, and a mass of sand surged out from the gourd on his back, shooting towards the sand puppet in front of him. Boom! Under the impact of the sand puppet collapsed as if it were made of paper. As Gaara extended his right palm and clenched it, a sandstorm burial commenced. More sand surged in from around, completely grinding the puppet into granules. It was surprisingly twice as fast as before. The power had also increased by at least 70%. Gaara looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. Mom, is this the power you left for me? The young Gaara extended his small claws and gently caressed the mass of sand. Then he slowly lay down on the floating layer of sand. He rubbed his little head against the sand layer, as if resting in his mother's embrace. Yes, the sand in the gourd on his back was his mother. To be precise, it was the remnants of his mother's will, Karura. They would autonomously protect him when he was under attack. Although the young Gaara did not know this at the moment, he inherently felt a closeness to this sand. He loved to sleep with his head resting on it, and he firmly believed this was the power his mother left him. Unknowingly, Gaara fell asleep like this. He had never had such a relaxing moment. Since the partial seal of Shikaku was released at the beginning of the year, he had not slept well at all. Shikaku would only sleep for 2 to 3 hours every 2 days. At first, it was manageable, but over time, even with his chakra, Gaara gradually fell into the pain of insomnia, coupled with the villagers' disdainful gazes and the wary expressions of the ninjas in the village. It seemed everything was pushing the young him toward the abyss. Zzz, zzz. A faint snoring sound arose. The layer of sand hovered half a meter above the ground. Just as Gaara fell completely asleep, a magical scene appeared. The mass of sand that was dragging him began to sway gently, without anyone controlling it. Just like a mother rocking a cradle. Chapter 126 Rumors. A few days later. Team, you return to Konoha to report their mission. Hokage Building. Well done, Rome. Minato Namikaze said with a satisfied smile. I didn't expect you to blow up the Wind Shadow building directly and still retreat unscathed under the pursuit of Raza. This time, we've finally vented some anger. The issue with the three tails was caused by me in the first place. It's naturally best if it can be resolved smoothly. The front line received intelligence that Kumogakure has already withdrawn the ninja gathered at the border. I guess Awagakure and Sunagakure will follow soon. Minato Namikaze noticed that when he mentioned the three tails, he deliberately avoided this sensitive topic. By the way, Rong, there's something else I want to discuss with you. At Minato Namikaze's gesture, the other members of Team Yu quickly left the office. Only then did he continue. The overall situation in the ninja world has been relatively stable in recent years. Your Team Yu members have all grown enough to stand on their own. The higher-ups discussed it, and excellent ninjas like Uchiha Chien, Uchiha Jina, and Hinata Aya are all qualified to be team leaders now. Rong, what do you think? Am I supposed to lie down and watch? Uchiha Rong almost rolled his eyes at that moment. If the earlier decision to separate the members of Team Yu was to let him branch out, now this was a form of division. The intricacies of this matter ran deep. However, politics is a game that values face the most. Even if Uchiha Rong understood what was going on in his heart, he could not directly expose it. He smiled and said, I will follow Hokage-sama's arrangements. Good. As expected of Rong, you truly understand the greater good. Don't overthink it. There are too many areas in the village that require personnel. Your Team Yu members are very strong. Leading them will allow them to better showcase their talents. Implicitly, it meant not to hinder their development. Hokage-sama's words are very reasonable. Then it's settled. I will issue the specific transfer documents in the next few days. It's nothing. You can leave for now. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Rong headed straight to training ground number 7. He really didn't care about what Minato Namikaze had just said, even if at that time, he assigned 3 members from the Hokage faction to each of the 3 girls, letting them lead the team while dividing them. It also prevented them from spreading their influence for Uchiha Rong. He wouldn't have any emotional reaction because of that. After all, isn't it the same to do missions anywhere? People have different perspectives from different heights. His plans have never only been about Konoha. However, just as he was about to turn right to enter the western area of the village on Konoha's main road, he noticed that the villagers around him were looking at him with furrowed brows. With the keen senses of a ninja, he quickly overheard what those villagers were whispering about. Isn't he the Uchiha who has a monster inside him? How scary. I heard that monster is as terrifying as the 9 tails. Oh my gosh. How could the Hokage allow such a monster to stay in the village? Uchiha Rong. Director, did I take the wrong script? This shouldn't be Naruto Uzumaki's script, right? Uchiha Rong was stunned. Speaking of which, because of Minato Namikaze's presence, the fact that Naruto has the 9 tails sealed inside him is top secret and hasn't spread to the ignorant villagers at all. Moreover, the ninjas know a bit about the tailed beasts, so they wouldn't have any bad attitude towards the Hokage's son. Therefore, the current 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki hasn't experienced such an event. With a cold smile, Uchiha Rong chose to ignore them and continued walking forward. Then he noticed that almost 60 of the villagers were keeping their distance from him, as if he were a plague. The remaining 40 probably hadn't heard the news yet. Well, it's surprising that after taking down quite a few strong opponents while on dark missions, he didn't gain any notoriety. Now, it seems he has become a well-known figure. Uchiha Rong is not a powerless and helpless Jinchuriki. He felt indifferent to the villagers' rejection. After all, he is an Uchiha. Would anyone dare to point fingers at him when he reaches the clan's territory? With that, Uchiha Rong lost interest in going to training ground now. 7 and headed back home. He wanted to find Yinshang to understand the ins and outs of this matter. Just as Uchiha Rong had just sent a message to Yinshang and stepped into the clan's territory, he was surrounded by a group of Uchiha kids asking all sorts of questions. Uchiha Rong rubbed his forehead. Outside, Uchiha Rong was not well known. But within the Uchiha clan, due to the younger generation of ninjas' admiration, his name became almost a household name. His influence even seemed to surpass that of Fugaku, the clan leader. At least, many kids didn't even know the clan leader's name. But they all knew there was a young big shot in the clan named Uchiha Rong. I will investigate this matter. You're not allowed to go out and argue with those people, understood? Uchiha Rong said with a serious face. It's just a rumor, and while it may be troublesome, it's also simple. But the premise is that they shouldn't escalate the conflict. Oh, got it. But, Lord Rong, I heard the security department caught a lot of people today. The prison is almost full. Uchiha Rong. Oh no. He didn't have time to walk slowly anymore and instantly vanished from the spot. What kind of situation is this? The person involved hasn't reacted much. Yet the security department has already started to protect him. This left him both amused and helpless. After all, having such a group of people to protect him, he couldn't really blame them, could he? Soon, through a private chat in the Unity Ring, Uchiha Rong summoned Yinshang. I heard the security department caught a lot of villagers? Huh. Yinshang looked confused. Great. Uchiha Rong instantly understood. It seemed Yinshang hadn't gone to the security department today and had been off training somewhere all day. He briefly explained the situation to her and asked her to handle the matter at the security department. He then returned to his own yard. With the focus now on him, it was temporarily inappropriate to move around outside until the matter was clarified. Otherwise, it would only escalate the conflict between the Uchiha and the villagers. Truly, rumors can spread just by a mouth, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Hopefully, it wasn't you all who did this otherwise. Back in his own yard, Uchiha Rong glanced towards the Hokage building, his eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. Just then, the Unity Ring lit up. Boat 9, Rong, you're famous. Uchiha Rong's face darkened. Back to Boat. You can have this fame, do you want it? Boat 3, what are you talking about? Seeing Orochimaru's message. Uchiha Rong knew that this guy must have been holed up in the lab all day and hadn't gone out at all. Boat 8, I checked. It's spies from outside the village. Uchiha Rong was quite surprised that there was still no news from Yinshang. Kakashi had already figured out the situation. Back to Boat. So they didn't stop it, did they? As soon as Uchiha Rong said this, Kakashi's side fell into a long silence. So even though Yinshang hadn't sent back any news yet, the general situation had been clarified. The 3 major ninja villages retreated, but were unwilling to accept it. So they spread the news that I am the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails. And the Hokage didn't choose to block this information from spreading within the village at the first opportunity. So, regarding the fact that I am a Jinchuriki, is it that the 3 villages spread rumors based on guesses? Or did someone leak it out? Uchiha Rong murmured. It should be noted that he hadn't displayed his tailed beast transformation ability outside. The only one who had encountered his tailed beast transformation directly was Kakashi. The only one who had heard him admit his Jinchuriki identity was Minato Namikaze. But neither of these two would likely do such a thing. Uchiha Rong frowned, puzzled. It seems he needs to gather more clues to clarify who the enemy is before he can make a move. Chapter 127. Escalating situation, brother. Why aren't you happy? The small figure, as usual, burrowed into his arms, but this time felt particularly gentle. Rubbing Yizi's little head, Uchiha Rong smiled. I'm not unhappy. Oof. You're clearly unhappy. Yizi heard it. Saying this, she pointed at Uchiha Rong's chest. Then, her small hands began to stroke his chest, murmuring, Don't be unhappy. Yizi can be good. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but laugh. But the next moment his smile froze. Hurry and praise me. Hurry and praise me. Yizi has cured it. As Yizi's voice rang out, a wave of relaxation came from within. Uchiha Rong. He was left bewildered. Clearly, he wasn't unhappy, but why did the comparison make it seem like he was unhappy just now? Being portrayed as a monster by public opinion. And the disdainful looks of people avoiding him like the plague all flashed before his eyes. It indeed seemed like he should be unhappy. Uchiha Rong felt that something was off with his current state, yet he couldn't pinpoint it. Since you all make me unhappy, then let us not let anyone have it easy. Muttering this, he patted Yizi's head, praising, Yizi is amazing. He. Upon receiving the praise, Yizi let out a silly giggle, but the next words made Uchiha Rong shiver. The older brother's heart told Yizi, those people are so annoying. Kill them all. Just kill them. With a thud, Uchiha Rong felt like his jaw dropped. Shocked, he instinctively gave Yizi, who had a face full of killing intent, a smack on the head. It hurts, it hurts. At such a young age, why learn bad things, killing and all? The ninja world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about human emotions and social affairs. So, it's better to enjoy together than to be alone. Ninja Hand Signs BGM. A large amount of red-tailed beast chakra surged out. Multiple rock clone technique. In the next moment, amidst the sound of smoke, over 500 Uchiha Rongs densely filled the courtyard. Go do it. The 500 rock clones nodded and then disappeared into the ground one by one. Wow. Brother S clone technique is so amazing. Uchiha Rong rubbed her little nose, non-committal. Actually, as long as they're S chakra, this technique is much simpler than the multiple shadow clone technique. After all, shadow clones would return memories, fatigue, pain from death, and so on. Rock clones have no burdens. The next day on the street. Did you know that the third Hokage has a very powerful ninjutsu? Are you talking about the telescope technique? Huh. You know about it too? Of course. I heard that the third Hokage has seen countless women with this ninjutsu, which big girls and young wives in the village Haven T-Bin watched. Shoo. I heard that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, often goes to the women's bathhouse. Both master and disciple are the same. No wonder they call him the perverted sage. Ugh, so disgusting. I need to remind my wife and daughter to be careful when bathing. Huh, what is the big deal? Do you know about the girl who went missing recently? I know. I heard that she was imprisoned in the courtyard of some elder advisor. So tragic. Over 800 innocent boys and girls. So cruel. Various rumors, true and false, suddenly spread everywhere. Finally, on this day, the Hokage building issued an announcement. Do not spread rumors, do not believe rumors. Be civilized to each other. Strike through. It was a statement announcing that recent rumors spread by enemy village spies in the village were attempting to cause unrest. And anyone continuing to spread rumors might be invited by the Umbu for AT session. Thus, the village-wide announcement made at noon that day stopped the rumors by the afternoon. Even those who were crammed into cells in the guard department for spreading rumors were transferred to Konoha prison for rigorous screening. This made the guard department, which was often blocked by family members of prisoners, breathe a sigh of relief. Konoha prison. Speak. Who made you spread rumors about the third Hokage peeping? I don't know. That image just popped into my head. I'm really not a spy. Oof. Coward. I saw it with my own eyes. The third Hokage was peeping at my daughter bathing. How could he do that and not admit it? Exactly. If you have the guts, just take us all down. Woo-woo. My poor daughter. After being taken away by the elder advisor, Tsunade, there's been no news of her life or death unknown. Hokage building. Looking at the newly submitted interrogation report, Minato Namikaze felt a bit overwhelmed. Third Hokage, you should take a look yourself. The third Hokage next to him had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. After reading it carefully, he slammed it on the table. Tsunade abducts young girls. Minion specifically abducts young boys for abuse. Nonsense. What complete nonsense. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that it also mentioned villagers crying out that the third Hokage broke into their homes and slept with their mothers, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have believed it. It's absurd. The most absurd part is that after the interrogation in Konoha prison, the conclusion reached was that the other party was really not a spy. They were just ordinary villagers. Were they under some illusion? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. The one who claimed that the third Hokage slept with his mother actually had a mother who had long passed away. Are you telling the third Hokage to sleep with a corpse? The one who said the elder advisor abducted young boys and girls really did lose someone from their home. Missing persons. The problem is that Konoha has many missing persons every year. Yet the person who went missing 10 years ago could be said to have been contacted by my poor daughter in a dream last night, saying it was the elder advisor who harmed her. Even more absurd is that after the Umbu investigation, it turned out that Tsunade really was the cause. What nonsense! Even if Tsunade herself admitted it, her attitude was very good. But the third Hokage knows the nature of a few old buddies, so he naturally doesn't believe it. Third Hokage, this matter is much more serious than the previous rumors. Minato Namikaze had a serious expression. These people are clearly under a very advanced illusion. Moreover, the information is mixed with true and false, making it very destabilizing. Yes, it's too destabilizing for public sentiment. In the fields, a normal Konoha villager has 3 sons, one of whom became a ninja, while the other 2 opened shops and ran businesses. Life is not too bad. Today he heard something. The daughter of the Hajong family next door went missing, and last night she contacted them in a dream, saying she was harmed by the elder advisor. And that advisor even confessed. Soon, news came that it was a frame-up. Moreover, the Hokage building issued a notice to clarify it. Phew, these days, spies really have no place to hide. The villager murmured and entered his house. He then saw his son sitting in a chair with a frown, mumbling something. Getting closer, he could hear clearly. It turns out that 10 years ago, I witnessed the elder advisor abducting Yuna. What to do? What to do? I want to be silenced, right? The villager felt as if struck by lightning. Yuna was indeed the missing daughter of the Hajong family next door. Chapter 128. Layout just as rumors were rampant in Konoha and public opinion was fermenting. Lin Xianyu was comfortably hiding in his underground training ground doing his daily training, accidentally trending on hot search, and it was the negative kind. What to do? Of course, create an even hotter topic. This kind of illusion that closely resembles real 5 senses creates a memory that doesn't belong to ordinary villagers. It's simply too enjoyable to manipulate public opinion. Although it's a bit extreme, right now Lin Xianyu could completely send a portion of the Uchiha clan to the Mist Village, or even establish his own ninja village in the ruins of the land of whirlpools. But there is no need. Compared to those deserted places, Konoha's geographic location and resources are too favorable. Moreover, excellent people cannot avoid some injustices no matter where they are. Avoiding is not a good solution. When you break down a tricky problem into many parts, it's like unraveling a tangled mess one by one. In practice, it's not as difficult as imagined. Therefore, creating a hot topic around the third Hokage and the advisory group is just his first step. After all, the fundamental problem has still not been resolved. What is the essence of Konoha's current problem? It is that the power of the Hokage lineage has become too inflated, lacking external threats. Additionally, the very existence of the Uchiha clan poses too much of a threat to the Hokage lineage's rule. This has always been an existing issue. Therefore, Madara chose to leave. Obito chose to hide in the shadows, striving to create a world with Rin. In the original timeline, Uchiha Shursui navigated between the two factions and ultimately suffered the consequences. Uchiha Itachi, under the pressure of the situation, became the great filial son. But he, Uchiha Roan, will not do that. At the request of the readers, I will start to cancel the protagonist Lin Xinyu's former name, keeping only Uchiha Roan, just as he said when he first met Itachi. A strong person should have a fiery will and face challenges head-on. Avoiding 1T solve the problem. Since the power of the Hokage lineage has become too inflated, it's time to weaken a bit. Since the alliance of the three villages cannot shake Konoha, what about the four villages? Since the threat of the Uchiha clan itself is too concerning. During his daily study, Uchiha Roan began to break down the problem one by one. In fact, he still hasn't thought of a good solution for the third question. But that's okay. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It's time to take action. He first sent a private message to Yagura, using the together in the same boat ring. The gist of the message was that he, Uchiha Roan, could secretly fund Kirigakure to fill some of its material and financial voids. The first funding would be 200 million worth of various supplies. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, almost replied instantly. What do we need to do? Uchiha Roan replied, the four villages will join forces to pressure Konoha. Okay. Yagura had no reason to refuse and agreed readily. This young-looking fourth Mizukage, despite his boyish appearance, was actually an old-school ninja of the same generation as the legendary three of Konoha. He chose to ally with Konoha to leverage trade and prestige from the alliance to alleviate the internal material shortages and stabilize the hearts of the people in Kirigakure. If he could get 200 million worth of supplies right off the bat, it would directly address the current needs. Moreover, he could join the other three great ninja villages to plunder the rich resources of the Land of Fire while dealing with Konoha. This was akin to a pie falling from the sky, not to mention the continued funding promised by Uchiha Roan. As for him, Yagura, bringing urgently needed supplies to Kirigakure also provided opportunities for his subordinates to get rich and hone their skills. Whether it was the fluctuating morale within or his position as Mizukage, everything would become more stable. After discussing some specific needs on both sides, Uchiha Roan finally shifted his gaze from the ring on his right hand. This way, there would be external threats. A slight smile appeared on Uchiha Roan's lips. Yagura had already promised to contact the other three great ninja villages soon for a training exercise for the new generation of ninjas. This had been a tradition among the 5 great ninja villages. Every so often, whether it was a year or 3 years apart, they would send small groups of new ninjas to engage in chaotic battles for purposes such as espionage, invasion, or even plundering. This served to train the ninjas and resolve internal conflicts through small-scale skirmishes. Additionally, it provided an opportunity to suppress smaller ninja villages in the process, ensuring the dominance of the 5 great ninja villages. Facing the unprecedentedly powerful Konoha, the alliance of the 4 villages was also a customary practice and not surprising. If Konoha showed signs of decline while Kumogakure was on the rise, Iwagakure would not hesitate to strike Kumogakure. The fundamental reason was simply 2 words: balance. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Kumogakure and Iwagakure were the second and third, respectively. As long as one could take down the other, their own status would rise a level, gaining more entrusted missions and more funding from the daimyo of their own country. This would allow them to acquire more resources to cultivate more excellent ninjas, creating a virtuous cycle. The reputation of a ninja village was equivalent to wealth and status in the ninja world. Among the 5 villages, whichever ninja village successfully defeated another would also benefit from the strong military of their ninja village when it came to the distribution of interests among the 5 countries. Thus, they would get a share of the ninja village's gains. As for how to weaken the expanding power of the Hokage lineage, after some thought, Uchiha Roan sent another message to Orochimaru. I prepared a gift for you. What? Orochimaru's expression turned puzzled as he looked at the ring while withdrawing from the border of Sunagakure. Yes, the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara teams had received the news of Sunagakure's withdrawal and were returning to their village. Then, Uchiha Rome informed Orochimaru that he had established a more advanced and complete experimental base for him at the ruins of a land of whirlpools. What did the old man do to you? Seeing Orochimaru's reply, Uchiha Rome smiled. This snake was clearly not so easy to fool. He guessed his true intentions so quickly. So he didn't hide it and briefly described his circumstances after returning to the village. That land belongs to me. In the end, Orochimaru set a condition. Uchiha Rome understood that he wanted complete control over the ruins of the land of whirlpools. It was clear that Orochimaru understood. Once he left Konoha without reason, he would be considered a rogue ninja. Previously, he was willing to join the Akatsuki because all his research and experimental bases in Konoha had been sealed by the third Hokage, and his funding was completely cut off. In such circumstances, the Akatsuki had promised to provide him with some initial funding. Now, the situation was different. He understood that even if he was unwilling to leave, Uchiha Rome would not cut off his funding for that reason. This created room for choice. Naturally, he had to set conditions to secure more guarantees for himself. Okay, Uchiha Rome agreed decisively. As for the area of the land of whirlpools, after the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, the population dwindled, and the economy was no different from primitive society. Even if Orochimaru managed it, he would still have to rely on Uchiha Rome's continued investment. In the original timeline, Orochimaru controlled the daimyo of the land of rice and established Otogakure. Clearly, he now had the idea of establishing a ninja village in the ruins of the land of whirlpools and controlling that area. With the deal reached, Uchiha Rome messaged Tsunade again. Come visit the clan grounds when you have time. Unlike Orochimaru, Uchiha Rome knew that Tsunade would never betray them. Therefore, his strategy towards Tsunade was naturally different. Soon, Tsunade, who was far away at the border of Kimogakure, replied, I haven't taught you the Ein sealing yet. Seeing this, Uchiha Rome smiled. Based on his understanding of the legendary three, as long as he could win Tsunade over and eliminate her hostility towards the Uchiha, even having her frequently visit the Uchiha clan grounds, Jiraiya wouldn't be far behind, would he? Now, all that was left was to minimize the threat posed by the Uchiha. In the afternoon, at training ground number 7, Uchiha Rome gathered his 2 disciples and Yunsong. He opened with a shocking statement. I need you to cooperate to create an accident, and we will all be severely injured and retire. Chapter 129, The Twilight of the Uchiha 1 week later. After an investigation by Yunsong and the security department, the mastermind behind spreading the news that Uchiha Rome was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails still remained unclear. In the end, only a few spies from various villages who spread this rumor were caught. There were spies from Kimogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and even Kirigakure. Even Grass Ninja, Rain Ninja, Moon Ninja, and Takigakure had participated. Thus, this matter had to be left unresolved. On this day, with the return of 2 teams of Umbu who had completed their missions, a shocking piece of news gradually spread throughout the major ninja clans in Konoha. Shunshin no Jutsu, the renowned Uchiha genius, was severely injured by Iwagakure's Umbu during this mission. He lost both legs. Even more shocking was that another returning Umbu member, GuidesItachi, the son of the Uchiha clan head, also lost his right hand during the mission. The curtain call of 2 Uchiha geniuses left everyone lamenting. There were even whispers of conspiracy theories suggesting that the Uchiha geniuses were targeted by someone. Half a month later, another piece of news concerning the Uchiha caused a sensation in Konoha. Ujirong, Uchihu Yunjung, Ujikyun, and Uchiha Jina traveled together out of the village and encountered an ambush led by the 4th Raikage of Kimogakure and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee. They returned heavily injured. Countless people at the south gate of Konoha witnessed the 4 being carried back to the village on stretchers. Uchiha Yunsong had become a vegetable. Uchiha Chien had lost a part of her right leg. Uchiha Jina's hands were completely useless, and Uchiha Rome was on the brink of death. Moreover, all 4 of their eye sockets were hollow. Their eyes had been gouged out. Hokage building. What? Was the 3 Tails extracted from Uchiha Rome as well? Listening to the report from the Umbu and the medical team, Minato Namikaze looked shocked. At this moment, the silent Horizon Sarutobi suddenly spoke up. Have you confirmed it? Implying whether they had verified the identity. Was it really Uchiha Rome or just a physical clone? The Umbu nodded. It has been confirmed. There are indeed traces of tailed beasts and sealing techniques remaining in his body. The sealing technique has been broken. He seems to have taken some kind of precious medicine containing immense life force, which is barely keeping him alive. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. Uchiha Rong was extremely wealthy and had some extremely precious life-saving medicines on him, which was normal. Damn it, this must be a deliberate attack from other villages. Minato Namikaze was somewhat exasperated. Although the Uchiha clan was an unstable factor in Konoha, they were also a part of Konoha. Losing 6 such excellent jonin in a row was undoubtedly a significant blow to Konoha. Go find Tsunade and see if there is any possibility of treatment. After pondering for a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave the order. The Umbu immediately complied and hurried to find Tsunade. Subsequently, the 2 Hokages, along with Tsunade, went to visit the 4. Only Uchiha Chien and Uchiha Jina sat silently by the window with vacant expressions. Yunsong and Uchiha Rong were still in a coma. How could this happen? Tsunade was also in disbelief upon seeing this scene, especially the hollow eye sockets of the 4, which were simply shocking. How is it? Do you have confidence in recovery? Minato Namikaze looked nervously at Tsunade. What he meant was that even partial recovery would be good, given the severity of their current condition. It was almost impossible for them to fully return to their original state. Tsunade did not respond immediately, her expression serious as she carefully examined the 4 one by one. Only then did she say, severed limbs can be reattached, and the eyes can be transplanted. Restoring normal movement should be no problem. As for their ninja careers, upon hearing this, the expressions of the few changed slightly. Tsunade did not definitively state anything. She added, it's hard to say. It will depend on the recovery situation later. Although she said so, it was almost equivalent to a death sentence. Moreover, with such severe injuries, even if they recovered, how much combat power would they have left? The reattached limbs would definitely be far inferior to their original ones. Achieving normal self-sufficiency would be good enough. They could almost forget about fighting. During this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi even personally checked the injuries of the 4, touching their bodies. Finally, he sighed. Let's go. We can leave this to Tsunade. Seemingly realizing that his words were somewhat inappropriate, he added, having so many people here will only affect the patient's rest. Meanwhile, in the underground training ground of Uchiha Rong, the 4 who should have been severely injured in Konoha Hospital were now gathered here in perfect condition. Even Itachi and Shursui, who were the first to be disabled, were present. The outside was in chaos, yet you all are so relaxed. Shursui, sitting in a wheelchair, rolled his eyes at Uchiha Rong, who was doing his daily training as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Rong smiled and said, don't tell me the clan is holding another meeting to discuss a coup? It was somewhat jokingly said. Itachi smiled wryly. You guessed right. Hey, this is something my father asked me to bring to you. Looking at the glass bottle Itachi handed over, which contained a pair of eyeballs soaked in nutrient solution, Uchiha Rong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't tell me this is a pair of Manjiki. The removed Sharingan would not appear in a scarlet state, but rather like ordinary eyeballs. So, the appearance wouldn't reveal anything. You're overthinking it. It's a pair of 3 Tomo. Oh, then please thank clan leader Fugaku for me. Uchiha Rong accepted it without hesitation, smiling as he stored it away. Since it had already been brought, there was naturally no reason to send it back. Moreover, sending it back would only expose them. It was clear that the Uchiha clan had a tradition of preserving the Sharingan of excellent clan members who died in battle or passed away. There was no choice. If the clan did not keep these Sharingan, it was likely that the corpses would be dug up that very night. This is undoubtedly a tragedy. Of course, even if they preserved the Sharingan, they would only keep those of particularly excellent clan members. The weaker ones with lower vitality would be guarded for a few days until the eyeballs completely lost vitality, and then they could be buried with peace of mind. Many single and double Tomo Sharingan would have completely lost their vitality by the time the corpses were brought back to the village. At that point, the Sharingan would be no different from the eyes of ordinary deceased, because the bloodline power within would quickly dissipate as the organ cells lost vitality. What are you planning to do next, Brother Rong? Itachi asked. Uchiha Rong smiled as he looked at Shursui in the wheelchair. I don't have any Umbu eyes here. Why are you still sitting in a wheelchair? In fact, including the 4 substitutes currently in Konoha Hospital, as well as Itachi and Shursui, who had previously lost limbs, were all created by Uchiha Rong using their respective cells, allowing Orochimaru to cultivate them. They were directly brought to life with the tool of rebirth. If it weren't for the need to disguise themselves as severely injured, he had also granted them some chakra. These tool people even lacked chakra and were essentially ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's face darkened. He looked at him with some resentment. Isn't this your bad idea? Now I have to sit in a wheelchair whenever I go out. Are you stupid? Can't you say that the clan used secret medicine on you, allowing you to walk normally with your reattached legs? What is the difference? You still have to continue pretending to be disabled. Uchiha Rong laughed. Of course not. Severe injuries are just a temporary concealment of brilliance. After a while, you will all recover to about 50 to 60 of your strength under my newly developed medical ninjutsu. At that time, you can do whatever you want. Seeing this, Shursue's expression improved a bit. Uchiha Rong had already analyzed the current situation of the Uchiha clan with him. Although their true strength was enough to overturn the Hokage lineage, even if they killed all the Hokage, the Uchiha would still not be able to succeed the Hokage. Don't forget, the system of the 5 great nations and 5 villages requires the approval of the Fire Country's daimyo for the succession of Hokage. And then what? Kill the Hokage and then the daimyo of the Fire Country? Or control him? In this way, it would implicate the alliances of the 5 great nations. They would inevitably have to face the daimyo and ninja villages of the other 4 countries. And then, let Uchiha Rong showcase his Super Hokage strength and learn from the first Hokage to unify the ninja world. The entanglement would only grow larger, and the consequences would be unimaginable and unpredictable. After hearing this analysis, Shursui agreed to the severe injury plan and lay low. Moreover, Uchiha Rong also knew that there were even more terrifying existences behind this ninja world. Obito, Nagato, Kagaya, none of these were anything to be trifled with. Behind them was the Sage of 6 Paths, and then there were extraterrestrial beings like Kagaya. If they were so stubborn, relying solely on Super Hokage would not be enough. Ultimately, the Uchiha would still need to destroy their clan. Therefore, lying low at this time was the wisest choice. When the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark, he has enough time and conditions to make more preparations. For example, creating a few terrifying Konoha ch Nin. Chapter 130. Jiraiya takes a disciple a few months later. The year 55 of Konoha officially began. There was only 1 year left until the night of the massacre that would deviate from the original timeline. 20-year-old Uchiha Rong finally recovered on the day of the new enrollment of the ninja school and reappeared in front of people. Even though he has lost the kaleidoscope and the 3 tails and has reimplanted a pair of 3 tomo, he remains a powerful ninja after recovery. Hokage building. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Rong reports to you. Looking at the seemingly much thinner young man in front of him, Minato Namikaze had a complex expression, feeling relieved. It's good to see you recovered. A few days ago, he heard from Tsunade that Uchiha Rong's condition had basically healed. Now that he sees him in person, Minato can't help but feel a wave of emotion. Having worked together for 6 or 7 years, he was once the sharpest blade in his hand, the team fish. Now, with the captain heavily injured and 2 Uchiha members retiring, the team is essentially defunct. In just a few short months, several major events have occurred. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, has gone missing. Yes, missing, not defected. To this day, the Hokage building has not declared him a rogue ninja. He is merely on the missing persons list. This makes Uchiha Rong reflect on the deep bond between Sarutobi and Orochimaru. Just when one of the legendary 3 ninjas is missing, the 4 hidden villages of Awagakure, Kimogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure have begun to stir up trouble. Almost every ninja village has sent out dozens of new generation ninja teams, frequently causing incidents within a land of fire. Some have raided towns, some have assassinated ministers, and others have attacked various defensive fortresses in Konoha. Even the ninjas from Awagakure and Sunagakure teamed up to capture a military camp fortress in the land of fire. They slaughtered thousands of samurai and stole military supplies worth hundreds of millions. Under the orders of the daimyo, Konoha had no choice but to send out ninjas to confront them. It was only when checking the list of ninjas on standby within the village and reallocating combat personnel that Minato was shocked to discover that over 80 of the originally 100 active Uchiha ninjas had quietly retired during this time. The remaining few were mostly newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. Then came the assessment of upper-level combat strength. With Orochimaru missing, Tsunade took over the medical team, spending all day at the Konoha hospital. Jiraiya had once again gone out traveling. How did it suddenly feel like there weren't enough hands? Especially for tasks that Team Fish could easily complete before. Now, sending another Umbu team to do them has resulted in continuous injuries and casualties. Additionally, Itachi and Shursue's retirement has put 2 Umbu teams in a difficult situation for restructuring. These are still internal issues. The external factors are even more troublesome. Itachi and Shursue's injuries and retirements while on Umbu missions are one thing. Uchiha Rong and his 3 companions were ambushed and killed by the 4th Reikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in a premeditated attack. Regardless of the Uchiha situation in Konoha must demand an explanation from Kyomobikure. Otherwise, it will affect Konoha's prestige, indirectly leading to a reduction in entrusted missions and various provocations to follow. But just at this moment, Konoha hadn't even had time to confront Kyomobikure, only condemning and denouncing them. As a result, Kyomobikure directly brought 3 other companions to attack. As thoughts raced, Minato was now feeling overwhelmed. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Rong, there's a tricky mission I need to assign to you. The 4 major ninja villages are all causing us trouble, and our defensive forces are severely lacking. We just received the daimyo's letter, requiring us to send powerful ninjas to Kyoto to temporarily strengthen the guard of the daimyo's residence. You and Iane will go together and return once this invasion is over. Understood. Uchiha Rong nodded, directly taking the mission scroll and pass. This mission scroll also included specific temporary appointments, serving as important proof for entering the daimyo's residence. On the other side, in a training ground near the Hokage building, fire style, great fire dragon technique. With Naruto Uzumaki's control, a giant fire dragon over 30 meters long surged forward into the open space. With a loud bang, under the impact of the giant fire dragon, the ground was blasted open, creating a large pit over 10 meters wide. It's worth noting that this is a special training ground with high elemental resistance. If this ninjutsu were to hit regular ground, the effect would at least double. Great Fox, did you see that? So amazing. Ha ha ha. Naruto Uzumaki bounced up happily. Just now, he had used the 9 Tails chakra to unleash such a powerful fire technique. Perhaps using the Great Fox's chakra, he should be able to use that technique. With this thought, Naruto looked around. He quickly extinguished this thought. The previous commotion was already quite large. If he were to release the technique that Uncle Rong just taught him, it would probably really alarm the Umbu in the village. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded. A figure of Uchiha Rong slowly emerged from the ground nearby. Not bad. Naruto, you've grasped the power of Kurama so quickly. Naruto was not surprised at his sudden appearance. Excitedly running up, he said, Uncle Rong, can you take me to the place where you used that technique last time? Oh, are you confident in using great fire destruction? Uchiha Rong was a bit surprised. From what he had learned recently, Naruto in the 2nd year had already reached 2 cards of chakra. It's worth noting that he is only 7 years old, truly deserving of the Uzumaki physique combined with the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. I only helped him lay a good foundation, and he has already displayed such terrifying talent. But even with 2 cards of chakra, it's still not enough to perform great fire destruction. This is what truly surprised Uchiha Rong. He himself was a Jinchuriki of the 1 tail and 3 tails, so he naturally understood how difficult it is to control tailed beast chakra. The fact that Naruto is confident in using the 9 tails chakra to unleash an A-rank great fire destruction, whether he succeeds or not, proves that he has a considerable mastery over the 9 tails chakra now. Uncle Rong, can we do it? It's too cramped here. Let's wait a bit. I went through a lot of trouble to bring your teacher here. Oh, he is coming. You can continue training. Remember to use that wind-style ninjutsu. After saying this, Uchiha Rong's figure had already disappeared. Yes, the one who went to the Hokage to accept the mission was just a creation clone of Uchiha Rong. This one is the real body. Since the creation clone is an independent life, even a powerhouse like Minato Namikaze cannot see through it. At this moment, he had gone through a lot of trouble to trick Jiraiya, who was out, back again, creating an accidental encounter for Naruto. After all, with such an abnormal Naruto, he couldn't learn anything at the Ninja Academy anymore. If he didn't arrange for Jiraiya early, it would delay Naruto's growth. Back to the main point. As Uchiha Rong's figure disappeared, Naruto cooperatively and seriously faced the big tree in front of him, performing a no-hand sign ninjutsu. Rasengan. Boom. With a flash, Naruto's palm pressed against the trunk, and a flurry of wood chips flew. The tree, which could be embraced by 3 people, was not only penetrated but also left a basketball-sized hole. This is the true power of Rasengan. As for who taught this technique, it must be his dad. This is also the main reason why Minato had such a complex expression when facing Uchiha Rong in the Hokage building. Uchiha Rong helped him lay such a solid foundation for his son. He already possesses the potential to surpass him as a father. Therefore, Minato actually feels a sense of guilt towards Uchiha Rong in his heart. Huh? Naruto, did you do all this? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. Jiraiya's figure appeared. Naruto looked over at the sound, revealing a sunny smile, scratching the back of his head and saying, It's you, pervy sage. The two had met multiple times before due to the Watergate incident. Jiraiya, who originally had a somewhat anxious expression, gradually became serious upon seeing the hole in the tree trunk and the large pit on the ground. Naruto, you've actually trained to this level already? With his sharp eyes, it was easy for him to see that Naruto's chakra alone was not enough to unleash such destructive power with the Rasengan. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Naruto had already mastered the power of the Nine Tails quite skillfully. Jiraiya, who was originally in a hurry to meet Tsunade at the Hokage building, had completely shifted his attention to Naruto at this moment. Naruto, are you willing to continue training with me? As he said this, Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on Naruto. In fact, if it were any other Jinchuriki, he wouldn't bother much. But Naruto was different. He was the son of his disciple. To exhibit such terrifying talent, he could not trust anyone else with him. A few hundred meters away, on a large tree, Uchiha Roan watched with a smirk. He had already grasped Jiraiya's thoughts. This was completely different from the previous trajectory of caring for his disciple's orphan. At that stage, the Jinchuriki faced the threat of the Akatsuki organization, and Jiraiya was entrusted by the third Hokage to assess Naruto's character, which is why he took him to train. At that time, Naruto, under the interference of the Nine Tails, had an overwhelming amount of chakra, but his talent for training was quite mediocre. But now it was different. A 7-year-old Jinchuriki with a talent that could rival the top geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he was the son of his own Hokage disciple. This made Jiraiya see hope for Konoha. 7 years old meant that his thoughts and personality were not yet fixed. A monstrous talent indicated potential that could rival or even surpass the first Hokage in the future. Wasn't this exactly the child of prophecy spoken of by the great sage Fukasaku? Chapter 131. Meeting the Daimyo, Part 1. A few days later, in the capital city located in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, two young ninjas, a man and a woman, arrived. The capital is becoming more and more prosperous, Hinata Aya remarked, gazing at the city before her. It would be more accurate to call it castle. From a distance, one could see the tallest castle located at the center of the city. The city surrounded the castle, divided into 3 concentric walls: the outer city, the inner city, and the daimyo's castle. The outer city had towering walls over 40 meters high, surrounded by a moat. The inner city walls were slightly shorter than the outer city, but were thicker, with interlocking battlements. The innermost daimyo's castle had a style that leaned towards luxury, adorned with exquisite carvings that were beautifully crafted. At the same time, this was the only city in the Land of Fire with a population exceeding 200,000, a true center of prosperity. Well, let us find a secluded spot. I'll let the main body come over first, the creation clone said, and walked toward the small forest outside the city. This should do. Entering the small forest, Hinata Aya checked that there were no other people around. The creation clone immediately began to form hand seals. Boar, ox, tiger, snake, dragon, goat, dog. Secret technique, mind résonance technique. In Konoha village, watching as Jiraiya took Naruto to meet Minato, then the two, one big and one small, left the village through the east gate with large bags. Uchiha Roan finally felt relieved about a major matter. His mood was pleasant. Naruto's training progress was ahead by a full 5 years. He believed that this time, the risky verbal diversion technique would not be needed. As he murmured this, his expression suddenly froze. He then closed his eyes and performed hand seals. Rat, horse, rabbit, monkey, rooster, snake, boar. Secret technique, mind communication technique. This was a spiritual secret technique developed by Uchiha Roan using his in-release ability, allowing a certain degree of communication with his clones. The farther away, the greater the chakra consumption, and the communication effect would become increasingly vague. Conversely, within a range of several miles, it could achieve instant communication. Just as the secret technique successfully established a connection on both sides, Uchiha Roan felt the thoughts transmitted from the clone arrived at Kyoto. Oh, had they already reached Kyoto? He chuckled lightly, and in the next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. In a small forest outside Kyoto, Uchiha Roan had a technique seal glowing with chakra on his chest. Suddenly, another Uchiha Roan appeared beside him. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. You can leave now, the later Uchiha Roan said. The creation clone nodded and gradually vanished into the ground. I've come to Kyoto many times, but I've never entered the daimyo's castle, Uchiha Roan said, looking at the castle not far away with a smile. After arranging for Naruto, he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to meet the daimyo. I've heard that the daimyo is not easy to serve, Hinata Aya said with a pout. In fact, she didn't really want to come on this mission. When she had previously gone on missions with Roan, the retainers and subordinates of those noble families always had a condescending attitude. One can imagine how serious the class of the privileged was in Kyoto. However, Uchiha Rong patted her shoulder and said, if it were an easy task, the Hokage wouldn't have sent an Uchiha. Simply put, this incident happened suddenly. Konoha was caught off guard. The daimyo's orders came in a rush. There were hardly any idle ninjas in the village that met the strength requirements. That was why they had no choice but to send the two of them. A task to protect the daimyo during wartime, even if they couldn't send out a quasi-kage level. At least it had to be among the top elite jonin. And they also had to be the type skilled in protection, not just strong in combat. Under such stringent conditions, only the relatively versatile Uchihas paired with the Hyugas were suitable. They covered fame, strength, and specialties, ensuring that they wouldn't provoke the daimyo's dissatisfaction. After all, Konoha Village was essentially a special forces unit raised by the daimyo. If they offended the daimyo and funding was cut off, Konoha would be disbanded. Then, someone might ask, if ninjas are so powerful, why not directly control the daimyo? In reality, some small countries do exist in such situations, like the Sound Village in the original trajectory. However, such a situation could never occur among the 5 great nations. Not to mention that the daimyo holds a standing army capable of annihilating Konoha while also controlling Konoha's economic lifeline. The ninja community in Konoha, although they admire the Hokage, are still citizens of the Land of Fire. If the Hokage were to rebel, not to mention other ninja clans, even his loyal supporters might directly turn against him. If a large army approached, slaughtering many villagers and cutting off funding, even the top ninjas could inflict heavy losses on the army. But the final outcome would be becoming isolated. Therefore, if the daimyo were truly determined to support a new ninja village, it wouldn't be impossible. However, doing so would be akin to cutting off one's own arm and would severely impact the nation itself. As long as the daimyo doesn't lose their mind, they wouldn't easily take such actions. Furthermore, according to Uchiha Rong's in-depth investigations over the years, he had already learned that the currency exchange was backed by the daimyo offices of the 5 great nations. This meant that the daimyo itself also held another ninja force. If a situation arose that could overturn the system of the 5 nations and 5 villages, the daimyo of the 5 great nations would still stick together. They would then face a joint attack from the armies of the other 4 nations and 4 villages. In summary, the implications are extremely far-reaching, and the consequences are unimaginable. Such deep-rooted families with hundreds or thousands of years of history cannot be easily overturned. To take a step back, even if one were to kill or capture the daimyo, there would still be new daimyo succeeding within the daimyo office. Wiping out the daimyo clan of the Land of Fire would not stop the other 4 nations' daimyo offices from passing on their kin to take over. No wonder. With the influence of the god of ninja, Hashirama, he ultimately had to choose to cooperate with the feudal lords, forming a system of 5 countries and 5 villages. Upon entering the city, Uchiha Rong's thoughts were racing. Many questions from his previous life were validated one by one in this world. The existence of all systems must have its reasoning. Even if it seems unreasonable, there is always an inherent logic and mystery. Just like the existence of the celestial dragons in the pirate world, isn't it the same? The two moved smoothly until they were stopped by the guards at the inner city gate. Please show your identification. Uchiha Rong rolled up his sleeve, revealing the fan emblem under his ninja attire. The guard's stern expression immediately softened, taking a step back and bowing. I apologize for the inconvenience. Lord Uchiha, please enter. Uchiha Rong, who had visited the inner city multiple times for business, waved his hand and naturally led Hinata, Aya, directly into the inner city. The ninja clan of Konoha was also part of the prestigious class in the Land of Fire. Among them, the Inazuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans were equivalent to the commanding officers of special military units. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were the lords and military officials, true big shots with territories. Besides the clan lands within Konoha, they also had lands surrounding the village. Their vassals and samurai usually stationed in their respective territories. This identity was generally not something anyone dared to impersonate. Once discovered, it would lead to a nationwide manhunt. Of course, it wasn't that commoners couldn't enter the inner city. If they had an official pass issued by a minister stating their identity and purpose for entering the city, they could pay a certain deposit to receive a special pass. Uchiha Rong naturally didn't need to go through such trouble. It had been a while since he last came, and the changes were quite noticeable. The streets of the inner city were entirely different from those of the outer city, with clean and tidy roads and a variety of luxurious shops in an orderly manner. The passers-by were mostly elegantly dressed elites. Indeed, without major wars in recent years, the capital had become more prosperous. Hinata, Aya seemed to feel the same. The once weak young boys and girls, cautiously entering and exiting here for business, were vivid memories, as if it were just yesterday. Now, returning, everything felt entirely different. Let us go straight to the feudal lordess residence. Uchiha Roan looked curiously at the magnificent castle behind the city wall, not far ahead. That was a territory he had never set foot in before. Chapter 132. Meeting the Feudal Lord, Part 2, after presenting the mission scroll personally approved by the Hokage at the city gate. The two officially entered the feudal lord's residence under the guidance of a squad of elite guards. This was the most core area of the city, lined with various gardens and auxiliary buildings. At the center stood a luxurious palace-like castle. Every so often along the castle's battlements stood a samurai, their sharp gazes constantly vigilant for any signs of disturbance. This team seems a bit different, Hinata Aya whispered as she leaned closer to Uchiha Roan. Since they were already in the feudal lord's residence, she didn't dare to activate her Byakugan to look around. That would be a serious taboo. Uchiha Roan smiled faintly. Of course they're different. I can feel their chakra fluctuations are almost at the average level of 1. They were clearly distinct from the two groups of ordinary guards encountered in the outer and inner cities. With his enhanced perception after expanding his Een attribute, he had already roughly gauged the chakra levels of the 3 waves of guarding samurai. The 2 teams of 30 guard in the outer city had more than half at the initial chakra extraction level, while a small number were ordinary samurai, without chakra. The inner city guards he had just seen possessed faint chakra fluctuations. Now the elite guards leading them, a team of 15, averaged around level 1, with 3 just shy of that level and 5 between levels 2 and 5. The team leader had reached at least level 6. It was noteworthy that this was just a small team guarding the gate. Uchiha Roan's understanding of the power held by the feudal lord had increased another level. So powerful? Hinata Aya was somewhat surprised. Although she hadn't activated her Byakugan, she could roughly estimate that there were at least over 5,000 elite guards in this area. Didn't that mean the feudal lordess residence had at least a 5,000-strong samurai corps at the Chunin level station? With such a base, the number of Nin level samurai was probably not less than 10, right? Although chakra levels do not completely represent combat strength. Samurai of the same level usually cannot withstand the assault of a ninja of the same level. Nevertheless, this was still a force that should not be underestimated. If they were attacked head-on, usually 2 or 3 samurai working together could reliably kill a regular ninja of the same level. Since their defense is so strong, why did they send us here? Hinata Aya was puzzled. Uchiha Roan laughed. There are many reasons, mainly 2 points. One is to demonstrate the ninja village's loyalty to the feudal lord. The second is that no matter how many samurai there are, they cannot truly defend against the endless infiltration of ninjutsu by ninjas. This is a matter of chakra perception. Against someone like me, who can move underground, the outer samurai corps are almost like decorations. Not to mention that in the ninja world, ninjas possess countless secret techniques and arts. Samurai who focus on physical and martial arts training find it very difficult to prevent ninja infiltration in advance. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the castle's entrance. The elite guards exchanged a few words with the guards at the castle gate and then left. Next, another 5 samurai continued to escort the 2 into the castle. 5 sword masters between levels 1 and 2. Uchiha Roan estimated in his heart. He himself was a proficient swordsman and could roughly judge from the sharp aura on these few individuals that they were at least high-level samurai of swordmaster rank. As he observed more and more experts along the way, Uchiha Roan's perception of the feudal lord's residence's strength kept refreshing. It was somewhat unexpected, but also within reason. Even in the Iron Country, a harsh place, a large number of samurai could be cultivated with a martial spirit. In a land of fire, the most affluent place in the ninja world, it seemed reasonable that the feudal lord's residence, the center of the richest nation, would have a higher quality of elite guards. You 2 can sit here for a moment. The leading samurai's expression was serious, but his gaze was relatively kind. This surprised Uchiha Roan. In his impression, the feudal lord's residence should be filled with arrogant and aloof individuals. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to the guide, and both took a seat on the small couch in the side hall. Soon, a maid brought over exquisite tea and snacks. In fact, while the feudal lord's residence was called a castle, what they truly saw inside was a cluster of courtyards. Only the main courtyard was exceptionally grand and lavish. The style somewhat resembled that of the Uchiha clan's territory. It seemed to have continued some traditions from the Warring States period. Seeing that the 5 samurai did not leave, but instead stood in 2 rows on either side of the side hall, Uchiha Roan no longer paid them any mind. After a while, amidst a crowd, a ceremonial team entered in an orderly manner. They set up tables and chairs, screens, and then several teams of elite guards entered, thoroughly inspecting every corner of the side hall, filling every nook and cranny. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a unique hat slowly arrived. The fan-shaped hat had a red flame emblem at its center, with a conspicuous red tomo printed on either side. However, the front of the middle-aged man was obscured by a fan, making it hard to see his face clearly. Flanking him were two sword-bearing samurai, subtly protecting him. Following them were two rows of attendants, both male and female. Quite the grand occasion. Uchiha Rong's attention was quickly drawn to the two other individuals behind the two samurai. Although the chakra fluctuations from the two sword-bearing samurai beside the daimyo were impressive, they barely reached 11 or 12 cards. However, the two masked figures in tight black clothing behind them were intriguing. They also exhibited chakra fluctuations of about 11 or 12 cards. But the ninja tool pouches at their waists revealed their identities. Ninjas. Suspected shadow-level ninjas. This was somewhat unexpected for Uchiha Rong. Strangely, among the crowd surrounding the daimyo, there was no sign of the so-called 12 guardian ninjas. Not a single one. More critically, the demeanor and actions of the two suspected shadow-level ninjas in front of the daimyo felt oddly familiar. Retainers? Uchiha Rong suddenly realized. Indeed, a daimyo from a great nation would not lack resources or various secret ninjutsu scrolls. Under such circumstances, how could they not train some retainer ninjas? Even a small village like Konoha, with just over 100,000 people, could possess so many shadow-level combatants. How could a daimyo from a country with a population of tens of millions not cultivate a few shadow-level retainers for personal protection? In that moment, Uchiha Rong suddenly awakened to a realization. Perhaps the daimyo truly had the strength to annihilate a ninja village. It made sense, no matter how strict the ninja inheritance was. With the daimyo's financial, human, and material resources, as well as their reputation, how could they not manage to cultivate ninjas? If they had the means to train ninjas, how could they possibly have no other ninja forces at their disposal? Damn, wasn't it the case that Hashirama distributed tailed beasts to various ninja villages to balance the daimyo? The more he thought about it, the more Uchiha Rong felt he was getting closer to the truth. The daimyo of various countries constrained ninja villages economically, indirectly controlling the number of ninjas and the scale of their forces. Meanwhile, the 5 great villages used the nearly immortal tailed beasts to restrain the daimyo's estates. As long as neither side had an irreconcilable contradiction, the outcome could only be cooperation. Furthermore, the attacks and conflicts between ninja villages served both to train new ninjas and as a means for the various daimyo to control the number of ninjas in the villages. When a ninja village became too bloated, they would let them fight amongst themselves. Thus, the daimyo of the 5 great nations turn out to be the most low-key, behind-the-scenes bosses. In that moment, Uchiha Rong unraveled another enigma. Why did the foolish Hashirama shout for peace while distributing tailed beasts? Because the daimyo's estates certainly lacked the capability to control the tailed beasts. This gave the 5 great ninja villages the power to flip the table when absolutely necessary. Chapter 133. The Daimyo's Test. Oh Ho Young Uchiha. Are you the guard sent by Konoha this time? There's even Hyuga here, a branch family member, right? The 4th Hokage is indeed much more reliable than the 3rd. As he pondered, the seated daimyo had already spoken. His voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, gave Uchiha Rong goosebumps. Although Uchiha Rong had figured out many things, he was still very displeased with his duck-like voice. But he promptly stood up and performed a 30-degree bow. Hinata Aya followed suit. Uchiha Rong, honorary captain of the Konoha Guard, pays respects to your excellency the daimyo. Hinata Aya pays respects to your excellency the daimyo. He was not like Danzo, that fool, who thought he possessed great power and recklessly offended such a true figure at the height of power. He now seriously doubted that even without Sasuke's appearance to kill Danzo, Danzo would not have held the 6th Hokage position for long due to the pressure he exerted. Oh my, the Uchiha from a noble family is indeed young and promising. Uchiha Rong clearly noticed that the expression of this seemingly simple-minded daimyo of the Land of Fire had gained a bit of seriousness in his somewhat vacant eyes. He waved the fan in his hand, and immediately someone presented a tray. Well then, for the next period, you'll have to work hard, Uchiha Rong. This is a meager reward. Thank you, Your Excellency the daimyo. It is my honor to serve you. Despite being irritated by the duck-like voice, Uchiha Rong maintained a very proper attitude. He stepped forward to take the tray and lifted a corner, revealing a stack of bills that looked to be worth around 100 million topped with a piece of chakra metal weighing about 2 pounds. Wow, what a generous offer. Truly the wealthiest daimyo in the ninja world. Uchiha Rong had this kind of personality. Before he had absolute power, he was definitely adaptable. And look, the benefits had come. He was sure that if he had acted a bit more proud earlier, not only would he have received no benefits, but he would have definitely faced cold treatment later. After all, this daimyo was infamous for being difficult to serve. Thinking about it, most ninjas prided themselves on having great power, and it was inevitable that they would feel a sense of superiority when facing ordinary daimyos. That was the mindset of the strong facing the weak. So, how could one expect the daimyo to treat them with kindness? A ruler who commanded a nation, no matter how foolish he appeared, must have a very proud heart. Even if he didn't say it on the surface, within the rules, he could easily make things difficult for you. After a few more exchanges, the daimyo finally yawned and said, "I'm tired too. You all can leave." He was indeed quite rude, waving his hand to dismiss them directly. Uchiha Rong stood up and bowed at a 30-degree angle before withdrawing. The two were then led to a nearby courtyard to rest. The courtyard was small but very exquisite and luxurious, equipped with a few servants. After dismissing the servants, Uchiha Rong had just sat down on the tatami in the main room when Hinata Aya could no longer hold back her curiosity. "Rong, is it really necessary to be so respectful to him?" It was evident that after seeing this foolish daimyo, Hinata Aya had developed a sense of contempt. "You have much to learn. Go take a look at what the daimyo just gave us." Hinata Aya, confused, lifted the red cloth on the tray. Money and chakra metal. Hinata Aya was even more puzzled. It seemed that with Rong's current wealth, he wouldn't really lack this kind of thing, right? Even she had accumulated nearly 1 billion in savings just by following Rong around for a few years. Uchiha Rong rubbed his forehead. He probably investigated our surface information thoroughly before we arrived. I once applied for chakra metal from the daimyo's estate through the Hokage. They had prepared several measures before we entered, gauging our attitude before offering. Now, do you still think he is foolish? Uchiha Rong did not mention one thing. The daimyo's remark about a meager reward was likely not just a polite remark. To him, 100 million and 2 pounds of chakra metal were probably truly just a meager reward, casually given. Huh? You mean the daimyo is quite calculating? Yes. Their essay saying, "Better to offend a gentleman than a villain." My respect for him isn't out of fear or intimidation. It's to avoid unnecessary trouble. This guy is clearly cunning and petty. Combining the original trajectory and some information from reality, Uchiha Rong had basically grasped the daimyo's thoughts. Not everyone in this world is obsessed with power. After all, it's not like cultivating immortality for longevity. Daimyo, who usually feel little sense of crisis, wouldn't bother to toil in chakra training. Just like past emperors, those who could quickly stabilize the nation were mostly from the first generation. In this context, mice have their own ways of survival, and so do the daimyos. Even if they hold high positions and have powerful guards around them, they typically wouldn't recklessly provoke strong ninjas. However, if you offend them, they have plenty of means to make you die without knowing how you died. This is a calculating politician. One day without conversation. The next day, Uchiha Rong and Hyuga Aya officially start their duties. They consciously stand behind the two samurai and ninjas. When the daimyo rests, they find a place outside to stay. When the daimyo goes out, they follow the procession. Of course, by this time, Aya has unknowingly transformed into a shadow clone. Uchiha Rong has also let a creation clone take his place. Their real bodies have long since disappeared. Just as the daimyo finished shopping in the evening, returning to the mansion with a large haul, he suddenly became interested and had the guards fight for his viewing pleasure. The winner would receive a rare 1,000-year snow ginseng from the treasury. Thus, a group of people arrived at the spacious training ground of the daimyo's mansion and raised a very solid barrier to prevent the daimyo from being harmed. "Oh, Uchiha Rong, do you want to give it a try? I'm quite curious about the legendary powerful Sharingan. I am more than happy to serve you, my lord." In fact, Uchiha Rong was also very curious about the practical combat abilities of these samurai and the two ninjas. He immediately agreed. Unknowingly, the real bodies and clones switched places again. Coincidentally, his opponent was one of the samurai with 11 shadow-level chakra. This piqued Uchiha Rong's interest. He directly drew the Starry Sky Ninja Blade. He had encountered many powerful ninjas, but he had not yet met a samurai of this level. Undoubtedly, the opponent was also a great swordsman. "I am Ueniki 10, please enlighten me. Please." There was no sense of opposition in the sparring between the samurai. They bowed to each other to show respect, and then began. Uchiha Rong was slightly surprised after the opponent introduced himself. He knew that the next daimyo of the Land of Fire would be named Ueniki Q. Unexpectedly, This samurai, with shadow-level chakra, was actually a member of the daimyo's own family. With a whoosh, as Ueniki Ten drew his ninja blade, Uchiha Rong's eyes narrowed slightly. It was also a chakra metal weapon. Moreover, judging by its craftsmanship, it seemed to be much more refined than the starry sky. Truly unexpected, yet also quite logical. While the entire ninja world might lack chakra metal, the daimyo's mansion certainly did not. Putting away his previously relaxed mindset, Uchiha Rong gripped the starry sky and focused on his opponent. A great swordsman, shadow-level chakra metal samurai sword. This meant that a single name could summarize his combat power, Hitaki Sakumo. He had indeed underestimated his opponent earlier. Chapter 134. Sword Saint Ueniki armor, a fierce flame rushed in. Uchiha Rong intentionally wanted to gauge his opponent's strength and did not dodge. With his right hand, he swept the starry sky from bottom to top, delivering a fiery slash that struck the opponent's blade first. With a loud whoosh, flames erupted. The next moment, the blade of the starry sky also slashed upwards. Clang. A crisp yet exceptionally loud sound rang out. At the moment their blades clashed, Ueniki Ten felt a great force coming from the blade, and his expression changed immediately. He quickly leaped back to dissipate the impact. He then swiftly moved and swung his blade again. After several hard clashes, Uchiha Rong quickly gauged his opponent's power. It was roughly a bit stronger than an average J-nin. As for the fire attribute nature transformation, it remained unknown. The fierce battle continued. After being knocked back multiple times by Uchiha Rong, Ueniki Ten finally gathered his strength from about 10 meters away for a moment. The next instant, a fiery flying slash rushed towards him. Uchiha Rong looked at that slash, which was comparable to the Great Fire Dragon, and simply waved the starry sky. A visible wall of wind instantly formed. The fiery flying slash struck the wind wall without causing any significant weakening and extinguished instantly. It was clear that in terms of exquisite chakra control, the samurai's attack techniques were still too crude. This led to the fire attribute chakra's energy density not being high, resulting in dispersed power. Even if they were to clash with equal chakra consumption, there would be a significant disparity. After all, this was wind release against fire release. Logically, fire release should overcome wind release. However, due to Uchiha Rong's wind wall density completely surpassing the opponent's fiery slash, it was like tofu hitting a wall. Not a single spark could reach Uchiha Rong. Both sides exchanged blows, and there was already a clear, overwhelming advantage. At the same time, Uchiha Rong had basically understood his opponent's overall combat power. He is still not as good as Hitaki Sakumo. Even with the enhancement of a chakra metal weapon, Ueniki Ten's cultivation progress is still too low. Observing that his opponent continuously used fire attribute nature transformation attacks, it wasn't hard to guess that he was likely a great swordsman specializing in fire attributes. Compared to ninjas, who needed to develop various attributes to prevent being countered, samurai didn't need to worry too much about this. Because even if their attributes were countered, their physical strength, taijutsu, and swordsmanship could still kill enemies. For them, chakra nature transformation was merely a means to enhance their attacks. This was also the main reason why it was difficult for samurai to produce true experts. Because true powerful ninjas were involved in the final fusion and blending of attributes. Fusion involves using strong mental power, along with precise chakra control, to temporarily forcefully blend two attributes together to form a new nature transformation, thereby unleashing stronger attack power. For instance, wind and fire fusion can create an invisible high temperature similar to steam. This is much stronger than pure flames or wind blades. Wind and water fusion involves mastering the power of ice and snow. Although these fusions are also quite difficult under the enhancement of chakra metal weapons, the difficulty is relatively reduced. Uchiha Rong initially developed the Stardust Storm, which could offset part of the Scorching Release, and then further fused it into the Scorching Release bloodline limit, forming the even more powerful Ash Wind. Ultimately, when he fused a bloodline elimination centered around the Scorching Release, this sword technique became much stronger than the bloodline elimination itself, transforming into the Ash Storm. Even the Eight Tails Gyuki was severely injured by a single Ash Wind strike, let alone the much sharper Ash Storm. Clang. With a crisp sound, Uchiha Rong flicked the opponent's samurai sword away, pointing his blade at Ueniki Ten's heart. The outcome was already determined. Since he had grasped the opponent's techniques and overall power, there was no need to continue the match. Thank you for the match. Ueniki Ten was quite straightforward. Although he lost, he looked at Uchiha Rong with bright eyes. Upon hearing this, he respectfully performed a deep bow, as expected of the legendary Uchiha. Oh, that was an exciting duel. but I still haven't seen the Sharingan. It's all Ueniki Ten's fault for being too weak. Ueniki Kai, it's your turn. If you can make Uchiha Rong use the Sharingan, this daimyo will grant you a real fief. As soon as this was said, another samurai's fighting spirit ignited. Compared to Ueniki Ten, who was in his 30s, Ueniki Kai appeared to be around 45 or 46, about the same age as the current daimyo. I am Ueniki Kai. Please enlighten me. The two sides bowed again and began to duel. As Ueniki Kai made his move, it was undoubtedly also a chakra metal samurai sword. Visible lightning surged from the blade. Oh, this is interesting. Uchiha Rong's eyes lit up. Lightning, however, is different from normal lightning attribute nature transformation. It was somewhat akin to a variant of Earth Release. Unfortunately, the approach was a bit misguided. The next moment, lightning also began to erupt from Uchiha Rong's blade. But his lightning was terrifying like a thunderstorm. The two were not on the same level. This is not a level of fusion. It has only initially infused a weak wind attribute change into the lightning of the lightning attribute, forming a thunderstorm, and then forcibly infused a weak fire attribute change to evolve the lightning into a thunderstorm. Although its power is much stronger than pure lightning attribute changes, it is still not as sharp as the true new changes produced by the fusion of two attributes. Crackle. Boom. At the moment, the two blades intersected. The arm of Yuan Shi, Kai holding the sword, was jolted by the dissipated lightning. He quickly exploded with speed to evade. The reason it was said to be the wrong path is that Uchiha Rong knows that the fusion of lightning only involves water and earth. Lightning and water is storm release, a bloodline limit similar to a laser technique. Lightning and earth is explosion release, like Daidara's bloodline limit. This is because the property changes of water and earth are relatively gentle, capable of accommodating the violent lightning. However, the combination of lightning and fire or lightning and wind is suicidal. Fusion is impossible, let alone combining bloodline limits. This is the experience Uchiha Rong summarized after being severely injured and on the brink of death dozens of times. The duel with Yuan Shi Kai ended faster than with Yuan Shi Tian. Uchiha Rong quickly realized that the opponent's trump card was just a preliminary mixture of lightning attribute changes with a hint of wind attribute. If the opponent had taken a different direction, they might have completed the initial fusion of the other two attributes. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong path. Although they were much stronger than Yuan Shi Tian, the combination of wind and lightning attributes was also the most suitable for a warrior, capable of increasing sword technique power while significantly enhancing speed. But how could they compare to Uchiha Rong? After awakening the yin-yang attribute, his body had been enhanced to the point where, relying solely on his physical strength, he could match shadow-level combat power without needing body techniques. He could still easily knock the opponent's sword away with a single strike. Thank you for the lesson. Yuan Hiki Boved, Depli. Uchiha Rong's sword technique had shown him, who had stagnated in strength for years, a path forward. That was to develop fire attribute changes and mix them into his lightning to form a thunderstorm. Seeing the opponent's attitude, Uchiha Rong roughly guessed their thoughts. He opened his mouth but ultimately closed it again. Forget it, after all. It's just a fusion on the samurai sword, not as life-threatening as a fusion within the body. Thinking this way, he chose not to remind them further. In fact, if the opponent wanted to make progress, it would be best to abandon the combination of lightning and wind or lightning and fire and redevelop water or earth attribute changes. Perhaps in their lifetime, they could take another step forward. 1A1S-. In the end, Uchiha Rong gave both of them an overall combat power rating. Yuan Shi Tian was naturally rated a elite Jonin level. Although he possessed shadow-level chakra, his attack methods were too singular and his property changes were lacking. The reason he could be rated as an elite Jonin was still due to his swift sword techniques, which didn't require hand seals. He could only reach this rating in direct combat. If ambushed, even an average Jonin might be able to assassinate him. Yuan Shi Kai, on the other hand, was rated S, quasi-shadow. Relatively speaking, he was the closest to Kakashi, but still quite far off. Kakashi was a true shadow-level powerhouse. The bonus point was that with the enhancement of the dual attributes of lightning and wind, Yuan Shi Kai could almost cut down ordinary Jonin at a speed they couldn't react to. Against elite Jonin, he could also temporarily defeat them with his speed and lightning abilities. Hence S quasi-shadow. How can this be tolerated? Yuan Shi Kai, you're a dignified sword saint from Kyoto, yet you lost faster than Yuan Shi Tian? What a disgrace. In my opinion, the title of sword saint should be given to Yuan Shi Tian from now on. The voice of the daimyo interrupted Uchiha Rong's thoughts, leaving him in a mix of amusement and exasperation. As the saying goes, an expert sees the essence, while an outsider sees the spectacle. From the perspective of an ordinary person like the daimyo, the faster defeat of Yuan Shikai, indeed, seemed to indicate he was far weaker than Yuan Shitian. Chapter 135. Actual enfeefment. Lord, just as Uchiha Ron was directing his gaze toward the two masked ninjas, he saw the daimyo wave his hand. Uchiha Ron, you have defeated my two great samurai solely with your sword techniques. I admire your strength. In the next moment, a tray was brought up. This is the prize for this competition, the eternal snow ginseng. It is yours. In a few days, I will formally enfeef you. What? Aren't you using the Sharingan? As the daimyo finished speaking and prepared to leave, Uchiha Ron was left stunned. He still wanted to test the skills of those two ninjas. The daimyo was straightforward. He originally intended to give the fief to that samurai, but ended up giving it to you. Hinata, Aya, said somewhat enviously. The fiefs of the Uchiha and Hinata clans belong to the clan. Personal ownership of a fief has a different status. Seeing that the people around had already left with the daimyo, Uchiha Ron smirked and said, "What a load of nonsense. He only thinks I'm stronger and wants to befriend me." Ah, is that so? Hinata, Aya, reminded by this, began to understand. Indeed, both great samurai had been completely defeated by Uchiha Ron using only sword techniques. Moreover, even the ordinary daimyo knew that Uchiha Ron was a ninja, not a samurai. His strength as a ninja would only be more terrifying. These scheming individuals are truly annoying. Hinata, Aya frowned. As a ninja, she was not stupid. One could say that those who could become ninjas generally possess intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary people. However, differing backgrounds and positions destine many things. Hinata, Aya, disliked dealing with individuals like the daimyo, who were full of cunning. Having a fief is good. This trip was not in vain. Ignoring Hinata, Aya's murmurs, Uchiha Ron remained quite open-minded. The fief here could almost be considered hereditary, even though there was no such term. Once he had a fief, all the population economy and finances within the fief would belong to the lord, with the power of life and death. At that time, he could completely choose a fief near Kyoto and relocate some Uchiha ninjas to guard it. Don't forget, many young Uchiha have already pledged loyalty to him. In this way, even when the Hokage clan targeted the Uchiha, they wouldn't dare to go too far. The extermination of the clan would be completely ruled out. Why was the original trajectory to make Itachi a great filial son? Because once it was exposed that the extermination of a prominent clan was caused by internal strife in Konoha, the daimyo would have a reason and justification to intervene. After all, Konoha is supported by the daimyo. It is acceptable to weaken the bloated ninja forces, but exterminating a bloodline limit family, especially one with the Sharingan, is not merely Konoha's private affair. For the daimyo, it would also mean a permanent weakening of the armed forces of his own nation. He could intervene without any qualms. It is not just about being cautious. The fief could also be used to hide soldiers. The more he thought about it, the more Uchiha Ron felt it was promising. Moreover, with my business acumen, I can completely develop the fief into another economic center. Don't be fooled by the daimyo's seemingly casual enfeefment, as if the lord is not worth much. In fact, currently, no individual in Konoha has received such an enfeefment. There are plenty of lords among the ministers, though. This daimyo has a good mind. He'd probably want me to settle my fief near Kyoto. This way, if anything happens, I would nominally have to listen to his orders, indirectly seizing ninja power from Konoha. Truly a political player with 100 schemes in mind. It is known that the 5 countries and 5 villages are such that the ninja village is managed by the Hokage. The daimyo cannot easily intervene in the internal affairs of the ninja village. It is clear that the daimyo has investigated Uchiha's current situation, and he may have already known about my serious injury and the loss of my Mangeki Sharingan and tailed beast. That is why such a thing happened today. The daimyo was certain I wouldn't refuse. In this way, it doesn't count as the daimyo interfering in the internal affairs of the ninja village. In the midst of their thoughts, the two had already returned to their residence. Hinata, Aya asked in confusion. Didn't the daimyo say he wanted to see your Sharingan? Why didn't he let you continue to compete with those two ninjas? Ninjas are different from samurai. Once their abilities are exposed, they might become targets. How can they protect the daimyo then? Uchiha Ron realized this on the way back. Truly 1,000 eyes. At first glance, this daimyo looked like a fool. His expression was comical, and his gaze was dull. He appeared to be indulging excessively. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't show any violent side, Uchiha Ron would have thought he was seeing a celestial dragon. But as he gradually interacted with him, he came to understand that he truly had 1,000 eyes. Every sentence that seemed like a joke, casual, or even somewhat rash and absurdly decided had already considered all aspects. Uchiha Ron now suspected that even the matter of relocating some Uchiha ninjas after he received a fief near Kyoto might have been anticipated by the daimyo in advance. In fact, this wasn't hard to guess, as long as one considers the Uchiha's current situation in Konoha. Once they gain an additional fief, what would they do? Of course, they wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. If it were elsewhere, the Uchiha wouldn't dare to relocate. After all, there are too many forces eyeing the Uchiha Sharingan. Leaving Konoha relying solely on the strength of one clan would be difficult to resist. They would completely become the next Uzumaki clan. This is also the main reason why the Uchiha clan, despite being bullied by the Hokage's faction to the point of suffering from red-eye disease, has never considered leaving Konoha and only wishes for a coup. Because once they leave Konoha, clan extermination would be truly imminent. But the area near Kyoto is different. With the deterrence of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, coupled with the heavy military presence guarding the Kyoto daimyo's residence, and the Uchiha's own strong combat power, who would dare? Thinking this way, he realized that even his decision to choose the area near Kyoto might have been calculated in advance. Uchiha Ron thought carefully, and it wasn't just him scaring himself, because given his current situation and identity, the fief seemed to have no other choice. Only the area near Kyoto. With this in mind, Uchiha Ron's wariness of the daimyo increased several levels. However, he was not anxious. No matter what schemes you have, you will never know my true trump card. Now he possessed the strength of a super shadow and had successfully hidden himself. He also held the one tail and three tails. The power of the one tail was second only to the eight tails, ranking third among the tailed beasts. Even if he truly wanted to unify the ninja world, it would not be impossible. If it weren't for his fear of the Sage of Six Paths, who observed the situation of the ninja world from the Pure Land, as well as Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki clan behind her, he wouldn't need to hide like this. Therefore, no matter how many schemes this daimyo has, we will reap the benefits. When the time comes to reveal the dagger, Uchiha Ron has nothing to fear. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes, strategies, techniques, and even rules will become insignificant. Chapter 136. Lord of Snow Bamboo, 7 days later, in a relatively grand ceremony. The daimyo of the Land of Fire summoned civil and military officials and personally conferred Uchiha Ron with a fief. The title was Lord of Snow Bamboo. The reason for this name is that the day before the conferment, Uchiha Ron chose a place called Snow Bamboo Valley, located several miles southeast of Kyoto, as his fief. The daimyo system in the ninja world is different from the Edo period of the previous life. There is no shogunate organization above the daimyo. The daimyo is the highest leader of a nation, commonly referred to as a king, the monarch of the Land of Fire. Apart from the staff group, which is the daimyo's advisory group, there are various civil and military state ministers, local lords, legal officials, financial officials, and the division of local officials. Among them, local lords are the most crucial element in consolidating the daimyo's position. Local lords are further divided into actual lords and honorary lords. Among the actual lords, there's a more detailed classification based on whether they have military authority. It is clear that Uchiha Ron belongs to the type of actual lord without military authority. Therefore, the complete title is place name lord, which is not allowed to be changed. Actual lords with military authority have their official position lord. This means that within Uchiha Ron's territory, apart from his clan, the Uchiha, no recruitment of troops is allowed. Even the number of retainers guarding the territory will be limited to a certain scale. At the same time, he must regularly supply the daimyo and accept the daimyo's dispatch when needed. Although there are many rules, there are also many benefits. After greeting the daimyo and leaving behind a shadow clone, Uchiha Ron took Hinata Aya to inspect his territory. According to the daimyo's documents, Snow Bamboo Valley is surrounded by mountain terrain to the east and west, with entrances and exits to the north and south. The valley has a large area of medicinal white bamboo forest, which from a distance looks like a snowy land, hence the name Snow Bamboo. In reality, this area has a suitable temperature and abundant resources. It is not cold at all. The territory allocated to Uchiha Ron is a small mountain range, including Snow Bamboo Valley, with a diameter of several dozen miles to the southeast after entering the valley. This place is quiet, but perhaps a bit too sparsely populated. After half an hour of travel, they reached the valley entrance. Hinata Aya jumped up to a high point and looked around puzzled. When she was watching the area for selection, she clearly saw many regions near Kyoto that had not yet been conferred with lords, some of which were prosperous enough to encompass 2 or 3 small towns. Those places obviously had better economic conditions, so why did Ron choose such a remote location? Uchiha smiled. After all, we are ninjas and cannot recruit troops. What use is it to choose a place with so many people? Every year, we still have to supply a massive amount of resources and money to the daimyo. Isn't that just working for the daimyo for free? Yes. The richer the territory, the more prosperous the population and economy, and the higher the annual supply to the daimyo will correspondingly be. It's basically equivalent to about 80 of the territory's normal revenue. If the lord mismanages, causing the territory's revenue to fall below normal, they would have to pay out of their own pocket to make up for it. Otherwise, they can forget about being a lord. Oh, I see. Moreover, in the past few days, I investigated that the Snow Bamboo Valley area has an abundance of various wild medicinal materials. The medicinal value of the snow bamboo is not low. However, it has not been effectively utilized before. 1 pound of snow bamboo has a market price of only 1 ryo in Kyoto, which is very cheap. Therefore, this place hasn't suffered too much damage and still retains a complete wild environment. In reality, snow bamboo over 10 years old can serve as a primary medicinal ingredient for a hemostatic and pain-relieving healing medicine in my hands. So do you know how much a good quality healing medicine is worth? Upon hearing this, Hinata answered without hesitation. About 100 ryo. Various healing medicines are also common items for ninjas, and she has some on her now, so she naturally knows the price. Uchiha smiled. Yes, there are quite a few hundred-year-old snow bamboos here. On average, each pound of snow bamboo, combined with about 10 ryo worth of other auxiliary medicines, can produce high-quality healing medicine. About 3,000 ryo. This time, Hinata quoted directly. She stood on a high point, her eyes shining as she looked at the seemingly endless snow bamboo forest in the valley. These snow bamboos now appear to her like glimmering silver bills. Such a large bamboo forest, roughly estimated to have at least over 1 million pounds, right? Even if we calculate the 100-year-old ones at 1/10. Not counting is one thing, but counting is shocking. According to the ratio that 1 pound of snow bamboo can produce dozens of healing medicines, the value of this snow bamboo forest alone reaches billions. Hinata remembered that the annual tribute of Snow Bamboo Valley was only about 170 million ryo. Just relying on the total value of this snow bamboo forest could offset at least 50 years of tribute. Uchiha realized that she had it all figured out, and her smile grew even wider. This territory, with only 2 villages, is rich in wild resources. It's a guaranteed profit in my hands. In her previous life as a merchant, even though she wasn't short on money now, Uchiha would still choose sustainable development. Moreover, her decision to select this territory was based on more than just its material value. As they spoke, the two had already entered the valley. The entrances to the canyon on both sides were not large, only about several dozen meters wide. But the interior was quite spacious, covering an area of over 10 miles. Here, a lord's castle could be built. We will live here in the future, Uchiha said, pointing to a pond behind the snow bamboo forest. What's that? A bear? Hinata exclaimed. Uchiha smiled, clearly not surprised. That's a panda. The locals call them bamboo bears. They possess the strength of a bear and the agility of a cat. Their bite is strong enough to eat iron. About 200 pandas live in the Snow Bamboo Valley. Seeing her speak with such familiarity, it was clear that she had already conducted thorough research. They will be our best guards in the Snow Bamboo Valley. These pandas were a crucial part of Uchiha plan. Since she couldn't recruit soldiers or have too many retainers guarding the place, raising some ninja beasts was not too much to ask, right? This could be considered a loophole in the rules. Her divine gift ability had been tested in many ways over the years and was thoroughly mastered. Among them, the divine gift chakra was the main focus. Chakra energy forms like physical clones had basically no upper limit. At least, Uchiha had not seen any limit so far. The amount of chakra one had determined how much chakra could be granted to clones. However, for ninja beasts, the upper limit of chakra they could carry varied greatly depending on their size and species' physical strength. Through a series of experiments, she found that mice and small birds had a maximum limit of 1 water wood. Ordinary-sized cats and dogs had a limit of 5 wood. Even large animals only reached 8 water wood. But for bears, the limit could reach several cards. Since there was only one chance to grant chakra to the same target, the best method was to raise this group of pandas. First, use strong body pills to further strengthen their physique, then grant them chakra. This way, they could average around 10 cards of chakra. Once they had chakra and gradually awakened their intelligence, they could be further taught physical techniques and ninjutsu. Even if individual combat power couldn't reach the level of a Kage, the difference wouldn't be too much. At that time, Nearly 200 Quasi-Kage-level ninja bears would serve as the guards of the Snow Bamboo Valley. As long as boundaries were set up in the mountain ranges on both sides, and the ninja bears blocked the two entrances to the valley, it would truly be a case of one man holding the pass against 1,000. Even if the daimyo sent a fully armed guard, they wouldn't be able to step into the valley. Chapter 137. Tsunade's death necklace. Uchiha Rong had always been a person of action. That day, she directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to quietly send Yun Chang and over 100 non-registered clan ninjas to the Snow Bamboo Valley. The nearly omnipotent Uchiha ninjas had strong construction capabilities, so there was no need to find a large number of laborers. She also placed numerous orders for building materials with the clan's business association, which could be delivered to the Snow Bamboo Valley within a week. After all, ninjutsu wasn't omnipotent. Many materials for living buildings couldn't be conjured out of thin air. Afterward, she handed all territorial affairs over to Yun Chang, leaving a creation clone to oversee the Snow Bamboo Valley while she took Hinata Aya back to the daimyo's residence. Through sparring with two samurai leaders, Uchiha Rong had gained a clearer understanding of their specific combat capabilities. Now, she had a more precise perception of the true situation in the ninja world. The strongest samurai trained by the daimyo, especially the formidable Yuanshi armor, barely reached Quasi-Kage combat power. Based on the chakra training progress of Yuanshi Tian and Yuanshi armor, the combat power of those two masked ninjas fluctuated around the Quasi-Kage level at most. Returning to her residence, Uchiha Rong pondered. It wasn't too hard to guess. If the daimyo's two retainer ninjas had a good inheritance, Yuanshi Tian and Yuanshi armor wouldn't be so rough in chakra training. This meant that the peak combat power of Konoha ninjas was still far superior to that of the daimyo's residents. This should be the most advantageous balance of peak combat power against the daimyo's residents from all major ninja villages, aside from the tailed beasts. Understanding this, Uchiha Rong's next plan became much clearer. Once the barriers and defensive facilities in the Snow Bamboo Valley were repaired, she could quietly relocate her family and some Uchiha clan members to live in the valley. Given the defensive capabilities she envisioned for the Snow Bamboo Valley, ensuring the safety of a few hundred clan members was feasible. Moreover, the Snow Bamboo Valley was adjacent to the capital, truly located in the heart of the Land of Fire. Even if the 5 major ninja villages fought, large troops couldn't reach this place. Small ninja groups would not be able to break through the defensive circle of the Snow Bamboo Valley. By then, the Snow Bamboo Valley might be even safer than Konoha. Uchiha Rong could foresee that once the Snow Bamboo Valley became a territory with a very high safety factor, it would inevitably attract many refugees and even gentry to settle down. At that time, living areas could be built at the valley entrance and in the mountains to develop the economy. This way, the merchant ships traveling between the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder would have an additional sales route, significantly increasing profits. The economy is the foundation of everything. With sufficient financial resources, she could later follow the original trajectory of Orochimaru to secretly build ninja villages in countries like the Land of Rice, which had no ninja villages. In this way, the ninjas cultivated in the future could be dispersed among these small ninja villages. Once necessary, they could gather together and form a considerable force. After establishing her basic plan, Uchiha Rong's days progressed step by step. A few days later, the daimyo was going to the Land of Hot Water to soak in hot springs and needed us to accompany him. When Hinata Aya came to inform Uchiha Rong, her face was full of displeasure. It was understandable. Doing escort tasks was most frustrating when dealing with employers who like to go sightseeing everywhere. Frequent outings added complications and difficulties to escort tasks. Then let's go. Uchiha Rong had no particular reaction during this time spent at the daimyo's residence. She had learned about the daimyo's daily routine. Every day was either about eating, drinking, and having fun or indulging in luxury. The actual matters that required her attention were very few, mostly handled by her advisors and ministers. In a world without extraordinary powers, such behavior would lead a monarch to lose authority. But the ninja world was different. Even if the daimyo spent all day eating, drinking, and having fun, he could still maintain his position as steady as a mountain. The scene shifted to Tsunade. In Uchiha Rong's backyard, Tsunade was beaming with joy. Just now, she had successfully completed the enhanced version of the Yin sealing technique based on the original Yin sealing technique that Rong had taught her. Yin sealing technique. The reason for her happiness was that, unlike Rong, who had just begun practicing the Yin sealing technique, her chakra storage in the Yin sealing technique had already reached its limit. With nearly 100 cards of chakra, Tsunade's chakra reserves in the Yin sealing technique were as high as 200 cards. This meant her chakra reserves were equivalent to that of the three tails. However, the biggest difference between humans and tailed beasts lies in their chakra recovery capabilities. A 100-card chakra Shikaku could fight without exhausting its chakra. The fundamental reason is that energy forms like tailed beasts, under the premise of a very high chakra volume, possess a chakra recovery speed far exceeding that of humans. But a ninja with 100 cards of chakra, while also enduring, still couldn't compare with a tailed beast of the same level. At this moment, as the sealing technique was further perfected, Tsunade's chakra storage limit increased again. The chakra reserve limit is actually twice as high as my original sealing technique. Rome, you really are a genius. Tsunade looked at Rome with great appreciation. Uchiha Rome smiled. Once there's nothing going on at the daimyo's residence, his main body will use the flying thunder god to return home to train. At this moment, this is indeed his main body. As long as it helps Lady Tsunade, that is good enough. During this time, by practicing the new sealing technique, he attracted Tsunade to the Uchiha clan's territory. The results have been very significant. Tsunade, who still didn't know the truth, really believed that Roan had been severely injured and lost his Sharingan and the three tails. She has become increasingly dissatisfied with many of the third Hokage's actions. Now, she has directly taken on the duties of the Konoha hospital, refusing to listen to any orders or announcements. With Jiraiya leaving the village with Naruto, the Hokage lineage has become ineffective in many external affairs, as even a shadow-level ninja cannot manage. Akimichi Choza is getting older and is retiring. Orochimaru is missing. Jiraiya is traveling. Tsunade is as good as absent. The third and fourth Hokages cannot easily leave the village either. With the incursions of the other four major ninja villages, the Grass Ninja, Rain Ninja, and other small ninja villages are also taking advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Land of Fire to reap benefits. This has left both the third and fourth Hokages extremely anxious. At this critical moment, the daimyo wants to travel. One must say, he is quite a capricious daimyo. For this reason, Konoha has to send out a large number of ninjas again to clear any potential dangers along the route to the Land of Hot Water for the daimyo. Thus, the Hokage is busy as a dog while the daimyo travels around, creating a stark contrast. Rome, I really can't thank you enough. The effect of sealing technique is beyond my expectations, and Tsunade is overly excited. While speaking, she reached for the necklace around her neck. This action startled Uchiha Rome, making his little face turn pale. Cough, cough. No need to do that. However, before he finished speaking, he noticed that Tsunade adjusted the position of the necklace and then removed her hand from it. What did you say? Tsunade looked over in confusion. It's nothing. Uchiha Rome smiled awkwardly. It turns out he was just overthinking. After all, that was a relic left by the first Hokage, and it seemed to have once been a token of love between Tsunade and Dan Kato. After several hands, it was worn by SHN, who died. Then it was worn by Dan Kato, who also died. It was known as the Death Necklace. It couldn't possibly be given to him. However, his suddenly changed expression seemed to have been noticed, and looking at Tsunade's suspicious gaze, Uchiha Rome could only change the subject. This necklace seems to have a strange chakra fluctuation. What a strange thing. Is it a ninja tool? Upon hearing this, Tsunade withdrew her gaze, showing a nostalgic expression. This is my grandfather's relic. It contains his would-release power. Uchiha Rome was slightly shocked. Could it be? No wonder there are rumors that this necklace can sense the power of the first Hokage and can suppress the power of the Nine Tails. Having already obtained a form of wood-release that had been eliminated from the bloodline, Rome finally realized something. Unable to help himself, he said, "Can I take a look?" Just as he was prepared for rejection, Tsunade hesitated for a moment before taking off the necklace and handing it over. If it's just a look at, considering the friendship from him teaching her the enhanced version of the sealing technique, she could grant this favor. Uchiha Rome took it and slowly stroked the diamond-shaped crystal. Wow, it really is. At this moment, he finally understood the true meaning of the death necklace left by Senju Hashirama. It sealed a portion of the first Hokage's would-release chakra. This was an important clue to practicing Hashirama's version of wood-release. Chapter 138. The True Wood-Release, Part 1. Indeed, it is a bloodline elimination centered around wood-release. So, the attribute ratio is like this. Uchiha Rome appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already ecstatic. No wonder the first Hokage's wood-release could not be inherited, because bloodline elimination cannot be inherited through descendants. And wood-release that has been integrated with bloodline elimination will also lose the ability for descendants to inherit. This also explains why the first Hokages would release ruled the world, while later generations could only engage in greening. Rong, what's wrong? Seeing Uchiha Rong holding her necklace with his eyes closed, Tsunade asked curiously. Clearly, Tsunade, who had not fused with release bloodline limits, did not have the ability to decipher the secret of this necklace. Naturally, she also did not know the true meaning of this necklace. Faced with Tsunade's inquiry, Uchiha Rong did not answer. At this moment, the wood release within his body was entangled with his yang attribute chakra. While he felt the chakra in his palm, he simulated it within his body. Boom! After a long time, a silent explosion echoed in his mind. It worked. Even Uchiha Rong, with his composure, couldn't help but exclaim, "What worked?" Tsunade was increasingly confused. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong had no intention of hiding it. After all, he might still need to use this would release ability to fight in the future. Hiding it from Tsunade would only create a barrier. So, Uchiha Rong put on a serious face and solemnly said, "I just completed the fusion of wood release. The kind of wood release used by the first Hokage." "What? Rong, you're not joking, are you?" Tsunade was somewhat skeptical. She even thought he was joking. However, the next moment, Uchiha Rong opened his palm, and the diamond-shaped pendant crystal he was holding emitted a rich green light. This? Tsunade was shocked. How long has it been since she saw something like this? In her childhood, this necklace only showed such a reaction when it was on her grandfather. Could it be that Uchiha Rong, he really obtained her grandfather's wood release? To know that the wood release of Senju Hashirama has always been an unsolved mystery within the Senju clan. The third Hokage even privately had Orochimaru research Hashirama's cells. For what? Isn't it just for the first Hokage's wood release? That is the power of the god of ninjas, the power that can unify the ninja world. And at this moment, Uchiha Rong was the most excited one. No wonder it can suppress tailed beasts. This kind of bloodline elimination is truly the nemesis of tailed beasts. What do you mean? Tsunade asked rapidly. Uchiha Rong did not hide it either, stating directly, "Your necklace seals a portion of the first Hokage's would release chakra. If someone who masters would release further develops yang attribute nature transformation, it is possible to fuse out the first Hokage's would release bloodline elimination, gaining the same would release ability as the first Hokage." "What do you mean?" Tsunade was even more confused. Every word she understood, but when combined, it left her somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong knew that Tsunade probably hadn't thought of the path of fusing bloodlines. So she didn't understand the mystery of this matter. As of now, in the ninja world, apart from the experimental subject Yamato, there isn't even a single person with a would release bloodline limit, let alone understanding the deeper aspects of would release bloodline elimination. What it means is that the first Hokage's would release is not a bloodline limit. In fact, it is a bloodline elimination that merges yang attributes. And bloodline elimination will cause the original bloodline limit to lose the ability to be inherited by descendants. What Uchiha Rong did not say was that although the ability to inherit is lost, the cells of a ninja with bloodline elimination could potentially be stripped off as the core of the bloodline elimination. This is the origin of Yamato. So that's how it is. Now Tsunade has understood most of it. She has finally unraveled the ancient mystery of why there has been no wood release since the first Hokage. But she still had only a vague understanding of how to merge the bloodline limit and the bloodline elimination. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong's expression grew increasingly serious. "I think the reason the first Hokage didn't explicitly inform his descendants about this matter and left behind this necklace was actually to prevent them from acting recklessly." Huh? Tsunade was once again bewildered. The process of merging bloodline limits is almost a matter of life and death. To merge into the wood release bloodline limit requires talent, strength, and luck. None can be lacking. Furthermore, to develop the yang release and integrate it into wood release, the possibility is extremely low. You must know that the two attributes of yin and yang are almost like hidden attributes. 90% of ninjas do not possess these two attributes, and there is no clear direction for development, even if one has fortuitously obtained them, having wood release and yang release. The final step of merging the bloodline elimination is exceptionally dangerous. If one fails, they will either die or be severely injured. A ninja who possesses wood release and has awakened yang release is incredibly precious, and it goes without saying. If such a ninja were to die from merging the bloodline elimination, it would be a heavy blow to Konoha. So that is how it is. It really is something my grandfather would do. After Uchiha Rong's explanation, Tsunade finally understood the good intentions of Senju Hashirama. He left this necklace behind, hoping that someone among his descendants could use it to recreate the glory of his wood release. However, this matter cannot be made explicit. Yes, it cannot be made explicit. Once the higher-ups of Konoha learn about the secrets of the first Hokage's wood release, the outcome is predictable. Even knowing it's a matter of life and death, they would still continue to have people try. How many people would die in the process? If it weren't for Uchiha Rong possessing the life-giving, bug-level rule-type Sharingan technique, he wouldn't dare to boldly merge the bloodline limits, let alone the more advanced bloodline elimination. Rong, thank you for telling me all this. After a long time, Tsunade finally digested this information, and her expression became more sincere. She then handed the death necklace back to Rong. I think this necklace should be kept by you. Huh? No. This is a relic of the first Hokage. Uchiha Rong directly shook his head decisively. Are you kidding? He had already obtained the true bloodline elimination of wood release. What would he want with this hot potato? However, this time Tsunade's attitude was very firm. Since you have inherited grandfather's wood release, you are qualified to possess it. Take good care of it. Don't let it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Hearing this, Uchiha Rong roughly understood Tsunade's thoughts. Damn, so now you also think this thing is a hot potato, right? Understanding the dangers of practicing the bloodline elimination of wood release, it was clear that Tsunade had no intention of pursuing it further. Moreover, the Senju clan no longer existed. Whoever obtained wood release had nothing to do with her now. Thus, Uchiha Rong, who had helped her out of the shadows and taught her the enhanced version of Ian's sealing technique, became the best successor to her grandfather. I really don't need this. How about you keep this secret and just treat it as a relic of the first Hokage to remember him by? Uchiha Rong spread his hands. As long as he had the materials, he could seal the chakra of the wood release bloodline elimination himself. He had the sealing techniques and financial resources. Why would he want this hot potato to bring trouble upon himself? Seeing this, Tsunade finally put the necklace back on. All right then, promise me one request. What? Let me feel the power of grandfather's wood release. Come on. Chapter 139 True Wood Release, Part 2. Uchiha Rong stepped back a few paces to the center of the courtyard. First, he formed seals to summon 4 rock clones, instructing them to perform the 4 Crimson Yang formation. There was no choice, although the barrier in the backyard was not weak. It certainly could not withstand the power of the authentic wood release. Be careful, Tsunade. The reason wood release is powerful is because, as he spoke, Uchiha Rong quickly formed seals. A surge of emerald green chakra filled with overwhelming life energy spread throughout the area. The moment this chakra touched the ground, a transformation occurred. Seedlings began to sprout from the soil, and in an instant, a dense forest environment formed in the courtyard. This was not yet the birth of the world of trees. After all, Uchiha Rong had just obtained the authentic wood release. This was merely his preliminary application, mimicking the birth of the world of trees. Yet it still left Tsunade in shock. Such a level of terrain alteration could be achieved by ordinary wood release, but consumed an enormous amount of chakra. Uchiha Rong explained that the wood release bloodline elimination, due to its integration with the life force of Yang release, could achieve this degree with very little chakra. This is the biggest difference between Yamato's wood release and the first Hokage's wood release. One relies purely on its own chakra to barely stimulate wood release capabilities, while the other possesses the overwhelming life energy inherent to wood release, allowing it to create forests with a mere wave of the hand. Tiger, snake, monkey, ox, horse, dog, pig wood release. Woodman technique with Uchiha Rong's understanding of the composition of ninjutsu. He attempted to slowly form seals to guide the wood release chakra into constructing a wooden figure. The next moment, a 10-meter-tall tree beside him began to change shape, gradually transforming into a 10-meter-tall wooden figure. Uffed. Tsunade looked at the somewhat awkward wooden figure and burst out laughing. It was just too abstract. Boom. But as the wooden figure took a step forward, the ground trembled. Tsunade could no longer laugh. Although Uchiha Rong's giant wooden figure looked abstract, it still possessed some basic power of the wooden man technique. As the wooden figure swung a punch, Tsunade instantly became serious. Without dodging, she also threw a punch. Bang! The giant wooden fist collided with Tsunade's small fist, and with a loud bang, the wooden figure's massive arm shattered. Tsunade was also sent flying, crashing through 3 large trees in succession. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tsunade got up. Such immense power. It was clear that since Uchiha Rong was using it for the first time, and it was not yet perfected, the structure of the wooden figure had issues, which led to its arm being destroyed by Tsunade's punch. However, The power of the wooden figure should not be underestimated, as it also injured Tsunade. The fact that it could withstand Tsunade's monstrous strength and send her flying was enough to prove the strength of the wooden man technique. If Uchiha Rong were to gradually perfect the structure of the wooden figure, it could rival the 4 forms of Susanoo. Moreover, this wooden figure only consumed 13 of his chakra points, without draining any of his ocular power. Furthermore, once the wooden figure was formed, it inherently possessed powerful life force, allowing it to continue fighting without further draining the caster's chakra. This is the most bug-like ability of the authentic wood release. It's almost comparable to a druid from another world. Bring it on. Regaining her composure, Tsunade quickly defeated the wooden figure that had lost an arm and looked towards Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong then performed another wood release ability. Wood release, wood dragon technique this time. A towering giant tree beside him split open. A huge wooden dragon with a hooked nose and covered in spikes emerged from within. As soon as the wooden dragon appeared, it charged straight at Tsunade. Tsunade, wanting to experience the power of the wooden dragon, did not dodge. Instead, she leaped into the air, raising her fist to meet it head-on. With a loud thud, Tsunade was once again sent flying. The wooden dragon roared past, dealing her secondary damage. By the time she quickly got back up, she saw that the wooden dragon, with only slight cracks on its head, was already charging at her again. But at this moment, she had already sensed something was off. It could actually absorb my chakra. The fierce battle continued. In the intense confrontation with the wooden dragon, Tsunade was horrified to discover the reason she couldn't defeat the wooden dragon with a single punch was that once her chakra overflowed from her body, it would be absorbed by the wooden dragon the moment it came into contact with it. This not only indirectly reduced the power of her attacks, but also allowed the wooden dragon to quickly repair its own damage after absorbing her chakra. That's why the battle had lasted so long. Uchiha Rong, standing on the sidelines, was watching and already had many thoughts about the subsequent structural changes of the wooden man and wooden dragon. This was the secret of how would release restrained tailed beasts. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the reason wood release can restrain tailed beasts is that it can absorb their chakra. When dealing with physical beings like ninjas, the wooden dragon can only absorb energy that overflows from their bodies. But against the tailed beasts, which are energy-based beings, it's like a sponge encountering water. It directly absorbs until there's nothing left. This is quite similar to my sealing techniques. However, sealing techniques need to suppress the tailed beast to be effective. While wood release can absorb tailed beast chakra directly in battle, and the more it fights, the stronger it gets. It's simply a nemesis for energy beings like tailed beasts. Moreover, the sealing effect of wood release on tailed beasts is even stronger and more direct than sealing techniques. With the ability to absorb energy, once the wooden man and wooden dragon trap a tailed beast. As long as the tailed beast cannot defeat the wooden man in one blow, the continuously absorbed tailed beast chakra will provide the wooden man with infinite recovery ability. Even the attacks will have part of their power absorbed. It means that once entangled, there's no escape. The caster doesn't even need to continue consuming chakra to easily suppress the tailed beast. The root of sealing the tailed beast lies in the fact that the power source of the wooden man comes from the tailed beast chakra. The more they fight, the stronger they become, which is quite unresolvable. Fear comes from humanity's instinctive awe of the unknown. At this moment, Uchiha Rong fully understood the powerful secrets of Senju Hashirama, and at the same time, it meant that he had reached the same height as Senju Hashirama. Although he did not have the Senju bloodline, his awakening of yang transformation, combined with the elimination of genuine wood release, made him not much weaker than Hashirama. Yes, he now also possessed the powerful recovery ability of Senju Hashirama. This is what the elimination of wood release brought about. At the same time, he was still an Uchiha. Almost at the moment he successfully fused wood release elimination, Uchiha Rong noticed that his Sharingan's ocular power had increased by more than 3 times. It even made him suspect that over time, his Manjiki Sharingan might directly evolve into Rinnegan. The only things he lacked compared to Senju Hashirama were sage techniques and the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. But he also possessed the Sharingan that Hashirama did not have. Considering the surge in ocular power, rounding it up, his overall strength wouldn't be too far off. If one day he could truly evolve his Manjiki into Rinnegan because of the power of wood release elimination, that would be SSS class, Quasi 6 Paths. Chapter 140. Tsunade's friendship. Tsunade truly lived up to her reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. Even after being injured time and again during clashes, she still tenaciously faced the wooden dragon head-on. Their battle only left people in awe. There were no flashy ninjutsu, no extravagant techniques. It was simply a clash of primal power. Oh, the sealing technique worked. With Uchiha Rong's voice, a black curse seal flowed from Tsunade's forehead, gradually spreading throughout her body. This was the mark of the 100 healings technique. Unlike the original version, Rong's improved version of the sealing technique not only did not require manual unsealing, but also did not affect lifespan. Because the original 100 healings technique creates regeneration. As the name suggests, it uses chakra stored in the sealing technique to stimulate body cells for rapid regeneration, achieving a visibly powerful healing effect. It is important to note that the number of times cells can regenerate is limited and directly linked to lifespan. However, Rong's improved sealing technique incorporated a conversion technique of yin-yang release into the sealing, directly converting the vast chakra stored in the sealing technique into a life force-like energy that is infused into oneself, achieving cell rebirth. This was something Rong developed by referencing the healing forms endowed by life itself. Therefore, while both are classified as S-rank medical ninjutsu, the healing methods are fundamentally different. Is Tsunade going to win? In the end, under the passive healing of the sealing technique as 100 healings, Tsunade managed to expend a quarter of her stored chakra and forcibly blew apart the wooden dragon, huffing and puffing. After defeating the wooden dragon, Tsunade was gasping for breath. It was clear that her physical stamina had also been significantly depleted. However, with the continuous infusion of lifelike energy from the 100 healings technique, her stamina was slightly recovering. In fact, Uchiha Rong was not particularly satisfied with sealing technique A. In his research on sealing techniques, he discovered that the essence of life force is a proportional combination of yin-yang release. Theoretically, the most perfect ratio of yin-yang release can create a life force that is truly equivalent to that endowed by life, thus not only healing injuries but also restoring chakra and stamina. This is not a mad delusion. Kin Iman is a real example. She can recover from injuries as well as restore chakra and stamina when bitten. However, Uchiha Rong's current understanding of yin-yang release is not yet sufficient to reach that level. Rong, you really are a genius. After catching her breath, Tsunade praised him again. It was evident that, through this battle, she had experienced the benefits of the improved sealing technique. However, at this moment, Uchiha Rong frowned and said, Tsunade, I've noticed some issues with your combat style. What? Your focus on physical combat abilities does allow you to leverage the advantages of your powerful Senju bloodline. The sealing technique and 100 healings technique also give you extremely strong, sustained combat ability. But this purely body-dependent combat style makes your attack patterns too singular. And in battles against opponents of the same level, you will inevitably get injured, relying entirely on the 100 healings technique to maintain. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent. She was well aware of this point herself. However, physical techniques also have their advantages. They're agile and swift, capable of responding well to various emergencies. Against lower-level enemies, they can mow down opponents effortlessly. But against opponents of the same level, it's indeed as Rong said. Most of the time, fatigue becomes apparent. That's why she was very grateful for Rong teaching her the improved sealing technique. The significant increase in chakra storage capacity has strengthened her sustainability. The improvement of the 100 healings technique has allowed her to fight without consuming her lifespan. She was already very satisfied with this. Seeing her reaction, Uchiha Rong sighed inwardly. The natives of the ninja world truly have a rigid mindset. Have you ever thought that with your current chakra reserves, in peak condition, you are comparable to the Five Tails? Yet the combat power you exhibit can only barely defeat an opponent of the One-Tail level. He was referring to the chakra level, not the combat power of Shikaku. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression clearly froze. She suddenly remembered that the wooden dragon, purely in terms of chakra, seemed to only possess the level of a newly emerged shadow. Yet relying on absorbing her overflowing chakra during her attacks, it managed to engage her in a tough battle. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly realized that she seemed to have even more potential to unleash. But how exactly should she do it? She fell into confusion again. Should she practice some high-power ninjutsu? But with her current level, even many S-rank ninjutsu are not as directly effective as her single punch of monstrous strength. Knowing that Tsunade could summon the Slug Sage's split body, she didn't need to worry about not being able to deal with giant enemies. The destructive power of the monstrous strength punch was also quite strong, avoiding the awkward situation of her sword techniques in the past. Uchiha Rong continued, I have a B-rank physical clone that has 50 of my strength and extremely strong defensive capabilities. Would you like to give it a try? As he spoke, Rome had already formed hand seals and summoned a rock clone. A rock clone, huh? Tsunade looked at the rock clone with some confusion. However, at that moment, the rock clone had already discarded its weapon and was throwing punches at her. Judging by the way the chakra was concentrated in that fist, it was exactly her monstrous strength punch. Clearly, Uchiha Rong had quietly used his Sharingan to copy the chakra flow of the monstrous strength punch during their previous battle. Tsunade instinctively responded with a monstrous strength punch, colliding with the rock clone. In the next moment, both were sent flying several meters by the tremendous recoil. Huh, the physical clone could actually withstand my monstrous strength punch? Seeing the rock clone, which had been sent flying, come back unscathed for another attack, Tsunade was genuinely surprised. She had never heard of any physical clone in the ninja world having such abnormal defensive capabilities. Generally, physical clones are only used to confuse the enemy in battle. What she didn't know was that if the attack was a strong slicing attack like a sword technique or other ninjutsu attacks, the effect on the rock clone could be stronger than her physical techniques. In the face of her specialized physical techniques, the rock clone's powerful physical defense was perfectly showcased. The fierce battle continued for 5 minutes. Tsunade finally found an opening and successfully landed a monstrous strength punch on the unguarded back of the rock clone, causing it to dissipate into a pile of dirt, ending the battle. Just then, Tsunade turned to look at Uchiha Rong. In the next moment, her eyes nearly popped out. Uchiha Rong was surrounded by dozens of rock clones identical to the previous one. Gulp, she swallowed hard, instantly losing all fighting spirit. If one rock clone required a bit of effort, wouldn't she be beaten to a pulp if so many rushed at her? Rong, I want to learn. Teach me. Tsunade's eyes sparkled. She had realized how much her combat power would increase if she could learn this physical clone technique. After all, her Senju clan's bloodline physique was already very strong. Even if it was only 50 of her original strength, it was still a considerable boost. At the same time, she had enough chakra. Summoning 3 to 5 rock clones during a battle was not a significant consumption for her. Even with someone like Rong summoning dozens or even hundreds of rock clones, she could manage it. Most importantly, the monstrous strength punch was a physical technique that involved chakra explosion. The rock clone could nearly fully unleash the power of her monstrous strength punch. This technique was perfect for her. It was as if it was tailor-made for Tsunade. Onoki, are you polite? Chapter 141, what? Rehiring Danzo? What ninja hero and what ninjutsu professor? During the process of guiding Tsunade in learning the rock clone technique, Uchiha Rong was internally complaining. With someone like Tsunade, if the third Hokage truly wanted to teach her, shouldn't the esteemed Hokage match her with some suitable ninjutsu? As Rong fought with Tsunade more often, he increasingly felt that Tsunade's lack of ninjutsu techniques was quite severe. Fortunately, as the little princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade was making good progress in chakra training. She even surpassed him in water release techniques. This made Uchiha Rong decide that the next ninjutsu he would teach Tsunade would be the water mirror technique. Unlike normal ninjas who typically take months to learn a new ninjutsu from beginner to mastery, the rock clone, although only B rank, had a difficulty comparable to many A rank ninjutsu. Even though Tsunade had already met the requirements for earth release, based on her progress, it would take her at least half a month to master it completely. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, Tsunade spent her days either researching medical ninjutsu in the Konoha hospital, teaching medical ninjutsu, or frequently running to the Uchiha clan territory. For this reason, the third Hokage attempted to have several talks with Tsunade, but in the end, he was directly ignored by her. This made the third Hokage extremely frustrated. On the other side, at the Konoha training ground number 7, one of Uchiha Rong's rock clones was stationed within a barrier teaching various new generations. Besides the Uchiha, there were also members of the Freemasonry's budding organization, the 8 Gates of Duinjia class, and the swordsmanship class. Yes, the Freemasonry had added 2 new classes. Unlike the budding organization that could independently develop ninjutsu, the 8 Gates of Duinjia class was specifically for ninjas with physical technique talent, currently led by Might Guy and Rock Lee. The swordsmanship class was personally taught and led by the rock clone. Ninjutsu development was advancing rapidly, and the budding organization had boundless possibilities. Under Uchiha Rong's pioneering modifications, the 8 Gates of Duinjia class could now open the 8 gates without injury. A large quantity of body-tempering herbs had also yielded impressive results, although Might Guy still couldn't open the 8 gates without injury. He could now nearly open 7 gates with specially made soldier pills. Furthermore, even within the same 7th gate, the strength of different individuals varied greatly. At least for now, my guy had completely surpassed the 8th gate state of die. Meanwhile, 8-year-old Rock Lee had been practicing the 8 gates of Uchiha for a year and could now proficiently open 3 gates. Other beginners had also started, and given time, if they faced a crisis, they would be a group of warriors when necessary. As for the swordsmanship class, Rome was purely nurturing them with the standards of Konoha Shikamaru. Currently, he had a surplus of chakra metal. If he could cultivate a few who could successfully blend 2 types of properties in swordsmanship to produce new properties, then the swordsmanship class would not have been a waste of effort. When the time came, with chakra metal ninja swords, these subordinates will be born specifically to mow down enemies on the battlefield. Everything was proceeding step by step until the Umbu reported that Uchiha Rong had been granted a lordship by the daimyo. Hokage building. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Minato Namikaze was agitated, slamming the table for the first time and locking eyes with the 3rd Hokage. If you insist on rehiring Danzo, then I won't be the 4th Hokage anymore. That Minato, who was usually very composed, would say something like this showed how serious the situation was. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was piercing as he asked, "Then what do you suggest we do? If we let Uchiha side with the daimyo, is there any chance for Konoha to survive?" These words deeply pierced Minato's heart. It was he who had hastily decided to let Uchiha Rong protect the daimyo without sufficient consideration. If this endangered the village, he wouldn't care if the filthy village was gone. But what would happen to Naruto in the future? Who would have thought that the daimyo would directly grant Uchiha Rong the lordship? This was no different from the sky falling. Once the Uchiha sided with the daimyo, allowing the daimyo to inherit the noble lineage, and then letting Uchiha control the tailed beasts. Oh no, there was no need for the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Rong already had the complete sealing technique inheritance of the Uzumaki clan. Minato had kept this matter secret from the 3rd Hokage. Otherwise, who knows if the 3rd Hokage would have gone mad at this moment. All of this was just speculation. I believe Rong understands the stakes involved. There is absolutely no way he would teach the people of the daimyo's house how to cultivate, as long as we treat the Uchiha well. Even for Uchiha Rong's own safety, he would never share the noble lineage's inheritance with the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Minato, you won't understand. The daimyo is a very ambitious and terrifying person. Even if Uchiha Rong does not actively teach the deeper secrets of chakra training to the daimyo's people, the daimyo will find countless ways to obtain them from him. We must prepare for the worst. So I propose to rehire Danzo as the chief advisor of Konoha and Restart Route. If it really comes to that, Danzo can help us eliminate the threat from the Uchiha. With a bang, Minato Namikaze slammed his hand on the table, his eyes red. I've said it before. It's absolutely impossible. Danzo almost killed you. 3rd Hokage, have you gone mad? Or are you under Danzo's control? Hiruzen Sarutobi was momentarily speechless. After a long time, he spoke in a low voice. Danzo is indeed ambitious, but we have no other choice now. The only way to drive the tiger away is to let him return. I see it as inviting the wolf into the house, Minato retorted. Even if you want to use Danzo and the route he takes with him to eliminate the territory of Otsutsuki, do you think he could be a match for Otsutsuki? Even if Otsutsuki lost the Manjiki Sharingan and the 3 tails, Danzo still wouldn't be capable of taking them down. Minato. So, we can make use of Danzo and the rogue ninja organization behind him. They are sufficient to eliminate that territory. And the only condition Danzo proposed is to be rehired back to Konoha. We don't need to pay any other substantial price. Minato suddenly fell silent, looking at the 3rd Hokage with a strange expression. 3rd Hokage, have you gone mad? Do you know what you're saying? He suddenly realized that he didn't quite recognize this mentor anymore. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled bitterly. Minato, you don't understand the severity of this matter. Compared to the disappearance of all of Konoha, cooperating with rogue ninjas may not be a bad idea. Once we lose the advantage of our heritage and then lose the tailed beasts, the system of the 5 nations and 5 villages that the 1st Hokage worked so hard to establish will become a mere name. At this point, Hiruzen finally revealed a shocking secret. The exchange center spread throughout the ninja world was established by the 5 great countries and their daimyos working together. What? The real purpose of the exchange center is to continuously collect the bodies of ninjas from the 5 great villages to study the ninjutsu heritage we possess. When I first took office as the 3rd Hokage and went to Kyoto to receive the daimyo's conferment, I was ambushed by several S-rank ninjas. That's why the leaders of the various ninja villages rarely leave their villages unless absolutely necessary. Minato was left speechless in shock. Over the years, the daimyo has already obtained much of what he wanted. Now he only lacks the heritage of the Kage. Speaking of this, Hiruzen shot him a glance and threw out another shocking piece of information. Otherwise, why do you think the Hyuga clan remains secluded? How many people in the ninja world can threaten them? Who possess the Byakugan? Or do you think that the third Raikage died because of the siege of 10,000 IWA ninjas? How ridiculous! Minato was completely stunned, feeling a chill down his spine. Chapter 142. The buried truth. The third Raikage believed himself to be the strongest spear and shield, thinking that no one could take him down. At this point, Hiruzen showed a look of nostalgia, as if saying, those who drown are all good swimmers. During that time, the third Raikage was the most reckless, frequently leaving the village. As you know, he died. In the end, Noki led the IWA ninjas to forcefully retrieve the body of the third Raikage from those people and claimed that he died under the siege of 10,000 IWA ninjas. Upon hearing this, Minato felt like his worldview was shattering. However, upon further reflection, it was indeed suspicious for the third Raikage to be killed by 10,000 IWA ninjas. If it were 10,000 nin or higher ninjas, it might indeed be possible. But clearly, if IWA had such strength, the leader of the 5 villages would have long been from IWA. And could a legion, mainly composed of lower ninjas, really take down the third Raikage? Not to mention the mobility of a lower ninja legion, the third Raikage had the capability to escape in advance. Even Noki wouldn't be able to stop him. Let us talk about what a lower ninja is. The standard for ninja schools is proficiency in the 3 body techniques and chakra above 0. 1. With throwing techniques reaching the standard line. Such an attack could be easily defended against by an ordinary nin using chakra to coat their body. It wouldn't even break through the defense. Moreover, the speed of the third Raikage is one of the fastest in the ninja world, and saying so is no exaggeration. Could such a person really be besieged? The only explanation is that someone had set up a barrier to trap him in advance. And it would require a large number of nin and nin, even with multiple Kage's combat strength, to accomplish this. And his old rivals, the third Raikage, would never give IWA such an opportunity. At the same time, IWA wouldn't have that many high-end combat forces. Unless an unexpected force intervened. Minato's expression changed repeatedly. Hiruzen continued to explain. I know you all find the death of Tsukumo Hatake suspicious. As the 4th Hokage, there are some things you should be aware of. At this point, Hiruzen lowered his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice low. Tsukumo's reputation was too great at the time. So you designed him? Us? Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Tsukumo was an excellent blade. As a samurai, his individual combat power couldn't truly threaten the village's Kage. But on the battlefield, he was unstoppable. If it were you, Minato, would you be willing to give up such a loyal and obedient subordinate? Minato furrowed his brow. This description reminded him of someone, Uchiha Obito. The original Uchiha Obito was such a subordinate. In terms of individual combat power, he could not threaten the Hokage, but he always completed missions beautifully. Without complaints, without objections, only obedience to orders. Who wouldn't like such a subordinate? After a long time, Minato frowned and said, so, did he lose control later? No. He didn't. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and exhaled deeply. The daimyo intended to promote him to the 4th Hokage, but he rejected it. Then why? Minato was confused. This is the terrifying part of the daimyo. Hiruzen's eyes fixed on him. Tsukumo rejected the daimyo, and shortly after, he had an accident on a mission. To seem more credible, Hiruzen walked towards the secret room of the Hokage office. He quickly brought over a mission report and handed it to Minato. With a heavy heart, Minato unrolled the scroll and spread it out on the table. Konoha Year 42, the White Fang team went on a mission, during which they were attacked by dozens of unknown powerful enemies. The White Fang team suffered heavy losses in the face of being unable to contend. The injured Tsukumo had to lead the surviving teammates to escape, and the mission was forced to be aborted. The records on the scroll were not many, and many details were glossed over. Yet Minato could sense the danger from the lines. At this moment, Hiruzen spoke again. That mission was to escort a batch of tribute to Kyoto worth billions. After facing the daimyo's accountability, Konoha's funding was cut in half during that time. With that, Hiruzen paused. He believed that the 4th Hokage, who had been in office for several years, should understand the consequences of having half of the funding cut. Minato's expression had turned completely dark. Because of insufficient funding, the supplies for the ninjas were reduced. causing internal dissatisfaction, right? Yes, even as Hokage, I couldn't suppress everyone's dissatisfaction. Hiruzen sighed. Minato fell silent. He was beginning to believe the third Hokage's words. In a situation where anger was widespread, he seemed unable to do anything. Just like how Cao Cao executed the supply officer to quell the soldier's fury with someone else's head. Under the wrath of the crowd, even the Hokage could be torn to pieces by his subordinates if he made a mistake. Unfortunately, even though they understood the truth, they couldn't clear Shikaku's name. There was no way to explain it. Once certain matters were brought to light, it would utterly enrage the daimyo. The consequences were something that Konoha could not bear. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply at this moment. In fact, by that time, Shikaku had already suffered severe injuries and could no longer be a ninja. This statement hit Minato like a thunderclap, leaving him completely stunned. So, he chose to commit suicide? But if that were the case, why not help clarify it? Just say he died from his injuries. As he spoke, Minato found it increasingly difficult to continue. The anger of the masses is hard to quell. Sometimes, people don't need the truth. So Minato, let us rehire Danzo. No. To Minato's surprise, his attitude was surprisingly firm. This time the situation was different. Danzo wouldn't be so irrational. I also admit that Uchiha Obito is an excellent ninja, but he is still too young. I assent. Sarutobi's voice suddenly became very low. If I'm not mistaken, now every decision Uchiha Obito makes is under the daimyo scheme. The Umbu reported that he has already started using the merchant teams under Uchiha to transport building materials and supplies to the territory. Next, he will definitely secretly relocate some Uchiha ninjas. I've instructed the Umbu to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. If any Uchiha ninja leaves the village without permission, they will be killed on the spot. But that's not foolproof. We don't know how they will take people away in ways we don't understand. If Uchiha Obito successfully relocates people, he will completely fall into the web that the daimyo has carefully woven for him. Once that happens, he will have to hand over the legacy of the clan, whether he wants to or not. Minato, you don't want to be the last Hokage, do you? At this point, Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and seemed to become less anxious. Now, it was Minato's turn to be caught in a dilemma. Chapter 143. The Return of the Pot King. In fact, Sarutobi still had many things he hadn't said. For example, that fool Danzo is not worth worrying about. Although he had been deceived by Danzo for so many years, similarly, Danzo had also been used by him for many years. The foolish Danzo, since taking over Root, meant he had completely severed ties with the Hokage position. Even if he forcibly took power, the major ninja clans held deep grudges against him, and he would never be able to win their support. It wouldn't last long. Why could the third Hokage tolerate Danzo treating Root almost like his private army, even to the point of publicly rebuking the Hokage and challenging his authority? Though there were factors of old friendships involved, it was precisely because of this that the major ninja clans would believe that those filthy, disgraceful, and despicable acts were entirely Danzo's own actions. It was precisely because Root only listened to Danzo and had no regard for the Hokage. It was because Danzo often disagreed with the third Hokage, clashing with him directly, slamming tables, and yelling. And the third Hokage, out of nostalgia for old times, tolerated him time and again. Therefore, this blame fell entirely on Danzo. He had to bear it, whether he wanted to or not. Having held Danzo in check for so many years, Sarutobi was confident he could still play him like a puppet. In the Hokage office, which had been silent for a long time, Minato finally seemed to have made a decision and spoke slowly. Third Hokage, I admit I may have had some prejudice against you before, but this time, the matter may not be as simple as you think. Oh, Sarutobi showed a surprised expression, eager to hear more. Based on my interactions with Obito over the years, I think he is not as simple as you imagine. Yes, he is young and perhaps lacks sufficient experience in many areas. But don't forget, he is someone those old Uchiha guys have taken a liking to. If Obito has some hidden trump card, or if those old guys left him something we don't know about. Third Hokage, have you considered the consequences of doing this if it fails? Sarutobi fell into silence. Rehiring the traitor Danzo. If he fails to deal with Uchiha Obito, what will be the consequences? If Danzo and those traitors storm into Uchiha Obito's territory and kill his people, but he escapes, it would undoubtedly push Uchiha Obito entirely to the daimyo's side. The ninja clans within Konoha would also have significant dissatisfaction with the rehiring of Danzo. At that time, with internal and external troubles, it would be equivalent to Sarutobi handing Konoha into the abyss himself. Hasn't he already lost the Sharingan and the Three Tails? I have personally confirmed this. Sarutobi still seemed somewhat unwilling. Then can you be sure that among his subordinates and followers, there isn't another pair of Sharingan? There is something I must confess to you. Over the years, Orochimaru seems to have had some dealings with Obito. What? Sarutobi stood up directly. Due to the delegation of power over the years, his control over Konoha had been significantly weakened. Coupled with that reckless Uchiha Obito establishing barriers everywhere. This made it impossible for his telescope technique to see too much. Are you saying that Orochimaru's disappearance might be related to Uchiha Obito? This extremely critical piece of information made Sarutobi's eyes begin to wander. In an instant, he connected many things. Orochimaru has relatively complete Hashirama cell technology. With Uchiha Obito's financial resources, if he were to spare no expense, regardless of the death rate, it's possible he could indeed have hidden Sharingan. I see. The third Hokage stood up in a hurry, pacing. Minato, recently Tsunade has been frequently visiting Uchiha territory. You better look into it. As for Danzo, I will personally agree to him first, trying to see if we can use other conditions to get them to act. This way, even if Danzo and his group fail, it won't be related to us in Konoha. Implicitly, this meant that the rehiring of Danzo was to be put on hold. The risk is too great. It's a gamble we cannot afford. After saying this, without waiting for Minato to say anything, Sarutobi hurriedly left. Until the third Hokage left. Minato's gaze gradually became cold as he looked in the direction he had departed. Do you want Danzo to come back to help you bear the sins? A Hokage who doesn't even dare to do bad things himself is truly cowardly. I will no longer trust anyone. Kushina, rest assured. I will no longer trust anyone. I will protect Naruto in my own way. With a faint whisper, Minato sneered. If it weren't for giving Naruto a better growth environment, what would it matter if this filthy village were destroyed? After sitting in silence for a long time, a white-haired figure wearing a mask suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. Teacher, did you summon me for a task? Kakashi said. When alone, Kakashi always referred to Minato as teacher. Minato's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. Kakashi, I need you to send a message to Obito. No matter how many precautions Sarutobi takes, he could never imagine that Minato would secretly pass on all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Rome now holds half of Naruto's life in his hands. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly met with Danzo after leaving the Hokage building. Hiruzen, have you thought it over? I agree to your conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said expressionlessly. Danzo, wearing a mask, immediately laughed maniacally. Ha ha, monkey. I advised you so many times back then, but you wouldn't listen. Now, aren't you forced to take this step? If you had eliminated that kid Minato early on, would we have fallen to this state? Faced with Danzo's hindsight, Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Less talk as long as our plan goes smoothly. I will definitely keep my promise. Just as Kakashi took a sealing scroll and left the village for Kyoto to find Uchiha Rome, his real body was sparring with Tsunade in his backyard. Three Tsunade were engaged in a fierce battle with two giant wooden statues. Clearly at a disadvantage, they managed to assist each other at critical moments, maintaining an undefeated stance against the increasingly perfected wooden statues. This time, even the passive Byakugo technique from the Yin Seal did not trigger. It was evident that Tsunade still had plenty of energy left. Not bad. It seems that the Earth clone and your fighting style complement each other well. Your combat power has actually increased so much. Uchiha Rome praised. The Tsunade in battle rolled her eyes. The biggest improvement is you, alright? If it were this kind of wooden statue, the previous me wouldn't have been able to defeat it even if I exhausted all my chakra. Once combat power reaches their level, simple power ratings can no longer express it. If the Tsunade without the Earth clone was rated S, then the essence of Tsunade remains unchanged at S. But her actual combat power is now enough to completely defeat her previous two selves. This improvement cannot be deemed small. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rome smiled. His current wood release has truly attained 8 or 9/10 of the first Hokage's power. Among them, the giant wooden statues and wooden dragons, if infused with maximum chakra, could even be slightly stronger than the four forms Susanoo. Even against the Yatagarasa Tengu form, they could exchange a few moves. However, what boosted his combat power the most was not these two, but the wood release clones. To be precise, it was the creation would release clones. If the wood release bloodline clones could only be rated as B level, then the wood release elimination clones are S level, and the wood release elimination creation clones can already be considered SS level ultra limit entities. Chapter 144. The Akatsuki Organization Strikes One. In the Snow Bamboo Valley, 10 miles outside Kyoto. The valley has undergone a great transformation. The originally somewhat messy snow bamboo forest has been neatly repaired, and several stone paths have been opened up within the bamboo forest. Walking through 3,000 meters of bamboo forest along the stone path, one can see a cluster of courtyards built around a water pond. The changes are not limited to the valley. Now, 3 city walls have been built at the north and south entrances, with watchtowers lining the mountainsides. Uchiha ninjas are on guard day and night. The most interesting thing is that on either side of the entrance, 2 panda men, nearly 3 meters tall, stand upright, each holding a thick iron rod. Their tower-like bodies stand straight, looking like transformed bear demons. Of course, there are no demons in the ninja world. These are the first batch of ninja bears that Uchiha Rong has trained over the past 2 months. These giant pandas of the ninja world are much larger than those in zoos. What surprised Uchiha Rong the most was that after receiving divine chakra, these pandas awakened their intelligence very quickly. Almost 1 day after gaining consciousness, they could speak human language by the next day. In just 2 months, they could already read and write. It's outrageous. Uchiha Rong stood on the watchtower overlooking his territory, seemingly in a good mood. It's just that there are still too few adult pandas. Hinata, Aya, said with some regret beside him. No hurry, we will train them slowly. The 6 adult ninja bears we have now are enough for shifts. My clone is stationed here, so there should be no issues. As he spoke, Uchiha Rong suddenly disappeared with Hinata, Aya. Currently, Snow Bamboo Valley has 118 Uchiha ninjas. This is the elite among the more than 500 ninjas under Uchiha Rong's command, with the lowest rank being Special Jonin. Among them, Yunshang, Itachi, Shursui, and Chien have even opened their Manjiki Sharingan. There are also 3 shadow-level ninjas, including Jina. In addition, Uchiha Rong's creation would release elimination clone. Rong-E is stationed there, making it nearly impregnable. Perhaps Konoha doesn't even have such a powerful lineup. In the center of the courtyard cluster in the valley, Master, our defensive facilities have basically been set up. When are you planning to relocate the clan members? Yunshang appeared in an instant and asked Rong-E. Since Rong-E is a clone of the main body and looks the same, with an independent consciousness, Yunshang treats him almost like the main body. In fact, this is not a problem, as Rong-E can communicate with the main body at any time using secret techniques. The only regret is that this powerful creation seems to have touched some kind of rule restriction. When Uchiha Rong tried to create Rong-C, he actually failed. Therefore, there are currently only 3 of them. Besides Rong-E, who was dispatched to Snow Bamboo Valley. Rong-Air and Rong-San are training in the underground training ground of the clan. Although they do not have the memory-sharing ability of shadow clones, once they make breakthroughs, they can quickly help the main body grasp new progress through battles with it. It must be said that this is another kind of training cheat. No hurry. Let's see what other moves the daimyo has before we decide. In response to Yunshang's inquiry, Rong-E said expressionlessly, "It's quite interesting. Ever since life was bestowed upon Shikaku, Uchiha Rong quickly discovered an interesting phenomenon. Not only do the personalities of Ichibi and Sanbei differ, but the personalities of Rong-E, Rong-Air, and Rong-San are also distinct. Rong-E is more like an emotionless machine, calm and steady. Rong-Air is more lively. Rong-San is a sentimental softy. Ahem, in short, Uchiha Rong has already decided that unless necessary, Rong-San should never go out in his lifetime. It's best to just be a training cheat." After receiving Rong-Yi's instructions, Yunshang no longer asked further questions and walked straight towards the underground training ground in the valley. Yes, to avoid drawing attention and giving the daimyo an excuse to cause trouble, all the training grounds in Snow Bamboo Valley are built deep underground. On ordinary days, clan members not on duty practice and spar with each other in the training ground. The atmosphere is no different from training ground number 7. In addition to training, the clan members here can also go out to the surrounding towns or even Kyoto to shop. However, just like in Konoha, Uchiha Rong strictly controls the number of people allowed to go out at a time. There are also many regulations, such as not using the Sharingan, needing to disguise, and erasing all symbols of Uchiha identity from clothing and items. Among these, the most important rule is that they must receive a Flying Thunder God Technique seal from Yunshang. Once they encounter danger while out, they can use methods like ninja cats to send messages back to the valley. At that time, Rong-E will use the Flying Thunder God to rescue them. This is the primary purpose of Rong-E being stationed in Snow Bamboo Valley. Even with so many regulations, the ability to freely go out during free time is still a significant temptation for Uchiha clan members. It's worth noting that when they were in Konoha, The number of clan members allowed to join the Konoha organization was strictly limited. This led to most of the newer generation clan members, even those in the guard department, having hardly seen the outside world. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, an eagle's cry echoed in the air above the southern side of the valley. The loud sound reverberated through the valley. Some Uchiha ninjas resting inside the watchtower at the southern valley entrance appeared with vigilant expressions. The adult ninja bears on both sides of the valley entrance swiftly leaped up the cliff, looking out towards the valley. However, the northern side of the snow bamboo valley remained quiet as usual. Even upon hearing the eagle's cry, no one moved. The ninja eagle was on alert. Was someone approaching here? A Uchiha girl appeared beside a 3-meter-tall ninja bear and asked. The bear, holding a large iron stick, replied in a silly manner, reporting, It seems to be a person? The bear spoke with a somewhat troubled and uncertain tone. I almost forgot. Lord Rong said your eyesight isn't good. Murmuring, the girl took a few steps forward, looking in the direction indicated by the eagle's calls. Oh, it seems to be a member of the Konoha, Ambu. What is the Ambu doing here? The girl tilted her head in confusion and made a gesture towards the watchtower. Immediately, several Uchiha in the watchtowers along the cliff retreated back into the wooden cabins of the towers. It was clear that this gesture meant nothing is happening. You should test the opponent's skills later. The girl pointed at the bear that had just spoken. Yes, my lady. Unlike those ninja beast groups, these bears were essentially raised by Uchiha Rong. Therefore, they were particularly gentle towards their own kind and did not possess the arrogance of the ninja beast groups. Even though the girl before them had chakra fluctuations that were less than 1/10 of theirs, the bears still complied obediently. Gradually, the unknown Konoha Ambu figure approached the valley entrance. At this moment, the Uchiha girl had concealed her figure behind the valley entrance. Should anything unexpected occur, she could issue a warning at any time. In fact, even if she couldn't issue a warning, with the strength of the 2 ninja bears, any significant commotion from a battle would alert the Uchiha in the watchtowers. Moreover, there was a third layer of alert. Don't forget, the ninja eagle in the sky also possessed intelligence. If the situation was amiss, it would emit a different call indicating an enemy invasion. Chapter 145, the Akatsuki organization strikes again. Kakashi, wearing a cat-faced mask and carrying white fan, quickly arrived at the valley entrance. To avoid the eyes of the daimyo, he intentionally took a detour to another entrance. However, just as he arrived at the entrance, a giant bear wielding a large iron stick charged at him. Stop! Kakashi immediately recognized the identity of the ninja beast with just one glance and shouted loudly. However, the silly ninja bear completely ignored him. It only listened to its own kind. The heavy iron stick, accompanied by a sonic boom, rushed towards him in an instant. Kakashi, feeling helpless, could only awkwardly evade. Although he currently possessed a Kimyui eye, he was not a member of the Uchiha clan and had not received the full enhancement of their bloodline. He also lacked the awakening of the Mangeky's In attribute. Therefore, aside from the Kimyui's extraordinary ability to tear space, his fundamental strength had only received a partial boost for some Hashirama cells, just barely avoiding that strike with body flicker technique. Kakashi opened his left eye with 3 tomo and glared at the ninja bear. After all, it was the power of the Mangeky Sharingan, and even with just 3 tomo revealed, its power was still unmatched compared to a normal 3 tomo. The giant bear's iron stick halted mid-swing and fell to the ground with a clatter. The entire bear stood still. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi felt the speed at which his ocular power was depleting seemed a bit rapid. He instantly understood that the opponent's chakra was quite substantial, causing the consumption of his ocular power to increase significantly. However, fortunately, the current Kakashi was no longer the Kakashi from before. Even without using the Mangeky, with his 10 units of chakra, he had many more techniques at his disposal. He was no longer the same technician who lacked blue chakra from years ago. Yes, in the case where his Sharingan couldn't be closed, he was a 1-unit Kakashi. After transplanting Hashirama cells and closing the Sharingan, without the suppression of the Sharingan and the enhancement of Hashirama cells, his chakra amount had directly increased 10-fold. This indicated that his true chakra was around 7 to 8 units. It had merely been drained by the Sharingan before. Just as he was thinking, knowing that this ninja beast was likely raised by Uchiha Rong, Kakashi refrained from making further moves. But at that moment, another equally massive ninja bear suddenly charged out from the valley entrance. Stop! I'm here to deliver a message. Urgent intelligence. Find Uchiha Rong. Kakashi spoke rapidly yet clearly. However, This silly bear completely ignored him and came at him with another strike. Kakashi didn't dare block with White Fang against such a powerful iron stick and could only glare once more. Clang! The second bear's stick also fell. However, at this moment, the first bear had already broken free from the illusion. Uchiha Rong! Kakashi fell helpless and could only dodge while shouting towards the valley entrance. He had already realized that these two ninja bears not only had tough skin and flesh, but also possessed slightly higher chakra than himself. Without using Kimui to tear through, he was definitely not a match for them. Using Kimui would likely lead to serious injury or death. Moreover, his current Manjiki was not convenient to expose. Damn it! If I had known the guards at the entrance would be so troublesome, I should have sent Rong a message beforehand. Kakashi felt extremely regretful at this moment. If he had known the entrance would be such a hassle. Stop! At that moment, a girl ninja emerged at the valley entrance, her clear voice ringing out. The next moment, the first bear immediately ceased its attack. The second bear, which had just broken free from the illusion, picked up the iron stick that had fallen to the ground and took a few steps back to protect the girl behind it. Are you the copy ninja Kakashi? The girl's clear voice sounded again. It was evident that she recognized the identity of this Konoha Ambu, which was why she ordered the ninja bears to stop. Is Rong not in the valley? Kakashi did not respond to her trivial question. His mask, his hair, his Sharingan. What more needed to be said? What do you want? The fourth Hokage asked me to personally deliver this to him. Kakashi unfastened a scroll from his waist. Oh, then follow me. Upon hearing it was a matter concerning the fourth Hokage, the girl no longer made things difficult for Kakashi and directly led the way into the valley. She knew that the fourth Hokage was Captain Rong's superior. If anything went wrong with Captain's important business, it would be problematic. You two continue to guard the entrance. As they passed by the valley entrance, the girl instructed the two ninja bears. However, one of the bears showed a vigilant expression as it looked at Kakashi. The meaning was clear. This human is dangerous. What if he attacked her if the two of them were not around? But the girl waved her hand. It's fine. Seeing this, the two silly bears could only respond clumsily. Along the way, Kakashi followed the girl through a snow bamboo forest spanning several thousand meters. This place was quite nice. Kakashi looked around enviously at the surroundings. Of course it's nice. Ever since we settled in the valley, all the wild environments have been specially maintained. Now, wherever you look, it's clean and tidy, yet still retains its natural beauty. Many places were adorned with luminous pearls and glowing stones, adding elegance during the day and illumination at night. Along the way, Kakashi surprisingly did not see many people. At the valley entrance, there were many black and white bears, but he only saw a dozen or so. In the forest outside the bamboo grove, there are also some rabbits, squirrels, birds, and other small animals. Where have all the people gone? Kakashi wondered. Actually, if it weren't for the teacher giving him the scroll to bring over, he wouldn't have known the specific information inside the scroll. Otherwise, he could have just used the mutual assistance communication directly. Although he didn't know the exact content of the scroll, Minato still roughly told him some things. Uchiha Rong was granted a territory by the daimyo in the snow bamboo valley. As they arrived at the central building complex of the valley, Kakashi couldn't help but feel envious. This place is all territory. Isn't that too awesome? Until they reached the largest courtyard at the center. They saw Rongi sitting cross-legged on a tatami mat, seemingly refining chakra. Due to their identical appearance and clothing, Kakashi directly mistook Rongi for Uchiha Rong. Rong, this is the intelligence the fourth Hokage asked me to deliver to you. He said it's very urgent. Rongi looked at Kakashi in surprise, silently nodded, and took it. Seeing that Kakashi had no intention of leaving, he expressionlessly asked, "Is there anything else? The teacher wants you to look at it as soon as possible." "Oh, is there anything else?" Kakashi. Such an obvious gesture to hurry him made Kakashi feel hurt. There was no way. He could only follow the girl out of the valley. Once his back disappeared from view, Rongi silently opened the scroll. Oh, Danzo is planning to bring rogue ninjas to attack the snow bamboo valley. The Akatsuki organization, huh? Throwing the scroll aside, Rongi continued to close his eyes. Clearly, he didn't take it seriously at all. The task assigned to him was to stay in the valley and be ready to rescue the Uchiha clansmen who went out using the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the defense of the valley, unless the enemy got right in front of Rongi, he wouldn't care. Chapter 146. The Akatsuki organization attacks the next afternoon. Snow Bamboo Valley. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As two ninja eagles circled above the canyon, they sounded the alarm. Two adult ninja bears suddenly dashed out of the bamboo forest, racing towards the southern valley entrance. Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, can you see who is coming? The bear, nearly 4 meters tall, shouted from a distance among the two bears. Standing diagonally on the rock wall, with chakra attached to its feet, Yuan shouted down, Uncle Jean, Uncle Fong, I can't see clearly. Dad, Uncle Fong, I can't see clearly either. The nearly 4-meter bear warrior sighed. Forget it, let's guard the entrance. According to the eagle's call, 6 people should be coming. Almost simultaneously, Yunshang's figure had appeared on the watchtower of the first cliff. 6 figures in black cloaks with red clouds. It's the Akatsuki organization. Hee. Seems like there's a familiar face among them. Itachi and Shursui also appeared beside Yunshang, and from Itachi's words, it seemed he had fought with one of them before. Qian and Jinai and others soon arrived as well. It was clear that the Northern Valley entrance, being close to the capital, was relatively guarded against the daimyo's forces, and currently, there was no conflict with the daimyo. Therefore, the main defensive force of Snow Bamboo Valley was stationed at the Southern Valley entrance. As for the mountains and cliffs between, they were covered by barriers, layered with traps and defenses. So normally, they weren't worried about enemies coming from the mountains on the east and west sides. Put on your masks. Let's let the ninja bears test their depth first. We are ready to support at any time. Yunshang silently took out a ghost-faced mask and put it on, saying to the others, try not to use the Mangeki. Understood. The 7 Uchiha present had a combined combat power above S rank. With 4 sturdy ninja bears as the vanguard, they naturally felt fearless. However, they also understood their current situation. The 7 of them were either retired or not on a roster, so they had to wear masks to conceal their identities. And they couldn't use the Mangeki unless it was absolutely necessary. Outside the Southern Valley entrance of Snow Bamboo Valley. I hate waiting. You better be quick, Oil Liang. Yes. Old man. Haydn, stop dawdling. Hey, Brother Jiao, don't rush. Praying to the evil god can't be interrupted. Danzo, hiding behind others only makes you look weaker. Shark face. You better watch your words. Who are you calling Shark face? I want to see how many Sharingan you have left to use for resurrection. Seeing that Kisame had drawn out his sword, Danzo's expression suddenly changed. Kisame, are you betraying the organization? Are you going to start infighting before the mission? Ignoring Danzo's fierce appearance, Kisame, with his sword already thirsty for action, directly swung down. Danzo hurriedly raised his arms, gathering a whirlwind in his palms to defend. However, the whirlwind inexplicably shrank by half upon contact with the sword, and was then easily shattered. Even though Danzo quickly retreated, he was still scratched by the sword on his right arm, blood gushing. This is just a little lesson for you. Let's see if you dare to speak disrespectfully in the future. The 6 Akatsuki members were only a few miles from the valley entrance, and this scene fell into the eyes of Yunshang and the others. Is this infighting? The 7 looked at each other. It seemed the one getting beaten was Danzo. Smiles appeared on their faces, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Let's not kill him later. Just spare this shark face's life. Take it easy. The master instructed that we can't kill them all. Otherwise, the guy behind the scenes will be cornered. Hey, it's just about carrying rice. What's there to be afraid of? I don't know what that guy Rome meant. What's wrong with carrying rice? Maybe it's some magical S-rank forbidden technique? Taking away all the rations from our base? That immortal duo, leave it to me. Wait, why are Xiongzhan and the others charging out? Forget it. It's better for the battle to be further from the valley entrance to avoid damaging the hard-built defenses. On the other side, when the Akatsuki members were only 1 mile from the valley entrance, Xiongzhan had already led Xiongfeng, along with Tuan and Yuan, to charge forward. Among them, the nearly 4-meter-tall Xiongzhan, while running, seemed to have used some technique, his size unexpectedly increasing again. The 5-meter giant bear charged straight into the midst of the 6 Akatsuki members. Boom! Danzo, who had just been injured on his right arm, didn't react at all before being smashed away by a thigh-thick iron rod. The other 5 had already scattered, surrounding the reckless, charging Xiongzhan. Oh! Is this a bear demon? Fool! This is clearly a ninja beast. Oh, indeed, Brother Jiao is cultured. Xiongzhan, holding the iron rod, looked in the direction of the voices. Roar with a giant bear's roar, he charged straight at the taunting Haydn and Kaku. At this moment, the 3 ninja bears behind also arrived. Xiongfeng, with eyes like copper bells, glanced at the group, and the one that got knocked down was too weak. Let the cubs deal with him. As for Sharkface, seeing his position, he was alone. The hunchbacked old man and a young man were standing together. In a flash, Xiongfeng rushed towards Sasori and Oil Liang without hesitation. Tuan, who followed closely, focused and saw that Dad and Uncle Feng had each taken one, leaving just 2 left. With some disdain, he glanced at the downed Danzo and rushed toward Kisame. As he ran, he shouted, Yuan, that old man on the ground is yours. How can you? Tuan, you're too cunning. The slowest Yuan, with a sad bare face, directly let go of the iron rod, throwing it at the just-up Danzo. Startled, Danzo had no time to dodge and had to hurriedly extend his palms to create a whirlwind for defense. As a result, the over 200 pounds of the iron rod sent both him and the wind flying again. "Hey, old man, you're so weak," Round said with disdain. But the hands and feet were not slow at all. The bare paw, as big as a round fan, swooped down with a roar. "You!" Tawanzo was almost furious enough to spit blood. The continuous blows left him with no time to form seals. He gathered wind release to defend again, but the bare paw, as big as a sandbag, easily shattered his wind release. Tawanzo's expression changed slightly, and he could only raise his arms in time. Bang! Crack! In the next moment, Tawanzo was sent flying again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his arms were broken. He raised his eyes cautiously to observe the charging bear, finally noticing the faint brown sheen on its paw. It could actually manipulate Earth-nature transformation to this extent. He finally understood why his hurricane was easily shattered like paper. A bear ninja, with a chakra strength even higher than his. This time he was knocked back far enough to have a bit of time to form seals. But his arms were already broken. Tawanzo was conflicted. Izanagi? With just this little fracture, using Izanagi seemed like a loss. If he didn't use it, at this rate, he would probably die soon. In the end, he glared at the bear with resentment and turned to run. Chapter 147. The Akatsuki organization strikes. Don't be fooled by the fact that Round is a bear. Is a panda. It possesses the strength of a bear and the speed of a cat. So, Round's speed is not slow either. But Tawanzo, as a master of wind release, naturally excelled in speed. Thus, in a chase, they cover a mile in just a few breaths. Round noticed that the speed of the opponent was about the same as his, and it would be difficult to catch up. He looked back at the fierce battle behind, and then at Tawanzo, who had already run far away. Without hesitation, he turned back. Just in time to see Tuan being beaten up by Shark Face, his face bruised and battered. Round charged forward decisively. Then, one could see the expression on Kisame's face darkening. "Damn Tawanzo, I'll make you pay when I get back." Mainly because this black and white furry bear that appeared out of nowhere was just too tough. Its strength was not inferior to his, and its speed was even slightly faster. Relying on the advantage of his shark skin, he had managed to land several hits. However, his previously sharp attacks were merely inflicting superficial wounds on the opponent. Now, another one had joined the fray. One could imagine Kisame's mood. On the other side, Bear Wind was already covered in various poisoned shurikens. Yet he was still roaring and pounding on Red Sand Scorpion. Scorpion's younger brother, Wygon, first used a water-style jutsu to indiscriminately attack both Bear Wind and Scorpion. Then, he ignited the water with fire release. The result was that Scorpion was completely unaffected by the flames, swiftly attacking with his long tail. Although Bear Wind's fur was charred black, he continued to swing his big iron rod and angrily smashed at Scorpion. This left Wygon feeling quite hurt. Seeing that Kisame was being besieged by two bears and falling into a disadvantage, he wanted to help. But every time he tried, Bear Wind would switch targets to pound him. Although Scorpion could withstand Bear Wind's attacks, he couldn't match Bear Wind's speed and strength, and he simply couldn't stop him. Helpless, Wygon had to start a new round of evasion. After all, once he strayed too far from Scorpion, there would be nothing to help him fend off Bear Wind. On the other hand, the battle on Bear War's side was the most intense. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear tentacles had already fallen all over the ground, and Haiden was covered in blood. Bear War had grown to 5 meters, looking like a little giant. His fur wet in some places and charred in others. It was obvious that all of this was the work of the mask monsters on Kakuzu's body. "Kakuzu, your fire release has dried up this beast's blood. Leave me some." Haiden was anxious. His evil god ritual required the blood of enemies. But it was clear that Kakuzu, who had just teamed up, was not very cooperative. While they were talking, Bear War had already finished forming seals while running. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A ferocious fire dragon roared and charged toward Haiden. This was also the only battle group among the 4 great ninja bears that used ninjutsu in combat. Following closely behind the fire dragon, Bear War's giant paw was already coming down. Crack. One of Haiden's arms was torn off by the bear's paw and thrown high into the air. He himself was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into a distant dirt slope. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Red Sand Scorpion finally erupted. Suddenly, Scorpion took out a scroll, densely packed with seals, with a character 3 in the center. As Scorpion infused chakra into it, a human-shaped puppet floated behind him. A light blue chakra thread extended from Scorpion's fingers, connecting to the human puppet behind him, the third Kazakage puppet. In the next moment, A large amount of sand, iron began to emerge from the ground. Boom! Bear Wind's paw attacking Weigon was blocked by a wall of sand, looking as if it couldn't be moved at all. This scene startled Bear Wind, who immediately retreated several meters away, alertly gazing at the sand iron. He had just sensed that it wasn't that the defense of the sand iron was so strong that he couldn't shake it, but rather that at the moment he struck, the impact had instantly dispersed his immense power throughout the sand wall, even channeling it underground. This was what caused the phenomenon of being unable to move even a bit. War brother, the situation here is not good. Realizing that this ability severely restricted his physical techniques, Bear Wind roared for help. However, at the same time, the situation on Bear War's side also changed. Kakuzu had ripped off his black and red cloud robe, and 5 Earth Grudge Fear Mask monsters burst forth from his back. The wind aided the flames, and a fire dragon swept toward Bear War. Immediately following was a stream of water carrying thunder. Then, even the ground began to erupt with sharp earth spears. For a moment, Bear War was also caught off guard. Despite its massive body being agile, it was still hit several times. If it weren't for its strong physique, it would have been taken down long ago. Just then, misfortune struck. Unbeknownst to Wen, Kisame had already set up a watery environment. He had realized that although the 2 bear ninjas were incredibly strong and had abundant chakra, they seemed to not know any ninjutsu. Thus, under his water releases wash, the bear ninja's speed greatly decreased in the watery environment, and they were pursued relentlessly by the several giant sharks summoned by Kisame, unable to mount any more fierce attacks against him. Just as Round was dodging on the water surface, chakra infused in his feet, he accidentally got bitten on the right leg by a giant shark. Wind release, vacuum wave, Tawanzo shouted, seemingly to prove that he was not a coward. He was back, just as an air wave surged toward the injured Round, about to deliver a fatal blow. A sudden change occurred. A figure wearing a cat face mask abruptly blocked in front of the bear ninja Round. On the forehead of the cat face mask was a red inverted triangle pattern. The mysterious figure completed 7 seals in less than a second. Zicho Suwushin. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. A raging sea of fire swept out. Not only did it engulf the air wave, sending it back toward Tawanzo with even greater flames, but it also evaporated the watery environment that Kisame had painstakingly created. Almost at the same moment that Itachi appeared, another masked figure, Uchiha Izumi, also appeared beside Bear Wind. With a swing of her standard ninja blade, she instantly formed a wall of wind, blocking the incoming iron sand. On Bear War's side, it was Uchiha Chien. With the same great fire extinguishing technique, she directly trapped Haiden, Kakuzu, and the 5 masked monsters in a sea of fire. Go help the others, Uchiha Chien said to Bear War. Seeing Bear War hesitate, she added, that kid over there has a curse-like ability that can use enemies' blood for curse killing. Staying here will only slow us down. Seeing this, Bear War finally nodded his massive bear head and charged straight toward Tawanzo. Just now, it was truly clear that this weakest old guy almost ambushed and killed Yuan Yuan. Uchiha Chien watched Jiao, Du, and Fei Duan jumping around extinguishing the fire in the sea of flames, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. She is most adept at dealing with ninjas like this. Zicho Suwushin Hien fire release. Great fireball. Under the cover of the fire, a highly condensed fire arrow flashed by. Jiao Du's heart was instantly pierced. At the same time, one of the 5 masked monsters also suddenly fell down with a sound, gradually dissipating. Chapter 148. The Akatsuki organization strikes. Just after Jiao Du's heart was destroyed, Fei Duan directly charged out from the sea of flames, holding the bloody scythe of March, shouting and swinging it at Uchiha Chien. Although his expression was crazy, the smirk on his lips revealed his true intentions. Obviously, he wanted to obtain Uchiha Chien's blood. Unfortunately, he had just been blocked by the sea of flames and didn't hear the conversation between Chien and Xiongzhan. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been so reckless. Uchiha Chien slightly raised her head. Her pair of 3 Tomo eyes locked onto Fei Duan. With the bloody scythe of March raised high, Fei Duan's movements suddenly froze. In the next moment, Uchiha Chien swiftly drew her sword. The flash of the blade cut through the air. Fei Duan's head fell off. Before the head could hit the ground, Uchiha Chien kicked it. Thus, Fei Duan's head traced a parabolic arc in the air. It at least went a mile or 2 away. A fool who took a shortcut. In the end, Uchiha Chien gave Fei Duan an evaluation. In fact, this evaluation originally came from Long Very Objective. Fei Duan not only had an abnormal mind, but also had average physical skills. His ninjutsu mastery was zero. He relied entirely on the evil god power from the ninja world. This kind of expansion mentality, where an ordinary person suddenly gains power, is very ignorant, foolish, and self-satisfied. They always think they are invincible and act arrogantly. In reality, as long as one knows his abilities, many can defeat him. After all, Fei Duan's hard strength is indeed not commendable. Seeing his companion lose combat ability, with his head nowhere to be found, and this suddenly appeared masked woman whose strength was unfathomable. Jiao Du collected the 4 masked monsters and grabbed Fei Duan's headless corpse, turning to flee towards the location of Fei Duan's head. Swoosh, another fleeting fire arrow hit Jiao Du's lower back. Crack, the sound of something shattering came. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Jiao Du's heart became as transparent as a live target. This was the second one shattered. Now Jiao Du's speed suddenly accelerated again, and he dare not stay. On the other side, Kisame Hashigaki had already been subdued by Itachi Uchiha, tied up securely. Danzo died under Xiong Zhan's explosive hammer. He used Izanagi again and barely escaped under Xiong Zhan's astonished gaze. Uchiha Chizuna was fiercely fighting against Sasori of the Red Sand. Every attack of the 3rd Kazekage's puppet, made of iron sand, was blocked by Chizuna's wind wall. But at the same time, it was unclear what materials the 3rd Kazekage's puppet used, as Chizuna's slash couldn't truly harm it. It only left countless shallow knife marks on the surface. Old man, help! Although both Iro and the 3rd Kazekage's puppet were tough, Sasori's little brother, YG, was soon in a perilous situation under the siege of the 3 ninjas. Just as this cry for help was shouted out, he was smashed in the head by the Ninja Bear group. Thus, the Akatsuki organization finally saw its first casualty. Kill or not? Facing Itachi's inquiry, Uchiha Chien glanced at the tied-up Kisame Hashigaki beside her, revealing a look of doubt. Why did you capture him? Ha! I find the shark face quite interesting. Oh, then let us think of a way to release this puppet user. Itachi Uchiha immediately understood Qian's meaning. Now, Yunshang, Shizue, Lei Shu, and Jui were hidden in the shadows and had not made a move. Having already killed one of Sasori's little subordinates and captured Kisame Hashigaki, it was about time to call it a day. Although they didn't know what plan Uchiha Long had, or why he didn't want them to wipe out this team. At least here, no one would go against his wishes. They had no idea that Uchiha Long simply did not want Nagato to come to Suhyugu to carry rice. Although he wasn't afraid, this way, their side strength would be exposed. At that time, the Hokage clan would focus on Uchiha and keep a close eye on them. The attitudes of the 5 great nations daimyos would also be unpredictable. Obito and Kurizetsu would inevitably keep an eye on them. It was possible that Kagaya Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki Ishiki would go to Konoha, but would all come to Suhyugu for a meeting. How would that life be lived? As a villain, they had to be left for Naruto, the protagonist, to defeat. Just as the situation was unfolding quickly, with Fei Duan beheaded, Jiao Du fleeing, Danzo dead and revived escaping, Kisame captured, and YG killed, Sasori had no fighting spirit left. He immediately controlled the 3rd Kazekage puppet to fend off several people's attacks while retreating. This was also why Itachi and Chien intentionally let the sea go. Finally, Sasori sees an opportunity to unleash thousands of mechanical arms, bringing everyone into the attack range. Using this group AoE ability to block vision, he directly escaped. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. 8 golden chains suddenly emerged from the ground, tightly binding the 3rd Kazekage puppet floating behind Sasori. Damn! After controlling Iro and the 3rd Kazekage puppet to launch an attack, the effect was minimal. In the end, Sasori could only glare resentfully at those chains and escape alone. This was a huge loss. He actually lost the 3rd Kazekage puppet. It was mainly because he was frightened by the person who acted from the shadows and didn't dare to stay longer. After a long time, beneath the chains binding the puppet, a figure slowly emerged from the ground. It was Uchiha Long's main body. The daimyo was soaking in hot springs, and there was nothing to do. How could he miss such a fun show? He had long been hiding nearby, watching the battle. Let me see the secret of the Kazekage. Uchiha Long smiled and formed seals, using a type of sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan called the sealing of tools, which was an A-rank sealing technique. In the next moment, the movements of the struggling 3rd Kazekage puppet suddenly froze, no longer moving. What a pity. It's not a bloodline limit after all. As he placed a hand on the core of the puppet, Uchiha Long quickly revealed a disappointed expression. According to the information, the 3rd Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage, mastering magnet release. The 4th Kazekage, also possessed magnet release. However, the two had no blood relationship. Moreover, there were obvious differences in their magnet release. One manipulated iron sand, while the other manipulated gold sand. Combining this with the sand manipulation of the fourth Kazakage's son, Gaara, it led Uchiha Long to believe that Tsunagakure mastered a precise fusion ratio of a bloodline limit. Just like the two Tsuchikage from Iwagakure both had dust release limits. Oenoki was also a disciple of the second Tsuchikage, and it was evident that this lineage grasped certain rules. After all, only a bloodline limit could show such differences due to different cores. But the result was clearly not. Is this the highest secret of Tsunagakure? Uchiha Long shook his head in disappointment. After carefully probing the core of the puppet, he discovered that magnet release was indeed just a bloodline limit, not a bloodline elimination. The reason it exhibited differences in controlling iron sand and gold sand was clear. It turns out that only by adding a small amount of earth nature in this proportion can the fusion of wind and thunder be completed. As he said this, Uchiha Rong slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, bang, his chest suddenly exploded, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The seal on his forehead was activated instantly. Immediately after, the kaleidoscope opened. Illusion life bestowal. After a haze enveloped him. The blood at the corner of Uchiha Rong's mouth and on his chest remained, and his clothes were torn. But the injuries were gone. It truly is a small deviation leading to a huge mistake. Just now, he attempted to fuse wind and thunder by adding earth nature to neutralize it according to the proportions in the human puppet's core. A slight deviation caused his heart to shatter. If it were someone else, they would have died once already. Again, another quarter of an hour passed. Uchiha Rong frowned, his opened eyes filled with astonishment. The process of adding earth nature was actually being continuously consumed by the power of wind and thunder. But clearly the proportions were wrong, and yet it succeeded in fusing. What he never expected was that, unlike all previous bloodline limit fusions, the characteristics of wind and thunder are sharp and violent. They cannot be directly fused. It was only from a human puppet that he learned that a certain amount of earth nature is needed as a medium. But upon trying, he discovered that this was a pitfall. The first time the proportion was wrong. It exploded and he died once. The second time the earth proportion was correct. But he found that during the process of adding the medium, the energy of the earth nature as the medium would be continuously worn down by the wind and thunder nature. Therefore, this fusion had the earth nature far below the proportion of the magnetic escape chakra in the human puppet. Yet in the end, unexpectedly, it also completed the fusion. Uchiha Rong slowly extended his right palm, and the next moment, the gravel in the ground began to rapidly gather. Chapter 149. Magnetic Escape? Sand Escape. So that's how it is. Isn't this Gaara's ability? Uchiha Rong suddenly realized. It seems that the amount of medium added is the key factor determining the final result. He quickly formed hand seals and used sealing techniques to seal this successfully fused magnetic escape chakra in a chakra point on his right palm. Then he continued to fuse the magnetic escape according to the proportions of the human puppet once more. An hour later, Uchiha Rong, who had died 3 times, finally let out a breath. So this is the third Kazakage's magnetic escape sand iron. I wonder how the fourth Kazakage's magnetic escape sand gold is. I heard it has weak combat power and can only pan for gold. However, it seems that Gaara's sand escape feels more orthodox. With this thought, Uchiha Rong expelled the small amount of sand iron chakra he had just fused. The next moment, a chakra ball shot out. The iron sand on the ground was all gathered together by this chakra ball, gradually forming a palm-sized iron ball. Huh, it can be done like this? Interesting. Surprised by this strange phenomenon for a moment, Uchiha Rong no longer paid attention to it. He extended his right palm again. The sand, iron sand, and fine sand gold on the ground began to float. Yes, in the end, he discovered that it was still the initial proportion from the fortuitous fusion that was the most authentic. He could control sand iron, sand gold, and even ordinary sand. Although it seemed that controlling iron sand was not as precise as magnetic escape, these could all be compensated for through practice. Overall, sand escape was obviously more practical than the 2 classifications of magnetic escape. I wonder what medium is needed for the fusion of thunder and fire? Uchiha Rong suddenly realized that as the bloodline fusion deepened, this path became increasingly intricate, easily leading one astray. If not for his comprehensive inheritance of sealing techniques, he probably would have been stuck at one of the bloodline limits, unable to progress. And now, like magnetic escape sand iron, which is of little use, he directly gave up. He could seal useful techniques like scorching escape and eliminate scorching escape, ice escape, and sand escape to different parts of the body, allowing them to be used. As for would escape elimination, he directly chose to integrate it into his bloodline. Even if one day he discovered he had gone wrong and needed to start over, he could use the divine gift of his right eye to grant the would escape bloodline elimination to another target, thus separating it from his bloodline. After all, he had already memorized the fusion proportions, and he could refuse them whenever needed. After doing all this, Uchiha Rong's figure suddenly disappeared with a swoosh. Flying Thunder God technique. In Snow Bamboo Valley, after driving away a few members of the Akatsuki organization, Itachi and the others returned to the valley with the captured Kisame Hashigaki. This Samahata seems to be alive, huh? It can still move. Uchiha Chizuna was somewhat curious and was engaged in a tug-of-war with Samahata. The next moment, a faint emotional awareness came from Samahata. The gist was it itches. Stop scratching. This made Uchiha Chizuna even more interested. Itachi, how do you plan to deal with him? Yunshang frowned as she looked at Kisame Hashigaki. Uchiha Itachi, however, smiled easily. After I captured him, I discovered something interesting. His spirit has signs of being disturbed by Jinjutsu, and I've already asked Shursui to help deal with it. Uchiha Shursui nodded. I used Kodo Amitsukami to clear the potential risks. Ah, your Kodo Amitsukami has such an ability? What's so strange about that? It was a reminder from Rong that led me to develop another method of use. You all are the same. The essence of ocular techniques is actually like ninjutsu. Just think outside the box a little. For example, can't we greatly change the form and nature of B-rank ninjutsu now? As Shursui spoke, the group felt their thoughts expand significantly. Just as Uchiha Rong had always emphasized, a C-rank fire escape, Phoenix fire technique, can under the same chakra be a fireball as big as a basin. Or it could be hundreds or thousands of small fireballs the size of cherries. Even at the level of fire escape fusion, it can form several small fire dragons with higher temperatures from the Phoenix fire technique. Or it can form one large fire dragon, completely overturning the original model of ninjutsu. The reason this is possible is due to mastery of fire escape and a deep understanding of the essence of fire escape. Finally, and most importantly, is the qualitative change in chakra strength. A person, after adulthood, does not change much in form. The same volume of body, 1 Karta chakra and 10 Karta chakra, the density is naturally different. This is the so-called chakra strength. And between 1 Karta chakra and 100 cards of chakra, that even more produces qualitative changes. The same goes for ocular techniques. Shursui's Kodo Amitsukami initial ability can change others' will to some extent without being detected. When initially awakened, the kaleidoscope's ocular power is insufficient, just like a novice genin, only able to execute B-rank ninjutsu step by step. A slight mistake or adjustment could lead to failure in casting. As they grew over the years, their ocular power also grew. When the ocular power reaches a higher level, there's a possibility of making certain changes to the ability or say fine-tuning it. Following the path suggested by Uchiha Rong, Shursui, after a period of research, was astonished to discover that changing others' will is like rowing against the current. But if you change your thinking, what if you comply with others' will? During the process of using the ability, use your own will to change the initial state of the ability. For example, making a reclusive crow even more reclusive. For instance, making a crow that doesn't like to fly even less willing to spread its wings. Or making a crow that loves to eat fruit love it even more. After losing many crows, Shursui realized that by following the opponent's will, he could strengthen their will with minimal consumption of his ocular power, achieving excellent results. Later, during a covert mission, a member of the Cloud Village recognized Shursui. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja was very frightened. Uchiha Shursui quietly used Kodo Amitsukami on him, amplifying his fear. Guess what happened? The Cloud Ninja actually cried, completely broke down, both physiologically and psychologically. Back to the main topic. Just now, Itachi found Shursui and told him that the new captive seemed to have fallen under a mind-influencing Jinjutsu. Shursui then quietly used Kodo Amitsukami on Kisame Hashigaki. The feedback from the ability made Shursui frown. Clearly, on the surface, the cold and ruthless Kisame had an inner response that was actually shy, gentle, and tender. Thus, Shursui quickly noticed that something was off with Kisame's mental state. Continuing to delve deeper with Kodo Amitsukami, he indeed found Kisame's most genuine will. However, that was strangely shrouded in a layer of haze. Disappointment, confusion, the desire to escape the status quo, the pursuit of recognition, and the quest for power. Among these, the pursuit of power was the most obscured and even somewhat distorted. For Shursui's Kodo Amitsukami, this was a piece of cake. He directly strengthened all of Kisame's existing positive will and effortlessly dispelled that haze. Thus, Chapter 150, Absorbing Kisame Hashigaki Jo 5, Tong. I recommend a person. When Uchiha Itachi sent the message, Uchiha Rong was in the underground training ground familiarizing himself with his newly acquired bloodline limit, sand release. It would be better understood as sand manipulation. No wonder Gaara carries a gourd of sand with him every day. Uchiha Rong discovered that the quality of the sand obtained varied greatly depending on the region and soil, which significantly affected the performance of his bloodline ability. It couldn't be Kisame that Itachi wants to recommend, right? Is their bond that deep? A romance from past lives? Uchiha Rong, who had been watching the entire time, naturally knew that Itachi had captured Kisame. Tong, Jo 5, Kisame, Jo 5, Tong. Yes, he requested to join us. Tong, Jo 5. It can't be a trap, right? Jo 5, Tong. Kisame was controlled by Obito. Jo 5, Tong. Sure Sui freed him. His Uchiha Rong gasped. No wonder in the original timeline. Kisame was initially placed next to Itachi by Uchiha Obito to monitor him because Obito knew Itachi's identity as a Konoha undercover agent. In the end, the two became close. One sweetly called Mr. Itachi, while the other gazed at him affectionately. Could it be that Obito's control was lifted by Itachi back then? Speaking of which, I just roughly looked at Kisame's chakra. It seems to be over 100 cards. Uchiha Rong fell into deep thought. He doesn't just recruit anyone. Just like Jiraiya, he's strong enough, has enough reputation, and possesses sage techniques, but Uchiha Rong has never actively approached him. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path do not conspire together. Many times, a person's position is already predetermined. A wolf falling in love with a sheep will only starve. A sheep falling in love with a wolf will only give itself away. Even Minato Namake's. Despite having Naruto's sealing techniques as a safeguard, Uchiha Rong never considered bringing him into the league, because that is not something he can control. And when facing things and people he cannot control, he must maintain a basic sense of awe and treat them cautiously. Perhaps in terms of hard power, Minato is no longer Uchiha Rong's opponent. But the existence of the Flying Thunder God and the identity of the fourth Hokage, if he were to join the league, it would be difficult to handle if one day their positions opposed each other. Yagura is different. He belongs to a hostile village. What if the fourth Mizukage betrays the league? Then, the fifth Mizukage can take over. As thoughts flowed, Uchiha Rong considered many things in that moment. With Kisame's life experience from the original timeline, combined with various real-time intelligence, being betrayed by his superior, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, feeling lost and in pain because he was treated as a tool. In the end, to protect the Akatsuki's secrets from leaking, he used his summoning beast, a shark, to devour himself. He should be about the same age as me, at 20 years old, with over 100 cards of chakra. He is a talent worth cultivating. Loyalty issues still need to be assessed. In the end, Uchiha Rong replied to Itachi. Tong, Jo 5, you familiarize him first. It's a probation period. Jo 5 Tong understood. During the probation period, he will basically enjoy the treatment of a league member. Further on, he will be given the Unity Ring and become the 10th cadre. In fact, Uchiha Rong doesn't place much importance on Kisame's chakra amount right now, because during the wood release elimination fusion, his chakra amount tripled just like his ocular power. Originally 52 cards, it later increased to 75 cards. Then it tripled again. Currently, it is an astonishing 225 cards. Two tails. According to Uchiha Rong's estimates, Hashirama Senju should be around 3 tails. Although the amount of chakra partly determines its strength in the later stages, a slight difference of a few tails does not create a significant advantage. Just like Kisame's current 105 cards. When he appears in the original timeline, he should be around 2 to 3 tails. But with his ability to absorb chakra using the Samahata, he can overpower the 8 tails, earning him the title of the tailless beast. At this level of combat, the emphasis is more on physique and ability, with ability playing a greater role. And physique is the foundation of everything. This sand armor defense is quite good. I just wonder if it can be used on wooden people or Susanoo. After resolving the Kisame issue, Uchiha Rong continued to study sand manipulation. Just from Shikaku, it can be seen that the initial sand manipulation ability may not be very strong, but its growth potential is very promising. In the original timeline, Gaara's absolute defense during the CH exams was broken by Rock Lee after he opened the 5th gate and was also broken by Sasuke's Chidori. Now, in Uchiha Rong's hands, even if lightning release counters earth release With the chakra level he has, not even Raikiri can break through Uchiha Rong Sand protection. It must be mentioned that water, cards, and tails are 3 units of chakra. The difference in the same level is not significant. The strength of chakra across levels undergoes a qualitative change. Of course, 9 and 10, 99 and 100 are not considered cross-level. After all, it's not a game, and there is no concept of realms. True cross-level is something like 1 water to 1 card, 5 water to 5 cards, roughly this kind of model. That is what counts as cross-level. For 2 tails, at least a normal human capacity of around 70 to 80 cards would be needed for such chakra strength to not be considered cross-level. Just having a vague concept is good enough. The sand release bloodline limit undoubtedly raised Uchiha Rong's defense by several levels. I just don't know how to create something like the will of the Sure. Uchiha Rong frowned. If his sand could also automatically protect its master, that would be wonderful. It should be a kind of application of release ability. The scene shifts to Itachi. Itachi, Mr. Itachi, Lord Shursui, thank you both. The previously cold Kisame now had a shark face that was blushing. He subconsciously distanced himself from the two to speak more fluently. I don't even know when I was controlled. At this moment, Shursui did not speak. Lost in thought, he felt that perhaps Obito's Manjiki had also developed some similar applications related to controlling mental will. However, this ability must be nowhere near as powerful as the ocular technique of Kotoeme Tsukumi itself. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi was quite talkative. He showed a gentle smile to Kisame and said, "The leader has agreed to let you join, but you need to start as a member." I have to say, Itachi's emotional intelligence is quite high, turning the cold observation period into a passionate start from the grassroots. That's great. Mr. Itachi, don't worry. I will never betray the organization. The reason I betrayed Akatsuki. It seemed that he suddenly realized the inappropriate nature of his previous statement. And Kisame anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. He really has cheeks. Haha, I understand what you mean, Kisame. They took advantage of your weakened will to control you. Leaving this evil organization isn't betrayal. It's turning from darkness to light. Uchiha Itachi patted his shoulder. For some reason, he found Kisame's shark face very pleasant, especially when he blushed. It was very interesting and cute. Woo-woo, Itachi. Mr. Itachi, you are so good to me. Kisame was deeply moved. In his anxiety, the words he wanted to say and the meaning he wanted to express got stuck. He was worried. Didn't he expect Mr. Itachi to be so understanding? Uchiha Shursui, standing nearby, felt embarrassed and quietly left. Kisame, let's go. I'll take you around Kyoto. It's very lively there. As Uchiha Itachi said this, he took Kisame's hand and walked outside. Little did he know, Kisame's face was flushed and steam was already rising from his head. Chapter 151. The betrayal of Danzo again. Although the outer city of Kyoto is not as clean and luxurious as the inner city, the larger flow of people makes the outer city seem more lively. There is everything sold here. Seafood from the land of water, beef and strong liquor from the land of lightning, stone slab delicacies from the land of earth, tea leaves from the land of tea, fine weapons from the land of iron, and so on. Oh, and the yellow sand from the land of wind? Kisame, wearing a cat face mask that Itachi had personally put on for him, was almost in tears. He was born in the hidden mist village and had suffered cold eyes due to his unique appearance since childhood. Later, he was trained as a tool, standing out by killing his companions. However, Kisame, who grew up in an environment of blood and mist, had a heart completely different from his appearance. He grew up in slaughter and suffered in slaughter. Once, a female ninja didn't care about his appearance and even confessed to him. They had agreed to be together after that mission. Light Makeup, who told you to make a promise. But that mission, in order to keep the village's secrets from leaking, Kisame could only kill his severely injured companions one by one, including the female ninja. Ninjas who have killed their companions will not have a good end. He had always condemned himself for that. With a heavy heart, he returned alone to report the mission to his superior, Suigetsu. But he was betrayed by Suigetsu, that bastard. He actually sold the secrets they had fought hard to protect to the enemy. This made the deaths of those companions meaningless. At that moment, the image of the female ninja gazing at him with deep affection before her death flashed through his mind. Kisame was enraged. He killed Suigetsu and took his Samahada. Just when his mind was most disturbed and his heart was most fragile, Yagura and the man who called himself Uchiha Madara appeared. Madara promised that he would be his companion from now on. Companion? These two words touched the deepest desire in Kisame's heart. But later, he found out it wasn't like that. He was still doing the same things he had done before, still just a tool. But for some reason, Even though he was very dissatisfied, he could no longer feel that dissatisfaction. He even gradually began to enjoy the slaughter, until this moment, being pulled by Itachi. Walking on the bustling streets of Kyoto, Kisame suddenly felt as if he was stepping out of a dark corner and truly basking in the sunlight. Born with a different appearance, he once again experienced the feeling of companionship through Itachi. In the underground training ground of Uchiha Rong, unrolling a scroll sent by a ninja cat, Uchiha Rong fell into silence. This was just sent by Rong, which not only informed him of Akatsuki's impending attack on Yuzukyo, but also recorded most of the truth that the third Hokage had revealed to the fourth Hokage. The purpose of the exchange of gold is to collect the corpses of ninjas from the 5 great nations and study the inheritance of ninjas. The truth behind the third Raikage's death, the mastermind behind Kakashi Hitaki's suicide after abandoning the mission, and the web that the daimyos have carefully woven for me. After reading the important points, a cold smile appeared on Uchiha Rong's lips. So it seems, the third Hokage in these events is as pure as a white lotus. No wonder he is the strongest Hokage at shifting blame. He is indeed still so good at it. And it seems that the current Minato Namikaze is also a bit off. Is he really not afraid that I will lead Konoha into the abyss by giving me this tip? Does he really trust me so unreservedly? Muttering, Uchiha Rong frowned tightly. Don't be fooled by the fact that Minato seems to have a good relationship with him now, even being able to inform him about such matters. With the combination of 2 memories for analysis, Uchiha Rong sensed something strange. The original trajectory had the cheerful and bright 4th Hokage who died for the public. Now he actually starts to disregard Konoha's safety, having experienced the ups and downs of the business world for more than a decade. He deeply understands the complexity of human nature. A person's drastic change in character is not a simple matter. I really can't see through you more and more. 4th Hokage. Yes, the current Minato Namikaze has already made Uchiha Rong feel a strange sense of disconnection. Compared to the 3rd Hokage, this old politician, and Danzo, this true villain, the current Minato Namikaze is the most unknown and unpredictable one in his eyes. Let's assume that he is completely separated from the 3rd Hokage's faction due to Kushina's death and just wants to protect his eldest son. Then, today he can pretend to be polite with the 3rd Hokage for that. Tomorrow, he might get rid of Uchiha Rong to prevent future troubles for Naruto. Such a person is the one who needs to be dealt with cautiously. In the Hokage building, office. So it really failed. Minato Namikaze looked at the 3rd Hokage, whose face was as black as a pot bottom, with a complex expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. According to the intelligence transmitted back by Danzo, Yuzukyo is guarded by some powerful bear-type ninja beasts and at least 3 Uchiha with unfathomable strength. He didn't expect Uchiha Rong to hide so deeply. I now have reason to suspect that he is very likely to have reimplanted a pair of Sharingan. At this moment, Minato Namikaze chuckled lightly. Isn't this even better? Since Yuzukyo has such defensive power, it seems that the daimyos have no good way to threaten Rong for the time being. No, Minato, you think too simply of the daimyos. Don't forget that the J-Nin level combat power, secretly cultivated by the daimyos, is still quite a lot. If they catch someone alone, even the 3rd Raikage cannot escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit anxious. In fact, there is one more thing he hasn't told Minato. That is, Danzo is in urgent need of the Sharingan. Not only for Izanagi, but the continuous use of Izanagi has made the cells of Hashirama in Danzo's body almost uncontrollable. What made Danzo angrier was that, besides the few deaths on the surface, he was forced to use Izanagi 3 times in a row by members within the Akatsuki organization. This is the real reason he contacted Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to return to Konoha. If he doesn't come back soon, his life will be in danger. The outside world is too dangerous. Tuanzong expressed that he misses Konoha and wants to go home, no matter how urgent Sarutobi Hiruzen feels inside. Minato Namikaze just shrugged his shoulders. Lord Third, do you have any good ideas to deal with Yuki Bamboo Valley? A single sentence directly left Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Indeed, 6 S-rank rogue ninjas have been severely injured and are fleeing in panic. What other way is there to deal with Yuki Bamboo Valley now? Unless he can gather the ninja clans under his command, like the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, to join forces along with the full support of Minato Namikaze's side, to besiege with a ninja army. But that is unrealistic. If they really did that, how many of the ninja clans under the Hokage would defect? It would directly give the daimyo a reason to intervene. Perhaps the daimyo doesn't have true peak power at the level of a Kage, but the manpower below the Kage level may not be less than Konoha S. If it weren't for the deterrence of the tailed beasts, and the mutual restraint among the four countries and villages, Konoha would have long been completely controlled by the daimyo of the Fire Country. In the end, after staying in the Hokage office for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't come up with a response strategy. He could only leave. Upon returning to the Sarutobi clan's grounds, a masked Umbu had been waiting in the courtyard for a long time. As soon as he saw him return, he immediately stepped forward. Hiruzen, how did it go? This mission failed, and I can't go back to the Akatsuki organization. They will definitely kill me. Tuanzong, who was at the end of his rope, looked at his old buddy with a pleading expression. Gone was the arrogance of the past. It should be noted that he had to work hard in front of Madara to promote the plan to attack Yuki Bamboo Valley. He couldn't dare to go back after causing such significant losses to the Akatsuki organization. He could only defect again. Chapter 152, The Third's Comeback. Two Kages co-governing. Unknowingly, under the constant harassment of the four major hidden villages, the time came to Konoha year 56. This was the year of the Uchiha clan's massacre in the original timeline. In the difficult times of 1 against 4, Konoha also saw a new batch of young talents emerge. The Azure Beast Might Guy, the Weaver of Dreams with Crimson Eyes, Yugao Yuzuki, the Executioner Ibiki Marino, Tsukuyami Hate, Yuzuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, and so on. Correspondingly, since the curtain fell on the Uchiha twins, Itachi and Shursui, it seems that there have been no more geniuses among the Uchiha clan worthy of praise. Unlike ordinary ninjas who lament the Uchiha, the higher-ups of Konoha have grown increasingly wary of this Uchiha. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. It was another year of the ninja school opening season. Little Sasuke entered the school gate under the watchful eyes of his severely injured retired brother. At the same time, a delegation from the daimyo's residence arrived outside Konoha village. Hokage Tower. What? You want to cut the budget again? Minato Namikaze slammed his hand on the table. His face dark. The envoy didn't show any fear, wearing a cold smile. Konoha Ninja Village has failed to drive away the invading rogue ninjas, causing significant losses to the Fire Country's populace during this time. If Konoha can't defend its territory, it won't just be a simple budget cut of 10%. Fourth Hokage, if you don't have the ability to sit in this position, the daimyo wouldn't mind replacing you with another Hokage to lead Konoha. After throwing down these words arrogantly, the envoy turned away without looking at Minato again. How outrageous! Minato slammed his palm on the desk. Fortunately, his physique isn't as abnormal as Tsunade's. Otherwise, the already tight budget would have to increase with the cost of a new desk. Is the daimyo crazy for cutting the budget during the ninja village conflict? Was he plotting? Although he didn't fully trust Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the partial information revealed was still quite credible. At this moment, Minato's perspective clearly shifted. If he had previously been unaware of the daimyo's schemes, he might have just thought it was another absurd act of an unreasonable daimyo. But now, the daimyo's actions forced him to think deeply. Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him also frowned. No matter how the internal power struggles in Konoha unfold, budget cuts are a blow to the entire Konoha, something everyone is unwilling to see. There has never been a precedent for this. Even during wartime defeats, it should be accounted for after the war. Unless something else has happened that we don't know about. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered his opinion. The envoy was received, and the higher-ups were all present. At this time, Tsurugi Kimura and Mito Minju were also there. Mito Minju picked up on Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Could it be that there's a new agreement among the 5 great daimyos that we don't know about? It shouldn't be. Last month, we forced the ninja from the 4 villages back from the Heartland. If we were to seek peace after being defeated at this moment, it would cause the daimyo to lose a lot of benefits among the 5 nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in denial. The situation in the ninja world is very complex. Konoha and the daimyo are not absolute opposites. While the 5 villages compete, the 5 countries are also competitors. Even if the daimyo of the Fire Country wants to pressure Konoha, he cannot completely disregard his own interests. So what should we do now? Tsurugi Komura asked anxiously. Mito Minju manages logistics and materials. She truly handles Konoha's finances. A 10% budget cut seems small, but it has a huge impact. It's important to know that ninjas don't perform missions 365 days a year. There aren't that many suitable missions for everyone. More often, ninjas waiting on standby focus on training and improvement like raising soldiers. As the saying goes, raise soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. Ninjas are the same. More often, they rely on the village to raise them. Therefore, to attract more excellent ninjas to serve the village. All ninjas on the roster receive corresponding monthly salaries and welfare guarantees based on their titles, equivalent to a minimum income. A single action can affect the whole body, especially at this critical moment, when you're fighting fiercely against the invading ninja teams from the 4 villages, only to find that your treatment has decreased when you return to the village for rest. This is a fatal blow to morale. Perhaps someone might say, if that is the case, why not let the ninjas farm and work to improve productivity? With their superhuman abilities, wouldn't productivity be high? This way, they could break free from the daimyo's financial constraints. But can the combat power of farming soldiers compare to that of elite troops? This is a principle even ordinary armies understand. Not to mention special forces. Have you ever seen any country use special forces for production work? If they really did that, in just a few years, Konoha, having lost its strong combat power, would be destroyed under the siege of the other 4 villages. While others hoard weapons, you hoard food. If you don't perish, who will? Ultimately, the powerful combat strength of ninjas is trained with 99% of their time. It cannot be said that they do not engage in production. It can only be said that the ninja group has nothing to do with production at all. Allowing freshly graduated genin to take on some low-level farming tasks to help with production is already the maximum effort the ninja village can make towards production. Moreover, not all Konoha villagers are ordinary people without chakra. There are also retired ninjas due to age, injury, and other factors. No matter how efficient you are, there is only so much land. Once you finish, can you soar with the sun? Back to the main topic. In response to Tsurugi Komura's question, the Hokage office fell silent again. In the end, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who broke the silence. At this time, we absolutely cannot cut the supplies for the ninjas on the roster. Are you kidding? Now is the critical moment of conflict with the invading ninja teams from the 4 villages. The supply of various ninja tools cannot be left for the ninjas to pay out of their own pockets, right? The minimum income must also be issued monthly. Even a penny less will shake morale and people's hearts. This statement received unanimous agreement from everyone. But soon came a question, how to fill this gap. A slight increase in the commission for some tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again proposed a suggestion. However, the accountant, Kanahagakure's Cookie, frowned and said, it's not easy. Less will be insufficient, and more will also cause chaos. At the same time as raising the task commission, we should cut the budget for the security department. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long time and threw out another proposal. No way. Minato Namikaze directly refuted. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village has become quite tense. This might escalate the conflict again. If it provokes unrest among the Uchiha, the consequences will be equally severe. 4th Hokage, you must understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped closer, staring into Minato's eyes with sharpness. A reduction in the village's budget means we must make trade-offs. If we don't cut the security department's budget, we will have to reduce the supply for the shinobi on the roster. As Hokage, you should understand the principle of choosing the lesser of 2 evils. I disagree. Minato Namikaze shook his head firmly. Although the Uchiha had basically withdrawn from the ANBU, leaving only Minato had many capable subordinates under him, including Yuzuki Yugao, Kurenai Yuhi, and several other elite shinobi who supported him. They were all excellent ninjas from Training Ground Number 7 and had deep connections with the Uchiha. No matter what, he could not issue the order to cut the security department's budget. That would be equivalent to cutting off his own arms and causing a rift with his subordinates. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a savvy old politician, could see the key issue. He immediately forced a smile, adopting a serious expression, and said, 4th Hokage, I cannot sit idly by and watch you be indecisive, harming the interests of the Leaf Ninjas. Now, in my capacity as the 3rd Hokage, I order the reduction of the security department's budget to overcome this crisis. Upon hearing this, Minato's face turned ashen. I was careless. This old man has been waiting for me. He knew that with the 3rd Hokage's words, there was no room for maneuver. From then on, the 3rd Hokage officially returned to power, and Konoha entered an era of dual leadership. Chapter 153, Reform of the Security Department that day. The Hokage building drafted new budget details for the security department and sent them to the department. Uchiha Kazama, the former captain of the 1st Squad who had retired due to age and then returned to service after Yunsang's retirement, immediately overturned his desk. How can this be? You must be joking. This is called a budget cut? Last year's budget was 300 million, and this year it's only 90 million. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Facing Kazama's pair of crimson Sharingan, the messenger, Ebisu, almost wet himself. This is the Hokage's intention. Ebisu's voice was weak. Seeing Ebisu's trembling appearance, Uchiha Kazama temporarily suppressed his anger. The proud Uchiha looked down on venting his anger on the weak. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" he asked, still somewhat incredulous. It was a direct order from Lord Third. Startled by Kazama's crimson Sharingan, Ebisu accidentally let it slip and quickly covered his mouth. "Oh, the third. Then it's no wonder. I understand now. You may leave." Ebisu left in a fluster, looking defeated. In the afternoon, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha R, who was teaching Tsunade the water mirror technique in the backyard, frowned. "Why is it so noisy outside? Why don't you go take a look?" "I'll familiarize myself with this technique," Tsunade said understandingly. Now that she had fully mastered the rock clone technique, the new water mirror technique made her ecstatic. If used correctly, this technique can really turn the tide of a peak battle. As long as you have a chakra reserve, you can even replicate the enemy's bloodline limit, making them hit themselves. At that time, using 1 or 2 rock clones to assist in the attack would be simply brilliant. Just right, being from the Senju clan. Combined with the improved Inseal reserves, it also counts as a chakra reserve. "It's like it was tailor-made for me, Tsunade." "Shut up." Uchiha nodded and directly went out to check the situation. "Oh, the security department's budget has been reduced by 70? Upon learning the ins and outs of the matter, Uchiha was confused. "That's right, it's a reduction of 70, not a reduction to 70. As the news spread, Kakashi did not reply immediately. He was likely busy. A quarter of an hour later, he replied, "The daimyo has cut Konoha's budget by 10. It's related to the invasion of the 4 villages." "I see." Uchiha understood. This indeed called for some trouble. That night, the Uchiha held an impromptu clan meeting. Sitting in the first seat on the right, Uchiha looked down at the sparse crowd of about 200 Uchiha in the square. Compared to when Elder Yin was still alive, the number of participants in the clan meeting had drastically decreased, no longer holding the former glory. Uchiha R's right side was still occupied by Uchiha F. Ching, the Deputy Minister of Logistics. The captain position of the first squad had changed from Yunsang to the nearly 50-year-old Uchiha Kazama. The second squad leader was still Uchiha Senyu. But the third squad leader had changed. It was now Uchiha Tsuyo. Fugaku sat at the main seat, glancing at the 3 empty seats on the left with a look of melancholy. Shan died, Yin died too. Among the 3 elders of the clan, the youngest, Sora, is still alive, but he no longer participates in clan affairs, living in retirement. Moreover, with Uchiha Sora's age, even if he had strength in his youth, he would probably find it difficult to take on an ordinary J-Nin now. Silence. Today's atmosphere was unusually noisy, just like the 200 Uchiha in the square. Despite the number being so much smaller, it still gave Fugaku a headache. Oh, why are there fewer people? Because Uchiha R's people had all been withdrawn to Yukazukuyama. A total of 583 elites qualified to participate in the clan meeting. That was 80% of the younger generation in the clan over the years. With the older generation retiring and living in retirement, Fugaku originally had over 300 elite ninjas consolidated from the elders, but now only 250 remained. At this moment, Fugaku's gaze towards Uchiha was filled with resentment. "I believe everyone has heard about today's events. The third Hokage has returned and ordered a reduction in our security department's budget, leaving us with only 30 of last year's budget. Let's discuss it. What are your thoughts?" As Fugaku finished speaking, there was an oddly eerie silence below. Countless crimson Sharingan gazed at Uchiha in the first seat on the right. Cough, cough. "Why are you all looking at me?" Uchiha felt awkward. If looks could talk, many people in the audience would be thinking, "Our children have been taken away by you. Why don't you give us an idea?" Cough, cough. Fugaku coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. In fact, even his own child had been taken away by this rascal. Fugaku naturally knew about Itachi's fake injury. Why don't you say something? As our clan's most outstanding young ninja, your mind is certainly more agile than us old folks. What does it mean to go with the tide of the times? This is what it means. Back then, our had commanded over 100 people, and there was almost an internal conflict at the clan meeting. Now, at the clan meeting, Uchiha was all alone, with everyone waiting for him to take the lead. Seeing this, Uchiha slowly stood up. "I'm very pleased that the Uchiha clan is no longer the Uchiha clan that only knows how to shout and kill. Originally, I thought that with such a significant event today, you would still need to argue and shout for a while before calming down." For a moment, Uchiha Rong suddenly understood why the principal went on stage and spoke so much nonsense. Because this feeling is really refreshing. Having culture allows you to calmly reason with others. Having strength enables others to calmly listen to your reasoning. Just like now, many in the audience with red eyes turned white, yet no one dared to interrupt his nonsense. In fact, many clan members nodded in agreement. as if they had heard some profound sing and looked as if they would benefit for life from it. This made Uchiha Rong recall a short article he had randomly read in his previous life. A student had incorporated Mr. Lu Sun's words verbatim into his own essay, only to be angrily scolded by the teacher for it being nonsense. The student felt wronged. Why was it that the same words, when attributed to Zhou Shuren, became profound wisdom? Without Zhou Shuren, it turned into nonsense? As his thoughts returned, the entire venue was quiet, all waiting. Uchiha Rong nodded in satisfaction and continued. I propose that the security department be expanded once again. Wow. The previously quiet crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves, but the voices were not loud. Surprisingly, no one questioned why they should expand when the budget had been cut. Uchiha Rong ignored this and continued to project his voice, amplified by chakra, into the ears of every clan member. After the expansion of the 3 new teams, the new teams will recruit from various ninja clans as well as civilian ninjas to work in the security department. The number will be based on our existing standards. In the future, the monthly allowance and all original benefits for members of the security department will be increased by 30, funded by the clan. As for the 30 from the Hokage building, it will go to the newly formed 3 teams. Let them handle the troublesome tasks of the security department. You all just need to sit back and command. Upon hearing this, most people in the audience immediately cheered. They didn't care about anything else. Just the fact that their share would increase significantly was enough for them. On stage, Fugaka seemed thoughtful. The deputy ministers of logistics showed no visible expressions. Oh, right. Remember to tell the new team members that their funding comes from the Hokage building's cuts. Upon hearing this, Fugako clapped and decisively stated, let us do it this way. As for the funding, after the last industrial transformation, the Uchiha clan's industries had diversified, covering all aspects of ninjas. Moreover, a group of retired elders had developed an industrial chain, pursuing excellence in products, commonly referred to as, they had rolled up their sleeves. They had nearly outperformed all other ninja clans in Konoha. If nothing else, they could still pull out 300 to 500 million a year. Chapter 154. After the security department lies flat, Part 1. This temporary clan meeting ended quickly, with every clan member leaving with a satisfied smile. After the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku kept Uchiha Rong behind. Rong, do you mean to shift the contradictions? Pretty much. Uchiha Rong appeared quite relaxed and comfortable. As the saying goes, this time is different from the last. If it had been before the territory of the Snow Bamboo Valley, and he had proposed to recruit outsiders into the security department, even with Uchiha Rong's current prestige and power, he would have inevitably faced quite a bit of opposition. Even among the younger generation under his command, there might have been differing opinions. Defection was not impossible. This had nothing to do with loyalty and betrayal. After all, every Uchiha clan member is a living person with their own thoughts and beliefs. It's not as if loyalty means you become a robot that doesn't change for 100 years. But now everything was different. The truly elite young talents had all gone to the Snow Bamboo Valley, where they could often visit the bustling capital. Aside from training in the valley, they could also enjoy the surrounding towns. They even began to take on internal missions, escorting merchant ships and carriages under Uchiha Rong's command. Initially, they did encounter dangers. However, with Rong, ironed Rong to using Flying Thunder God to protect them, every instance of support was timely, ensuring no clan member died and not allowing any attackers to leave alive. Gradually, no one came to seek death anymore. The current situation was that the clan territory was mostly staffed by the more stable older generation and the yet-to-mature younger generation in the security department. With new opportunities available, the importance of the security department had become somewhat optional. They could receive salaries without working, comfortably enjoying retirement. They could receive salaries without working, focusing solely on growth. This was something both the young and old in the clan were willing to accept. Those truly ambitious and capable had all gone to the Snow Bamboo Valley. Naturally, there was no opposition. The scene returned to Fugaku. Well, this is indeed a powerful counterattack. So how will the specific details be arranged? Uchiha Rong rolled his eyes. You're the clan leader. Why are you asking me? Hehe. ISNT it just to hear your young people's thoughts? Fugaku smiled. You could do it however you want. By the way, let's take some time tonight. I'll take you to the land of whirlpools to transplant Hashirama cells. Okay. Fugaku felt a bit pleased. Since the goal had been achieved, he didn't keep Uchiha Rong any longer. He had 2 purposes in talking to Rong, and now he had received answers to both. The next day, the major actions of the security department completely shocked the entire Konoha. The original 3 teams of the security department merged into one, renamed the Security Department Command Office, and issued a notice recruiting from the entire village. Anyone whose overall combat power reached sea level and passed the security department's assessment, regardless of their clan or if they were civilian ninjas, could apply for a position. This news, once released, drew a long line of applicants at the security department's entrance within half an hour. It should be noted that among the major ninja clans, there were quite a few non-registered ninjas with private soldier status, relying on their families for support for various reasons. Even registered ninjas often lived unsatisfactory lives. They were not like the main characters who entered the Jonin class right after graduation. Forget about salary and treatment. Just the various low to mid-level ninjutsu scrolls and resources within the security department were enough to attract those lacking in ninjutsu practice. In the ninja world, who didn't know about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? In terms of the comprehensiveness of ninjutsu, no second clan could be found in the entire Konoha. Even though everyone understood that the security department could only offer them some basic goods, the channels for merit exchange between outsiders and the clan were definitely different. But for these dissatisfied ninjas, even the basic goods from a noble clan could become their family heirlooms. Thus, within less than half a day, they had filled the positions. What? The monthly salary is only 25,000 Rio? What? A breakthrough in wind release requires 100 merits plus 180,000 Rio. During this time, facing the posted salary and treatment, some still gritted their teeth. A little less monthly salary is fine. At worst, the sheepswool comes from a sheep. But upon arriving at the logistics department of the security department and looking at the ninjutsu exchange price list, they were all dumbfounded. The Uchiha clan member in the logistics department shrugged and patiently explained. This year, the Hokage building allocated 90 million Rio to our security department. Our full staff is 300. You could do the math. At this point, the Uchiha clan member, who had no chakra, proudly added, "This was also the clan leader's directive, putting all the funding towards you. As for our Uchiha clan, we haven't taken a single Rio or any ninja tools from the village. It's purely for the benefit of the village." Now, the 300 new members from different ninja clans or simply civilians had nothing to say. Since they dared to say so, they were not afraid of being investigated. Moreover, if you casually ask around the Hokage building about this matter, the truth can't be hidden at all. So I forget it. At least there's hope for new ninjutsu training at the security department. Yes, I'm of the lightning water affinity, and besides the security department, there's south no other place to find suitable lightning and water ninjutsu. Some ninjas who aren't short on money and came for the ninjutsu are the first to accept reality. At this moment, a regular Uchiha clan member spoke again. If anyone regrets joining now, I can contact internal staff to help everyone withdraw their employment information. This action undoubtedly won over many who were struggling with their decision. When did the Uchiha become so easy to talk to? So humanized and considerate? You there, shut up. The Uchiha are only fierce when catching criminals. When have they ever made things difficult for civilians? Why are they suddenly hard to talk to? Yes. The Uchiha have given us all the funding. They are working as volunteers themselves. I don't want to withdraw. I want to stay in the security department. This wave of goodwill led some people to choose to stay. After all, a job isn't just about high pay. The comfort of the work environment is also very important. Given the current impression of the Uchiha clan, staying in the security department should not lead to difficulties. Thus, Uchiha staff helped a few people withdraw their employment. Once these spots were released, they were immediately filled again. So, the new members of the security department, under the leadership of various Uchiha captains and squad leaders, began their first day of work. Soon, someone reported what was happening in the security department to Uchiha Rome. Uchiha Rome affirmed the changes in Fayek's details. It was indeed very thoughtful. Having clan ninjas as team leaders and squad leaders effectively prevents incidents of being sidelined. The people handling affairs underneath have all been replaced with non-clan members, thus creating conditions for this contradiction to shift. This is similar to a temporary worker system. If the villagers have any dissatisfaction, it will definitely be directed at the person involved. If there are indeed cases of negligence or significant incidents, at worst, the person in charge can be fired, and new hires can be brought in to fill the position. Chapter 155, After the Security Department Lies Flat. Part 2. The first day, nothing happened. The second day, nothing happened. Until the 8th day. On this day, after the squad leaders had familiarized the non-clan members with the work of the security department for a week, they just let go. One by one, they were either hiding in the training room of the security department to practice or sipping tea and chatting in the office. They directly skipped decades of hard work and started living a retirement life in advance. However, the The streets of Konoha exploded. Hey, old man, I suspect you have contraband in your shop. What? You can't search? Arrest him. He must be a spy. A group of fierce new recruits, some of whom came from ninja clans, directly began to impose hidden rules on shop owners. They arrested 2 shops. The remaining shop owners learned their lesson. Sir, it's so sunny outside. Please come inside. Have a cup of tea before you leave. As they spoke, a bulging pouch was handed over. We want tea, have tea. Our security department cannot break the law and must not take even a thread from the villagers. The shop owner's face twitched. So it's not about taking a thread, just taking real money. Huh? But he still smiled apologetically. Yes, yes. Sir, you're honest and upright, selfless and just. Thus, the next shop, this was still rough. There were even more meticulous ones who left no evidence of taking bribes. In fact, it's not surprising that this result occurred. There has always been a saying that high salaries maintain integrity. What can you do with 25,000 a month? You need to know that with a comprehensive combat power of sea level, these people, if properly evaluated for their positions, would at least be CH Nin. And the average income for a genin in a year is already 430,000. 25,000 a month amounts to only 300,000 a year. They are CH Nin. The average annual income for normal missions is 1 million. ISNT, this pushing people to take advantage of their positions for personal gain. Of course, initially, the civilian ninja members did not dare to. The first batch to act so recklessly were mostly from ninja clans, relying on some background. Bah, a dog relying on its master. The shop owner who just smiled went back and closed the shop door. He headed straight for the Hokage building. The reason for giving money was that he was afraid of the other party searching for contraband and deliberately causing damage during the process. That would be a big loss. On the other side, in a dead-end alley on E Street, 2 members of the security department cornered a thief inside. Ah, I surrender. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The young thief was blocked and saw he couldn't escape, so he skillfully crouched down with his hands on his head, constantly pleading for mercy. However, the expected punches and kicks did not land. When he bravely looked up, he saw 2 members of the security department looking at him with half smiles. One of them even extended a palm upward. The young man was clever and quickly took out the stolen goods and handed them over. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded. The member of the security department opened the pouch. Wow, there are actually more than 12,000 Rio here. Saying this, he took out 10,000 Rio from the pouch and tossed it back. The thief, bewildered, received it, unsure of what to do. Then he heard another member of the security department say, "What are you dazed for? Hurry up and put it away. You can safely steal in this area from now on. Just share the profits with us like this next time." Hearing this, the young thief's eyes lit up. Okay, sir, I understand. At this moment, he heard another person with a fierce expression say, "If you dare to betray us, be careful of losing your life." Understood. The young thief wouldn't dare to disagree. If the ninja adults were really determined to take his life, it wasn't a joke. Another team of security department members took the few people who had just fought into a small grove separately. When they came out again, both sides wore satisfied smiles and left. In short, working at the security department was incredibly easy for those wanting to make some extra money. With ninjas skilled in complex pharmacology, researching profound ninjutsu, and well-versed in various tactics, most could do it without any future troubles. 23-year-old Uchiha Naka was 8J Nin from the Fiake line. His talent was actually not very good within the clan. With a double Tomo Sharingan, he barely reached B-level combat power and hadn't made any progress in years. This time, he was selected to be a squad leader of a non-clan security department team. Being a team leader is really comfortable. Originally, as a member of a squad, he had to patrol everywhere, every day. Now he could practice in the training room anytime and sip tea in the office. Just then, one of his squad members came to find him. This made him feel a little uneasy. Did something happen? After being led by this member to an empty corridor, the team member said, "Captain Inaka, this is a token of appreciation for you." The member handed over a bulging, exquisite pouch. Uchiha Inaka immediately became alert. These members had only been employed for a few days, and their monthly pay was so low. Where would they get money to give as a gift? Having guessed a bit, Inaka immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Where did this come from?" The member chuckled and tried to shove the pouch into his hands. If Inaka didn't understand at this point, he would truly be foolish. He immediately pushed the pouch back, seeing the member getting anxious. He said lightly, "I appreciate your kindness. Just make sure you do your duties well and avoid any mistakes." The team member wasn't stupid either and immediately smiled, saying, "Okay, Captain, I'll definitely work hard and won't cause you any trouble." Hokage building. Such audacity. The returning third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slammed his hand on the desk in anger. At this moment, the Hokage office had 2 desks and 2 Hokages. On the other side, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, glanced slightly at the furious Hiruzen Sarutobi, continuing to review his documents. After all, he had been the 4th Hokage for 8 years. He was no longer the naive Hokage who let the 3rd manipulate him, knowing nothing and having nothing. Even now, with Hiruzen Sarutobi returning to power as the 3rd Hokage, he had only taken away a small part of Minato's authority. Many important positions in the organization had long been filled with Minato's people. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Now was a role reversal. If something major were to happen, Hiruzen Sarutobi would still need to obtain Minato's support to implement it. Just like back in the day, if Minato couldn't get the support of the 3rd, he could handle small matters, but big issues would be impossible to manage. After the anger subsided, Hiruzen Sarutobi suppressed his fury and spoke in a calm voice. 4th Hokage, the Uchiha are simply out of control. They've already caused public outrage. Oh, what has made our 3rd Hokage so angry? Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, giving off a vibe of share the joy with me. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't afford to care about Minato's attitude. After all, any emperor would be cautious in a situation where a retired emperor wanted to share governance. If there were no grievances at all, that would be even more concerning. This is outrageous. Just look at this, Hiruzen Sarutobi said as he accurately tossed the document in his hand onto the desk across from him. Minato Namikaze opened it and found it amusing. Oh, it's just that some newly recruited members of the security department are abusing their power for personal gain. How serious can that be? What does this have to do with the Uchiha? Rest assured, 3rd Hokage, I'll have someone notify the security department to remove these troublemakers immediately. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath. Is this a problem of troublemakers? The entire security department is rotten to the core, okay? Minato. Hearing the 3rd's roar, Minato Namikaze shrugged and said, then what does the 3rd Hokage want to do? After all, the internal affairs of the security department are off limits even to the Hokage, a rule set by the 2nd Hokage. This ancestral rule angered Hiruzen Sarutobi to the point of nearly fainting. Help! The 3rd Hokage has fainted. Minato Namikaze exclaimed in shock, but his eyes held a hidden smile. Chapter 156. The Marquis scheme. As the 4th Hokage sent some lists over, the Uchiha members drinking tea in the security department finally had something to do. This team member is suspected of extortion. Tiawa, this is from your sub-team. Go verify this with the villagers on West Street. This one is suspected of encouraging theft. Bada, this is one of your subordinates. Go investigate. It's this Uchiha guy. He came to my shop yesterday, smashed things up, and insisted that I was hiding contraband. As the neighbors came forward to identify him, Uchiha Tiawa directly apprehended the person. Don't worry, everyone. Our security department will handle this fairly. If there are any similar incidents in the future, you can report them directly to the security department's reporting center. Uchiha Tiawa immediately ordered the team member to return the extorted money, which drew cheers from the gathered villagers. In the past, the Uchiha had never had such incidents of seeking personal gain while on duty. Yes. After all, the Uchiha are a noble clan and would never stoop to oppressing us common folks. They uphold the law impartially. As the Uchiha enforcement teams went around the streets, verifying information and apprehending team members with solid evidence while returning stolen money, the Uchiha's reputation among the villagers improved significantly. As the saying goes, one doesn't know the value of something until it's lost. With the actions of these new team members, the villagers finally remembered the good of the Uchiha. Although they were fierce against criminals, they never oppressed the common people. The proud Uchiha would never covet their wealth. You all need to be more cautious in the future. Luckily, that thief was beaten half to death and didn't frame you. Otherwise, I would have had to enforce the law impartially today too. Since there's insufficient evidence, I can't punish my subordinates without proof, can I? Yes. Thank you, Captain Bada, for your keen insight. As the Uchiha sub-team leaders walked the streets, receiving waves of praise, the remaining team members who hadn't been caught became even more cautious. Gradually, after half a month, under the pressure of the situation, the less cautious members were replaced one after another. The remaining ones were all upright and incorruptible individuals. This storm finally passed, and everything seemed to return to calm. However, if one observed closely, they would find that, at some point, the security situation in Konohagakure seemed to be getting worse. Yet strangely, the number of reported cases was decreasing. Wherever Uchiha ninjas went, they received heartfelt gratitude and respect from the villagers. Just like without monsters, Ultraman would be nothing. Ultraman always arrives late, eventually defeating the monsters in the ruins and becoming a hero in people's hearts. In the underground training ground of Uchiha Rome, the budget cuts crisis has passed. But why hasn't the daimyo made any further moves? After finishing his daily training, Uchiha Rome took the opportunity to communicate with several shadow clones in various locations regarding recent intelligence. Yes, the budget cuts for Konoha are indeed a plot by the daimyo. The reason it's called a plot is that cutting it by 10% is just too perfect. According to Uchiha Rome's intelligence, last year, the daimyo of the Land of Fire allocated 30 billion ryo to Konoha. This year, it was reduced by 10%, resulting in a decrease of 3 billion, leaving 27 billion. This 3 billion ryo gap is not easily covered by a noble clan like the Uchiha, which is nearly 10,000 clansmen. If it weren't for the fact that the Uchiha had already completed a production transformation, just this 3 billion would be enough to cause chaos. So, what is production transformation? It involved having some older clan ninjas retire early, using their Sharingan and years of trained chakra control to fine-tune some ninja tool products, striving for excellence, with better quality and lower prices to outcompete their peers, thus creating wealth to support the active clan ninjas. Then one might ask, why can't Konoha use this model to let retired ninjas engage in production and free themselves from the daimyo's economic constraints? It's important to know that Konoha is a ninja village composed of dozens of large and small ninja clans, as well as many common ninjas. Balancing interests is very difficult. Moreover, to achieve this, relying solely on retired ninjas is far from enough. A large number of ordinary people are still needed as the foundation. The two major noble clans can support ordinary clansmen on their territory because of the external threat to their bloodline. This is something Konoha could never achieve. Furthermore, don't forget that chakra isn't exclusive to ninjas. Samurai have it too. The daimyo's houses in the 5 great nations are the largest arms factories in the ninja world, producing the majority of the market's equipment. With the existence of the Land of Iron, which is a wholesale arms nation, wanting to surpass them in such products and grow stronger is not as good as having ninjas farm. Even if all the above conditions are ignored, the daimyo would never allow his own ninja village to completely break away from his control. It is not easy to obtain the legacy of the Hokage, as it is something that each major ninja clan would die to protect. However, using the power of a nation to strike at a village's economy is incredibly easy. Understanding this as a foundation, let's take a look at the daimyo's overt strategy. A gap of 300 million is clever in that it won't immediately plunge Konoha into economic hardship. It can still resist the invasion of the 4 villages. But as the village's Hokage, he must prepare for the worst. Before the funds run out, he must find a way to fill the gap. And 300 million. Apart from the 2 major clans, no other ninja clan in Konoha has such a large amount of liquid funds. The only result can be to cut expenses. That means reducing expenditures. Would the Hokage dare to cut the supply for the registered ninjas? If the gap were any larger, the Hokage would have no choice but to cut back and call on everyone to get through the tough times together. But it just happens to be 300 million. The brilliance of this figure is that it can only be a choice between the registered ninjas and the security department. If funds are taken from other ninja clans, it will inevitably affect the interests of many clans, causing widespread dissatisfaction and consequences that the Hokage cannot bear. When this choice is presented, it is no longer a choice. Thus, the reduction of the security department's budget becomes inevitable. Now, looking back at the result to deduce the daimyo's intention to cut Konoha's funding, all the fog is lifted. That is to deepen the conflict between the Uchiha and the Hokage. Sandame, can't you see it? Uchiha Rome's lips curled slightly. In fact, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective as an old politician, he must have already seen the daimyo's intentions. But he was willing to take the bait, also having no other choice, and simply made a big deal out of it. Wrapping it in righteousness, he created a legitimate excuse for his return. So this is the overt strategy. According to the daimyo's methods, it won't just end here. There must be a backup plan. Murmuring, Uchiha Rome suddenly froze. In the next moment, his hands began to form seals. Secret technique, mind communication. A few minutes later, Uchiha Rome slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. What a brilliant Zhongliang plan. It's yet another overt strategy that the Sandame cannot refuse. A few days later, another team of daimyo envoys arrived at Konoha. However, this time it seemed they were not here to hold anyone accountable. Along with the envoy team came a large supply of materials. A grand procession of carts and horses slowly entered through Konoha's southern gate. attracting countless onlookers among the common people. When the envoy team arrived at the Hokage building, the senior officials of Konoha had long since come out to greet them. The middle-aged minister leading the team directly ignored the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a beaming smile, he said, "Respected Sandaime Hokage, to witness you rallying once again and stepping forward is truly a great fortune for the land of fire and a blessing for the people. Recently, multiple ninja villages have been wantonly trampling on the sacred territory of our land of fire, and the daimyo's worries have been like a shadow, causing sleepless nights and burning anxiety. Learning that you are willing to stand up again despite your old age to lead the village of Konoha, the daimyo feels deeply gratified and thankful. Therefore, the daimyo specially ordered us to prepare generous supplies worth 1 billion ryo to lend support. We sincerely hope that under your leadership, the Hidden Leaf Village can quickly expel those reckless enemy ninjas from our land and restore peace and tranquility to the land of fire." This minister clearly has strong speaking abilities. His long string of words not only resonated powerfully, but each word was clearly heard by the surrounding villagers, inspiring their spirits. The most important thing is that he delivered all in one breath, without pausing for air. Sarutobi Hiruzen was excitedly holding the minister's hand, and after listening, he revealed a heartwarming smile. "Though I'm old, I'm still willing to go through fire and water for the peace of the land of fire. Please convey my regards to the daimyo. With the daimyo's generous support, our Konoha ninjas will make those invaders dare not step foot into our territory again." The two spoke passionately, their words resonating clearly in the ears of those around them, leaving the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, blushing in embarrassment. Yet in such a situation, he had to maintain a smile. If there were any obvious signs of discontent, who knows how it would be interpreted? At the same time, among the crowd, an inconspicuous villager's lips curled slightly. What a keen sense. Just as the Sandaime takes advantage of the situation to return, the daimyo has sensed the rift between these two disciples. It was clear that the order to cut the security department's budget came from the Sandaime. This indirectly proved that the fourth Hokage was on friendly terms with the Uchiha. Thus, Minato Namikaze took the hit. The fourth was reprimanded, the budget was reduced. The Sandaime was rewarded and generously gifted 1 billion. This not only deepened the rift between the two Hokages, but also boosted the morale of the allied forces. While elevating the Sandaime's prestige, it quietly suppressed Minato Namikaze's authority, and then allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue applying pressure on the Uchiha, forcing the desperate Uchiha into the arms of the daimyo. Yet, in such matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen could neither refuse nor would he refuse. Having used the transformation technique to blend into the crowd and watch, Uchiha Rome couldn't help but admire the daimyo's methods. It was truly impressive. In the eyes of the uninformed public, this scene was incredibly harmonious. They would only think the daimyo was good, brilliant, and outstanding. In the eyes of the uninformed ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen's image was infinitely elevated. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, appeared slightly incompetent by comparison. They might even secretly lament. The fourth is indeed still too young, lacking the maturity and steadiness of the Sandaime. "Minister, please come in." After a round of mutual praise, Sarutobi Hiruzen welcomed the envoy into the Hokage building. As the onlookers gradually dispersed, in the Hokage office, the envoy said, "When this envoy returns, I may need to trouble you to convey a message." "Ha! Please, Hokage-sama. Say it. I will definitely relay it. Previously, I secretly dispatched Shimura Danzo out of the village to investigate a group of rogue ninjas, and at that time, I had no choice but to declare him a rogue ninja. This has caused great damage to Shimura Danzo's reputation, and now calling him back rashly may cause turmoil within Konoha. However, with the 4 villages jointly invading our land of fire, I need his assistance." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. The envoy laughed heartily, saying, "I see. This envoy can now clear Shimura Danzo's name." Just as Minato Namikaze, who had arrived a moment too late, heard the last sentence, his expression changed instantly. He instinctively exclaimed, "No." Unbeknownst to him, the envoy frowned and scolded without hesitation. "Since the fourth Hokage cannot drive away the enemies, do not meddle recklessly." With that, Minato Namikaze had no choice but to leave with a darkened face. In such a situation, staying any longer would only bring humiliation upon himself. On the other side, Uchiha Rong had already returned to his own courtyard. At this moment, he frowned deeply. Konoha, 56 years. This is too coincidental, isn't it? In the original trajectory, Was it because of the daimyo and the sandame's constant pressure that the Uchiha were about to lean towards the daimyo when they were betrayed by the great filial son? Once this thought arose, Uchiha Rong could no longer suppress it. If in the original trajectory, the content of clan meeting was, the daimyo supports the Uchiha to become Hokage and promise something, then the Uchiha would stage a coup. This behavioral logic makes sense. At this time, the third Hokage informs Itachi, who was originally sent by the Uchiha clan to be an undercover agent in the Umbu, about the ambitions of the daimyo. Once the daimyo succeeds, Konoha will no longer exist. Thus, Itachi completely sides with the third Hokage, which is reasonable, because he knows that even if the coup succeeds, it will ultimately just be a wedding dress for the daimyo. At the same time, as long as the Uchiha exist, the daimyo will never give up on subverting them. Therefore, in order to protect Sasuke, Itachi can only turn against his clan, at least in comparison. Saying that the Uchiha acted rashly without seeing the gap in strength to stage a coup is less humane than Itachi directly annihilating his entire family. This reasoning seems very far-fetched. After all, if it were a faction of radicals preparing for a coup, Itachi wouldn't have any reason to not spare even his father, who was trying to mediate. Not even Uchiha Makoto was spared. No, Uchiha Rong realized an even bigger problem. In terms of strength comparison, perhaps the weakened Uchiha indeed did not have the strength for a coup, but the Hokage lineage absolutely did not have the strength to annihilate a clan. After all, wiping out a ninja clan is an act that violates all ninja clans' taboos. It's likely that even the staunch supporters of the third Hokage, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would oppose such an action. This means that on the night of the clan extermination, the third Hokage could not possibly mobilize any ninja clan. In this way, while the Uchiha may indeed lack the strength for a coup, the third Hokage also lacks the strength to annihilate a clan. Relying solely on the Umbu and Root plus Itachi, they might win, but they absolutely could not leave anyone behind. Unless an unexpected force intervenes. The daimyo got involved. Seeing the Uchiha's coup plan leak, the originally prepared daimyo forces to assist the Uchiha directly turned against them. As a result, Danzo got the Sharingan he wanted, and the third Hokage fulfilled his teacher's last wish. The daimyo obtained the legacy of a shadow-level ninja. Thus, after the fact, with multiple parties maintaining order, everything calmed down, and the daimyo didn't even inquire about the destruction of a noble clan. Perhaps in this way, Itachi was initially on the Uchiha side. Seeing that things were unresolvable, in order to protect Sasuke and Itachi, the Fugaku couple committed suicide. This allowed Itachi to sacrifice his family for the greater good and take the blame for defection to protect Sasuke. Thus, after Tsunade ascended to the position, the incident with the Hiruzen became connected. The daimyo boldly declared that they would change to another ninja village, because by then, the daimyo already had shadow-level combat power capable of destroying a ninja village. The only concern left was the tailed beasts. It doesn't matter anymore. Uchiha Rong let out a deep breath. The truth no longer mattered, because the events from the original timeline could no longer happen. Shaking off the speculations in his mind, Uchiha Rong turned his gaze to the ring on his right hand. Same boat 7, 1 billion, for villagers pressing in. The message was just sent out when Yuzuki Yuzuru replied immediately. Boat 7 same, 2 billion, they must be divided. Same boat 7, then I'll find Yunin. Boat 7 same, 1 billion is 1 billion deal. Uchiha Rong's lips curled up slightly. Since you have a strategy, I naturally have a way to scale the wall. You want to elevate Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Konoha must win, right? Chapter 158. Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo with the envoy carrying the daimyo's will, giving the third Hokage a legitimate return to power. Sarutobi Hiruzen could finally justifiably replace some positions with his own people under the pretext of expelling invaders from various ninja villages. The envoy then publicly announced Shimura Danzo's heroic deeds in front of the Hokage building, legitimizing him. A few days later, as the official appointment letter from the daimyo arrived in Konoha, Danzo finally fulfilled his wish of reclaiming the position of third Hokage's assistant. Reappearing in front of the public. Hokage building office. Hiruzen, the route is in urgent need of manpower. I need funding, supplies, and personnel transfer authority. At this moment, the spirited Danzo seemed to have completely forgotten the humility he had when he was at his wit's end, immediately asking for everything. Surprisingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen also seemed to have forgotten that this person had once tried to kill him. He was unusually lenient, waving his hand. Koharu, allocate funds. Hamura, open a supply list. I'll give you the personnel transfer approval right now. Across the desk, seeing these four old fellows preparing to make a big move, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smile slightly, not in a hurry at all. He was no longer the fourth Hokage who had just taken office without any background and ignorant of politics. Previously scolded by the envoy, Minato had indeed been very angry, but once he calmed down, he quickly realized the crux of the matter. What does it matter if the daimyo approves? What does it matter if one moment has the moral high ground? The system of the 5 countries and 5 villages dictates that various ninja clans do not heed the daimyo. The support of the daimyo is important, but it's not everything. If the daimyo's words were really that effective, Konoha would have been ruled by the daimyo long ago. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepting the daimyo's olive branch and rehiring Danzo has already violated the taboos of Konoha's ninja clans. It seems to be a strong show, but it also puts himself at the forefront of the storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly understood the intricacies, which is why he wanted to restart Danzo en route. Because the moment he accepted the daimyo's olive branch, he understood. In this battle, it was unlikely he would receive much support from the various ninja clans. Only the unscrupulous Danzo could help him gather manpower and take the blame. What a restless elderly man. Namikaze Minato left the Hokage office without concern. However, as soon as he returned home, he saw a dozen people standing at his door. They were all clan leaders from several major ninja clans. Seeing this, his smile grew wider. Fourth Hokage-sama. As Namikaze Minato approached, the clan leaders all bowed and respectfully said in unison. Minato waved his hand. Let's talk inside. All right. The group entered in single file. The third Hokage has gone too far this time, actually bringing back that traitor Danzo. The first to speak was Inuzuka Tsume, with a red inverted triangle mask emblem on her face. She was one of the 12 Guardian Ninja and the current leader of the Inuzuka clan, appearing to be in her late 20s. Wrapped tightly in a high-collar trench coat, Yamanaka Shimi spoke succinctly. We, the Yamanaka clan, are willing to support the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku's statement was even more impressive, nearly openly denying the third Hokage's identity. However, in response, none of the clan leaders present showed any signs of surprise. The Uchiha clan had refused to execute the third's orders and assignments more than once or twice already. Danzo, this tumor, indeed should not be in this position. The Aoi clan leader, Irika, almost gritted his teeth as he said this. Behind him stood Haruno Sakura and Takayama Tsubasa. It was clear that these three were in a state of mutual support. Once, the sea, land, and air clans guarded the closed circle of the Hokage building. They were once a prominent clan in Konoha. During the Nine Tails incident, due to the third Hokage's inaction and the death orders issued by Danzo's route to their 3 clans, guard the entrance. Do not let the Nine Tails step into the closed circle even half a step. They were the first to charge to the front line against the Nine Tails. For a full half an hour, they did not wait for reinforcements or orders to retreat, fighting to the death. Their elegy echoed. The Haruno ninja fought with incredible vitality, continuing until the last drop of blood was shed before finally falling. The Himizu ninja released their water techniques until their chakra was exhausted, charging in with kunai to engage the Nine Tails in hand-to-hand combat. The Takayama ninja's hawk circled around the remains of its master, mourning endlessly. In the end, only one Himizu remained, and fewer than 10 Haruno remained. The only somewhat better Akino clan has also lost the pillar of its strength and all its upper ninjas. Since then, it has fallen into an insignificant minor ninja clan. It's worth noting that they once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, being staunch supporters of the third Hokage. However, after the clan's decline, they were directly discarded like a useless pawn. If it weren't for the intervention of Uchiha Rome, the Akino clan would have been completely exterminated in the original timeline, with only the Haruno couple remaining to retire and blend into the commoners, living off business. As for Yumino Irika, he became a disheartened ninja school teacher. The name Hailu Kong has also completely disappeared from the past. Namikaze Minato looked at Irika with some surprise. With his extraordinary perception, he sensed that the chakra fluctuations this young man had just revealed in an emotional outburst were already very close to that of a shadow. Looking at the 2 people behind him, judging by their chakra fluctuations, they were around A rank. Minato's expression became a bit more serious. A trio with elite J, Nin-level combat power was already worth his attention. Just then a voice came from outside. Lord Fourth, are you home? As Minato walked out and returned, the figure that followed and surprised all the clan heads present. Fugaku, I knew you would be here. This time, the Hyuga clan is willing to advance and retreat with the Uchiha. Hyuga Hizashi ignored the various expressions of others and stood beside Fugaku. In that moment, the heads of the two great clans of Konoha stood side by side, bringing unparalleled shock to the others. Minato scanned the crowd and had a plan in mind. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans had once served Danzo's route under the third Hokage. Later, when Danzo defected, these two clans did not follow him. Now that Danzo had returned, these clans naturally found it most unacceptable. The conflict between the Uchiha and the third Hokage and Danzo goes without saying. The survivors of the Hailukan clans could indeed be recruited under the right circumstances. As for the others, they mostly abhorred Danzo's past actions of snatching people, which led to today's situation. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Minato revealed a friendly smile. "Gentlemen, I understand your intentions. Even if Shimura Danzo, as the third Hokage's advisor, is present, I, as the fourth Hokage, will not tolerate him exploiting you. If the third Hokage's return could barely allow for a dual leadership, then the re-establishment of the advisor position was a formal challenge to Minato as the fourth Hokage. What followed would be a direct confrontation between the daimyo and the third and fourth Hokages, along with the ninja clans. Thus, only one of the third Hokage and fourth Hokage could remain. The victor would control Konoha, while the loser would retreat and live in seclusion." Chapter 159. The East Wind of Namikaze Minato. If one were to ask Minato if he felt frustrated, the answer would be, of course, yes. Whether it was the direct involvement of the third Hokage, or the dual leadership, or the repeated attempts of the daimyo's envoy to undermine his authority as Hokage, or the revival of Danzo as the Hokage's advisor, each felt like a thorn piercing deeply into his heart. However, life is often filled with disappointments. And compared to the death of Kushina, what did this frustration amount to? Yes, he did not anticipate that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take advantage of budget cuts to garner support from the active ninja community, criticizing him with indecisiveness, thus returning to power. As mentioned earlier, this was a public strategy. Even if everything were to start over, Minato would still be unable to choose between cutting the budget of the security department or the active ninja group. Reducing the former would mean crippling himself, while cutting the latter would mean risking the stability of his position as the fourth Hokage. Compared to these two outcomes, Hiruzen's return and the decision to cut the security department's budget seemed frustrating but was, in fact, the best result for Minato. Thus, regarding the situation of dual leadership, Minato felt grievances but would not retaliate fiercely. As for the humiliation from the envoy, it was an affront to face and the authority of Hokage. This was unavoidable, as the envoy represented the will of the daimyo. If Minato were just a mere strong man, he could easily retaliate against such insults. But he was Hokage, and his every move represented more than just himself. This is the burden of a higher position. As the fourth Hokage, he must also possess the composure and broad-mindedness to remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace. However, the revival of Danzo had touched Minato's bottom line. What is the Hokage's advisor? Across the 5 great ninja villages, the Hokage's advisor is the second in command, the first person under the Hokage. In fact, many have gone on to succeed the Hokage position. For example, Senju Tobirama was the advisor to Hashirama before becoming the second Hokage. Although both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato understood that Danzo, that fool, leading route, acted ruthlessly and offended many clans, he had completely severed his chances for the Hokage position. Even if he forcefully took the position, it would be unsustainable. But while the third Hokage's return was one thing, creating a Hokage advisor position was a direct challenge to Minato's authority as the fourth Hokage. Coming from humble beginnings is not a shame. Being able to endure and adapt is the mark of a true man. Minato had been Hokage for 8 years and was no longer the hot-blooded youth he once was. If he tolerated the dual leadership, it was for the greater good, and because the third Hokage had helped him solve a major problem. Thus, he could not express his anger at the third Hokage. As for the envoy's humiliation, he bore it because the situation was stronger than the individual. Expressing anger at this time would only hand the daimyo a knife handle. As for Danzo's revival as the Hokage's advisor, he remained silent. This time his tolerance was waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the trend. Danzo's revival would inevitably provoke backlash from the various clans in the village. The daimyo's support would also arouse the ninja clan's wariness. And now, upon seeing these clan heads, Minato knew he had waited long enough. Even if Haruno Kamaru managed the finances and Mito Gate managed supplies, with the third Hokage's subordinates like Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka, along with the daimyo's backing, they seemed to have everything going for them. But in reality, the daimyo nurtured Konoha, never the ninja clans. The ninja clans were the true backbone of Konoha's resistance against the daimyo. On this day, half of Konoha's power holders gathered at Minato's residence. They discussed for a full hour, and once everyone left, the gloom that had hung over Minato for days was instantly lifted. You, who cherish your own feathers and lack the courage to do bad things yourself. For the will left by the second Hokage, you actually dared to gamble everything. Was it worth it? Minato murmured. He had already seen through the key to this series of events. The daimyo wanted the Uchiha's allegiance. The third Hokage knew all of this, but still chose to take risks, willing to turn against him, the fourth Hokage, and stage a dual leadership competition to regain power and sanction the Uchiha. The root of this was that the increasingly powerful Uchiha had begun to show a trend of rising. As a loyal successor of Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage was most unwilling to see the Uchiha's rise. For this, he was willing to re-accept Danzo. For this, he was willing to completely sever ties with his own disciple whom he had supported. For this, he was even willing to gamble his own reputation, which he valued the most. Similarly, Minato could not back down. He needed power, and thus he needed the Uchiha. Only by mastering more and stronger power could one have the right to implement their own will and protect those they wish to guard. Wolfen Watergate only regrets that he realized it too late. If he had understood this truth earlier, he would not have naively believed in the third Hokage and worshipped him, which ultimately led to Kushina's death before his eyes. A few days later, outside the various small gates of Konoha, 1,000 ninjas gathered. In total, 4,000 ninjas spread out in teams, heading to the borders to hunt down the enemy ninjas invading the Land of Fire. However, faced with such a grand mobilization, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no joy at all. How outrageous! These bastards actually dared to refuse the summons from Naruto. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. Poisonous schemes began to surface in his mind, making him appear even more sinister. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. As expected, although most of them were just lower ninjas, this time there would surely be heavy casualties, but it should be enough to repel them. It can't end like this. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. These disobedient ninjas should be. Shut up, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded wearily. Danzo was ruthless, cunning, and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Most importantly, he was quite foolish. A little manipulation was enough to make him eager to do the dirty work. Just like this time, helping Danzo return to a position of assistance. This fool thought he still had hope of becoming Hokage, and energetically offended the ninjas that even Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't dare to provoke. But success and failure are often intertwined, and he was just too foolish. At this critical moment, to provoke any ninja clan would be tantamount to pushing those who were still watching to the opposing side. With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly looked at Danzo's angry eyes and said softly, "This time, it was thanks to the reputation of the daimyo that allowed you to return to a position of assistance. They're already very dissatisfied. Do not provoke them at this time. I fear they may turn against you." Hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. His angry expression gradually subsided. He muttered, "I understand." After a pause, Danzo lowered his head, his voice barely audible. "Hiruzen, thank you for forgiving me. Without you, I would really be done for this time." In the next moment, he lifted his head, his eyes shining. "But becoming Hokage is also my dream. Don't expect me to give up." After saying that, he turned away with a hint of arrogance. Watching Danzo's departing figure, the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curved slightly coldly. "Fool, do you think I would give you a second chance to betray me? If it weren't to carry out my teacher's will." Chapter 160. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gamble. This is truly crazy. They actually mobilized the power of all the civilian ninjas in the village to gather 2,000 Konoha ninjas. In the training ground at the back, Uchiha Rong felt very pleased upon receiving the news. Wasn't it 4,000? Tsunade, who was training nearby, asked in confusion. She had just gone to watch the scene of the ninja troops departing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong held her forehead. "It's surprising that you, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, don't even understand the most basic situation in the village. Konoha's total population is only over 100,000. And with all the major ninja clans avoiding battle, where would the third Hokage find 4,000 Konoha ninjas? Oh, did he use his retainers?" Tsunade wasn't stupid and quickly caught on. After Uchiha Rong's reminder, she realized a common sense issue regarding population ratios. The normal ratio of soldiers in the ninja world is 10 to 1. In other words, it takes the productivity of 10 people to support one soldier. During the Great Ninja Wars, due to the large number of soldier casualties, this ratio could drop to 8 to 1 or even 7 to 1. And without a doubt, The ratio of ninjas is much higher than that of ordinary soldiers. Typically, it is around 20 to 1, or even more than 20 to 1. This means that at least 20 ordinary people's productivity is needed to support one ninja. This ratio would be even higher among civilian ninjas, reaching a point where there is only one ninja among 20 or even 30 people. Thus, we can deduce that Konoha's civilian ninjas at most number 5,000. Even with the annual funding from the daimyo, this ratio could improve significantly. But no matter how high Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation is, he cannot expect a nationwide response. Being able to summon 2,000 people is already the limit under normal circumstances. Uchiha Rong certainly wouldn't tell her that her rock clone had secretly investigated these 4 ninja troops, leading to the accurate intelligence of 2,000 Konoha ninjas. She simply nodded and shook her head. Not all of them are retainers. There are definitely quite a few ninjas from the Sarutobi, Shimura, and other clans who are not officially listed. Otherwise, relying solely on civilians and retainers would be akin to sending them to their deaths. Tsunade agreed with this. In fact, Uchiha Rong naturally had more detailed intelligence. There were over 2,000 civilian ninjas, more than 1,200 retainers, and over 700 ninjas from the 4 clans. It is worth mentioning that the Zangnan and Mito clans are somewhat special. Strictly speaking, they are considered ninja clans, but at the same time, they are not. The reason for this peculiarity is that both Zangnan K Haru and Mito K are of commoner origin. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen took Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Senju Tobirama also needed to recruit some civilian ninjas to enhance his image of being approachable, as it wouldn't do to have all his personal guards come from prominent clans. Even to this day, the groups where Zangnan K Haru and Mito K belong have not adopted a unified surname. Therefore, they are referred to as the Zangnan clan and the Mito clan respectively. Although they lack a unified surname, they are indeed part of a community and have a certain number of ninjas. Initially, cousins and distant relatives responded to the first Hokage's call, marrying other commoners and living together for decades, forming an open clan area. Over time, they developed a certain scale. After all, having been Konoha's advisor for so many years, how could they not benefit their own clan? This is also the main reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned these 2, one to manage finances and the other to manage supplies. A shallow foundation is easier to control. At least Danzo can't touch finances or supplies. He shouldn't even think about it. As if recalling something clever. Uchiha Rong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Hey, Rong, you look so cunning when you smile. What are you thinking? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Rong revealed a happy smile. I was thinking the 3rd Hokage is mobilizing so many troops and placing such a huge bet. If everything goes wrong, can he afford the compensation? It can't be, right? I heard that each ninja village only mobilized a few small teams. Even if we include the scattered teams from other small ninja villages, we still have an absolute advantage in numbers. Tsunade said, quite confused. If it weren't for these scattered teams hiding and launching sneak attacks, and the border area being so large, Konoha wouldn't have to deploy several times more ninjas to clear them out. Well, I hope I'm just overthinking it. Uchiha Rong replied calmly and continued with today's lessons. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed put in a lot this time. It could be said that he was almost emptying the village. Even though the Sarutobi and Shimura clans are considered large clans, along with the Zangnan and Mito as additions, gathering over 700 ninjas from their clans absolutely reached the limit, no matter how much resources the Konoha higher-ups have. Just looking at the population and the initially allocated clan land area can reveal the maximum limits of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. According to Uchiha Rong's intelligence, the total population of the Sarutobi clan does not exceed 3,000. The Shimura clan is even smaller, at most around 1,000. Based on the conventional ninja ratio of 20 to 1, it should be 150 and 50. But in this joint ninja force of the 3rd Hokage, there are actually 300 Sarutobi clan members and 200 Shimura clan members. This can only indicate that the 3rd Hokage has become too bloated. Uchiha Rong could easily guess with his little feet that he had always regarded the Uchiha clan as a hypothetical enemy in order to carry out the will of the 2nd Hokage. Therefore, he must have spared no effort in cultivating the ninjas of his own clan. No wonder the 3rd Hokage is so determined to protect Danzo. It seems that Danzo is in a better position. The Shimura clan, with a total population of 1,000, has dispatched 200 ninjas. That ratio is just absurd. How much funding has Konoha consumed over the years? As for the rumored Surhi's 3,000 ninja army from the previous life, is purely exaggerated nonsense. Not to mention that there is no official data to support such claims, even in the original setting. The idea of Tsuruhi having 3,000 ninjas is completely unreasonable. Even the two major clans, Uchiha and Hyuga, cannot gather 1,000 ninjas from within their own ranks. 3,000 ninjas from one clan would mean that the total population of the clan would have to be at least 30 to 40,000, which ordinary people cannot hide. If the Tsuruhi clan had 30 to 40,000 members, they would be qualified to be called a royal family, not just a noble clan. Even if you count the vassals, the Tsuruhi clan would not possess 3,000 ninjas. This is because clan ninjas can be trained more effectively using additional resources. But vassals require centuries of accumulation for their foundation. At least the total number and overall strength of vassals usually do not surpass that of the main family. This also reveals some clues. As the Uchiha clan grows stronger, the high-level ninjas of Konoha's 4 clans do not have the numerical advantage. Not to mention the gap in ninja quality. No wonder Tsuruhi Nichin was so anxious. Moreover, the new territory of the Uchiha means potential population growth. This gives the Uchiha clan the possibility of being an enemy to an entire village. If left unchecked, it could be foreseen that in a few decades, the rapidly growing Uchiha will become the uncrowned king of Konoha. So he turned red-eyed, like a gambler who has lost everything, betting everything he had. Chapter 161, Danzo, the disaster blocker Uchiha Rong acted like a behind-the-scenes operator, becoming increasingly low-key after being seriously injured. He would rather spend a lot of financial resources to hire others to act than easily take action himself. Outside, everyone thought he was guarding the daimyo at the daimyo's residence. Inside, he was hiding and cultivating in the clan's territory, beginning to explore the power of the six-path stage. Unless something unexpected happened, life would go on in this mundane way. Just as he was practicing with Tsunade in the backyard training ground. In the front yard, that old Hokage was so annoying, it seemed that my brother really disliked him. A little girl who still retained her 7-year-old appearance was mumbling something. At that moment, a young woman appeared quietly. Then let's go kill him. But, will my brother be unhappy? Another towering figure appeared. Then let's cripple him. Oomph. How dare you encourage me to snatch my brother's prey? Uchiha Yezuli frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing. Her slender right hand was enveloped in a gust of wind chakra, piercing through the heart of the towering man. The towering man's body fell to the ground with a thud, but strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Uchiha Yezuli's little brows were almost furrowed together. Oh no, this is troublesome. The toy is broken. Yezuli, what are you doing? Just then, a figure identical to the corpse on the ground appeared. Tsk. Yezuli stuck out her little tongue. Quickly take out the sealing scroll to collect the corpse. Uchiha Jin came forward and gave her a smack. You're not allowed to play with Dad like this. Oh, I got it. Almost at the same time as Uchiha Yezuli finished speaking, the figure of the young woman transformed into a puddle of water. And you're also not allowed to disguise as Mom to tease brother. Uchiha Mihue's gentle voice came from inside the house. Only the sound was heard, but the person was not visible. Yezuli, who was caught red-handed, had a little face full of embarrassment. The figure gradually dissipated in the Tsuruhi clan's territory. Nichin, when can you help me get a Sharingan? I'm about to collapse. Facing Danzo's inquiry, Tsuruhi Nichin was almost rolling his eyes. You couldn't even succeed in the assassination? Those Uchiha are suspicious. All the root members I sent out have gone missing. I changed several targets, but the result was the same. Not a single piece of information came back. Tsuruhi Nichin asked in surprise. Seeing Danzo nod, Tsuruhi Nichin's brow furrowed tightly. This is going to be difficult. The defensive power of the Snow Bamboo Valley has already been tested by Danzo and the others. It's a tough nut to crack. Now you can't even kill the outgoing Uchiha? Then there's nothing we can do. Tsuruhi Nichin sighed. Here in Konoha, the Uchiha ninjas are all unawakened. The members of the guard department do not leave the village. As for the clan territory, forget it. Without an invitation from the Uchiha, outsiders simply cannot enter. The current Uchiha is like a turtle shell with no place to attack. Nichin, please think of a way for me. I'm going to die. Danzo spoke with an almost pleading tone. If it weren't for his physical condition, he would definitely be with the main force out of the village to fight. Even if I assign a mission, they won't accept it. Unless it's an order from Minato. Tsuruhi Nichin smiled bitterly. He had even tried to have his own Umbu members directly say, Hokage has assigned you to XX mission. The result was that the Uchiha's next response was, which Hokage? If you don't clarify, they won't bother with you at all. If you clarify, they won't bother with you even more. In the end, helpless, Tsuruhi Nichin even tried to directly impersonate Minato's order, but the Uchiha went straight to the Hokage building to look for the 4th Hokage. They insisted on seeing the 4th Hokage in person before they would accept the mission. This made Tsuruhi Nichin so angry that he couldn't eat for a day. The Uchiha seemed to have been on guard against us for a long time. Tsuruhi Nichin said with a serious expression. Back then, you used Izanagi in front of Uchiha Rong. Danzo, I'm very worried about your safety. Hearing this, Danzo's face turned dark. Yes, how could I almost forget that I have already exposed myself? At this moment, Danzo suddenly felt that Konoha was not as safe as he had thought. No, I must get Sharingan to suppress. Hee hee, bad old man, do you want my eyes? Danzo's words were interrupted by a clear child's voice. He felt his vision blur, and a little girl of about 7 years old with scarlet double pupils suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as shock appeared on Danzo's face, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him was getting farther away. Oh, it turns out that the ground isn't sinking. I'm taking off. Izanagi, activate. The next moment, Danzo felt everything around him become hazy. The process of dying just now turned into a dream. When he reappeared, he immediately hid behind Tsuruhi Nichin. Phew, I almost died. Only then did Danzo let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to a large number of Hashirama cells, his Izanagi could record his physical state from a day ago. As long as it was within this time frame, he could turn any reality unfavorable to him into a dream. Fortunately, the fearful Danzo had just recorded his state today. Moreover, Danzo knew that Izanagi was not omnipotent. For example, in the situation just now, it was too sudden and too fast. He almost didn't even realize he had died. If only he had reacted 1 second slower, he would have truly died. How is this possible? Tsuruhi Nichin took a defensive posture, his face still showing shock. Such a small child actually has a Manjiki? Is the Uchiha clan really that favored by destiny? Here is Inchiro. Kill her. Quickly, kill her. Danzo roared. The Hashirama cells that were already on the verge of losing control had even less time left after losing another Sharingan. That was already his last Sharingan. However, no matter how much Danzo shouted, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't move. Uchiha, breaking into the Sarutobi clan's territory to assassinate the Hokage's advisor. Do you know the consequences? Hiruzen, why are you wasting time with her? Quickly kill her. I can't hold on any longer. Hiruzen Sarutobi really wanted to curse. Useless teammate. Just now, he didn't even see that kid's movement clearly. How could he dare to act? Hee hee, if I kill everyone here, will that solve the problem? Uchiha Yazi blinked her crimson eyes, smiling at the two. Swish, swish, two kunai and Yazi's hands suddenly struck out. Two bodies of Umbu gradually appeared beside the wall. This scene made Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrow again, confirming with a glance, there are people I can't defeat. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was low. That won't do. A lot of people are coming this way. It's safer to kill them all. Yazi's crisp, childlike voice sounded. But the content was chilling. Earth release, earth flow wall. Hiruzen Sarutobi almost instantly formed the hand seals, just as the earth flow wall appeared. A scorching flame crashed against the rock wall. Oh no, it's actually blocked. Then let's kill the other troublesome people first. The worst old man should be saved for last to enjoy. Chapter 162, Super Shadow Earth Release. Earth Flow Great River. One hand seal, and a surge of mud rushed towards Yazi. But it was dodged. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Almost as soon as Yazi dodged, Hiruzen Sarutobi had completed the hand seals for the second technique. The next moment, a fierce dragon head suddenly emerged from the mud that had lost its momentum. Mud cannonballs shot out like a machine gun, continuously firing at the constantly teleporting Yazi. Bad old man. Is it my turn now? Just when Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled out a shuriken to throw, the crisp child's voice rang out again. Shuriken Shadow, Clone Technique. The shuriken shot out in the air, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. By the time it reached Yazi, it was already overwhelming. But at that moment, fire release, great fire destruction. The sky seemed to have broken open, and torrents of flames poured down. Almost in an instant, the sea of fire spread over half of the Sarutobi clan's territory. Short cries of despair rang out continuously. Damn it! Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes turned red, but he didn't dare to approach that little girl, having to keep his distance and continuously defend using ninjutsu. From the speed of the other party's attack on Danzo and the killing of the Umbu, once he got close, he had no chance of winning, unless he forced the opponent back with another fire dragon flame bullet. Hiruzen Sarutobi jumped onto a nearby rooftop, using the obstacles to buy a moment, and quickly ran while biting his finger to form hand seals. Crouching down, he pressed both hands against the roof. Ninja art, summoning technique. Monkey King, Enma, here I come. Huh, monkey, what kind of person can make you so flustered? There's no time. Quickly transform into the adamantine staff. Seeing this, Inma finally realized the seriousness of the situation, transforming directly into the adamantine staff that fell into Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands. Almost as soon as the adamantine staff was in hand, clang! Hiruzen Sarutobi barely swung the staff to block Yaezi's claw strike. He saw her slender fingers emitting sharp wind blades. "What hard stick?" Yaezi shook her right hand, pouting her lips. Clearly, that last strike had hurt. At this moment, a dozen shadows of Umbu suddenly burst into the sea of fire. "Oomph, that annoying stick. You made me angry," Yaezi said angrily while dodging Hiruzen Sarutobi's various ninjutsu attacks. The next moment, her figure suddenly paused. A torrent of chakra surged out. Wrapped in her ocular power, 100-meter-tall, dark purple Yatagarasu Susanoo instantly took shape. At the same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's Fire Dragon Bullet also arrived. The Fire Dragon Bullet crashed against the armor of the Yatagarasu, instantly extinguishing. This is, looking at the nearly solidified chakra forming a giant female figure, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes nearly popped out. But at this moment, the Susanoo's giant sword had already swung down. The range was too large, there was no way to dodge. Realizing he couldn't escape, Hiruzen Sarutobi leapt up with the adamantine staff, clang. In midair, the adamantine staff collided with the Susanoo's giant sword, and the immense force instantly transformed into kinetic energy, sending Hiruzen Sarutobi flying hundreds of meters away. He ultimately crashed through the roof of a house in the sea of fire. Yaezi didn't rush to pursue. The Susanoo's giant sword swept again. The dozen Umbu who had just arrived were directly sent to the netherworld. With the commotion here spreading completely, dozens of Sarutobi clan ninjas rushed over. "Shall we play whack-a-mole?" The crisp childlike voice echoed from the sky, and the next moment, the Yatagarasu giant flipped the Susanoo's great sword. Boom! The nearly 100-meter-long, 20 to 30-meter-wide giant sword was used as a bat, instantly collapsing a large number of houses. Among them, 7 or 8 Sarutobi clan ninjas who couldn't dodge in time also died on the spot. "Stop!" Hiruzen Sarutobi, bloodied, finally crawled out from the rubble. He saw his clan's ninjas being rapidly slaughtered in large numbers. At this moment, even knowing he was no match, he did not retreat. He charged forward with the adamantine staff. While running, his figure blurred, and 4 shadow clones appeared. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. 5 release, Great Continuous Bullet Technique. 5 running Hiruzen Sarutobi each spewed flames, thunder, water, mud, and wind. These chakra nature transformations instantly condensed into giant dragons, charging towards the Susanoo. However, the wings on the giant woman's back flapped. The enormous figure evaded the frontal attack with a strange speed. Moreover, under the flapping of her wings, the giant woman soared into the sky. Is this the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen Sarutobi, unable to mourn the heavy casualties of his clan, focused his gaze. Now that the opponent had flown high, the ninjas on the ground basically had no way to act. Sigh. Just as he sighed, seemingly realizing something, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly shouted to some surviving clansmen, "Run! Get out of the clan's territory!" However, it was all too late. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the sky, as if a star. Gradually, the star grew larger and larger. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt his heart tremble. He knew that the Sarutobi clan was finished. His figure quickly dashed through the sea of fire and the wreckage of houses, jumping and moving as agile as a monkey. In just a few moments, he left the clan's territory. At this moment, looking back, that star in the sky had now blocked out the sun. Judging by its size, it was probably not just the Sarutobi clan. The surrounding territories would also be in danger. Hiruzen Sarutobi painfully closed his eyes. "I told you not to mess around." At this moment, a soft and delicate woman's voice rang out. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his eyes in confusion. He witnessed a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. A meteor, blocking out the sun, was vanishing at a height of about 100 meters above the Sarutobi clan's territory, as if there were an invisible barrier at that location. Soon, the meteor completely disappeared. Everything returned to calm. The winged giantess vanished. Even the sea of fire in the Sarutobi clan's territory had extinguished at some unknown time. When Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the clan, he found charred corpses of clan members everywhere. Some surviving ninjas were spontaneously rescuing others. As Sarutobi Hiruzen reached his courtyard, he suddenly froze. The debris and rubble from the battle had all been swept away, leaving the area within 100 meters impeccably tidy. And where Danzo had been, there lay the corpse of a tree-like monster, quietly resting there. Is this how you die? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's emotions were extremely complex. There was confusion, hatred, nostalgia, and even a hint of sadness. In his view, that terrifying Uchiha girl had been attracted by Danzo. It was Danzo's Izanagi that had drawn the others' pursuit, causing heavy casualties to the Sarutobi clan. If he had known that it was Danzo's remark about wanting to obtain the Sharingan that had caught Yaze's attention, thereby saving Sarutobi Hiruzen from disaster, who knows how he would have felt? Bastard, did you just die like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shouted angrily at the monster's corpse. After witnessing a power comparable to the first Hokage's would release, he suddenly realized how ridiculous he had been. Everyone had misjudged the current strength of the Uchiha. In the face of such overwhelming power, all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous plans lost their meaning from this moment on. Chapter 163. Aftermath. The moment the Sarutobi clan was engulfed in flames, it had already alarmed the entire Konoha. From a distance, one could see the reflected firelight illuminating the sky. Villagers gathered in groups, wondering what had happened over there. That was near the Hokage building. Could it be that another terrifying monster like the Ninetales had appeared? Ignoring the villagers' panic, a large number of ninjas began to gather towards the Sarutobi clan. Shadows flickered on the rooftops, gathering like a school of fish. However, before they could get close, a giantess with wings, formed from chakra, appeared. Her towering figure, over 100 meters tall, clad in majestic armor, left everyone who saw it in a daze, including Uchiha R. What's going on? I don't know, but it seems to be the direction of the Sarutobi clan. I'll go check it out. On the rooftop, Tsunade's expression was grave as her figure disappeared. Uchiha frowned, his face filled with confusion. The Yata mirror, he immediately recognized what it was. But precisely because he recognized it, he became even more puzzled. Due to the distance and the nearly solidified form of the Yata mirror obstructing his view, he couldn't find the caster's figure. Just then, the Yata mirror giantess spread her wings and took flight. Her massive body gradually turned into a small black dot in the sky. Following that, a huge meteor fell. Damn, this is going to be a big deal. Looking at the size of the meteor, Uchiha could already foresee that the area of the Sarutobi clan would be reduced to ashes once it landed. However, at that moment, a shocking scene occurred. The falling meteor began to vanish from the bottom up. Uchiha R, who had already activated his Sharingan, saw an energy shield invisible to the naked eye. It was a powerful barrier he had never seen before. As the meteor completely disappeared, the sky that had just been ablaze returned to normal in an instant. What exactly happened in the Sarutobi clan? Uchiha R's expression grew serious. Such a level of power had clearly reached the level of Kage, making him being cautious, unwilling to take risks and investigate. I'm back. Just then, a small figure rushed onto the rooftop and immediately dove into his embrace. Looking at Yaze's innocent little face, and then at the direction of the Sarutobi clan, Uchiha R suddenly had an absurd guess. Yaze, that just now. It wasn't you, was it? Pointing towards the Sarutobi clan, Uchiha R asked uncertainly. In fact, as soon as he asked this question, he wanted to deny it himself. The reason for such a fantastical guess was mainly based on what he knew. At this stage, Uchiha Madara had already fallen, and there shouldn't be another person from the Uchiha clan besides himself who could invoke the Yata mirror. Even GuidesItachi and the others currently did not have the conditions to activate the fifth form of the Yata mirror. As for Nagato, since he wasn't of Uchiha blood, even if he possessed a higher level Rinnegan, he wouldn't be able to activate Susanoo. After ruling out these external factors, it seemed that even the most improbable possibility could indeed be the truth. But there was no reason for it. Even if Yaze had the ability to invoke the Yata mirror, there would be no reason for her to go to the Sarutobi clan for no reason. Brother, you're not angry, are you? Just as Uchiha R was recalling whether he had overlooked anyone, Yaze directly admitted it. Uchiha, it really was you? Why did you go to the Sarutobi clan for no reason? Halfway through his sentence, Uchiha R seemed to realize something, his pupils instantly widening. You didn't kill the third Hokage, did you? No, I didn't. It's all that other old bandage guy's fault for saying he wanted to dig out her eyes. That made Yaze accidentally expose herself, and she couldn't take out the old Hokage. As she spoke, Yaze waved her little fists, looking indignant. Phew! Uchiha R let out a sigh of relief. The third Hokage was indeed detestable, but if he died at this time, many subsequent developments would become even more confusing. However, that old bandage guy seemed to have died. It wasn't Yaze who did it. He turned into a tree himself. Yaze's gaze flickered, and she defended herself repeatedly. Bandages, right? Ever since Danzo defected and then returned, half of his body had been wrapped in bandages. It was obvious that in the years since his defection, he had transplanted the Sharingan he had accumulated over the years onto his right arm. You're not allowed to do things like this anymore. Stay at home, brother has to go out for a while. In the Sarutobi clan, as the initial sea of fire spread, more than half of the houses had been reduced to ashes. If the fire had not suddenly been extinguished, the entire Sarutobi clan would likely have been burned to the ground by now. Sarutobi Hiruzen had moved the surviving clan members to a small area that had not been affected and was currently listening to reports from the Umbu and clan members in one of the courtyards. Third Hokage, the casualty statistics for the Umbu have been compiled. 17 were killed in action, 6 severely injured, and 7 lightly injured. Even knowing the casualties were heavy, Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered when he looked at the casualty list in his hand, almost losing his balance. These 30 Umbu were his personal guards, his most trusted confidants. Many of them were from his own clan. 2S-, 5A, and 3A ranks. All dead. Instead, the severely and lightly injured were all elite Chunin. Because they did not have the ability to directly confront such a high-level enemy and were far away, they had managed to survive. Then, the casualty list for the clan was released. Upon seeing the enormous number of casualties, the already aged Sarutobi Hiruzen could not withstand the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. Third Lord, the dark members and clansmen around exclaimed in surprise. I'm fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen weakly waved his hand. The Sarutobi clan suffered immense losses, with 981 ordinary clan members dead and 36 ninjas also lost. Ordinary clan members are the foundation of a ninja clan. With such significant casualties, Sarutobi Hiruzen could already foresee the decline of the clan. One of the Umbu hesitated and said, additionally, the fourth Hokage and the others are outside the clan's territory and have been intercepted by our men. Let them in. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. Just then, another Umbu suddenly appeared. Third Hokage, Shimura Danzo has come back to life. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who just sat down, stood up in shock, his eyes wide. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. He suspected he was hallucinating. The Umbu hesitated for a moment before reporting truthfully, we were about to send him to the Shimura clan according to your orders. But halfway there, Danzo came back to life. How'd he come back to life? Has his mutation reverted? Where's he now? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he had 1,000 questions. He didn't even know which one to ask first. Then he heard the Umbu's somewhat puzzled voice. We're not very clear either. He just suddenly came back to life. The mutated parts on his body are gone, and he has completely recovered. Moreover what? Moreover, our team's sensing ninja said that Lord Danzo's chakra fluctuations are nearly 10 times stronger than before. What? Chapter 164. Return to youth. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Shimura clan and saw Danzo again, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is this really Danzo? At this moment, Shimura Danzo was completely bandage-free, and his skin was smooth and radiant, like a newborn. Aside from that somewhat familiar face, there was almost no trace of the original Shimura Danzo, but even that familiar face was from over 40 years ago. It was the face deeply buried in Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory. It was Danzo at 18. Who exactly are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's shocked expression suddenly darkened as he lowly exclaimed. He couldn't believe that there could be any miraculous rejuvenation. Hoo-hoo. The younger version of Shimura Danzo pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with one hand, while holding his stomach with the other, laughing uncontrollably, spitting as he spoke. Monkey, look how scared you are. What's wrong? Do you still doubt who I am? He. The mocking laughter momentarily made Sarutobi Hiruzen dazed. This demeanor, this tone, this appearance. It is Danzo. But how is that possible? Old man, this time I can be considered to have turned misfortune into fortune. TSK, monkey, look at you. You've aged so badly. What happened to you? Oh, you want to know? I won't tell you. Then came another hearty laugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. What? Do you want to fight? Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm very strong now. Looking at Danzo's 18-year-old body, referring to him as old man, left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling quite awkward. Not hesitating any longer, 2 shuriken appeared in his hands. Seeing this, the 2 Umbu members behind him wisely stepped back. Swish! As the 2 shuriken were released, they instantly transformed into countless shuriken filling the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Facing such an unavoidable large-scale attack, Danzo showed no signs of panic. Zimaosu. He quickly formed hand seals, and if one wasn't careful, they would think he only formed one seal. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. As Danzo's abdomen swelled and contracted, he expelled a massive amount of wind chakra from his mouth. At the moment the wind chakra completely left his mouth, it condensed into tangible orbs. Like a machine gun, they shot out at a speed of several rounds per second. Amidst the clattering sounds, Danzo stood still, but the shuriken aimed at him all vanished in plumes of smoke. Surrounded by a dense array of shuriken, only the area where he stood remained unscathed. And at this moment his vacuum bullets hadn't stopped. Swish, swish, swish. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure was seen dodging clumsily under the onslaught of the numerous vacuum bullets. Alas, monkey, you've ultimately aged. Danzo stretched out his arms, palms facing upward at a 45-degree angle. The wind chakra rapidly condensed, and two massive vacuum bullets, each with a diameter of several meters, instantly formed in mid-air. Wind release. Great vacuum bullets. Without hand signs. Whiz whiz. Just barely dodging the last wave of small vacuum bullets. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Earth release. Earth flow wall. 3 walls of rock rose from the ground in succession. At the same time, the 2 massive vacuum bullets collided. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, debris flew everywhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly blasted away by a powerful force, crashing into the courtyard wall and leaving numerous cracks. When he looked up, at the center of the explosion, the 3 rock walls had been reduced to dust, leaving a deep pit of over 10 meters in ground. Danzo, how could you possess such powerful wind release? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a ghostly expression. Compared to his return to the appearance of 18, the significant increase in Danzo's strength made him feel even more incredulous. It is well known that mastering nature transformation enhances the power of ninjutsu with attached characteristics. This level of ninjutsu belongs to C rank. The standard power is equivalent to a handgun. Mastering form transformation combined with nature transformation belongs to B rank. The standard power is equivalent to a rifle. Perfectly merging nature transformation and form transformation results in a rank. The standard power is equivalent to a cannon. Natural disasters can alter the terrain within a certain range. The fusion of multiple attributes to create new characteristic changes is S rank. The power of that is hard to say. Just like the S rank technique, Earth-Shattering Star. The reason it is S rank is that the highest rank of ninjutsu is S rank. Similarly, Lightning Cutter is S rank because it indeed completes the preliminary fusion of wind and thunder, creating a new transformation, electricity. The electrical form is also an advanced version of a lightning used by the Sword Saint. After that, whether it is lightning release, thunder transmission, lightning cutter double kill, or lightning tiger, they are essentially electricity. Therefore, they're all S rank. The difference lies in the different forms of electrical power and the varied release forms of ninjutsu. In short, the development of nature transformation to the point of creating new characteristics means that ninjutsu using this new chakra energy is all S rank. Nature transformation, or the essence of energy, quality, determines the rank and standard power of ninjutsu, including the lower limit of power. Meanwhile, form transformation determines the upper limit of power. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen found it hard to believe at this moment is that Danzo could actually release such enormous vacuum bullets in super form and even fire them in dual bursts. This is not just a simple enlargement. It involves chakra quantity, chakra strength, chakra control, and other comprehensive abilities. Without an extremely high chakra volume, one cannot instantly release such massive amounts of wind chakra. Just like a person's strength is 100, the explosive force of a full power punch is 10. A person with a strength of 10 or even 20 cannot instantly explode with a force of 10. This also involves the body's self-protection mechanism. Without extremely high chakra strength, one similarly cannot form effective destructive power. The higher the energy density, the greater the power. Without sufficient chakra strength, forcibly enlarging ninjutsu will result in consequences akin to scattering sand, losing its effectiveness and being merely for show. The final chakra control goes without saying. Without superhuman mental strength for chakra control, one cannot possibly manipulate such an immense and intense release of ninjutsu. Hey, monkey, do you think I can only remain a weakling in your eyes? Am I not allowed to grow stronger? Dan's taunted, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was spitting blood from the impact. Dance! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. He felt the anger of being mocked. How could someone leap from A to at least S in such a short time? Is this normal growth in strength? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extraordinarily furious. It was all Dan's fault that the Sarutobi clan suffered such a massacre. It was all Dan's fault that he almost died again. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer distinguish between anger, sadness, or fear of Dan's current power, which only fueled his rage. It was evident that Dan's, who had fallen from the Hokage level due to aging, had now returned to that level and was even several times stronger than during his peak. Even if he was still so foolish, he was no longer the Dan's that Sarutobi Hiruzen could handle. He had suffered such great losses. Now he had even lost his most useful weapon. How could he not be angry? Why did you come back to life? Why did you grow stronger and younger? Why was it only me who suffered losses? Clearly, that Uchiha girl was brought here by your Izanagi. Dance. Activate the barrier. I want to smash your head in. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger boiled over, and his fighting spirit soared. Dan's innocently raised his hands. As you wish. Chapter 165. Wind release that can cut through sinew. At the moment Dan's completed the hand seals, a terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted from the ground of the courtyard, causing the entire space to tremble and blur for an instant. In just a moment, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But in reality, this courtyard was already enveloped by the 5 directions sealing barrier. As the name suggests, this is a barrier created by sealing technique. Its main feature is that it continuously generates 5 types of chakra energy, possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities, and has a certain degree of a Sumera mustard seed effect. From the outside, Dan's courtyard was covered by a layer of transparent light. The range was approximately a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. Inside, if one flew upwards, they would only encounter the barrier's wall at an altitude of 200 meters. However, Dan's, who activated the 5-direction sealing, was still performing hand seals. As chakra lines spread from his body, 5 sealing symbols lit up at the corners of the courtyard. This time, it was a 5 sealing formation, similar in function to the 5 sealing barrier. In this barrier space, the destruction of any material is prohibited. Although it is said to be prohibited, there are actually limits. It is not a true area protection in the strict sense. But at least, most S-level attack-type ninjutsu would have their damage to terrain and buildings reduced to an exaggerated extent within this barrier. Come on. After finishing these, Dan's provocatively raised his chin towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not to mention, after becoming younger, the cross scar on his chin added a bit of masculinity to him. Just as Dan's and Sarutobi Hiruzen were engaged in their solo battle, Uchiha R, who had quietly used the transformation technique to go out, had just returned to his own courtyard. Oni-chan, I'm back. Uchiha. It was quite perplexing. He had just sneaked back in, and suddenly there was another child in his arms. However, when the scenery in the courtyard came into view, Uchiha R was taken aback. He saw his mother standing in the courtyard with a smile, looking at him. R, I prepared afternoon tea and snacks for you. Thank you, mother. However, Uchiha Maharu did not return to the house as usual, but continued to stare at him intently. It wasn't until Uchiha R was filled with questions that Uchiha Maharu's figure faded, leaving behind a voice. The trouble caused by Waizuki will be resolved soon. No need to worry. Huh? Uchiha R was confused. What does that mean? However, he was too lazy to dwell on it now. He had made a significant new discovery while out, possibly related to what Orochimaru had been pursuing all along. So, after calming Waizuki down, Uchiha R went directly to the underground training ground to conduct research in the core area of the Shimura clan. A courtyard was currently enveloped by a light screen. Inside, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Earth release, Earth flow river. A torrent of mud and stones surged forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters. Dan's did not possess Waizuki's terrifying speed and could not dodge it at all. However, he lightly leaped and stood steadily on top of the rushing mud flow. This scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrow. What terrifying chakra control! Walking on water and climbing trees are basic skills. Only those with truly strong chakra control can achieve what Dan's was doing now. Standing on a rushing flow as if it were solid ground. Earth release, Earth dragon bullet. Fire release, great fire technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed one hand seal after another, consecutively unleashing 2 ninjutsu. A dragon head emerged from the mud flow, beginning to spit out mud bullets like a machine gun. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped over 10 meters, spewing out scorching flames from above. Unlike the free-controllable fire dragon of the Great Fire Technique, which has a wide attack range and long distance, the Great Fire Technique's attack coverage is not as extensive, but focuses more on high temperature and destructive power. It is one of the secret ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan. Faced with the high-frequency mud bullets and the flames raining down, Dan's chuckled lightly. Unbeknownst to him, 2 shadow clones had already appeared beside him. The three figures dodged the attacks while also forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum continuous wave. The basic actions after the three figures completed their hand seals were nearly identical, each one puffing their abdomen in and out, almost without interruption, as they expelled wind release chakra from their mouths, quickly forming the corresponding ninjutsu. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, fist-sized vacuum spheres accurately intercepted the incoming mud bullets that could not be avoided. A large, invisible, scythe-like wind flashed by. One could only see a ripple appearing in the air. The next moment, the flames descending from above were actually torn apart by this wind-release vacuum wave, brushing past Danza's figure on both sides. This is the beauty of the vacuum wave. It can not only attack the enemy, but also sever chakra. Therefore, it is not afraid of fire release. It won't be constrained by fire release. When encountering other ninjutsu, it will have the effect of cutting the opponent's ninjutsu apart. It should be noted that ninjutsu takes shape under the control of the user. Only when the chakra is concentrated does it have lethality. Once the original ninjutsu form is cut apart, only the most basic properties of the scattered fire release remain. Just like now, the temperature of the cut great fire technique dropped several levels in an instant. Even as it brushed past Dan's, it could no longer cause him serious burns. All of it was protected by the chakra on Danza's body. Just as the great fire technique was cut apart, Danza's main body unleashed the vacuum continuous wave towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. One could see visible waves of air rippling in the atmosphere, yet they were formless and intangible. Waves continued to surge towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and due to the invisibility of this ninjutsu and the characteristics of wind release, which are cutting in speed, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was descending, dodged two smaller vacuum waves, but was soon hit consecutively by the subsequent vacuum waves. With a bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure disappeared in the smoke. Shadow clone. When Danzo's pupils constricted and he found the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he saw 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen standing at the 5 corners of the courtyard. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. 5 elements, great continuous bullet technique. It was precisely the big move Sarutobi Hiruzen had used against Yeji Susanoo before. 5 roaring fire dragons surged from 5 directions, leaving Danzo with no way to evade, and he was instantly hit. Boom! A massive explosion occurred. The 5 elemental dragons crashed together at the spot where Danzo stood, and the violent energy erupted, sweeping across an area with a diameter of over 30 meters. Raging torrents, thunder, blazing flames, mud, and hurricanes. The intertwining of 5 types of energy triggered a series of explosions. At the center of the explosion, various mixed elements such as electric currents, lasers, magma, and steam flickered and vanished. The scene was incredibly spectacular and dazzling. As the brilliant elements gradually subsided, there remained a deep pit 1 meter wide and 3 meters long, with faint remnants of flowing magma in the pit. It was important to note that they had just unleashed so many ninjutsu without causing any damage to the barrier's surface. This showcased the power of the great continuous bullet technique. Just from the destructive effect within the 5-element barrier, it could be confirmed that although this technique was rated A level, its clever use of the complementary and counteracting principles of the 5 major attributes allowed its power to surpass many S-level attack-type ninjutsu, especially the magma, lasers, electric currents, and steam that erupted at the moment the 5 dragons collided. Their damage potential far exceeded that of ordinary 5-element ninjutsu. After all, steam is the essential energy of boil release. Electric current is the essential energy of lightning cutter. Laser is the essential energy of wind release. Magma is the essential energy of melt release. Monkey, are you looking for me? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows and scanned the center of the explosion, trying to find Danzo's body, a slightly teasing voice rang out behind him. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively prepared to turn around, but his body suddenly stiffened. A kunai infused with wind release power was silently pressed against his neck. At that moment, his life and death were in Danzo's hands. Having lived for 62 years and served as the 3rd Hokage for so long, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt for the first time how close he was to death. Gulp! He swallowed hard, cold sweat beginning to slide down his forehead. He had fought alongside Danzo in his youth and knew just how sharp Danzo's wind release kunai could be. Across the entire ninja world, there were many types of wind release shurikens, but the wind release kunai was unique. Danzo had once used this secret technique to cut through earth flow wall, slice apart water dragon bullet, and tear through Great Fire Dragon. Its greatest strength lay in Danzo's ability to integrate the principle of vacuum waves cutting through chakra into his wind release kunai. Had it not been for his aging body and declining strength, he could have even torn apart Susanoo. After all, Susanoo is also composed of chakra energy. It could be said that at least in terms of wind release, Danzo had mastered the transformation to an extreme degree. He had never developed the true A-level wind release techniques because he focused on the path of wind release transformation. With just a few B-level wind release ninjutsu passed down from the Shimura clan, he had reached S-level combat power during his peak youth. What? Monkey, do you also have moments of fear? Danzo smiled as he put away the kunai. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally relaxed his tense heart. He looked at Danzo with extremely complicated feelings. He had no doubt about Danzo's murderous intent towards him. It was just that Danzo had never had the strength to kill him. Until this moment, the opportunity to kill him was right in front of him. Yet Danzo withdrew? It was also at this moment that Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized he could not understand Danzo anymore. Chapter 166. The unexpected discovery of the key to longevity. There was no doubt that Danzo, who had returned to his youth, possessed an S level of overall combat power. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel quite hurt. The two had fought side by side, sharing a deep bond comparable to that of Naruto and Sasuke. At their peak, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an S level of peak combat power thanks to his extensive knowledge of various ninjutsu. At that time, Danzo had reached S-level Hokage level combat power with his mastery of wind release and his best technique, the wind release kunai. As they both passed 50, their bodies began to weaken. It is essential to understand that physical strength is the foundation of everything. Therefore, it was inevitable that their strength began to stagnate, gradually even starting to decline. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen aged and fell to S-level. Danzo, due to a severe injury sustained while saving Sarutobi Hiruzen in his youth, saw his combat power plummet from S-level to A in old age. This drastic decline in power drove Danzo nearly insane. Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually realized that Danzo had changed. He began to resort to any means necessary, becoming ruthless and vicious. Anything that could potentially increase his strength, he would go to great lengths to seize. Feeling indebted to his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to accommodate and satisfy him as much as possible due to his position, until it became insatiable. Human nature is like this. When one feels indebted, they desperately try to repay it. When they feel they have repaid enough, yet the other party continues to demand, the original kindness gradually turns into enmity. With complex feelings, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to use his understanding of Danzo and Danzo's insatiable ambition to make him do things he was unwilling to get involved in. The intertwining of kindness and hatred became entangled until they could no longer be separated. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself could no longer tell if he was using Danzo more or if there was more bond or enmity. Until that day, when Orochimaru defected. At his weakest moment, the incoming vacuum wave tore through Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleeve, ripped his arm skin, and also shattered the last bit of their bond. Time flew by. 62-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen spent a vast amount of precious medicine just to barely maintain his S-level combat power. Meanwhile, 61-year-old Danzo, after implanting Hashirama's cells and a Sharingan, returned to A fool who could be crushed with a casual touch. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw him only as a tool. If it weren't for Danzo, he could access the resources and manpower of the Shimura clan. If it weren't for Danzo being cruel enough, venomous enough, and foolish enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have saved him. But now, looking at the smiling Danzo, who had returned to 18, all the past memories replayed in his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep breath. Do you still want the Sharingan? I will go get it myself. As expected, still that arrogant fool. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered coldly in his heart, showing sincerity on his face. If there's anything you need help with, just say it. No need for help. I just want to inform you of one thing. What? The Shimura ninjas from the Allied forces and those 1,000 Shimura vassals. I have already ordered them to withdraw. They're probably on their way back to the village now. Danzo, the once sincere face of Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly turned furious. Those so-called 1,000 vassals were actually the reserve members. They were all funded by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Danzo nonchalantly dug at his ear. Don't shout so loudly. I can hear you. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Because I suddenly don't want to be the darkness of the ninja world anymore. In the past, I had no choice. But now I just want to be a good person. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils bulged out, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Are you kidding me? Danzo, stop messing around. Who's messing around? Danzo rolled his eyes and leaned in, pointing at his face, saying, Monkey, look. What? My whole face is written with the word serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I really didn't notice. Collagen is truly youthful. Looking at this young face, it's impossible to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't jealous. Only those who have aged understand how good youth is and how precious health can be. Well, if it's withdrawn, then so be it. What exactly happened to you to end up like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Even with the loss of 200 from the Shimura clan and 1,000 vassals, his own numbers still outweighed the enemy 5 to 6 times. It would only take a bit longer to clean up. It doesn't matter. He was now more concerned about the secret of Danzo's youth. Could it be related to the cells of Hashirama? Remembering the time, he saw Danzo's tree-like mutated corpse where the person was already dead. Yet the corpse was still filled with an eerie vitality. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more it seemed possible. But Danzo shrugged at that moment. Actually, I'm not sure either. I just woke up like this. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He believed half of it. After all, if Danzo had mastered such technology, there would be no reason not to use it on himself sooner. He leaned towards the idea that something unpredictable happened to the Hashirama cells during Danzo's death process. Thinking this way, the excitement in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart quickly diminished. God knows, in this state, although Danzo looked younger, what about his actual lifespan? It's not like his lifespan could return to 18. In a hidden room of the underground training ground. This works? It's done. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Rong held a rejuvenated little white mouse, sensing its vigorous vitality. A smile blossomed on his face. The 4-symbol seal, combined with Hashirama's cells, along with life bestowal and divine grace. It actually achieved such an incredible feat. However, more detailed aspects still need to be explored. With my current would-release bloodline physique, is it equivalent to Hashirama's cells? If so, then if I create a construct clone with a lifespan of several years before I die of old age, and then have that clone transplant my Sharingan, after I die, using life bestowal on myself in the same way. No, I don't even have to wait until old age. I could just commit suicide when my vitality is almost exhausted, then use the same method on myself. Could I also replenish my lifespan? The more he thought, the more excited Uchiha Rong became. It felt like he found the deepest mystery of life, the possibility of immortality. He didn't know if with the little remaining memories of Danzo, could the little Danzo deceive that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen? Well, if it doesn't work, just let the little Danzo take the Shimura clan to side with the 4th Hokage. It's not a loss anyway. As Uchiha Rong's thoughts drifted, something strange was happening at the Sarutobi clan. The previously deceased clan members had their funerals in preparation. The corpses were ready to be buried, but they collectively resurrected. Oh no, there should be a collective revival. Even the half-destroyed remains blinked and returned to their original state in an instant. The most outrageous part was that the destroyed buildings also restored. If only ordinary clan members had revived, the bodies of the ninjas and Umbu still remained. All members of the Sarutobi clan might even think that the terrifying sea of flames and the female giant were just a dream. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having parted ways with Danzo, was on his way back to the Sarutobi clan. Meanwhile, in the front yard, a big one and a small one were whispering. Mom, it seems like the trouble you caused is even bigger than mine. How could that be? Helping them restore their houses should be a good thing, right? But you, don't let them see through your toys. Well, as long as I don't get fatally injured, it shouldn't be seen through, right? Yezi helped them find their lost relatives. Yezi is really a big saint. Stupid Yezi. Saint is a derogatory term, not a compliment. Is that so? Yezi blinked her innocent little eyes. Then should I go again and kill off the rest who didn't die? Turn them all into toys. Chapter 167. New situation. It was hard to finally leave the yard and move around the village. If you cause trouble again, be careful that your brother won't let you out. All right. It actually failed again. Looking at the little white mouse, which was just full of vitality, suddenly dying, Uchiha Rong sighed. Speaking of which, this was quite unexpected. Originally, he just wanted to see if Danzo had any hope left, but ended up discovering that life bestowal only created a new conscious life. This indicated that Danzo's soul had already gone to the Pure Land. The new life only had a lifespan of a few days, and without chakra, it was useless. Uchiha Rong was ready to give up, but then he told himself he had gained a portion of the memories left deep in Danzo's mind, and mentioned that there was a strange seal within Danzo's body, sealing a large amount of vitality. Thus, with Uchiha Rong's current sealing technique, he effortlessly opened this already closed four-symbol seal space. In the next moment, a shocking change occurred. When this originally completely closed seal was broken, a large amount of vitality surged out, counteracting the vitality from the Hashirama cells on Danzo. Under the conflict of two similar but different life forces, with Uchiha Rong's keen perception, he immediately felt that this lifeless corpse, which had been given a few days of life, was stirring and surging with vitality. At that moment, this commotion was enough to awaken the Umbu, who had silently been caught in a Jinjutsu. Uchiha Rong couldn't afford to stay longer and had to leave first, lurking in the shadows to continue observing. Thus, he discovered that Danzo had actually returned to his youth. Moreover, the new conscious entity surprisingly inherited Danzo's full lifespan, a whole 76 years. Yes, not the remaining lifespan. Rather, after returning to youth, he directly obtained the complete initial lifespan of his original body. So, Uchiha Rong began to recreate all the conditions from that time and started experiments on the little white mouse. Although he couldn't perfectly replicate Danzo's accident at the moment, there was no rush. Tossing the dead little white mouse into the dissolving liquid, Uchiha Rong collected his emotions. After all, he was still young, and since he had found the key to immortality, finding the correct way to open the door was just a matter of time. Everything could take its time. That night, the surface of the mutual aid ring suddenly lit up. Boat 10, same, successfully survived. Same, Boat 10, try to stay hidden. Yes. Seeing that the new conscious entity born from Danzo's body had returned to youth and gained over 70 years of lifespan, the lurking Uchiha Rong decisively used the ability of his right eye, Divine Grace, on him. To facilitate contact, he granted the new Danzo the 10th mutual aid ring. As the Divine Grace ended, the revived ordinary Danzo instantly brimmed with chakra far exceeding his former peak. He could actually withstand one. Two tails? Uchiha Rong was quite surprised when the Divine Grace ended. Danzo's body could withstand nearly half of his chakra, which was something he had never expected. Normally, the chakra of a shadow-level ninja, even at its peak, would only be around 30 or 40 cards. Only special bloodlines and individual encounters could exceed 50 cards. Typically, only top bloodlines known in the ninja world, like the Senju and Uzumaki, had the chakra amount of tailed beasts. Back to the point. Since the unexpected situation turned waste into treasure, Uchiha Rong naturally didn't mind using it. Looking at the message sent by the new Danzo, Uchiha Rong pondered for a moment and sent a message to Kurigane Yasakura. Same, Boat 7, cancel the attack on Konoha. Kurigane Yasakura seemed not to have slept either, responding almost instantly. Zhou 7, Tong, can't be withdrawn, it's already on the way. Tong, Zhou 7, I will take action on my side. Not wanting to continue bickering, Uchiha Rong finally reminded Itsong and then stopped paying attention to him. 1 billion resources have already been sent to the Hidden Mist Village by merchant ships. If they insist on continuing with their previous plan, then they shouldn't blame others for being rude. This is one time, that is another. Previously, targeting the third Hokage was because once this battle successfully expels the ninjas of the 4 villages from Konoha, the third Hokage's prestige will completely overshadow the fourth, thereby naturally mastering most of Konoha's power. At that time, the ninjas who did not go to meet Minato might have an unpredictable attitude. The 5 nations compete. The 5 villages compete. Konoha's dual shadows compete. Are the ninjas of Konoha really united as one? The great clans and noble families naturally unite against the daimyo's issues. But some small ninja clans would love to see the world turn upside down, as their clans would have the opportunity to rise. Even small clans, if they grow in number, can form a power strong enough to counter the 2 great clans on Minato's side. In this grand scheme, although Uchiha is not afraid, it will still be full of troubles, constantly caught in various schemes and traps. Therefore, Uchiha Rong wanted to take the bet on the third Hokage. But now it's different. Dan's unexpectedly became his ally, an absolutely obedient pawn. As the saying goes, times change. In this situation, if the third Hokage were to directly fall from power, with Minato dominating, it might not be a good thing. People's hearts can never be fully satisfied. After years of ups and downs in the business world, Uchiha Rong understands this principle well. When the greatest obstacle, the third Hokage, is defeated, who will be Minato's next opponent? Without a doubt, it will be Uchiha. This is actually easy to understand. When facing a strong enemy, you need assistance. Naturally, the stronger the assistance, the greater the help. But once you have defeated a strong enemy, if the original assistance is even stronger than you, Wouldn't that be concerning? Sigh. Everyone has their own position. Minato, I can only put up with you. Uchiha Rome felt somewhat emotional for a moment. Having worked together for 7 or 8 years, the two naturally had some personal ties. People are not grass or trees, who can be without feelings. But when it comes to the positions of Uchiha Rome and Namake's Minato, friendship is friendship, but when it comes to taking ruthless actions, they will not hesitate. After all, historically, the victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. There's not much to discuss. Right now, the best situation for me is to maintain a dual shadow governance. If it really comes to it, I would rather let Sarutobi Hiruzen win the Minato. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Uchiha Rome arrived at the training ground, doing his daily lessons while contemplating. In a previous situation, he would definitely support Minato, because once the third Hokage and Dan's completely seized power, it would be easy to imagine how troublesome it would be. Various schemes would be endless and bothersome. But now, due to Dan's change of allegiance, the situation has quietly undergone a huge shift. Compared to the fourth Hokage, who is still in his prime and can use the Flying Thunder God technique, the third Hokage is clearly much easier to deal with in terms of both strength and means. Especially when this pawn, falls between the two. The balance in Uchiha Rome's heart quietly tipped towards the third Hokage's camp. It is known that if Minato were to monopolize power, when the young him has to deal with Uchiha, it would inevitably be a thunderous force. And when the third Hokage gains power, who will do the bad deeds? Dan's. Just asking, if you want me to hit myself, should I hit lightly or heavily? Chapter 168. The third Hokage's retirement, however. Human plans are not as good as heavenly plans. Before Uchiha Rome could arrange for his subordinates, Irika, and others to turn against him and dispatch supporting troops to completely resolve this 5-village exercise, the next day, the third Hokage publicly announced his retirement. Unlike the previous act of relinquishing power to live in seclusion, this public form of retirement meant that from this moment on, Konoha would only have one Hokage, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. In the afternoon of the day, the third Hokage announced his retirement at the Sarutobi clan's estate. Have you found out everything? In the main courtyard, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head, coldly inquiring. Sarutobi Hizashi was kneeling beside him, silent. Returning to the head of the family, all the resurrected clan members have been checked one by one, and no problems have been found. We even invited ninjas from the Yamanka and Inazuka clans, but still found nothing unusual. This result evidently made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. His gaze inadvertently fell on Hizashi beside him, and he softly said, "Hizashi, what do you think?" Yes, this low-profile Sarutobi clan head, who was not heard of or seen in the original timeline, is actually the cousin of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although they are of the same generation, their ages differ greatly. Unlike the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is 62, Sarutobi Hizashi appears to be only in his 20s. One idiom can describe him: spiritually gifted. Looking at his young clan head, the gloom hanging over Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was somewhat dispelled. He spoke solemnly, his voice clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the room. "Release them all. We cannot detain these clansmen for a long time, as it would incite more panic and unrest among the clan. But we must secretly monitor the movements of these resurrected clansmen to prevent them from doing anything harmful to the clan." That's indeed the case. Additionally, such a major incident has occurred in the clan. I propose to recall the ninjas dispatched from the clan. Agreed, with Sarutobi Hizashi's decisive statement. The voices of agreement flowed continuously from below, almost unanimously passed. It can be seen that this young Sarutobi clan head, although not well known outside, has a prestige within the clan that is no less than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is also a common practice among various ninja clans. Usually, if a high-level figure from Konoha, like Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Dan's appears in the clan, the position of clan head is then filled by selecting another outstanding ninja. This can effectively avoid many issues. Just like Dan's defection, although the Shimura clan faced significant suppression as a result, it would not lead to the entire clan being punished. Therefore, when Uchiha Rome initially captured that rogue Shimura clansman, when he said Dan's was the clan leader, it was not actually true. But since the villagers did not know the inside story, many people still believed it. The clan council made many detailed supplements based on the direction given by Sarutobi Hizashi. Soon, the group dispersed. Only Sarutobi Hizashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the room. "Brother Hiruzen, as you said, where should our Sarutobi clan go from here?" Once the others left, Sarutobi Hizashi no longer appeared composed. His face was troubled. The information provided by his clan brother was too shocking. We should try to keep a low profile and fade out of the sight of the major ninja clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. According to the intelligence gathered when Dans returned to the village, the rogue ninja organization was called Akatsuki. The leader is a terrifying figure with a god's eye. And there is also a person who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Moreover, this time, the Sarutobi clan suffered the slaughter of a little Uchiha girl. All signs indicate that the Uchiha have mastered a terrifying power that exceeds the shadow level. That is power comparable to the first Hokages would release. Along with Danz's sudden surge in strength and the nearly 1,000 resurrected clansmen in the clan, everything is filled with strangeness. And the source of that strangeness points towards the Uchiha. Hisashi, from now on, the clan estate is prohibited from allowing Dans to enter or exit. I suspect he is no longer the Dans we knew. If Dans were to hear this, he would undoubtedly curse, old fox. He clearly acted so convincingly in front of him, yet turned around and began to doubt his identity. Meanwhile, the Shimura clan also initiated a clan council. After all, such a significant event as the third Hokage's retirement has far-reaching implications. Every ninja clan needs to redefine its new direction for future development. Whether it's the positioning within the various factions of Konoha or the resource allocation plans within the clan, everything must adapt to the changing times and be reestablished. Shimura Danzo sat at the end of the table, looking at the frail old man in the main seat, feeling quite speechless. Yes, as a former aide to the Hokage who once served as an advisor in Konoha, Shimura Danzo was now relegated to the end of the clan council. His status was clearly not very high. With some memories of Danzo, the new Danzo had already pieced together much of this situation through memory and guesswork. The status within a ninja clan is determined by background and personal strength and ability. Danzo did not come from a noble background within the clan, and his ability was evident from how he had been toyed with by Sarutobi Hiruzen for so many years. In his younger years, he had wielded significant power within the clan through bloody means, but with the severe decline in his personal strength, his status had long since waned. Danzo, what information do you have about the retirement of the third Hokage? At this moment, the old man in the main seat turned his gaze towards him. This was an elderly man, even older than the already aged Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking to be nearing 70 or 80 years old. Upon hearing this, Danzo shot back with a frivolous gaze, spreading his hands in a rather arrogant manner. Old man, you ask me? Who should I ask? However, strangely, the others in the room seemed to have long been accustomed to Danzo's attitude. The old man merely frowned slightly and ignored him. Since Danzo has nothing to add, what about you all? Our Shimura clan situation has not been good in recent years, and this clan meeting will determine the future of our clan. Let's hear your opinions. At the same time, the Uchiha clan also convened an emergency clan meeting in the familiar underground plaza. At this moment, Uchiha was feeling all kinds of frustration. Why did you choose to retire? Damn it, one could only say that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Uchiha wasn't as adept at reading people's hearts as the daimyo of the Land of Fire or the third Hokage. The reason he had been able to easily defuse these plots against the Uchiha lately was purely due to the advantage of intelligence. In his previous life, he had a comprehensive understanding of the direction of the ninja world, and in this world, he had similar intelligence to the white Zetsu scattered throughout various rock clones. The foresight from all this intelligence allowed him to strategize like Zhuge Liang. But this time, it was clear he had still miscalculated and was caught off guard. An even more unexpected event was about to occur. First, the budget for Konoha was cut by 10%, followed by the Land of Fire's daimyo taking action to help the third Hokage suppress the fourth Hokage. Another move was coming. At the same time, the second wave of ninja forces from the 4 major hidden villages was about to enter the Land of Fire. The future direction was becoming increasingly uncertain. At this critical moment, the Akatsuki organization was also on the move. Chapter 169. The fourth Hokage's intentions in the Hokage building office. Although Minato Namikaze had inexplicably emerged victorious, successfully KOing the third Hokage and becoming the only legitimate Hokage in office, he felt no joy. Instead, he had to face the many messes left behind by the third Hokage, feeling overwhelmed. Kakashi, how's the investigation going? What happened that day at the Sarutobi clan? According to our investigation, the enemy is a mysterious little girl. A little girl? Yes, a girl about 7 or 8 years old. She first attacked Danzo and then fought the third Hokage, because Sarutobi Hiruzen sealed the information. The truth of what happened that day at the Sarutobi clan did not leak out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's claim was that they encountered an infiltration by a mysterious enemy and did not know the identity of the opponent. At that time, The various ninja clans and Minato's people were too far away to gather specific information. So while there were speculations, they did not dare to draw conclusions lightly. What about the border cleanup team? After pondering for a long time without coming up with any meaningful intelligence, Minato temporarily set this matter aside and turned his gaze to a purple-haired female, Umbu, beside Kakashi. The border cleanup team engaged the invading ninjas a few days ago and successfully eliminated most of the intruders from the small ninja villages. However, the invading ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages seem to have received some orders and have temporarily retreated to the border. According to the intelligence returned by our spies, the 4 villages have assembled a second batch of ninja forces and are about to set out for our country's borders. Once all the intelligence was gathered, Minato rubbed his temples. Since the 3rd Hokage publicly announced his retirement, he hadn't slept a wink for a day and a night, constantly dealing with various administrative matters from all directions. Since the Shimura and Sarutobi ninjas have retreated, Kakashi, go inform the Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans. Let the major ninja clans quickly assemble their forces and head to the border to confront the enemy. Compared to the headache of the 4 villages pressing in, handling this matter was relatively easier for Minato because he now had the support of the major ninja clans in Konoha. In Konoha, although there were many civilian ninjas, the true spirit of a ninja force still relied on the leadership of ninja clans. Otherwise, no matter how many civilian ninjas there were, due to the disparity in strength, it would be difficult to form effective combat power. Moreover, after the ninja forces reached the border, they would withdraw the first batch of 2,000 civilian ninjas dispatched by the 3rd Hokage in batches. Understood. Kakashi accepted his orders and quickly left. After responding to and deploying this matter, Minato looked at a male Umbu with a look that revealed his exhaustion. Moonlight Gale as a ninja. You need to pay attention to moderation. Cough, cough. This statement caused the male Umbu to almost choke on his saliva. The purple-haired female Umbu beside him turned her face away. Minato, however, remained unfazed. He was genuinely concerned that his subordinates might not have rested well, leading to unexpected issues during missions. This time, the cleanup operation of the ninja forces within the country would require the Umbu to be ready to support and gather intelligence. This responsibility would be left to the 2 of you. Yes. After that, he assigned more specific tasks to the 2. Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao both quickly left. Sighing tiredly, Minato rubbed his temples and slumped slightly in his chair. He hoped there wouldn't be any more unexpected events. Currently, although there were many administrative matters, they generally boiled down to 3 issues. One was the cleanup of invading ninjas from various ninja villages at the border and the withdrawal of the 2,000 civilian ninjas in batches. The former involved national border stability, and the daimyo's office could potentially use this to further cut Konoha's funding. The latter was the mess left by the 3rd Hokage. With the retreat of the 3rd Hokage's faction, it was equivalent to leaving those 2,000 civilian ninjas as cannon fodder at the border. They could encounter a surprise attack from the enemy's elite forces at any time. If there were significant casualties, it would still affect the overall prestige of the Hokage's lineage among the common people. After all, among them, there were only 1 or 200 nin, with most being genin. This would be like using lives to quell this 5-village exercise. The second matter was, of course, to investigate the truth behind the incident at the Sarutobi clan that day. If an attack could cause such turmoil in Konoha, how could Minato, as the 4th Hokage, feel at ease without getting to the bottom of it? Could it be another scheme by Obito? Reflecting on the chakra giant that appeared that day at the Sarutobi clan, Minato pondered, why did he oppose the 3rd Hokage and insist on protecting the Uchiha? Aside from their differing backgrounds, the most important reason was that he wanted to wield power and take revenge on Obito. As long as we can consolidate the power of the ninjas in Konoha and ensure that Konoha speaks with one voice, it may not be impossible to catch Obito. That elusive rat. This is the 3rd matter, secretly investigating the Akatsuki organization. The Sarutobi clan's territory has officially entered a semi-closed state after the recent clan meeting. The previously open territory now has the clan's ninjas stationed at key points. Of course, the external reason given is that due to the previous attack, they have entered a state of alert. Sarutobi Hizashi stands in his restored courtyard, looking up at the sky. Since the Uchiha possess power that exceeds that of the Hokage, there is no need to worry too much about the schemes of the daimyo. Having suffered a dumb loss, he has not publicly disclosed the identity of the attacker and has tried to minimize the impact of the incident. This is precisely because he fears that nearly invincible power The will of his teacher is undoubtedly important, but another reason that led him to gamble everything before also comes from the daimyo's covetousness towards the Uchiha. Now, the former is powerless to punish, and the latter, having learned of the Uchiha's hidden divine powers, no longer has to worry. His thoughts are now focused on the future of the clan. Even if they cannot compete with the Uchiha, for the time being, strong people will eventually grow old. Even the mighty Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama eventually disappeared into the past, right? Sarutobi Hisashi firmly believes that the Sarutobi clan will one day rise again and deal a fatal blow when the Uchiha truly decline. He harbors ambitions reminiscent of General Xiang Yan, who vowed to end the Qin dynasty with Chu. In Kyoto, the daimyo's residence. After receiving intelligence that the 4 ninja villages sent a second batch of ninja troops to expand their achievements in the Land of Fire, as well as the news that the 3rd Hokage voluntarily retired, the daimyo of the Land of Fire could no longer sit still. Bound by the 5 Nations Treaty, he could only rely on the strength of each ninja village for benefit distribution, even though the daimyo currently possesses enough power to defeat all invading ninjas. In order not to disrupt the rules of the game between the 5 great daimyo, he can only turn his attention to Konoha. Increasing resource support for Konoha has become imperative, otherwise, he would face greater losses. However, given the nature of the daimyo, how could he be willing to spend money without getting something in return? Therefore, while acting as the financial backer to help Konoha completely defeat this invasion, the daimyo is sure to use this investment to put even greater pressure on the Uchiha. Summon someone. Appoint Lord Uchiha Rong as an envoy, carrying 2 billion in supplies to Konoha Hidden Village on a chosen date. In a vast desert, amidst endless yellow sand, for figures in black cloaks with red clouds slowly move forward against the wind and sand in the desert. What a dreadful place, Scorpion. Did you really live in such a place before? Chapter 170. The True Hinata Gentle Fist, Part 1. Early in the morning, while the sky is still dim, 5 figures suddenly appear in an empty courtyard of the Uchiha clan. Tell them that I studied medical ninjutsu with Lady Tsunade and healed you all. Remember that? Understood. With Uchiha Rong's words, Chien, Itachi, Chizuna, and Shursui all respond in unison. Recent events have been happening one after another. The 3rd Hokage has retired, and Danzo has once again been demoted to a powerless advisor in Konoha. With uncertainty about what Minato's next move might be, Uchiha Rong does not want to sit idly by and must take the initiative. He decides to restore the 4 of them back to the ranks of Konoha ninjas ahead of time, although 3 of them must hide their Manjiki Sharingan. Even without using it, Chien, Itachi, and Shursui are more than capable of fighting against or even killing S-rank ninjas. If they encounter danger and activate their Manjiki, it would definitely be SS-. However, since they have all retired due to serious injuries, they have only recovered about 60 to 70 of their strength. Therefore, this time they will play the role of a level elite Jonin without Sharingan. Using the same boat alliance, he sends a message to Kakashi, instructing him to take the 4 to meet Minato for their mission. Uchiha Rong himself uses the Flying Thunder God to return to the daimyo's courtyard. What a troublemaker. Sending me as an envoy to Konoha to comfort the troops. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Rong pushes open the door. At this moment, Hinata Iane is practicing Gentle Fist in the courtyard, using the 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. Huh, the clan head actually passed this down to you? Uchiha Rong, having activated his Sharingan without knowing when, watches the new chakra energy that carries both yin and yang attributes, but is profound and difficult to understand. And he exclaims in surprise. Hearing the sound, Hinata Iane stops her movements. With her clear white eyes looking over, she smiles and says, "A few days ago, I was bored and secretly returned to the clan. There have been significant changes in the clan recently. It seems the elders have been stimulated by something. Many ancestral teachings and systems have been overturned, and under the leadership of clan head Nikizutsu, many new policies have been opened up." Oh, that makes sense. Uchiha Rong realizes. The impression of the Hinata clan in the eyes of outsiders is mostly that of being stagnant, clearly possessing a powerful bloodline limit. They have gradually become a vassal of Konoha, only able to provide reconnaissance for ninja teams. Uchiha Rong also initially thought this way, until Hinata Iane gradually gained the clan's attention and began to engage with the true Gentle Fist. He finally realized the true strength of the Hinata clan. Because the Hinata clan possesses a system of methods for developing and practicing both yin and yang attributes. This hidden attribute, which originally could only rely on talent and was possessed by a small probability, is now systematically mastered by the main branch of the Hinata clan. If the branch family's half-hearted gentle fist can only create advantages at the Chunin level and begins to falter at the Jainin level, becoming merely a reconnaissance tool relying on the Byakugan, then the main family's gentle fist is a truly powerful physical technique that incorporates both yin and yang chakra. It is well known that the merging of the 5 great attributes produces new property changes and characteristics. This energy already involves the realm of S-rank ninjutsu. Similarly, with mastery of either the yin or yang attribute and the development of combat techniques, one can dominate even at the elite Jainin stage. Therefore, it is clear how strong the average strength of the main branch of the Hinata clan, which masters the development methods of both yin and yang attributes, would be. Kulme, let me test the true power of Gentle Fist. With this thought, Uchiha Rong also becomes interested, having successfully developed the 5 major attribute changes under his guidance. He has pushed the wind release form to a peak. Now he is curious about Hinata Iain's current strength. If Hinata Iain also develops the yin and yang attributes, it would mean that she has gathered all 7 major attributes. This is a potential that possesses the capability to surpass even the Hokage level. At Uchiha Rong's current level of strength, he can see through many fundamental aspects of chakra. Just like Uchiha Susanoo, it is a combination of yin release, ocular power, and chakra. The reason the Uchiha are powerful is that the yin release Sharingan within the Uchiha bloodline is one of the strongest bloodline limits. The reason it can be one of the strongest bloodline limits is that it integrates yin release, regardless of how the 5 major attributes blend together. At least at the level of bloodline limits, the successful integration of either yin or yang attributes forms new characteristic energies that are on par with the Sharingan. And the fusion of yin and yang is the domain of the creator. The merging of 7 attributes can produce a truth-seeking orb stronger than tail beast balls. The fusion of 7 attributes is the gathering of bloodline limits. Many ninjas stop at the Jainin stage, aside from their innate talent. The biggest limitation is their lack of such a high perspective. They cannot see the path ahead, so they can only tread water for many years. Based on the above understanding, the scene shifts to Hinata Aya. Alright, Rome, you need to be careful. As she spoke, Hinata Aya's figure moved like a gust of wind, arriving in an instant. It seems you have successfully applied the characteristics of wind release to the body flicker technique. Uchiha Rong's eyes lit up. Now, Hinata Aya's speed was actually comparable to Chino's wind thunder flash. However, physical strength is the foundation of everything. Relying on his powerful physique, he dodged Hinata Aya's punch with a faster sidestep. He saw the empty punch of Hinata Aya emanate a mysterious blue chakra, which then dissipated in the air. Oh, is that a fluctuation of a sealing technique? In a flash, with the dynamic vision of a Sharingan, Uchiha Rong keenly sensed the essence of Gentle Fist in this fleeting attack. Wanted to understand more, he deliberately allowed Hinata Aya to land a punch on him. Suddenly, he felt the chakra network in his left shoulder, which had been struck, was sealed. Any chakra flow that passed through this point would be blocked. Hiss! After being hit, Uchiha Rong's speed suddenly dropped significantly. During Hinata Aya's subsequent attacks, he became increasingly flustered. Stop, stop, stop! With an explosive burst of speed, Uchiha Rong called for a halt. If this continued, without using some trump cards, he would really be captured. But this is the daimyo's residence. He certainly couldn't use any big moves. Hee. Now you know the power of my Gentle Fist, right? It really is a tricky ability. Uchiha Rong affirmed. This level of Gentle Fist is completely incomparable to what he remembered. If the sealing effect of the ordinary Hyuga branch's Gentle Fist relied on its own chakra and the convenience of the Byakugan to temporarily seal the opponent's chakra flow through acupuncture techniques, thus causing the enemy to lose part of their ninjutsu capabilities and even significantly weakening their taijutsu. However, when facing opponents with greater chakra volume and strength, this acupuncture would be greatly weakened or even ineffective. This resulted in Hyuga branch ninjas not standing out in practical combat at the upper ninja level. Therefore, the main family, which developed the yin-yang attribute and used the yin attribute for shaping and the yang attribute for energy infusion to create a sealing technique like Ban, was truly extraordinary. It could basically ignore differences in chakra volume and strength, treating enemies equally with acupuncture. Even with Uchiha Rong's current massive chakra volume of 7 tails, he could still be successfully sealed. This shows the terrifying aspects of the main family's Gentle Fist. The main family remains hidden, probably related to the Tsutsuki on the moon. The Hyuga main family seems to have some records about this. They appear to exist in the ninja world in some sort of guardian role. In that moment, Uchiha Rong suddenly recalled some secret knowledge of the Hyuga clan from the original work in his previous life. However, with the passage of time, this ancestral teaching had probably been treated as a legend by many Hyuga clan members, right? It should be the dual pressure of guarding the moon passage and the daimyo's potential threat that caused the Hyuga to remain stagnant. Clearly powerful, yet also terrifyingly low-key, allowing a group of fake Gentle Fist branch members to walk around, creating the illusion that one of the two major eye technique clans, the Hyuga, seems to be completely inferior to the Uchiha, thus allowing the truly formidable main family to remain hidden as guardians of the ninja world. Now let me see your true 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Uchiha Rong was thoroughly intrigued. The application of the yin-yang attribute in Gentle Fist, I believe, should be far more than just the ability to seal points, right? Indeed, there are many magical aspects. However, this may not be the right place to demonstrate. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Hinata Aya's meaning. That is to say, the destructive power is too strong to be unleashed in the daimyo's residence. Uchiha Rong suddenly felt a sense of sorrow for Niji in the original trajectory. Vision determines fate, gaining insight into the empty 8 trigrams revolving heaven. Niji lost himself in the praise of genius. What 8 trigrams revolving heaven? 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams 128 palms. It is clear that these taijutsu techniques possess a certain power when used with normal chakra. They can barely be considered family secret techniques. But the true core is not the superficial appearance of these taijutsu techniques. Instead, it requires the development of the yin-yang attribute to truly unleash the power of these gentle fist techniques. It can be roughly understood that the branch family uses internal energy to perform gentle fist, while the main family uses spiritual energy. One practices martial arts, while the other is equivalent to cultivating immortality. You must know that when yin-yang release is practiced to a profound level, it becomes something like Kagai's abilities, possessing a part of the creator's power. Saying it's cultivating immortality is not an exaggeration. Chapter 171. The True Hyuga Gentle Fist, Part 2, Underground Training Ground. Gentle Fist Technique, 8 trigrams, air palm. Boom! A wave of air flashed by, and the ground was struck to create a circular pit with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of half a meter. Hiss! Successfully avoiding this palm with speed, Uchiha Rong gasped. You must know that to reduce repair costs, he had already set up a super large 5 seals barrier array in the underground training ground. Even most S-class attacks could not leave a trace on the ground. Yet, from over 100 meters away, a single 8 trigrams air palm could still achieve S-level destruction, which is somewhat terrifying. However, that was not the end. Hinata Aya, like a gust of wind, crossed 100 meters and appeared directly beside Uchiha Rong, executing 8 trigrams palm. Revolving heaven. A vast amount of chakra erupted from Hinata Aya's body, forming a rapidly rotating circular energy field. It encompassed a diameter of 30 meters. Once again, it left a circular pit half a meter deep and 30 meters in diameter on the ground, while also sending Uchiha Rong flying. Uchiha Rong's front was a mess of blood and flesh, collapsing into a pile of rubble. Hisu infused the yin-yang attribute into wind release. Uchiha Rong appeared on the other side, looking surprised. Impressive, right? As she spoke, Hinata Aya launched another 8 trigrams air palm. Uchiha Rong quickly dodged, his figure appearing hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Hinata Aya extended her right palm, stored energy for a second, and then swung out another air palm. This 8 trigrams air palm was different from the previous ones. Under the gaze of Uchiha Rong's Sharingan, a highly condensed deep blue wind released chakra formed a nearly solid conical shape, flashing before him. Zing! Stardust unsheathed. A blade slash dispersed the incoming attack. Uchiha Rong was also pushed back 50 to 60 meters by the momentum of this force. Wow, you don't even need kunai to snipe now, right? The 8 trigrams air palm can produce a sniping effect. This is something he never expected. There's something even more powerful. Facing the approaching Hinata Aya again, Uchiha Rong felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Directly, a surge of ocular power erupted, forming a 3-meter-tall semi-armor Susanoo. Although small, the Susanoo's armor had completely solidified, showing no traces of energy creation. Clearly, Uchiha Rong had not been stagnant during this time. The potential training with 10 shadow clones and 3 would release clones had been quite effective. Just as he thought, Hinata Aya came in close and directly executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms. It was at this moment that Uchiha Roan finally understood the true meaning of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. In his previous life, watching the anime, he had only found it silly. The enemy just stood there foolishly, allowing the Hyuga ninja to continuously strike at him. But in reality, that was just the slow-motion effect of anime. The enemy wasn't standing still. He was unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms in an instant, unable to react at all. It was like a bullet-time effect. Under the dynamic vision of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Roan clearly observed every move of Hinata Aya. However, his body couldn't keep up with the instantaneous attack speed of his opponent. By the time he mentally commanded his Susanoo to strike down with a sword, Hinata Aya had already completed the 64 palms attack and dodged the attack from the giant Stardust Ninja Blade. Crack, crack! At that moment, Uchiha Roan was shocked to discover that the surface of his Susanoo armor had developed numerous cracks. Truly, the gentle fist of the Hyuga. For the first time, Uchiha Roan began to reassess the Hyuga clan. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't understand why Hinata Aya's series of attacks was so powerful. Punching through Susanoo. Why don't you fly to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? However, with the aid of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Roan understood. The 8 trigrams empty palm that shattered the ground had the same characteristics as Danzo's vacuum wave. The difference was that through Yin release, shaping, and Yang release, infusing life energy, that massive wind release chakra almost possessed tangible characteristics, like a real shuriken. Undoubtedly, this was the main reason for its immense power. Furthermore, after striking the ground, the moment the highly condensed wind release chakra structure was destroyed, a strong explosive effect occurred. Thus, it could create a visual effect of area attack on the ground. The heavenly return technique was even more so, with the incorporation of Yin and Yang attributes. The explosive power was on another level. Then, the long-range sniping palm, after Hinata Aya's charging, combined with the highly condensed Yin-Yang wind release chakra and peak-level transformation, was no different from a real shuriken, perhaps even stronger. At least a shuriken could only penetrate. Meanwhile, the conical energy mass not only possessed strong penetrating ability, but also, the highly condensed Yin-Yang wind release chakra was like a bomb, exploding upon contact. As for the final 8 trigrams 64 palms, that terrifying attack speed of unleashing 64 palms in less than a second left Uchiha Roan somewhat bewildered. He could only roughly guess that it might be a form of utilizing Yin-Yang attribute taijutsu. But as his Susanoo's armor was shattered, he understood. The wind release combined with Yin-Yang attributes clearly had a stronger cutting effect on chakra energy bodies. Every palm of Hinata Aya released chakra that was replaced with this wind release chakra. Although it lost the effect of sealing and acupoint striking, it possessed terrifying lethality. It specifically targeted the chakra defenses of ninjas and energy bodies like Susanoo. It was likely to have a strong lethality against tailed beasts as well. Unexpectedly, delving into wind release led you to choose the right path. With a light breath, Uchiha Roan retracted his partially shattered Susanoo. If it were Itachi or Shursui with their level of Susanoo, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as just breaking the armor. Yes, Elder Tian Kuei said the same thing. He told me that the strongest head of the Hyuga clan recorded in the clan's history was primarily trained in wind release, supplemented by Yin-Yang release. Hinata Aya's eyes sparkled. Oh, Tian Kuei, is he the old guy of the same generation as Tian Zong? It's obvious that Aya was referring to the clan elder who taught her Yin-Yang Gentle Fist. Wind release is indeed very suitable as the main focus for Gentle Fist. Uchiha Roan only pondered a little before understanding the reasoning behind it. Wind release and lightning release are famously fast. For taijutsu and kenjutsu ninjas, wind and lightning attributes are almost mandatory. Moreover, with the transformation of wind release reaching the level of Hinata Aya and Danzo, it has developed such properties that can restrain energy defenses. Against people, it can almost ignore the chakra defenses on their bodies. Against Susanoo and tail beasts, these energy bodies also have a strong restraining effect. Even most ninjutsu of energy forms can be cut open by this power. Coupled with the 8 trigrams palms heavenly return of this level of wind release, it is truly absolute defense. Indeed, there are no false heroes behind great fame. After the sparring session with Hinata Aya, Uchiha Roan finally understood what allowed the Hyuga clan to stand alongside the Uchiha as the 2 major ocular clans in the ninja world. He finally understood why the Hyuga clan looked down on practicing other ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and Jinjutsu. Even the potential branch families developing in directions other than Taijutsu are strictly prohibited by the main family. It all makes sense now. It's not that the main family is complacent or arrogant. It's that truly powerful Hyuga ninjas simply don't need other ninjutsu. They are just as versatile as the Uchiha. Just look at Hinata Aya now to understand. Gentle Fist for close combat, 8 trigrams Empty Palm for long-range attack, Heavenly Return for absolute defense, 8 trigrams 64 palms for instant explosion, capable of group attacks, single attacks, and reconnaissance. What more do you need? What other ninjutsu do you need? In short, the Sharingan and Byakugan are just appearances. What is truly powerful is Yin and Yang. To be precise, if the Uchiha inherited the Yin release power of Kagaya Otsutsuki, then the Hyuga inherited the Yang release power of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, one is famous for Jinjutsu, while the other is famous for Taijutsu. When the Hyuga and Uchiha clans developed the dual properties of Yin and Yang, there were slight differences. The Uchiha leaned more towards strong Yin and weak Yang applications, while the Hyuga leaned more towards strong Yang and weak Yin applications. Specifically, the Uchiha focused on Yin release Sharingan, whether it's the abilities of the Kaleidoscope or Susanoo, leaning towards the use of spiritual power, supplemented by enhancement from other attributes. In contrast, the Hyuga is based on Yang release Taijutsu, truly developing the Yang attribute, which clearly increased Hinata Aya as physical strength significantly, further supplemented by Yin release shaping. It made the Gentle Fist even stronger. Just as Uchiha Rong and Hinata Aya were confirming their abilities in the underground training ground, a team of Sand Village ninjas arrived outside Konoha Village. This left many Konoha ninjas confused. Aren't they still fighting? Why did the Sand Village send ninjas to Konoha? Chapter 172. The Sand Village's plea for help. Kanjiro, when you meet the 4th Hokage later, don't act impulsively. Leave everything to me. On the way to the Hokage building, the 11-year-old Temari said seriously. Understood. Usually quite rebellious, Kanjiro was surprisingly obedient at this moment. At the same age as his older sister Temari, he was now carrying the puppet Crow, looking dejected. It's worth mentioning that Kanjiro had idolized Scorpion since childhood. Even his current 3 puppets, Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander, were all creations left by Scorpion. Under the guidance of Konoha ninjas, the 4 Sand Village ninjas finally stepped into the Hokage building. Although the other 2 Jonin were stronger, the leader of this team was Temari. This was naturally due to her status. As the child of the 4th Kazekage, Temari and Kanjiro held positions in the Sand Village akin to that of a princess and a prince. At such a young age, they already had their own Jonin retainers. In the underground training ground, the 100-meter-tall Susanoo in its 4 forms was sprinting, chasing after Hinata Aya. This time, Hinata Aya was escaping quite awkwardly. Although the occasionally unleashed 8 trigrams 64 palms could still cause cracks in Susanoo's armor, compared to Susanoo's current size, her attacks felt like mosquito bites. It can't be said that there was no effect, unless Susanoo completely refrained from counterattacking and stood there to let her hit. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to instantly shatter Susanoo's armor like before. Niji's 8 trigrams 128 palms has been praised as incredibly powerful, but in the eyes of the clan, it's also somewhat of a misguided path. While chasing Hinata Ayaka, Uchiha Rong reflected on this. In fact, at Niji's age in the original timeline, being able to independently develop the 8 trigrams 128 palms was indeed impressive. However, from the battle scenes, it's clear that his so-called 8 trigrams 128 palms, although shown in slow motion, is obviously not completed in an instant given the time it takes for the opponent to be pushed back, knocked away, and the recovery time for various actions. Moreover, at Niji's stage, it was evident that he couldn't have developed Yin-Yang release so early. So, to put it simply, it was most likely just a technique to accelerate using wind release or lightning release. In reality, through Hinata Ayaka's 8 trigrams 64 palms, Uchiha Rong understood that the real strength of this move doesn't lie in how many palms can be struck in an instant. To truly defeat an enemy, 1 palm is enough. The 8 trigrams 64 palms is more suited for crowd control against ninjas, delivering fierce attacks to 64 positions around in an instant. The number 64 is nearly enough to encompass all enemy units around. Even if there are more than 64 enemies, crowding together will not exceed that number. Thus, having more strikes would not matter much. Only when dealing with a massive and sturdy enemy like Susanoo does it provide a single target burst damage capability. Looking back at Niji's so-called 128 palms, it was just a flurry of 128 strikes on a single person. and he didn't even manage to defeat them. Isn't that laughable? Even if you poke someone 128 times with a needle, they would probably be in so much pain they'd faint. Moreover, after completing the 64 palms, if he wanted to continue attacking, couldn't he just connect it to the previous 64 palms? A seamless transition would also count as 128 palms. This is a misconception that many ninjas have, leading to their hard work in training not yielding the expected improvement in combat power. At this moment, Uchiha Rong raised the giant sword of Susanoo, striking down at the fleeing Hinata Ayaka. Even though Hinata Ayaka used the heavenly spin, it only held for 7 or 8 breaths before the so-called absolute defense was broken. If Uchiha Rong hadn't held back in time, she would have been severely injured. While this legendary divine power is too strong, Hinata Ayaka gasped. However, she wasn't discouraged. Although the heavenly spin is known as absolute defense, it depends on the type of attack. The Susanoo's giant sword, which is 100 meters long and 20 to 30 meters wide, came crashing down. The heavenly spin did manage to block it initially, but it was not on the same level. The descending giant sword could not be deflected, leading to a continuous struggle between the Susanoo's giant sword and the chakra shield of the heavenly spin. Hinata Ayaka's chakra was insufficient to maintain the heavenly spin against such a massive attack, which led to her defeat. Therefore, from a certain perspective, theoretically, if there was enough chakra, the heavenly spin does indeed live up to its name of absolute defense. Hey Ayaka, don't be discouraged. You're barely at SS now, and you have a 2 or 3% chance of defeating Itachi and the other Susanoo, Uchiha Rong encouraged. Both using Susanoo, the same form, but the strength displayed by different people can vary greatly. Just like the 4 forms of Susanoo usually correspond to S peak power of a Kage. But in reality, due to its size advantage, it is much stronger in destructive power and range than a normal Kage-level ninja. Hence it can be rated as SS or quasi-super Kage. Uchiha Rong's current 4-formed Susanoo, aside from not being able to fly, is essentially not much different from the 5-formed Yata no Kagami. Therefore, Hinata Ayaka was actually fighting against a quasi-super Kage. Even so, she could still cause minor cracks in the Susanoo armor, demonstrating how powerful Yin-Yang release is. Although this damage would be instantly repaired by Susanoo, it still had enough destructive force to break through Uchiha Rong's SS-level Susanoo defenses. Just as Uchiha Rong was retracting Susanoo, the ring on his right middle finger lit up. Sand Village requests assistance. Exercise cancelled. This was quite an unexpected event. As he continued to communicate with Kakashi, Uchiha Rong learned what had happened. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower office, even the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen was summoned again to discuss the Sand Village's request for assistance. Of course, retirement only meant he had shed his Hokage identity. He was still a member of Konoha, simply declaring he would no longer take an active role in Hokage affairs. The situation was this. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku from Sunagakure had been taken away by members of the Akatsuki organization, and even the 4th Kazekage had been severely injured. Minato Namikaze recounted the events and looked at those present. In the Hokage office at this time, aside from Kakashi and other Umbu around the 4th Hokage, such as Yuzuki Yugao, there were also the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, who had dropped from advisor back to a consultant, and others like Tsurugi Koharu, who still managed finances, and Mito Yaiba, who still managed supplies. The heads of major ninja clans, such as Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Inazuka, and Yamanaka, were also present. We should immediately dispatch a support team to rescue the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Danzo was the first to speak, drawing many surprised glances. However, excluding personal animosity, this time Danzo's proposal surprisingly had no opposition. The tailed beasts are crucial for the stability of the 5 villages. 4th Hokage, please draft the list for the rescue team. Tsurugi Koharu added. Although Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Yaiba often acted like senior figures, it must be said that a healthy upper management structure sometimes requires different voices. If it were a one-man show, it could easily lead to mistakes. This was also one of the main reasons Minato Namikaze did not take the opportunity to expel them from Konoha's management. Furthermore, just like the 3rd Hokage, Minato believed that these two had shallow foundations. If there were serious political disagreements, they could be easily managed. Alright, I will recall Uchiha Rong and Hinata Ayaka to join this rescue team. Additionally, Kakashi might guide Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Kiyoshi. Minato Namikaze directly dispatched 12 Jonin and divided them into 3 teams. It was clear he was aware of the previous failure of the Akatsuki's attack on the Yuki Bamboo Valley. This dispatch was very targeted. directly requesting the recall of Uchiha Rong while deploying all of Uchiha's personnel in the Umbu. Meanwhile, when the Sand Village's request for assistance was fully transmitted, the forces of the 4 great ninja villages, originally gathered to enter the Land of Fire, also tacitly withdrew back to their respective villages. Therefore, the order from the daimyo to send Uchiha Rong as an envoy was naturally retracted, in the face of the Akatsuki's theft of the Sand Village's tail beast. The 5 great ninja villages rarely displayed a united front, not for any other reason, but once Sunagakure lost its only tailed beast with its strength, it would inevitably be swallowed by the daimyo of the Land of Wind. This was an outcome that none of the 5 great ninja villages could accept. Chapter 173, Rescue Gura, Part 1. This time, the recall order from the 4th Hokage was directly conveyed to Hinata Ayaka through the Umbu's ninja dog, Shiro, who had been raised in the Umbu. Shiro was also the ninja dog that Hinata Ayaka had adopted in the Umbu. Once a small pup, Shiro had now grown to stand tall and was as tall as Hinata Ayaka. Your little Shiro has grown quite strong, with some more training. I can enhance it with secret techniques later, Uchiha Rong said, looking at the ninja dog that was cuddling in Hinata Ayaka's arms. This dog, which resembled a Samiyed, had not only grown into a giant dog, but its chakra fluctuations had also exceeded 2 cards. It is evident that Hinata Ayane has spent a lot of money on it during her daily life. Otherwise, a normal ninja dog would never grow so rapidly in just a few years. Well, good. Now, let's return to the daimyo's residence. After Hinata Ayane sent back the little one, oh no, it should be called the big one now. Then Uchiha Rong took Hinata Ayane and used the Flying Thunder God to return to the daimyo's residence. The two tidied up, putting away all their personal belongings in the house, and went directly to meet the daimyo. Lord Daimyo, I just received a summons from the 4th Hokage, and I need to return immediately. As he spoke, Uchiha Rong took out the Hokage's decree sent by the big one. Oh, that's really unfortunate. It would be great if you could stay by my side, Rong. It makes me feel much more at ease when I sleep. The daimyo's hoarse voice sounded, revealing an exaggerated expression of regret. It is indeed very regrettable. Thank you for your hospitality during this time, Lord Daimyo, Uchiha Rong replied calmly. He didn't believe the daimyo had any sense of crisis. The safest place in this ninja world was undoubtedly the daimyo's residence. Although the daimyo's residence did not have true shadow-level combat power, it possessed a considerable amount of high-end military force below the shadow level, not to mention being heavily guarded. Underneath its vast wealth, how many powerful barriers lay hidden is even more unknown. The daimyo might even possess some 6 paths level ninja tools. One must know that a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, the high-level samurai within the daimyo's residence are certainly not ants. Uchiha Rong highly doubted that if Nagato dared to come to the daimyo's residence, he would probably not leave unscathed. It wouldn't be surprising if he ended up sleeping there forever. Otherwise, in the original timeline, why didn't Nagato simply eliminate or control all the daimyos of the 5 nations? At that time, without the financial support of the country, the 5 great ninja villages would be forced to disband immediately. After bidding farewell to the daimyo, Uchiha Rong and Hinata Ayane left the daimyo's residence, passing through the inner city and outer city, and headed directly to the Land of Wind via the official road. The next day, they met up with Uchiha Chien and Chino in the western part of the Land of Fire. Thus, Team Fish was once again fully mobilized. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi and Shursui formed a temporary team with Might Guy and Kakashi also on their way. The third team was interesting. The leader was the self-recommended 18-year-old looking Danzo, who was actually 61 years old. The members were 24-year-old Yamanaka Ryoma, 30-year-old Inazuka Kiba, and 17-year-old Ayama Irika. The first 2 were former Root members. Puff, don't be afraid. I won't eat you, Danzo said with a malicious smile, looking like a big demon king. Lord Danzo, Yamanaka Ryoma appeared very excited to see Danzo again, unlike Inazuka Kiba, who felt a bit unnatural. If it weren't for the need to consider the interests of his clan back then, he would have defected with Danzo long ago. Well, good. Ryoma, you're now an excellent Jonin with an A rating, Danzo said, having already obtained quite a bit of information about original character from Uchiha Rong, combined with some remnants of his original self's memories. At this moment, Danzo seemed very natural. It is worth mentioning that the official titles in Konoha are Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, and Jonin. Beyond that, there is the village leader. There are no titles such as Elite. However, within the compiled ninja data, there are comprehensive combat power ratings similar to this. For example, D, for a new Genin just graduated from the Ninja Academy. D represents a Genin who has completed 1 year of internship, and D is what is commonly referred to as elite genin. The same goes for Chunin. C represents newcomers. C represents the average combat power of Chunin who have been promoted for a year, and C is elite. In the Genin stage, there are two levels, B and A, indicating a significant gap in combat power at this stage. Special Genin B can also be called a preparatory Genin, which means that among the elite Chunin group, there's someone who has a specialty that meets the Genin standard. But their abilities in other areas have not yet crossed the Genin standard line. The real meaning of the special Genin title, as its nickname preparatory Genin suggests, is to select talents with Genin qualifications from the large number of Chunin in order to provide resources exceeding those for Chunin, hoping they can grow rapidly and become true Genin members as soon as possible. With the existence of special Genin, there is no classification of new Genin in this stage. B represents the average combat power of normal Genin, indicating a group of people who can use B-level ninjutsu as a regular combat means. B is a senior Genin who has initially mastered some forms of A-level ninjutsu. A is considered the threshold for officially stepping into elite Genin, having mastered an A-level ninjutsu as a trump card. A is a true elite Genin who has mastered the power of natural disasters, capable of altering local terrain. A is the pinnacle among elite Genin, usually possessing unique signature abilities or having created some A-level ninjutsu, able to confront some shadows directly. The bottom tier of the Akatsuki organization are at this level. S is a quasi-shadow, having created S-level ninjutsu or mastered an S-level ninjutsu that poses a threat to shadows. From here, one can see Kakashi's talent. Having created the S-level Raikiri, he possesses quasi-shadow combat power. However, the Sharingan greatly reduces his chakra endurance, making it impossible for him to use Raikiri as a regular means. S is a shadow, referring to the third Hokage's appearance in the original work. S is the peak of shadows, referring to the third Raikage, fourth Raikage, and Anoki. SS is a super shadow, referring to the elderly Madara without Rinnegan, and Sage Mode Jiraiya. SS is a young peak Madara, Nagato, and Pain Six Paths. SS is Senju Hashirama. U Six Paths, the pinnacle of the Otsutsuki clan. S originally wanted to introduce Yamanaka Ryoma's to give everyone a sense of combat power, thinking that since it's already at A and there aren't many words left, might as well complete it. The scene returns to Ryoma. It is all thanks to Lord Danzo's cultivation that I have come to this point. Yamanaka Ryoma looked at Danzo with admiration. Very well. Once this mission is over, you will come to my side as a personal guard. Thank you, Lord Danzo, for your support. Yamanaka Ryoma replied excitedly. Listening to their conversation all the way, Irika couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. He wanted to tell Ryoma that their master has changed. Of course, Irika, who had also been blessed by Uchiha Rome, would naturally not betray his own leader. He was just purely complaining. In this way, the three teams arrived at the border of the Land of Wind with great speed, taking only a day and a night. With the intelligence provided by Uchiha Rome, all three teams had insiders and were not worried about Gaara's safety. Although captured, at least in the short term, there should be no issues. Don't forget that Gaara Shikaku had 90% of its tailed beast chakra extracted and is currently still in a weakened state. If the Akatsuki organization extracts it at this time, aside from killing Shikaku and putting it in a revival cooldown, they wouldn't be able to extract much one-tailed chakra. It is likely that if they captured Gaara now, Nagato and Obito, upon discovering this, would be cursing. Their options for dealing with Gaara are only two. One is to release him, and the other is to keep him. Chapter 174, Rescue Gaara, Part 2. With the arrival of the Iwagakure and Konoha rescue teams, the intelligence personnel from the three major ninja villages, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Konoha, were fully mobilized. Soon, they found traces of the Akatsuki organization's group. After thorough checks by the intelligence analysis team, they eventually locked onto a rough area, a group of lava caves in the northeastern border of the Land of Wind. When this information was transmitted through the ninja beasts raised in the Umbu to the three teams, the direction of the three teams suddenly changed. Encircling the same position in a larger cave within the cavern, 5 figures in black and red cloud robes were staring at me, a 10-year-old Gaara, in confusion. Among them was a masked man from the Uchiha clan, known as Obito, who was secretly calling himself Madara. His face was showing anger at this moment. Can someone tell me what is going on? Why is Shikaku so weak? His voice was deep, suppressing his fury. His right eye suspiciously scanned the other 4. He was now very doubtful that these guys had messed up during the capture, causing Shikaku to be broken. Although this kid's sand control ability was surprisingly strong, Shikaku had never shown signs of going berserk. At this moment, Kakuzu explained. The four of them had acted together, and there was a sense of mutual supervision among them. Hey, look, what is this circle of seals outside the kid's sealing technique? Just when Obito and the others were at a loss. A pitcher plant head popped out from the ground and spoke. It seems to be the 7-star seal of the Uzumaki clan, the pitcher plant creature said to itself. If Uchiha Roan were here, he would definitely laugh. Damn, is no one going to expose Kuro's poor acting? It's outrageous. It must be the Leaf Village ninjas interfering. Sunagakure doesn't he have such advanced sealing techniques? Indeed, based on the battle that led to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, although various villages had acquired some sealing techniques, the most complete legacy of sealing techniques was taken to Konoha by Kushina. Guided by Zetsu, the group quickly identified the culprit. Obito's face behind the mask darkened. It's him. It's him. Why did they start capturing tail beasts so early? ISNT it, because someone drove the three tails to disappear from the ninja world? This made Obito anxious. In a time when they were short on manpower and resources, they were daring enough to start capturing tail beasts in advance. To ensure absolute safety, they were no longer working in pairs, but the remaining four acted together. Meanwhile, Uchiha Roan, who was already very close to the destination, smiled. As long as I'm here, you all dreaming of gathering tail beasts is just wishful thinking. Why did he want to eliminate the three tails in the first place? It was to serve as a preventative measure, to preemptively guard against the Akatsuki capturing tail beasts and summoning the 10 tails. By the time Uchiha Roan and the others arrived at the cavern area, Kakashi and Danzo's teams were already waiting at the designated location. You all go in, be careful. Uchiha Roan directly manipulated a patch of floating sand, sitting on it and floating into the air. The elevated and open view allowed him to anticipate any potential dangers that might arise. This is called commanding from a front. If any teammates needed support, they just had to break through the rock layer and come down to the ground. Inazuka Kiba, you stay outside to keep watch. Everyone else, go down. Danzo was the first to dive into the cave. Ryoma followed closely behind. Then came Kakashi, Might Guy, Itachi, Shursui, Ki, Chino, Hinata, Aya, and Irika. Under Hinata, Aya, Byakugan, the group quickly locked onto Gar's location. Outside the cave, Inazuka Kiba and his ninja dog had unknowingly fallen asleep, wrapped in a layer of sand. The reason Danzo ordered him to stay outside was not for vigilance, but because he found him bothersome. Among this group of 12, only Inazuka Kiba was an outsider. With him around, everyone had to hide many of their abilities, making it quite inconvenient. Uchiha Roan controlled the sand layer to wrap around Inazuka Kiba and his ninja dog, binding them on his back, just like Gar's gourd. This was also a form of protection for him, to prevent any sudden situations from taking him out. In the cave below, thanks to Hinata, Aya, Byakugan, the group headed straight for Gaara. They found a young Gaara sleeping alone in an open area. What is going on? Danzo looked confused. There seemed to be no one else around. Hinata, Aya, said uncertainly. The reason for her uncertainty was that there shouldn't be no enemies in this situation. But her Byakugan scanned a 1-kilometer radius, and there wasn't a single shadow. Damn it, they were still a step too late. The first to react was actually Danzo. It was obvious that when Obito and the others discovered that the tailed beast on Gaara needed more time to recover, knowing that there would be pursuers behind them, who would want to fight to the death over a useless Jinchuriki. Would they really take him back to raise him? So, before the Konoha team arrived, Obito and his group slipped away. When the group released Gaara from the illusion, Uchiha Roan showed a bitter smile. What the hell is this Shun-T? The normal script had been a series of exciting battles up to this point. Helpless. He had to release the bindings on his back and let Inazuka Kiba out of the sand layer. What happened to him? Yamanaka Ryoma asked curiously. It's an adult matter. Kids Shun-T meddle, Danzo reprimanded. Yes, Lord Danzo. Oh, what now? Should we send this kid back? Hinata, Aya, said somewhat at a loss. This was indeed very awkward. They hadn't seen any enemies, and the target they rescued was directly saved. Since they were already here, they might as well go visit Sunagakure. Uchiha Roan shrugged. Thus, the team quickly split into two parts. The fish team and Kakashi's team of 8 took Gaara to Sunagakure, while Danzo, Irika, and Ryoma carried the sleeping Inazuka Kiba back to the village. As for the feedback on the task situation here, Kakashi had already sent his ninja dog back to the Umbu base with the current mission record scroll. This feeling is good. It seems I can regularly extract the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki in the future on the way. Uchiha Roan had such a thought. To be honest, This was a form of indirect protection for the Jinchuriki of each village. In fact, now that he had both yin and yang sealing techniques, he had no real need for tailed beasts. To Uchiha Rong, whether it was the 9 tails or the 10 tails, they were external powers. Nothing was more reliable than strengthening oneself. Rong, is it really necessary to have so many people just to return a Jinchuriki? Hinata Aya asked, somewhat confused. I sent it because I'm afraid that with too few people, the Sand Village ninjas might act rashly. Uchiha Rong wouldn't say that it was a rare opportunity for a public-funded trip, bringing everyone along. Hinata Aya, however, believed him and nodded in agreement. I see. You really do think ahead, Rong. More than an hour later, while the group was talking as they traveled, Hinata Aya's expression suddenly changed as she warned, be careful. We're surrounded. A lot of people. At least 1,000. Chapter 175. Ambush. Almost as soon as Hinata Aya finished speaking, a large group of people appeared at the edge of the desert in their line of sight. They look like sand bandits, my guy said. No, the land of wind shouldn't have sand bandits of this scale. Itachi, who had already activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan, said solemnly. Everyone be careful. These sand bandits are suspicious. They all have considerable chakra. In fact, Uchiha Rong had already noticed this without Hinata Aya as reminder. This was clearly a group of organized samurai disguised as sand bandits, each possessing chakra at the level of a genin, with at least 200 at the level of 1 water and a dozen at the level of 1 card. Seeing this, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, stretched lazily, and his right hand had already reached for the Stardust Blade's handle. It was just right for him to stretch his muscles. Upon seeing this, the others also looked eager to try. They had originally thought they would have a big battle with the Akatsuki this time, but turned out to be a bust. In this way, there are no regrets. As several people were talking, they were already surrounded by a dense crowd of sand bandits. Not just 1,000, but at least 3,000, and more were continuously gathering. Hinata Ayaka's expression was serious as she reported what she saw. My guy was the first to rush in. There was no need for unnecessary talk, since it was clear that the enemy was targeting their group. He used a body flicker technique to enter the crowd of sand bandits, punching one away on the spot, then jumped up to sweep his leg, knocking down 3 more. Kakashi also drew his short blade, White Fang, with wind blades swirling around the blade, creating a spray of blood. The group worked in perfect harmony, using taijutsu and sword techniques without immediately unleashing any powerful ninjutsu. The exact number of enemies was unknown. Using ninjutsu recklessly could cause significant damage, but would also easily deplete their chakra reserves. Among them, Chizuna wielded Siye, continuously weaving through the sand bandits, almost transforming into a god of death. In just a few minutes, the number of sand bandits she killed was nearly equal to the total of the others combined. Only Uchiha Rong, with the Stardust Ninja Blade glowing with red points of light, dashed into the dense group of sand bandits and swung his blade, unleashing a storm of ashes that swept away 20 to 30 people each time. Those sand bandits caught in the ash storm were left as dry corpses, with only a layer of charred human skin over their bones. The sight was terrifying. The first wave of 1,000 attackers didn't even have a single ripple of resistance before turning to dust. The field of vision was significantly cleared. The surrounding area no longer looked like a mass of enemies. This scene finally frightened the sand bandits who were coming behind. They began to hesitate. Even a few who seemed to be supervising the battle couldn't force the sand bandits to continue advancing, despite cutting off several heads. Are they scared now? It's obvious that real bloody carnage isn't like playing a game. Even the most trained soldiers will feel fear and retreat in a hellish battlefield like this. At that moment, more than 30 sand bandits suddenly charged out from the unwilling group 100 meters away. Just by sensing their chakra fluctuations, it was clear that they were all sword masters with an average of over 1 chakra. Their quality was far inferior to that of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Rong smiled lightly. Fighting in a battlefield with thousands of troops was completely different from battling a few powerful ninjas. It often came down to endurance and sustained combat capability rather than flashy ninjutsu. The intent of the enemy was also clear. This first batch was there to deplete their chakra. Not wanting to reveal too many of her trump cards, Uchiha Rong's gaze swept over the unconscious Gaara, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She saw herself taking Gaara from Chizuna's back, lifting his shirt and pressing one hand on the sealing technique. Instantly, a surge of Shikaku's chakra was infused into him. Just as she infused about half of the chakra, the tailed beast's outer coat began to emerge from Gaara's body. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong immediately stopped. During this process, the 30 sword masters had already been wiped out by Kakashi and the others, with Chizuna alone killing 12. However, it was clear that this time had also caused a certain degree of exhaustion for Chizuna and the others. Or at the same time, as Uchiha Rong released the 7-star seal on Gaara, Shikaku finally emerged. To be precise, it was Shikaku's chakra that emerged. It quickly coalesced into a giant tanuki over 40 meters tall. "It's you." Shikaku's fierce pupils immediately locked onto Uchiha Rong. However, before it could act, under the gaze of the Mangeki, a pair of Mangeki patterns instantly reflected in Shikaku's pupils. Roar controlled by Uchiha Rong. Shikaku charged towards the sand bandits 100 meters away, who had stopped advancing. With sweeping tails, body slams, and claw strikes in just a few breaths, Shikaku caused nearly 1,000 casualties among the sand bandit ranks. The sight of the sand bandits panicking and starting to scatter was evident. It gathered wind-style chakra in its mouth, shooting vacuum bombs that caused a large number of long-range kills once again. Truly, it is a tailed beast that instills fear on the battlefield. My guy looked shocked. If Chizuna's swordsmanship kill speed was the sum of others, then Uchiha Rong's Ash Storm group, AoE, was the sum of Chizuna and the others. Then the damage caused by Shikaku's appearance was even greater than all of their kills combined. Shikaku is known to confront the Nine Tails. Uchiha Rong said with a laugh. I remember in the previous anime, Shikaku was mocked by the Nine Tails for having the least tails and being the weakest tailed beast. In fact, in the eyes of the Nine Tails, a few tails are all the same. They're all weaklings. But this mockery deeply hurt Shikaku's pride. At that time, Shikaku had fought a battle against the Nine Tails, and, on the surface, it seemed like an evenly matched battle. However, it was clear that in a prolonged battle, Shikaku would inevitably lose. From this, it is also not difficult to see that Shikaku's combat power is not weak, at least among the other tailed beasts. Except for the 8 tails, there are really not many who can contend with the 9 tails. They retreated. Shikaku's appearance lasted only a few minutes, and Hinata Ayaka reported, "These people, are they from the land of Wind's daimyo?" Kakashi said solemnly, "It could be, but it could also not be." "Why do you say that?" "Within the borders of the land of Wind, such a large number of organized warrior corps and so many sword master-level warriors raise strong suspicion of the land of Wind's daimyo. However, it seems they have no reason to ambush us. After all, even if they successfully killed the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, the freed Shikaku would eventually be captured and returned to Sunagakure by the 5 great ninja villages. So, could it be a frame-up by the daimyo of another country? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but could also be a force from outside the 5 great nations." Uchiha Rong frowned and thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't come up with a coherent explanation. Simply put, the land of Wind's daimyo had the conditions to commit the crime, but no motive. As for the other 5 nations, it seemed unnecessary for them to do such a thing. In fact, if it weren't for the serious overqualification of their 8-man team, a normal ninja squad encountering such a level of encirclement would indeed have a chance of being wiped out. Thus, everything became increasingly perplexing. Chapter 176. Return to Sunagakure after using Shikaku to defeat the group of sand bandits. Uchiha Rong easily sealed Shikaku again. Did it really sustain serious injuries in such a short time? Under her Mangeki's gaze, she could clearly see the damage to young Gaara's chakra pathways. That was caused by the tailed beast's violent chakra being infused unconsciously by the Jinchuriki. The sealing of the Jinchuriki by Sunagakure truly treats them as consumables. Uchiha Rong frowned slightly. A thick layer of green chakra appeared in her hands, continuously flowing over Gaara's body, repairing the damaged chakra pathways. This was based on a Yang-release developed sage art, which possessed a kind of life force energy. Ordinary medical ninjutsu does not have the ability to repair chakra pathways. Techniques like Naruto's 8-trigram seal allow the tailed beast chakra to leak a small amount from the sealing door, effectively controlling the output through the 8-trigram seal. So relatively speaking, it would be much safer. In contrast, Gaara's unknown brand of sealing technique was very crude in this regard. This was also the main reason Gaara had been afraid to sleep earlier. If he experienced more instances of unconscious infusion of Shikaku's chakra without timely treatment, Gaara would be ruined. The rest of the journey encountered no further surprises, and the 2 Konoha teams quickly arrived at Sunagakure. Shikamaru and Gaara arrived early with a group of people to welcome them. The assistance from Konoha is deeply appreciated by our Sunagakure. Unexpectedly, the ones leading the group were clearly not Shikamaru, but rather 2 elderly figures, a man and a woman, Chiyo and Eyes. The 2 first glanced at Gaara, who was being carried by Might Guy, and seeing that his breathing was steady and he seemed unharmed, they performed a standard gesture of gratitude towards the Konoha ninjas. Unlike the invasion by Sasori and Deidara in the original timeline, Sunagakure found itself powerless against the invasion of the 4 members of the Akatsuki, compounded by Zetsu's interference. With fewer people dispatched, they couldn't fight back, and if they sent out all their forces, it would put the village in a huge crisis. After all, as one of the 5 great villages, there were too many eyes watching them. We in Konoha love peace, and only hope that Sunagakure can cease its hostility after this. That would be our greatest thanks. Kakashi stepped forward to respond to Sunagakure's gratitude. Chiyo looked at Kakashi with a complex expression, her aged face emotionless. But her tone carried a hint of sincerity as she said, "Naturally, Sunagakure is willing to form an alliance with Konoha and will no longer initiate hostilities." It was clear that this was the final decision of Sunagakure's higher-ups. Realizing that there was such a terrifying rogue ninja organization outside the 5 villages that could threaten Sunagakure, they finally changed their desperate and vicious stance and became much more amiable. According to Uchiha Rong's understanding, among the 5 villages, apart from the most warlike Kyomobikure, Sunagakure was the most troublesome and unpredictable. But there was no helping it. They were poor. Whenever internal conflicts arose that they couldn't resolve, they could only provoke external strife to stabilize their internal situation. Kakashi naturally understood Sunagakure's situation, so he wasn't moved by Chiyo's formal words. That's for the best. As they spoke, Might Guy had already handed Gaara over to Sunagakure's side. The 8 were treated as envoys should be, welcomed by the people, and ceremoniously brought into the village. Regarding the alliance proposed by Chiyo, apart from Might Guy showing excitement, the others reacted rather blandly. Sunagakure's predicament determined that whether they fought or not, they had no choice. Even if they signed an alliance with Konoha, once the threat from the Akatsuki was lifted, if internal conflict arose that they couldn't resolve, an agreement could be torn up without hesitation, as it had happened before. Tsunade is here too? Suddenly, Chiyo, while conducting a simple examination on Gaara, turned around and asked. In fact, there were only 8 people from Konoha, and whether Tsunade was among them was pretty obvious, wasn't it? Or perhaps, who among you is Tsunade's disciple? Chiyo's gaze sharpened. In response, Kakashi and the others became secretly alert, their faces showing confusion. What's with this old lady? The reason for their reaction was the overwhelming chakra wave emanating from Chiyo. It was undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. The fact that such an old person could still retain such strength indicated that she must have been a peak Kage-level ninja in her youth. Uchiha Rong, however, smiled faintly and stepped forward. Are you referring to the creation rebirth technique? That's me, but I'm not Tsunade's disciple. Looking at this young ninja, who was barely in his 20s, Chiyo showed a look of suspicion. Then your creation rebirth technique? I developed it myself. Uchiha Rong replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of hiding this. His persona was that of someone who developed a technique similar to creation rebirth on his own, and thus gained Tsunade's favor and guidance, laying the groundwork for potential use of life transfer in the future. Oh, Konoha truly has a plethora of talent. After carefully examining Uchiha Rong, as if confirming something, Chiyo's fierce aura instantly retracted. The others found Chiyo's reaction perplexing, but only Uchiha Rong understood. Despite Tsunade being young and beautiful, alluring and sexy, it was all thanks to the Yin seal that kept her youthful. In reality, Tsunade and Chiyo were ninjas of the same era and even old rivals. During the Second Shinobi World War, on the battlefield between Sunagakure and Konoha, Chiyo, who excelled in puppet techniques and poison-making, and Tsunade, who specialized in medical ninjutsu, had numerous encounters, both overt and covert. Chiyo signaled to the Sunagakure ninja beside her, handing Gaara over, indicating that Gaara was fine. The group continued walking forward. As they walked, observing the sandcastles in the wind and sand, the Konoha group was very curious and secretly took in their surroundings. In terms of village size, Sunagakure was about half the size of Konoha. After all, Konoha had undergone numerous expansions outside its initial closed circle and, in the prosperous environment of the Land of Fire, the population had been steadily increasing. This was Konoha's strength. A larger population brought about a more prosperous economy and continuously supplied the ninja village with fresh blood. Their chakra fluctuations seemed quite weak. Hinata Io whispered beside Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong smiled slightly. It definitely can't compare to us in Konoha. When Hinata Aya said weak, she was referring to the hurriedly passing ninjas and those villagers of Sunagakure who had chakra fluctuations. This was naturally thanks to the Senju clan. The integration of the Senju clan greatly improved the physical condition of the commoners within Konoha's close circle. This was what allowed excellent ninjas to continuously emerge from Konoha's civilian population. Figures like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze were prime examples. If the favorable conditions of the Land of Fire cultivated Konoha's prosperity and strength, then the commoners of the Senju descendants truly laid a solid foundation for Konoha. Outstanding descendants and a complete heritage. At this moment, Uchiha Roan began to vaguely understand the intentions of Hashirama Senju. The disappearance of the Senju clan was like a blazing flame, burning itself out and leaving behind a glow, with one clan achieving the greatness of a village, allowing the new leaves to sprout and grow robustly. Perhaps this was the true will of fire. Chapter 177. Observations of Sunagakure. Uchiha Roan and his group were finally brought into an area of Sunagakure that was clearly a clan territory. The emblem at the entrance featured an orange pattern among the vines. Kakashi and Uchiha Roan were not surprised by this. Might Guy, however, curiously asked, "Is this the residence of Chiyo's family?" "Yes, they're from the Tachibana clan of Sunagakure," Kakashi quietly explained. This ninja clan is renowned for its puppet techniques, and it is said that one of the two original puppet masters active during the Warring States period came from this family. Two original puppet masters? Uchiha Roan interjected, explaining, "One is Tachibana Zeeman, and the other is Chikamatsu Zeeman." There were rumors that Chikamatsu Zeeman was actually a pseudonym for Tachibana Zeeman while traveling. It seems that this is most likely true. Huh, how is that possible? This time, it was Kakashi who was surprised. Uchiha Roan, however, smiled indifferently, intentionally glancing at Chiyo, who was leading the way. "Don't you know about Chiyo's Chikamatsu 10? Each puppet can exhibit the combat strength of a J-nin, and the 10 puppets working together possess S-rank combat power. The Tachibana clan. Chikamatsu Zeeman, Chikamatsu 10. I see," Kakashi murmured, coming to a sudden realization. Might Guy looked at Uchiha Roan with admiration at this moment. "Roan, you know so much." "Hee. I've just read some accounts of Warring States period events recorded in the clan's miscellaneous records." As they spoke, they had already been led into a 3-story sandcastle. "You all must be tired from the journey, so please rest here for now. Tomorrow, we will hold a banquet for everyone. Thank you all for the timely support to our village," said Eyes with a lowered brow. "All right, thank you for the hospitality," Kakashi replied. As the Sand Village group departed, only the 8 from Konoha remained, observing the exquisite home goods and decorations inside the sandcastle. Might Guy once again displayed a look akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. "Wow, these furnishings and tables and chairs look quite valuable. Didn't they say the Sand Village was poor? Only the common folks are poor." Uchiha Roan chuckled lightly. "Look at those puppet masters in the Sand Village. Which one of them is poor?" That's true." Might Guy, already a jonin, clearly had dealt with the puppet users among the Sand Ninjas and remarked in surprise. "Roan, let's go out and take a look." Hinata Aya's eyes sparkled. Although it wasn't her first visit to the Sand Village, the last time was a raid, and this time she could truly enjoy the sights and experience the exotic atmosphere. Sure, Uchiha Roan was evidently curious about various aspects of the Sand Village. In the end, Chien, Jina, Itachi, Shursui, and Kakashi chose to stay inside the sandcastle to rest. Uchiha Roan, Hinata Aya, and Might Guy headed outside. As they just lifted the thick curtain at the entrance of the sandcastle, a gust of wind carrying sand blew towards them. "It's windy again," Hinata Aya frowned. The environment in the Sand Village is indeed harsh. It's hot during the day and cold at night. Once the wind rises, it's a sandstorm. Fortunately, everyone had prepared beforehand, wrapping their mouths and noses tightly with cloth. "Are you going out, adults? Do you need me to be your guide?" As Uchiha Roan stepped out of the sandcastle, he saw a Sand Village ninja standing on either side. One of the female ninjas spoke up at that moment. "Thank you for your help." As a Konoha ninja, Uchiha Roan still had a sense of presence and did not refuse the other's company. In fact, even if he had declined, the Sand Village's Umbu would surely be monitoring their every move in secret. Uchiha Roan headed straight towards a marketplace he had seen when they arrived, with Hinata Aya and Might Guy beside him. "I'm Toyotomi Sakana, from Konoha." Lady Chiyo instructed that if you need anything, just let me know. Toyotomi Sakana quickly caught up and introduced herself. "Oh, you're from the Toyotomi clan?" Only upon hearing her surname did Uchiha Roan take a closer look at her. With his keen perception of Yin chakra, he sensed that she had about 7 units of water chakra, indicating she was likely just a chunin. However, the Toyotomi clan in the Sand Village was quite impressive. They were on par with the Chiyo clan, although no noteworthy ninja had emerged from them in recent years. Uchiha Rong knew that the third Kazekage was Toyotomi Mayada from the Toyotomi clan of the Sand Village. The puppets made from corpses still lay in his ceiling scrolls. Yes, you actually know about our Toyotomi clan? Toyotomi Sakana exclaimed in surprise, revealing her youthful teeth. To be honest, he hadn't noticed before. Upon closer inspection, he found that this Sanchunin was at most 11 or 12 years old and looked quite adorable. Uchiha Rong remained silent, pulling up his sleeve to reveal the pattern of a folding fan inside his collar. Toyotomi Sakana respectfully stepped back, showing a look of realization as she bowed. So you're from the Uchiha clan. No need to call me Lord, just call me Rong, he said. Here, adult is a term of respect for guests and does not imply a hierarchy. So Uchiha Rong felt it was awkward to hear it too often. All right then, Mr. Rong. Are you planning to check out our village's ninja tool fortress first? Seeing the direction Uchiha Rong was walking, Toyotomi Sakana asked. Oh, so that's the commercial street selling ninja tools? Uchiha Rong's interest piqued, and he quickened his pace. Huh, why do these kunai have slight grooves in the middle? Mike Guy picked up a kunai from a nearby stall, curious. Toyotomi Sakana explained with a smile, that's to reserve space for some solid poisons. Most of us still use regular kunai with poison, but there is still a portion of ninjas who have this need. It's common knowledge, not a secret, she explained naturally. However, to Mike Guy, it sounded chilling. He quickly tossed the kunai back onto the stall as if he had touched something dirty. If you wish to see ninja tools, I recommend you go to the ninja tool fortress ahead. The quality of these on the street is quite average and should not catch your eyes, she suggested. Let's go take a look then. Uchiha Rong noticed a large sand castle ahead, bustling with ninjas coming in and out. It was 5 stories high and covered a large area, standing out compared to the surrounding 3-story houses and shops. Is this ninja tool fortress established by the village? Hinata Aya asked at that moment. Such a conspicuous building seems to be specifically for selling various ninja tools, clearly not something a single clan could afford to set up. Konoha doesn't have such commercial buildings. After all, if any clan were to build such a grand shop, would other ninja clans still be able to do business? Pretty much. The ninja tool fortress is established by the village's elder council. Toyotomi Sakana clearly had no intention of elaborating on the higher-ups and vaguely brushed over it. Seeing this, the three didn't press further. However, after entering the giant fortress and browsing the internal shops, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but be surprised. The materials of the ninja tools were surprisingly good, though the craftsmanship was average. Could it be that the Sand Village has quality mineral resources? Chapter 178. Purchasing Puppets, Lightning. Surprisingly, the marketing of ninja tools in the Sand Village was quite advanced, already having the concept of a shopping mall. However, this was also a result of the geographical environment and internal distribution of interests, given that the village is constantly subjected to sandstorms. Although high earthen walls have been built around the village to block the desert winds, it still suffers from wind and sand, unable to be completely blocked. This has led many shops in the Sand Village to be set up within sandcastles, coupled with the lack of population and material shortages. If the Sand Village were to operate shops like Konoha, honestly, most would end up going bankrupt. After all, not many people would be interested in shopping in a sandstorm. Most would just need something, quickly buy it, and return to their residence. Therefore, the mall-style marketing of the Ninja Tool Fortress was quite necessary. Was it a matter of smelting techniques? After another round of browsing, the three not only spent over 1 million ryo, quite generously, purchasing a large number of ninja tools and refined metals, but Uchiha Rong also finally understood the reason behind the superior quality of these ninja tools. Yes, many puppets have high material requirements. Our Ninja Tool Fortress even has a few masters stationed here, and the raw materials for these ninja tools come from their forging. While Toyotomi Sakana was still introducing, Hinata Aya's exclamation came from the other side. What? This puppet actually costs 10 million ryo? Uchiha Rong turned to look. He saw Hinata Aya showing a look of astonishment in front of a stall selling puppets. In front of her was a puppet resembling a leopard about 5 meters in length. What puppet is so expensive? Uchiha Rong curiously walked over. Since the interior of the sandcastle had open shops, separated by earthen walls without doors or other barriers, he quickly spotted the puppet. It's 55 million ryo. This is already the best price. Hinata Aya, of course, wasn't really planning to buy it. She was just curious and casually looking around, even asking about the price. As a result, she was taken aback by this price. Oh, can you tell me why this puppet is worth so much? The previously unresponsive bearded shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon seeing a suitcase that Uchiha Rong casually opened, revealing a box full of Fire Country banknotes. It's called Lightning. Saying this, The bearded shopkeeper raised the puppet's forelimb. See? Its claws are made of titan alloy, incredibly strong and sharp enough to tear through standard earth walls. The soles of its limbs are equipped with vibranium, allowing it to run without making any noise. The shell is forged from a type of memory metal, giving it some recovery ability. Most importantly, its hind leg power allows it to run as fast as lightning. It can spray poisonous needles for long-range attacks, and has a groove for storing venom. After enthusiastically introducing the puppet, the bearded shopkeeper looked at Uchiha Rong with sparkling eyes. This B-rank puppet is the treasure of my shop, no bargaining. Oh, it's actually a B-rank puppet? Uchiha Rong raised an eyebrow in surprise, having previously visited a few puppet shops and learned some things about puppets. This was the first time they had seen a B-rank puppet for sale. Previously, they had only seen D-rank and C-rank puppets, which usually sold for hundreds of thousands, with the highest not exceeding 2 million. No wonder it's so expensive. It turns out to be a B-rank puppet. Of course, I can run a shop in the Ninja Tools Fortress because all the goods are certified by the Fortress. The quality is guaranteed, and there's no cheating, the bearded shopkeeper said proudly. The goods in the Ninja Tools Fortress are strictly controlled in quality, Hinata Aya added quietly. But 55 million Ryo is still too expensive. My chakra metal ninja blade only costs 12 million. Uchiha Rong touched the stardust at his waist and began to haggle. The bearded shopkeeper squinted at the half-drawn stardust, immediately putting on a flattering smile. He realized he had encountered a big client. You look extraordinary at first glance. I'll treat you as a friend. I'll give you a discount. 17 million. I really can't go lower. It was clear that what he had just said about no bargaining had already been forgotten. Although Titan alloy is expensive, you wouldn't use that much for a pair of claws. As for the vibranium, it seems like only a layer was welded on, right? This price is still inflated. 15 million Ryo, if you're willing to sell. We could trade cash for goods right now, Uchiha Rong said, pushing the suitcase forward. At this moment, Hinata Aya gently tugged at his clothes. She whispered, Rong, why are you buying this? You don't need to spend so much money just for the sake of pride. Uchiha Rong smiled and continued to look at the bearded shopkeeper. The bearded shopkeeper hesitated for a long time, seemingly wanting to discuss the price further. However, he vaguely heard what Hinata Aya had just said and, after much hesitation, gritted his teeth. Deal. Immediately, Uchiha Rong took out 5 million Ryo in Fire Country banknotes from the suitcase and handed it to the bearded shopkeeper, who then handed over the leopard puppet to him. As for why it was 5 million? Because 5 million Fire Country banknotes, based on the current exchange rate of 1.33, equals 15 million Wind Country banknotes. If you go to some black markets, this ratio could be even higher, easily exchanging for 16 million or more. This was the main reason the bearded shopkeeper agreed so readily. No business is without cunning. The two sides were quite satisfied with the transaction and immediately left. Rome, why did you buy this? Hinata Aya was puzzled. A B-rank puppet means it can reach a maximum of B-rank combat power. It generally belongs to the trump card of a middle ninja puppet master or one of the puppets of a high ninja puppet master. The actual combat power depends on the puppet master's skill level. In the hands of an outsider, it might not even reach C-rank combat power. Uchiha Rong placed the leopard puppet named Lightning on the ground and shrugged. It's not expensive anyway. I bought it as a toy. As he spoke, 5 chakra threads extended for his right hand, connecting to Lightning. Immediately, Lightning awkwardly began to walk as if it were a marionette. Hinata Aya. Truly rich and willful. In fact, puppets that are common here are hard to find elsewhere, let alone encountering such a high-quality B-rank puppet. Uchiha Rong was just feeling curious and bought it to play with. However, with his long-term training in the 8 gates and sealing techniques, his chakra control quickly made Lightning's movements look more and more graceful. By the time they walked out of the Ninja Tools Fortress, Lightning was already able to jump around flexibly. This scene left Toyotomi Zonai beside them in shock. She knew that Lightning had been on sale in that shop for many years without anyone buying it, because to truly unleash Lightning's B-rank combat power, it was impossible without relevant puppet secret techniques. Moreover, puppet masters who have such secret techniques trust their own handmade puppets more. Therefore, Lightning being displayed in that shop served more as a brand effect. Just as the bearded shopkeeper said, it was the treasure of the shop. Of course, if someone was willing to spend a fortune, he could sell it. Chapter 179. The advantages of puppet masters. Once back at the temporary residence of the Orange Clan, Uchiha Rong was already capable of controlling Lightning to perform some basic attack actions. After some experimentation, he even successfully released the poisonous needle attack from Lightning's mouth. Although the accuracy was somewhat lacking, the speed and power the thousand needles shot out were indeed comparable to that of a B-rank high ninja. This is the advantage of puppet techniques. Just like crossbows, a normal heavy bow requires a lot of arm strength to pull, without systematic training over many years. An average person can't use it well. But with a crossbow, you just need to pull the trigger to launch a powerful attack. Puppet techniques are similar. Usually, some middle ninja puppet masters can rely on high-quality puppets to unleash attacks comparable to those of high ninjas. Moreover, through the cooperation of multiple puppets and the poison weapons installed within the puppets, it is not impossible to kill high ninjas in a higher tier. At this moment, Uchiha Rong was in the living sandcastle, his fingers continuously tapping. The light blue chakra threads were also constantly moving, controlling lightning to climb walls. It's not that difficult, Uchiha Rong said with satisfaction. As the saying goes, mastering one technique leads to mastery of all. Although he had not learned the relevant secret techniques of puppetry, his strong chakra control allowed him to easily create chakra threads. After some exploration, he had already understood lightning's various abilities quite well. He could even use lightning to climb walls and trees. The principle was simple. By attaching chakra to the soles of the puppet's limbs, it could adhere to walls and ceilings. That bearded shopkeeper wasn't lying. This puppet really made no sound while moving. Hinata Aya exclaimed in surprise. A puppet that walks so silently is simply perfect for assassination. Phew, it really is a nice toy, but it's a bit taxing. I really don't know how Chiyo manages to control 10 puppets by herself. And Sasori's 100 puppets performance is even more outrageous. Upon hearing this, Hinata Aya rolled her eyes. They must have some secret techniques passed down, unlike you. A freak who can get started so quickly with zero foundation. With your current operation, if you familiarize yourself for a few more days, won't you really be able to unleash the level combat power? Hinata Aya has already noticed that with the current speed of lightning's movements, it is already comparable to some chunin. With its claws and the poison needle launcher in its mouth, it can easily handle many chunin. Long, is it really that fun? You've been playing for half a day since you came back. You don't understand. Mechas are a man's romance. Uchiha Long replied without even turning his head. In fact, his ability to get started with puppets so quickly is mainly due to the powerful mental strength provided by the Uchiha Sharingan. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the resistance to illusions, the ability to use illusions, and the control of chakra. Beginners still need to learn how to condense chakra into threads step by step. They have to practice hard, but he skipped this stage directly with his massive chakra and extraordinary chakra control. What if I change the core energy? He roughly understood the advantages and disadvantages of puppets. Uchiha Long activated his Sharingan and approached to grab Lightning's 1.5-meter long body. With a click, the mechanism at Lightning's jaw was opened, revealing the puppet core inside. Since puppets do not have human meridians and do not have blood or flesh cells, each puppet needs a puppet core to store and convert chakra to make the puppet move. This is the power source of the puppet. At the same time, the formation on the puppet core is also very important. It allows the core to only recognize the owner's chakra input. This way, it cannot be easily snatched for control by other puppet masters. This is also why high-level puppet masters generally do not use purchased puppets. Although puppets can be modified after being brought home, the position of the core is very difficult to change. If the enemy knows where your puppet core is installed, it is undoubtedly very deadly. At this moment, Uchiha Long observed the sealing formation on the core. What a crude chakra sealing technique. It really is in line with Sunagakure style. Uchiha Long slowly closed his eyes and placed one hand on the core. In the next moment, the pale blue glow of the core began to gradually turn red. To be precise, it was crimson. Once the ordinary chakra energy inside the core was completely transformed into crimson, Uchiha Long sealed and reinforced the core sealing technique. He even casually replaced that inefficient energy conversion technique. A quarter of an hour later, Long, what are you doing? Mike Guy, who had just refined a batch of chakra, came down from upstairs and asked curiously, Hey, Guy, you're just in time. Uchiha Long looked a bit excited. Let's go practice at the door. No. I don't want to get hit. Mike Guy shook his head vigorously. I mean, let you help me test its strength. Saying this, he pointed to Lightning lying on the ground. Oh wait, it's already been renamed Crimson Leopard by Uchiha Long. Well, okay. Seeing this, Mike Guy couldn't disturb his enthusiasm and had to agree. Fortunately, the entrance to their temporary residence's sandcastle was not on a street, but there was a considerable open space. Mr. Long? Seeing them come out, Toyotomi Zanaiko looked over in confusion, asking if they needed anything. Uchiha Long waved his hand and directly stood at the door, controlling Crimson Leopard to the open space. Might Guy's figure also appeared. In the next moment, Crimson Leopard launched an attack under Uchiha Long's control, swiftly pouncing towards Might Guy. However, due to Uchiha Long's control, Crimson Leopard couldn't even unleash the speed of a Jonin and was easily kicked away by the reacting Might Guy. Piss, that's so hard. Might Guy even had the leisure to rub his instep under Crimson Leopard's attack. Just then, a shocking change occurred. The ground around Crimson Leopard began to sprout particles of iron sand. The iron sand quickly transformed into shurikens, shooting towards Might Guy. Faced with the flying shurikens, Might Guy's jaw nearly dropped. What the hell? In a moment of panic, he directly opened the fifth gate. Only then was able to barely dodge the large-scale attack at extreme speed. What? The third Hokage's magnet release. No, it's different. This puppet's iron sand ability is more refined than the third Hokage's magnet release. As Toyotomi Zenaiko exclaimed in surprise, another older ninja also voiced in disbelief. It seemed as if to prove his words. In the next moment, the sky, full of shurikens, transformed into countless small senbon, the sharp tips of which made cold sweat appear on Might Guy's forehead. It's not that he's not strong. It's just that this ability counters his taijutsu too much. Long. I'm not playing anymore. I don't want to play anymore. However, tens of thousands of senbon were already shooting toward him. Chapter 180. Puppet Mastery. Magnet Release Iron Sand. Ultimately, the dense senbon stopped in front of Might Guy, rescattering into a sky of iron sand, which then gathered into a very close-fitting armor, enveloping Crimson Leopard. Thus, in the future, when using this ability again, even in an environment without iron sand, it wouldn't be a problem anymore. In fact, Magnet Release Iron Sand isn't very strong, at least in Uchiha Long's view. A large-scale water release can easily nullify most of this ability. But for Might Guy, a taijutsu specialist, this ability counters him too effectively. Unless he reveals all his strength and opens the seventh gate, using powerful anger energy to protect his entire body, he would have the courage to fight. But that's probably too difficult. Mr. Long. This. Toyotomi Zenaiko hesitated a bit. Uchiha Long simply shrugged, shifting the blame. I don't know either. This puppet seems to be a bit special. Looks like I got lucky this time. He wasn't afraid of being seen through. Because the chakra of Magnet Release Iron Sand was on Crimson Leopard, his main body did not possess this ability. Scorpion, having not delved into the fusion of bloodline limits, could not apply this bloodline limit to puppets. He could only indirectly use this power through the corpse of the third Kazekage. But he was different. His current understanding and fusion of bloodline limits had reached a profound level. By utilizing the chunk of Magnet Release Iron Sand chakra from the puppet core, along with a solid chakra sealing technique and energy assimilation technique, he could infuse his own chakra into the puppet through chakra threads and through the core's assimilation. Use the corresponding abilities. This is how to control and use bloodline limits. It seems like the consumption is a bit high. Uchiha Long thought to himself. It's consumption, not exhaustion. It means that after transmitting a chunk of chakra, only about 70 remains after true assimilation. But it's not a big deal. In fact, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Once they leave Sunagakure, he could directly use Life Bestowal to grant the puppet independent life. Then use Divine Gift to bestow the puppet the corresponding bloodline ability. In the future, he could completely disguise himself as a puppet master. Just connecting a few chakra threads would suffice. Let alone Scorpion's 100 puppets manipulation. Even if it's 1,000 or 10,000, it wouldn't seem to be a problem. Suddenly, Uchiha Long discovered a broad avenue. Lord Long, we in Sunagakure are willing to repurchase this puppet at 10 times the price. I sincerely hope you can agree. That older ninja, who looked to be nearly 50 years old, suddenly said. Uchiha Long responded to him with a dumbfounded expression. After Uchiha Long's modifications, if we consider the puppet's rank, Crimson Leopard could barely be rated S-. Dealing with a taijutsu ninja like Might Guy, whose abilities are restrained, can reach S-rank combat power. If it weren't for his insufficient material, he could even be rated S. Is this a matter of money? Am I, Uchiha Long, really short on cash? Realizing that his words were inappropriate, the Sand Ninja was at a loss for words and had to lower his head in shame. He wanted to just snatch it directly. But obviously, the Konoha ninjas who rescued Gaara from that group of rogue ninjas are definitely not something he could defeat. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Long took Might Guy back to the Sand Fortress. Soon, the news was relayed to Chiyo and Ebizo. Even the severely injured 4th Kazekage, who was recuperating, received the news. Uchiha Long had an indifferent attitude towards this. He was purely acting on a whim, conducting a small experiment. With his current level of power, If he wanted to, he could even make all Konoha ninjas possess bloodline limits. Divine gifts are just that amazing. The only ones who can truly threaten him now are those few Otsutsuki. As for Kurizetsu and White Zetsu, anyone can blow up soldiers, it's just not necessary for now. In the evening, as expected, Chiyo came to visit, bringing many valuable items. This is a thank you gift for rescuing Gaara. Oh, how polite. Kakashi looked at the dozens of 100-year-old medicinal herbs, the large wind crystal stones, and the heavy refined gold, his tone inexplicably. These items have a characteristic. Their total cost value is only about 3 million Fire Country yen. However, they are rarely circulated in the market and hard to come by, especially the 10 pieces of refined gold, which they just bought today at the Ninja Tool Fortress and are now still lying in the sealing scroll. Although called refined gold, it is actually an alloy used to create puppet shells in the Sand Village, remarkably sturdy. Bringing it back to have craftsmen forge various ninja tools is also beneficial. Additionally, I heard that there is a puppeteer in your team who can use magnetic sand iron. I would like to see it. Chiyo was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. She didn't mention any ridiculous talk about 10-fold or 100-fold repurchases. Obviously, she must have investigated thoroughly before coming, confirming that the previously named Lightning Leopard puppet did not possess the ability of magnetic sand iron. Given your generosity, of course. Uchiha Rome stepped forward. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since she came in a soft manner, he certainly wouldn't be stingy about showing it. Under his control, the red leopard jumped down from the ceiling. The iron armor wrapped around it instantly transformed into a mass of sand iron, floating above its head. What? It really does have the ability of magnetic sand iron. Seeing it in person and reporting to her subordinates is a completely different kind of shock. Chiyo's usually expressionless face showed obvious astonishment. After the shock, she fell into silence. After a long time, as everyone waited for her reaction, her deep voice finally sounded again. You must understand the significance of magnetic sand iron to our sand village. State your conditions. Kakashi, Hinata, Ain, and my guy all looked at Uchiha Rome together. Uchiha Rome chuckled. It's not magnetic sand gold. Why are we making such a serious matter out of it? Upon hearing this, Chiyo's serious expression clearly paused. This was not false. Sand gold could greatly alleviate the weak finances of the sand village, while sand iron is more combat-oriented. They all knew very well that their desire for this puppet was for the technology on the puppet's core. Just like how Sasori turned the corpse of the third Kazekage into a human puppet, it was because he lacked the capability to decipher the secrets of the bloodline limit and did not possess strong sealing techniques to seal the chakra of the bloodline limit. So he had to use the human puppet method to fight with sand iron abilities. Not to mention obtaining this puppet in the hands of a puppeteer, it would directly equate to increasing an S or even S-rank shadow-level combat power, transplanting the core into a better puppet body controlled by a powerful puppeteer would be no different from the resurrection of the third Kazekage. This thing could be passed down from generation to generation. When a person dies, their combat power does not diminish. If they could decipher the technology on the puppet's core, that would be their true goal. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat tense, even hinting at a potential confrontation. Just then, Uchiha Rome broke Chiyo's fantasy with a single sentence. Even if I give it to you, you absolutely cannot replicate such a puppet. Just the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan's core is beyond your capabilities to decipher, let alone this mass of magnetic sand chakra, which is truly one of a kind in the world. Chapter 181. Chiyo's Jinchuriki 10-man team. At this moment, Chiyo's heart was anxious. She actually wanted to snatch it directly. In her eyes, although the 8 opponents were strong, this was their home turf. Eliminating these 8 Konoha ninjas would definitely not be a problem, but the losses would definitely be considerable. She even wanted to take the opportunity to avenge her son and daughter-in-law. That's right, she had recognized Kakashi long ago. That detestable White Fang, the only offspring of White Fang. But reason told her that she could not. Konoha was too powerful. The village could not bear the wrath of Konoha afterward. Moreover, there were several Uchiha on the opposite side. Not to mention the recent unwritten rules among the 5 villages regarding the training of the new generation of ninjas. Facing the combined forces of 4 villages, Konoha still handled it with ease, although each village only sent a dozen teams, adding up to only about 60 or 70 ninjas per village. The strongest among them were only at the Jonin level, but with the 4 villages united, that meant 200 to 300 ninjas, plus the other small ninja villages that took advantage of the chaos. That number would be more than doubled. If the Land of Wind encountered such a situation, The Sand Village would admit it had no ability to resolve it. Even if they sent out older powerful figures, it would still incur serious injuries. But Konoha not only handled it easily, but also drove them out of their territory using just the new generation of ninjas. With such a disparity in strength, even if they obtained this puppet, what would it matter? In the end, they cannot keep it. Uchiha Roan watched as Chiyo's face changed colors, secretly amused. He said directly, "If you want it, it's not impossible." Upon hearing this, Chiyo's gloomy expression immediately brightened. She was originally an elderly person who rarely showed her emotions. But this matter was too significant. Even her heart was affected. What are the conditions? We in the Sand Village will definitely fulfill what we can. Just as she thought Uchiha Roan was about to state his conditions, she saw him wave his hand. As for conditions, there are two ways. Let's try the first one. As long as you can defeat me, this puppet will be yours. Really? Chiyo was overjoyed. Among these Konoha ninjas, there were the copy ninja Kakashi, the instant body user Shursui, the genius Uchiha Itachi, the witch Uchiha Chien, the moon blade Uchiha Jina, the azure beast Might Guy, and the flying arrow Hinata Iane. She knew them all. Only this Uchiha Roan was not well known. Even though the other party seemed to have a high position in the team, he was only in his early 20s. There were even rumors that he had lost his Manjiki Sharingan and the Three Tails. Could it be that he thought the old lady was too old and underestimated me? More real than gold. Seeing Uchiha Roan confirm, Chiyo eagerly headed outside. It's not spacious enough here, right? Then let's go to the training ground. Chiyo originally wanted to say that this little space was enough to deal with him. But fearing the other side might find an excuse for losing, she had no choice but to bring a group of people to the training ground. The training ground of the Orange Clan in the south. After arriving, Chiyo directly activated the barrier in the training ground. "Are you ready?" she asked kindly and courteously. Kid, you go first. I don't want to be accused of bullying the younger generation." Seeing the other party hesitating to make a move, Chiyo said proudly, "Oh, are you sure?" "Sure." Whoosh, a gust of wind blew by. Chiyo felt a blur in front of her eyes, and a ninja knife was suddenly at her neck. "Chiyo, I concede. You." Chiyo really wanted to curse. She wasn't prepared just now. She really wasn't prepared. She had been careless. If she had known how powerful the opponent's body flicker technique was, she definitely wouldn't have lost so easily under prepared conditions. But as a senior, how could she say such things? Just then, Uchiha Roan's indifferent voice rang out. How about another round? You don't seem very satisfied." Chiyo gritted her teeth. But concerning the magnetic puppet, she couldn't afford to lose face. She could only nod vigorously. Then she created some distance. Uchiha Roan smiled faintly and did not stop her. She watched as the other party took out a sealing scroll and released 10 puppets. The Jinsong 10 were dressed in white coats, each with a gate symbol on their foreheads, signifying they were works of Jinsong Zomon, like an author's signature. Uchiha Roan took a glance. One red-haired female puppet wielded 2 large knives. One blue-faced puppet had a hole on its head. Then there were a red-faced, a white-faced, a white-haired, a bull-headed, a horse-faced, and the remaining 3 were flower-faced masks, big-eyed, blue-cheeked, and one-eyed. At this moment, having already realized the opponent's body flicker technique was formidable, the bull-headed and horse-faced puppets guarded Chiyo's side. The other 8 puppets charged towards Uchiha Roan all at once. The blue-faced puppet extended a bunch of steel cables from its head, reaching for him. The red-haired female puppet was the fastest, leaping directly behind Uchiha Roan, swinging her knife down. The red-faced and white-faced puppets joined hands, connected by a chain, with the red-faced puppet's chin elongated, revealing a spinning chakra blade. The remaining 4 had already flanked from both sides, ready to support the attack at any moment. At first glance, it looked dense and overwhelming, making one feel quite nervous. Uchiha Roan swiftly drew his sword to block the incoming double knife from behind. With sheer force, he swept the red-haired female puppet away, the blade's light forming a half circle in front of him as the massive steel cables turned to ashes. The red-faced puppet, thrown by the white-faced puppet, was the most unfortunate, directly caught in the ash storm, sparking and collapsing to the ground. It was clear that its internal components had been rendered useless by the high temperature of the ash storm. At that moment, the red-haired female puppet attacked again from behind. But she was covered by a large amount of iron sand, only to hear the sound of clanging from within the iron sand. Yet the red-haired female puppet could not escape. When the iron sand dispersed, the red-haired female puppet had dropped her dual knives, her body riddled with holes. It was evident that the covering iron sand had launched a comprehensive attack, breaking the puppet's core. TSK, these puppets are quite good. but they don't seem to have the strong defense of the Scarlet Flow Jade. Uchiha Rong easily dodged under the siege of the 6 puppets. In the blink of an eye, he used the Ash Storm to disable the white-faced and white-haired puppets consecutively. He remembered that the white-haired, blue-cheeked, and big-eyed puppets could combine to use a sealing technique called the 3 Treasures Absorption. So, taking advantage of Chiyo's moment of distraction, he directly took out one of them. Just as Uchiha Rong was about to use the Ash Storm again on the blue-faced puppet, Chiyo's voice rang out. "Stop, I concede." At this moment, Chiyo was heartbroken. The Jinsong 10 had been directly reduced to 4 at the start. How were they supposed to fight? Even a fool could see the vast difference in strength. The advantage of a puppet master is to use many against few, relying on the puppet's indestructible outer shells to instill despair in the enemy. When the opponent has the strength to easily break through the puppet's shell and inflict real damage, losing the numerical advantage and facing defeat is only a matter of time. I hope we can fix them once we take them back. At this moment, Chiyo no longer cared about the magnetic puppet. She just hoped that the damage to her Jinsong 10 was not too severe. Then I will propose a second method. Uchiha Rong smiled. We need to have a match that makes the other side realize the gap before they will obediently hand over what I need. At this moment, Chiyo clearly understood the other party's intention. With the astonishing swordsmanship displayed by the other party, it was several times stronger than Konoha's White Fang. Not to mention the other 7 renowned Konoha ninjas. Just this one person could cause significant losses to Sunagakure. Immediately, Chiyo said with a bitter face, "Speak. What do you want?" She understood that from now on, no matter what the other party asked for, they had no right to refuse. Chapter 182. Puppet Master Inheritance. I want the Puppet Master Inheritance of the Orange Clan. Impossible. Chiyo directly rejected. Even though she had already prepared for this young man to strike her, she was still very firm in her refusal. 1 magnetic sand iron puppet core, plus 1 magnetic sand gold core. Uchiha Rong smiled, completely unconcerned about the other party's attitude. This. Chiyo was shocked. You can create a sand gold puppet core? Is that true? Hee, face-to-face delivery. What is fake about it? Uchiha Rong said confidently. Indeed, after researching magnetic control of sand and magnetic sand iron, it was not difficult to derive the ratio of magnetic sand gold. After making significant progress in his sand control abilities recently, he practiced controlling sand gold several times and quickly deduced the ratio for magnetic sand gold. Chiyo's expression changed repeatedly, clearly conflicted. She knew what this meant for the Orange Clan and Sunagakure. As long as the puppet core was well maintained, although it couldn't last forever like the shell, it could easily last for hundreds of years. This meant that while they gained a long-lasting S-class combat power, they could also obtain an inexhaustible gold mining machine. If she had known before this match that the other party had the technology for magnetic sand gold puppet cores, she would have gathered all the Sunagakure ninjas to eliminate these Konoha ninjas without hesitation. But now, it was not impossible, just uncertain. And if she gambled everything and lost, not only would they lose the sand iron and sand gold, but Sunagakure would also likely be doomed. Uchiha Rong quietly waited, not anxious at all. He understood that for those in power, they would not gamble on things they were unsure of. Only in this way could the family be passed down for generations. After a long time, Chiyo looked dejected. Forget it, you can leave. We don't want a magnetic sand. Implicitly, it meant that the deal was off. The puppet master inheritance of the Orange Clan could absolutely not be given. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong was in no hurry at all, leisurely saying, well, in that case, I can only go find Chiyo to get the puppet inheritance. His words carried a sense of, Madam, you wouldn't want your grandson to be in trouble, would you? Sure enough, Chiyo's expression changed upon hearing this. Young man, I admit you are strong, but don't bully too much. The puppet master inheritance concerns the foundation of my clan. Even if I die, I will never give it to you. Okay, then we'll take our leave. Uchiha Rong maintained his smile and turned to leave. Wait. Just as he was about to leave with Kakashi and the others, he heard Chiyo's hoarse voice from behind. In the end, the safety of her grandson triumphed over the glory of the family. There was nothing to be done. Scorpion was now a rogue ninja, and Sunagakure would not offer him protection. This was no longer something Chiyo could change with her will. Given the strength displayed by this young Uchiha, although Scorpion's abilities might not allow him to escape the other's pursuit, in the end, the other party had the entire Uchiha clan and Konoha behind them. If they were determined to obtain this puppeteer inheritance and seek out her grandson, Chiyo dared not think further. Her son and daughter-in-law were dead. There was only this one grandson left. How? Seeing the other party stop her but remain silent, Uchiha Rong deliberately showed a puzzled expression. Finally, Chiyo lowered her proud head and almost gritted her teeth as she said, "Add one more sand gold core." "No. Do you think this kind of thing is like buying cabbage at the market?" Uchiha Rong resolutely turned to leave. In a moment he turned, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He knew he had succeeded. The other party was merely testing the cost of producing such a core. Could it be produced easily? A sand iron core would suffice. None left. After being refused again without hesitation, Chiyo finally realized that her side had no bargaining chips in this negotiation. "I want to see the sand gold core you mentioned first." "Deal." Uchiha Rong turned around, revealing a harmless smile. Seeing Chiyo's eyes redden, it was clear she was extremely angry. Uchiha Rong also understood the principle of knowing when to stop and took a few steps forward, whispering, "Since Lady Chiyo is so understanding, next time I see Scorpion, I can give him another puppet core for self-defense. For example, Gaara's sand manipulation." Hearing this, Chiyo's pupils constricted. She nodded silently, not raising the request for another sand manipulation core. This reaction made Uchiha Rong secretly sigh. Scorpion really has a good grandmother. While magnetic sand gold can indeed mine gold, magnetic sand iron can both attack and defend. But it was clear that even Chiyo understood that sand manipulation was the real, strongest defense. At least the sand manipulation that could control all types of sand would not fear water techniques. Simply put, magnetic manipulation, as the name suggests, relies on the new property of magnetism produced by the fusion of chakra to manipulate various metals. When faced with a large amount of water, the positive and negative ions in the magnetic force could fail. This is also why the magnetic bloodline limit ninjas of Sunagakure rarely leave the desert environment. Not long after Uchiha Rong and the others returned, night fell. This time, Chiyo came alone. The next day, Sunagakure held a grand banquet to entertain the support team from Konoha. After receiving Sunagakure's gratitude, Uchiha Rong and his group received a gift from the fourth Kazekage, Raza. It was still some century-old medicinal herbs and some alloy products processed from metal ores. They then left Sunagakure. "Rong, what do you want a puppetry for?" Hinata Aya asked curiously on the way back. To learn the structure of advanced puppetry." "Huh. Kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters." "Oh." Uchiha Rong was in a very good mood. After obtaining the puppetry inheritance scroll from the Orange Clan last night, he had studied it all night and gained a lot. Many structures could be applied to the wood-release wooden man. There were frameworks that could strengthen the structure, various methods for installing mechanisms, and all aspects of puppetry from entry-level to advanced. It seemed that even if Chiyo held back, what she retained wouldn't be much. And what he wanted was naturally not just the core content of her inheritance. What he really needed was the various structural knowledge of puppets, the result of countless generations of research by the Orange Clan. Once applied to the wood-release wooden man, just thinking about it made him delighted. Most importantly, once the puppet core was installed in the wooden man, it would be very different from being directly granted. Undoubtedly, after giving independent life to wooden constructs like the wooden man, the effect of the divine grant on wood release would be the best. Just like Rong 1, Rong 2, and Rong 3. First, install puppet cores of other attributes onto the wood release wooden man, and then grant it life and divinity. Under the rules of the divine grant, there would be no conflict between different bloodline energies, which would be like adding wings to a tiger. The small wooden man could be used as a human puppet to deceive others. The large one would be used to destroy the world. Chapter 183. The Sand Emperor. On the third day after leaving Sunagakure, the 8 finally stepped into the land of fire, where the scenery was no longer endless yellow sand, but lush forests and fertile soil. Who knows what is wrong with this world? It seems like the land of fire is the favored child, although the land of wind is not smaller than the land of fire. It often has dozens of miles without a soul in sight. Truly a place with vast land but sparse population. Mainly, there are too few areas with water sources in the desert, and the lack of resources is insufficient to support a large population. Wait a moment. Uchiha Rong stopped in the woods. With a wave of his hand, a rich life aura gathered, and a 10-meter-high, towering tree grew in front of him. The next moment, the tree seemed to come alive, twisting and constantly changing shape, accompanied by the sound of wood creaking as it moved. Over the past few days, Uchiha Rong had been studying puppetry during breaks and now had a preliminary idea. The tree continued to shrink in the astonished gazes of everyone, ultimately transforming into a wooden man approximately 2 meters tall, with realistic features such as a mouth, ears, eyes, and nose. If it weren't for the wooden texture on the surface indicating it was a puppet, it would be indistinguishable from a real person. Not bad. Uchiha Rong looked at his first masterpiece with satisfaction. He then opened the mechanism at the wooden man's dantian, revealing an internal hollowed-out groove. Soon, a highly condensed wind release was sealed into the wooden man's dantian groove. Looking at the sealing technique on it, there were parts of the 8 trigrams sealing pattern, and even a diamond-shaped shadow sealing trace. Hee, this way I don't have to worry about the core getting damaged. Uchiha Rong smiled in satisfaction. Unlike the puppeteers of Sunagakure, who went to great lengths to hide the puppet core, he directly created a small sealed space on the wooden man connected to it. The energy core was hidden in the sealed space. Unless the wooden man was completely destroyed, the core would be absolutely safe. He then used Life Granting and Divine Grant on the wooden man. He didn't give much, just a lifespan of 1 day. Transform. Sand Emperor. Under Uchiha Rong's somewhat mystical command, the wooden man gradually unfolded, transforming into a wooden bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters. All right, let's fly back. Kakashi and the others stared in awe at everything, their hearts filled with shock. Rong, was that what release just now? Finally, it was Might Guy who asked. Don't tell anyone. As the group stepped on the back of the giant wooden bird, a miraculous scene occurred. The massive wings of the wooden bird began to circulate wind release, and everyone felt a wave of pressure pushing down, causing them to crouch down. When they looked up again, there were already hundreds of meters in the air. While we're flying, Hinata Aya exclaimed excitedly. It was truly a view from the top, looking down at the mountains. This scene left everyone who had never experienced flight in a state of shock. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong was even more satisfied. He named this life puppet Sand Emperor. Of course, as the art of puppetry becomes more sophisticated in the future, there will certainly be continuous modifications and improvements. Currently, the Sand Emperor possesses 2 abilities and 3 forms. One ability is Wind Release, which comes from the puppet's core. It is important to note that the puppet core is not just a storage place for energy, it is also the control center. The more concentrated the core energy, the higher the chakra intensity. The chakra transmitted through the chakra threads, after being assimilated by the core, will have the strength of the core's chakra origin. This means that, theoretically, if the Sand Emperor is controlled by a lower ninja to use Wind Release Ninjutsu in its wooden form, the power of the Wind Release Ninjutsu would be S rank. This is a significant characteristic of puppeteers. However, in reality, it won't be that extreme. If a lower ninja really injects chakra to control the Sand Emperor to release ninjutsu, then to convert a jutsu that consumes 1 water into the level of Uchiha Rong's wind release strength, it would take several cards at least. Lower ninjas clearly do not possess that amount of chakra. Even a jounin would not have a high conversion rate. Therefore, without the chakra C, they would not dare to use it this way. 99% of puppeteers still use their own chakra group as the core origin. The Sand Emperor's second ability is indeed related to its name. That's right, it's sand manipulation. This is a God-given ability. Uchiha Rong has tested it. And even when the lifespan granted by life is exhausted, the ability granted by the wooden man will still persist, because it is originally a wood release creation, possessing a large amount of life force, and is controlled by Uchiha Rong. If it were a true puppet, that kind of dead object could not manipulate sand as a God-given ability. Finally, there are 3 states. This is a transformation ability based on a folding technique in puppetry. The first state is a 2-meter-tall wooden man, with a body density derived from a 10-meter giant tree, which is at least not weaker than a shield of Hiryu. The second form is the current wooden bird, which has the weakest body strength in this state, but is still stronger than a human, comparable to the iron wood during training. The third form is to completely release the folded and compressed parts, becoming a normal 10-meter-tall wooden man Arhut. In terms of defense, it is stronger than the wooden bird, but weaker than the first form. The advantage is that its large size can cause greater destruction, and it is also effective when clearing out groups of minions. It is not much inferior to tailed beasts. Additionally, with the sand manipulation ability, it can wrap itself in a layer of sand armor, making its defense even more terrifying. That is the true Desert Emperor. Interestingly, the Sand Emperor might not be able to defeat Gamabunta or have a stalemate or win with difficulty, but it can definitely suppress all tailed beasts, including the 9 tails. Because Gamabunta has a physical body, he wouldn't dare to predict the outcome against Uchiha Rong. But as for tailed beasts, the wooden man is a natural counter. Uchiha Rong stroked the back of the wooden bird, and what he was most satisfied with was the sand armor combined with the energy-absorbing properties of wood release. It is almost immune to energy attacks. As for physical attacks, with the sand armor and the wooden man's hardness comparable to Hiryu, it is terrifyingly strong, coupled with the rapid recovery ability due to the wooden man's immense life force. Most importantly, The high-end combat power in the ninja world is almost entirely composed of energy attacks. Flying is fast. It won't be long before they see Konoha. Uchiha Rong felt cheerful. The Sand Emperor is considered his trump card. In critical moments, he can also wrap a layer of Susanoo around the Sand Emperor. Yes, there's a hollow space left. The chest of the giant wooden man is hollow enough to accommodate him. I wonder if he can wear a layer of tailed beast's cloak. That might not work. It should conflict with the energy of Susanoo, right? No. Susanoo with a tailed beast is just a tailed beast wearing Susanoo. Why can't I do it? I should research it when I have time. The wooden bird landed a few miles away from Konoha. It transformed back into a 2-meter wooden man. It crouched on Uchiha Rong's back, wrapping its arms around his neck while its legs folded by themselves, just like carrying a puppet that is about 4 meters tall. Hiss! Rong, your puppet is too practical. Might Guy seemed to have noticed something, his eyes shining. When there is nothing to do, he can carry it as a weight to exercise. When traveling, it can fly. Based on your character, its combat power definitely won't be weak, right? Haha, I've hidden it so deeply, and you've seen through it. Uchiha Rong lifted his foot, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He didn't adjust well for a moment. As he kept stepping, his figure became lighter and lighter, and the footprints on the ground gradually changed from deep to shallow, finally leaving no trace. If it weren't for his current superhuman physique, he really wouldn't be able to carry the wooden puppet. You should know that even if it shrinks, its essence is still that weight. It has only folded and compressed its size. The weight hasn't changed. Among those present, probably only Might Guy could carry it. He might even need to open a few gates to be able to carry it. Uchiha Rong's gaze sparkled as he looked towards Konoha. This trip out has finally gathered a series of abilities, creating a truly powerful trump card weapon. SS Sand Emperor. Chapter 184. New situation in Konoha Hokage building. Rong, you are as reliable as ever. Wave Wind Minato said with joy. It has been almost half a year since Rong was dispatched to protect the daimyo, and a lot has happened during this time. Hehe, I have not failed my mission. Uchiha Rong remained calm and indifferent, but there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met. What is this? At this moment, Wave Wind Minato noticed the puppet on his back. Oh, when I went to Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo praised my talent for puppetry and insisted on teaching me the art of puppetry. I couldn't refuse her kindness. I see, Minato casually replied, rolling his eyes. I don't believe you. That old lady Chiyo, could she really hand over her puppetry to you? I suspect you might have extorted or even stolen it. I have to say that after 7 or 8 years of working together, Wave Wind Minato has a certain understanding of him. His guess is pretty close to the truth. So, are you planning to recruit disciples in the village? Without dwelling on the source, Wave Wind Minato's eyes lit up as he spoke. He is well aware of how troublesome the art of puppetry can be. It can be said that once there is a systematic method of practice, aside from being expensive, puppetry really has no other significant drawbacks. Perhaps at the S-rank level, a truly outstanding puppeteer relies heavily on talent. But at the mid and lower ninja levels, and even among ordinary jounin, puppetry is one of the few means to win against the strong with the weak. It can be fully utilized as a supplementary means to enhance overall combat power. A puppet that can be carried on Rong's back can be imagined. Even if he hasn't obtained the complete legacy of Sunagakure, it shouldn't be too weak. Otherwise, with Minato's understanding of Rong, he wouldn't have a toy on him to be a burden. He probably doesn't have the energy for that. If you're interested, I can teach you some of it. Uchiha Rong said with a smile. At this moment, it was clear that they were talking in a friendly capacity. Wave Wind Minato excitedly clapped his hands. That would be great. By the way, since the Akatsuki organization has already taken action against Sunagakure, I have discussed with other ninja villages. We will continue to increase our efforts to search for them. Rong, I want to send you to investigate alone. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong did not speak immediately. He began to ponder. The reason he gave Chiyo the Sand Iron Core was actually to intentionally strengthen the peak power of Sunagakure. You have to know that currently, aside from the 4th Kazakaraza, Chiyo, and at most one more person like Chiyo, there are no other shadow-level powerhouses left. The rest are just minor characters. Among these 3 shadow-level figures, 2 are old and 1 is weak. The combat ability of the Sand Gold is honestly not that great. He can't even defeat the Leaf Warehouse. It should be noted that although the 5 great ninja villages are in competition with each other, they are also interconnected. Once Sunagakure is hit hard like in the original timeline, Konohagakure can't possibly provide support every time, right? As for the core of the Sand Gold, the same logic applies. If Sunagakure has an extra puppet that can mine, it can greatly reduce its financial dependence on the daimyo of the Land of Wind, better ensuring its autonomy. This can effectively prevent Sunagakure from continuing to be a troublemaker in desperate situations. After all, even if they're given 1 or 2 shadow-level combatants, Sunagakure is still the underdog. Just look at Konohagakure. Any of the 2 major clans or the Hokage lineage is not weaker than Sunagakure alone. More importantly, whatever Uchiha Rome sends out will definitely have contingencies. The sealing techniques are encrypted, and deciphering them would only damage the core. Even the control over the core has backdoors. If Sunagakure uses its own puppet core to create puppets against itself, that would be suicidal. Chiyo probably understands this as well. Now to investigate the Akatsuki organization, it's just in time to look for Scorpion to handle some matters. What a coincidence. With this in mind, Uchiha Rome looked up at Minato. Sure, this time is different from the last. Back then, he was just a time-sensitive super shadow, naturally unwilling to step into the Land of Rain. Now it's different, not to mention his own would-release ability, which is at least SS rank, with the various buffs stacked on him from the Sand Emperor he carries. Even if he is not as strong as Hashirama Senju, he can at least squeeze into the SS ranks. There's no need to worry too much about that fool Nagato anymore. Good, you can rest for a few days before setting off. Minato's mood was very pleasant. Now that the 3rd Hokage has retired and the 4 villages have withdrawn from the siege on Konohagakure, the daimyo's targeting has been completely disrupted by Sunagakure's plea for help. Several major troubles have calmed down, and he, despite the bumpy process, has finally gained the recognition of the major ninja clans in Konohagakure because of this series of events. Now he truly possesses all the power of the Hokage. Now that Roan can investigate the Akatsuki organization, once he finds Obito's location. Kushina, just wait a little longer. I'll soon send him to the Pure Land and make him repent for his actions. Watching Uchiha Roan leave, Minato felt excited and invigorated. However, soon 3 people entered the Hokage's office, wiping away his good mood. 3 advisors, what brings you here again? The leader, Danzo, had a gentle and sunny smile, but his voice was old and heavy. Minato, how have you considered the matter of Root transitioning from the shadows to the light? Absolutely not. You can forget it. Minato's mood instantly shifted from sunny to gloomy. If there's anyone or anything in the village that could make the 4th Hokage feel irritated, it would probably be Danzo. Although the Hokage's authority is basically in his hands, he is still not free to do as he pleases. Just like Danzo, who was personally appointed as the advisor to the 3rd Hokage, although he naturally fell to a position without real power after the 3rd's retirement. This guy has recently somehow managed to win over Tsunade and Mito Minion, making them completely obedient to him. Concerned that the clans in the village had just stabilized, Minato found it difficult to use overly aggressive measures against him. At this moment, however, Danzo smiled. But the Inazuka, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and other clans have all expressed strong support for my proposal. What? Minato's face was filled with disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Root is already fully staffed, and if you, 4th Hokage, don't agree to our reorganization, it will be very difficult. Danzo, you're looking for death. Minato was furious for the first time. He immediately threw 3 flying thunder god kunai towards Danzo. The next moment, he appeared beside Danzo using the flying thunder god technique, pressing a Rasengan towards his abdomen. However, Danzo remained completely calm. He gathered wind release in his hand and directly countered Minato's Rasengan. Ignoring Minato's astonished expression, Danzo smiled and said, "This is the Hokage building, 4th Hokage. You should try not to get so angry." Minato's face darkened. Since Danzo dared to act so arrogantly, it was likely that these ninja clans were indeed turning against him. This way, it seemed that his supporters were left with only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. What shocked him even more was Danzo's own strength, which was no longer something he could easily deal with. Chapter 185 would release Puppet's brother. Take me out to play this time. During the days of rest, Uchiha Roan was busy tinkering with various puppets in the yard. Now, the puppet heritage of the Orange Clan, which can be directly applied to the wood-release wooden man, has been integrated. The remaining task was to start studying puppet techniques in depth from scratch, understanding the intricacies, with the aim of being able to put the tailed beast's outer layer on it as well. Okay, I'll set off the day after tomorrow. Uchiha Roan thought for a moment and agreed. His sister had been cooped up at home and was getting bored. Since he knew she could fight with the Yata and no Kagami, she was safe. Taking her out for some fresh air was certainly a good idea. Brother, this big raccoon is so cute. At this moment, Uchiha Ye pointed at a white-headed tiger claw puppet among a pile of puppets. Oh, you mean Liangxiu? Uchiha Rong's expression was peculiar. Ye's sense of aesthetics was indeed strange. Liangxiu, designed specifically for battle, could only be described as fierce, not cute at all. The structural design and name of Liangxiu were inspired by a mythical beast from the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas. It is recorded. Its shape resembles a raccoon, with a white head and tiger claws called Liangxiu. It is a ferocious beast. It is said that when Liangxiu appears in a country, it signifies that war will occur there. This perfectly aligns with Uchiha Rong's design philosophy for this puppet. He wanted a medium-sized puppet loaded with various weapons, born for battle, as a conventional combat means of puppet techniques. Oh, it's called Liangxiu? What a cute name. Brother, can I touch it? Uchiha Rong, wanting to tease Ye, chuckled and sent out 5 chakra threads to connect to Liangxiu. The next moment, Liangxiu's sturdy forelimb claw reached out toward Ye. Ye exclaimed and her figure faded, dodging Liangxiu's attack in an instant. Hee hee, so fun, such a fun big raccoon. Ye was not frightened but delighted, reappearing not far away, jumping and clapping her small hands. As she spoke, she gathered 5 wind release short blades in her palm, and with a speed that even Uchiha Rong could hardly see, she slapped Liangxiu's claw away. Boom! The 1-meter-long Liangxiu had no time to react and was instantly slammed against the courtyard wall by the massive kinetic energy. However, strangely, the wall let out a loud crash but showed no signs of damage. Clearly, the courtyard had also been set up with 5 ceiling barriers by Uchiha Rong, Barrier A, prohibiting the destruction of any material. Wow, what a powerful big raccoon. So Fun Ye saw Liangxiu's side now sported a half-foot-long scratch that was rapidly healing. Her eyes immediately lit up. It was evident that this was a major characteristic of combining wood release with puppet techniques, retaining the terrifying healing ability of the wood release Buddha. After being injured, Liangxiu's pair of eyes suddenly turned red. Blood red, very frightening. Awu with a roar, its mouth tore open, revealing a cavernous gaping hole the size of a basin. A series of densely packed senbon shot out. Judging by the green sheen of the needle tips, they were clearly poison senbon, and their speed was comparable to that of a rifle, meaning even high-ranking ninjas would find it hard to dodge. However, Ye easily dodged again. Just as Yizi once again approached to extend her chakra short blade, a series of tubes suddenly extended from Liangxiu's body, almost covering all directions. One by one, marbles attached with explosive tags were launched. Boom! 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 A series of explosions forced Yizi to retreat. This scene made Yizi's pupils sparkle with excitement. What a fun toy. Brothers' toys are much more fun than others. Just as Yizi was speaking, Liangxiu opened his mouth again. This time, however, it was incredibly swift. Just a slight opening of his mouth caused a terrifying wind-style chakra fluctuation to coalesce. Dozens of needles made entirely of wind-style chakra shot towards Yizi in a covering scatter array. This speed far surpassed that of a rifle bullet, reaching 3 times the speed of sound, making it visually appear as a flash that the naked eye could barely capture. This was Liangxiu's trump card. Although its movement speed was completely crushed by Yizi, the attack speed at this moment was subtly not inferior to Yizi's movement speed. But clearly, the distance of several dozen meters was enough for Yizi to react. She easily dodged the attack. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of wind-style needles pierced the ground where Yizi had been standing, creating a dense array of holes like a shotgun blast. Within the 5 ceiling barriers, Liangxiu's attack had already broken through the upper limit of the barrier's protection, reaching S level. Seeing that Yizi was about to attack again, Uchiha Rong quickly called for a stop. All right, don't really break the toy. Upon hearing this, Yizi finally stopped her movement. In terms of overall combat power, Liangxiu was considered an A-level puppet. Many of its conventional weapons had not yet been displayed, such as claws made of 30 chakra metal and a retractable tail. Among others, the strongest move was the wind-style needles that could rival Hinata's sniping. It could gather needles for mid-range and long-range single kunai shots, specifically targeting various chakra energy defenses, possessing the ability to break through energy armor. Thus, it could be seen that Liangxiu's puppet core was fundamentally based on Uchiha Rong's own wind-style chakra strength. Liangxiu was a means for Uchiha Rong to conceal his other abilities while taking on missions, achieving the purpose of hiding his strengths. It was also the pinnacle of his initial practice of puppet techniques, the true combination of wood style and puppet techniques. The kind of bug creation that combined divine gifts and blood inheritance chakra, like that of Azar, did not count. So much fun, brother. All the toys here are so much fun, Yizi exclaimed excitedly, beginning to shift her gaze to other puppets. There was one that looked like a pig but had claws on its limbs, the serrated tanuki. Another had 4 horns, resembling a white deer, the fuju. Hee, your taste is quite sharp, Uchiha Rong chuckled lightly. If Liang Chu is a fast attack output of wind style, then Tanuki is a tank skilled in earth style, adept at defense and protection, and also equipped with a few poisonous ninja tools. As for Fuju, it was an output turret combining water style and puppet mechanism techniques, fully loaded with more mechanisms and weapons than Liang Chu, capable of providing long-term high-frequency remote support. Each of these 3 puppets had combat power, reaching a level. With Liang Chu being under Uchiha Rong's control, they possessed the strength to match an elite jonin. If facing Chiyo's 10 puppets, they could even handle one against 2 or 3. Together, the 3 were strong enough to have a 70 to 30 chance against shadow-level ninjas like Sarutobi Hizashi and Chiyo. Even when facing Minato, Inoki, or the 4th Reikage, they could surround the opponent for a long time, providing a large amount of resources to Danzo to attract various clans, drawing Minato's attention and establishing a new political enemy for Minato, creating puppets to enter the ninja world using puppet techniques to cover up his own with style and Sharingan abilities, thereby diminishing the traces of Uchiha on himself. This was Uchiha Rong's subsequent plan. Days passed quickly, and Uchiha Rong was ready to set off. Just then, news arrived delaying his journey. Uzumaki Naruto, who had been traveling with Jiraiya for over a year, had returned early. Chapter 186, Naruto's Growth, Part 1, at the southern gate of Konoha Village. 8.5-year-old Naruto stood alone amidst the bustling crowd, looking nostalgic. Why alone? Because Jiraiya had just slipped away again. In his words, he was off to continue gathering materials. Returning to the familiar Konoha village after his first long trip, Naruto looked at the familiar streets and the people passing by, feeling somewhat like a traveler returning home. After more than a year, almost 2 years, he had grown taller and stronger. At just 8.5 years old, he had already reached the height he was supposed to be at 12 in the original timeline. Moreover, his physique had improved tremendously. Making his way unimpeded to the Hokage building, Naruto headed straight for the Hokage's office. With a creak, the door opened. Minato, who had already received a report from the Anbu, was eagerly waiting. Father. Naruto revealed a bright smile, reminiscent of the youthful foolishness of Minato. You're back. After 1,000 words, it ultimately condensed into this one sentence. A woman's love is subtle, a man's love is profound, and a father's love is rarely spoken aloud. Minato's hand trembled slightly as he reached out, then lowered it. He wanted to pat his son's head, just like before. But he feared that such a familiar gesture would make the child dependent on him and never grow up. In the end, he pointed to the sofa nearby. Sit down. Naruto complied and sat down. Wait for me to finish up, and I'll check on your training results from the past year. Oh, at these words, Naruto froze for a moment, feeling a bit disappointed. He vaguely sensed that his father had changed, no longer holding him up high and telling him stories to help him sleep like before. But he didn't realize that it was actually him who had grown up. The Hokage took time out of his busy schedule to assess his current strength, which was in itself a reasonable way to create a space and time for father and son to be alone. On the other hand, the current Freemasonry had truly infiltrated every aspect of Konoha. It resembled the former roots. By collecting information on outstanding ninjas within the village, they privately dispatched members who had interactions with them, testing, contacting, and eventually absorbing them. Unlike roots, the Freemasonry often used helping each other grow as bait, allowing new ninjas to choose whether to join or not. With the resources provided by the Freemasonry, they gradually experienced rapid strength improvements and naturally became more dependent on it. What will of fire, what protection, love, and peace? No matter how enticing the ideal, nothing is more compelling than tangible benefits. Perhaps benefits wouldn't make these members betray Konoha or abandon their ideals and goals, but a certain degree of bias was easily achievable. For example, timely transmission of useful intelligence. Just then, Uchiha Rong, who had just packed his bags and was ready to leave the village, had his plans temporarily changed by the intelligence passed down from his subordinates. Naruto had returned so early? Uchiha Rong clicked his tongue inwardly. Being able to return to the village early likely indicated that Naruto had reached a level where even Jiraiya felt there was nothing left to teach him. Truly the protagonist of the world. Then, let me lend you a hand once more. Uchiha Rong smiled. It was not difficult to see from the original timeline that Uzumaki Naruto's fighting style clearly leaned more towards taijutsu close combat. Whether it was the no-hand signs, jutsu Rasengan, the multiple shadow clone technique, or the enhanced abilities developed from these basics. Even the tailed beast transformation prefers close combat. In fact, the A-rank Rasengan technique doesn't have exaggerated power, at least compared to many high-power A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu. The Rasengan can even be said to be weak. Its greatest feature is its non-hand seal casting, rather than its power. The real reason for Naruto's strength is still his physical body, the Uzumaki clan's physique. The comprehensive enhancement brought by the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, and the additional benefits to his physique as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails since childhood. In reality, whether it's nature transformation, shape transformation, or the fusion of multiple attributes, the signature abilities ultimately created by these training paths are not possessed by Naruto. And Uchiha Rome is preparing to add to this aspect of his shortcomings. Haha, it's really exciting to witness the birth of the strongest Ashura reincarnation in history. If nothing unexpected happens, after Naruto meets his father and has a bowl of noodles cooked by Minato, he will come to find Uchiha Rome. Training ground number 7, in Konoha. Come on, let me see your growth. Uchiha Rome casually took down a scroll and released Liangxiu, Lily, and Fuju. Hey, Uncle Rome, you have a new ability? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. If you ask among the people close to him who left the deepest impression on him, it wouldn't be Minato, who raised him like a parent since he was little, nor would it be the perverted sage who guided him for over a year. It would truly be Uncle Rome, who led him into the ninja world. His Uncle Rome has an endless array of techniques, profound knowledge, and wealth that rivals nations. It seems there is nothing he cannot do. Every time they meet, after a while, Uncle Rome always has more completely different abilities to showcase. The omnipotent Uncle Rome. Hee. If you can defeat any one of them, I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen for a month. All you can eat. It's a deal. Naruto's eyes brightened. He actually doesn't lack money, but this reward still motivates him. Then he pointed to the smallest Liangxiu. I can give you a chance to choose again. Uchiha Rome said, somewhat speechlessly, although he knew that the current Naruto was definitely not the same as before. It was still impossible to directly reach the level of a Kage in less than 2 years, right? Although Liangxiu's overall combat power is only A, its wind release output ability barely reaches S rank. But wanting to defeat it without Kage-level overall ability is quite difficult. Hearing this, Naruto grinned. Then I'll choose this pig puppet. Listening to advice leads to a full stomach. From Uncle Rome's reaction, he, wise as he is, naturally knew that he was very unlucky to have chosen the strongest one. Since the smallest is the strongest, then I'll choose the biggest, right? Alright, let's get started. Uchiha Rome shot out 10 chakra strings from both hands, connecting to Lily. To be honest, after excluding the strongest Liangxiu, the one Naruto was most likely to defeat was indeed Lily. Fuju is a long-range artillery type. If Naruto, who excels in close combat, doesn't have extremely strong defense or astonishing burst speed, he would likely be forced to retreat by Fuju's fierce firepower. As soon as Uchiha Rome's voice fell, Naruto moved. With a blur of his figure, he used the body flicker technique to appear directly at Lily's right side. Rasengan. A Rasengan was pressed directly against Lily's abdomen. Oh, he can actually use the Rasengan as a regular combat technique now? Uchiha Rome was slightly surprised. This means that at this moment, Naruto's attacking methods have at least reached the threshold of an elite Jonin, the dash. Unlike before, when he needed shadow clones to help him with his original trajectory, the current Naruto can truly execute a one-handed Rasengan in the midst of the body flicker technique. Just with this move, he is already on the same level as Kakashi when he first appeared in the original trajectory. Facing Naruto's Rasengan, Lily tilted its body and used its tusks to deflect it. The Rasengan was directly deflected, and even Naruto was sent flying dozens of meters by the immense force. Such strong defensive capabilities. After landing and steadying himself, Naruto was surprised to find that this wild boar puppet was actually covered with a layer of rock armor. Even his Rasengan could only leave a shallow dent. Chapter 187, Naruto's Growth, Part 2. Seeing this, Naruto was not discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Just as he was preparing to charge at Lily again, a hole suddenly appeared on Lily's forehead. Swish, swish, swish. A series of shuriken shot out like bullets from a rifle, sweeping towards him. Caught off guard, even though Naruto tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by 2. The next moment, he felt his body starting to become unresponsive. This was the effect of the nerve toxin. How despicable, Uncle Rome. Realizing the shuriken was poisoned, Naruto felt a surge of anger. He knew that if he didn't use his trump card soon, as his condition continued to deteriorate due to the toxin, he would surely lose. With that thought, A large amount of crimson chakra began to manifest from his body. Tailed Beast Cloak. Oh, he can already freely control the Nine Tails chakra? At that moment, in Uchiha Rong's eyes, Naruto's combat power had officially risen to A. This is already quite remarkable, surpassing his peers Itachi and on par with Sure. Would there be any surprises? Uchiha Rong was looking forward to it. An elite Jonin's combat power at 8 years old. Although absurd, with Sure as an example, plus the protagonist's identity, it was still within his expectations. His original estimation was that if Naruto in the original trajectory after 3 years of training was A rank, with some S rank abilities when burst out, then the current Naruto's regular combat power should at least be A, even A. As for S-, that should be impossible. No matter how abnormal Naruto is, it's unlikely for him to achieve a Kaga-level combat power at 8 or 9 years old. Combat power assessment is not like playing a game. The gap between A and S is enormous. This is the dividing line between Jonin and Kage. Unless the protagonist bursts out in a crisis, then anything is possible. Right now, it was just a spar, so it wasn't that serious. Just as he thought, Naruto, in his tailed beast transformation, appeared again at Lily's side at nearly sonic speed. Giant Rasengan. A giant Rasengan over 10 meters in size was instantly formed and crashed into Lily, who couldn't react in time. Boom! Lily's nearly 2-meter-long hefty body rolled on the ground, sliding over 30 meters before finally stopping. As it got up, one side of its body revealed a small portion of its internal structure. The battle between a ninja and a puppet is this simple and brutal. Once the hard power doesn't measure up, no matter how much you consume or strategize, it's hard to be effective like facing a real person. Lily had its body partially destroyed, but still stubbornly rose. Moreover, the damaged areas began to rapidly repair themselves. Just as Naruto was showing signs of joy, his expression suddenly fell. Damn, how does it still have such strong recovery ability? Having already borrowed the power of the Nine Tails, he could only attempt to increase his destruction frequency, so he once again used the body flicker technique to approach. However, this time Lily extended its serrated forelimb and slashed at the giant Rasengan. Its serrated forelimb was infused with a very condensed earth-type chakra as it swung down. With a whoosh, a 10-meter-thick rock wall surged up from the ground. This was the enhanced version of the Earth-style wall, although the giant Rasengan had incredible destructive power. After breaking through the rock wall, it still lost track of Lily's figure. Just like that, the back-and-forth battle between man and puppet continued with loud booms echoing throughout the arena. After Naruto consecutively used dozens of giant Rasengans, he finally showed signs of fatigue. Huff. Huff. This pig is too difficult to deal with. At this moment, his chakra was still abundant, but the long-term infusion of the high-powered Nine Tails chakra had overloaded his body. He knew that if he couldn't make any breakthroughs soon, he would likely reach his limit first. Immediately, Naruto, with a serious expression, performed another Rasengan to send Tanuki flying. Taking advantage of the gap, he quickly formed seals. Haisuyu Shun, Wei summoning technique. With a bang, a red-skinned toad with a giant sword at its waist appeared, Frog Wanta, reporting for duty. Seeing that it was Frog Wanta that he summoned, Naruto visibly relaxed. Frog Boss, quickly defeat that wild boar puppet. In response, Uchiha Rong smiled and didn't point out the other's violation. Summoning beasts are themselves a part of a ninja's strength. Being weaker than the summoned beast only indicates that one's potential hasn't been fully developed, and the chakra levels and combat power are disproportionate. Naruto was only 8 years old, so it wasn't necessary to be too harsh. Additionally, during his first encounter with Frog Wanta, Uchiha Rong finally learned about the other party's data. Wanta currently had about 70 to 80 chakra. Its body was nearly 40 meters long. The official figure is 17 meters, but sitting on the Nine Tails is obviously unreasonable. It was indeed a very powerful summoning beast. If Tanuki, who specializes in defense, is not aware of the situation and carelessly uses high-power ninjutsu, it might not be impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Almost at the same moment that Uchiha Rong had this thought, Frog Wanta moved. Water release, iron cannonball. A super large water ball fell from the sky. At this moment, Frog Wanta's dissatisfied voice rang out. Little Naruto, summoning me for a spar is quite against the rules. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted, because the giant water ball smashed onto Tanuki, not only failing to defeat it, but instead causing it to emit an even stronger chakra fluctuation. What the hell is this puppet? Why does it have the aura of wood release? Frog Wanta's scarred eye narrowed slightly, his voice booming. At this time, Naruto felt them all over. Why did Frog Boss's attack cause the opponent's chakra fluctuation to increase by more than double? How are we supposed to fight? Just then, without needing to form seals, Tanuki's chakra was activated. Earth release, landslide, boom, boom, boom. Frog Wonta's massive body suddenly began to shake. Not good. Little Naruto, hold on tight, I'm jumping. Without waiting for Naruto above to react, Frog Wonta leaped directly, soaring over 100 meters. At the same time, countless earth spikes erupted from the ground where he was originally located. The toad in midair was drenched in cold sweat. If he had been a moment slower, he would now be making a campfire to roast toad skewers. At this moment, Naruto was thrown several meters away by the force, but fortunately, he was caught by Frog Wonta's frog palm as he fell. Little Naruto, prepare for fire release. Frog Wonta shouted anxiously in midair. The next moment, he spewed out a large amount of toad oil. This directly sent Tanuki floating away with the flow. It was unclear what was mixed in that toad oil, but it couldn't be absorbed by the wood release. At this time, Naruto, finally coming to his senses, successfully released a simplified version of the Great Fireball technique. A fan-shaped flame descended from the sky, igniting the entire training grounds barrier area the moment it touched the toad oil. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Tanuki only persisted for a breath in the sea of flames before collapsing to the ground due to most of its internal components being damaged. Very good. You won. Naruto. Uchiha Rong smiled with satisfaction. Being able to defeat an A-rank Tanuki, he now had a more concrete understanding of Naruto's current combat power. Originally at A, for a novice elite Jainin, using the Nine-Tails chakra allowed him to leap to A, directly reaching A. After summoning Frog Wonta, he possessed the strength to contend with S-rank. However, this meant that Naruto was essentially an auxiliary and was overly reliant on Frog Wonta's own combat power. It should be noted that both Minato and Jiraiya used Frog Wonta more to leverage his enormous size advantage or to have Frog Wonta act in a supportive combat role. The main combat power still relies on oneself. Naruto, come with me. Uchiha Rong said with a smile. I'll give you a gift that will allow your combat power to surpass your father's. To surpass Minato, it naturally meant at least SS-. Upon hearing this, Naruto's little face was shocked. What gift? Chapter 188. Let us go, Naruto. After Naruto sent Wonta back, Uchiha Rong looked at him with a smile. Close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Naruto eagerly complied. Immediately afterward, he felt a powerful life force erupting from within him. When Naruto involuntarily opened his eyes, he saw Uchiha Rong's pair of Sharingan gazing at him with great interest. How does it feel? Uncle Rong, are you a sage? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with admiration. This is too incredible. He stared blankly at his own hands and suddenly clenched them. Bang! A loud explosion sound came from where his fists were tightly clenched, the sound of rapidly compressed air creating a sonic boom. Power! An unprecedentedly powerful force. Naruto felt that his previously somewhat overloaded body was now completely restored, and it was filled with nearly limitless strength. At this moment, in Uchiha Rong's eyes, Naruto's chakra, which originally had over 20 units and barely reached 50 after returning from training, instantly surged to 1. 3 tails. This was his own strength. At the same time, in Uchiha Rong's perception, Naruto's life wave was now more than 10 times stronger than before. His height even increased by 2 centimeters out of nowhere. Such a significant increase? Before Uchiha Rong could express his surprise, Naruto Uzumaki had already moved. He shouted Yoshi as his fists collided in front of him. A faint green chakra erupted from his body, forming a wooden armor around him like Susanoo when it fully took shape. What appeared before Uchiha Rong was a wooden giant standing 17 to 18 meters tall. Uchiha Rong twitched his mouth. Ajura really likes to play with mechs, huh? Indeed. He had just used the divine gift ability of his right eye to directly grant Naruto the wood release bloodline limit. The wood release of Senju Hashirama. From this moment on, once Naruto learned Sage Mode, he would basically possess all of Senju Hashirama's abilities. The only difference might be between the Senju bloodline and the Uzumaki bloodline. To a certain extent, the potential of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline is actually stronger than that of the Senju, because the Uzumaki clan possesses both Yin and Yang attributes, while the Senju only has the Yang attribute. Uncle Rong, I want to fight again, came Naruto's voice filled with fighting spirit from the chest of the wooden giant. Uchiha Rong nodded without surprise. He instantly shot several green chakra threads from his hands, connecting to the damaged Tanuki. In less than a minute, the puppet structure damaged by high temperatures inside Tanuki was instantly restored. This is another great advantage of combining wood release with puppet techniques. The puppets personally created by Uchiha Rong have every structure well understood. Using the power of wood release allows the puppet to be quickly restored to its original state. After all, fundamentally speaking, whether it's Tanuki, Fuju, or Liangxiu, 90 of their materials are made of the sturdy wood produced by wood release. They are puppets, but also similar to wooden beings like wooden arhats and wooden dragons. Right after that, under Naruto's shocked gaze, Ricky nimbly got up and used a body flicker technique to appear in front of Fuju and Liangxiu. "So fast!" Naruto exclaimed. The speed of this wild boar puppet was at least twice as fast as it was during their earlier battle. What he didn't know was that the wood release puppet had two control modes. In addition to the traditional chakra, thread manipulation of puppet techniques, it also retained the thought manipulation of wood release creations. In a latter mode, it could be understood that Ricky was a small wood release creation. The explosive power, attack power, and movement speed were clearly not comparable to the puppet mode. This was understandable. The former relied on the puppet core as a power source and manipulated it like a marionette with chakra threads, while the latter was a type of ninjutsu creation, a life form with combat awareness. Whether it was the smoothness of movement, reaction speed, or explosive power, they were not on the same level. "Are you ready?" Uchiha Rong asked with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Rong, I'm ready," Naruto shouted, and the wooden giant struck its fists together before charging toward the three puppets. At the same time, Uchiha Rong's 10 fingers instantly shot out dense chakra threads, connecting to the three puppets. This was the complete liberation mode of the wood release puppet. While manipulating the wood release creation with thought, he used chakra threads to make fine adjustments to its movements, allowing it to truly unleash its strongest combat power. Ricky fearlessly gathered a layer of earth armor and charged towards a 17 or 18-meter tall wooden giant. Liangxiu, arriving later but faster, leaped up to the wooden giant's waist, and with chakra-infused tiger claws, he struck fiercely. Crack, crack! A shower of wood shavings flew as the waist of the wooden giant was torn apart by the wind blades attached to the tiger claws. At the same time, a surge of water slammed into the wooden giant, causing its forward momentum to halt, and it began to slip backward. Just then, Ricky, encased in earth armor, crashed into the unsteady wooden giant. The wooden giant fell to the ground with a tremendous crash. In the next moment, a massive torrent of water rapidly formed into a water vortex, and an unparalleled pulling force caused the wooden giant to instantly disintegrate. This was one of Fuju's killing moves. Water release, water dragon bite. Although the water attribute is gentle at first, once it transforms to this extent, it possesses powerful lethality. Just like natural disasters, such as tsunamis and water spouts, its destructive power is not inferior to other elements. Having already transformed into half of a tailed beast, Naruto took advantage of the wooden giant's cover to step out of the attack range, appearing dozens of meters away. So powerful. Uncle Rong, are these three puppets really this strong when working together? The psychological inflation of Naruto, who had just gained immense power, vanished in an instant, and his small face became much more serious. He began to summon even more surging green chakra energy. This was the beginning of his utilization of the Nine Tails chakra. At the same time, this was also the strongest aspect of the Nine Tails. The nearly all attribute chakra of the Nine Tails could almost be transformed into any source energy for the Jinchuriki. This was something the other 8-tailed beasts could not achieve. The plants around Naruto began to grow wildly, and in the next moment, a 100-meter-tall wooden giant instantly took shape among the lush trees. "Oh, you can reach this level so quickly?" Uchiha Rong was once again surprised. This 100-meter wooden giant had a toughness comparable to the wooden monk he summoned the first time. "But you're really being reckless. Even if you have a lot of chakra, you shouldn't waste it like this. This is truly Naruto's ninja style." Uchiha Rong sighed with a wry smile. The summoning of just this wooden giant would consume at least 3 tails worth of chakra. It's important to note that although the Nine Tails is said to have an endless supply of chakra, its upper limit is still the chakra of the Nine Tails. This time, he used 1/3 of it. However, this also indirectly proved that wood release was indeed a natural counter to tailed beasts. Uchiha Rong understood what this meant. If the Nine Tails had previously reluctantly agreed to cooperate with Naruto out of fear of his threat, now, the Nine Tails had truly become Naruto's chakra battery. Under the influence of wood release, Kurama could only be at Naruto's mercy, with no power to resist. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if Naruto were to draw 1/3 of the Nine Tails' power, Kurama would definitely resist. "Uncle Rong, be careful." Naruto's voice came from above. In the next moment, the 100-meter wooden giant, comparable to a tailed beast, charged forward with overwhelming force. Its might was already subtly comparable to the Yata mirror of the Susanoo. Chapter 189. The Bond of Naruto and Sasuke. 15 minutes later, looking at the three puppets whose strongest shells had been smashed to pieces, Uchiha Rong was pleased rather than angry. Well done, Naruto. Your growth has greatly exceeded my expectations. Thanks for the gift, Uncle Rong. Is this the legendary wood release? Naruto, who had already recalled the wooden giant, scratched his head with a silly grin. Yes, this is our little secret. You can't tell anyone, okay? Got it. I definitely won't say a word. Then if someone asks you how you obtain wood release, what will you say? Naruto looked at Uchiha Rong in confusion, his face filled with curiosity. What would release? Seeing this, Uchiha Rong burst into laughter. He didn't expect the fool to play along so seriously. His acting was incredibly convincing. It was clear that Naruto intended to play dumb to avoid suspicion. This seemingly clumsy tactic was actually the best approach at the moment and reflected Naruto's cleverness. After all, he was the son of the fourth Hokage. Could anyone force him to reveal the secret of wood release? What a joke. Uchiha Rong had originally expected that after gaining wood release, Naruto would have combat power comparable to that of an initial SS-class ninja, a quasi-Kage level, like Itachi or Shursui. However, in reality, just within a quarter of an hour, he easily broke through Ricky's defenses, defeated Fuju and Liangxiu, and ultimately crushed Ricky. This level of combat power, even if it wasn't quite as strong as the Yata mirror Susanoo, was not far off. Uchiha Rong believed that after a period of development, Naruto would soon officially enter the ranks of SS-level ninjas. With such personal strength, who else in the entire ninja world, besides himself, could contend with Naruto? Very good. Let's go celebrate with some Ichiraka ramen. Thank you, Uncle Rong. At this moment, Naruto was beyond excited. Gaining the divine gift of wood release was not just about the surface-level wood release abilities. The most significant improvement was the true awakening of his yang release. The surging vitality within him now led to an exaggerated leap in recovery after injuries, lifespan, and physical strength. He even felt that he could defeat many elite J-nin, even Quasi-Kage, just with his physical skills. His own combat power had also reached the peak of S-Kage level. After a little more honing, he might even surpass his own father. Once he tapped into the power of the Nine Tails, little Naruto could hardly imagine who could rival him, except for Uncle Rong. After all, he was not even 9 years old yet. Uchiha Rong held Naruto's small hand all the way, and he was also filled with anticipation. With Naruto like this, he would undoubtedly grow into the strongest Asura in history. Since coming to this world, aside from his family who had always helped him, if asked who Uchiha Rong trusted the most, it would naturally be the protagonist of the world, Uzumaki Naruto. Not only would he be the main force against Kaguya in the future, but his character also destined him to be a very trustworthy partner. This world is not simply black and white. From the original trajectory of the Naruto and Sasuke rivalry, many things can be observed. Even though Sasuke has done many wrong things in pursuit of power, Naruto has never aimed to kill him. What kind of person is most trustworthy? It is someone like Naruto. He is not the kind of protagonist who sees things in black and white, blindly helping the righteous while abandoning his friends. He does not easily resort to the moral high ground to judge former companions. One could say that even if you are covered in blood and have committed countless evils, once you have a deep bond with Naruto, as long as you are willing to change, he will remember the past and shield you from all pressure, giving you a chance to start over. At least compared to those who preach righteousness and morality, standing on a moral high ground to judge former allies. Naruto appears to be more human and relatable. This is also what Uchiha Rong admires most about Naruto. Having experienced the ups and downs of the business world for over a decade in his previous life, he has witnessed the betrayal of good brothers, suffered the warmth and coldness of the world, and seen through human nature. He is adept at binding allies through interests compared to the elusive nature of emotions. He trusts the solid ship provided by benefits more. Only when facing someone like Naruto can Uchiha Rong slightly lower his guard and experience a true sense of relaxation. This is especially reflected in the marriages of the 1980s and the new era, showcasing human nature vividly. Because of constraints, unable to bear the cost of betrayal, it creates a shared interest community for families, allowing couples to face difficulties together. However, when the clarion call for freedom sounds and the cost of betrayal becomes acceptable, those pursuing so-called happiness begin to perform absurd and unwatchable acts. There are countless examples, from killing wives for insurance money to plotting against husbands, raising someone else's child, and more. Everyone has a demon locked inside them. Without constraints, human nature's bottom line is boundless. The ignorant can only see the surface, lamenting over each tragedy. The one who truly sees through the essence is the loneliest. And a unique person like Naruto, under the dirty political struggles of Konoha, becomes even more precious. At Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto just finished 2 servings of supersized tonkatsu ramen, loaded with extras. The arrival of a familiar face caught his attention. Handmade uncle, 1 serving of. Oh, you arrogant guy, you actually came back. 8.5-year-old Sasuke's gaze instantly met Naruto's. Oh, it's you, little Sasuke. Naruto stood up from his seat, looking down at Sasuke with a height difference of an entire forehead, his smile bright and sunny. Calculating the time, little Sasuke, you're in the 3rd grade now, right? Have you mastered the 3-body technique? Arrogant Uzumaki Naruto, you left the ninja school without reason. Your training progress must be lagging behind everyone else, right? Do you want Lord Sasuke to tutor you? Oh, then I guess I'll be back in class tomorrow. I'll be counting on Lord Sasuke for guidance. Naruto said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke nodded in satisfaction, adopting a senior's demeanor. Sure. Handmade uncle, 1 large serving of beefsteak ramen. Throughout this, Uchiha Roan watched with a smile, feeling delighted inside. Speaking of which, Naruto's recent travels put him in a sort of leave of absence from ninja school, allowing him to return to classes at any time. This can be considered a privilege of the Konoha prince. In the first half of the first year at ninja school, the focus is usually on physical training to lay a foundation for students. In the second half, they start learning how to extract chakra. In the second year, they begin to cover the body replacement technique, transformation technique, and shadow clone technique. Usually by the 3rd grade, most students in ninja school have a basic grasp of the 3-body technique, which satisfies the conditions for applying for early graduation. The following 3 years are more about consolidating what they've learned and starting to teach some theoretical knowledge on combat command. In simple terms, aside from learning theoretical knowledge, it gives ninja school students 3 years of buffer time for better development and growth. For Naruto, staying at ninja school a year and a half ago would have hindered his progress. Now, returning, he is in need of such an environment to settle down. I really look forward to Naruto and Sasuke's daily life at ninja school. Uchiha Roan murmured with a hint of regret. Tomorrow, he would also set off to investigate the current status of the Akatsuki organization's members in the Land of Rain. Chapter 190. The Land of Rain. The rain kept falling, and the atmosphere was not friendly. Under the same roof, a skeletal family of 3 looked on in fear at the unexpected intruder. Uchiha Roan felt awkward. He had deliberately chosen a cloudy day, without rain, to enter the Land of Rain. Who would have thought that it would start pouring just like that? Unable to help it, he intruded into a nearby house to escape the rain, only to stumble upon an intimate moment. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. You may continue. Uchiha Roan had no choice but to leave immediately. At this moment, clad in a raincoat and hat, he continued on through the rain. After gathering some intelligence and information from his previous life, he had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the Land of Rain. First of all, the Land of Rain is under constant rainy seasons. Although it doesn't rain every day, it's not far from it. Out of 365 days, it rains for more than half of the time. This makes the Land of Rain a marshy country. Poverty, dampness, disease, and hunger are the norms for this country. Unlike the steampunk architecture of Amage-Cure, other areas of this country largely consist of stone houses. After all, with the Land of Rain's finances, they couldn't afford to make metal buildings widespread across the country. Additionally, the frequent battles waged by various ninja villages have turned the Land of Rain into a battlefield time and again. This has led to the classification of this country as the most miserable in the entire ninja world, bar none. During Hanzo, the Salamander's rule, although the policies were not as extreme as those in the Blood Mist, they were still far from gentle. Forced taxation further burdened this country. The appearance of Nagato and Pain in recent years has brought a glimmer of hope, but it is limited to the influence of Amage-Cure. Furthermore, Uchiha Roan's initial belief that it rained all the time was proven to be a misconception. After careful investigation, he learned that the rainfall in areas outside Amage-Cure is basically unrelated to Pain's Deva Path. Only the rainfall within Amage-Cure is to some extent controlled by the Deva Path. Through the Rain Tiger Free technique, Pain can concentrate several days of rainfall within Amage-Cure into Sundays, which increases the time ninjas can go out and also intermittently monitors the situation within his territory. When the rainwater on Sundays touches a ninja's body, it can roughly sense their chakra amount, chakra intensity, and chakra nature, etc., thereby filtering out potential intruders. Of course, The rain tiger free technique is not fixed to Sundays. If the Deva path has to go out for something, it will also randomly trigger continuous rainfall to ensure that the situation in the village is still monitored after he leaves. A few days later, on a hillside more than 10 miles from Amage Cure, Uchiha Rong observed the unique architectural style from afar. Brother, it seems it's not raining as frequently here as before. Uchiha Yazi, holding Little Bai, sat on the large orange cat and spoke. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong looked up at the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was evident that a large amount of rain clouds was brewing. Quite a creative ninjutsu. It actually uses the gaseous properties of water release to gather the clouds without dispersing them, condensing without falling. He had already caught a glimpse of the clues of the rain tiger free technique. It seems that Pain has also reached a peak in his progress with water release. Although Uchiha Rong's water release has not yet reached its peak, it can be roughly seen that this gaseous rain cloud is a combination of a change in the properties and a transformation in the form of water. It has even reached a level where it can control natural rainfall to a certain extent. Combining what he has seen and heard in the land of rain along the way, Uchiha Rong looks at the hidden rain village ahead, feeling inexplicably conflicted. He is indeed a person with a very contradictory inner self. Hearing his murmurs, Yizi curiously asks, what contradiction? He, their leader. On one hand, he wants others to feel their pain, while on the other hand, he is exhaustively concerned about a village that cannot be saved at all. If that's the case, isn't that a good leader? Yizi replies, somewhat confused. Cruel to outsiders, gentle to insiders, even to the point of dedicating himself completely. Isn't this the behavior of a good leader? Uchiha Rong smiles slightly, but in the end, there is no substantial change. Looking at the increasingly low-hanging dark clouds in the sky, Uchiha Rong seems to see Nagato struggling under the weight of these rain clouds, unable to breathe. Is it a matter of results? Yizi blinks her big eyes, deep in thought. It seems so. He has worked so hard, yet this place is still so impoverished. Yes, poverty. This kind of poverty is like a bottomless pit. Uchiha Rong sighs again. Now, he finally understands where the Akatsuki's money has gone. Undoubtedly, it has all been poured into the bottomless pit of the land of rain. It seems that Nagato and Obito are not on the same page currently. They must have realized after a few years that this model of completing missions to earn money to support the village cannot save the people here. Hence, they were eventually persuaded by Obito, leading to a series of subsequent events. Clearly possessing great power, yet trapped in a quagmire, it is indeed tragic and lamentable. After taking a final look at the hidden rain village at the end of his line of sight, Uchiha Rong does not rashly enter the village. Instead, he heads in the opposite direction. The information he needs can be easily obtained by finding any member of the Akatsuki. There is no need to use such an inefficient method of infiltration. From his earlier observations, he has already gathered some of the information he wants to know. The fact that it is not raining in the hidden rain village is enough to indicate that Nagato and Pain are in the village. At the same time, he can roughly guess the structure of the Akatsuki. It should be equivalent to Nagato providing shelter and various resources needed for training to the rogue ninjas, while the rogue ninja members carry out the tasks he assigns and serve him. With this powerful ninja force, Nagato has indeed propped up a sky for the hidden rain village. Although the large amounts of money earned by Akatsuki members have not changed the overall environment of the land of rain, they have indeed alleviated some pressure on the economy of the hidden rain village. However, in Uchiha Rong's view, this behavior is quite foolish. Given the pressure the Rinnegan has placed on Nagato, how long can he maintain this temporary shelter? It is somewhat stubbornly refusing to see the coffin until one cries, only starting the final desperate revenge when it can no longer hold on, attacking Konoha for rice. To this, Uchiha Rong can only say that the mindset of the natives is truly too constrained. Since the Akatsuki can temporarily maintain and alleviate the finances of the hidden rain village with peak strength, and even a feudal lord has been killed by Hanzo the Salamander, why don't they use their powerful strength to think differently about infrastructure and economic development? Do ninjas have to complete missions to earn money? Even punk-style steel buildings can be popularized throughout the village. Why bother being mercenaries? Directly organizing all the village ninjas for transportation and modifying the terrain based on rainfall characteristics could potentially cultivate arable land. The directions for development are indeed too numerous. One can only say that an incapable general exhausts the troops. Chapter 191. Rural encirclement of the city, a few days later. In a small village on the eastern border of the land of rain, Hihi Village. This is a small fishing village with only about 30 households. When Uchiha Rong enters the village with his convoy, he sees poverty everywhere. Almost everyone is wearing patched clothing, and the fabric is all made of durable coarse cloth. The villagers are mostly elderly and children, all looking pale. Sir, are you just passing through and need a rest? Soon, the village chief and others come out, kneeling on the ground with an extremely humble attitude, asking, looking at this old man, who appears to be at least 50 or 60 years old. Supported by a young man, Uchiha Rong's expression is calm. The class consciousness in the land of rain is particularly severe. A merchant convoy like his, with its guards, is imposing and powerful. Offending them even slightly could lead to village massacres. Therefore, the old man's bowing is actually a helpless act. Uchiha Rong understands that if he does not express his intentions at this time and directly asks the other party to rise, they might become even more anxious. So he succinctly says, prepare a few clean rooms for us to stay in. Hurry up. After saying this, he waves his hand. Immediately, a warrior retrieves some cloth and food from the cart and throws it in front of the old man. This is enough to cover the lodging fee. Seeing this, the old man trembles as he stands up, his face showing joy. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. People living in a land of rain are not afraid of your ferocity, nor are they afraid of your bad attitude. What they fear most is being killed without a word. Just from Uchiha Rong's behavior, the old man understands that they have encountered a big benefactor. In less than 15 minutes, a villager runs to report that the rooms are ready. Thus, the group is welcomed into the village. The village consists entirely of stone-built houses. Wooden houses cannot withstand the damp environment caused by years of rain in the land of rain. Moreover, these stone houses are quite distinctive. The roofs are mainly thatched, covered with several layers of palm-like plants. The eaves are built very long, almost completely covering the walls. Even though many moisture-proof and waterproof facilities have been implemented, these rudimentary stone houses still cannot completely avoid dampness. The living conditions can be said to be extremely harsh. The stone houses here are not those luxurious marble types, but rather made of slightly larger stones that have been roughly polished and stacked together. Uchiha Rong looks at these stone houses that seem to be on the verge of collapse at any moment, frowning deeply. At this moment, the old man with a cane walks over with the support of a young man. My lord, the village's housing is simple. These few rooms are already the best in our village. I hope you won't hold it against us. Uchiha Rong glances at a few, nearly decayed, thatched houses in the distance that still have people living in them, sighing inwardly. It is indeed too poor here. Even such rough stone houses are considered the best accommodations in the entire village. Come here. I have something to ask you. Upon being summoned, the old man trembles as he enters the room. You may command me, my lord. What do you rely on for a living in your village? Uchiha Rong inquires. In fact, he and Yizi had already learned roughly about this beforehand. The people of the land of rain also rely on the mountains and water for their livelihood. If the food produced in a place is insufficient to support the existing population, then a certain industry will emerge, human flesh. In the land of rain, a standard household of 3 typically has the husband doing manual labor, the wife engaging in the sex industry, sometimes even bringing their daughters along. This is almost a common phenomenon. Similarly, for the people living here, dignity is very cheap. They only have one goal, to strive to survive. If possible, they want to survive together with their families. In order to live, dignity is no longer something they can demand too much of. In response to your lordship, there's a river nearby that provides us with our livelihood. The old man points to it. Is there no other means of making a living? The old man smiles bitterly. Those who couldn't survive left to seek a new path. Uchiha Rong nodded. So, if I invest in your village and provide food, will you process some items for me? What do you think? At this moment, Uchiha Rong truly revealed his intentions. Yes, he had his eyes on the cheap labor in this land. As long as he provided food, they would work hard as inexpensive laborers. In this land, without the constraints of daimyos, it relied solely on the leadership of Amage Cure, an almost chaotic nation. Nagato saw despair, but Uchiha Rong saw fertile ground for development. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. The lowest class, which the local rulers cared little about, was, in his eyes, an indispensable foundation for the ninja world. Build factories, recruit laborers, use surplus materials to support a large number of civilians. In the harsh conditions of a land of rain, he could quickly gather a loyal population, and these people could continuously provide him with troops in the future. What? The old man was stunned, even doubting whether he was hearing things. Uchiha Rong was not angry and patiently said, I will take care of your rations, and you will work for me. If you perform well, I can also consider helping you build better houses and even improve the living conditions of the village. This time, the old man understood clearly. He immediately knelt down again and said without hesitation, "The people of Kawahagakure are willing to follow you, my lord." Although Amigakure was their nominal ruler, Nagato's influence weakened the further it was from Amigakure, because the people here had not received any substantial benefits. Furthermore, Uchiha Rong only proposed an employment relationship. Such an opportunity that fell from the sky. How could they refuse? "All right, let's get started tomorrow," Uchiha Rong said with a smile. The supplies brought by his convoy this time were prepared for this village. Simply put, this strategy was not complicated. It was rural encirclement of the city. By utilizing the employment relationship, he would insert his personnel into the land of rain. With a large influx of supplies, even Nagato could not easily drive them away. Thus, subsequent intelligence gathering would naturally become easier. Moreover, in the long run, the material scarcity of the land of rain meant that it would need to rely on external material inputs for a long time. Once Uchiha Rong's model truly expanded, as long as he could take care of the food issues for 1/10 of the land of rain's population, then even Nagato would have to treat him with respect and dare not offend him easily. Because at that time, once Uchiha Rong stopped supplying materials to the land of rain, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was the real way to grasp the lifeblood of the Akatsuki organization. When the old man, full of joy, went to inform the other villagers, the figure of Uchiha Yazi slowly appeared in the room. "Brother, do you want to become the daimyo of the land of rain?" Uchiha Rong rubbed his sister's little head and smiled. "I only want to be the financier, not the daimyo." "Is there a difference?" "The difference is huge. The daimyo has to bear the burdens of this country. The financier only needs to ensure that the returns exceed the investments." Uchiha Rong chuckled. Yes, his rural encirclement policy would ultimately have a territory almost indistinguishable from that of daimyo. When he truly controlled the livelihood of the land of rain, he would naturally become the financier of Amigakure, just like the daimyos of the 5 great nations, using the economy to control the ninja villages. At that time, Nagato and the Akatsuki organization would also have to work for him. To nurture soldiers while preserving strength was the best way to hide an army. Before that, he needed to resolve the hidden dangers of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's resurrection dream should come to an end. Chapter 192. The root weapon plan. Just as Uchiha Rong was mobilizing resources into the land of rain, Konoha village was also undergoing a great transformation. Originally hidden within the Umbu, the root had completely separated from the Umbu after sharing a portion of its authority. Although under the firm opposition of Minato Namikaze, the root ultimately did not transition from the dark to the light. It still established its own base next to the Umbu base. The full name of the root has now officially changed to Konoha's Root Safety Investigation Force. Although the abbreviation is still root, the full name clearly indicates its distinction from the Umbu. The full name of the Umbu is Assassination Tactics Special Force, as the name suggests, is for external assassinations while also safeguarding the Hokage. The root, on the other hand, is more focused on a series of internal responsibilities, but will still involve some actions that require leaving the village. At this moment, in a conference room in the underground base of the root, Danzo sat confidently at the head. On both sides sat the heads of the major ninja clans in the village. Yes, the reason the root was able to separate from the Umbu and become its own entity was naturally due to their support. The elderly Akimichi Torufu was also rarely present. Sitting next to Akimichi Ding, he was the first to speak. "Danzo, since the root has successfully separated, shouldn't the things you promised us now be implemented?" "Haha, Torufu, you are still so impatient," Danzo teased with a smile, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Elders of the root, have you all received the first batch of supplies?" Seeing that no one spoke, Danzo continued. "Then let us take a look at the root's weapon plan." As he said this, Danzo waved his hand. In the next moment, a root member wearing a ghost mask slowly appeared. Almost at the same time, this root member appeared. The heads of the ninja clans all felt a chill in their hearts. Such strong chakra fluctuations. Before anyone could think of anything else, the root member had already extended his right palm at Danzo's signal. Then, an unexpected scene occurred. First, a mass of attribute-less chakra appeared in his palm, and then, this chakra quickly transformed into a block of solid ice. "Ice release, bloodline limit." "Inazuka," some exclaimed. Danzo looked at their surprise, his smile unchanged. He waved his hand again. "Remove your mask." Upon hearing this, the root member hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. The moment his mask was removed, gasps and exclamations almost erupted simultaneously. "What? You are Irika? How could Yumino Irika have ice release bloodline limit?" Has Danzo already mastered the fusion method of the ice release bloodline limit? As they gradually quieted down, their gazes all focused on him, Danzo finally smiled and said, "Don't rush. Yumano's head of the family has completed the complete weapon plan. That's why he has such abilities now. Clap, clap." As Danzo clapped his hands, another root member wearing a ghost mask appeared. Still, the overwhelming chakra fluctuations were unabated. However, this time, the newcomer directly removed the ghost mask before demonstrating his abilities. "Nara Shigetsu," many people exclaimed. Nara Shikaku stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you doing well during this time?" Nara Shigetsu blinked. Nara Shikaku felt relieved and nodded, returning to his seat. Danzo continued to introduce. "This is the result of the weapon plan. Next, just like a fashion show, Inuzuka, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, and other young talents from each clan took turns to showcase their training results from their time at the root. The elders of the root were completely ecstatic. Although among them, only Yumano Irika and Yamanaka Ryuma had completed the full weapon plan training. Both had experienced a surge in chakra and gained the ice release bloodline ability and nano-level poison insect ability respectively. Others only completed the weapon plan training. The chakra levels surged dramatically. However, this magical training method from the root can allow ninjas to increase their strength significantly in just half a month, which still gives all the clan heads hope for their family's rise. At that moment, Inuzuka Claw pointed at Inuzuka Hayu and the ninja dog Yashimaru beside him, saying to Danzo, "Lord Danzo, our Inuzuka clan is willing to pay any price to obtain this secret technique that can enhance the strength of our ninja dogs." It's no wonder she was so excited. Previously, Inuzuka Hayu's overall combat power rating was A level, and that was after pairing with Yashimaru. Yashimaru itself was only B level. But now, just from the overwhelming chakra fluctuations, it was clear that Yashimaru's physical strength and chakra levels had increased by more than 3 times. Inuzuka Hayu's chakra level had jumped from 5 cards to 11 cards. Such a significant change in strength only took half a month. How could Inuzuka Claw not be excited? However, Danzo just smiled and shook his head. This is a unique training method only available to those who join the root. It is a contribution I made to the entire Konoha. It can't be monopolized by a single clan. Seeing this, the other clan heads, each with their own thoughts, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Such methods are indeed miraculous and powerful, but if Danzo were really willing to hand it over to a particular clan, it would be something that everyone would not want to happen. Alright, now the root is fully staffed. The reserve positions can begin to be auctioned. Danzo cheerfully announced that the meeting's agenda had officially entered the 3rd phase. After all, no matter how much material Uchiha Rong has, it is still limited. They can't continuously supply the root indefinitely. So the first phase is to send materials and win over each clan. The second phase is to help each family that joins the Root Elder Council to quickly cultivate a high-level combatant who can stand alone. As for the third phase, it is naturally to harvest the resources of each clan. Want your clan's genius to obtain a spot in the weapon plan? Then offer materials to buy a spot. The Root reserves can receive customized training plans. Official members who rank in the top 3 during the monthly assessments will have the opportunity to receive training for the weapon plan. Those who perform excellently in executing Root missions can also spend contribution points within the Root to exchange for complete training in the weapon plan. Abilities like Oil Woman Ryoma's poison insect skills may be envied by various clans, but that's about it. However, abilities like Yumano Irika's ice release bloodline limit, you should know that it has the potential to allow descendants to awaken ice release abilities. The enthusiasm of the clans in Konoha was completely ignited. After the auction, Danzo was overjoyed with the profit list, not to mention, each clan took their people back. In the Oil Woman clan's territory, Oil Woman Shimi and Oil Woman Shurhei were sizing up Oil Woman Ryoma. Ryoma, what have you been through during this time? Although they understood that since Danzo dared to be so confident, the detailed training content of the weapon plan must not be so easily obtained. The two still approached Ryoma with a trial-and-error attitude, starting to question him. Oil Woman Ryoma looked at them with admiration. We received direct guidance from Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo is simply amazing. He seems to be able to point us in the right direction for almost any clan's secret techniques. When asked about the process of the surging chakra and the development of the nano-poison insect abilities, Oil Woman Ryoma was confused. I don't know. I just took a nap and woke up with it. After confirming it several times, both Oil Woman Shurhei and Oil Woman Shimi's expressions changed dramatically. A similar scene also occurred in other clan territories. Chapter 193. Chunin exam Qinyuan Zhanyue was a commoner genin who graduated from Konoha's ninja school in the 54th year. After 2 years of task training, she finally gained the recognition of her team leader, Chunin teacher Sasaki, who recommended her to participate in this year's Chunin exam. Zhanyue, with your swordsmanship, passing the practical assessment shouldn't be difficult, but you need to put some effort into the written exam, Sasaki reminded her. Qinyuan Zhanyue nodded earnestly. Just then, she ran into a boy about 14 or 15 years old. The boy was dressed like a rice shop worker, staring at her in a daze, even dropping the rice sack on his shoulder without noticing. Shikazu-kun. Qinyuan Zhanyue greeted him casually and continued walking. Zhanyue, Sato, Shikazu hesitated to speak. Qinyuan Zhanyue paused slightly, touched the ninja tool pouch at her waist, and kept moving forward. Some say that choice is more important than effort, while others say effort is more important than choice. However, Qinyuan Zhanyue believes that both choice and effort are equally important. Both Zhanyue and Shikazu, coming from commoner backgrounds, were childhood friends, but in the year they graduated from ninja school, they each took completely different paths. Lacking talent, Shikazu gave up on being a ninja and became a rice shop worker. Although he wasn't talented, Shikazu, who possessed chakra, could always lift heavy objects more easily and recover his stamina significantly better than others. This allowed him to live quite well now. Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. At least compared to being a ninja, he didn't have to risk his life. And although his income wasn't as high as a ninja's, it was enough. Shikazu was satisfied with his stable life. However, it was precisely this mindset of being content with mediocrity that created a rift between him and Qinyuan Zhanyue. At that time, Zhanyue accompanied her team, leader Sasaki, on missions, encountering crises several times and returning with serious injuries. Shikazu was very worried about her. That mindset was like having a drug enforcement officer as a relative. You feel proud of her, yet anxious for her. But Zhanyue's mindset was different. Becoming a powerful ninja was her lifelong dream and goal. Getting injured was just a part of her life. She enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade. Only the blood of her enemies could give her a sense of purpose. Thus, after months of repression, Shikazu's emotions finally erupted. I can't stand seeing you get hurt every time. Choose between being a ninja and me. Faced with this choice, Qinyuan Zhanyue struggled for a long time, but ultimately chose her ninja path. So the two parted ways. Unexpectedly, their next encounter was such a scene. Like the most familiar strangers, a casual greeting as they brushed past each other. On the other side, in the heart of the land of rain, Hanami Town. Watching the young couple part ways outside the sauna, Uchiha Rome chuckled softly. Foolish. As a bystander, he had just witnessed the entire process of this young couple going from intimacy to breakup. It went something like this. The man and woman came out hand in hand, chatting and laughing. They encountered a wealthy young man at the door. The wealthy young man wanted to hire the woman for his service, but the woman informed him that she had just finished work and was about to go out on a date with her boyfriend. The wealthy young man, being quite polite, congratulated the couple, then lavishly prepared to spend money to boost the woman's performance. This made the man jealous. He rejected the large stack of cash the wealthy young man offered and insisted on paying himself. As a result, he fumbled for a long time in his pocket, feeling extremely awkward. At that moment, the woman handed him his jacket. The man, still trying to save face, said that he had unfortunately not brought any money today. Seeing this, the wealthy young man awkwardly smiled and, after being rejected again, decided not to make a fool of himself and left. At this point, the man began to question the woman about her relationship with the other guy. The conversation escalated into harsh words, and they parted ways like that. Huh? Suddenly, Uchiha Rome exclaimed softly. The man picked up the coat that had just fallen to the ground, and a stack of banknotes fell out of the inner pocket. The man was completely stunned. It was obvious that the woman had secretly stuffed money into his coat. This was quite dramatic. Hee, brother, this is so interesting. Uchiha's purple eyes sparkled. Uchiha Rome gave her a light slap on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Children shouldn't watch these romantic dramas, Uchiha Rome admonished. Oh, I got it. After just reprimanding his sister, Uchiha Rome began to reflect. Different paths, no collaboration. Each follows their own aspirations. Konoha number 1 training ground. Unlike the original trajectory of Naruto's Chunin exam, this time it was just an internal Chunin qualification assessment in Konoha Village. Any genin who had completed a year of missions, achieved the required number of C-rank missions, and participated in at least 3 B-rank missions could register to participate through the recommendation of their team teacher. At this moment, the training ground had thousands of seats, all filled with candidates. The first round was a written exam. Once the supervising teacher responsible for distributing the papers handed the exam papers to her, Qinyuan Zhanyue immediately began to read the questions. The first thing she saw was 20 multiple-choice questions. The first question was, which of the following belongs to the nature transformation of the earth element? A. Rock. B. Mud. C. Gravel. D. Metal. It started with a multiple-choice question. In a ninja exam, there were no single-choice questions to rely on luck. After reading the first question, Qinyuan Zhanyue was stumped. She first filled in B in the parentheses. The Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet is one of the most well-known transformations of the earth element. So mud must be the correct answer. Then her gaze wavered between A. Rock and C. Gravel. Gravel shouldn't be it, right? But it seems like it could be. Rock, should it be? Stumped. The questions this year were too advanced. Adhering to the principle of better to score a point than none, she ultimately chose B and C. This way, even if the final answer was ABC, at least she could get 2 points. Otherwise, if she chose ABC but the answer was BC, she would get nothing for that question. Then, she moved on to the second question. Faced with the incoming wind release, great breakthrough from an enemy, which of the following ninjutsu can be used for effective counterattack? A. Wind release, great breakthrough. B. Lightning release, earth walk. C. Earth release, earth flow wall. D. Water release, water clone. E. Water release, water dragon bullet. F. Earth release, earth spear. This question was so difficult, and there were so many traps in the wording. Qinyuan Zhanyue, who already had average grades in liberal arts, felt a prickling sensation on her scalp. After hesitating for a long time, she chose B and F. Because the question asked which ninjutsu could effectively counterattack, not defend or negate, but counterattack. Although B, lightning release, is restrained by wind release, earth walk can effectively avoid a direct clash with great breakthrough, allowing for a counterattack from the ground. F, earth spear, is also clearly a good choice for counterattacking. As for water clone, this physical clone would probably dissipate as soon as it gets touched by the great breakthrough, a large-scale ninjutsu. Qinyuan Zhanyue had her own logical analysis. As she filled in what she believed to be the correct answers for each question, she quickly completed all 20 multiple-choice questions. These 20 questions covered various aspects of being a ninja, including nature transformations, basic form changes, practical reactions, on-the-spot decision-making, and how to lead a team under difficult conditions. The questions were very tricky, and by the time she saw the 40 fill-in-the-blank questions that follow the multiple-choice section, beads of sweat had already formed on her smooth forehead. The first fill-in-the-blank question was, when you lead a ninja team on a mission and discover there might be a traitor among your teammates, you will. Later, you find out that the traitor is another teammate, not him. How will you remedy this? After experiencing this event, which do you think is more important, the mission or your comrades? Chapter 194, Practical Exercises, Part 1. Finally, just before the time was halfway through, Qinyuan Zhanyue finished filling out all the content on the exam paper and let out a sigh of relief. She wiped the sweat from her nose. In fact, she knew that there was another way to complete the written exam of the Chunin exam. That was to observe and copy through the ability to gather intelligence. Observe. Find the top students around her. Copy. Use methods that wouldn't be noticed by the supervising teacher to obtain the answers from the top students. I only excel in sword techniques and don't have the ability to peek at others' answers under the teacher's nose, so I 1T take the risk. The questions are so tricky this time, I have a good chance of passing the written exam. She thought to herself, as a faint blue chakra began to emerge from her hands, protecting her exam paper. Unlike the original trajectory, this written exam did not have the option to submit papers early. Ample time was reserved for the genin candidates to answer questions, precisely for the intelligence competition in the latter half. Even if you don't plan to obtain others' answers, you must protect your own exam paper. It would be unfortunate to have your answers peeked at, and if, in the final moments, someone swapped your hard-earned answer sheet with a poorly written one, leading to elimination, that would be too unjust. In this regard, Qinyuan Zhanyue was quite confident, coming from a commoner's background and only excelling in sword techniques. Although she couldn't steal others' answers in this situation, her level of chakra could effectively resist most methods of swapping by others. After all, regardless of any ability, to swap her exam paper, one would have to break through her chakra protection and touch the paper inside the protective shield. She was very confident in her hard power in this aspect. Time ticked by second. Finally, the supervising teacher called for the papers to be submitted. Qinyuan Zhanyue finally felt her heart settle after submitting her exam paper. After a brief rest, the second round of practical exercises was about to begin. The rules for the second round of practical exercises in this Chunin exam were: the chief examiner paused deliberately before continuing. Grouping would be determined by drawing lots, with 3 people forming a small team. Protect the captain and safely reach the villa in the forest to submit 2 captain signatures, or 1 captain signature and 3 team member signatures to pass the assessment. After the chief examiner's detailed introduction, Qin Yuan Zhanyue gasped in shock. The Chunin exam during peacetime was indeed getting more difficult. She remembered that in the Chunin exam 3 years ago, the pass rate for the written exam was as high as 80. The pass rate for the second round of practical projects was also around 70. But according to this time's requirements, not only did they have to protect their team's member signatures and captain signatures intact, but they also had to seize other teams' captain signatures or 3 member signatures. The pass rate this time might be less than half. Looking at the initial 500 genin, after 1 round of written exam eliminations, only about 900 remained. Qin Yuan Zhanyue felt an increased sense of pressure. I must pass this exam and become a Chunin. She secretly encouraged herself. It's important to know that different titles come with completely different treatment. The annual income for a genin is generally 430,000 Rio, while a Chunin is over 1,000,000 Rio. The difference is too great, not to mention being able to buy more resources to assist in training. For someone like her, a commoner genin, only by becoming a Chunin can she receive guidance from Jonin. This is also the main reason why Qin Yuan Zhanyue must pass this exam. Once she has the Chunin title, she may also have the opportunity to participate in the selection for the Umbu or the security department. These are currently the best 2 visible paths for commoner ninjas in Konoha. Even if she ultimately only becomes the captain of Chunin team, like teacher Sasaki, if she performs excellently in leading team missions, she might also attract the attention of important figures and be taken as a subordinate or disciple. It's also a way out that isn't really a way out. If none of the above paths work, the Chunin team leader can accumulate task completion rates and directly apply to the Hokage building for the required ninjutsu scrolls. The prerequisite for all this is to first become a Chunin. Soon, it was time for Qin Yuan Zhanyue to draw lots. She reached into the wooden box and randomly grabbed a slip. It read, Team D, Jiaping, Team Leader, Qin Yuan Zhanyue. She was stunned. Did she just draw the team leader's slip? The most dangerous team leader's slip. In an instant, she felt countless gazes converge on her. The drawing was public. At the same time, her teammates approached her. One was an ordinary-looking boy with glasses, about 16 or 17 years old, and the other was a girl with 3 ninja dogs, around 13 or 14. As soon as she saw this girl who was about her age, Qin Yuan Zhanyue's heart leaped with joy. The emblem of the Inuzuka clan on her face was simply too recognizable. She had encountered a powerful teammate. Qin Yuan Zhanyue almost shouted, Big sister, please lead the way. Hello, team leader. My name is Do. Hello, team leader. I'm Inuzuka Hana. I'm the older sister of Inuzuka Kiba and the eldest daughter of Inuzuka Zutsu, Inuzuka Hana. Her ninja dogs are the rare triplets, the Gray Maru brothers. Hello, I'm Qin Yuan Zhanyue. Nice to meet you. Qin Yuan Zhanyue's gaze swept over the 3 strong ninja dogs and finally settled on Inuzuka Hana. Just these 3 ninja dogs would probably be enough for her to drink a pot. Although Qin Yuan Zhanyue did not have the powerful sensing ability of a ninja to judge the specific strength of chakra fluctuations, she could still see the explosive muscles of the 3 ninja dogs up close. During the break, the 3 of them got to know each other better. Qin Yuan Zhanyue was skilled in swordsmanship. Inuzuka Hana excelled in mid-to-close combat, reconnaissance, and had some medical skills. Do stated that he was a medical ninja, knew a bit of lightning ninjutsu, and could serve as long-range support and logistical healing. This was fantastic. Qin Yuan Zhanyue finally reassessed Do. A medical ninja was an extremely rare character. It was an unexpected surprise. However, she did not know that if it weren't for the need to avoid drawing too much attention, Do could have easily assumed his ninja title. He was truly the big shot. So, Sister Hana, I'll be responsible for the main attack, and the reconnaissance and auxiliary attacks will be up to you. Okay, Do, you stay in the middle while we protect you. Seeing Do nod, Qin Yuan Zhanyue's confidence soared, and she was full of enthusiasm. Calling the same-aged Inuzuka Hana sister was because her background was from a prominent clan, indicating her obvious strength. As for calling Do big brother, that was purely because Do was clearly older than her. Once their team had basically perfected their response plans for various situations and drawn up specific plans A, B, C, and D, the chief examiner was already arranging for people to release the candidates into the forest. Suddenly, figures rushed forward, flashing into the dense forest ahead. The Zhanyu team was naturally among them. Chase. My Gray Maru has locked onto the aura of that team. Inuzuka Hana led the Gray Maru brothers ahead. Do followed about 10 meters to their right, adjusting his glasses. Qinyuan Zhanyu was positioned about 10 meters to Dou's right. This diagonal formation effectively protected the medical ninja Do in the center. At that moment, a glint flashed in Dou's glasses. These two are quite excellent ninjas. I'll observe a bit more. Perhaps they can be recruited into the organization. Chapter 195, Practical Training, Part 2, with the tracking of Inuzuka Hana and the Gray Maru brothers. The Zhanyu team quickly caught up with another team of 3 candidates. This was the target team they had identified during their break, and it was the one with the most accurate intelligence. 2 boys and 1 girl, all civilian ninjas, were students of the same year as Inuzuka Hana and Qinyuan Zhanyu, with mediocre talents. Among them, the long-faced boy excelled in swordsmanship and had previously been defeated by Zhanyu. The long-haired boy specialized in shuriken throwing, limited to the standards of a regular genin. The only slightly troublesome one was the long-haired girl, a member of the Yamashiro clan, who mastered the mind-turn technique. This secret technique could be understood as a sort of betrayal ability in games. Once successfully hit, it directly controlled one enemy unit. The only obvious weakness was that the user would lose consciousness, becoming the biggest flaw. However, in a 3v3 situation, if Yamashiro Ye could successfully control the opposing main attacker, as long as her teammates could hold off the other two, her body would remain unharmed. It was easy to imagine that this secret technique could have a decisive impact on the outcome of battle. The Yamashiro's secret technique was more troublesome in one-on-one situations. If your mental will was weaker than your opponent's, and you were hit by the mind-turn technique. Although the Yamashiro clan members wouldn't dare harm the body of the target due to the synchronized damage to their own body, they couldn't harm you while also binding themselves. Right? Based on this information, Inuzuka Hana immediately commanded the Gray Maru brothers to attack Yamashiro Ye as they surrounded her. From a certain perspective, Inuzuka Hana, with her triplet Gray Maru, had a significant advantage over Yamashiro Ye. Because even if Yamashiro Ye could control Inuzuka Hana, the ninja dogs were not mindless beings. They wouldn't obey the new master just because their owner had changed. Therefore, at this moment, Yamashiro Ye's team was facing 6 enemy units, suddenly ambushed. Before the 3 ninja dogs could close in, a girl wielding a knife moved in first, directly catching Yamashiro Ye off guard. When her 2 teammates came to support her, Qinyuan Zhanyu switched targets and faced off against the long-faced boy, who was also skilled in swordsmanship. The long-haired boy, who specialized in throwing techniques, was struck by Dou's lightning technique and fell into a paralyzed state. Just when Yamashiro Ye escaped one danger, she fell into another. Armed with kunai, she was in grave danger under the assault of the Gray Maru brothers. Qinyuan Zhanyu was almost overpowering the long-faced boy, already inflicting several deep cuts on him. During the fight, she still had the energy to observe the battles of others. Upon seeing this situation, she felt a surge of joy. The outcome was already decided. Although Yamashiro Ye was strong, 2 fists were ultimately no match for 4 hands. Plus, the Gray Maru brothers, being triplets, had a very cohesive teamwork. With Inuzuka Hana providing support, the effectiveness of Yamashiro clan's secret technique was basically nullified. Not to mention that there was no chance to form seals at this moment. Even if there was, once the mind turn succeeded, the user would be doomed the next second. Therefore, without any surprises, after Qinyuan Zhanyu successfully defeated the long-faced boy, Inuzuka Hana quickly followed up by stepping on Yamashiro Ye. At this moment, Do leisurely carried the limp body of the long-haired boy and dropped it with a thud on the ground. Well done, Qinyuan Zhanyu praised. Just as they spoke, the 3 had already taken the special ironwood slips from each other's bodies. 1 team leader slip and 2 team member slips. Now, as long as they could preserve their identity slips while taking Yamashiro Ye's team leader slip to the villa in the forest, they would pass this practical training evaluation. As for Yamashiro Ye and her 2 teammates, who had lost their identity slips, they still had a chance. If they could reclaim any identity slip from the same team within Heaven and Earth Xinhuang, such as Team Tianjia, 1 team leader slip and 1 team member slip, and then defeat any team to obtain any team leader slip or any 3 team member slips. 2 of them could also pass the evaluation. If they obtained 1 team leader slip and 2 team member slips from the same team, it would also compensate for the losses incurred from this encounter with the Zhanyu team. If they could also obtain any team leader slip or 3 team member slips, the whole team could pass. Someone's coming, retreat. Suddenly, Inuzuka Hana's expression changed as she let out a low shout. The person had already taken the Grey Hound and dashed into the jungle. Qinyuan Zhanyu reacted quickly as well, sheathed her sword and vanished in an instant. Her movements fluid like flowing water, seamless and effortless. As for Do, He had disappeared without a trace long ago. In the team, there was a ninja skilled in reconnaissance, and this advantage was now evident. The Inuzuka clan, second only to the Hyugas and on par with the Oil Girl clan's insect reconnaissance and the Yamashiro clan's sensory reconnaissance, boasted exceptional tracking abilities with their ninja dogs, especially in scent and concealment. As the saying goes, a dog's nose is quite remarkable. This is the strongest reconnaissance unit in Konoha, one of the gold medal scouts in the second tier after the Hyugas, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs. In just a few minutes, the two teams of 6 arrived at the location where Inuzuka Hana and the others had just fought. Yuta, there was a battle here just now, with traces of ninja dogs, sword techniques, and lightning jutsu. Chase. Just as mice have their own ways, aside from Chinyuan Janyue, who possesses a unique skill and stands out among the civilian genin, what should the other civilian genin, who are aware of their inadequacies in combat, do? Give up? Of course not. If 3 people can't defeat other teams, what about 6 or 9? The rules for the second round of the Chunin exam are clearly much more lenient. There are no restrictions on cooperation between squads. After all, the ninja philosophy isn't solely based on strength, at least for the vast majority of ninjas. A flexible mind, broad thinking, and calm composure in emergencies are often more important than individual strength. Humans dominate the world not through brute force, but by using various strategies. Woof woof woof. With a low bark from one of the gray hounds, Inuzuka Hana's expression shifted. Run. They're chasing us again, and they have the numbers. It's best for us to avoid confrontation. Let's go. Chinyuan Janyue, who hadn't even warmed her seat, stood up decisively. During the escape from the pursuit, the competition between tracking and counter-tracking was thrilling. Although there hadn't been any direct confrontation yet, based solely on their textbook-like standard of tracking and counter-tracking techniques, neither side could underestimate the other's strength. There was a skill tracker in the opposing team. 2 Inuzuka Hana and Yuta from different teams spoke almost in unison. Yuta, what should we do now? They noticed that every time they were about to catch up, they were misled by traces intentionally left by the other side, causing them to lose time. Someone in the back team said anxiously. Yuta pondered for a moment, his gaze firm. Continue chasing, but you guys spread out. If you encounter other teams, we will engage. As for the team ahead, perhaps we can cooperate with them when we catch up. Ito Nagaka nodded in response, leading a few people to spread out from the center of their team to search for other squads. He was small and frail, so his partners jokingly referred to him as a mouse. Meanwhile, after fleeing for half a day, they still hadn't shaken off their pursuers. Chinyuan Janyue was furious. Tonight, let's turn around and raid them. Hanato, what do you think? Chapter 196. The third round of individual performances that night, Janyue's team executed a counterattack, ambushing Yuta and his 6 pursuers. Taking them by surprise, Janyue, Inuzuka Hana, and Do each successfully took down one opponent. The subsequent 3v3 battle immediately lost its suspense. Thus, Janyue's team, with their strong overall strength, successfully made their way into the villa in the forest before noon the next day, submitting their identity signatures. Congratulations. You have passed the second round of the Chunin exam. Next, you will have ample time to rest. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, gather at the Konoha Assembly Hall for the third round of individual battles. As the chief examiner announced the rules and left, the remaining candidates exchanged glances. Following the second round of jungle combat drills, unsurprisingly, the number of genin candidates had sharply decreased from over 900 to less than 300. At this rate, after the individual performances, there would likely be fewer than 200 who could truly be promoted to Chunin. Inuzuka Hana frowned. Do smiled lightly. That's true. This number is quite close to last year's retirement figures. Upon hearing this, Chinyuan Janyue was shocked. The Chunin exam is usually held every 3 years during peacetime. During wartime, the process is simplified, with many being directly promoted. However, even in peacetime, the Chunin exam isn't the only path to promotion. This leads to the current situation where there are more applicants than available positions. After all, Konoha's financial situation is what it is. While there may be a surplus of genin, the benefits that Chunin receive are significantly higher than those of genin. Konoha's higher-ups cannot help but carefully budget the number of Chunin. This is quite understandable. In peacetime, the military often has more connections than usual. Only during wartime can there be room for those who are truly willing to fight. The same applies to Konoha, with a limited budget each year. The number of idle ninjas from various clans only increases. The distribution of interests among clans naturally includes a portion of the title quotas. Of course, if you could be like the Uchiha, Not requiring additional funding from the village, the ninja titles in the security department can be appointed at will by Uchiha's higher-ups. In fact, once the funding is fixed within a certain range, even the Uchiha must limit the number of chunin. Otherwise, the clan's finances would be stretched thin. The point remains that Konoha never lacks talented newcomers. What truly limits them is still resources. At this moment, Qinyuan Zhanyue began to realize this. Her feelings were hard to describe. If a number of chunin titles is already so strictly limited, then what about special jounin and jounin? With this in mind, her uncertainty about her future grew stronger. The path of a ninja isn't just about hard work and bravery. The materials for physical training, the equipment for daily training, and the treatment after injuries, all of these require money and massive resources. Early the next morning, the Konoha Assembly Hall was bustling with people, and the audience area was already packed. There were no empty seats. In addition to the high-ranking officials of Konoha on the high platform, there were many ninjas from small clans in the audience, as well as various ninjas of different backgrounds who had come to watch the excitement. There were also many villagers from Konoha. Even outside merchants and local dignitaries came to observe. Ultimately, the Chunin exam is also a moment for Konoha to showcase its strength. By showcasing the excellent new generation, they aim to intimidate other ninja villages while also demonstrating their own power to local forces in order to secure more mission contracts. Amidst the roaring cheers, the individual performances began in earnest. Nearly 300 genin who passed the second round drew lots for their matches. Soon, several arenas began their competitions simultaneously. Qinyuan Zhanyue was among the first batch of contestants. Her opponent at this moment was a young ninja from the Hyanike's clan. Hyanike's Akira versus Qinyuan Zhanyue begin. With the examiner's words, the two formed opposing hand seals. With a whoosh, Hyanike's Akira's Ninja Hawk launched the first attack on Qinyuan Zhanyue. Qinyuan Zhanyue's small face turned serious as her ninja blade quietly came out of its sheath. A draw and slash with her blade clashed with the diving hawk's sharp claws, marking the opening of her individual performance. At the center of the high platform, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat upright wearing the Hokage hat. Next to him were the seats of advisors like Danzo. To the left and right were filled with the leaders of various ninja clans. This year's Chunin exam has indeed produced quite a few outstanding civilian ninjas. Toanzo chuckled lightly, a smile appearing on his youthful face. At this moment, Wolfing Shuemin naturally wouldn't expose the rift between the higher-ups in front of the public. He was equally beaming. Indeed, this was all thanks to the achievements of the first Hokage. During their conversation, several arenas below had already determined their winners. Although most of the arenas still saw the new generation of ninja clans easily defeat civilian ninjas, there were also a few civilian ninjas who managed to defeat clan ninjas, catching everyone's attention. In the midst of a fierce battle, Qinyuan Zhanyue, covered in blood, finally had her ninja blade at the neck of Eagle Wild Akira. The opponent's ninja hawk had also been shot down, lying injured on the ground. However, just as she thought she had won and felt a moment of relief, a shocking turn of events occurred. Eagle Wild Akira, whose neck was under her ninja blade, gave an eerie smile, and with a puff of smoke, his figure vanished. It was a shadow clone. Qinyuan Zhanyue's eyes narrowed, and she instinctively tried to use the body flicker technique. Unfortunately, she was still a step too slow. Dotonrigan. Large rock spears shot up from the ground, surrounding Qinyuan Zhanyue in the center. With a clang, Qinyuan Zhanyue's ninja blade fell to the ground as she lowered her head in resignation. Clearly, her opponent had shown mercy. Otherwise, the earth spears would not have surrounded her, but pierced through her. After leaving the arena, she quickly adjusted her mindset, began to recover her recently depleted chakra, and prepared for the next match. The reason this arena competition was called a personal showcase was that it was a display of individual combat power. Simple wins and losses were not the standard for promoting to CH Nin. Every genin had at least 2 opportunities to compete. If they lost the first match, they entered the defeat group and could still participate in the second match. Even if they lost the second match, as long as their performance in both battles was outstanding, they still had a chance to be promoted to CH Nin. It would depend on the decisions of the higher-ups on the platform. At this moment, among the audience, the only prominent figure on the high platform commented, "What a pity for the knife technique specialist, Qinyuan Zhanyue." Narashikaku nodded in agreement, saying, if Eagle Wild Akira hadn't relied on his B-rank Shadow Clone and B-rank Dotonrigan to create a crushing advantage in ninjutsu, Qinyuan Zhanyue might not have lost him. At such a young age, displaying this level of combat power solely through knife techniques is indeed a talent worth cultivating. praised Miyamoto Taichi, head of the Miyamoto clan. The Miyamoto clan was also renowned for their sword techniques, second only to the former Hitaki clan. It was clear that although the civilian-born and resource-lacking Jinin Chinyuan Jianyue had lost this time, she had lost with honor. Just relying on her knife techniques had forced Eagle Wild Akira to use 2 trump cards in succession, already catching the attention of the higher-ups. Chapter 197. Guidance for 3 days. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the audience, Uchiha Rong, transformed into an ordinary uncle, smiled lightly. He certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to watch the excitement at such a grand event in Konoha. As soon as he received the news, he used a Flying Thunder God technique to return. She's quite a good seedling. The knife technique class could consider recruiting her. No need, said Uchiha Chizuna, who had also used the transformation technique, expressing a rare different opinion. Oh, teacher, if she can enter the top 64, I would like to take her as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rong chuckled lightly. What a lucky girl. In the subsequent arena matches, Chinyuan Jianyue did not encounter any more bad luck against the clan's descendants. Not only did she stand out from the defeat group, but she also successfully secured her qualification for the 3rd match. After defeating 2 opponents again, she smoothly entered the top 64. However, given her appearance in the last fight, which she barely won through sheer willpower, it seemed likely she would stop at the next round, the 64-32. Fortunately, the top 64 was the standard set by Chizuna for her to take on a disciple. Given the brutal nature of today's arena battles, where even 3 individuals died in the arena and the supervising teachers couldn't even rescue them in time, the next match was postponed for 3 days. Chinyuan Jianyue, dragging her exhausted body, left the main venue with a blank expression alongside others. At that moment, she looked at her charred right arm, feeling downcast. This was from a previous match, where she was burned by fire release. She could barely hold her blade now. With injuries of this extent, even with 3 days of rest, she felt incapable of participating in the next match. Just then, while walking alone down the street, Chinyuan Jianyue suddenly froze in surprise. Because right in front of her, a female ninja with a ninja blade at her waist blocked her path. Sensing the overwhelming chakra fluctuations emanating from the woman, even though Chinyuan Jianyue's perception ability wasn't strong, she instantly understood that this was a significant figure, a person far beyond teacher Sasaki. Moreover, based on her intuition in knife techniques, Chinyuan Jianyue vaguely felt that this person was also skilled in knife techniques. Combining this information, she couldn't help but feel joy, having roughly guessed the woman's intentions. However, she still displayed a look of confusion on her face and asked, "Excuse me, my lady, you?" Uchiha Chizuna disliked beating around the bush and said directly, "Chinyuan Jianyue, I have seen your performance in the arena. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Uchiha Chizuna? Upon hearing this, Chinyuan Jianyue's heart shook violently. Uchiha. It was actually one of the 2 great clans of Sharingan, the Uchiha. I am willing. Disciple Chinyuan Jianyue pays respects to my teacher. Without any hesitation, Chinyuan Jianyue immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. In the ninja world, it was rare to see kneeling as a form of greeting. A servant meeting their master would normally just bow deeply. A disciple meeting their teacher, in formal occasions, would bow at most 90 degrees. In private daily meetings, a 45-degree bow would suffice. Chinyuan Jianyue was very self-aware. Although her talent in knife techniques was remarkable, she was still far from the true geniuses of the major ninja clans. Being accepted as a disciple by a Uchiha suspected to be a J-nin was nothing to hesitate over. Even if the person were merely a special J-nin, the arrogance of the Uchiha clan was not something ordinary ninja clan J-nin could compare to. Seeing this, Uchiha Chizuna smiled with satisfaction. In fact, she had started paying attention to this disciple since the first round of written tests. She was skilled in knife techniques, had a mature mindset, and was decisive in handling matters. Especially the fact that the girl was an orphan resonated with Chizuna. Well then, follow me. Chinyuan Jianyue complied and followed her. What she saw and heard afterwards only deepened her admiration for this teacher. She saw her teacher, unbeknownst to where she found a medical ninja, quickly healed her injuries using healing technique. After resting for a night that day, the next day, she devised a 3-day special training plan for her. 3 days passed in a flash. The 3rd round of personal showcases continued. Unlike the previous days, all the arenas in the main venue had been dismantled. The remaining 64 genin would compete in 4 rounds on this larger stage, drawing the attention of all. Once the top 4 were determined, it would signify the conclusion of this CH-nin exam. There would be no subsequent semifinals or finals. After all, the CH-nin assessment was not like other events. It did not require a champion and runner-up. When a matches reached the top 4 level, there was no need for further competition. Each of these outstanding new generation ninjas was a valuable asset to Konoha, and if any of them were harmed for the sake of a false title of champion, it would be a loss for Konoha. Chinyuan Janyue versus Yamanaka KO. Please welcome the 2 competitors to the stage. With the change in specifications, the supervising teacher for this match was also different. It was AJ Nin from Konoha. As it approached noon, it was finally her turn to take the stage. Chinyuan Janyu lightly touched the ninja sword Janyu given by her teacher at her waist. Full of confidence, she leaped into the arena. This ninja sword, named after her, although not made of chakra metal, is still worth nearly 3 million ryo, and is a superior sword with 4 attributes. Her teacher, being from a noble family, truly presented an extraordinary gift. Chinyuan Janyu cherished her new ninja sword immensely. The fact that she named it after herself clearly demonstrates her determination that the sword and the person are one. It symbolizes that this sword is as important to her as her own life. It wasn't until she saw her opponent's appearance that Chinyuan Janyu's attention shifted from her ninja sword. It's you. What a coincidence. Isn't this the member of the Yamanaka clan who was the first to be defeated by her team in the second round of the exam? Clearly, after being defeated by Janyu's team, Yamanaka Ing had regrouped with her team members and made it through the second round of the exam. Unlike Chinyuan Janyu, who just recognized Yamanaka Ing, the latter was gritting her teeth with anger. This time without Inuzuka Hana to help you. Let's see how I can beat you to a pulp, Yamanaka Ing said, waving her small fists. In the second round of the jungle battle, her team was ambushed first, and then she was targeted by Inuzuka Hana and 3 ninja dogs. Coupled with her randomly matched teammates being too weak, she was humiliatingly defeated. Now, Yamanaka Ing finally has a chance to redeem herself. As the referee left the arena, the battle between the 2 was about to begin. Facing Chinyuan Janyu, who excelled in close combat with her sword skills, Yamanaka Ing took the initiative and charged forward. As she ran, her figure split into 2, then 4. She actually summoned 3 shadow clones. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the way. Just this scene elicited gasps from the audience. Not only the onlookers, but even the ninjas observing closely were secretly astonished. 3 shadow clones, from the chakra fluctuations of over 1. 5 water, and with levels from the 4 Yamanaka Yings. It was evident that her chakra amount was already very close to 1 card. The specifications of this battle had clearly exceeded the normal level for a Chunin. For a moment, many people looked at Chinyuan Janyu with pity. It seemed that this talented commoner in swordsmanship would stop here. Although in the later stages, a few cards of chakra difference may not determine the outcome. At the Chunin level, such a disparity in chakra amounts can no longer be compensated by technique. Only in an inconspicuous corner of the audience did Uchiha, disguised as an ordinary uncle, slightly raise the corner of his mouth. Let me see the effects of Chizuna's 3 days of guidance. Chapter 198. Recruitment from all sides standing at different heights allows one to see different scenery. Chinyuan Janyu's mindset at this moment is already different from 3 days ago. Back then, she was still striving to advance to Chunin, but now she clearly no longer worries about promotion. Facing Yamanaka Ing, who was encircling her from 3 angles. In a slightly delayed Yamanaka Ing forming seals, Chinyuan Janyu, although unable to identify which one was the real body, appeared confident and composed. With a swift motion, she drew her ninja sword, the blade entwined with lightning and fire attributes, and with a speed so fast it left an afterimage. She cleaved through the Yamanaka Ing in front of her, heading straight for the one behind. Due to the rapidity of this action, the 2 Yamanaka Yings on either side suddenly missed their targets. What? Such fast body flicker technique. Such sharp swordsmanship. As the Yamanaka Ing, coming from the front, was cleaved apart, confirming it was a shadow clone, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Simultaneously, showcasing both lightning and fire attributes on the blade, though not particularly sophisticated, this move was already commendable among newly promoted Chunins. The destructive power unleashed by the violent intertwining of lightning and fire undoubtedly resulted in a qualitative change in attack capability. This was evidenced by the fact that Yamanaka Ying's 1/5 water shadow clone could be shattered by a single strike. With a distance buffer, the Yamanaka Ing who had completed her seals successfully released her ninjutsu just as the ninja sword approached. Fire release, fireball. This C-rank fire ninjutsu is essentially a single-shot version of Phoenix Fire. Yamanaka Ing slightly parted her lips, expelling a concentrated fire chakra. It quickly formed into a fireball. striking towards Qinyuan Zhanyu. Due to the short distance, the launch speed of the ninjutsu was clearly faster than the ninja's movement speed. Unable to dodge in time, Qinyuan Zhanyu swiped her ninja sword upwards, and the lightning and fire attributes instantaneously transformed into a powerful torrent. With a splash, the torrent surged forward, making contact with the fireball first. The splashing water drenched her completely. The tight ninja outfit, now wet, accentuated her graceful figure. Thankfully, there was an additional layer of protection inside her outfit, or else she would have been exposed. Despite Yamanaka, Ing being well-prepared and having a significantly higher chakra amount. Even if fire release was restrained by water release, the fireball still broke through the water flow, colliding with Zhanyu's blade. The explosive flames nearly dried her soaked ninja outfit before finally extinguishing. Clearly, this time, the water release effectively shielded her from the high temperature at close range. Meanwhile, Qinyuan Zhanyu had already closed the distance. As she swung her sword again, a water blade formed along the blade. Yamanaka, Ing also held a kunai in each hand, preparing for close combat. She was waiting for those two shadow clones to come to her aid. Although the physical clone was weak, the 1-5 water chakra it possessed still had considerable attack power. Once a pincer attack was formed, Yamanaka Ying's chances of winning would be significantly higher than Qinyuan Zhanyu's. Qinyuan Zhanyu naturally understood this as well. Thus, both sides were racing against the clock. Zhanyu's attacks grew increasingly fierce after exchanging several blows in an instant. Strong lightning attribute chakra began to manifest on her blade. The lightning attribute was precisely what she developed under Chizuna's guidance over the past 3 days. Initially, she only had the water and fire attributes. As the lightning erupted and shot forth from her blade, even though Yamanaka Ing managed to parry her strike with kunai, she was still jolted by the released lightning, causing her arms to go numb. Her movements became increasingly stiff, and defending became more difficult. Finally, just as Yamanaka Ying's 2 shadow clones had arrived behind Qinyuan Zhanyu, she successfully struck Yamanaka Ing in the chest with the back of her sword. At that moment, bang! The Yamanaka Ing in front dissipated in a puff of smoke. When did that happen? Clearly, the one who had just fought was undoubtedly Yamanaka Ying's real body. If it were just a shadow clone, the released lightning would have been enough to defeat her. But when did she quietly swap places with a shadow clone? There was no time to ponder. Facing the strong wind coming from behind, Qinyuan Zhanyu immediately executed a large spin while swinging her sword. Several water blades shot out, directly shattering the 2 shadow clones that had come to Yamanaka Ying's aid. However, at this moment, Qinyuan Zhanyu showed no sign of joy, because further away, dozens of meters away, another Yamanaka Ing had completed her seals. Secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, heart turn technique. Qinyuan Zhanyu attempted several times to use body flicker technique to escape the targeting range of the heart hand gesture, but all failed. The next moment, she saw the Yamanaka Ing opposite her reveal a victorious smile, her body slowly slumping down. However, almost simultaneously, Qinyuan Zhanyu's running motion suddenly halted, and her body gradually transformed into a puddle of mud. On the other side, just as Yamanaka Ing was about to fall, it was as if she had been startled awake from sleep, and she steadied her body that was about to topple. At the same time, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a backlash from a failed secret technique. Before she could catch her breath, she felt a gust of wind pass by. A sharp blade was already pressed against her heart. I concede. Shanzhong Ing reluctantly raised her right hand in surrender. There was no choice. In this situation, if it were a life-and-death battle, she would already be dead. Under the gaze of so many big shots, she had no choice but to admit defeat. In this match, Qinyuan Zhanyu wins. What a spectacular duel. Let's give a warm round of applause to send the 2 contestants off the stage. Indeed, it was impressive. Anyone with keen eyes could see that, in terms of hard conditions, Shanzhong Ing clearly surpassed Qinyuan Zhanyu. Comparing chakra amounts, it was nearly 1-1 with Shanzhong Ing at 1-2 in ninjutsu. Shanzhong Ing had secret techniques, shadow clones, fire release, etc., far surpassing the 3 attribute sword techniques. Even in physical strength, being able to use shuriken to counter sword-wielding ninjas up close and hold out until the shadow clone support arrived was enough to prove that Shanzhong Ying's physique was significantly better than Qinyuan Zhanyu's. This was a typical case of the weak defeating the strong. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Danzo declared this talented individual cannot be given to you. She is more suited for the Umbu. Namikaze Minato was resolute. Yet, Danzo remained unhurried and replied with a faint smile. The root's swordsmanship class would be more beneficial for her development. Those light words directly left Namikaze Minato in silence. Following the emergence of Hitaki Sakumo and Uchiha Rong's swordsmanship, there was also the moon blade of Uchiha Jinai, which intimidated many. Additionally, a batch of sword-wielding ninjas secretly trained under the Freemasons had shone brightly in foreign battles. The high-level officials of Konoha had already raised their attention to the ninja swordsmanship to several new heights. Sword-wielding ninjas had evidently become another major weapon on the battlefield, second only to tailed beasts. Therefore, the competition for the new generation of seedlings with talent in swordsmanship was particularly fierce. Miyamoto Tai couldn't help but speak up after hesitating for a long time. The swordsmanship of the Miyamoto clan is more suitable for her. Upon hearing this, a group of clan heads was in an uproar. Miyamoto Tai intended to teach the Miyamoto clan's swordsmanship to a mere commoner. This was the first instance in the history of Konoha since its founding among the major ninja clans. Chapter 199. The end of the Chunin exam. Regardless of the arguments on stage, the matches in the arena below continued. In the end, Chinyuan Zhanyu lost to Hyuga Kenrin due to her weak foundation and stopped at the top 8. However, this achievement thoroughly showcased the charm of commoner ninjas, as she was one of only 2 commoners in the top 8. Subsequently, Dote defeated Narashiro, advancing to the top 4. Inuzuka Hana narrowly defeated Aburame Seiji, making her way into the top 4. Uchiha defeated Sarutobi Yoda, becoming one of the top 4. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga successfully maintained their positions among the top 4 over the years. Inuzuka Hana also brought glory to her clan, allowing the Inuzuka clan to once again reach the top 4 since the 3 Chunin exams 9 years ago. Do, a dark horse emerging from the commoners, became the biggest surprise of this Chunin exam. Ultimately, due to Do's background as an orphan and the unclear situation of his background check, he was recruited by the root. As a result, Danzo withdrew from the competition for Chinyuan Zhanyu. The next step was either to join the Umbu or integrate into the Miyamoto clan, depending on Chinyuan Zhanyu's own choice. Logically speaking, given the Miyamoto clan's origins, clan head Miyamoto Tai was a swordsmanship powerhouse second only to Hitaki Sakumo. The Miyamoto clan was indeed the best choice for Chinyuan Zhanyu. It's worth noting that the previous clan head of the Miyamoto clan, Miyamoto Musashi, was a figure once on par with Sarutobi Sasuke. He was not weaker than the major clans like Inuzuka, Nara, and Sarutobi. However, since Miyamoto Musashi's passing and after experiencing the second and third Great Ninja Wars, the Miyamoto clan had declined and no longer considered itself a major clan. Nevertheless, its heritage should not be underestimated. As this Chunin exam came to a close, discussions about the various spectacular duels held in the Grand Hall reached a peak among the streets and alleys of Konoha Village. Those fortunate enough to witness the entire process from the audience seats had ample topics to discuss over tea and meals, embellishing their praises for the ninjas they supported. Ichiraka Ramen. This Chunin exam is really impressive. One day, I also want to show off my skills up there, little Sasuke said while slurping his ramen. Naruto held back his laughter, watching him with a pig-headed look. You're still far from it. Just work harder on your training. Who would compare with you, you monster? Uchiha Sasuke coldly snorted, a bit pridefully. During this time, he had gone from being unconvinced and shouting to guide Naruto, to being unwilling and challenging Naruto repeatedly, and finally to now asking Naruto for advice. It was clear that under Naruto's physical education, he had gradually come to realize reality, at least in Sasuke's view. The personal showcase of the 3rd round of this Chunin exam, aside from the top 8 being commendable, many below the top 8 were not even as good as him in the 3rd grade. On the other hand, the Konoha orphanage, Do, who successfully advanced to Chunin after placing in the top 4, returned here right after leaving the Grand Hall. A woman with long brown-gray hair and a hood had been waiting at the entrance of the orphanage for a long time. Yano Yu, the director. Do stood straight in front of the woman. She gently patted his head. Do is back. I saw it. Our Do is so amazing. He's already a very excellent ninja. The smile of Yakushi Yano Yu was very approachable. Her neighborly big sister look could make countless otaku infatuated. Since Danzo returned to the village, she had also come back. It wasn't until the new Danzo gradually gained power over the root that Yano Yu recently came out of the shadows and returned to the Konoha orphanage. Now she was officially the director of the orphanage, but secretly, she was still a high-ranking official in the root base and led a large team in the root. Speaking of which, Yano Yu was also a significant aide under Danzo. Early on, she was adopted by Danzo as a foster daughter and arranged to work at the Konoha orphanage to train reserves for the root. Later, Due to Danzo's injury and change in character, the father-daughter duo had a dispute over the cruel training of the orphanage children. Under threat, although she still helped Danzo manage the root reserves, she had long secretly considered leaving. Fortunately, with Danzo's return, not only did he regain his youth, but he also changed character once more, supporting Yano-Yu's various suggestions to treat the children well, and he put in effort to improve the environment and material supply of the orphanage. This action finally allowed Yano-Yu, who originally had complex feelings towards Danzo as a foster father, to return to him. Mom. The usually cold Do suddenly had tears in his eyes, burying his head in Yano-Yu's arms. This call made Yano-Yu's heart tremble. So, this child has already regarded me as his mother. Yano-Yu gently patted his back and began to hum the lullaby she used to sing to the children to help them sleep. Don't cry when you sleep, my baby. Sleep, sleep. If only Uchiha Rong were present at this moment, his jaw would have dropped to the ground. However, Yano-Yu was indeed Do's obsession. That was the maternal love he had been missing. Inazuka Clan. The Inazuka clan stationed in the eastern closed circle village has an open clan land. Although there are a few clan ninjas on guard, they do not prevent commoners from entering and exiting. The Inazuka clan land is also very distinctive, with many districts decorated with dog themes and pet shops of various kinds everywhere. Here, not only are excellent ninja dogs sold, but also various pets, including pet washing, maintenance, treatment, boarding, training, and other related industries. At the same time, this is also the main source of income for the Inazuka clan. At least in terms of training ninja dogs, there is no one in the entire Hidden Leaf village more professional than the Inazuka. At this moment, Inazuka Hana led the three brothers, Gray Maru, on foot to a very inconspicuous pet clinic. There, they saw her mother, Inazuka Zutsu, diligently applying medicine to an injured ninja dog. Hana is back. Inazuka Zutsu caught a glimpse of her eldest daughter entering the shop and casually greeted her before concentrating again on treating the ninja dog. Hee mother. This time, I made it to the top 4 in the Chunin exam individual showcase. I knew our Hana was the best. Just wait, let me finish applying medicine to Steel Maru, and we could go buy groceries together. I'll make a big feast of your favorite dishes today. Inazuka Zutsu spoke without looking up. Inazuka Hana didn't mind. When treating a ninja dog, one must not be too distracted. Naturally, she wouldn't be jealous of a ninja dog. After all, she cherished them dearly. The Chunin exam came to an end. The lower ninja candidates, whether they achieved excellent results or were eliminated, all returned home to their families. Just like students receiving their final exam results, those who performed poorly hoped for comfort from their families, while those who did well naturally sought praise. The fierce battles in the ninja world are indeed thrilling, and the variety of jutsu is undoubtedly dazzling. But no matter how brilliant the fireworks, they are ultimately fleeting, just like life itself. The destination of a ninja's mission is to return to the village. The final destination is to go home, returning to that harbor, giving rest to the weary, healing the wounded, replenishing warmth to the increasingly cold and cruel heart, and seeking a bit of forgiveness and redemption for the hands that wield the blade. Chapter 200. Gifts and the road ahead. Like everyone else, Chinyuan Janyue returned home. She lived within the closed circle of Konoha, in a standard 2-story Japanese-style house with a rooftop terrace. There were solar panels installed on the rooftop. The modern concrete building had an eaves made of orange wood. The 2-story building was connected to a 1-story kitchen with no yard. However, there was a small patch of lawn in front of the door. Chinyuan Janyue stood at the entrance, staring blankly at that patch of lawn. Scenes from her childhood began to emerge in her mind. A little girl playing on the lawn, surrounded by various dolls. A woman busy in the kitchen. And a man coming home, smiling as he lifted the little girl high up, causing her to laugh uncontrollably. The scene shattered, and Chinyuan Janyue returned to reality. It was still the same patch of lawn, but everything had changed. Her parents were both ninjas and sacrificed themselves during a mission. This was also one of the main reasons she was determined to become an excellent ninja. Click, the key turned in the lock. With a creak, she pushed the door open. Chinyuan Janyue looked at the empty house. Tears had unknowingly filled her eyes. No matter how excellent she became, her home was left with only memories. No one spoke to her, no one praised her, and no one comforted her. Once, she thought that Sato Ishikai would be her new home. But soon, she realized she was wrong. Human emotions are not that simple. Ishikai-kun is a good person and treats her sincerely. But precisely because of that, the differences became even more painful. In that moment, Janyue finally understood a truth. Everyone has their own path, and no one can walk it for you. People on different paths may accompany you for a while, but ultimately, it cannot be forced. Everyone will eventually walk their own way. You may feel regret, or perhaps confusion, but companions are never gained through indulgence. Rather, they meet along the way. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. Qinyuan Zhanyue instinctively turned around. At that moment, she was standing in the entrance of the house, and suddenly turned back. A man and a woman were outside on the lawn, smiling. The darkness inside the house contrasted sharply with the brightness outside. Qinyuan Zhanyue's lonely little face gradually lit up with joy. Teacher Gina. She broke free from the shadow of gloom and rushed toward the light. She threw herself into Uchiha Gina's arms. Wow, so soft. She didn't expect her teacher to be so. Just like her mother. Uchiha Gina's cheeks turned red, wanting to push her away, but upon seeing the girl's tearful eyes, she had to stop. What is this all about? I'm still a young lady myself, and you're rubbing against me in that position. What is this? The continuous sensation made Gina's fists clench tighter and her ears turned completely red. Fortunately, she was a female disciple. If it were a male disciple, she would guarantee that she would definitely punch him. Cough, cough. Eventually, it was Uchiha Rong's light cough that broke the awkward atmosphere. Uchiha Gina quickly said softly, "This is my teacher, Uchiha Rong. Zhanyue, come and greet your grand teacher." While speaking, Gina finally managed to push Zhanyue out of her embrace. At this moment, Qinyuan Zhanyue also realized her inappropriate behavior. Blushing, she called out in a voice barely louder than a whisper, "Grand teacher." Uchiha Rong glanced at the slightly dim environment inside the house and sighed inwardly, already guessing part of the situation. Her smile became even gentler. "Well, good girl. This is a gift from your grand teacher for your first meeting." As she handed over a silver necklace, Qinyuan Zhanyue thanked her cutely and accepted it. It was only when Gina helped her put it on that she suddenly reacted. "Wait a minute. Ninja tool? A ninja tool that helps refine chakra. Oh, this is too precious." Qinyuan Zhanyue became somewhat flustered. Even if she was inexperienced, she understood how incredibly valuable such a ninja tool was. It could probably be a treasure in some major ninja clans. Gina then advised, one should not refuse gifts from elders. Just accept it. "Thank you, grand teacher." "Thank you, teacher." Upon seeing this, Qinyuan Zhanyue's previous loneliness was swept away, and her heart felt sweet. Ever since her parents passed away, no one had treated her this well. "Teacher, don't just stand there. Come in and sit down." Coming back to her senses, Zhanyue quickly invited the two inside. Due to her long-term solitary living, she was suddenly busy turning on lights, boiling water, and tidying up the messy house. For a while, she was overwhelmed. When Uchiha Rong saw the discarded underwear in the corner of the sofa, she had to turn her face away helplessly. In fact, ninjas, especially those who focus on one path, are not much different from single men and women who are homebodies or those who focus solely on their careers. It is obviously unrealistic to expect them to manage their lives in an orderly manner. Just like when Naruto drank expired milk and ate expired bread, he was criticized by countless netizens, with some even stating it was unreasonable. However, if you look at those who have takeout boxes piled high in their rooms, you can understand. Fortunately, Zhanyue had already learned a weaker version of the earth clone technique from Gina. With several clones working together, they finished in less than 15 minutes. She stood somewhat embarrassed in front of the two, her fingers constantly rubbing the hem of her clothes. Cough, cough. Uchiha Rong coughed, constantly giving Gina meaningful glances. "Underwear. Put away the underwear." Gina rolled her eyes and plopped down on the seat. "Zhanyue, we came to see you this time not only to let you meet your grand teacher, but also to tell you some things." Upon hearing this, Qinyuan Zhanyue's uneasy expression finally eased, and she looked at them seriously. "Your performance in this individual showcase was very good. Currently, both Lord Hokage and the Miyamoto clan have high hopes for you and are interested in recruiting you. What are your thoughts?" "Huh?" Qinyuan Zhanyue was taken aback. The fourth Hokage? The Miyamoto clan? Seeing the silly look on the little girl's face, Uchiha Rong could no longer hold back and had to explain. "The fourth Hokage wants to recruit you into the Umbu, while Miyamoto Taichi wants to take you as his disciple." This, Qinyuan Zhanyue looked a bit awkwardly at Uchiha Jinai. She already had a master. Although there is no rule in the ninja world that one can only have one teacher, generally speaking, aside from the enlightenment teacher like the ninja school teacher and the assigned instructor like the team leader, the real master-disciple relationship is still quite strict. Either the disciple surpasses the master, who has nothing left to teach, and with the master's consent, seeks another stronger master for better development, or the disciple has multiple talents, learning swordsmanship from one teacher and different skills from another. Otherwise, it would be akin to betraying the master. It is clear that while the Miyamoto clan's swordsmanship is not weak, Uchiha swordsmanship is even more renowned, surpassing that of Miyamoto. Wouldn't this conflict with teacher Jinai? For a moment, Qinyuan Zhanyue was somewhat confused about the intentions of the two elders. Seeing this, Uchiha Jinai chuckled lightly. Teacher, please don't tease my Zhanyue. Well, Zhanyue, you should accept the fourth Hokage's invitation and join the Umbu. Yes, teacher. Qinyuan Zhanyue agreed readily. This feeling of having elders pointing the way forward was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Chapter 201. Sister's Toy. Although the team leader Sasazaki took good care of Zhanyue, it was more out of appreciation for an excellent subordinate. Just like how Kakashi in the original timeline taught Sasuke Chidori, that was true recognition and had a bit of a master-disciple relationship. As a chunin, Sasazaki must also have 1 or 2 trump card B-rank ninjutsu. However, he had never taught Zhanyue even a single C-rank ninjutsu. While there were factors like Zhanyue being more suited to develop her swordsmanship, the fundamental reason was that ninjas value their own ninjutsu highly. They wouldn't easily pass it on. I fought hard for years to exchange for those ninjutsu scrolls. Why should I let you obtain them so easily? Moreover, the master-disciple relationship is not a simple one. The disciple's honor and disgrace are tied to the teacher. Once the teacher passes on their unique skills, the disciple's actions out in the world will be somewhat associated with the teacher. In short, this is a very rigorous and solid relationship. Disciples are usually regarded by others as belonging to the teacher's faction. This makes ninjas even less likely to easily share ninjutsu to avoid unnecessary trouble. After leaving the Qinyuan family, Uchiha Rong returned to his own courtyard. Rarely, this time, he didn't trigger the usual rush of Yeji into his arms upon entering. He only saw Xiaobai lazily curled up under the eaves. Almost forgot, Yeji should still be out in the land of rain having fun with the rock clone. Uchiha Rong's eyes twinkled. Suddenly, he grinned wickedly and quietly approached Xiaobai. Meow Xiaobai only realized it when caught. Its fur bristled. It let out a startled cry, as if its tail had been stepped on. The next moment, the surroundings flashed, and they were already in the underground training ground. What are you doing? Upon seeing it was Uchiha Rong, Xiaobai's face was full of dissatisfaction. Uchiha Rong grinned and directly activated Susanoo. With his sister not at home, he had to seize the opportunity to test Xiaobai's true strength, right? Even the physically powerful Orange Tabby treated Xiaobai with respect. He had long been curious about Xiaobai's real combat power. Bastard, you even set up an anti-space barrier? Xiaobai seemed to sense something was wrong and tried to use summoning to return, only to find it failed, questioning on the spot. That's right. Ever since being injured by Kakashi's space tear, although he developed an enhanced version of Ian's sealing, Uchiha Rong still hadn't given up on researching time-space prohibition abilities. With 10 shadow clones and 3 wood clones working day and night, he finally developed this barrier ability some time ago. Within the barrier, aside from himself, who were special ninja tools, all time-space ninjutsu of others would be rendered ineffective. Haha Xiaobai, let us have a great battle. With the resurrection ability at his side, Uchiha Rong was not holding back at all. Wielding the 100-meter Yatagarasu, Susanoo greatsword, he directly slashed at Xiaobai. The next moment, a shocking change occurred. Xiaobai, unable to dodge, suddenly swelled up. Before the Susanoo giant blade could fall, it transformed into a giant black cat over 100 meters long. Its claws like lightning struck first, colliding with the Susanoo giant blade. The next moment, meow, a piercing cat cry rang out. Xiaobai's giant claw shattered, and it was sent flying with its flesh and blood a mess. Oh, it actually has combat power at the threshold of Super Shadow? Uchiha Rong was surprised. His previous slash had been completely merciless. With his current ocular power and chakra, Yatagarasu had fully materialized, and its power was enough to kill an SS-level quasi-Super Shadow. But Xiaobai had withstood it despite being seriously injured. Could it really change its size to such an extent? What a strange constitution. With his kaleidoscope already activated, Uchiha Rong's eyes grew serious. He had discovered that the giant black cat over 100 meters long was not like Susanoo, which was a condensed energy entity, but a true flesh and blood body. This was a bit incredible. It should be noted that even-tailed beasts, despite their seemingly solid massive bodies, are essentially entities formed by the chakra of the tailed beasts, just like shadow clones. It was just that the chakra of tailed beasts is so massive that it allows the energy entity to possess physical attack capabilities not weaker than a true flesh and blood body. But Xiaobai's case was truly unheard of. No, it seems like it's not normal flesh and blood. Soon, under continuous pursuit, Uchiha Rong discovered another anomaly. The wounds on Xiaobai's body looked terrifying but in fact not a single drop of blood flowed out. Could be a puppet-like existence? For a moment, he thought of his would-release puppet. But clearly, Xiaobai's completely real biological appearance was fundamentally different from his would-release puppet. So that's how it is. You are Yeji's creation, right? Although he couldn't understand how Xiaobai's constitution was created, Uchiha Rong had roughly figured out many things. Xiaobai was probably more akin to a creation like White Zetsu. At that moment, many things that he previously didn't understand suddenly became clear. Why Yeji was able to form a contract with such a powerful ninja cat like Xiaobai at such a young age. Because it was indeed Yeji's creation. At this moment, Xiaobai was almost in tears. Don't chase me. I give up. Please heal me. I'm going to die. Really going to die. Its four limbs trembled. So despairing. It wondered if its master would destroy it out of anger upon finding out it had been exposed. Its master was quite a temperamental person. Having gotten the answers he wanted to know, Uchiha Rong no longer troubled Xiaobai. He stopped immediately and used life force to completely heal its injuries. Nowadays, he didn't think much of Xiaobai, who barely reached the SS level threshold. You should know that his 3 wooden clones, which have been eliminated, all possess peak SS level combat power. When combined, they could even compete with the resurrected Senju Hashirama. Bizarre is even SS. Even the 20 creations he has accumulated over the years, made of rock clones, have SS level strength. Apart from a bit of awe towards a few unknown UR level Otsutsuki, there is really nothing in the ninja world that can threaten him anymore. Little white, come here. Let me take a bit of your blood and flesh cells to study your structure. After unveiling the mysterious veil of Little White, Uchiha Rong became even more curious. Could it be that Yezi's Sharingan ability is also related to creation? However, it seems to be somewhat different from his life bestowal. Yezi's creation is clearly more aligned with the Yin-Yang release of White Zetsu. His own life bestowal mainly depends on the media material. The rock clone is essentially a rock life form, while the wooden clone is essentially a plant life form. Danzo's corpse endowment is the true blood and flesh life. Wu Rong, this time I have been terribly harmed by you, Little White said with a mournful face. It's okay. Given your long-standing contributions to my protection, I assure you Yezi won't do anything to you. While speaking, Uchiha Rong's wicked hands had already reached out towards the big black cat that had returned to its original size. Chapter 202, Yin-Yang Triates Sage Badi. What is this? The moment Uchiha Rong observed little white cells under the microscope, he was greatly shocked. He saw that this small piece of flesh sample had its cell's energy continuously replenished, as if the energy was being born out of thin air. In the next moment, Uchiha Rong closed his eyes and fully activated his perception. In his perception, an invisible energy began to gather from the surrounding environment towards the piece of flesh in front of him. Natural energy? Sage body. Uchiha Rong was stunned. He never expected that the essence of Little White's creation was actually a type of sage body. After years of research, Uchiha Rong's understanding of natural energy, combining information from his past and present lives, was far deeper than that of the natives of the ninja world. If chakra is a form of internal force, a superpower generated by the combination of the human spirit and cellular energy, then natural energy is actually an external energy that exists everywhere in nature. It can also be understood as the origin energy of life. This is a local energy that existed in the ninja world before the Otsutsuki descended and the Sage of Six Paths established the chakra cultivation system. Whether it is the growth of plants or the birth of new life, it is inseparable from this ubiquitous natural energy. When seeds are planted in the soil, the growth process is due to the ability to gather a certain degree of natural energy. This is why food can fill people's stomachs and provide the power for action. Herbivores obtain energy from eating plants to survive. Carnivores, through hunting, obtain even more pure energy, enabling them to develop stronger muscle tissue and physical bodies under greater energy support. Humans eat in the same way. As for the divine tree seeds, in Uchiha Rong's understanding, they're a more advanced type of grain. They can absorb countless times more natural energy than ordinary crops, resulting in divine tree fruits. Ultimately, those who consume the fruits, like Kagaya Otsutsuki, can ascend on the spot, becoming one of the strongest members of the Otsutsuki clan. Clearly, the civilization of the Otsutsuki clan far surpasses that of the ninja world. Rather than saying that the Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect and brought chakra to the ninja world, it would be more accurate to say that the Sage of Six Paths brought a method of cultivation, because both mental energy and cellular energy already existed in the ninja world. What the Otsutsuki Kagaya did was simply spread the method of integrating mental energy and cellular energy to produce chakra within the ninja world. Essentially, the source of chakra is also natural energy. Natural energy, as the name suggests, is an energy that exists everywhere in nature. With this understanding, Uchiha Rong felt extremely excited as he observed the cells in this piece of flesh under the microscope. Ha ha ha. It really is a case of finding something without effort after searching high and low. No wonder little white can grow to such an extent. Upon reflection, the three holy lands of cultivating the native powers of a ninja world, whether it's snakes, toads, or slugs, have sizes comparable to tailed beasts, right? And they are not energy entities. They are real flesh and blood bodies. Next, Uchiha Rong began to prepare the corresponding culture solution, attempting to cultivate these cells. However, after trying countless cultivation methods, he failed. In despair, he finally had to use the recovery ability from his life bestowal to restore this piece of Little White's flesh. Under the power of his near-rule level ocular technique, this time it succeeded, revealing a large black cat that looked almost identical to Little White in front of him. Strangely, this large black cat had a beating heart, and its body was alive, but it was like a vegetative state, lacking a soul. At the same time, Uchiha Rong sensed that this time, the natural energy in the surrounding environment began to flow towards the copy of Little White more clearly. It was this continuously gathering natural energy that allowed this soulless body to maintain its vitality. So this is the complete sage body. This spectacle, even after being shocked several times, still feels astonishing. It's the kind of shock that blows one's worldview. Uchiha Rong was sure that the natural sage body of Ten's was definitely not as perfect and powerful as Little White's. Having successfully completed the replication with his ocular technique and with sufficient samples, Uchiha Rong immediately began a new round of research experiments. He wanted to understand what exactly is the foundation that constructs this sage body. If he could decipher this question, then his path to the six paths would truly be smooth sailing. In simple terms, the six paths level is sage body sage chakra. Based on this, the ninjutsu developed is sage arts, which is the power of the sage of six paths. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki is stronger than the Sage of Six Paths, she is still essentially at the Six Paths level. The difference is that Kagaya, who consumed the chakra fruit, has a far more substantial power level than her two sons. It's like the difference between one-tailed chakra and one-tailed chakra. Essentially, they're both chakra. They still use the same type of energy. Therefore, no matter how powerful they are still in the same tier. The sage mode of the three holy lands allows a portion of gifted individuals to enhance and change their physical bodies through long-term training in the natural, energy-rich environments of the three holy lands, thus mastering the application of natural energy, temporarily borrowing natural energy to merge with internal mental energy and cellular energy. The three merge into sage chakra, achieving an effect of comprehensive enhancement. This is what is known as sage mode. Therefore, the summoning beasts of the Holy Lands can exceed the usual physical limits to reach super shadow-level combat power in this sage mode. Similarly, in Little White's case, having a sage body allows it to slowly accumulate natural energy in daily life. When needed, it can also unleash super shadow-level combat power. When the sage body matches with sage mode, that is the truly complete six paths level power. Is it once again a yin-yang creation? At this moment, in a laboratory, Uchiha Rong dissected several Little Whites and also dissected several of his own rock clone creations. Finally, I have discovered some similarities among them. At the same time, I have roughly understood the origin of Xiao Bai. Just as different amounts of earth attribute chakra can be mixed with wind and thunder to create sand gold, sand iron, and sand escape, the different ratios of yin and yang escape can also produce creations that are completely similar yet different. It seems that Xiao Bai is not the perfect sage body yet. I can only say that it possesses about 90% of the characteristics of a sage body. Unknowingly, Uchiha Rong has spent 3 days and nights in a laboratory. It wasn't until his organs began to protest that he paused his experiments. At this moment, his research and understanding of the sage body have deepened significantly. It seems that to obtain a truly perfect sage body, like Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the yin and yang attributes must be completely fused first. Yes, this is the result of 3 days and nights of research. Although it is not entirely satisfactory, it is not without gains. At the very least, with a sample that possesses 90% of the sage body characteristics, as long as he has the opportunity to obtain the method to practice sage mode, Uchiha Rong is very confident that he can achieve a sage mode even more perfected than Senju Hashirama's. What toad traits or snake traits? They're all weak. Those are distortions caused by their own gene cells being imperfect, which led to assimilation by natural energy. With this sample, as long as I can modify my body to the same extent, my Sage mode will definitely be the most complete original form, and it will be much stronger than theirs. Uchiha Rong is full of confidence. At this moment, he just lacks the method to practice Sage mode. Once he obtains it, cannot say for sure, but quasi 6 paths, that is guaranteed. If one day his yin and yang attributes truly fuse successfully, and he can create a truly perfect Sage body using yin and yang escape based on the current foundation, comparable to the physique of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, then that will be the true UR. Chapter 203. Orochimaru in action. The current situation in the ninja world seems peaceful, but there are many ambitious people who are not willing to be lonely. At the moment when Uchiha Rong unexpectedly discovered Xiao Bai's secret and began researching the Sage body, Orochimaru was also working hard for his new research materials. The year quietly arrived in Konoha, 57. A year has completely passed since the night of the Uchiha massacre in the original timeline. In a certain wasteland in the northern part of the Land of Grass. Lord Orochimaru, everything is ready. The target is expected to pass through this area in half an hour. A young man wearing a ninja headband with musical notes respectfully reported. Standing beside him were 5 other teenagers of varying ages, all looking at Orochimaru with admiration and reverence. Well done. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. At 47 years old, approaching 50, Orochimaru's fair face has already shown some wrinkles. Just a simple well done made several subordinates show joyful expressions, proving that his UA abilities are still strong. Everyone go down and ambush. This operation cannot afford any accidents. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Once his subordinates left, a hint of worry flashed across Orochimaru's confident brow as he reached out with his right hand to gently stroke his face. It seems he needs to find Rongchan to obtain the Yin sealing technique. Recently, he has felt a stagnation in his own strength. Even the activity of his body cells has begun to decline significantly. If it weren't for Rong reminding him that the consequences of not using the corpse reincarnation technique are extremely serious and would significantly weaken his mental power, he would have already started preparing for his first reincarnation plan. Yes, the so-called corpse reincarnation is essentially a low-tier version of Otsutsuki's contract. It is an S-rank forbidden technique that allows a person's consciousness and memories to be packed and transferred to another body to achieve longevity. That's right, longevity, not immortality. If the body is the vessel of the soul, then the soul is the vessel of consciousness. The corpse reincarnation technique, in fact, not only abandons the caster's own body, but also relinquishes the soul as a consciousness vessel. The consciousness directly cuts into another person's soul, thus achieving the miraculous effect of reincarnation. This point Uchiha Rong certainly discussed in depth with Orochimaru, which is how he could convince him. One can understand that a person's soul and body are paired. As the saying goes, the appearance is born from the heart, and this heart refers to consciousness. Consciousness influences the soul, and the soul then influences the body, thereby affecting external appearance and forming a complete person. An unmatched soul is like a nesting doll that cannot fit into a body. Forcing it in will only result in the body collapsing or the soul perishing. Therefore, the corpse reincarnation achieves consciousness transfer, rather than the broad definition of soul transfer. Similarly, Otsutsuki's contract is the same, because it involves consciousness transfer. Even if the consciousness of the container accepts this fate without resistance, the instinctive fear of obliteration cannot be resisted, just like those who seek to end their own lives. No matter how determined they are to die, at the very moment before actual death, 99 of them feel regret, fear, and struggle. Orochimaru's container is no different. During the process of forcibly occupying another's body, if the other party does not resist, it certainly allows Orochimaru's consciousness to enter without obstruction. However, once it enters the other party's soul, it becomes a situation where two tigers cannot coexist. The first thing Orochimaru's consciousness must do is naturally to obliterate the other party's consciousness. Therefore, there will be an unavoidable internal struggle. At this time, there will be consumption. Coupled with the mental power loss during the consciousness transfer process of the forbidden technique, it leads to Orochimaru being particularly weak after each corpse reincarnation. This weakness is essentially a permanent weakening of his original mental power. Therefore, the corpse reincarnation cannot achieve immortality. It can only extend life to a certain extent, granting longevity. The permanent weakening of mental power brings costs that are far from limited. There is a substantial reduction in resistance to Genjutsu, a decrease in chakra control, and so on. All abilities related to mental power are permanently weakened, and this is the most fatal. The former Orochimaru had no choice. But now that he has learned in advance that this is not a method of immortality, he will naturally not use it unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Orochimaru has set his sights on the tailed beasts. The seven-tailed beast from Takigakure, Chome. Of course, he does not intend to capture the tailed beast, as that would draw the attention of the 5 great ninja villages. After all, the Akatsuki organization has just committed a crime, and Orochimaru naturally does not want to act against the wind. He merely wants to obtain some of the tailed beast's chakra-concentrated entities for research. Knowing the flaws of corpse reincarnation, what he now pursues is no longer the special abilities of the container, but a more durable container. Thus, the immortal tailed beasts naturally entered Orochimaru's sights. If he can uncover the secrets of the tailed beast's eternal life through studying its entity structure, then his long-cherished wish for immortality may be fulfilled. If Uchiha Rome were here and learned of Orochimaru's idea, he would surely laugh. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with Orochimaru's initial concept. However, the secret of the tailed beast's immortality is clearly still tied to the transformation of natural energy. The ability of the tailed beast to efficiently convert natural energy into tailed beast chakra is the truth behind their seemingly limitless chakra. And whether it is this conversion ability or the ability for the tailed beast consciousness to be permanently preserved, even Uchiha Rome today is not qualified to explore such mysteries, let alone Orochimaru, who is merely at the peak of the Kage level, combined with Otsutsuki Kinshiki, which is the ability of the Sage of 6 Paths to allow his consciousness to separate from the body and exist forever in a pure land. It is not difficult to see that the eternal existence of the tailed beast consciousness is also the work of the Sage of 6 Paths, including the ability of the tailed beast to efficiently convert natural energy into tailed beast chakra. It goes without saying that this is also the masterpiece of the Sage of 6 Paths, this ability involving the 6 paths of power. Even with Uchiha Rome relying on the life bestowal of her left eye, can currently only replicate a tailed beast with a limited lifespan. Eternal life is still beyond reach, let alone immortality. Not to mention the shadow level, Orochimaru. In the original timeline, Orochimaru only cloned 1 horn of the 8 tails. Although given sufficient time and resources, it might be possible to replicate the 8 tails. But what use is a shell of the 8 tails that has lost its ability to convert natural energy and lacks consciousness? Would a few tailed beast bombs just leave one in a weakened state, needing years to recuperate? Such a tailed beast, having lost its super recovery ability, could easily be defeated by any shadow-level ninja. What is the point of that? Half an hour passed quickly, and soon a team of ninjas approached from afar. Meanwhile, the sound ninja from Orochimaru's ambush had already begun to form seals in secret. As several fire-style dragon bullets opened the curtain of battle, Orochimaru, wielding the Tengu sword, stepped out from the crowd, directly targeting the 7 tails Jinchuriki. At the same time, 6 of Orochimaru's subordinates activated their cursed seals. Their chakra, originally at levels 1 and 2, surged to levels 5 and 6. During the battle, one of them even activated Cursed Seal Level 2, growing a pair of strange wings on their back. This was a mutation caused by the invasion of natural energy into the body, similar to the Sage mode of the 3 Great Holy Lands. Instantly, this subordinate's chakra surged again to levels 8 and 9, reaching the S level of Shadow. Even their muscle and bone structure had been enhanced several times over. It was clear that the development of the Cursed Seal meant that Orochimaru had visited the Dragon Cave over the years and had even encountered the Sage mode of the Dragon Cave. But for some reason, he seemed unable to master the Sage mode of the Dragon Cave and could only develop a weakened version of the Cursed Seal. Chapter 204. Trade with the enhancement of the Cursed Seal, the 6 sound ninjas unleashed power far exceeding that of the 4 opponents. Not only did they have overwhelming individual combat power, but they also had the advantage in numbers and the element of surprise. Within just a few minutes, the Takigakure team lost 3 members, leaving only the 7 tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, the remaining Jinchuriki was severely injured under Orochimaru's Tengu sword. Orochimaru did not give her a chance to take flight. Just as she was about to lose her life, the Jinchuriki fully unleashed the chakra of the 7 tails. In the next moment, a massive insect over 60 meters long appeared. It had a body resembling a beetle's shell, 3 pairs of dragonfly-like wings, and a long tail. The tail and wings accounted for 7. However, despite its comical appearance, the chakra emanating from it was extremely strong. In terms of chakra volume, it was second only to the eight tails. Trying to escape? Orochimaru snorted coldly and quickly formed seals. Several serpent whips rapidly bound the seven tails, trying to take to the sky. Meanwhile, the subordinate who had activated Curse Seal Level 2 and grew wings also took to the air, forming seals from above and launching a sonic ninjutsu attack on the seven tails. The sonic waves not only made it roll on the ground holding its head, but also severed its pair of wings and a large portion of its abdomen. It was clear that this flying subordinate was Orochimaru's backup plan to prevent the seven tails from escaping. Although tail beasts are energy life forms, this peculiar creature also possessed a physical form. To prevent the seven tails from converting its severed limbs into energy and reclaiming them, Orochimaru quickly commanded several large pythons to swallow these experimental materials, cutting off their connection to the seven tails. Mission accomplished, they quickly retreated. Only after successfully dispatching the pythons did Orochimaru signal for withdrawal. He certainly could not capture a tail beast, especially since it was a sensitive time for all villages. Capturing the seven tails would be like handling a hot potato, but ambushing for some experimental materials was still acceptable. The seven tails, known as the weakest tailed beast, only managed to break free from its bindings after Orochimaru and his team vanished. It dared not linger and flew away immediately. It was truly frustrating. It was like walking down the street and suddenly being blocked by a few thugs, humiliated, and then they left without a care. Such a shameful experience. A few months passed in a hurry. Just as Qin Yuan joined the Umbu without any surprises, the Root completed the second batch of weapon training, and Naruto and the other 12 young ninjas began the second half of their third year at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Rong received a message from Orochimaru early one morning. Boat 3, same, I want the Yin Seal. Hehe, can't hold back any longer? Uchiha Rong felt a sense of joy at this unexpected news. Why didn't he proactively mention to Tsunade that he wanted to meet Sage Fukasaku? Because he was still young and had plenty of opportunities to wait for Tsunade to summon Fukasaku for battle. Why didn't he proactively ask Orochimaru about the method to practice the Sage mode of the Dragon Cave? For the same reason, he was still young. The one who should be anxious was Orochimaru, having navigated the business world for over a decade in his past life. Uchiha Rong understood the importance of seizing the initiative very well. To achieve great things, one must maintain a calm demeanor. It was clear that Orochimaru, facing his increasingly aging body, was in a hurry. Same, boat 3, give me a satisfactory price. Boat 3, same, what do you want? Uchiha Rong chuckled lightly. Facing Orochimaru's quick reply, he calmly got up and went to wash up. After feeling refreshed, he replied, same, boat 3, what do you have? Now, it was Orochimaru's turn to fall into silence. Uchiha Rong was not anxious and went to the backyard to start his daily lessons. Recently, his yin-yang release progress was going well. He could already shape simple forms from nothing and inject energy into them. He formed a 3-meter-long fire dragon out of thin air and slammed it into a wooden figure. Boom! The flames exploded, but the wooden figure only charred a small area on its fist. This was certainly not due to the fire dragon's weakness. It was the effect of the 5 seals barrier. Being able to perform the fire dragon technique without hand seals and cause such destruction to the wooden figure within the 5 seals barrier was already comparable to an S-class lightning cutter. Next, another fire dragon appeared out of thin air, followed by a water dragon, and within a single breath, lightning dragon, earth dragon, and wind dragon appeared in succession. 5 elemental dragons played together, almost like living beings. Subordinate life forms? Uchiha Rong smiled slightly. These 5 elemental dragons, infused with yin-yang release power, not only had their power greatly increased, but also displayed agility comparable to living beings. They even began to faintly exhibit a weak consciousness akin to the shark tusk. Although they could only exist for less than a quarter of an hour, this ability to create lifelike entities was truly astonishing. It should be noted that this was not the ability of the kaleidoscope's eye technique, but Uchiha Rong's true mastery of yin-yang creation. With this ability alone, applied to various ninjutsu, his original body could be considered to possess the combat power of an SS, already stepping into the highest tier of super shadows. The daily lesson process was enjoyable, and Uchiha Rong, immersed in his thoughts, barely felt the passage of time, until the ring on his right middle finger emitted a faint blue light again. Boat 3, same, let's meet. Clearly, after some time to consider, Orochimaru was ready with what he believed was a sufficient offer. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong rarely interrupted his daily lessons midway. in a wave of space-time ninjutsu fluctuations. His figure vanished into thin air. On the other side, at the ruins of the land of whirlpools, oh no, it should now be called the land of music, the Sound Ninja Village. Since Orochimaru arrived in this land, he not only raised a large population using the resources provided by Uchiha Rong, but also supported a puppet daimyo to rebuild the country, naming it the Land of Music. He dispatched his subordinates to escort Uchiha Rong to and from the merchant ships in the Land of Water to earn commissions. Meanwhile, he also took a different approach by cultivating batches of male and female idol groups that could sing and dance, touring everywhere to build fame, develop a fan base, and earn wealth from other countries. Now, he has managed to run the Land of Sound quite well. At least, the old citizens of the Land of Whirlpool can have a stable and prosperous home here as long as they are hardworking. They no longer suffer from hunger or lack of clothing. Orochimaru has also gained a large number of citizens' loyalty through this, which has allowed the Sound Ninja Village to prosper and develop rapidly. With a group of subordinates and retainers that Orochimaru took with him, the number of ninjas in the Sound Ninja Village has now exceeded 500, although most of them are new generation Genin, and there are only a dozen or so Jonin. There are 3 special Jonin, plus Orochimaru, who is at the peak of the shadow level and hides behind the scenes. After repelling several waves of invaders, the Sound Ninja Village has firmly established its foundation, and its current reputation is no less than that of the Grass Ninja, Hot Water Ninja, and Moon Ninja, second only to the Rain Ninja Village and the Waterfall Ninja Village. At this moment, in an underground laboratory of the Sound Ninja Village, with Orochimaru activating a flying Thunder God Seal in his hand, Uchiha Rong's figure appeared instantly. Let's talk, Orochimaru. What chips have you prepared? Upon seeing Uchiha Rong, Orochimaru smiled like a spring breeze. He pointed to a row of objects on the table beside him and confidently said, "This is a scroll recording genetic modification technology. That one is my improved type of mutual assistance ring, which would project a screen to transmit more text, images, and even sounds. And this is the scroll for cell transplantation technology, as well as artificial human cloning technology. Well, the cloning technology is not yet perfect. It can only clone ordinary people without chakra. Lastly, this records my newly developed curse seal technique, which is an S-rank forbidden technique. It can temporarily seal one's power into the target's body to enhance a ninja's physique and chakra. The second form of the curse seal can absorb a small amount of natural energy for a comprehensive enhancement of abilities." Seeing Orochimaru take out so many research results at once, Uchiha Rong remained calm on the surface, but was secretly astonished. Truly, he is a mad scientist of the ninja world. With sufficient resources and conditions, the output is surprisingly high. Orochimaru then added, "Rong-chan, you can take any 3. I only want the Yin seal, the improved version of it." "Okay, then I'll choose these 3. Uchiha Rong decisively unfastened a scroll from his waist and took the 3 scrolls from the table. The genetic modification technology, the imperfect cloning technology, and the S-rank forbidden technique. Snake curse seal. Hee, really cunning, Rong-chan. Seeing he did not choose the new type of mutual assistance ring, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Uchiha Rong felt even better. He already had the cell transplantation technology and believed it was not inferior to Orochimaru's. As for the new type of mutual assistance ring that could transmit more text, images, and sounds, now that Orochimaru had developed it, could it really run away? Therefore, among the 5 options, the 3 he actually found useful were the ones he chose. The genetic modification technology might be useful for his subsequent in-depth research on Sage Body. As for the cloning technology, he remembered that Orochimaru had cloned a Sage Body in his original timeline and adopted it, naming it Mitsuki. This would definitely be useful for his later research on Sage Body. As for the curse seal, wasn't it just a weakened version of a Sage mode? Uchiha Rong did not mind Orochimaru's teasing and said seriously, "Orochimaru, I must remind you, my improved Yin seal requires both Yin and Yang attributes to practice." This statement instantly froze Orochimaru, who had just been smiling a moment ago. He and his teacher, although known as all-attribute ninjas, actually referred to the normal 5 chakra attributes. They did have Yin attributes. Hiruzen Sarutobi treated the Yin attribute as a talent and focused on learning some related forbidden techniques, such as the corpse sealing technique. Orochimaru, on the other hand, developed some abilities in the Yin attribute, such as impure world reincarnation and the heaven and earth curse seals. But Yang attribute, looking at Orochimaru's pale and weak body, it was not hard to guess. He clearly did not possess it. "Rong-chan, are you playing with me?" Orochimaru's face instantly darkened. It was obvious that he believed Uchiha Rong had known all along that he had not awakened the yang attribute, but still did not inform him until the deal was done, just to annoy him. Although he couldn't fight back, it did not prevent Orochimaru from showing his displeasure. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong laughed heartily. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. You didn't make it clear. I did give you both Tsunade's Yin Seal and my improved Yin Seal. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression softened. He quickly opened the scroll to check, and after a quarter of an hour, he nodded, reluctantly accepting reality. Although he could not practice the improved Yin Seal A without awakening the yang attribute, he could still practice the original Tsunade's Yin Seal. After all, what he mainly wanted was the function of the Yin Seal that grants eternal youth, enabling his body cells to regain the vitality of his younger years and allowing his stagnant strength to continue to grow. In this case, there wasn't much difference. At the moment Orochimaru accepted reality, Uchiha Rong's enticing voice rang out. Actually, my yang release ability has made some progress recently, and I can assist you in completing the improved Yin Seal. What conditions? If Orochimaru had not reacted by now, he would truly be foolish. So, you were waiting for me here. Orochimaru felt indignant. However, Uchiha Rong did not care about his expression and calmly said, I am quite interested in the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. How do you know? Orochimaru stopped speaking mid-sentence, his expression shifting unpredictably. Over the years, he had secretly attempted to practice the sage mode of the Dragon Cave multiple times, all of which ended in failure. The indigenous understanding of talent in the ninja world was not as clear as Uchiha Rong's. Simply put, Orochimaru repeatedly failed to practice the sage mode because he had not developed the yang attribute. Each failure came with severe consequences, risking being eaten by the snake sage. Even though Orochimaru had strong survival abilities, each time was fraught with danger, and he had to pay a huge price to survive. This was a painful memory for Orochimaru. He was unwilling to tell others that his talent was insufficient. The great Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, lacking talent? Wasn't that a joke? With a dark expression, Orochimaru immediately created an information scroll. Take this. This is the method to practice the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Uchiha Rong did not hold back and immediately began to read it. In simple terms, Yin attribute shapes the body, while Yang attribute represents abundant vitality. Practicing sage art is a process of evolving the body, such as the toad oil of Myaboka Mountain, the snake shedding technique of the Dragon Cave, and the healing abilities of the wet bone forest. All of these are strong aids during the practice of sage art, coupled with the abundant natural energy environment of the three great sacred lands. It allows biological genetic cells that would normally take millions of years to slowly improve and evolve under natural energy to achieve evolution in a short time, thus better adapting to absorb natural energy and stepping into the sage body. Once the body can autonomously absorb external natural energy and store it, it signifies the completion of the sage mode. The duration of the sage mode and the so-called talent also lies here. The closer the immortal body approaches perfection, the stronger the physique becomes, and the more efficiently it can absorb and store natural energy. A stronger physique is better adapted to natural energy, allowing it to withstand bursts of natural energy for a longer duration. Additionally, the more natural energy stored, the longer the immortal mode can be maintained. Once one reaches the level of the Six Paths Sage's perfect immortal body, they can maintain the immortal mode indefinitely, which is the true essence of an immortal. At this moment, the scroll provided by Orochimaru contains the complete training process for the Snake Sage mode in the Dragon Cave. First, to practice the Snake Sage mode, the Snake Sage must inject their Sage chakra directly into the body of the person wishing to learn the Sage technique. Then, the individual is confined in a place called the 10,000 Snakes Cave. As the name suggests, this place is also the true snake cave of the Dragon Cave. Rich in natural energy, countless snakes that have survived in such an environment for a long time have their blood and flesh filled with natural energy. The practitioner must consume. By continuously devouring other snakes in this environment abundant with natural energy, they can promote the evolution of their own cells. When they can no longer endure, they can use snake shedding to save themselves. Then they continue to consume, shedding skin, eating an infinite loop, until the body fully adapts to natural energy and can start absorbing it on its own. However, Orochimaru, having not awakened the yang attribute, repeatedly avoided being overwhelmed by natural energy through shedding skin. But promoting cell evolution also requires consuming a significant amount of vitality. Orochimaru's conditions were insufficient, and his transformation was too slow. until his body was pushed to the limit by natural energy in that environment. He still could not achieve the preliminary immortal body and had to exit helplessly. At this time, according to the rules of the Dragon Cave, a failure has no value for survival. The elder Shinya, who granted him Sage Chakra, appeared. At this moment, Orochimaru was a perfect tonic for Shinya. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Unfortunately, Orochimaru himself was not only at the peak of shadow-level combat power, but also had relatively comprehensive abilities with few weaknesses, making it difficult for even the somewhat superior Shinya to deal with him. Seeing that continuing to fight, even if successful in devouring Orochimaru, would not be worth the loss, he ultimately decided to extort a hefty sum from Orochimaru before stopping. In a flash, within a quarter of an hour, Uchiha Rong had obtained the information he needed. He also kept his word and immediately began assisting Orochimaru in constructing the Ein sealing technique, A's seal formula. In fact, the involvement of outsiders in assisting with the Ein sealing technique, an S-rank forbidden technique, is quite taboo. After all, at this moment, it is equivalent to having one's life in someone else's hands. However, Orochimaru remained calm about it. What a joke. If Roan wanted to harm him, just a glare would suffice. Was there any need to tamper with the Ein sealing technique? It must be said that this is a very unconventional form of trust. At the same time, Uchiha Rong began to contemplate. From the training method for the sage technique recorded by Orochimaru in the Dragon Cave, he summarized 3 conditions for practicing the immortal mode. First, the proportion of sage chakra. It is clear that the proportions of the snake sage mode, the frog sage mode, and the slug sage mode are obviously different. Moreover, this proportion cannot be conveyed through recorded information, which is why the snake sage Shinya injected Orochimaru with a dose of sage chakra beforehand, allowing him to personally experience the proportion of sage chakra. This includes the ratios of natural energy, spiritual energy, and cellular energy. Condition 2, a place rich in natural energy. Currently, the only known places that meet this condition are the 3 great sacred lands. The names of the 3 great sacred lands come from this. There used to be a place called the Land of Training, which also had abundant natural energy, but unfortunately, it has long been destroyed. Condition 3, Sage Talent, which requires the awakening of both Yin and Yang attributes. In this aspect, he has long exceeded the standard. It seems that the 3 great sacred lands are indispensable. Uchiha Rong thought to himself, the sage mode of the Dragon Cave becomes more perfect as the body approaches snake transformation. Although it has the strongest attack capability, it is evident that this proportion of sage technique is not suitable for humans. Conversely, the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku, in contrast to the Dragon Cave, becomes less distorted in the body of a frog as it becomes more perfect. Unfortunately, Jiraiya is not easy to deal with. After some contemplation, Uchiha Rong once again set his sights on Tsunade. It seems he needs to think of a reasonable and natural way to get Tsunade to take him to the Wetbone Forest. Chapter 206, the new coexistence ring in the Land of Fire, near the capital in the Snow Bamboo Valley. Uchiha Yunshang sat in the courtyard playing with a red gemstone ring engraved with the character 1. As she infused the ring with non-attribute chakra, a beam of light shot forth from the ring's surface. The light displayed the task hall, friend list, contribution mall, member list, and other dazzling functional buttons. Wow, it has indeed been improved a lot. Yunshang curiously began to explore the use of this new ninja tool. She first used chakra to control the pointer on the interface to open the task hall. It was empty. Clearly, this interface had not yet released any tasks. Then she clicked on the friend list. Inside, from Zhou 2 to Zhou 10, as well as Gong, 10 people were included. Oh, it even allows for changing nicknames? Yunshang inadvertently clicked on her own Zhou 1 at the top and found that it seemed possible to rename it. She immediately tried changing Zhou 1 to Mist Fairy. The next moment, she saw her nickname change to Mist Fairy, Zhou 1. Yunshang was somewhat speechless. It seemed that no matter how the nickname was changed, the Zhou 1 note would always remain. Looking at the list of names that could be added below the friend list, Yunshang felt a bit dazed. After all, there were suddenly so many more people. If nicknames could be freely changed without any identifiers, it would be chaotic. No one would be able to tell who was who. The list of names that could be added showed Gong 1, Gong 2, Gong 50, G1, G2, G3, G500. A total of 550 people could be added as friends. It was clear that the only Gong was the leader. The 10 Zhou were senior officials. The 50 Gong were junior officials. The 500 G were the core members of the Coexistence Association. In fact, as of now, counting the budding organizations under her command, such as the 8 gates of Duanjia class, the swordsmanship class, etc., the total number of members in the Coexistence Association has expanded to 2,000 to 3,000 people. And these more than 500 members who have the Coexistence Ring are the true core members of the association. People like Might Guy, Kabuto Yakushi, Yakushi no Nai, Iriki Yumino, Yuzuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, and Kisame Hashigaki are all part of Gong. The new generation represented by Rock Lee is G. Different rings naturally have different permissions. Just as the friend list below can add friends, Yunshang's Zhou ring can see 550 people. The Gong ring can only see the direct members of the G ring, and the G ring can only contact their direct superiors unilaterally and a few colleagues. They have no authority to bypass ranks. At the same time, the corresponding task hall and contribution mall also have tasks and exchange channels visible according to their permissions. Moreover, what Yunshang did not know was that only the Zhou ring could change the nickname at will. The Gong and G rings do not have this permission. After glancing at the member list, Yunshang casually added a few people she usually interacted with. Then she opened the contribution mall. Suddenly, a large array of material names appeared on the light screen, and even when she hovered the pointer over the names for a while, corresponding images of the items appeared, along with a mechanical voice introducing the effects of the items. Wow, how amazing! This scene stunned Yunshang. She directly selected the medicinal herbs category. She then stopped the pointer on the first 100-year-old blood ginseng. Instantly, an image of a blood ginseng appeared, accompanied by a mechanical voice. 100-year-old blood ginseng. One of the main materials for superior body enhancement pills and superior body forging liquids. Suitable for C-grade to A-grade stage auxiliary cultivation. Would you like to spend 100 contribution points to purchase? 1,000-year snow lotus. Its efficacy is 10 times that of a 100-year-old one. This specimen is actually 130 years old and can be formulated into various secret medicines suitable for B-grade to S-grade. Would you like to spend 10,000 contribution points to purchase? Qifeng, a ninja blade with the attributes of wind, fire, thunder, and earth. It can normally transmit the corresponding chakra of 4 attributes without loss, and is sharp and sturdy, cutting iron like mud. Would you like to spend 280 contribution points to purchase? Blazing Flame, a ninja blade with attributes of fire, wind, and thunder. 120 contribution points. Treasure Silver Radiance Necklace. Wearing it close to the body for a long time can accelerate the chakra refining speed of middle to low ninjas by 10 to 30. 50,000 contribution points. Wood Puppet Gujiao, a flying puppet with long horns, capable of using water escape and wind escape, combat power C2B, can fly thousands of miles a day. 200 contribution points. Purchasing will include the first volume of Puppet Technique from beginner to master. The basic puppet chapter. The dazzling array of goods left Yunshang in awe, mainly because her authority was too high. She could see more items. Even the same boat ring, Yuzu Shikura, did not have the same level of authority as Yunshang. The flying puppet is quite interesting. Looking at her impressive contribution points of 110,000 in the bottom right corner, Yunshang made her decision without blinking and directly chose to purchase the wood puppet Gujiao. This puppet, modeled after the Gujiao beast from the classic of mountains and seas, had a very fierce and domineering appearance. It is known that the Gujiao is a man-eating beast. The original text from the classic of mountains and sea states, its shape is like an eagle with horns, and its sound is like that of a baby. It eats people. It is called Gujiao. No wonder it caught Yunshang's eye at first sight. Of course, Yunshang's choice to purchase the Gujiao was mainly due to its flying ability. In the future, whether for traveling or escaping, it would be a great helper. Just as Yunshang successfully made her purchase, a line of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations! You have successfully spent 200 contribution points to purchase Wood Puppet Guamdiao. It will be delivered to you shortly. Please wait in place for 1 minute and do not move quickly. Seeing this prompt, Yunshang was clearly taken aback. What does this mean? Isn't it supposed to wait for the merchant team to deliver it? Before she could think too much, she felt a flash before her eyes. A wooden puppet over a meter tall had already appeared in front of her. The flying thunder god of the master? At this moment, Yunshang finally understood. It was obvious that the new joint cooperation ring had been improved again by Uchiha Rong, incorporating the flying thunder god technique seal within it. This function of ordering at any time and having it immediately arranged for delivery was truly amazing. She just didn't know which unfortunate clone was burdened with this heavy work. It was easy to guess that Uchiha Rong's main body would never do something like delivering goods with the flying thunder god. Just as Yunshang was examining the Gujiao, she finally discovered a mechanism slot in its abdomen. Opening the mechanism, a scroll lay quietly inside. It was the user manual and the complimentary basic puppet chapter. At Yunshan's current level, it took her less than 15 minutes to understand the secrets of controlling chakra threads. She quickly got the hang of it and controlled the Gujiao to carry her up into the sky. TSK. Now she could fly even without Yatengu. Yunshan was clearly very happy flying. Thump! She knocked on the Gujiao's shell. Very sturdy. No wonder it was a product of the Master's wood release. Although it had a wooden shell, it was harder than many alloys. As the saying goes, it's better to enjoy together than alone. In the end, Uchiha Yunshan took a sideways shot of herself sitting on the Gujiao flying over the snow bamboo valley and sent it to the public hall. Yunwu Fairy, Boat 1 image. Yunwu Fairy, Boat 1 cool, right? Ah, Chapter 207. Konoha Hospital He. Uchiha Rong looked at the small screen on the ring face and smiled lightly. In fact, due to the incomplete framework of the authority group, the information sent to the public hall could only be seen by Uchiha Rong. It must be said that Orochimaru was a genius researcher. A few years ago, Uchiha Rong had only proposed some concepts, and Orochimaru had completed this epic-making communication ninja tool by combining biological communication technology with dozens of other technologies. Essentially, the current joint cooperation ring was like a small communicator. Basic text, image, and voice transmission had already been realized. The core signal tower was still Uchiha Rong's ocular chakra. But now, the kaleidoscope level of ocular chakra was naturally not comparable to the past. Uchiha Rong not only added the Flying Thunder God Technique seal internally, but also micro-carved a kind of magical array illusion array with his ocular power. This was how the ring face could project a high-tech operation interface like a projector. Essentially, its technological level was still at the level of a small communicator, not even reaching the level of a smartphone. First, he would go visit Tsunade, but there was no rush. Uchiha Rong did not pay much attention to the more than 500 joint cooperation rings just issued, heading straight to Konoha Hospital. These rings were, of course, voluntarily offered by Orochimaru through additional research funding. Since Orochimaru was so obsessed with longevity, once I thoroughly understand the secrets of returning to youth, I could let him be the first test subject. With this thought, Uchiha Rong unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. The overall structure of Konoha Hospital, at a glance, was almost indistinguishable from a modern hospital. Only in the subtle details of the building could one see some stylistic differences in Konoha's characteristics. Konoha Hospital was not small, consisting of a large number of 6 or 7-story buildings. It also had departments for inpatient care, emergency care, internal and external medicine, etc. However, the divisions were not so detailed, and there were no more specific divisions like proctology. After entering the hospital, Uchiha Rong headed straight for the experimental building behind the inpatient department building. Tsunade had been spending her days in the experimental building conducting research. Of course, her research was different from Orochimaru's. It focused on serious case studies and the development of medical ninjutsu. Unlike in the original work, Konoha Hospital was not exclusively for treating ninja injuries. Its purpose was more to address various ailments of the villagers. In this bizarre ninja world, the technological tree is quite crooked. In some aspects, technology is no less than that of modern society, but in other aspects, it still retains a lot of structures from ancient society. This leads to the living conditions of civilians still being relatively primitive. And various diseases remain a major problem limiting population development. The existence of Konoha Hospital not only greatly increased the survival rate of newborns, but also contributed significantly to people's livelihoods. It is also a major reason for Konoha's prosperity. The superior medical conditions attracted many wealthy residents from the Land of Fire, leading to better economic development. After these wealthy individuals settled in Konoha, they often had various needs. For example, when a cat or dog went missing, they would gladly pay a considerable sum for ninjas to help solve their problems. There were also some foolish wealthy women who offered exorbitant prices for Tsunade to sell the secrets of eternal youth. Halt! This is the medical class research department. No entry allowed. Not long after, Uchiha Rong was stopped by 2 Umbu. Seeing this, he was not surprised. Konoha is loose on the outside but strict on the inside. Many sensitive areas are guarded by Umbu. Uchiha Rong didn't continue walking forward. Instead, he took a few steps back and waited in place. Before coming here, he had already sent a message to Tsunade. As expected, he didn't have to wait long. A stunning beauty, dressed in a white lab coat with a green outer coat, walked out of the building. With her delicate, flawless skin and alluring figure, Who else could it be but Tsunade? Step back, he is my esteemed guest. With Tsunade's voice, two Umbu immediately retreated. Rong, what brings you here today? Tsunade approached him affectionately and linked her arm with his as they walked inside. Uchiha, Rong hurriedly pulled his arm away in shock. Ahem. It's nothing. Just wanted to see how your water mirror technique training is coming along. This guy Tsunade, once she got familiar, would often act in ways that were both amusing and exasperating. Essentially, she's a tomboy. Uchiha Rong had long since gotten used to her sudden displays of feminine charm and her intimate gestures. He had seen even more outrageous things. When she completely mastered the rock clone technique and successfully defeated 3 wooden statues, she even excitedly shoved Uchiha Rong's head into her ample bosom. That time nearly suffocated him. She is a combination of a girl's heart, an old woman's experiences, and a clumsy tomboy. Upon hearing about the water mirror technique, Tsunade's demeanor instantly changed. Just a moment ago, she was acting coy, but she immediately reverted to a serious expression. Yes, I basically mastered the water mirror technique. Recently, I'm researching a drug that can delay cellular activity. The lady of the Tea Mountain has put up a bounty of 300 million Ryo for it. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. The white lab coat paired with the green outer coat made her look particularly energetic, and her steps were much lighter as she led the way. Rong, you're just in time. Help me take a look at my research results. As she spoke, Tsunade's entire demeanor transformed into that of a career-driven woman. Uchiha Rong, accustomed to Tsunade's ever-changing styles, could only smile wryly and hurry to keep up. The word changeable was perfectly embodied in Tsunade. One moment she was in one state, and the next moment she was in another. If it were someone else of this age, they might not be able to handle it as well as Uchiha Rong, who had lived 2 lives. Uchiha Rong didn't rush to reveal his intentions and followed Tsunade into a laboratory in the experimental building. Soon, using his own knowledge of pharmacology, he began to seriously assist Tsunade in researching the new drug. It must be said that the medical field had substantial rewards. Aside from daily training, Tsunade now spent most of her time buried in the Konoha Hospital's research lab. The various new medical ninjutsu and drugs she developed had earned her a fortune. It seemed she had taken this as her career. Uchiha Rong even sensed that Tsunade had a particular obsession with making money since returning to the village. Earning money and researching medical ninjutsu seemed to have become her few interests. Coupled with her heritage from Senju Hashirama, as well as her teaching of the rock clone and water mirror techniques, Tsunade's attitude towards Uchiha Rong had significantly changed. She often displayed unguarded affectionate gestures, subtly treating him like family, akin to rope tree. Should I just directly mention wanting to go to the wet bone forest? Uchiha Rong suddenly felt that perhaps he was overcomplicating things. Given Tsunade's current attitude, if he brought it up directly, she was likely to agree. Watching Tsunade busying herself, Uchiha Rong showed a hint of hesitation. Chapter 208, the final appearance in the end. Uchiha Rong restrained his eagerness and did not directly request Tsunade to take him to the wet bone forest. His research on sage body had yet to be preliminarily refined, and the genetic modification and cloning techniques he had recently acquired from Orochimaru still needed further study. With so much still to digest, he wasn't in a hurry to obtain the sage mode from the wet bone forest. Thanks to Uchiha Rong's assistance, Tsunade's research on the new drug had made unexpected breakthroughs. Honey and peach pulp combined with dextrin could actually lock in a certain degree of life energy. Rong, you truly are a genius. Huh. Adding some ginseng powder during the pill-making process should yield even better results. Uchiha Rong's expression remained calm. He merely happened to have some insights into various types of vitality research, which could be applied to this drug. If one considered the different effects of vitality energy as a type of water, then there would naturally be some natural filtration systems for certain substances in the environment. Among them, ginseng and honey had a characteristic Uchiha Rong had long discovered. That is, when using yang release chakra for property transformation. Infusing chakra into ginseng and honey would allow some substances that nourish the vitality of life cells to be filtered out by these materials. This was also one reason why ninjas with awakened yang release chakra tended to be long-lived. I'll give you half of the 300 million reward. Tsunade patted her chest with bravado. Uchiha Rong smiled and did not refuse. Just as the two continued their research on the new drug, elsewhere in the land of tea. Lord Kisame, the goods have been loaded onto the cart. All right, let's get going quickly, don't delay the schedule. The voice of the shark-skinned Kisame came from inside the carriage. He had officially become a capable common-level officer. This time, he had taken on the task of escorting a batch of premium tea worth 100 million Ryo from the Snow Bamboo Valley to the land of snow. Thanks to Itachi's recognition, Kisame felt an extraordinary sense of belonging to the organization, and he worked very seriously. This time, Kisame not only brought along over a dozen newly recruited subordinates, but also an entire 100-man samurai brigade. Uchiha Rong was not stingy with his subordinates. Kisame had earned enough commissions through his efforts to train so many subordinate ninjas and samurai, which was evident. Compared to struggling to make ends meet in the Akatsuki organization, Kisame was now truly enjoying the treatment of someone above others. This further strengthened Kisame's sense of belonging to the organization. After all, nothing was more tangible than real money. During the mission, Kisame either practiced with Itachi and the others in the Snow Bamboo Valley or returned to the estate he had purchased outside to enjoy life. Notably, Kisame had recently gotten married to a wealthy lady whom he saved from mountain bandits. Thus, Kisame's life had become increasingly prosperous. The merchant convoy loaded goods in the land of tea and set off towards the northwest. They would cross the land of fire, the land of grass, and the land of earth before finally arriving in the land of snow. It was precisely because the journey was long and the ninja world was not peaceful that the profits from this trade route were quite considerable. A little over half a month later, shortly after the convoy entered the land of grass, they finally encountered enemies that his subordinates could not handle. When Kisame arrived at the front of the convoy and saw two figures in black cloaks with red clouds surrounded by subordinate samurai, his expression instantly grew serious. At this moment, 7 or 8 corpses lay on the ground, all of them his trained ninjas and samurai. Sasori, long time no see. Kisame stepped forward, wielding his samahata. The reason he didn't call out the other person's name was naturally that he didn't recognize them. There was a thin young man with a mustache, wearing the forehead protector of the rogue ninja from the rain-hidden village. He must have been a newcomer who joined after leaving the Akatsuki organization. It was obvious that this guy was actually a ninja trained by Nagato from the rain-hidden village. The label of rogue ninja was just a formality. It's you, Kisame Hashigaki. You've really betrayed the organization. A deep voice came from Haiden. Betrayed? It was that fraud who calls himself Madara that deceived me. He even used his Sharingan to manipulate my mind. Kisame retorted defiantly. In the past, with his personality, he wouldn't have wasted words. But now, with his more cheerful demeanor, Kisame was naturally unwilling to suffer such slander. Huh? He controlled you? Hearing this, Scorpion's voice revealed astonishment. Normally, Scorpion wasn't one to talk much. The reason he didn't act directly was due to his fear of Kisame's strength. Now that he had lost the third Kazekage puppet, his combat power had significantly decreased. Facing Kisame, this monster, he couldn't be completely assured of victory. If he had known that this merchant caravan was being protected by Kisame, he might not have even attempted an attack. Take a good look, Scorpion. After leaving the Akatsuki, I'm still taking on missions. Yet I can have all this. While speaking, Kisame pointed to the surrounding warriors and ninjas. Although there were only about 100 warriors, each one had nearly a full chakra reserve. Among them, there were even 3 elite warriors. Additionally, of the 17 ninjas, aside from the 2 Chunin corpses lying at Scorpion's feet, there were also 2 Jonin and 13 Chunin among those who had surrounded him. It was precisely because of the delay caused by these 2 Jonin and 3 warrior leaders that Scorpion and his companion hadn't been able to inflict significant damage on the caravan until Kisame arrived. Are they all your subordinates? Scorpion was genuinely shocked at this. Damn, the difference in treatment is too great, right? My group barely managed to get the protection of the rain-hidden village after fighting for our lives, and the training resources are just barely sufficient. Kisame has been gone for such a short time, and he actually has excess resources to support such a large group of subordinates? How about this? The new leader not only provides protection, but is also much more generous than that fraud from the Akatsuki. Kisame laughed. In fact, he was stalling for time. He had already sent a message to the leader using the communal ring. Communal 7. Leader, I found Scorpion's whereabouts. Picture. JG, not only did he send a message, but he even took a photo without Scorpion noticing. After all, the light screen of the communal ring was essentially a type of illusionary communication panel, specifically targeting the wearer's own illusions. Therefore, outsiders couldn't peek at it. Kisame, you didn't seem to love talking nonsense this much before. At this moment, Scorpion seemed to realize something was off. After speaking, he directly took action, preparing to escape. Bang! In the next moment, his vision blurred as he was sent flying by the Samahata. Yin Chijio, attack. Seeing that he couldn't escape smoothly, Haiden shot out a dense array of poison needles while shouting to another companion in a black and red cloud-patterned robe. Yes, Lord Scorpion. However, before he could complete his hand seals, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. One of them, a large raccoon cat, shot out an air cannon, directly blowing Uchiha's head into pieces. Hee Scorpion. Long time no see. Chapter 209. Wooden Puppets versus Puppet Technique. Who are you? Haiden raised his shield, his voice deep. His new partner was at least an elite jonin, yet he was instantly killed by the opponent's puppet without even a chance to resist. Scorpion's vigilance shot up to the highest level, and at the same time, his heart sank. One Kisame Hashigaki was already troublesome, and now there was another strong enemy who could instantly kill elite jonin. Scorpion knew that today, he was probably in grave danger. Oh, you don't need to care who I am. Just attack. Uchiha Rong smiled indifferently. His chakra, threads connecting his fingers, began to shake rapidly. Previously, during their face-offs, he had always worn an Umbu mask. Now, he wasn't even revealing his swordsmanship, and was instead using puppets. No wonder the opponent couldn't recognize him. It was my mistake to recklessly attack your merchant caravan. Would you allow me to leave? Unlike Uchiha Rong's indifference, Scorpion didn't dare to act rashly, and he heard Haiden speak again. Uchiha Rong looked at him with interest. If you can defeat my 3 puppets, I'll return your human puppet to you. How about that? Don't worry, Kisame and the others won't intervene. As Uchiha Rong's words fell, Kisame had already led his subordinates away. Is that true? Although Haiden's face couldn't show any expression, Scorpion's voice clearly showed some intrigue. If the opponent rushed at him all at once, Scorpion would likely fall here today. But if it was just a competition of puppet techniques, who could he, Sasori of the Red Sand, be afraid of? Stop dragging this out. A somewhat impatient Uchiha Rong directly controlled the raccoon cat to charge forward. At the same time, the large raccoon cat, Liang Chu, flashed to Scorpion's right side, and a large number of water arrows came raining down indiscriminately. Bang! A loud metallic clash sounded as Haiden raised a shield to block the charging raccoon cat. But Liang Chu came around from behind and clawed at him, leaving 5 deep scratch marks on his back. As for the rain of water arrows, they didn't cause any significant damage to the 3 puppets. However, this backstab made Scorpion feel a wave of fear. He never expected that the claws of that raccoon cat puppet could attach such sharp wind blades. It was able to break through even as Haiden's most solid back defense. To be clear, Scorpion's main puppet was right at the position of Haiden's back. Thus, in the ensuing battle, whenever Liang Chu attacked with its sharp claws, Scorpion would immediately use his shield to defend. The steel tail constantly extended and retracted, defending against attacks while occasionally counterattacking. Haiden's left arm even contracted, revealing holes, and he continuously shot various poison needles and bombs with explosive tags. In an instant, the surrounding trees began to fall in the fierce battle between the 2 sides. The ground became uneven, and flames began to spread, while water started to flow. Just as both sides' puppets sustained damage, Haiden's movements gradually began to slow down, causing Scorpion to feel a jolt of alarm. What was going on? Could it be those water arrows? It was at this moment that he noticed the puppet that had been hiding in the distance, continuously firing water arrows. Fuju. Its form resembled a white deer with 4 horns, named Fuju, and upon seeing it, great floods would come. The water arrows from Fuju were certainly not that simple. Once they splashed into water, they gradually seeped into Haiden's body through various gaps, starting to erode the flow of his chakra. This was the main reason Haiden's actions began to slow down. It's actually stronger than Chiyo's 10 puppets. Uchiha Rong stood on a distant treetop, his fingers moving rhythmically, looking quite pleased. In battles against lower-tier opponents, Scorpion's Haiden possessed indeed shadow-level AoE abilities and could output for a long time. However, in battles of the same tier, Haiden's flaws became very apparent. Once he encountered an enemy capable of withstanding his attacks, aside from that incredibly solid large shield and the hard shell of the puppet, his other individual combat power likely wouldn't even reach the level of a quasi-shadow. Especially when facing multiple targets attacking him, Haiden's disadvantages became even more obvious. At this moment, after slowing down, Haiden, without being careful, was successfully broken through head-on by Liang Chu's air cannon. Half of his body was blown into countless pieces. I didn't expect playing with puppets to be quite interesting. Uchiha Rong smiled to himself. The feeling of controlling puppets to fight from the back using chakra strings is quite exhilarating. Watching the Scarlet Flow jewel explode into a pile of wreckage and then lie still for a long time, Uchiha Rong's eyes gradually narrowed. In his perception, there was actually no sign of life nearby. Don't hide, it's just the regeneration core, right? Almost as soon as he spoke, a sudden change occurred. A metal canister marked with the character Scorpion suddenly shot towards Liang Chu. It was caught in midair by a thick branch that suddenly extended from the ground. Ugh, so disgusting. Looking at the countless holes on the canister from which dense coronary arteries extended, Uchiha Itachi felt his scalp tingle. However, seeing the tentacles on it struggle a few times and then gradually become still, Uchiha Rong quickly controlled Liang Chu to pry the Scorpion's main body puppet from the wreckage of the Scarlet Flow Jewel, and then stuffed the regeneration core back into the hollow in the center of the puppet's chest. A few minutes later, stop pretending to be dead, Uchiha Rong said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. It's no wonder, after losing the third Kazekage puppet, the strongest one in Scorpion's hands was the Scarlet Flow Jewel. Once the Scarlet Flow Jewel was defeated, the fragile main body had no power to resist, surrounded by Liang Chu, Fu Zhu, and Li Li. After the 100-machine operation, in this situation, Uchiha Rong clearly didn't give Scorpion a chance to pull out the scroll. What exactly do you want to do? After being exposed for pretending to be dead again, Scorpion's main body puppet finally helplessly sat up. Uchiha Rong shrugged his shoulders. Let's make a deal. Are you interested? Unfortunately, the puppet had no expression. Otherwise, Scorpion would definitely be in despair at this moment. In this situation, where I am the fish on the chopping block, can he refuse? What do you want from me? As he spoke, one of Scorpion's hands was already pressed against the regeneration core on his chest, looking like he was ready to commit suicide at any moment. This action made Uchiha Rong roll his eyes. As you can see, these puppets of mine were taught by Granny Chiyo. If you're willing to give me your regeneration core technology and your puppet techniques, I will not only return the third Kazekage puppet to you, but I can also give you this. At this point, Li Li's jaw mechanism opened, revealing a hidden compartment. A piece of unknown metal emitting a gray-yellow sheen gradually appeared in front of Scorpion. What? How is this possible? Scorpion, who was already prepared for death, exclaimed when he saw the piece of metal. Without waiting for him to react, Uchiha Rong had already pulled out a scroll and tossed it in front of him. The scroll fell to the ground and gradually unfolded, revealing a dense array of seals, with A3 character written in the center. What is possible and impossible? I don't like waiting for people either. Hurry up and choose. Is it death or trade? Chapter 210. Scorpion's Regeneration Core. Hearing Scorpion's exclamation mixed with disbelief and a hint of hidden joy, Uchiha Rong knew he had secured the deal. So he was very direct and did not beat around the bush like he did with Granny Chiyo last time. You hand it over to me first. Scorpion didn't hesitate at all and spoke directly. Uchiha Rong shrugged, indicating for him to take it himself. Then, Scorpion trembled as he took the sand release puppet core and rummaged through the wreckage of the Scarlet Flow Jewel to find some scrolls, opening them one by one. He immediately began to work on them. I said, I don't like waiting for people. You don't plan to wait until you've finished making a puppet to give it to me, do you? Uchiha Rong said impatiently. Scorpion didn't even turn his head, his voice resolute. Until I have a certain degree of self-protection, even if you kill me, you won't get the secret of the regeneration core. Fine. Now Uchiha Rong was at a loss. He could only wait in place. He was also quite curious about how Scorpion was going to create a puppet on the spot. Soon, Scorpion was busy inside and out, quickly dismantling the wrecked Scarlet Flow Jewel into a pile of puppet parts. He then released hundreds of bizarre puppets from a sealing scroll. His regeneration core extended dense chakra strings, connecting not only to the hundreds of puppets, but also, after some checking, to the third Kazekage puppet. Witnessing the entire process of Scorpion repairing the Scarlet Flow Jewel, Uchiha Rong rolled his eyes again. This kid is so stubborn. He had shown him the complete structure, and even if he reassembled the Scarlet Flow Jewel, it was clear that it would no longer pose any threat to him. Scorpion naturally understood this as well. He simply couldn't win, so he gave up. It was the last bit of stubbornness. After a whole hour, the Scarlet Flow Jewel was finally restored to its original state. The difference was that the puppet core that had originally been destroyed was replaced with the sand release core provided by Uchiha Rong. During this process, Scorpion clearly paused and thought for a long time, making many modifications to the original structure of the Scarlet Flow Jewel. After finishing these, Scorpion's main body re-entered the back of the Scarlet Flow Jewel. The green pupils of the Scarlet Flow Jewel stared at Uchiha Rong for a long time before finally taking out a blank sealing scroll. He began to record information on the spot. Another quarter of an hour passed. It's all in there. A hoarse, aged, deep voice sounded. Uchiha Rong took the scroll and began to read it. What he wanted was the method of making the regeneration core, particularly the techniques for sealing consciousness and energy transformation. It was clear that Scorpion's regeneration core had a similar effect to that of tailed beasts. The almost everlasting consciousness, the chakra that can recover infinitely without eating. Another quarter of an hour passed. Uchiha Rong slowly put away the scroll and let out a breath. He could actually achieve this level. His gaze towards the scarlet flow jewel became quite complicated again. To put it simply, the puppet masters of Scorpion's lineage have the custom of transforming parts of their own bodies into puppets, including Chiyo, who transformed her own arms. Scorpion was even more thorough, directly replacing his entire body except for his heart with a puppet body. He had almost sealed all his consciousness and memories into the heart organ. Then he transformed the heart into a regeneration core. You are truly a genius puppet master, Uchiha Rong sighed. Unfortunately, you took a wrong turn. At this moment, he understood that Scorpion had actually found a different path, achieving a technique to convert natural energy into chakra through the puppet core, utilizing the omnipresent natural energy, continuously transformed through the regeneration core into a special lifelike energy, thus nurturing the soul within the heart, achieving longevity. Yes, longevity, not immortality, because it was clear that Scorpion at this level still could not achieve the perfect transformation of life force. Therefore, this nurturing still had flaws. In the short term, it might not be noticeable, but over time, decades or even hundreds of years later, the mental energy within the regeneration core would gradually weaken until the soul was completely exhausted. Then he would die, and this process is hard to say. Maybe 200 or 300 years, or perhaps 600 or 700 years. Uchiha Rong could only roughly estimate that according to the gradual weakening speed of Scorpion's mental energy, his puppet's longevity would ultimately be within 1,000 years. Therefore, the technology regarding consciousness sealing was very extreme. It did not have reference value for Uchiha Rong, because it was not the kind of eternal consciousness like that of tailed beasts. However, the regeneration core's conversion of natural energy into chakra did have some similarities with sage body techniques, still possessing certain reference value. This trip wasn't in vain after all. A genius, huh? Hee hee. Scorpion seemed to notice the sigh in Uchiha Rong's tone and smiled self-deprecatingly. Let's have another fight. Uchiha Rong showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect Scorpion to make such a request. Aren't you afraid I'll completely leave you behind? My senses tell me you're very strong. Help me test the current strength of Filiu Hu. As soon as Scorpion finished speaking, he was already in motion. The third generation of the wind shadow puppet floated up, and a large amount of iron sand began to levitate. At the same time, a lot of sand also floated around Filiu Hu. A layer of earth armor quickly condensed around Filiu Hu. Interesting. Uchiha Rong's eyes lit up as he saw the interaction between Filiu Hu's sand and the third generation puppet's iron sand. He hadn't even thought that the combination of sand and iron sand could produce such a change. Without hesitation, the burly Tilly charged directly at Filiu Hu, but was met with a wall of iron sand that sent him reeling. Even Liang Chu's instant air cannon was successfully blocked by a layer of sand wall. However, Fuju's instant waterfall technique unexpectedly dispersed the iron sand wall. The torrent was only stopped by a solid spherical sand shield in front of Filiu Hu. Filiu Hu surprisingly used Gaara's signature technique, known as the absolute defense. The sand shield. As expected, seeing the torrent successfully blocked by the sand shield, Uchiha Rong was not surprised. The bloodline ability of sand release, combined with wind, lightning, and some earth attributes, had a density far exceeding that of ordinary water release. It was reasonable that the water flow condensed by water release couldn't break through. The reason iron sand could be easily washed away by water release was due to the magnetic positive and negative ions being disrupted by the water flow, causing the iron sand to lose control. This allowed it to be washed away by the water. In contrast, sand release clearly transcended the realm of magnetism. It was a true sand-controlling ability, not merely manipulating sand iron and sand gold indirectly through magnetism. This was somewhat troublesome. In less than 5 minutes of fierce battle, the three wooden puppets had all sustained varying degrees of damage from the attacks of the two bloodline abilities, but had failed to inflict any damage in return. Even Liang Chu's wind release, which could cut through all forms of energy, lost its efficacy against the physical sand. Uchiha Rong frowned slightly. At this rate, the three puppets would be defeated. Despite Liang Chu's wind release ability being able to inflict considerable damage even against tailed beasts, it was countered by the sand. It must be said that the ability clashes in the ninja world were quite severe. Many times, combat power levels didn't truly represent anything. It seemed he could only activate the incomplete backup puppet core to give it a try. Although this battle did not involve life and death, And even if the puppets were defeated, Uchiha Rong could easily handle Scorpion's 2 puppets. However, he clearly had a competitive spirit. Immediately, he formed a hand seal. In the next moment, the movements of Tilly, Liang Chu, and Fuju's 3 puppets came to a halt, their eyes dimming. When the eyes of the 3 puppets brightened again, Tilly was surrounded by a large amount of lava. A scorching wind arose around Liang Chu. Fuju's head was covered in dense ice spikes floating above. At this moment, the fierce battle escalated once more. A climactic battle between bloodline puppets was about to unfold. Chapter 2:11. The peak battle of bloodline puppets in an instant. The 3rd-generation wind shadow puppet condensed sand and iron to form a massive diamond-shaped small mountain descending from the sky, smashing down towards Uchiha Rong's 3 puppets. Tilly controlled a large amount of lava to surge upwards. Boom! Just as the lava and molten iron splattered, the iron sand mountain was melted by more than half, and the remaining portion still fell heavily. A gust of hot wind swept through. With a whoosh, the iron sand mountain completely disintegrated, transforming into countless droplets of molten iron that fell like rain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A thick layer of ice rose above Liang Chu and Tilly's heads, continuously making hissing sounds as it came into contact with the falling molten iron. Under high temperatures, the ice melted into water, the water evaporated into mist, and ultimately both were completely dissolved, leaving only a hazy mist enveloping the area. On the other side, facing the indiscriminate rain of molten iron, Filiu Hu and the puppet quickly condensed a layer of sand above their heads. The sand layer easily withstood this round of battle's aftermath. This battle, akin to a natural disaster, completely transformed the surrounding environment. The hot lava eroded the pockmarked ground, with ice blocks, puddles, molten iron, and lava scattered everywhere. The trees by the roadside formed a spectacular scene, with one side engulfed in raging flames, another side frozen in ice crystals, and large trees pocked by molten iron. It looked like a scene from a hellish battlefield. Clearly, this kind of disaster-level power, which could almost ignore the numerical disadvantage to some extent, had truly reached the peak of the shadow level. The battle was still ongoing, with the 5 puppets engaged in fierce combat, while Uchiha Rong remained very relaxed, observing from a distance away from the center of the battle. The sand iron had already exposed its disadvantages in this level of combat. Whether it was the melting release of lava or the scorching release of high temperatures, they both seemed to strongly restrain sand iron. The sand release, as expected, had excellent capabilities. Its resistance to high temperatures and defense against physical attacks were both outstanding. The development of abilities, indeed, requires practical combat to validate them. It was evident that the practical performance of sand release at this moment was balanced and excellent in all aspects, with hardly any apparent weaknesses. In comparison, Tilly's melting release and Liang Chu's scorching release were more attack-oriented, thus weaker in defensive capabilities. However, Fuju's ice release also demonstrated practical capabilities that were second only to sand release among these 5 abilities. While it did not match sand release in elemental defense, it was not inferior to sand release in physical defense, and even somewhat stronger. The attack capabilities were quite similar to sand release, differing only in attack forms, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Sand could gather to create sandstorms for burial or disperse into a vast sea of yellow sand invisibly. Ice release had sharpness and terrifying low temperatures, along with strong elemental damage and physical attack capabilities. The battle among the 5 puppets lasted for a full hour, and just as Scorpion's regeneration core was struggling to maintain such a high chakra consumption, Liang Chu's puppet suddenly transformed into a pile of ashes without warning. Tilly's robust, wild boar body had also melted more than half from the inside out, crashing to the ground. Only Fuju remained. Although its shell was cracked, it was still controlling ice release to fight against Scorpion. As expected, even the strong wooden puppet shell couldn't withstand such prolonged high temperatures. Uchiha Rong sighed inwardly. This was his current technical bottleneck. One must know that the puppet shell made from wood release was as hard as steel in terms of material. Its heat resistance was not much inferior to many metals. Yet, it still couldn't withstand the high temperatures brought by bloodline limits for long periods. If one had to express it in terms of temperature, the flame temperature of burning paper is about 180 degrees. The flame of a lighter is between 300 to 500 degrees. The firewood pile used for cooking is around 600 degrees. A coal stove is 800 degrees. A gas stove can reach over 1,000 degrees. The melting point of pure iron is 1,538 degrees. Therefore, the maximum temperature of standard C-rank fire releases Great Fireball is around 600 degrees. The B-rank Great Dragon Fire is in the range of 800 degrees. The A-rank Great Fire Annihilation reaches as high as 1,000 degrees. The melting releases Lava and scorching releases Hot Winds are clearly very close to the melting point of iron at 1,538 degrees. With Uchiha Ron's chakra intensity, it could even exceed 1,700 degrees. After an hour of intense battle, it was no wonder that the wooden puppet body couldn't hold out. Fortunately, the wooden puppet had far superior resistance to low temperatures compared to high temperatures. Thus, even though Fuju's shell was cracked by super low temperatures, it could still continue to fight under the repair capabilities of the wood release. At this moment, under the assault of the vast gravel, Fuju completely enveloped himself with thick ice walls, while large ice cones and ice spikes continuously attacked Philiu and the human puppet. The scene was not only spectacular and beautiful, but also formidable. This was also the reason why Scorpion had just experienced a prolonged high-intensity battle, and the chakra conversion of the regeneration core was somewhat unable to keep up with the consumption, as the battle was once again caught in a stalemate. It was unclear whether Scorpion would exhaust his chakra first, or if Fuju's puppets would succumb to the low temperatures first. With a seal from Uchiha Rong outside the arena, a shocking change occurred. Liang Xiu, who had just turned to ashes, suddenly emerged again from the shadows of the forest. Meanwhile, the nearly scrapped Tanuki also instantly restored to its original state and rejoined the battle circle. Stop. I admit defeat. Seeing this, Scorpion directly gave up struggling. Uchiha Rong's would-release puppet regeneration technique was as magical as a 3D printer. The only drawback was probably its high chakra consumption. Just the instantaneous revival of Liang Xiu and Tanuki consumed a full 50 chakra points. This consumption was enough to condense an SS-level wooden Buddha. With double the chakra, it would be sufficient to condense an SS-level wooden Buddha. But Scorpion naturally did not know this. He couldn't even understand how these two puppets were restored. He only knew that the opponent was unfathomable. He was definitely no match for them. Hee, your strength has greatly increased now. Thus, I have fulfilled my promise to Chiyo. Until we meet again. As soon as the words fell, after a wave of spatial fluctuations, Uchiha Rong and the three would-release puppets disappeared without a trace. Only Philiu and the third Kazekage puppet remained on the spot. Looking around, there was nothing but ruins. Even Hashigaki Kisame and the merchant convoy had long since left. As for fulfilling Chiyo's promise, after a long time, Philiu's low murmuring voice came out. He had always had a question from the beginning until now. Why didn't the opponent kill him? Not only did they return the human puppet, but they also gave him such a great gift. What about the secrets of the regeneration core or his puppet technique? At the moment that Branch captured his regeneration core, he was already at the mercy of the opponent. The other party could completely obtain the technology in this regard by studying his regeneration core. Similarly, studying the 100 puppets in his sealing scroll could also yield the essence of his puppet technique. Yet the opponent spared him. At this moment, Scorpion's heart, which had already been turned into a regeneration core, couldn't help but thump twice. Damn it! A weak whisper escaped, as the human puppet was stored in the Wind Shadow Scroll. Meanwhile, Philiu's figure gradually disappeared into the ruins. If we say that Scorpion before had some shadow-level abilities, such as defense, sustain large-scale AoE killing capabilities, etc., his actual comprehensive combat power was only and not even close to a quasi-shadow level. Releasing the third Kazekage puppet and utilizing the sand iron ability could barely reach S level. Coupled with the many puppets' 100 machine manipulation, he could excel even among shadow levels. In the original work, he was defeated by Chiyo and Hirano Sakura, leading to a perception that Scorpion's combat power was not at the shadow level, but in fact, it was greatly underestimated. After all, he was released into the wild. Now, Scorpion, with the sand iron human puppet and the sand release cooperation with Philiu, even at the S stage, was comparable to Naka's combat power. This improvement was significant. Unlike Scorpion's current joy, Uchiha Rong felt quite regretful for him. A genius capable of developing a technique to convert natural energy into puppet core chakra, and who could independently develop and perfect sealing techniques without much inheritance or reference. If Scorpion had not completely turned himself into a puppet, one day, with the combination of natural energy, spiritual energy, and cellular energy, he had the opportunity to step into the realm beyond shadows. Because he was capable of achieving these, he obviously had awakened both yin and yang attributes. He was qualified to learn Sage Chakra, and his regeneration core also involved the domain of Sage bodies. if he had completely given up his flesh and blood, thus losing the cellular energy aspect. With Scorpion's ability and talent, even without Sage Chakra, he still had the chance to surpass the shadows. What a pity. Back in his courtyard, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but sigh again. Chapter 212. Reconstructing Liang Xiu. After all, with only a half-damaged heart left, even Uchiha Rong's life-giving technique could not restore Scorpion's body. Although life-giving was extraordinary, it still needed to follow the most basic principles of ocular techniques, bestowing life to regenerate, granting life to inanimate objects. Except for abnormal sage bodies like Shiro, wanting to restore a body with life-giving techniques required at least a relatively complete blood and flesh cellular structure. Even if only 1/3 of the body remained, it could still possibly be restored with life-giving. But clearly, Scorpion's situation, with only a part of his heart left, was not feasible. The same applied to inanimate objects. Damaged puppets, broken ninja blades, and incomplete statues could not be repaired using life-giving. However, Uchiha Rong soon threw this matter out of his mind. Regretful as it was all Scorpion's own choice. What did it have to do with Uchiha Rong? These 3 puppets still had great potential for improvement. Uchiha Rong quickly shifted his attention back to his 3 puppets. The reason they could unleash 3 types of bloodline limit abilities was naturally because each of them was equipped with a second backup puppet core. Specifically, Liangxiu's Blaze Release Core, Tanuki's Melt Release Core, and Fuju's Ice Release Core. Tanuki didn't need much modification. Liangxiu's shell and core could be altered. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Rong recalled the performance of the puppets during their battle and quickly came up with a new modification plan. These 3 puppets formed a small team, configured according to the basic 3-person structure of a ninja squad. The wild boar Tanuki was positioned as an MT, meat shield, attracting enemy fire while also bearing the responsibility of shielding allies from unavoidable damage. The Tanuki cat Liangxiu was positioned as an ADC, attack damage carry, providing the main mid-to-close range output for the team with high mobility. The white deer Fuju was positioned as an AC, ability carry, mage, providing long-range support while also taking on key moments of control, defense supplementation, and last-hitting duties. At the same time, Fuju was also the puppet best at group AoE attacks. When facing a large number of enemies, it was Fuju's stage. After filtering through the improvement plan in his mind again, Uchiha Rong directly summoned over a dozen rock clones to start getting busy. He first made slight modifications to Tanuki's internal structure, then replaced its Melt Release Core with a Sand Release Core. With this, the upgraded Tanuki's defense capability was directly raised to nearly the level of a Super Shadow. Its body had the recovery ability of wood release creations, its surface covered in sand armor, and it could also use sand release for defense. In terms of defense, it had almost reached the extreme of what Uchiha Rong could achieve at present. It should be noted that the energy-absorbing property of wood release creations made Tanuki's defensive capabilities against various ninjutsu almost magic immune. Coupled with the massive vitality contained in the wood release body, which provided recovery power, as well as sand manipulation abilities, wanting to break through these defenses. Even Uchiha Rong himself would at least have to use a giant wooden Buddha to possibly achieve it. After testing Tanuki's abilities slightly, Uchiha Rong stored it away. With the level of the raccoon power, even when facing Nagato, it can sufficiently withstand a lot of unavoidable damage from my main body. It's considered a great achievement. Uchiha Rong murmured, shifting his gaze to Fuju. Fuju's ice release is quite comprehensive, and the only issue exposed in this battle is that the outer shell cannot withstand ultra-low temperatures, leading to cracking and collapse. In response, Uchiha Rong made some subtle modifications to its structure to make it relatively more resistant to low temperatures while using ice release. There is currently no perfect solution, but there's no rush, as practical combat has proven that Fuju can rely on the recovery ability of wood release to continue fighting for an extended period. Finally, Uchiha Rong's expression became serious as he looked at Liangqiu. The issue exposed with Liangqiu this time is the most severe, due to prolonged use of scorch release. Liangqiu was directly turned to ashes from the inside out. The Liangqiu that appeared afterward was secretly reshaped by Uchiha Rong using wood release. Out of 50 chakra, 35 were used to reshape it. If it were replaced with a sand body, its heat resistance should be greatly improved. The only question is whether the sand body can withstand the power of the ash storm from the bloodline elimination. Yes, this time Uchiha Rong is prepared to try adding bloodline elimination to the core of Liangqiu's puppet. Previously, The wooden puppet shell couldn't withstand scorch release and melting release for a long time, let alone the ash storm of bloodline elimination. This bloodline ability, similar to the scorch release of the Yakura, is formless and extremely high in temperature. It is a true invisible wind that can turn everything to ashes. In terms of temperature, it is at least above 3,500 degrees. The release of ninjutsu by a puppet is slightly different from that of a ninja. Just like a ninja using fire release, Great Fireball, the chakra condensed in their mouth has no temperature. Only after it is expelled with hand seals does the chakra instantaneously change its properties and form to create ninjutsu, at which point it truly possesses the high temperature of fire release. Therefore, through high-precision control, a ninja will not get burned by their own fire release. But puppets are different. The puppet master controls the puppet through chakra threads and cannot achieve the same level of precision in releasing ninjutsu, even though the difficulty of control is greatly reduced through the puppet core. The 3,500-degree ash storm means that the puppet body of Liang Chu must at least endure half of that high temperature, which is 1,750 degrees. This is enough to melt pure iron and most alloys. It should be noted that many alloys, while far exceeding iron in hardness, usually have melting points lower than those of the pure metals that compose them. Fortunately, this time, we have obtained Scorpion's regeneration core technology, so we can give it a try. Uchiha Rome smiled. Although he cannot learn from Scorpion to seal his soul into an organ to create a regeneration core, he can create a life entity by bestowing life. He first manipulated the sand to condense the shape and internal structure of Liang Chu's sand body. Then he opened 2 sealing spaces at Liang Chu's head and right arm, respectively installing the chakra cores for wind release and scorch release elimination. At this moment, once the core is activated, this Liang Chu will surely turn to ashes instantly. Because Uchiha Rome had previously made similar attempts, he did not rush to activate the puppet core, but instead created another regeneration core and installed it into the sealing space in Liang Chu's head. Bestow life. The next moment, the sand body Liang Chu, granted a day's life, instantly turned from a grayish-yellow exterior to a bright red. It looked as if it could melt at any moment. At this time, Uchiha Rome's hands became a blur as he continuously formed seals. Sealing technique, 7-star sealing. This A-rank sealing technique passed down from the Uzumaki clan, while far inferior to the 8 trigram sealing in terms of sealing energy, has its unique strengths in sealing consciousness. Liang Chu's increasingly lively eyes just revealed a glimmer of wisdom. With the 7 light points on its forehead flashing away, the brilliance in its eyes instantly dimmed. The consciousness soul of this newly born life was sealed by Uchiha Rome into the regeneration core in the sealing space on its forehead. After finishing all this, seeing Liang Chu's surface still gradually turning red and the sand body slowly dissipating in the flying ashes, Uchiha Rome frowned. Still not working. The next moment, Liang Chu completely turned to ashes and scattered. This is the difference between puppets and human bodies. A human body can fuse the successfully integrated bloodline elimination into their blood or seal it in their chakra points, thereby mastering that power. The chakra of bloodline elimination will not harm the body before it is released. But for puppets, once the bloodline power leaves the puppet core, it will begin to unleash its characteristics. The puppet body cannot withstand it and will collapse. The heat resistance of the sand body is indeed astonishing. If it were the wooden shell just now, it wouldn't have left me any time to use the sealing technique. Seeing this, Uchiha Rome was not discouraged, but rather his eyes lit up. He repeated the previous operation. This time, he set up 3 sealing spaces at Liang Chu's forehead and both arms. This is also the difference between puppets and human bodies. While human chakra points can seal some of their own powers, the space created by the 8 trigrams sealing can only exist as one. Otherwise, the forces of space would interfere with each other, and the flesh and blood body simply cannot endure it. But with the solidity of a puppet, it can withstand multiple 8 trigram seals. This time, Uchiha Rome sealed the regeneration core and would release elimination core into the sealing space on Liang Chu's forehead. The right arm contained the wind release core, while the left arm housed the scorch release elimination core. Bestow life. After Liang Chu was granted a day's life, the power sealed within the puppet core was also activated simultaneously. This time, with the recovery power of wood release, it finally held out until Uchiha Rome sealed its consciousness into the regeneration core. In the next moment, Liang Chu's eyes regained a spark of wisdom. This is a sign that the consciousness entity within the regeneration core is beginning to master the shell. At this critical moment, Uchiha Rome couldn't help but feel nervous. Whether it succeeds or not depends entirely on the entity itself. If this consciousness entity can balance the three powers, then the body will not turn to ashes again. Under Uchiha Rong's tense gaze, Liang Chu's sand body gradually shed, revealing a wooden puppet body with a metallic sheen. It actually succeeded. Uchiha Rong was overjoyed. In his perception, the surrounding natural energy began to slowly converge towards Liang Chu. Uchiha Rong quickly installed a pair of chakra metal claws that he had prepared onto its forelimbs. Then he fully activated his perception, carefully sensing the changes in Liang Chu before him. The power within it, as natural energy continued to gather, was gradually strengthening. The consciousness entity of Liang Chu, which originally had only a day's life, was continuously nourished by the regeneration core's absorption of natural energy. And the consciousness entity was growing stronger. This meant that its lifespan was no longer just one day. As time passed, it would, like Scorpion, obtain a long lifespan of hundreds of years. This was Uchiha Rong's greatest gain this time. After a full quarter of an hour, Liang Chu's dazed gaze finally shifted to Uchiha Rong, and as it stood on all fours, it slowly lowered its head. A deep, hoarse metallic voice sounded, "Master." This is the regeneration core, fully adapting to the body and mastering its reactions. Uchiha Rong nodded and pointed to a nearby wooden stake, saying, "Use Scorch Release Elimination on it." As soon as the words fell, Liang Chu's figure flashed, and its left claw swung fiercely. At that moment, its entire left arm transformed into sand, and the gray-yellow sand body instantly turned bright red. The 5 chakra metal claws of the tiger palm shimmered with specks of ash-like fluorescence, and then a storm of ashes surged forward towards the wooden figure. There was no sound of collision, not even the sound of wind. The wooden figure silently transformed into a cloud of ashes, drifting away with the breeze. By the time Liang Chu retracted his claws, his left arm had already returned to a grayish-yellow sandy color. Next, the surface gravel of his right arm fell away, revealing the wooden texture of his left arm once again. Not bad. He actually managed to master the balance of 3 chakra powers so quickly. Uchiha Rong stepped forward, forming hand seals with both hands, and reinforced a 7-star seal on Liang Chu's left arm and between his eyebrows. Following this, the divine light in Liang Chu's eyes instantly dimmed, reverting him to a puppet devoid of consciousness. This was because Uchiha Rong had sealed off the energy cores of 2 bloodline limits, effectively putting Liang Chu's consciousness back into the regeneration core for slumber. This way, in regular combat, he would still control Liang Chu to fight using wind release abilities through chakra threads. When needed, as long as he performed hand seals to unlock the 2 seals, Liang Chu's consciousness could regain control of the body, providing Uchiha Rong with powerful combat strength. It was indeed a fortunate coincidence to acquire an SS-level combat power once again. Uchiha Rong was in a very good mood at this moment. Due to Liang Chu's petite size, the chakra storage of the new life was limited, with only less than 50 cards. Therefore, the combat power rating could only reach SS. However, in reality, given Liang Chu's level of skill, if his size were to be expanded to that of the Sand Emperor using Wood Release, he would undoubtedly become an SS-level combat power. Of course, Uchiha Rong would definitely use the techniques of the regeneration core and the energy cores of the bloodline limits to improve the Sand Emperor in the future. By then, the Sand Emperor would only be stronger than Liang Chu. Just as Uchiha Rong completed these tasks and was about to leave the underground base, the ring on his right middle finger emitted a faint blue glow. Boat 7 Same. All ninja village delegations have already set off towards Konoha. Boat 7 Same, the decade-long ninja tournament. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Rong was first taken aback. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted. They actually moved it up. He remembered that in the original timeline, it was held in Konoha every 60 years. At that time, the Chunin exams and the ninja tournament were held together, which is why there was a joint Chunin exam among the villages. It seems that recent actions by Danzo have made the other ninja villages restless. Chapter 213. The butterfly effect triggered by the weapon plan. Yes, just as Uchiha Rong had guessed. Danzo's weapon plan was the main reason for the ninja tournament being moved up this time. To put it simply, the cause was not complicated. Uchiha Rong, in order to prevent the Hokage lineage from continuing to target the Uchiha, established another political enemy, for Minato, the Konoha Advisory Council led by Danzo. To help Danzo quickly gain support, Uchiha Rong not only secretly mobilized a large amount of resources for Danzo, allowing him to win over Tsubaki Kamachi, Mito Gaidun, and various major ninja clans, but also went so far as to personally intervene, using his divine gift ability to help a portion of the root's special training members enhance their chakra. This was what Danzo referred to as the weapon plan. To stimulate the enthusiasm of the major ninja clans for the weapon plan, he even established Irika and Yamanaka Ryoma as the results of the weapon plan. However, once Root officially separated from the Umbu and became its own entity, everything in Root began to operate in an orderly manner. Uchiha Rong was naturally also looking for new means to replace the weapon plan. After all, he couldn't keep going to Root every month to use his divine gift, could he? It was like starting a business. Initially, one must be hands-on. Once the business is successful, one must find a way to step back and let it operate independently. Just recently, after acquiring Orochimaru's snake curse mark, the weapon plan finally had a substitute. It is worth noting that Uchiha Rong not only awakened the nature transformation of yin and yang attributes early on, but also mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. With such a solid foundation, the essence of the curse mark was quickly analyzed by him. The snake curse mark is essentially a type of cellular organization sealing technique, similar to a method used by tailed beast hosts. By sealing external powers, it allows the recipient to gain an external force enhancement. Orochimaru combined it with the impure world reincarnation, and within the heavenly curse mark seal, he also sealed part of his own cells and chakra, allowing the target of the curse mark to become a vessel for impure world reincarnation. The principle of the curse mark involved Orochimaru extracting body fluids containing natural energy from Jago, turning it into enzymes. By using a snake bite, such as biting the neck, the enzyme was injected into the ninja's body. Once the seal was activated, the enzyme would merge with the host's cells, causing physical mutations. Curse Mark 1, or the Earth Curse Mark, allows the target to enter the Earth Curse Mark state, initially releasing the sealed enzyme cells, thereby granting the host some sage body abilities, with significant increases in strength and speed. The degree of enhancement varies from person to person and is closely related to their physique and compatibility with the enzyme cells. The best targets for the Curse Mark can even achieve combat power that transcends their level. Curse Mark 2, or the Heaven Curse Mark, builds upon Curse Mark 1 to further release the second form of the Curse Mark. It can completely unleash the sealed enzyme cells, achieving the effect of pseudo-sage mode, allowing the host to initially absorb natural energy and thus achieve a secondary enhancement of their body and chakra. It can even push the host's abilities and ninjutsu to a level of pseudo-sage arts. As a result, the second form of the curse mark will exhibit obvious mutations, such as the growth of extra limbs and organs, which has similarities to the snake transformation of Sage Mode. Typically, hosts capable of enduring the power of Curse Mark 2 are all vessels of Orochimaru. After obtaining the snake curse mark, Uchiha Rong made certain modifications. After all, whether it was understanding natural energy or mastering sealing techniques, he far surpassed Orochimaru. He directly replaced the cellular sealing with a more versatile, tailed beast-like sealing space. In one of the host's organs, he opened a sealing space, which not only sealed part of Uchiha Rong's own chakra, but also some cells of the small white sage body. The sealing space also has the functions of storing and transforming natural energy, among others. For Curse Mark 1, by initially releasing Uchiha Rong's sealed chakra, it achieves an effect similar to that of a Jinchuriki, through a kind of life force energy transformed from the sealing technique. It enhances the host's physical strength and speed while using the chakra conversion technique from the sealing technique to convert the host's chakra into Uchiha Rong's chakra strength, thus indirectly enhancing the host's chakra strength. This results in a substantial increase in the power of their ninjutsu. For Curse Mark 2, it releases the sage body cells in the sealing space, allowing the absorption of external natural energy to be transformed into Uchiha Rong's chakra. This greatly reduces the chakra burden on the host, achieving more enduring combat power. This is a natural energy transformation technique that Uchiha Rong developed before obtaining Scorpion's regeneration core. The modified curse mark slightly weakens the enhancement of the host's combat power compared to Orochimaru's snake curse mark and loses the ability to enhance the host's own abilities through natural energy. However, the benefit is that it does not carry the risk of cellular rejection, making it applicable to a wider range of hosts. There is no risk of mutation, and there will be no changes such as mutated limbs. Furthermore, since Uchiha Rong is truly all attribute, as long as he matches the corresponding chakra attributes for different hosts, he can also achieve a certain degree of enhancement of the other party's inherent abilities. For example, if a root ninja adept at wind release has Uchiha Rong's wind release chakra seal within them, Then the host can utilize Uchiha Rong's wind release power through the curse mark to perform their own wind release ninjutsu. The power and effects of a ninjutsu are naturally incomparable. Most importantly, the casting of the curse seal no longer requires Uchiha Rong's direct involvement. A single rock clone can accomplish these tasks, completely liberating himself. As a result, due to the diligent efforts of the creation clone, a large number of weapon ninjas have recently emerged from Naruto. An ordinary C-rank Chunin can exhibit B-rank Jonin combat power after receiving the weapon mark. Although this level of ninja can typically maintain the weapon state for only about 10 to 30 minutes. And each time they activate the second form of the weapon state beyond their limit, they need several days to recuperate. Nevertheless, this has still made the route famous in various recent missions. Particularly, some route Jonin, who are especially compatible with the ability, can briefly unleash S-rank quasi-shadow combat power after receiving the weapon mark. This sudden increase in war potential for Konoha has attracted the attention of various factions. Thus, the Ninja World Tournament, which was supposed to be held 3 years later and once every decade, has been brought forward due to the push from various forces. Uchiha Rong, however, remains indifferent to this. Even after acquiring the regeneration core technology, he has developed a new research direction for the subsequent improvements of the weapon mark. Once he thoroughly understands Scorpion's natural energy transformation technique and combines it with his own developed natural energy transformation technique, he is confident he can develop a power-surpassing Orochimaru's curse seal. This will truly integrate the pseudo-sage mode into the backbone of the forces, ushering in a significant transformation in the ninja world and establishing an unshakable foundation for Konoha's own forces. At that time, quasi-shadows will be everywhere, and shadow-level ninjas will be as numerous as dogs. In such a situation, qualitative changes will arise from quantitative changes. And even those top-tier powerhouses from the Otsutsuki clan will have to be cautious of the overall power of the ninja world, no longer daring to act recklessly. Just as Uchiha Rong completed the reconstruction of a Liang channel and learned that the Ninja World Tournament would be held in Konoha ahead of schedule, he became engrossed once again in the research of the new weapon mark. Meanwhile, the Sand Village's envoy, on their way to participate in the tournament through the Land of Rivers, encountered an attack from the Akatsuki organization. Seeing the 13 Sand Ninjas led by Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro facing off against 4 Akatsuki rogue ninjas dressed in black cloaks with red clouds, their expressions turned grave. Kankuro's gaze toward Scorpion was especially complicated. Hold on, the distress signal has been sent. Konoha's reinforcements will arrive soon. Temari shouted as she swung her 3-star fan to create a gust of wind to block an attack from a rogue rain ninja. At the same time, Gaara had already engaged Scorpion's Hiryu. Kankuro led 10 Sand Ninjas to confront Kakuzu and Haiden. As more Sand Ninjas fell, the battle situation was clearly very unfavorable for Gaara. The situation was extremely critical. Just as Haiden killed another Sand Jonin with his curse technique, Kankuro suddenly shouted, "You guys deal with that monster from Takigakure. Leave this bastard to me." After saying that, he swiftly pulled out a sealing scroll and unfolded it. The sealing scroll was densely packed with black technique seals, with the character owl written in the center. In the next moment, a humanoid puppet appeared. A large amount of iron sand swept across the battlefield, forming a wall of iron sand that not only blocked Haiden's bloody scythe, but also helped other Sand Ninjas defend against Kakuzu's fire techniques. This was actually a puppet with the ability to manipulate sand iron. It was precisely the puppet created from the sand iron core that Uchiha Rong had given Ichiyo. In an instant, the appearance of this powerful trump card made the battle even more exciting. Chapter 214. Kankuro's owl. Almost at the same time that this humanoid puppet unleashed its sand iron ability, Scorpion, who was fighting Gaara, narrowed his ghostly green pupils slightly. Sandstorm Burial. Gaara, who had already partially beastified, extended his sandified right arm and grasped towards Hiryu. Holding a giant shield, Hiryu easily escaped from the massive sandstorm. The long steel tail struck towards Gaara. Throughout the fight, Scorpion had not utilized Hiryu's sand techniques, nor summoned the third Kazakage's puppet. It was evident that Scorpion was hiding his newly acquired abilities from his Akatsuki comrades. This was indeed a display of restraint. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily defeat Gaara. On the other side, after pulling out his trump card, Kankuro, under the protection of the large sand iron wall, repositioned the crow puppet on his back. A closer look would reveal that the puppet utilizing the sand iron ability bore a striking resemblance to the crow. This was a new type of crow based on the sand iron puppet core, named Iron Owl. Under Kankuro's control, The sand iron easily repelled Haiden and blocked most of Kakuzu's jutsu. It only avoided Kakuzu's water techniques when they were incoming, allowing other sand ninjas to work together to counter. During these moments, Kankuro would gather a portion of the sand iron into dozens of spikes, bypassing the water techniques while attacking the 4 Akatsuki members. This greatly reduced the pressure on Temari. At this moment, Temari's 3-star fan had fully opened. As the eldest daughter of the 4th Kazekage, Temari's 3-star fan was obviously not simple. It was a sacred artifact of the Sand Village, a traditional ninja tool similar to the Uchiha fan. The 3-star fan, infused with a large amount of high-quality wind crystal stones, could unleash a wind comparable to C-rank ninjutsu with very little chakra when 1/3 opened, revealing 1 star. When 2 stars were revealed by opening 2/3, it could unleash a hurricane comparable to B-rank ninjutsu. When fully opened, with all 3 stars visible, it was clear that it was beyond the control of the 13-year-old Temari at this moment, but it still allowed her at B- to barely hold off the A-rank unknown Rain Rogue Ninja. Coupled with Kankuro's occasional sand iron attacks for assistance, the situation on Temari's side remained relatively stable. On Gaara's side, due to Scorpion's restraint, he also fell into a stalemate. Haiden had been heavily injured under the barrage of sand iron attacks and could only continue fighting due to his immortality. Only Kakuzu, with his powerful, full-attribute ninjutsu abilities and the close combat capabilities provided by his tentacles, still faintly held the upper hand against the sand iron puppet. As time passed, Kakuzu gradually grasped the weaknesses of the sand iron. Under the impact of a torrent infused with lightning, the iron sand controlled by Kankuro's Iron Owl was continuously depleted. Gradually, the amount of iron sand that Iron Owl could control became less and less, and the walls made of condensed iron sand grew thinner. This forced Kankuro to change positions, leaving the original battlefield to regain more iron sand hidden in the land. However, this meant that the sand iron puppet could no longer support others temporarily. Temari's side was still manageable, and Gaara's side was not too problematic. But as a result, the Sand Ninja team was attacked again by Haiden, leading to the death of 2 more members. With the ebb and flow, the battle situation began to trend again towards disadvantage for the Sand. Damn it, Scorpion, stop playing around. If this continues, the mission will fail. Kakuzu shouted amidst the fierce battle. It was clear that Haiden had been forced back by the sand iron and was already heavily injured. He had done his best. The new Rain Ninja, who had just joined, also seemed to be nearing his limit. The only one left who could potentially turn the tide was Scorpion. Seeing this, Scorpion could only manipulate the various mechanisms on Hiryu's body to instantly shoot out a large number of poison needles and explosive tags. In an instant, Gaara's sand armor on one side of his body was blown off. The situation escalated once again. Roar finally pushed to my limit. Gaara completely unsealed the 7-star seal, releasing the full power of Shikaku. It's worth mentioning that after receiving the infusion of Uchiha Rong's shared power last time, Shikaku's period of weakness was significantly reduced. Now, Shikaku has already recovered about 70 to 80% of its strength. Under Gaara's control, a massive amount of Shikaku's chakra surged forth, solidifying into sand. In an instant, a sand body resembling a giant raccoon cat, over 40 meters long, appeared. Its body was covered with pitch-black, cursed seals, giving off a sense of evil and power at first glance. With a swing of its giant claws, it easily sent H-Key flying over 100 meters away. Fortunately, H-Key had just managed to activate a layer of sand armor on his body at that moment, avoiding any serious injury. Seeing this, Kakuzu's expression darkened. At this point, Haiden had also done his best. However, the situation on the battlefield still hadn't seen any substantial turnaround. If this stalemate continued, although the opposing members appeared to be running low on chakra, reinforcements for them were clearly on the way. Just as Kakuzu was thinking this, 4 figures appeared at the eastern horizon, while a large number of reinforcements began to emerge from the western direction. These were the reinforcements from Konoha and the ninja forces stationed at the borders of the Land of Wind. Retreat. Seeing this, Kakuzu had no choice but to reluctantly shout the order to retreat. However, while they tried to escape, Sunagakure wasn't prepared to let them go easily. Temari's large fan fully opened, revealing 3 stars, and a disaster-like hurricane began to whip up. The hurricane, filled with yellow sand, obscured the sky and forced the 4 Akatsuki members to stop and defend themselves. Kankuro stuffed a soldier pill into his mouth, and his sand iron puppet began to manipulate sand iron into countless sharp spikes, attacking the group. Meanwhile, Shikaku, with Scorpion's retreat, began a wild and indiscriminate attack on the Sunagekyo ninjas. The scene instantly became chaotic. It was clear that Gaara had truly reached his limit and had fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, Shikaku was out of control. This unexpected scene provided the Akatsuki members with a chance to retreat. Just as Temari and Kankuro turned to stop Shikaku, the four members in black cloaks with red clouds had already slipped away unnoticed. The battlefield was always changing rapidly, and now it had turned into a perilous situation for Temari and Kankuro, who were already slightly overloaded with chakra under Shikaku's attack. Fortunately, at this moment, the Konoha team arriving from the east had reached the scene. The leading ninja with a pineapple head, upon seeing the situation, immediately formed a tiger seal. The next moment, a pitch-black cursed seal began to emerge on the left collarbone of the pineapple-headed ninja, and in an instant, the cursed seal spread all over his body, even covering half of his left face. This was the direct activation of the weapon seal's second form, Nara's secret technique, Shadow Binding Jutsu. Immediately, the pineapple-headed ninja's shadow rapidly extended to Shikaku's shadow. Suddenly, the rampaging Shikaku's movements abruptly halted. At that moment, Shikaku's giant claw had just stopped a meter above the head of a Sunagekyo J-nin. Finally saved, the Sunagekyo J-nin was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming how close it was. Just as they were speaking, among the three Konoha members who had followed closely behind, an unremarkable young man with black hair and black eyes also had large purple curse seals emerge on his body. With a body flicker technique, he appeared directly above Shikaku's head. He pressed down with one hand. Following that, the four symbols sealing technique was activated. Shikaku's massive sand armor continuously turned into quicksand and fell away, eventually revealing Gaara's unconscious figure amidst the giant pile of sand. Once the cursed seals on this member of the Shimura clan and the Nara clan gathered back to their heart and left collarbone, the crisis was finally resolved. Thanks to the timely support from Konoha's Umbu, Temari led the surviving Sunagekyo ninjas to thank the four ninjas wearing ghost masks and Konoha headbands. Nara Shikamaru did not explain, and a calm voice came from beneath the mask. No need to be polite. Our mission here was to escort the Sunagekyo envoy. It was clear that Konoha's separation from the Umbu was an internal secret and had not been transmitted to the outside world. Nara Shikamaru did not explain why Temari had mistaken them for Umbu. In order to ensure the safety of all the ninja village's envoys on their journey, Konoha had also dispatched a large number of personnel for support, not to mention ensuring the safety of all teams, at the very least the ninja tournament. Such a grand event could not have too many unexpected incidents along the way. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to Konoha. After a brief rest for both sides, a large number of Sunagekyo ninjas finally arrived. After Temari explained the situation, those stationed at the border quickly departed, leaving only the 8-member Sunagekyo envoy to set off towards Konoha with the 4 from the roots. Along the way, Temari and the others were naturally very curious about the cursed seal abilities that the Konoha 4 had previously demonstrated. The Shadow Binding Jutsu could even temporarily control Shikaku. The 4 symbols sealing technique could directly suppress Shikaku back into the Jinchuriki if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Temari and Kankuro wouldn't have believed it was true. If Konoha sent out a team to escort the 4 major ninja villages, all possessing such strength, what would the other ninja villages even do? Even if Shikaku had consumed a significant amount of energy in the previous battle to achieve these feats, these 2 Konoha Umbu members had to be at least rated A. To have a team entirely made up of elite J-nin execute the reception of ninjas from various villages? Temari and Kankuro felt that this idea was simply too absurd. Yet, reality lay before them. The 4 Umbu members, 2 had displayed the strength of elite J-nin. The strength of the remaining 2 who hadn't made a move couldn't be too far off. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to team up. They would just be a burden. If Uchiha Rome knew their thoughts, he would surely be secretly amused. In fact, Nara Shikamaru's small team was classified as a J-nin team within the roots. Aside from Nara Shikamaru, who was a J-nin, the other 3, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Shimura, only held special J-nin titles. It was only through the cursed seals of the weapon seal that they could unleash the combat power of the entire elite J-nin team. And this type of team indeed had 3 others in the roots, respectively dispatched to escort the envoys of Awadikure, Kumobikure, and Kirigakure. As for the smaller villages like Kusagakure and Amigakure, the escort teams were composed of teams of Ch-nin. made up of 3 roots ch nin, with temporarily elevated j nin combat strength. The reason for needing Konoha's escort was naturally to maintain order in the Land of Fire. The escort team not only protected the envoys on their journey, but also had a supervisory role to prevent these foreign ninjas from causing chaos within the borders of the Land of Fire. The ninja tournament has always been held in Konoha precisely because only Konoha had the strength to ensure stability within the borders during the tournament. Chapter 215, Pre-Competition Assembly Preparation. The 7th All-Ninja World Ninja Tournament is about to be held in Konoha Village. This decade-long grand event has brought unprecedented excitement to Konoha Village. The origin of the All-Ninja World Ninja Tournament was established by the first Hokage when he set up the system of 5 countries and 5 villages. Since the founding of Konoha, the first tournament was held. After that, it has been held every 10 years. Now, in the 57th year of Konoha, it has become the 7th tournament. The purpose of the first Hokage in hosting the ninja tournament had 3 main objectives. First, to promote the exchange of ninjutsu across the entire ninja world, continuously innovating, so that the major ninja villages could not become stagnant under healthy competition, thus promoting the development and progress of new ninjutsu. Second, to ease conflicts between villages, giving all ninja villages a chance to sit down and talk calmly, thereby alleviating grievances to some extent. It is important to note that due to the continuous conflicts between the 5 villages, countless ninjas have died or been injured during this time. Continuing this hostility for a long time will only deepen the grudges between villages. The ninja tournament provides an opportunity for academic exchange, allowing the new generation participating in the competition to broaden their horizons and no longer be limited by hatred. Just like women confined to their homes, endless domestic disputes arise from their lack of experience outside. Wealthy families, focused on the fortunes of the older generation, can also lead to conflicts. A person's vision determines their capacity. The ninja tournament gathers the new generation of ninjas from all over the ninja world, expanding their perspectives and helping them realize that ninjutsu can be so diverse and has many avenues for development. They will discover that there are many outstanding ninjas in other ninja villages as well. When the new generation of ninjas shifts their focus from a clan to a village, from a village to a country, and even to the entire ninja world, they will be dedicated to developing new ninjutsu and striving to become stronger, which will subtly shift their hatred into various new life goals. Lastly, the third point of the ninja tournament, and the most important reason for attracting ninja villages from around the world to gather in Konoha, is the distribution of benefits. The results of the battles between the new generation of ninjas will determine the interests of each village for the next 10 years, thus avoiding large-scale conflicts to a certain extent. This was the original intention of Senju Hashirama in establishing the ninja tournament. However, with Hashirama's passing, many things have changed over time. At this moment, the southern gate of Konoha welcomed the first batch of ninja delegations. More than 20 ninjas wearing headbands with a pattern resembling the letters MM escorted several horse-drawn carriages slowly into Konoha. This pattern of 3 clusters of grass is the symbol of the grass ninja village. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? A female grass ninja kicked down a 13 or 14-year-old companion, scolding her. The red-haired girl who was kicked down did not dare to argue and quickly got up to catch up. Chinsha, this is Konoha village. Don't be so rough with her. TCH Hanazawa-kun. Mind your own business. Do you have a crush on this cheap girl? Shut up, Chinsha. Hanazawa is right. You better be more restrained on someone else's turf. Yes, Teacher Suzuki. With the team leader's words, the girl named Chinsha reluctantly admitted her mistake. Takasuji Suzuki, seeing this, did not continue to blame her and changed the subject. Hanazawa, take a few people to find a stall to sell the daily necessities we brought. Chinsha, go find out which pharmacy offers the highest purchase price. We need to deal with the medicinal materials we brought as well. Yes, Teacher Suzuki. The two immediately took their leave. This event is a rare grand occasion, and each village brings some local specialties to sell in Konoha. Such good opportunities do not arise often. After all, the trade of ninjas in the ninja world was pioneered by Uchiha Rome. It's not that no one has thought of doing this before, but either their strength was insufficient or their influence was lacking, which led a few ninjas engaging in trade. Most caravans are still in the hands of the nobility. Therefore, starting from a certain edition of the ninja tournament, each ninja village would take advantage of this opportunity to have their participating teams bring some popular or high-value specialties to Konoha for sale, alleviating the financial pressure on their own villages. With the Grass Ninja Village team arriving first in Konoha, soon, the Takigakure, Yubikure, and Amigakure teams also arrived one after another. These villages are all located closest to the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Lord Hokage, the first batch of ninja village delegations has entered the village. There were no issues, right? Minato Namikaze inquired. Not for now. They're behaving themselves. The security department has increased personnel to patrol the streets, and the route has actively assisted in the village's defense work. With the report from the Umbu, Minato Namikaze nodded in satisfaction. Although the sudden rise of Danzo troubled him greatly, the current route under Danzo's leadership has also shouldered a significant portion of the pressure for the Umbu. At least it's not as it was on the original timeline, where nothing was done. This has gradually made Minato accept the current situation. Moreover, although the major ninja clans support Danzo's separation of the route, they do not completely follow his lead. In many matters, the major ninja clans remain very compliant with Minato's directives. This has allowed Minato, despite still competing with the advisory council, to avoid escalating conflicts. After all, Danzo's existence indeed brings great value to Konoha. Not only is there unprecedented strength in combat power, but there's also a subtle trend of Konoha gradually breaking free from the constraints of the daimyo economically. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Minato was thinking about the advisory council, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito came and arrived together. Fourth Hokage, we've just received information. The delegations from the 4 villages have all been received and have entered the country. Among them, Sunagakure and Kirigakure have been attacked. The attackers of Sunagakure are from the Akatsuki organization, while the identity of those who attacked Kirigakure has not yet been determined. As soon as he entered, Danzo spoke first. Tsunade continued. According to past practice, there will be a large gathering before the tournament. The venue still needs to be decided by you, the 4th. Minato Namikaze pondered for a moment and said, the Akatsuki organization and an unknown force? Since there hasn't been too much damage, let us put this matter aside for now. The venue for the large gathering will be set at training ground number 3. It is evident that as the host of the ninja tournament, Konoha currently has no extra energy to investigate the forces behind the attack on the delegations. What is more important now is to ensure that this tournament proceeds smoothly without any incidents. Personnel mobilization and elimination of safety hazards are the top priorities. In matters concerning the overall honor of Konoha, regardless of internal disputes, everyone is united against external threats. Training ground number 3. Isn't that a bit small? Mito came and frowned. Konoha Village has a total of 10 public training grounds, not counting the non-open training grounds within the Ninja Academy. Among them, Training Ground No. 1 is the largest, usually used for the Chunin exams. The adjacent Training Ground number 2 is next in size. The larger the number, the smaller the area. The first, second, and third largest training grounds are located in the mixed residential area of commoners, which is also the main public training area for commoner ninjas. The legendary Forest of Death is a primitive forest outside the village, adjacent to Training Ground number 1, located southeast of Konoha Village. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly at this moment. It is indeed a bit small, but the location of Training Ground number 3 is also the most suitable. Well, that's true. We'll slightly limit the number of attendees. Danzo thought for a moment and agreed. The 3 largest training grounds, with Training Ground number 1 adjacent to the Forest of Death, are near many sensitive locations, making them clearly unsuitable for a large gathering. Training Ground number 2 is located in the heart of the mixed residential area, and if any incidents occur, it would be a disaster. Only Training Ground number 3, situated beside the southern gate and near the main road, offers convenient transportation. Then it's settled. I will arrange for people to set up the venue. By the way, have we confirmed our main attraction for this large gathering? Still the usual items? The barbecue from the Akimichi clan, the medicinal materials from the Nara clan, and the flowers from the Yamanaka clan? Minato Namikaze rubbed his temples, somewhat speechless. Aren't there any new items? Uchiha this time brought out some new type of explosive tags and some refined ninja tools. The Sarutobi clan has also developed some new types of explosive tags, just as Mito Minyan listed some new products from various clans in recent years. Tsubaki Koharu hesitated for a moment and added, Tsunade submitted an application a few days ago, preparing to include her newly developed anti-aging pills as the highlight product of this gathering. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's eyes lit up. He slammed his right fist into his left palm, making a loud clap. I approve. This is great. It will definitely be very popular. It's important to note that the ninja competition will not only attract ninjas from various villages. Such a grand event will also see many nobles and wealthy individuals from various countries coming to witness it. They are the biggest customers. Chapter 216. The Great Gathering, Part 1. 3 days later, as Kyomo, Iwa, Suna, and Kiri arrive in Konoha one after another, the Sound Village, Moon Village, Bird Village, Star Village, and others followed suit. Even the farthest villages like Yuki, Kaku, and the overseas Kainin Village and FKO Village gathered in Konoha on this day. Meanwhile, the setup at Site Number 3, next to the southern gate of Konoha, was also almost complete. The originally vast open space had been transformed into neatly arranged stalls, surrounded by earthen walls, leaving only one entrance and one exit. Another day passed. The next morning, while it was still dim, many ninjas had already arrived at the entrance of Site Number 3, waiting with their carts. Among them, the female ninjas from FKO Village formed a beautiful sight in the crowd. There was no helping it. This ninja village from the land of women consisted entirely of female ninjas, each with exceptional looks and figures. Teacher Shizen, the textiles and spices we brought this time will definitely sell well. Facing the many gazes from the opposite sex, the female ninjas from FKO Village remained calm, with one beautiful girl with long black hair, dreamily, saying to another girl with 3 ponytails, "That's for sure. What we brought this time are the finest textiles and spices from our country. Those big shots will definitely snatch them up." A group of girls chattered excitedly, their faces filled with joy. It's no wonder they were so happy. Among the ninja world, the 5 great nations are the wealthiest, with the Land of Fire being the richest. The same goods usually have a much higher value in the Land of Fire compared to smaller nations. Not to mention the issue of currency exchange rates. Even though the currency of the Land of Wind has greatly depreciated among the 5 nations, it can still appreciate significantly when taken to other smaller countries. It is also a currency with relatively strong credibility in the ninja world, at least compared to many smaller nations that don't even have the capability to issue their own currency, and even if they did issue it, it would become worthless paper outside their territory. Therefore, even if the goods they bring are sold at a relatively low price, as long as they receive currency from the Land of Fire, they would still make a significant profit. This is also one of the reasons why many remote small countries are eager to participate in the ninja competition. Under normal circumstances, with import taxes, tolls for each territory, and layers of exploitation, even if they can eventually sell at a good price, it would be a blessing if they don't end up losing money. If they were robbed midway, it would be a total loss. Unlike Uchiha Ran, whose merchant group carries the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, they can travel freely in the Land of Fire without worrying about taxes. Even when they reach the other 4 great nations, they can enjoy a 50% reduction in commercial taxes. This is one of the main reasons why merchant groups are usually controlled by the powerful and wealthy. So someone might ask, if it is so profitable, why don't other ninja clans engage in trade? This involves multiple issues, such as weak protection forces that make them vulnerable to incidents. If the protection force is too strong, the profits become slim. Even Uchiha Ran's merchant ship has experienced being robbed, which shows how difficult it is. Across the entire ninja world, only those who can afford to maintain numerous samurai groups and send ninjas along with them are the 2 major ocular clans in the ninja world, or the nobility of the 5 great nations. In the past, Hyuga and Uchiha clans would not easily venture out. Without Uchiha Ran's 3 would release clones supporting with Flying Thunder God at any moment. His merchant group would not have developed to its current wealthy scale. Hey look! At this moment, a female ninja from FKO Village exclaimed, "That gear pattern 4-head protector. It's from the Kainin Village. I wonder what new ninja tools they will bring this time." Last time, it seemed they developed a chakra perception amplifier, but unfortunately, it was too expensive. The time before that, their laser sword was quite practical and very portable. TCH, just a flashy toy. Its attack power is less practical than a C-rank ninjutsu. As the ninjas from Kainin Village arrived, ninjas from various villages began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Uchiha Ran, hidden in the crowd, was also attracted by the commotion. Kainin Village, many of their ninja tool development concepts are quite advanced. It's a pity they pursue external things too much. Their own level is somewhat low. With his extraordinary perception, he had already sensed the strength of the Kainin Village group. In terms of chakra alone, they were almost at the bottom among small ninja villages. The strongest among them had only about 7 units of chakra, without even having 8 J-nin in their ranks. How can such a group develop truly powerful ninja tools? However, Uchiha Ran was very interested in their concept of ninja tool development. If there is an opportunity, he might be able to learn from them. In fact, it's not just Kainin Village. The S-Rin Village surpasses the Mountain Clan's interrogation secret techniques. And Uchiha Ran is also very interested in the Star Village's star, especially the star. This thing, which contains radioactive material. allows the ninjas from Star Village to practice peacock mystique, shaping various animal forms using chakra for attacks, and even flying using chakra wings. This might be a key item for awakening the Yin attribute nature change. Uchiha thought to himself. Clearly, with his current knowledge and experience, he had already discerned the true use of the star. As for radiation, with the life bestowed upon him, he naturally wouldn't fear it. The thinking of these small country natives is particularly rigid. They hold treasures yet do not know how to utilize them. At this moment, Uchiha already had the idea of making a trip to the Bear Country. The Yin attribute that can only be developed by the Uchiha clan upon awakening the Mangeki Sharingan can be directly obtained through this so-called star, achieving a chakra transformation that is extremely advanced among Yin attributes. Such a thing is truly a treasure. If used for long-term cultivation, it would be a loss. But if used to help others develop Yin attributes, its value would be immeasurable. In the midst of his thoughts, the entrance to site number 3 opened. 2 full rows of Konoha, Nin lined up on both sides. Those selling goods paid their stall fees here and received their stall number plates. Those buying goods queued behind, waiting to enter shortly. With the lead of Kakashi Hitaki speaking up, several teams of Konoha Nin appeared to help maintain order. Seeing this, the ninjas from these villages did not dare to act recklessly and began to line up in an orderly manner. The arrangement was quite good. Among the crowd, Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that site number 3 could not accommodate so many people at once. With such a queue to enter and fixed stall positions for those selling goods, it effectively controlled the number of people inside the venue, preventing it from becoming overly crowded. Not making everyone wait too long, soon the ninjas who brought their goods arrived at the side to pay the stall fee and receive their number plates, entering one by one. After they all went in, another quarter of an hour passed before it was open for others to enter. Uchiha followed the trend and transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man as he walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw that all the stalls were neatly arranged in rows, with ample pedestrian pathways left between them. Barbecue. Our Akimichi clan's barbecue is famous far and wide. Freshly made. Uchiha looked towards the shouting voice and saw a plump Akimichi clan member skillfully calling out. Next to him were 2 stalls, one with various medicinal herbs in front of a pineapple-haired person, and another with various bouquets in front of a ponytail person. It must be said that the flower shop of the Mountain Clan is also well known in the industry. One wonders what methods were used to cultivate these flowers, as they were all delicate and pleasing to the eye. Moreover, these specially cultivated bouquets would not wilt for months, and their fragrance would last a long time. Looking further inside, many ninja from various hidden villages who had just entered were still tidying up their stalls and organizing their goods. It was obvious that various clans from had already taken advantage of backdoor access to come in early to set up. Uchiha wandered around and was soon attracted by silk and incense at one stall. Is this ninja clothing made of fire silkworm silk? Oh, this is, sniff sniff, agarwood. His eyes lit up as he began to inquire about the prices. Fire silkworm silk is not only durable and resistant to fire and water, but is also easy to clean. It possesses a certain degree of elemental resistance, providing ninjas with a level of protection. It is simply essential for ninjas when traveling. Agarwood is even rarer, and apart from being supplied to the feudal lords, it rarely circulates in the outside world. Seeing someone asking about prices, one of the busy female ninjas from Fuzi village immediately stepped forward enthusiastically and said, "Uncle, your taste is really good. The fire silkworm silk ninja clothing is 300,000 ryo each, and we only brought 10 this time. Once they're sold out, there won't be any left. As for the agarwood, ours is the finest quality and a bit expensive at 1,700 ryo per gram. Oh, wrap it all up for me. I'll take it all." "What? Uncle, you're not joking, are you? We have a total of 132 pounds of agarwood here." The female ninja's red lips parted in disbelief. 10 sets of fire silkworm silk ninja clothing are indeed not expensive, totaling 3 million ryo. But 132 pounds of top-grade agarwood would cost over 100 million ryo. Chapter 217. The Great Market Shopping, Part 2. From the budget of the security department, it is not difficult to see the influence of money in the ninja world. 300 million can operate a Uchiha security department with nearly 300 people for a year. Among them, the lowest rank is Chunin, and there are more than 20 Jonin. To some extent, it can even be understood that 100 million ryo is enough to hire 100 Chunin for a year. Such military power is enough to spark an invasion war. This is the concept of how money translates into military power in the ninja world. No wonder the female ninja from Fuzi village was so surprised, faced with the other party's tense expression. Uchiha Ryo remained very calm as he lifted a suitcase in his hand and slowly opened it, saying, "Please count it." "Okay, okay, please wait." Once the suitcase was opened, a neatly stacked box of Fire Country silver notes came into view, all of the highest denomination of 100,000 Ryo. The female ninja quickly agreed, fearing that she might offend a big customer. At this moment, Fuzi Village's Shizuka had already started directing a few others to dig out the agarwood from the mountain of goods and place them neatly on the stall. 10 sets of Fire Silkworm Silk Ninja clothing for 3 million Ryo, 132 pounds of agarwood for 111,200,000 Ryo. The total comes to 115,200,000 Ryo, and let me round it down to 115 million Ryo for you. Shizuka carefully counted out this amount of money from the suitcase, glancing at the remaining 2/3 of Fire Country silver notes in the box, and couldn't help but swallow. "Do you need anything else?" Uchiha Ryo, satisfied, closed the suitcase and accepted the sealing scroll handed over by her. The female ninjas from Fuzi Village really know how to do business. They rounded down 20,000 Ryo and even gave away a medium-sized sealing scroll worth 2 to 300,000 Ryo for free. It is worth mentioning that the value of sealing scrolls varies greatly depending on their type and the size of the sealing space. Usually, sealing scrolls for storing items are divided into micro-sized scrolls, roughly the size of a ninja tool bag, valued at about 10,000 Ryo. A small-sized scroll, about the size of a standard backpack, is priced at around 50,000 Ryo. A medium-sized scroll, with a space equivalent to a regular wardrobe, is worth approximately 2 to 300,000 Ryo. A large scroll, with a space equivalent to a standard cart, is about 100,000 Ryo. A giant sealing scroll, with a 30 cubic meter storage space, is around 5 to 600,000 Ryo. This is the general market price for sealing scrolls, and there can be some price fluctuations depending on different regions and markets. Additionally, items carrying chakra or other energies cannot be stored in sealing scrolls and usually require more advanced sealing spirit scrolls, which are valued at 2 to 3 times the price of sealing scrolls. Uchiha Ryo, upon hearing this, carefully inspected the other items at the stall and, finding nothing else that attracted him, immediately said, "No, that will be all." Inserting the scroll into the belt at his waist, he prepared to continue shopping. Yes, shopping. Despite just spending over 100 million Ryo with a wave of his hand, in reality, whether it was the Fire Silkworm Silk Ninja, clothing, or the agarwood, with his channels, he could easily flip them for double the price. The value of many things in the ninja world is hard to estimate. For example, fish in coastal areas might be so cheap that they're almost worthless locally. But once transported inland, in a ninja transport system that is underdeveloped and filled with difficulties, their value can increase tenfold or even dozens of times. Items like Fire Silkworm Silk and agarwood, which are produced in alarmingly low quantities and are rare on the market, can easily be valued 3 to 5 times higher once supplied to those with greater demand. Of course, Uchiha Ryo himself is also one of those who have demand, so he naturally wouldn't sell. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, a loud voice suddenly called out, "Stop." A rotund man dressed in luxurious silk spoke up. "I'll pay a premium for the agarwood." Uchiha Ryo looked towards the voice and saw a man who somewhat resembled Kato, but was 2 or 3 tons heavier. The first stop was directed at him, while the second was aimed at Shizuka. This man was followed by 2 square-faced warriors who looked quite intimidating. Uchiha Ryo was taken aback for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Since he crossed over, this was the first time he encountered something that seemed to only happen in novels. "I am willing to pay a 30% premium." "I'm very sorry, sir, but our agarwood is already sold out," Shizuka said with some difficulty. Based on Konoha's market pricing regulations for the Great Gathering, their agarwood was already priced quite high. Moreover, since the transaction had already been settled, they couldn't afford to offend a big customer capable of offering over 100 million Ryo. Uchiha Ryo was not one to accommodate the other party and lifted his foot to leave. "This lord commands you to stop. Didn't you hear?" The next moment, a fierce shout came from behind him. At the same time, the 2 warriors suddenly shifted, blocking Uchiha Ryo's path on either side. "Oh, are you planning to engage in strong-arm tactics?" Uchiha Ryo said, somewhat surprised as he turned around. If it weren't for the fact that he had just used the transformation technique and was inconvenient to reveal his identity, he would have definitely taken this fat pig to the security department for a few days. "Consider yourself lucky. I won't resort to strong-arm tactics. This lord is willing to pay a 50% premium, so hurry up and hand over the agarwood. Get lost." Seeing the other party's arrogant demeanor, Uchiha Ryo didn't bother to continue talking. He directly knocked the 2 samurai back a few steps and walked away. The two samurai, each with about one chakra, were easily pushed aside and dared not obstruct him further. This made the fat man stomp his feet in anger. Damn, useless. All of you are useless. Lord Kabu, this person is not to be trifled with, one of the samurai whispered. In fact, no reminder was necessary. Anyone who could easily produce hundreds of millions of ryo was not someone to provoke lightly. Anyone with a normal brain would avoid such trouble. But that guy Kabu had been running rampant on a small island overseas. If he hadn't known this was in Konoha, where leaf ninjas were constantly patrolling for security, he wouldn't have just called for a premium purchase. He would have directly resorted to violence. Such a small incident did not affect Uchiha Rong's mood. If it weren't on his own territory, he would have drawn his sword and cut down those without brains long ago. Just an outsider rich merchant. With a ninja's keen sense, he had already roughly judged the other's background based on their attire and behavior. That kind of clothing was not typical of the local aristocrats of the Land of Fire, and their arrogance in Konoha indirectly proved they were more suited to the identity of a local tyrant from a remote place. Such characters, similar to Kato, exploited the local commoners and were financially quite powerful. But that was about it. If the peak power of the 5 great villages was the Hokage, the peak power of the great daimyos was the quasi-Hokage. Such local gentry or lords usually relied on their wealth to hire several down-and-out genin at most. They mostly kept samurai, as rogue ninjas were not as obedient without a certain foundation. It's not uncommon for rogue ninjas to turn against their employers. Such forces might pose a threat to some genin, and they would be reluctant to offend them. But in Uchiha Rong's eyes, they were no different from ants, because just relying on numbers was hardly a threat to someone at the peak of Hokage level, let alone Uchiha Rong. After strolling around, Uchiha Rong bought some forged gold at the Sunagakure Ninja stall, some explosive rocks and earth vein body strengthening cream at the Iwagakure Ninja stall, a large amount of fresh seafood and some dragon salts at the Kirigakure stall, and some thunderstones and thunder crystals at the Kumogakure stall. It must be said that although other countries do not have the superior geographical environment of the Land of Fire, many extreme geographical conditions can still produce a lot of strange materials and items. For example, the Moonlight Stone from the Land of Moon can absorb moonlight for illumination, and its luster is exquisite, making it perfect for decorating courtyards. The newly developed washing barrel from the Konoha Ninja Village delighted Uchiha Rong. It was practically indistinguishable from a washing machine. He also bought dozens of various bird pets and ninja beasts brought by the Tori Ninja Village, planning to raise them in the Snow Bamboo Valley. It is said that technology changes lives, and although the ninja world is very backward in many aspects, the lives of the upper class are not inferior to modern society. The first day's Grand Assembly had already allowed Uchiha Rong to encounter many interesting and novel things, and he looked forward even more to the pre-competition exchange meeting 3 days later. Although it was called a pre-competition exchange meeting, it was actually divided into 2 parts. The first half was where various parties presented some showcase products for auction, and the highest bidder would win, such as the carefully raised exotic meats from the Akimichi clan's ranch, the 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs from the Nara clan, the famous flowers and herbs from the Yamanaka clan, Tsunade's longevity pills, and various special products from other villages. These were all good items that would only be presented at the final exchange meeting. The second half would be even more exciting ninja technique exchanges, where the 5 great ninja villages would each contribute a prize, along with 10 of the funds raised from the first half as a reward for the second half. There would be debates and demonstrations of ninja techniques. Based on the practicality, creativity, and other factors of the techniques, they would be scored and ranked. Notable ninjas on the list could receive rewards donated by the various villages. Thus, after a 3-day break, the Great Ninja Tournament would officially begin. Chapter 218. Karen and Sai returning home. Uchiha Rong immediately took out a pure black fire silkworm silk ninja outfit to change into. This outfit, worth 300,000 ryo, was remarkable for several reasons. In terms of practicality, it not only possesses a certain degree of elemental resistance, providing protection for its wearer, but also because of its water and fire resistance properties. It can be instantly renewed and cleaned of dirt simply by washing it with water or burning it with fire. It is incredibly convenient, making it a must-have for ninja home travel. Regular C-rank ninjutsu, whether fire release or water release, cannot damage it. However, the high temperature of flames and the impact of water flow cannot be completely negated. Thus, while its protective ability is not godly, it is still quite rare. Externally, clothing made from fire silkworm silk is similar to the floating light brocade. It is as thin as a cicada's wing, smooth and beautiful, colorful, and has excellent luster. Especially in the land of women where the Naka village is located, known for its pure handmade textiles and embroidery. The black ninja outfit features a vividly embroidered black dragon that appears almost alive, shimmering under sunlight, making it exceptionally attractive. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Arriving at the wardrobe, Uchiha Rong slowly turned his body in front of a large floor mirror, feeling increasingly satisfied. At this moment, he had already canceled his transformation technique. At 22, with an already outstanding appearance, combined with this fire silkworm silk ninja outfit, he looked exceptionally noble. It is worth mentioning that fire silkworm silk has another wonderful use. It has extremely strong elasticity and can almost disregard clothing sizes. Such ready-made clothing can fit anyone who is not overly overweight or underweight. Putting on his new clothes, Uchiha Rong joyfully lit a small piece of ground agarwood powder in a small incense burner in his room. Expensive things have their reasons. This small amount of powder is enough to burn for a day and a night. Agarwood incense not only purifies the air, drives away mosquitoes, and soothes the body and mind, but it can also improve sleep quality and refresh the mind. One must not underestimate the effects of this small agarwood incense. Ninjas, due to years of intense training and battles, often have their spirits and muscles in a tense state. This small agarwood incense, when used long-term, offers undeniable benefits. The phrase living in luxury is well known, but few truly understand it. No matter what world it is, the lower class is always busy making a living and plagued by illness. The middle class is exhausted from socializing, and only true upper-class individuals can enjoy life and refine the details. It is strange that ever since Yeji went to the Land of Rain, every time Uchiha Rong returns home, neither his father nor his mother has been seen. Subsequently, feeling relaxed, Uchiha Rong summoned several rock clones to categorize the items, including forged gold from a pile of scrolls into the family storage. Fresh seafood would enrich the diet for some time, while forged gold, thunder crystals, and explosive rocks would be useful for future research into puppet techniques and forging tools. The Earth Vein Body Strengthening Cream could be used to concoct top-grade body-strengthening pills. The discarded clothing was thrown into the washing barrel, which would wash and dry it automatically. Finally, the living being sealing scrolls prompted Uchiha Rong to teleport to the Snow Bamboo Valley with Flying Thunder God, handing over dozens of birds and ninja beasts inside to Yunshang for management. These were the only two purchases he had made that cost over 100 million. Among them were not only the messenger pigeons skilled at delivering messages, but also combat-capable sea eagles, among other rare species. After some training and imbuing them with a bit of chakra, they could become another asset for the Snow Bamboo Valley. The next morning, Uchiha Rong arrived early at the grand gathering, which was clearly livelier than yesterday. Not only had more local dignitaries from the Land of Fire arrived today, but many villagers who got the news also began to join in the excitement. After all, the items sold here were diverse, not limited to just ninja tools. There were also many rare daily necessities that were hard to come by on ordinary days. Observant Uchiha Rong quickly noticed a phenomenon. The personnel at various stalls had been rearranged compared to yesterday. It was evident that due to the gathering's restriction on the number of attendees, ninjas from various factions were taking turns to set up stalls for their respective villages. That red-haired girl. Suddenly, Uchiha Rong noticed a red-haired girl at the stall of the grass village. The girl looked about 13 or 14, wearing glasses, and her small face appeared quite haggard. Is that Uzumaki Karen? In an instant, Uchiha Rong realized. Many memories from his past life were too fragmented and complex, and after nearly a decade in the ninja world, it was difficult to recall many details unless triggered. Karen's talent could be considered among the top, even within the Uzumaki clan. It was obvious, the heavenly eye ability of Kagura and the healing ability of being bitten. From Uchiha Rong's current perspective, the former indicated the awakening of Yin attributes. The latter was a sign of the awakening of Yang attributes. Given that the Uzumaki clan's bloodline possesses both Yin and Yang attributes, Karen's awakening was not surprising. Possessing both Yin and Yang attributes is a qualification for a super shadow. Right. Originally, in the year 60 of Konoha, during the CH Nin exams, Karen was competing in the Grass Villages team. The buried memory was triggered, and Uchiha Rong began to ponder. If the awakening of Yin and Yang attributes could be divided into 3 stages, the initial awakening, which grants basic superhuman potential, manifested as outstanding perception abilities, mental strength, chakra control, and even ninjutsu, without seals for Yin attributes, and an infinite vitality, recovery ability, and chakra C for Yang attributes. Then the second stage would involve advanced development or practice of corresponding abilities. Tsunade's creation rebirth technique is a hallmark of the second stage of yang attributes. Clearly, the heavenly eye ability of Kagura is also a hallmark of the second stage of yin attributes. The extraordinary vitality overflow from the healing ability of being bitten signifies the third stage. This shows just how outstanding Karen's talent is. I should find a way to approach her later. After taking one last look, Uchiha Roan did not linger. In the context of the grand gathering, approaching Karen recklessly would only raise the alert of the grass village. If you remembered correctly, during this period, Karen was essentially a mobile medical kit for the grass ninjas. A tool. Her significance to the grass ninjas was akin to that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to Konoha. Since he was already in Konoha, would a duck that was about to be caught fly away? Uchiha Roan remained calm. Speaking of which, it seems there are some good talents in the root as well. With this thought, Uchiha Roan quietly sent a message through the communication device. Tongzhou 10. Is there a child named Sai in the root? Around 10 years old. He has an older brother named Shin. As soon as the message was sent, Danzo almost replied instantly. Zhou Tong. Yes, both brothers have good talent. They are participating in my weapon project. Seeing this, Uchiha Roan let out a sigh of relief. Shin is still alive. That's great. Thanks to his intervention, he had avoided another tragedy from the original timeline. He felt quite elated. Why did seeing Karen make him think of Sai? Because Sai is also a talent who has awakened yang attributes. His super beast imitation technique uses drawings as a medium to shape. This indicates that Sai probably has not awakened the yin attribute nature change. However, being able to draw with chakra and infuse it with vitality is a hallmark of yang attribute awakening. This is also true for Konan's paper jutsu. By shaping origami and infusing it with vitality, she developed various paper jutsu abilities. It can be said that apart from bloodline limits, all abilities comparable to bloodline limits are essentially secret arts developed from yin and yang release. Nara's secret arts belong to yin. Yamashiro's secret arts belong to yin. Akimichi's expansion technique belongs to yang. The only difference is that some people use their bloodline to apply the fixed abilities of family secret arts without understanding the underlying principles, while others truly awaken corresponding yin and yang release abilities and develop even stronger capabilities. Encountering Karen made Uchiha Roan somewhat distracted as he continued to browse the gathering. Where should he arrange her? Although the route has improved, it is obviously not suitable for someone like Karen, who has a heavy childhood trauma. For a moment, it became a dilemma. Chapter 219. Sai's Super Beast Imitation. Let's just leave it to Kakashi. Ultimately, Uchiha Roan made a decision. He immediately sent a message to Kakashi. Tongzhou 8. There's a member of the Uzumaki clan in the Grass Ninja team. After sending this message, Uchiha Roan did not pay further attention. He believed that Kakashi would know what to do. After all, Uchiha Roan is not Orochimaru from the original timeline. Karen's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan is still too sensitive. Directly recruiting her would be difficult to arrange. Moreover, it could easily arouse suspicion from other ninja clans in Konoha towards the Uchiha. It is known that the Uzumaki clan is recognized as the best Jinchuriki container. Even a village of Yuzushiobikura was destroyed because of it, which is a significant matter. By going through Kakashi, representing Konoha as Minato's disciple, to take in Karen, a stray member of the Uzumaki clan, is undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. As long as he can keep Karen in Konoha, there will be plenty of opportunities to guide her on the path of a super shadow in the future. These are all the foundation he has built for Naruto as the protagonist. Who could be more suitable than Naruto to save the world? After all, Uchiha Roan just wants to live a stable life and doesn't want to be a hero who saves the world. After doing all this, he purchased some rare foreign goods and then left the grand gathering venue. After returning home and storing the purchased supplies, Uchiha Roan transformed into a root member wearing a Tengu mask and headed to the root base. This was the identity that Danzo had arranged for him in the root, leading a squad of root members, codename Tengu. Usually, this identity is maintained by an Earth clone for various affairs. At the same time, it also grants curse marks to the members of the weapon project. When needed, he can naturally use his real body to assume this identity at any time. Smoothly, Uchiha Roan arrived at the training ground, located deep underground in the root. Danzo had been waiting for a long time. Master, that is the person you're looking for. Well done. Following the direction indicated by Danzo's gaze, Uchiha Roan saw two boys practicing against each other. One had short black hair and fair skin. The other had short gray hair and normal yellow skin. Although their skin tones were very different, Their clothing was surprisingly similar, both wearing short ninja shirts that exposed their bellies paired with jackets. In fact, one could tell from their skin color that Shin was not Sai's biological older brother. Even their names were merely code names in the root. Former members of the root had no names or pasts. However, human emotions are not something that can be completely discarded, no matter how loud the slogans are. Thus, Shin began to take care of Sai early on, allowing the young Sai to gradually form a clear definition of the identity of brother. At this moment, after an intense close combat with their kunai crossing, the two instinctively retreated to create distance. Shin began to form hand seals, while Sai quickly unwrapped the scroll and brush tied to his waist, and began to paint with the speed of the wind. Just as the seal was completed and flames were spewing from his mouth, Zai's brush swept forward, releasing a large amount of ink. Instantly, a massive wall of ink formed, briefly blocking the incoming flames. In the next moment, just as the ink wall shattered and the flames approached, Zai had already appeared several meters away, successfully evading the attack. Throughout the entire movement, he did not stop painting. Once the seal was completed again, he shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball!" Facing the basketball-sized fireball, Zai finally finished his painting. With a wave of his wolf hair brush, a vibrant green chakra was infused into the artwork, and a majestic ink lion leaped out from the scroll. The ink lion was agile and easily dodged the incoming fireball, lunging towards the target. Zai also used the body flicker technique to evade the attack once more and continued to paint vigorously. With the ink lion's interference, Zai was able to create the second artwork much more smoothly. Soon, with a long cry, an ink-colored eagle soared into the sky from the scroll. Oh, is this a transformation resulting from blending some earth nature into water? Uchiha Rong's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had encountered a ninja so talented in attribute fusion. It was evident that Zai's ink was essentially a blend of earth attribute chakra that altered the properties of water attribute chakra, resulting in the ink. Just like the rock clone, which essentially incorporates some fire nature to change the properties of earth attribute chakra into a rock form. This type of ninjutsu, while not on the level of a bloodline limit, was already considered a secret technique. Do you think highly of him? Danzo asked curiously. Uchiha Rong did not hide his amazement, saying, "I didn't expect such a genius to be hidden within the roots. Water and earth properties are most suited for shaping, and the ink chakra formed by their fusion possesses extremely high plasticity. Using this to paint, and then infusing it with yang attribute chakra. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. A genius. Simply a genius of imaginative thinking." Unlike Danzo, who was unfamiliar with chakra fusion, Uchiha Rong was astonished because he fully understood the essence of the super beast imitation painting. "Is it really that impressive?" Danzo asked, looking puzzled. "He doesn't seem strong." Shin clearly held back. According to Danzo's perception, Shin's chakra fluctuation was around 8 water, while Zai was 5 water. The lion and eagle formed from ink were only slightly stronger than ordinary beasts. Their attack power did not even reach the level of C-rank ninjutsu. The advantage was merely having 2 lower combat units. If Shin summoned 2 shadow clones with 1 water chakra, they could likely neutralize the lion and eagle's combat power. "You don't understand?" Uchiha Rong shook his head. "What is strong is not now, but the potential. You must know that the structure of ninjutsu seals essentially solidifies the power range of ninjutsu. It's like building blocks, the same size blocks. If C-rank ninjutsu is a combination of 3 blocks, forming the most stable structure with those 3 blocks can unleash maximum power. To enhance its power afterward relies on outputting more chakra, increasing the density of the structure to surpass the conventional C-rank ninjutsu power limit, thereby enhancing the attack range and destructive power. Therefore, B-rank ninjutsu is a combination of 5 blocks. It is more challenging and has a higher foundation, with both lower and upper limits of power exceeding C-rank. A-rank ninjutsu resembles a combination of 7 blocks. Essentially, it has already surpassed C-rank ninjutsu. In such cases, the power limits of conventional ninjutsu are locked within a certain range. The combination of multiple attribute chakras is like turning blocks into iron. That is a qualitative change, which is S-rank. In other words, Zai is still weak right now because he only possesses the hard conditions of a Chunin level. But he has already mastered the essence of S-rank ninjutsu, ink release. By infusing it with yang attribute chakra, he gives life to the ink ninjutsu. This is already an extraordinary level of power. Indeed, super shadow. What Zai lacks now are merely hard conditions: physical strength, chakra amount, and combat experience against higher level opponents. Danzo, Let me personally train these two children. That Shin seems to have some physical issues, Uchiha Rong said, suppressing his joy and speaking calmly. Danzo, however, was incredulous. Is it really that exaggerated? Does it require your personal guidance? The incorporation of earth nature to alter water nature into ink, giving this new type of chakra energy extreme plasticity and even injecting it with life? It was simply too ingenious. He wondered whether it was something Zai developed himself or if he had received some kind of inheritance. Uchiha Rong marveled again. If Karen possessed the potential for super shadow, because she had both yin and yang attributes, then Zai had already carved out his own path to super shadow solely through yang release. If such a genius were left unchecked, he would likely end up like the original trajectory, ultimately stopping at S-. If he hadn't encountered him, it would have been one thing, but now that he had, Uchiha Rong naturally couldn't bear to waste such talent. With this in mind, Uchiha Rong's next words nearly dropped Danzo's jaw. With this child's talent, under my guidance, he will not be weaker than the first Hokages would release. Chapter 220, Disciple of Heaven, ignoring the conversation between Rong and Danzo for now. The sparring between Shin and Zai continued. With Zai's 5 water chakra strength, the lion and eagle, despite being fierce, were merely slightly stronger than ordinary beasts. Soon, after Shin truly exerted himself, the creatures were slashed into a puddle of ink by his sword techniques. Subsequently, Zai was unsurprisingly defeated. In fact, with Zai's current level, once he possessed a card of chakra, the summon lion and eagle would truly possess the attack capability to threaten a Chunin. Just as the two determined a victor, a root member wearing a ghost-faced mask suddenly appeared. Shin Zai, Lord Danzo summons you. In another small cave within the underground base of the root, Uchiha Rong, wearing a Tengu mask, stood with his hands behind his back. Without any visible movement, a pool of pitch-black ink began to coalesce in front of him, growing larger until it reached a diameter of several meters before it stopped expanding. Then, a 3-meter-long, ink-colored 5-clawed dragon emerged from within. The ink pool shrank by half in an instant. Indeed, it possessed strong plasticity. Uchiha Rong's eyes brightened as he commanded the ink dragon to dive down and grab the ground. Sizzle. A piercing sound echoed as the ground was scratched with dense claw marks. This form seemed to lack any real power. Having seen through the ratio of earth to water in ink release with his Sharingan, Uchiha Rong successfully replicated Zai's ink release. But he shook his head as he watched the ink dragon. In the next moment, the ink dragon re-entered the ink pool, and a fierce tiger sprang out from the ink pool. As the tiger landed, its claws struck the ground. Boom! The ground caved in, with cracks spreading over a diameter of 10 meters. It does match the power and speed of Big Orange. This time, Uchiha Rong finally revealed a satisfied smile. Since he possessed the shaping ability of the yin attribute and had developed it to a relatively high level, there was no need to rely on brushes and scrolls for painting. He could directly conjure the creations of the super beast imitation painting from thin air. The results of the recent test were evident. Although the 5-clawed dragon was majestic, it was clear that this form was not suitable for the super beast imitation painting. Essentially, the ink made from the mixture of soil and water possesses not only the characteristic of water's instability, but also the stickiness and plasticity of soil. The ink infuses vitality into the creations, resulting in a characteristic of exceptionally high physical strength, far surpassing that of similar level shadow clones and earth clones. Ultimately, the characteristic of earth clones is their surface hardness, which makes them less susceptible to being shattered, thereby providing a certain level of auxiliary combat power. Strength and speed are not their strong points. However, the characteristic of this ink, as a chakra energy, truly allows the creations to possess both body resilience and explosive power. In this case, the structure of a mythical dragon does not exhibit greater power than that of a Western magic dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon in myth and legend is indestructible and immensely powerful due to its divine strength. In contrast, the body structure of the Western magic dragon is more suitable for explosive physical power. Thinking of this in the next moment, the fierce tiger dissipated into ink and returned to a blob of ink. Immediately after, the entire blob transformed into a gigantic magic dragon over 10 meters long. The magic dragon was entirely black, with dual wings sprouting from its back, a lizard-like body, half-meter-long vicious claws, and exposed serrations. It looked incredibly fierce at first glance. Roar the magic dragon let out a silent roar towards the sky, spread its wings, and surprisingly took flight. It then dove down, slamming a claw into the ground. Boom! The entire training ground's barrier trembled. The ground struck by the magic dragon sank over a meter, with cracks spreading throughout the entire area. Hiss! This is troublesome. Uchiha Rong's expression was quite peculiar at this moment. His brow furrowed, yet his eyes were filled with joy. The trouble, of course, was that the foundation of his training ground had been destroyed, rendering it nearly unusable. If it weren't for the barrier holding up, it would have collapsed long ago. The joy stemmed from the fact that the power of the magic dragon exceeded his expectations. Although it could not breathe dragon fire like the legendary magic dragons and lacked strong long-range attack methods, this power was comparable to that of the wooden man. Simply terrifying. This indeed surprised him. It should be noted that the summoning of this magic dragon only consumed 50 chakra. Although it did not possess the chakra absorption characteristics and recovery abilities of the wooden man, nor could it perform ninjutsu like the wooden man. Its physical power was already second only to that of similar-level wooden men, with only a negligible difference. It also had its advantages. At least the wooden man couldn't fly and lacked such diverse forms of transformation. It seems there was indeed no mistake. The use of this ink chakra energy was not significantly weaker than that of the wood release. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Rong dispersed the magic dragon. The ink splattered on the ground gradually dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the cracks on the ground as evidence of what had just occurred. Uchiha Rong's joy was not solely due to confirming the future development direction of Sai. The most important thing was that the ability of ink release was also very useful to him now. Although the combat power of the magic dragon was not as strong as that of the wooden man, the arbitrary transformation of its form similarly increased his methods and indirectly enhanced his overall combat power. In this way, he felt indebted to Sai. After all, he had stolen someone else's ink release secret technique. Uchiha Rong thought with a wry smile. After Uchiha Rong summoned several earth clones to burrow underground and painstakingly rebuilt the foundation, the ground was restored. At last, 2 young boys arrived at the training ground. Lord Tian, Sai, and Shin approached with some trepidation. Just now, Lord Danzo summoned them, transferring them from the command of Captain A of the 1st unit to the command of Captain Tian of the 2nd unit. Currently, there are 3 large units in the route, each with a composition of 100 people. The captain of the 1st unit is codenamed Kong. The 2nd unit under Uchiha Rong is codenamed Tian. The 3rd unit is A. With the support of various clans, there have been recent announcements about the expansion of the route's 4th unit. The candidates for the captain will be selected from Yumino Irika, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Kabuto. One will be chosen from these 3. You 2 are here. Sai, I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Uchiha Rong said directly without beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, Sai was clearly taken aback. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and pay your respects to the teacher. Shin reacted first, even more eagerly than Sai being accepted as a disciple, and hurriedly nudged Sai, urging him to respond. Although it was sudden and he was unprepared, Sai quickly knelt down. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. All right, don't bring those old habits from the route here. Get up. Yes, teacher. Sai quickly stood up. The old habits Uchiha Rong referred to were naturally the slave-like shadows left by Danzo on the members of the route. In this environment where bowing was common, many route members still performed kneeling ceremonies in front of Danzo, even though the new Danzo had repeatedly ordered reforms. The results were minimal. After all, many of the older members of the route had developed these habits over the years, and they had nearly become instinctual. As for you, Shin, while speaking, Uchiha Rong had already pressed a palm against Shin's chest. His movements were not actually fast, and Shin had every opportunity to dodge. However, he did not dare to move. The next moment, a rich green chakra surged forth. Palm healing technique. A full 15 minutes later, Sai stood beside, not daring to breathe. At first, he was very nervous about his brother's safety, but upon seeing that green chakra, he began to vaguely understand what was happening. But Shin suddenly felt a surge in his throat and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Uchiha Rong finally withdrew his hand, and his voice slowly echoed. All right, your lung issue, come here every morning for a week, and you'll be healed. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. For now on, you'll follow Sai. Yes, I must say, Shin was lucky. Many people know the palm healing technique, but few truly master it. His lung injury, apart from Tsunade, only Uchiha Rong could treat in the entire Konoha. Chapter 221. Passing on teachings and clarifying doubts as usual. They received the secret medicine gift package, one for Sai and one for Shin. The difference was that Sai's package included an extra bottle of Earth Vein Body refining liquid and 3 top-grade body strengthening pills. These were two types of secret medicines made from the invaluable earth vein refining milk. Uchiha Rong then began to guide the two in their training. He first had Sai demonstrate the abilities he was currently proficient in before starting to give guidance. Ink clone, huh? A bit rough. Uchiha Rong looked at the lifeless ink clone beside Sai, unable to help but smirk. It gave him the same feeling as when he first saw Naruto's strange clone lying on the ground. Immediately, he formed no hand seals and conjured a clone that was indistinguishable from the original. At this moment, Sai sensed the familiar chakra fluctuation and looked at Uchiha Rong's clone with a somewhat puzzled expression. He was surprised to feel that it was indeed an ink clone. However, he was confused as to why the ink clone had the same appearance as the original. Shouldn't it be ink-colored or paper-colored? Uchiha Rong didn't tease him and directly entered teaching mode. How much do you remember about the three-body technique learned in the ninja school? Sai was 10 years old this year, having been selected by the Root at 9 and graduated early. He was essentially in the same cohort as Rock Lee, Tintin, and Niji. At this moment, he answered without thinking. The three-body techniques are the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. The clone technique creates illusions of oneself using non-attribute chakra to confuse the enemy. The transformation technique uses a similar principle to the clone technique, covering the body with chakra to form an indistinguishable illusion on the body's surface. The body replacement technique combines the principles of transformation to use a pre-prepared wooden stake to create an illusion of oneself, guiding the enemy to attack the illusion. Because the wooden stake has a physical form, it is harder to see through in a fast-paced battle than the shadow clone technique. At this point, Sai looked at Uchiha Rong with some anticipation. Could it be that the teacher has some new insights? Uchiha Rong, however, smiled faintly, casting a curious glance at him, and asked in return, "Then why is your ink clone ink-colored?" Upon hearing this, Sai was visibly taken aback, but he quickly smiled wryly and said, "Because maintaining the ink clone consumes a lot of mental energy. With my current level of chakra control, I can't yet condense a layer of the original illusion on the surface of the ink clone. That's too difficult. Indeed, maintaining an ink clone itself requires a very high level of chakra control from the user. To manipulate the mixed forces of earth and water to form an ink clone while also condensing a layer of non-attribute chakra illusion on its surface is not as simple as 1 + 1. It's like putting a layer of water over the ink. A careless mistake could result in the destruction of the original form of the ink, causing the ink clone to collapse. Simply put, all seer ink clone techniques are essentially based on the shadow clone technique, applying property changes to form a physical clone, just like substituting materials, replacing the non-attack, non-substantial, non-attribute chakra sphere with water attribute. This way, the clone has the substance of water. That's the water clone. Replacing it with earth attribute chakra gives you the earth clone. If you replace it with earth attribute chakra mixed with fire property, that's the B-rank rock clone. In other words, Sai's ink clone is essentially a B-rank clone technique, and its difficulty is not comparable to C-rank. Therefore, with his current chakra control, he cannot yet layer a transformation technique over the B-rank ink clone to make its appearance indistinguishable from the original. Seeing the somewhat troubled expression on Sai's face, Uchiha Rong smiled. Then what about using the super beast imitation technique? This statement awakened Sai from his reverie. As soon as the words were spoken, Sai trembled all over, as if suddenly enlightened. Although shocked that his newly appointed teacher understood his ink technique so well and seemed to know the technique as well. At this moment, Sai had no time to think about that and immediately took out his scroll and brush to start drawing himself. This is the most interesting part of ninjutsu. By changing the method, a path that was originally difficult to navigate becomes clear. Using ink release chakra to draw, and infusing life into the imitation drawing with yang release chakra. It's like putting a membrane over the ink, making the form it creates completely stable, no longer requiring Sai to consume mental energy to maintain it. Thus, adding a layer of transformation technique over the clone becomes much easier. And indeed, Sai's drawing lasted about a quarter of an hour before it was completed. After all, under conditional circumstances, the more complete the form drawn, the more complete the structure of the super beast imitation creation. The physical creation can naturally be stronger. As the brush moved, with the final stroke, another ink outline emerged. And Sai, with his white paper skin color, climbed out of the scroll. Almost simultaneously, under Sai's control, the appearance of this imitation ink clone, after a moment of visual blurring, completely transformed to look exactly like Sai's original form. XIN, come over here and test the compatibility of this clone. As Uchiha Rong spoke, Xian decisively threw a punch at the imitation ink clone. After a flurry of back-and-forth exchanges, the detailed data of the ink clone emerged. It possessed 80 of Sai's original strength and speed. It already had C-rank combat power. The only drawback was that the clone's defensive ability was only about 50 of the original. Ultimately, under Xian's full burst of physical ability, one punch shattered it into a pool of ink. However, Sai was not discouraged at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. It's important to note that compared to traditional physical clones that shatter upon contact, this level of physical clone truly possesses decent independent combat ability. It is no longer just a means to confuse the enemy. However, it was clear that Sai needed some time to practice using the imitation drawing clone in real combat. He needed to improve his skill in drawing character images to draw his likeness faster, as well as familiarize himself with the use of his chakra, etc. Otherwise, relying solely on the ink clone summoned by ink release, not only would its appearance be ink-colored, but due to the form not being as stable as the imitation drawing clone, its strength and speed would only be about 25 of the original. This was also because the ink release chakra energy was very viscous, with a chakra density far exceeding the conventional 5 attributes, allowing it to possess 25 physical power. When you use the ink clone, you can also transform the original into ink color using the transformation technique. This way, it will be hard for others to distinguish between the original and the clone. Uchiha Rong then continued to guide Sai on many techniques regarding his various abilities. After sending Sai aside to digest the newly learned content, he finally turned his attention to Xian, who had been waiting for a long time. You have both lightning and fire attributes, right? You seem to be quite good at sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Xian could hardly contain his excitement. It is rumored that the leader of the Root's second squad, Lord Tian, is skilled in lightning release and sword techniques. He even has a record of defeating enemy shadow-level experts during missions. Although it seems that Lord Tian has no plans to take him as a disciple. Even occasional guidance would be an opportunity he never dared to dream of before. Then I will teach you a technique called Thunderstorm Slash. Watch closely. After saying this, Uchiha Rong drew out the Star Sword. The appearance of a Star Sword is a standard issue ninja sword, without any extra features. It looks almost identical to the ninja sword in Xian's hand, so it wouldn't be easily recognized. In the next moment, crackle, crackle. Lightning snakes began to appear on the blade, accompanied by the sound of thunder and fire explosions. With a single slash, the ironwood figure in front of him was blown into pieces of wood before it even touched the blade, due to the attached thunderstorm. Witnessing this sword technique with destructive power comparable to B-rank ninjutsu, Xian's eyes were filled with desire. The biggest difference between sword techniques and ninjutsu is that they do not require hand seals and are continuous. A sword technique with B-rank destructive power, its practical effect is no less than that of many A-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 222, Undercurrents rising the next day, which is the third day of the Grand Assembly. As the pre-competition exchange meeting will officially begin tomorrow, Konoha has become completely lively. Not only have all the ninja village teams from the entire ninja world arrived in Konoha, but many dignitaries from various countries have also come. Just at this moment, in the underground training ground of the Root Base's second squad, Sai and Xian, who were practicing their daily routines, were interrupted by a sudden appearance of a Root ninja. There's South Chaos on South Street. Lord Danzo has ordered you to quickly go to the scene to escort the task target to the Hokage building. Understood. Upon receiving the mission, Sai immediately packed his belongings and set off with Xian and 2 other Root Genin. As Tian's disciple, this team, including Xian, nominally consisted of squad members, but in reality, they were Sai's protectors. This is the huge change brought about by status and identity. The 4 of them quickly traversed the underground passage of the route, passing through the underground tunnel beneath Hokage Rock and entering Konoha, emerging from the Umbu building next to the Hokage building. They jumped along the rooftops on both sides of Konoha's Central Avenue. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the scene of the incident on South Street. They saw a group of troublemaking grass ninjas already detained by the security department, while nearby, some Konoha ninjas were calming the villagers. Several Umbu wearing animal masks also arrested some instigating ninjas from other villages. When Team Sai arrived, the scene was already surrounded by dozens of Umbu and Root members. At the very center, the leader of the grass, Shinobi, Takasuji Suzuki, was engaged in battle with a white-haired masked ninja. The area had already been isolated by Umbu using barriers. How dare you? You Konoha ninjas have taken my grass, Shinobi village's ninja, without reason. Are you declaring war on us? Takasuji Suzuki's roar faintly came through the barrier. Huh? What happened? Sai expressed a slight desire to laugh. The quality of the root ninjas is well known. They generally wouldn't laugh unless they couldn't help it, mainly because the opponent's shout was indeed too amusing. Grass Shinobi? Declarava? Any large detachment from Umbu or Root could easily wipe out Grass Shinobi Village. Or even any major clan from Konoha would suffice. At this moment, Kakashi, however, couldn't smile. The mistake this time was too significant. He had thought it would be easy to take away Karen, yet she was discovered. This triggered multiple factions to take action, creating such a huge uproar. Moreover, he couldn't use his Mangeki abilities, so he couldn't swiftly subdue the opponent at the first moment. As a leader of the Grass Shinobi team in this competition, Takasugi Suzuki still had some power. It was evident from his battle with Kakashi that he was at least in a level Jonin, commonly referred to as an elite Jonin. A ninja of this level could exchange a few moves even against a Kage if not faced with a restraining method. This is also why, despite the presence of so many Umbu, Root, Konoha ninja squads, and even Uchiha from the security department, Takasugi Suzuki was still able to move around so freely. After all, he was the representative leader of a ninja village in the competition, and it wouldn't be appropriate to swarm him all at once. If they truly did that and injured him in the process, the implications would be even greater. While Grass Shinobi Village might not be much, if it led to dissatisfaction from other ninja villages, that would be a serious matter. Thus, Kakashi's shout followed suit. Oomph. You Grass Shinobi are illegally detaining members of the Uzumaki clan. Are you trying to make enemies of Konoha? Upon hearing this, many onlookers were astonished. What the hell? Are these Grass Shinobi crazy? Boldly bringing Uzumaki clan members to Konoha? Yeah, with the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan, even if they wiped out Grass Shinobi Village, no one would dare intervene, right? As Karen's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan was revealed, some who had intended to stir trouble began to extinguish their own thoughts. In the original timeline, the identity of Karen as a member of the Uzumaki clan was revealed later on. If Konoha had known early on, there would have been no reason to let Karen leave. Those who had stirred trouble earlier also clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, causing trouble alongside Grass Shinobi Village would not end well. Meanwhile, Team Sai had approached the red-haired girl, who was being protected in the center by a team of Umbu ninjas. Is this the mission target? Sai curiously examined Karen. However, his view was quickly blocked by another female Umbu with a blade. You Root guys, don't make me draw my sword at a time like this. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from the opponent, Sai couldn't help but take a few steps back. So strong. At the same time, the two Root Jonin in Sai's team stood on either side, shielding him. Their abundant chakra surged, and although it didn't possess the sharpness like the female ninjas, the mere fluctuation of chakra made her take a few steps back, even bumping into Karen behind her. So strong. Qinyuan Zhanyu was secretly astonished. The chakra fluctuation from these two Root ninjas is at least A level or above. Let's go. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss in front of his eyes. Qinyuan Zhanyu snorted coldly, leading his team to protect Karen as they headed towards the Hokage building. Seeing this, the two Root Jonin finally retreated back behind Sai. Thus, Team Sai formed another protective circle around them on the outskirts of Qinyuan Zhanyu's Umbu team. In this way, under the escort of a team of Umbu and a team of Root members, Karen entered the Hokage building. On the other side, at this moment, Kakashi, after activating his 3-Tomo Sharingan, finally succeeded in capturing Takasugi Suzuki. Thus, a chaos initiated by a Grass Shinobi ninja, propelled by multiple factions, culminated in the Grass Shinobi team being confined to the embassy and other troublemakers being detained by the security department. The incident thus came to a close. However, from this small event alone, one could discern the hidden waves of the upcoming ninja tournament. At this moment, Konoha Village, which had gathered almost all the forces of the ninja world, could face severe consequences from any single spark. Truly, the undercurrents were surging. Hokage building. Tsunade. Then this child will be entrusted to you, Wave Wind Minato said solemnly. Tsunade also changed her usual casual demeanor and silently accepted the arrangement. Now that Uzumaki Mito had passed away and Kushina was gone, in terms of the relationship with the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, aside from the fourth Hokage, Wave Wind Minato, and Uzumaki Naruto, there was only Tsunade left. The former, as Hokage, was busy with affairs, and Naruto was still in Jonin school, let alone taking care of Karen. Thus, Tsunade was the most suitable. In response, Karen remained silent all the way, like a marionette, allowing herself to be controlled. showing no resistance. For her, it was all the same. Her fate as a tool had never changed. This point had been accepted on the day her mother died. After Tsunade led Karen away, Wave Wind Minato's expression had already darkened. Who were the troublemakers in this incident? Hearing this, a member of Umbu suddenly appeared beside him. A ninja from Takigakure discovered Kakashi's movements and informed Grass Shinobi. Takasugi Suzuki thus clashed with Kakashi. During the chaos, the ninjas who attacked our side came from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Amigakure. The troublemakers captured were samurais from the 5 great daimyos. Snow and Moon ninjas also acted in the shadows. Among them, those who attacked civilians and created chaos were Ronin samurai in attendance under the powerful and wealthy from various countries. Wave Wind Minato's head was starting to ache more as he listened. The number of forces involved was simply too great. He just hoped that after the official start of the ninja tournament, nothing else would go wrong. Chapter 223. Schemes of various factions. Although Konoha Village faced immense pressure with all factions gathered, the benefits were also evident. The venue for the Grand Assembly had already collected a considerable amount in stall fees over just a few days. Due to the restrictions on the number of attendees at the main venue, more foot traffic flowed towards other districts in Konoha. This indirectly boosted business in other areas. Thus, all major ninja clans in Konoha benefited significantly. On average, each small ninja clan was expected to earn as much profit in 3 days of the assembly as they normally would in half a year. The income for the major clans would be even more substantial. Hokage Building. Tomorrow is the grand finale auction of the assembly. How are the preparations going? Early in the morning, the Hokage's office was filled with Konoha's high-ranking officials. Wave Wind Minato inquired. At this moment, not only was the advisory group present, but all the clan heads had also gathered together. Mizuhokage Minyan, responsible for logistics, handed over a document, saying, "We will focus on the longevity pills developed by Tsunade. Each bottle contains 7 pills, to be taken 1 per week, and noticeable effects can be seen after 7 weeks. According to the clinical results from the medical team, it can extend the life of an ordinary person by 10 years. The price is set at 1 million ryo per pill. Afterward, 1 pill must be taken monthly to truly achieve the effect of extending life by 10 years. Upon hearing this, the entire room was astonished. Even many heads of households counted on their fingers and couldn't help but gasp. 1 pill costs 1 million taels, and 7 pills show efficacy. Subsequently, 1 pill must be taken every month. In other words, a down payment of 7 million taels, followed by an annual payment of 12 million taels. At least for 10 years. That means an average of 127 million per person. At this moment, Minato Namikaze looked at the specific data of the longevity pills in his hand and couldn't help but feel ecstatic when he saw the production volume. With the current output of the medical team, over 100 longevity pills can be produced each month. The cost is less than 20 of the selling price. Huge profits. Huge profits. The annual budget for the daimyo is only 30 billion. Just the longevity pills are expected to generate 1 billion in annual profit for Konoha. And obviously, these pills will sell without any trouble. At this time, Hisashi Hyuga continued. The auction item list reported by other ninja villages has also been compiled. And there are quite a few good items. I believe this will be very popular. This is the main reason why the exchange meeting starts 3 days after the Grand Assembly. It is reserved for other ninja villages to submit their item information and for Konoha to make corresponding arrangements. This news energized Minato Namikaze, and he jokingly said, "Tsunade-senpai is truly the treasure of Konoha." This immediately drew knowing smiles from everyone. Then, regarding the various security issues of this conference, let's work together. You can rest assured, 4th Hokage, our Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs are already spread throughout the southeast district, monitoring the village situation at all times. Our Yamanaka clan's bugs have also spread throughout the southwest district. 300 members of the Hyuga branch family are already in position. Every street in the southwest area has been arranged with Uchiha guards. Well, the route has already established 12 temporary support points in the mixed residential area, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. The Umbu's control over the overall situation is also in place. As everyone stood up to respond and report their defensive arrangements, Minato Namikaze felt somewhat relieved. At this moment, Konoha Village could be said to be as solid as a fortress. The closed circle has already eliminated the entry of outsiders. With Umbu's sentries, there is naturally no problem. The mixed residential area has been temporarily divided into southeast and southwest zones. The southeast is mainly controlled by the Hyuga clan, with the Inuzuka clan as support, implementing overall control. There are also security department patrols day and night, support troops from the 6 route bases, and Umbu support all on standby. The southwest is primarily controlled by the Uchiha clan, with the Yamanaka clan as support. They are also under constant monitoring day and night, with support troops from the 6 route bases on standby, along with security department patrols. In addition, during the competition, Konoha has tried to gather ninjas on active missions. Non-registered ninjas from various clans and idle ninjas from Konoha teams are all potential support forces. However, while some are happy, others are worried. In the Southeast District's embassy, a minister from the Land of Fire gathered the advisors of the embassy team and was discussing something. This task assigned by the daimyo is not easy to handle. The identity of the household registration inspector is probably impossible to establish, and there is also the matter of counting the number of ninjas. Damn, let us not even mention the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. We can't even easily enter the closed circle to conduct a count. How can we tally it? A group of officials sat around the table, sighing. In fact, long ago, the daimyo of the Land of Fire proposed arranging a financial inspector in Konoha, and it has already been implemented. How about we just take the number of registered ninjas and increase it a bit to cover up? No way. This number is hard to control. If we write it down too low, it will be easily noticed. If we write it down too high, who knows if the daimyo will completely fall out with Konoha because of it? A colleague just proposed a suggestion, which was immediately rejected, mainly because the gap of non-registered ninjas makes it a thorn in the side of the daimyo's office. Although according to the 5 nations and 5 villages system, the daimyo cannot interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages. If the ninja village wants funding, it inevitably has to submit basic data, such as the number of registered ninjas. Only then can the daimyo's office make a budget based on personnel data to allocate funds. It can also use this to control the scale of the ninja village. So, someone might ask, isn't it said that the daimyo has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja village? Why should they care about this? The daimyo certainly has legitimate reasons. If you want funding, you must tell me how much you need, why you need so much, and what it will be used for. It can't be that if you say 30 billion, I just give you 30 billion. If you say 100 billion, I just give you 100 billion, right? There must be a basis. Then someone might say, wasn't it established by the first Hokage that the daimyo has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of ninja villages? The daimyo has something to say too. Then don't ask me for funding. How many years has Senju Hashirama been dead? He has been gone for a long time. It's reasonable and justified. This is called having a legitimate reason to act. Since you want money, there must be a protocol. Not only must you submit an application report in advance, but you must also specify how much funding you need and why you need so much and for what purpose. That is only reasonable. Then someone might ask, isn't it said that the daimyo cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja village? Is this considered internal affairs? Can't the money master ask about the funding? In this way, the daimyo can still find ways to insert themselves. Once the application is approved, the funds are allocated. Can I send an inspector to supervise the allocation of funds? What? The daimyo cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja village? If I give you money, you have to let me see where my money is being spent, right? What if someone embezzles it? Isn't that reasonable? As the saying goes, a weak country has no diplomacy. Cooperation is the same. In the original trajectory, the daimyo of the Land of Fire gradually encroached on Konoha in this way. From supervising funds to establishing financial inspectors, and then to supervising household registration and establishing household registration inspectors, until Konoha was weak. You tell me that the daimyo cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja village? Are you kidding me? How many years has Senju Hashirama been dead? Konoha is the big brother among the 5 great ninja villages, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire is also the leader of the 5 countries' daimyo offices. As long as they don't overtly tear apart the system of 5 countries and 5 villages, there is nothing the daimyo's office wouldn't dare to do. In the original trajectory, the 5th Hokage Tsunade was scolded by the daimyo, feeling extremely wronged. The usually strong Tsunade, when faced with the daimyo's threat to destroy Konoha and replace it with another ninja village, was truly unable to make a sound. She didn't dare to retort at all. But now it's different. With the arrival of Uchiha Rong, this time Konoha is rising. Especially in recent years, financial inspectors who cause trouble have died one after another, either from heart disease or various terminal illnesses. And they all died very peacefully and naturally, with no trace of homicide found. Thus, the current financial inspector is as docile as an ostrich, squatting in their own yard every day without stepping out. Officials can endure, but the daimyo cannot. They want to arrange for a household registration inspector, mainly because in recent years, Konoha has played tricks with non-registered ninjas. Everyone in Snow Bamboo Valley is a ninja. Not a single one is registered. The number of non-registered ninjas from various clans has also swelled to an unignorable level. This has kept the daimyo up at night. For the same reason. The daimyo's office is strong and can point at Tsunade's nose and say, if Konoha doesn't listen, let the land of fire replace it with another ninja village. And when Konoha is strong, similarly, if the daimyo doesn't listen, then let us replace them with a more obedient daimyo. Facing the increasingly powerful Konoha village today, it makes it really hard for the daimyo to sleep at night. On the other side, in the embassy located in Kumogakure, the higher-ups of the village have already issued orders regarding the captured members of the Uzumaki clan. We must ensure to bring the people back. The Fog Hidden Embassy. For tomorrow's auction, we must sell our items at a high price to secure more funds for the village. Rock Hidden. We must take advantage of the opportunity during this ninja tournament to ascertain the strengths and weaknesses of the Leaf Village. We need to collect as much intelligence as possible and bring it back. Sand Hidden. The feudal lord has once again cut our funding. This time we must find an opportunity to establish trade cooperation with the Leaf Village. Gaara, Kankuro, the success of our participation in this tournament relies on both of you. We must strive for a better ranking for the village to gain more benefits. Rain Ninja. Have the spies dispersed? Once the Leaf Village is in chaos, we will let these bastards feel our pain. Wind Country Delegation. Monitor the movements of the sand-hidden ninjas closely during this tournament. Only by completely controlling the ninja villages can our country find a way out. A certain inn in the southeastern district of the Leaf Village. Damn it. Haven't we found out the identity of that bastard who stole my Garo fragrance yet? I want him dead. I want him dead. Just before the grand auction is about to begin, various forces begin to plot their own agendas during this night. In an instant, the Leaf Village is in turmoil. Hidden waves stirring. No one knows what events will unfold next. Chapter 224, A Bit of Banana Plantain, A Bit of Sorrow the Night, Rain continues. The wind like a ghost. Drops fall like a heavy heart. That night, many people did not sleep well. In the embassy near South Street, over 30 rain ninjas, almost all with dark circles under their eyes, were cleaning carriages and organizing goods. Although the land of rain is poor, they still brought a considerable amount of high-value goods this time. Various delicious seafood, heavy wood suitable for furniture and building materials, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and enoki mushrooms, among other supplies. In addition to daily necessities, there were also many rare items suitable for ninjas. A variety of poisons and materials for ninja tools. Among them, sword bamboo is the most prized. The sword bamboo of the Rain Ninja Village is as famous as its rich seafood in the ninja world. Comparable in hardness to steel, lighter in weight, and with excellent flexibility, sword bamboo has almost become the mainstream material for Rain Ninja's ninja swords. Among them, the rarest is the 1,000-year sword bamboo. In terms of hardness and flexibility, it even surpasses many alloy materials. Although it is called 1,000-year, it is impossible for it to actually grow for 1,000 years. It is a carefully cultivated premium product, named for its excellence. In the early morning, the sky was yet to brighten. With a sleepy face, Shipukachikage was wiping his bamboo sword while cursing. Damn it, those damn leaf ninjas. Why can they easily take away our exorbitant booth fees? We shouldn't have come. A bunch of fools. They've made a wedding dress for the Leaf Village. Chikage-kun, keep your voice down. Beside him, Hera and Hina glanced warily at the neighboring Takigakure team's quarters and reminded him. Akiyuki-mai rolled her eyes, showing some helplessness. There's nothing we can do. At least this trip can bring back a lot of funds for the village. It's really frustrating. The Winter Frost Sakura with a mustache sighed. The four of them were the leaders of the Rain Ninja Village this time, coming from the four largest ninja clans of the Rain Ninja Village. Heron, Shippuku, Akiyuki, and Winter Frost. From their surnames, one can easily see the connections between these four clans. They were originally vassals of the feudal lord of the Land of Rain. Since the feudal lord was overthrown by Hanzo the Salamander, the four clans have struggled to survive under Hanzo's iron-fisted rule, until Nagato's arrival. He united the four clans and restructured the Rain Ninja Village. Move a bit faster. Shipukachikage shouted irritably at his subordinates who were loading the carts. Hurry up and load the carts. If we get to the grand assembly site earlier, we can all catch up on some sleep. Yes, Chikage-sama. Upon hearing this, the group of rain ninjas perked up. At this moment, the rain had stopped, but the sky was still gloomy. There were still puddles on the road. The rain from the night before made the rain ninjas feel as if they had returned to the environment of their hometown. After waking up early and looking at the prosperous streets and buildings of the Leaf Village, it sharply contrasted with the poverty of their hometown in their memories. As the saying goes, a bit of banana plantain, a bit of sorrow. This scene completely stirred the sorrow in the hearts of the Rain Ninjas. If you ask who hates the Leaf Village the most in the ninja world, it would be the Rain Ninja Village. The prosperity of the Leaf Village, in the eyes of the people of the Land of Rain, is entirely built on their suffering. Originally, although the Land of Rain has a harsh geographical environment, with the existence of ninjas, it was not impossible to survive. The unique geographical environment also means some special products. Although it cannot be said to be wealthy, it would not be so decayed as to lead to rampant crime. The root cause is still war. In order to maintain the stability of its own borders, the Leaf Village controls the war front at the borders. Every time the 5 villages go to war, they deliberately draw the flames of war to the Land of Rain, turning it into a battlefield. There is no way around it. The Land of Rain is just so unlucky, sitting right in the middle of the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire. This world is not black and white. Background determines stance, and stance determines personal justice. Nagato wants peace. The Leaf Village wants peace, and even the most radical Cloud Hidden, are they really that warlike? War is inevitable. The feudal lords of the 5 countries. In order to limit the size of the ninja villages, war is a necessity. Is that the fault of the feudal lords? In fact, the feudal lords also want peace. A harmonious and prosperous society is the highest aspiration of every ruler, because only then can they enjoy the luxurious life brought by power and status and peace. However, survival of the fittest is the truth of the world. It doesn't always go as one wishes. Resources are limited. If you consume more, others will naturally have less. Right and wrong can only be judged by future generations. This is the ninja world. In a ninja world, where the trees want to be still, but the wind does not cease. Those who can look beyond their biases, from a family to a village, from a village to a country, and from a country to the entire ninja world, will eventually find that human nature is fundamentally good. There are no truly bad people in the world. It's just the trend of the times and survival of the fittest. Of course, those who can see so clearly are ultimately a minority. More people are still deeply trapped in grievances and vendettas, unable to extricate themselves. Just like the Rain Ninjas at this moment. They walked through the puddles, sporting pairs of dark circles under their eyes, driving the carts, gradually arriving at the grand assembly venue. While they harbored grievances, they also bore heavy responsibilities. The final auction price of the items today will determine the economic conditions of the village for the next few years. The stronger the Rain Ninja Village, the healthier the Land of Rain. This is the belief of most Rain Ninjas. Nearly 10 years since the Third Great Ninja War and the restructuring of the Rain Ninja Village. Although they have not been able to change the overall conditions of the Land of Rain, the living conditions of the Rain Ninja Village have been improving day by day, gradually showing signs of stability and prosperity. If Nagato's health does not continue to deteriorate, perhaps the Rain Ninja Village will indeed get better and better. The goods are all accounted for. Let's go in. After the inspection by the Leaf Ninjas, they were allowed to enter. A group of Rain Ninjas immediately drove their carts into the venue. Unbeknownst to them, a light rain had begun to fall again. Even though the auction venue was covered by a barrier, the sound of rainwater heavily dropping on the barrier was still distinctly audible. The number of Leaf Ninjas patrolling the market today was noticeably greater than the previous day. The building in the center that had been surrounded a few days ago was completed at some point. That is the auction venue for today. Each ninja village can send 2 representatives to enter, and so can each noble force. Even though the number of participants is restricted, the auction venue is still crowded. Here are your number plates. Please take your seats according to your numbers. In the Rain Ninja Village, Yuren ultimately chose to let Chunlin Fania and Xia Pu Qianjing enter. At this moment, they received their number tags at the entrance and began looking for their seats. They actually arranged for us to sit in such a corner. After finding their seats, Xia Pu Qianjing expressed his dissatisfaction again. Hee. Do they really think they are some big ninja village? Beside him, Takasuji Suzuki sneered. Their grass ninja team was restricted from entering other districts of Konoha, and they were filled with anger with no place to vent it. This guy from Rain Ninja Village is sitting next to him and is talking about corners. Isn't this mocking their grass ninja village? You. Seeing this, Xia Pu Qianjing was about to lash out, but was stopped by Chunlin Fania. The auction today is of great importance. Don't cause trouble. The remarks seemed to be directed at Qianjing, but also at Takasuji Suzuki. Upon hearing this, Takasuji Suzuki turned his head away, clearly also unwilling to cause further trouble. At this moment, several Konoha ninjas began distributing a list of items between the seats. When a list was handed to Xia Pu Qianjing, his pupils suddenly constricted. This was an introduction and auction order list for all the items up for bid. Konoha's longevity pills, the beast horn from Cloud Ninja, Iwagakure's 5-color clay, Kirigakure's deep-sea black iron. Wait, has Suna gone mad? They actually brought out more than a dozen B-rank puppets? The densely packed auction list had many items that made Xiapu Qianjing's eyes shine with desire. Among the items presented by the 5 great ninja villages, he was secretly shocked. The beast horn from Cloud Ninja was even more precious than chakra metal. It was the main material for forging lightning attribute relics. Iwagakure's 5-color clay was an extraordinary item. It could be molded into any shape and controlled by chakra. It could transform into any insect, fish, bird, or beast with combat power around B rank. Kirigakure's deep-sea black iron was also a top-tier material comparable to beast horns. Suna had presented many items, but none were of high quality. Only those more than a dozen B-rank puppets were surprising. Astonishingly, with so many high-quality puppets flowing out, didn't they fear that others would figure out the corresponding puppet techniques? Finally, Konoha's longevity pills made all the ninjas from outside villages feel a heavy heart. Konoha's rise seemed unstoppable. Without keeping everyone waiting too long, Kakashi, wearing an Umbu mask, ascended the high platform. At the same time, a dozen Konoha Umbu moved the first batch of auction items up. Then I declare that the auction for the first half of this pre-match exchange officially begins. Kakashi's voice echoed throughout the venue, amplified by chakra. As the venue quieted down, Kakashi stepped aside. A beautiful woman in a white kimono slowly took the stage. It was Miss Watanabe Sia. She was the youngest gold medal appraiser in the Land of Fire. Miss Sia. As the woman leisurely walked to the center of the stage, the entire audience erupted. Even many young ninjas joined in the cheers, continuously shouting, Miss Sia, Miss Sia. Everyone, please quiet down. Watanabe Sia pressed her hands down, her voice clear and pleasant. Although her volume was not loud, her unique voice allowed almost everyone in the crowd to hear her clearly amidst the noise. Thus, the auction scene quickly quieted down. Occasionally, a few still shouting would be covered by those around them. Seeing this, Watanabe Sia revealed a sweet smile. I am honored to be invited by Konoha to host this auction. So without further ado, I believe everyone is eager. Let's get straight to the point. With that, she glanced at the many items displayed on the table in front of her. She picked up the first porcelain bottle and held it high. Everyone's auction lists have detailed introductions, so I won't repeat them here. Our first auction item is the anti-aging medicine developed by one of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas, Lady Tsunade, the longevity pills. This bottle is to warm up the auction. For those who didn't win the bid, don't worry. We will provide 30 more bottles in the final auction. The longevity pills, with 7 pills in a bottle, have a starting price of 5 million Rio, and each bid must be increased by no less than 500,000 Rio. The bidding starts now. As Watanabe Sia finished speaking, the hammer struck. Immediately, someone raised a bid card. 6 million Rio. 6.5 million Rio. The atmosphere in the auction hall instantly heated up. This made Kakashi, who had retreated to a corner of the high platform, couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she is a professional. Yes, her concise introduction, clean and straightforward without tedious words, was impressive. Especially that line about not worrying if they didn't win the bid, which seemed like a kind reminder that more longevity pills would be available later. But in reality, it reminded those with insufficient funds that if they missed the first bid, the later ones would be reserved for the big players. Moreover, with Watanabe Sia's reputation, her hosting the auction had a celebrity effect. Indeed, the first bid stirred up the enthusiasm of the entire auction. 13 million. After a fierce competition, the price finally eased at 13 million. Anyone who has seen the introduction of the auction items knows that this miraculous medicine must be taken continuously for a long time to be effective. So when the price reached this level, many who knew they lacked financial strength stopped raising their cards. Immediately, Watanabe Sia's pleasant voice rang out again. Lord Ishizawa from the Land of Rivers bids 13 million. Is there any higher bid? As soon as this was said, the elegantly dressed Lord Ishizawa stood up proudly and bowed toward the stage. It seemed that being called out by Watanabe Sia was a matter of great face. However, the moment was short-lived. Under such circumstances, it seemed to have stimulated something. The previously eased bidding suddenly became intense again. 15 million Rio. 15.5 million Rio. 17 million Rio. Ultimately, when the bid reached 18.5 million Rio, it fell silent again. At this point, Watanabe Sia no longer continued to stimulate them. She simply struck the hammer. Lord Ishimoto Mayumi from the Land of Earth bids 18.5 million Rio. 18.5 million Rio once. 18.5 million Rio twice. Just as the third strike was about to fall, a Lord Minister from the Land of Fire who had previously participated in the bidding raised a bid of 20 million Rio. This time, there were no surprises. After 3 strikes, Watanabe Sia returned the porcelain bottle to the tray. A Konoha Umbu immediately approached the Lord with the tray, while Watanabe Sia's voice also sounded. Congratulations to Lord Asano from Inari Bay in the Land of Fire. You have successfully bid for the first item, the longevity pills. May you remain youthful and enjoy health and longevity. It was evident that, since the seating was predetermined, Watanabe Sia had memorized all the positions, identities, and names of everyone in advance. Thus, she could easily state the identity and name of each bidder. Just based on this point, it was not something ordinary people could easily achieve. No wonder the internally priced longevity pills at 1 million Rio each, with a bottle priced at 7 million, could be auctioned off for 20 million Rio. Now let's start bidding for the second item. This was a famous sword provided by the Cloud Ninja Village, the Thunderblade, Rift Rock. As Watanabe Sia struggled to lift a completely black short blade, the next moment, when she infused chakra into the blade, dazzling lightning arcs began to appear along the edge. The crowd erupted in astonishment again. Yunin actually brought out this famous sword? This is unbelievable. This famous sword, according to legend, is the weapon of the first Reikage. Are they really auctioning this off? Is it true? Regardless of the audience's buzzing discussions, many knowledgeable individuals had already stood up excitedly. It should be noted that so-called famous swords start at least with 4 attributes. In terms of blade material, if single attribute ninja swords belong to the level of fine iron, easily capable of cutting through ordinary iron swords but leaving slight chips, then double attribute ninja swords can be considered as cutting iron like mud. At least a dozen swords would need to be broken before any damage might appear. 3 attribute ninja swords are classified as treasured swords. They can cut through the first 2 types without sustaining any noticeable damage. 4 attributes mean that they can cut through fine iron like mud in a hard clash, and normal use will not cause damage. Among the pinnacle works of 4 attribute ninja swords, some can be called famous swords. Even if such a ninja sword falls into the hands of a non-specialist ninja, the improvement in strength is very obvious. The reason why famous swords are called famous swords is that their materials are difficult to damage. Typically having passed through the hands of many powerful individuals and through numerous fierce battles, people may die, but the sword continues to be passed down through generations. This is a true family heirloom, including 5 attribute ninja swords. Most also belong to the category of famous swords, the pinnacle of 5 attribute ninja swords. A few of them are even referred to as divine weapons. The 3 swords from the Kusanagi sword series, namely Orochimaru's Amaterasu, a Chinese longsword, Sasuke's Tank-Ri sword Itachi, and Itachi's Shikatsu sword, an energy sword, are all considered divine weapons. At this moment, seeing a famous sword brought out for the second round of auction, there was a moment of discussion among the crowd, but no one bid for a while. Even when Watanabe Sia repeated, the starting price is 5 million. Each raise must be no less than 1 million. Still no one raised their paddles. If we say that the value of a regular 4 attribute ninja sword is in the range of 2 to 5 million Rio, with exquisite ones reaching 7 to 8 million Rio, all within the range of several million Rio, then a famous sword starts at a minimum of 10 million Rio. It wouldn't be surprising if it sold for over 100 million Rio. Many people's gazes turned towards the 2 representatives from Yunin, trying to find some answer in their expressions. The lack of bids was not because no one wanted the famous sword, but because they were intimidated. There are not 1,000 4 attribute ninja swords, but there are at least 800. However, famous swords are scarce in the entire ninja world, especially since this is the sword of the first Reikage. What does Yunin mean by this? Without understanding this point, who would dare to bid? Seeing this, one of the middle-aged men among the Yunin representatives stood up and cupped his hands towards the crowd, saying, "Due to the rush, we didn't have time to prepare other treasures for the auction. At the request of the third Reikage, this Raijin Rift is indeed a lot that we Yunin village have voluntarily put up for auction. The highest bidder wins. Everyone can bid with confidence." Chapter 226, The Auction House Turmoil, Part 2, Selling the Sword of the First Reikage. Not to mention that most people present felt incredulous and struggled to understand. Even Uchiha Rong, who was hidden among the crowd, frowned. He sensed a hint of conspiracy. Not to mention the value of the famous sword itself. The significance represented by Raijin Rift is extraordinary. Even if Yunin village is in dire need of money and facing financial strain, logically, they shouldn't be auctioning off something like this. However, after the explanation from the Yunin representatives, although the crowd still had many doubts, someone finally couldn't hold back. 5 million Rio. A young nobleman from the land of fire raised his paddle and called out the starting price. 6 million Rio. I bid 7 million Rio. 8 million Rio. This famous sword must be ours, the Miyamoto clan. 9 million Rio. It has to belong to our Ghost Lantern clan. You missed Hidden already have 7 famous swords. What are you making a fuss about? 10 million Rio. It has to belong to our Miyamoto clan. I bid 20 million Rio. Hee, it's quite lively. Our Uchiha clan is also interested. 50 million Rio. As Uchiha Fugaku raised the bid directly to 50 million Rio. The fierce bidding suddenly came to a halt. Although the famous sword is good, its value is ultimately limited. 50 million Rio is an astronomical price. And with the Uchiha clan leader entering the fray, many began to show hesitation. The characteristics of Raijin Rift had already become known throughout the ninja world due to the first Reikage. Besides its almost indestructible quality as a famous sword, it also possesses enhancements of the 4 attributes: water, fire, wind, and lightning. Among them, the enhancement of the lightning attribute is not weaker than that of most chakra metal weapons. The enhancements of the other 3 attributes are relatively weak, only about 10. Therefore, if one does not possess or is not skilled in lightning nature transformation, raising the bid above 50 million Rio would seem unworthy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rome, transformed into the root Captain Tian, curled his lips in a cold smile. What's going on with Raijin Rift? Don't buy it. Although Kurabi didn't say it explicitly, Uchiha Rome had already begun to suspect. Yunin is indeed up to something. This famous sword is indeed problematic. At this moment, after the bidding fell into a brief pause, the mist-hidden representative of the Ghost Lantern clan raised the bid to 51 million Rio. Elder Miyamoto Otoya of the Miyamoto clan immediately followed with a bid of 52 million Rio. Since Uchiha Fugaku had mentioned that the Uchiha clan was also interested, he naturally had no reason to back down, raising the bid to 70 million Rio. Just then, the nobles also entered the fray. 100 million Rio. 200 million Rio. As the envoy from the land of fire's daimyo bid 100 million, the envoy from the land of water's daimyo raised it to 200 million. The scene fell into an eerie silence again. Interesting. Simply fascinating. Uchiha Rome thought for a moment and understood. In itself, Raijin Rift, as a famous sword, is considered at the bottom tier among famous swords, valued at around 70 to 80 million Rio. Even if the auction price increases, 100 million would be the ceiling. However, given the title of the first Reikage sword, with the wealth of the daimyo's household, even spending 200 to 300 million to buy it for collection is worthwhile. Moreover, if they can take the opportunity to pit Uchiha or Ghost Lantern against each other, that would be something that daimyo's household from the land of fire and land of water would be very pleased to see. These two sides are here to raise the price. In terms of value comparison, even if Uchiha Rome wields the Starblade, it would be difficult to damage the famous sword. Similarly, with Uchiha Rome's level, although the toughness of the Starblade does not yet reach the indestructible level of a famous sword, even a shadow-level ninja wielding a famous sword would find it impossible to destroy the Starblade. If it is the Crescent Starblade, while its blade toughness can only match that of a 3-attribute ninja sword, the attached chakra enhancement would be sufficient to cut through a famous sword like Raijin Rift. This comparison may not be comparable. In other words, if 2 shadow-level powerhouses wielded them, the Starblade would be capable of exerting power not weaker than that of Raijin Rift. Although Raijin Rift might have a slight advantage in blade body, it would also find it difficult to damage the Starblade. And if the Crescent Starblade is used, there would be a chance to inflict damage on the blade body of a famous sword like Raijin Rift. Similarly, if Raijin Rift successfully strikes the Starblade, it could also damage the Starblade. In terms of value comparison, the forging cost of the Starblade is 12 million Rio, and the Crescent Starblade is approximately the same price. However, Raijin Rift costs as much as 70 to 80 million Rio. Why is it so much more expensive? Because if it were in the stage of a high-ranking ninja, under the circumstances of prolonged fierce battles, both the stars and stardust would surely be destroyed. In the midst of her thoughts, just as Watanabe Saki struck the first hammer, Miyamoto Shin raised the bid again, 201 million. Gu-8 Deng Satsuki, not to be outdone, quickly added 1 million. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to speak, he saw the representative from the land of water's daimyo calmly raise the bid, 300 million. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was completely at a loss for words. It wasn't that he couldn't afford this 300 million, but it was clear that the value had far exceeded the worth of the famous blade itself. Although famous blades are hard to come by and can be overpriced several times, it was evident from the expression of the representative from the land of water's daimyo that continuing to bid would make him a fool. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku was no longer participating, Miyamoto Shin also took the opportunity to step down. In fact, when she called out 201 million, she was already feeling a bit strained. Although the Miyamoto clan had a strong background, if they really spent 200 million to buy this famous blade, it would undoubtedly put the family in a difficult position. Sigh. Miyamoto Shin let out a deep sigh. If it weren't for, halfway through her thoughts, she instinctively closed her mouth, as if there was something difficult to say. Just at that moment, Uchiha Rong also looked over. As a member of Konoha, he had been puzzled when Miyamoto Shin called out 201 million. From what he knew, the Miyamoto clan's financial strength shouldn't allow them to spend 200 million on a famous blade. They already owned 2 famous blades. Was it really worth it to fight so hard for this one, which didn't team match their attributes? Regardless of his doubts, when a representative from a land of water's daimyo bid 300 million and no one else followed suit, Watanabe Saki quickly struck the second hammer. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Uchiha Rong, wearing a Tengu mask, slowly raised his bidding card. A shocking number was uttered from his mouth. I bid 1 billion taels. Wow. The entire venue erupted in uproar. Who is this person? Does Konoha's Umbu really have this much money? Hiding their identity, too ashamed to show their face? Verify the funds. I suspect he doesn't have the payment capability. As various voices of surprise rang out, the bidding representative from the land of water's daimyo requested a verification of funds. Suddenly, a member from the Roots, wearing a ghost mask, flashed onto the stage and whispered something to the somewhat bewildered Watanabe Saki. After the Roots member left, Watanabe Saki's expression had already returned to calm. Her unique, crisp voice cutting through the noise, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, please be quiet. Lord Nanahong from the land of water's daimyo has responded to your request for verification of funds. At this point, Watanabe Saki paused, took a deep breath, and continued. This gentleman is a high-ranking member of Konoha's Umbu, and the Umbu has already confirmed that he has sufficient payment capability. Upon hearing this, the noisy venue gradually returned to order. Uchiha Rong's indifferent voice sounded at the quietest moment. So, will anyone raise the bid? Uchiha Rong directly looked at Watanabe Saki on stage and urged, since no one is raising the bid, please strike the hammer, Miss Saki. Seeing this, Watanabe Saki curiously scrutinized him. At that moment, she was shocked to discover that the identity information she had received about this person seemed to be fake. Lord Sano Ten from the Tsangju Mountain, Lord of the Land of Fire? But the other party was clearly a member of Konoha's Umbu, and a high-ranking one. Time was of the essence. Hearing the urging, Watanabe Saki quickly nodded. All right. This gentleman's request is within a reasonable range. It's no wonder Watanabe Saki stuttered. Who knows if the name Sano Ten is some kind of secret? For a moment, she didn't know how to address him, so she had to do it this way. Immediately, she no longer said much. 1 hammer, 10 billion taels once. 2 hammers, 10 billion taels twice. Wait, I bid 20 billion. The representative from the land of water's Nanahong said through clenched teeth. Kid, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the bidding voice. 20 billion, 100 million. Hearing Uchiha Rong's calm bidding voice, Nanahong from the land of water was about to explode with anger. At this moment, Watanabe Saki didn't even need him to urge. Seeing that no one had bid for 10 seconds, she directly struck the first hammer. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rong's indifferent voice came out. I advise you, don't compete with me. However, a sudden change occurred. Before Nanahong from the land of water could speak, the representative from the land of fire's daimyo raised the bid and said, 30 billion. Crazy. The entire auction hall went mad. Everyone felt their scalp go numb. At this moment, even the dullest person could see that something was off. 30 billion for a famous blade? That's enough to buy a divine artifact. Just as Uchiha Rong was about to respond, he immediately followed up with 30 billion, 100 million taels. If anyone raises the bid again, I will immediately give up. He spread his hands in resignation. At this point, Uchiha Rong looked at the representatives from both the land of water and the land of fire, as if they were fools. The reason he bid for this problematic famous blade was to prevent it from falling into the hands of others and causing any danger, which would lead to chaos at the auction. After all, if it ended up in his hands and there were any issues, he could directly seek compensation from the Cloud Village. No matter how much he spent, he could get it back. But these two fools? He couldn't understand how they thought, raising the bid from 10 billion directly to 30 billion? Uchiha Rong was now quite suspicious that if the bidding continued, the Cloud Village might not be able to come up with so much money to compensate him. Don't forget, the 10 of the funds from this round of bidding would be taken as a bonus for the second half of the event. So, he just reminded them, If anyone else bids, he would give up. But unexpectedly, someone didn't believe it. Oomph. Although I don't know what secret this famous blade has that makes Konoha's Umbu so eager to get it, but I'm also quite interested in it. Therefore, I bid 40 billion. After Nanahong finished speaking, he felt quite pleased, looking at Uchiha Roan with disdain and provocation. Then he was astonished to see that the guy wearing the Tengu mask slowly sat down. Nanahong. Congratulations to Lord Nanahong from the Land of Water for successfully bidding for the Thunderblade, Split Rock at 40 billion taels. Until Watanabe Saki struck the hammer 3 times and announced the successful bid, Nanahong finally snapped out of his daze after hearing his name called. At this moment, he suddenly felt that everything in front of him was surreal. Dazed and spinning, he fell backward. Chapter 227. The True and False Famous Blade, however. Regardless of whether he was truly dizzy or just pretending, the money for the item still had to be paid. If it were just an auction held by Konoha, he might have been able to default. But don't forget, 10 of the total income from all auctions is to be allocated to the reward for the second half of the ninjutsu exchange. 40 billion taels means 4 billion. This concerns the interests of all ninja villages, not to mention the Land of Water's daimyo. Even if the Land of Fire's daimyo were to bid, they would also dare not breach the contract. Immediately, another representative from the Land of Water's daimyo, with a pained expression, took the famous blade Thunderblade, Split Rock, which was delivered on a tray, and completed the payment for the auction item on the spot. It is worth mentioning that the Land of Water's daimyo brought natural silver notes from the Land of Water. According to the current exchange rate of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, which is 1, 2, 7, the 4 billion Fire Nation silver notes are exactly equivalent to 10, 8 billion Water Nation silver notes. Once the accounts are settled, Nanbin Chihong wakes up at the right moment. Looking at the 20 billion funds he brought this time, just the second auction item has already taken up half of it. He knows that his political career is probably an end. At that moment, he truly fainted. Next up was the third item for auction. Just as Watanabe Sia was about to speak, she was interrupted. A representative from the Earth Nation's daimyo suddenly stood up and said, "Wait, Miss Sia, we request to temporarily add an auction item." "Oh, Lord Hirakawa, you can contact the staff privately for such matters. Please do not disrupt the auction order." Although Watanabe Sia's tone was relatively polite, her content did not give much face. The other party's behavior at this moment was clearly against the rules. Hirakawa, side-eye, chuckled lightly, slightly bowed with some apology and said, "I apologize, Miss Sia. I know this is against the rules, and I have no intention of disrupting the auction. However, the transaction price of the Thunderblade was truly astonishing. So after discussion, our Earth Nation is also willing to offer a famous sword to join the auction. We hope it can become the third auction item." Upon hearing this, Watanabe Sia looked at Kakashi at the edge of the auction stage. Although she was in charge of hosting this auction, she was not from Konoha. Therefore, the one who could really make decisions on the spot was Kakashi, the high-ranking Umbu. It wasn't until she saw Kakashi slightly nod that Watanabe Sia's attitude turned around. She smiled softly and said, "Lord Hirakawa, your country's generosity is admirable. On behalf of the participating team, I sincerely thank you." Watanabe Sia bent at a 90-degree angle and performed a grand bow. She then continued, "Now, please introduce the third auction item." At this moment, it wasn't just Watanabe Sia who changed her attitude. Many people present were quite averse to the Earth Nation's interruption of the auction process. However, with Hirakawa side-eye proposing to add a famous sword to the auction, most of the ninja village representatives' expressions softened. If it was a famous sword of such high value, the more the better. It concerned the interests of all ninja villages. What was a brief interruption of the auction process? Ahem. Hirakawa side-eye cleared his throat and had already handed a sealed scroll to the Konoha Umbu beside him. As the Konoha Umbu opened the sealed scroll and took out a somewhat katana-like long sword to hand to Watanabe Sia on stage, Hirakawa side-eye's voice rang out. "This famous sword was purchased yesterday by me from a wandering ninja for the price of 100 million. So I must trouble Miss Sia to authenticate it first. According to the seller, this sword is called Abrozukyo." As soon as these words were spoken, many people's expressions changed drastically. Even Watanabe Sia's face turned pale for the first time. She nervously looked again at Kakashi. The scene was suddenly filled with murmurs. "Abrozukyo? Is it famous? It can't be real, right? How could it be Abrozukyo? Haha, interesting. This auction is really interesting." Some were confused, some were incredulous, and some were gloating. Meanwhile, many people's gazes turned to the already dark-faced Miyamoto Waka. The long sword Abrozukyo and the short knife, Muse, are known collectively as Abrozukyo ninmuse. This is the heirloom famous sword of the Miyamoto clan. The long sword Abrazukio can create a wide mist that obscures the five senses when swung. The short knife Muse can instantly transform the mist into sharp wind blades. These two famous swords are both of the five attributes. The combination of the two swords, Nitten Itt Abrametsu, was once the absolute technique that made the Miyamoto clan fearsome in the ninja world during the Warring States period. Now, the long sword Abrazukio appearing at the auction is unimaginable. At this moment, wait. The over 40 Miyamoto Waka's gaze was sharp, and her voice was undeniable. Our Miyamoto clan demands the auction be halted and the venue sealed. As soon as this was said, the already noisy scene turned into a market-like uproar. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a young man who looked only 18 or 19 slowly appeared on stage. The powerful chakra fluctuation comparable to a tailed beast immediately attracted the attention of all the ninjas present. With a slight glance, he instantly froze Xia Pu Qianjing, who was ready to act. When his gaze shifted to Miyamoto Waka, this elder, who held considerable authority in the clan, immediately lowered her head. The auction will continue. Anyone who disrupts the order without cause will be arrested. After leaving this statement, Danzo withdrew his chakra and stepped back to Kakashi's side. It was clear that the appearance of the Miyamoto clan's treasured sword Abrazukio at the auction was a premeditated event. The most suspicious was the Earth Nation's daimyo delegation. Moreover, judging by Miyamoto Waka's reaction, this Abrazukio was likely the real deal. What a fool. The Miyamoto clan is really going backward. Danzo coldly snorted in dissatisfaction at this moment. Kakashi beside him shrugged helplessly. It was indeed very unwise. This was equivalent to cooperating with the behind-the-scenes instigator, telling everyone that this famous sword was genuine. And indeed, as the chaos was calmed, the enthusiasm for bidding on Abrazukio was unprecedentedly high. Although the Thunderblade was also a famous sword, it belonged to the bottom tier of the four attributes. The only highlight was its identity as the first-generation Reikage sword. However, in reality, all past Reikage were not known for their swordsmanship. Therefore, this halo was quite limited. Abrazukio was different. Not only was it a high-quality famous sword of the five attributes, but it also possessed the ability to emit mist that obscures the five senses. Whether for offense, escape, or one-on-one or group battles, it was a significant weapon. If one day they could also obtain the short knife Muse, the deterrent power on the battlefield would only be second to the tailed beasts. These two famous swords were indeed the greatest heritage of the Miyamoto clan. No wonder Miyamoto Waka would be so frantic as to want to halt the auction of Abrazukio. But just as Nanben Shihong of the Water Nation dared not default on payment, Konoha might be able to use force to retrieve the clan's heirloom for the Miyamoto clan. However, it would also offend all the ninja villages. If the Thunderblade sold for 4 billion was an accident, then even if Abrazukio sold for 2 to 3 billion, it would still be in line with its value. It concerned the interests of all the ninja villages, even if Konoha could fight against one. It could not pay for the Miyamoto clan's own mistakes and destroy the common interests of all the ninja villages. At this moment, Watanabe Sia took out several auxiliary identification items, and after operating on the long sword Abrazukio, she looked troubled and said, "This sword is indeed a treasure of at least 4 attributes, but whether it is the legendary famous sword Abrazukio, I'm afraid I lack the knowledge." To this, those who truly understood swords were not surprised. They knew that Watanabe Sia's statement was a humble one. The authentication of such top-tier famous swords clearly exceeded the normal authentication scope of an appraiser. Unless one was a great swordsman or a ninja of the same level or higher, it would be impossible to distinguish it in a short time. At this moment, Hirakawa Saidai from the Earth Nation laughed aloud. "Isn't this simple? I trouble Lord Chihong to temporarily borrow the Thunderblade, and then find 2 swordsmanship experts to each wield a famous sword to fight. The truth will be revealed." It was evident that the mist from Abrazukio that obscured the 5 senses also had high requirements for chakra cultivation. It couldn't be wielded by an ordinary person. Thus, the clash of the 2 famous swords became the simplest way to verify their authenticity. Has the fox's tail finally been revealed? Uchiha Rome, who has already determined that the famous sword Lai Yin has issues, sneered inwardly. It is obvious that the hidden problem with the famous sword Lai Yin originates from the schemes of Kyomobikure. However, it is unclear whether this action by the daimyo of the Land of Earth was premeditated in cooperation with Kyomobikure or if it arose from some insight at the last minute. All mysteries will soon be unveiled at the moment the 2 famous swords collide. Chapter 228. resolving the issue as Ping Xuanqing's words were spoken. Many people at the scene nodded in agreement. If it were just an ordinary four-element treasure sword, they would have to seek relevant professional appraisers or master blacksmiths for authentication. Because when treasure swords collide, they could easily damage each other. Now that what needs to be identified is a famous sword with a non-damaging characteristic, everything becomes simple. At least, with normal sword use, aside from the rare few with extraordinary physiques like the god of ninjas, famous swords are almost non-damaging existences. Unlike others who were relaxed, Uchiha Rong watched as Nanbin Shihong from the Land of Water handed the Lian to a leaf umbu to bring it up to the stage. Although the expressions of the two representatives from Kumagakure remained unchanged, a closer look revealed a hint of tension in their eyes. The 21-year-old Samui was somewhat nervous and whispered to the middle-aged man, "Senjutsu Senpai, what should we do if we are found out that what we brought is a fake?" "Shut up." Senjutsu nervously glanced around and forced himself to calm down, saying, "Remember, the item we submitted is the Thunderblade Lian." Samui was taken aback upon hearing this. He quickly understood the implication. They were going to insist that what they submitted was indeed the Thunderblade Lian. And if it turned out to be fake, they would pin the blame on Konoha. It would be Konoha's failure to safeguard, allowing someone to swap it. Or they could even directly accuse Konoha of being complicit in the theft. Understanding this point, Samui's panic quickly subsided, and his expression became resolute. Indeed, who could blame Konoha's appraiser for not recognizing the authenticity of Lian? As long as they firmly claimed that what they submitted was the famous sword Lian, then Konoha would have to bear the blame, whether they wanted to or not. They had to bring back the 36 billion Fire Country silver notes after deducting handling fees. On the other side, at the auction stage, Watanabe Sia looked at the two famous swords placed on the table and shifted her gaze back to Kakashi. Kakashi was the main person in charge of this auction. He naturally understood the meaning of her gaze. She was asking him to send two sword-wielding ninjas from the Umbu to test the swords. However, just as Kakashi stepped forward to say something, a figure wearing a Tengu mask suddenly appeared on the auction stage, and a calm voice rang out. "Then I will use this Lian." As he spoke, the short sword Lian was already in his hand. "I see." After casually playing with it and performing a few sword techniques, Uchiha Rong confirmed the authenticity of this famous sword. It turned out to be an ordinary four-element ninja sword, a counterfeit of the famous sword Lian. "Then let me use this long sword, Tsukuyami," he said. At the same time, Danzo stepped forward, picked up the long sword Tsukuyami in front of everyone, and infused it with chakra. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. This is indeed Tsukuyami. Although he couldn't immediately discern the sword's unique techniques to unleash the fog that obscures the senses, based on his residual memories and the level of his own chakra, he could already confirm the authenticity of this sword. At this moment, Watanabe Sia smiled and said, "Then I would like to ask the two gentlemen to test the swords for everyone." Danzo's earlier words had not been concealed, and many people heard them. However, the authenticity of the famous sword cannot be convincing based solely on one person's word. It still needs to be seen to be believed. Seeing this, Danzo didn't waste any more words and directly swung his sword at Uchiha Rong. Uchiha Rong reacted very quickly, using a draw slash to block Danzo's downward strike with the long sword. In an instant, dozens of clashes echoed as the two swords collided, each impact being a genuine clash without any chakra nature transformation attached to the sword bodies. They did not use sword techniques, but the shockwaves generated by each clash caused the barrier that had just risen to tremble violently. Hiss, the Konoha Umbu really hides dragons and crouching tigers, just based on their physical strength alone. No wonder Konoha was so renowned. That must be Danzo, the Konoha advisor rumored to have returned to youth through divine grace, right? Yes, that's him. I wonder who the other Umbu wearing the Tengu mask is. He also possesses such astonishing physical strength. Ironically, the focus of the crowd should have been on the two famous swords, but gradually the attention shifted, and they began discussing the powerful abilities of the two men. This was actually normal for ninjas with a bit of insight. It was not hard to see that the newly erected A-rank barrier on the auction stage was enough to isolate S-rank powers. For the barrier to react so violently, it indicated that the two were fighting with only their physiques without using sword techniques. And yet the residual force was already extremely close to a full-strength attack from a shadow-level ninja. What does that mean? This means that the two people testing the sword on the auction stage, based on their displayed strength, were at least S-level shadow ninjas. It wasn't surprising for an old-school ninja, like Danzo, to possess such strength. However, Uchiha Rong, who wore the Tengu mask, sparked curiosity about his identity. With a crisp sound, The barrier shattered. At the same time, their clash abruptly stopped. Watanabe Sia, being professional, was the first to recover from the shock and said loudly, "I believe everyone has already formed a judgment about the authenticity of the famous swords. Now, the starting bid for the famous sword Tsukuyomi is 100 million ryo, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 million ryo. The bidding begins." As soon as this was announced, someone immediately shouted a bid. "I offer 100 million. This lord bids 130 million, 140 million. In less than a minute, the bidding exceeded 200 million. It was no wonder these people were so crazy. The earlier reaction from Miyamoto Shion effectively told everyone that the Miyamoto clan's Tsukuyomi was lost. This indirectly confirmed the authenticity of this Tsukuyomi. Then there was the impressive performance of Danzo and the other person. The genuine clashes of the sword bodies couldn't deceive anyone. If it were not a famous sword, under such powerful collisions, it would undoubtedly sustain damage or chips. The fact is it did not. Therefore, both Tsukuyomi and Lian were undoubtedly famous swords. And coupled with their unique shapes, they completely matched the legendary famous sword Tsukuyomi. If this weren't real, would there be any master blacksmith in the world so bored as to forge a counterfeit of the famous sword Tsukuyomi, and by sheer luck, produce a famous sword-level replica? During the intense bidding process, no one noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the two representatives from Kyomobikure. "Senior. Senjetsu Senpai, what's going on? You asked me. Who should I ask?" The muscular middle-aged man, Senjetsu, now felt as uncomfortable as if he had to urinate. Could it be that the village made a mistake? Lian was not lost. The counterfeit we brought to auction is actually the real thing? It turned out that the Thunderblade Lian, the first-generation Reikage sword, had been lost for some time. After searching for a long time without finding its whereabouts, and with the ninja tournament approaching, the higher-ups of Kyomobikure came up with a multifaceted plan to forge a 4-element Lian and impersonate the famous sword Lian to participate in the auction. It's important to know that even many seasoned treasure appraisal experts find it difficult to easily distinguish treasures at this level. Moreover, the imitation itself is a treasure that is only second to the famous sword. This creates the possibility of mixing genuine and fake items. If everything goes smoothly, not only can they invest a small amount to gain a large return, spending a few million taels to potentially get tens of millions or even over 100 million in return, but they can also announce to the entire ninja world that the famous sword, Rion, has been auctioned off. This way, firstly, it prevents the person who stole Rion from using it openly. Secondly, it can prevent those with ulterior motives from using this initial Reikage sword for other purposes. After all, this famous sword has been sold openly by Yunin. Even if it is discovered midway that the sword is a fake, they can insist that the original submission was genuine and blame it on Konoha. This plan is indeed quite clever. But what is the current situation? Sun Yuan and Samui both feel confused. On the other side, the two representative ministers from the land of Earth are equally bewildered. Hikawa Saidai even secretly slapped himself, thinking he was dreaming. How could this Rion possibly be real? The two looked at each other. The real famous sword Rion is still lying in their daimyo's treasury. How could this one be real? Instead, Nanben Shihong from the land of water, at this moment, is stroking the famous sword Rion in his hand, feeling lucky. Although he spent 4 billion, this Rion was able to withstand the fierce battle against the Moonlit Knight, which can be considered a rare treasure reclaim for the daimyo. In reality, this is a bit self-deceptive. It's worth noting that Konoha's annual funding is only about 30 billion. This amount is not even half the budget of the Mist Village, which means that 4 billion is enough to support the Mist Village for 2 years. Spending 4 billion to buy a famous sword worth only 100 million. After returning, if the daimyo of the land of water doesn't strip Nanben Shihong of his skin, it would be considered merciful. Only at this moment, back at his seat, Uchiha Rong has a slight smile on his face. If it weren't for him secretly supporting that imitation Rion with would release chakra, once the imitation was exposed, Konoha would have truly been schemed against. At that time, facing a hole of up to 40 billion, it would concern the interests of all the ninja villages. When the buyer from the land of water accuses the famous sword of being fake and demands compensation, Yunin, the seller, would claim that it was a genuine sword when handed over to Konoha, and that the mistake happened while it was being kept by Konoha. In this situation, both sides would start to shirk responsibility. Regardless of the outcome, it would be a mess, and even Konoha would find it hard to absolve themselves of blame. This would truly align with the intentions of those behind the scenes. I contribute to Konoha, and once the matter is settled, I can quietly retreat, hiding my merits and fame. Silently resolving such a huge trouble, Uchiha Rong feels quite pleased with himself. However, just then, another wave of chaos arises. 300 million. 1 billion. When the bidding for Moonlit Night reaches 300 million, Miyamoto Shine can no longer contain herself. Imitating Uchiha Rong's earlier move, she directly bids 1 billion. Wow. Uchiha Rong is stunned. This fool. Even if Moonlit Night is your family's heirloom, you must get it back. You should let the price gradually rise. Perhaps in the end, it would settle around 300 to 500 million. Although 3 to 500 million would hurt the Miyamoto clan significantly, it would still be acceptable to retrieve Moonlit Night. But to show such a determined attitude in front of representatives from the 5 great nations? Isn't that foolish? Does she still want Moonlit Night? Even someone as wealthy as Uchiha Rong has to retreat in the face of the Land of Water's crazy bidding, let alone the richest daimyo from the Land of Fire, who hasn't even made a move yet. Sure enough, just as Uchiha Rong thinks things are going badly, a representative from the Land of Fire slowly raises their bidding card and says calmly, 20 billion. The 40-year-old Miyamoto Shine is instantly dumbfounded. Once Moonlit Night is auctioned off by the daimyo's house, even sending clan ninjas to retrieve it will be useless, because by then, the entire ninja world will know that Moonlit Night was auctioned off by the Land of Fire. If it gets stolen midway, what use is a famous sword like Moonlit Night that cannot be shown? Chapter 229, Misjudged Psychological Price Point. Not only Uchiha Rong, but also Danzo and Kakashi, who are always ready to maintain order at the auction, feel extremely speechless. They truly feel anxious about the intelligence of the Miyamoto clan's elder, Miyamoto Shine. But upon reflection, it is also human nature. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. The reason Miyamoto Shine repeatedly makes wrong responses is mainly because Moonlit Night is too important, completely occupying her mind and leaving her flustered. As an elder in the clan, any decision made by those in high positions, any word spoken, and every action taken must avoid a restless heart. A restless heart leads to more mistakes. After the representative from the Land of Fire bids 20 billion, the previously competitive bidding scene suddenly quiets down. There are not many forces left that can continue bidding. 20 billion, even for a clan like Miyamoto with hundreds of years of heritage, would be truly taxing to come up with this amount of money. At that point, various internal conflicts might erupt, and the clan could risk falling apart. 20 billion and 10 million. Just as Watanabe Seiya strikes the first hammer, Uchiha Fugaku raises his card a bid. This action draws a grateful look from Miyamoto Shine. At this price point, among the ninja clans, aside from a few major clans, only the 2 great aristocratic clans still have the ability to continue participating in the bidding. Although Uchiha cannot simply waste a huge amount of money to help the Miyamoto clan, at least as long as Moonlit Night can remain in Konoha, the Miyamoto clan still has a chance to get it back. Perhaps they cannot come up with that much money right away, but as a well-established ninja clan, its value is far beyond what simple money can measure. 35 billion. Seeing Uchiha's bid, the representative from a Land of Fire couldn't be more excited and directly added 15 billion without a second thought. Compared to the fool from the Land of Water, this representative from the Land of Fire is much more rational. In the last round for the famous sword Rion, he bid 30 billion, even if no one else bids. The loss from this price is still within the budget of the daimyo's house. Once someone takes over, whether it is another daimyo's house or a major ninja clan, then his goal will have been achieved. And indeed, after Uchiha Rong raised the bid, the representative from the Land of Fire did not follow up. This time, however, it was different. It is well known that the value of the long sword Moonlit Night is not just its inherent value as a 5-attribute famous sword, but also the combination technique it unleashes when paired with the short sword Wuxiang, which is comparable to a divine weapon. It is the greatest asset of the Miyamoto clan and also the asset of Konoha village. Just like Uchiha's extermination in the original timeline, the daimyo's house is very willing to do anything that can shake the foundations of Konoha, because the shallower Konoha's foundations are, the better it can be controlled by the daimyo's house. 35 billion and 10 million. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, hesitated for a moment, and raised the bid again. 40 billion. The Land of Fire's daimyo's house didn't hesitate to continue bidding. However, from the bidding increments, it is clear that the other side has also started to be cautious. An auction is, after all, a psychological game. Forcing opponents to exceed their budget to win something can sometimes be even more damaging than a large-scale war with real weapons. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku stopped speaking this time. His psychological budget was below 4 billion. This was already the maximum liquidity that the Uchiha clan could offer at present. Fugaku could not risk the interests of his clan just to help the Miyamoto clan retrieve their lost items. But at that moment, Hinata Hizashi beside him spoke up. It's not good for Konoha's items to be lost outside. Since Fugaku has already put in effort, it's only right for us Hinata to contribute as well. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku did not show any joy. Instead, his expression became serious as he lowered his voice and said, "They just want to wear us down." Yes, at this moment, unity against a common enemy might not be a good thing. If, for the sake of a famous sword, they exhausted all the liquid funds of the two major clans, that would not be worth it. The reason why the ninja villages could maintain their independence under the pressure from the feudal lords was mainly due to the self-sufficient production and sales within the ninja clans, along with a certain level of financial chain. Even the feudal lords would not dare to easily cut off the funding to the ninja villages. Otherwise, the major ninja clans could unite and still have a final opportunity to fight back. But if the ninja clans became impoverished, then the ninja village would be very close to being completely controlled by the feudal lords. Did Hinata Hizashi not understand this principle? He sighed lightly, and just as Watanabe Sayaka prepared to strike the second hammer, he calmly raised his bidding card. 50 billion. After completing the bid, he continued to lower his voice to Fugaku and said, "We still need to make a show of it." Yes, making a show. As the two major ocular jutsu clans in the ninja world, they had tens of thousands of ordinary clansmen who worked their entire lives for the clan. This was the foundation of the powerful clans. If the two clans did not make enough of an effort in the incident of the Miyamoto clans lost Luminous Moon Knight, the loss of Luminous Moon Knight would be minor, but the internal conflicts that would arise later would be more troublesome. Just as time was of the essence. Faced with Hinata's increase of 10 billion, Fujiwara Rinji's expression flashed with delight. 51 billion. The auction room fell silent at this moment, as everyone else was stunned by such astronomical figures. Clearly, even if it was a divine artifact, if there was a price, it would likely be around this amount. This was no longer about the value of the item itself, but had risen to the level of measuring the interest between powers. Fujiwara Rinji's increase of 1 billion made Hinata Hizashi uncomfortable. Should he give up? That would only mean the other side gained another billion. Should he continue to bid? That felt very frustrating. 52 billion. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku raised his card. It was clear that at this point, it was no longer just the power of one clan competing in the bidding. 57 billion. Fujiwara Rinji raised his card again. Rarely, after completing his bid, he stood up and for the first time spoke across the room. Lord Feudal Lord loves to collect famous swords, and Luminous Moon Knight is such a rare treasure. I wanted to bid it back to make the Feudal Lord happy, but unfortunately, my finances are limited. If there's a higher bid, I will give up. Originally, both Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku were prepared to give up, but this sudden remark was truly putting them on the spot. If they did not act now, although there would be no immediate consequences behind the scenes, there would inevitably be people saying all sorts of things. Just 5 billion short. Each clan can contribute a bit more. Why not continue bidding? As they saw Miyamoto Oraheim looking at them with pleading eyes, Uchiha Fugaku sighed and raised his bidding card. 57 billion and 10 million. 60 billion. After Fujiwara Rinji completed his bid, he sighed softly. Although I'm already financially strained, I can still put in another 3 to 5 billion. Sigh. It's all my fault for being too loyal to Lord Feudal Lord. What a mockery, a blatant mockery. It was clear that at this moment, Fujiwara Rinji had completely grasped the psychology of the two clans. If he directly raised the price by 10 billion, the other side would simply give up. But by slowly increasing by a few billion, the other side was now in a position where they couldn't escape. As the bidding reached this point, some of the higher-ups who were aware of the situation also began to understand. The feudal lord was intentionally letting go of Luminous Moon Knight, and now just wanted to squeeze a bit more money from the two clans. If the two clans could withstand the pressure, the result would be that they would exhaust all their cash flow to preserve Luminous Moon Knight for Konoha, ensuring it could remain with the short sword no thoughts. If they could not withstand it, a mere few billion, let alone the feudal lord, even the private wealth of the current Fire Country Minister would be enough to play with, as long as it was within a certain cost. Taking Luminous Moon Knight back to present to the feudal lord would surely bring a reward. The question now was how to measure the losses involved. If the losses were too great, Fujiwara Rinji would naturally choose to give up. And in that case, as the one who dealt a heavy blow to the two major clans, he could also receive a reward from the feudal lord. Compared to that, of course, getting such an achievement without spending a dime was much more cost-effective. Thus, Fujiwara Rinji was indeed prepared to let go of Luminous Moon Knight. At this moment, both Hinata Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku's faces were very gloomy. It was clear that they had already fallen into this trap. Regardless of the outcome, they would have to suffer losses. The more ninja clans that got dragged down, the happier Fujiwara Rinji became. Just as Fujiwara Renji was feeling proud, and Hizashi and Fugaku were in a dilemma, a familiar voice yawned lazily and said, "Why are you dragging this out? How long do you plan to keep raising the price?" Saying this, he raised his bidding card. 100 billion. Fujiwara Renji looked over at the source of the voice, and to his surprise, it was the impressive Tengu-masked Konoha Umbu. Immediately, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. 100 billion and 10 million. Fujiwara Renji had not forgotten that since this arrogant fellow had made a move, there was no reason to easily back down. Is he from a fourth Hokage? At this moment, he was extremely excited. Originally, he only wanted the Miyamoto clan to bleed heavily, but unexpectedly, he reeled in these two big fish from the two major clans. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to back off, but unexpectedly, he had implicated the entire Konoha. In his view, being able to bid 100 billion must mean that the various clans within Konoha had reached an agreement to share this loss. In that case, he naturally wanted to continue squeezing. Sure enough, he saw the other party unhesitatingly continue to raise the price. 120 billion. 120 billion and 10 million. Fujiwara Renji smiled as he looked at Uchiha Roan. Feeling uncomfortable? I'll just bid 10 million more than you each time. In Fujiwara Renji's view, since the entire Konoha ninja clan had united to bid, the upper limit they could bear was roughly around 150 billion. With so many people already dragged down, it was impossible for them to get back up. Thinking of this, Fujiwara Renji couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to envision himself forcing the other side to call out 150 billion, after which he would give up on the bidding. Then he could turn around and collect a reward from the feudal lord. But just as he was thinking this, Fujiwara Renji suddenly noticed something was off. Why is the bidding not continuing? Before he could think further, Watanabe Sayaka had already struck the hammer. 120 billion and 10 million, going once. What the hell? What is going on? They really aren't raising the price? 120 billion and 10 million, going twice. Fujiwara Renji was completely panicked. As he saw the third hammer about to fall, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Watanabe Sayaka frowned and stopped the hammer. "Mr. Fujiwara, you cannot disrupt the auction order without a valid reason." Renji Fujiwara nervously looked at Uchiha Roan. "Why did you suddenly stop bidding? If someone else bids high, I'm giving up." Uchiha Roan turned his head away, ignoring him. Bang. Seeing this, Sayaka Watanabe waited for about 10 seconds. As it was clear that no one was bidding, she decisively struck down the final hammer. Congratulations to Lord Renji Fujiwara of the Land of Fire for successfully bidding 12,001 billion for the famous sword, Twilight Knight. No, this doesn't make sense. According to the financial auditor's report, the total liquidity of various clans in Konoha is at least 15 billion. Renji Fujiwara was completely baffled. How could he bid 12 billion and then suddenly stop? Aren't you afraid of being blamed by other ninja clans when you go back? The more Renji Fujiwara thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt like everything in front of him was spinning. Struggling, he took out 15 billion from the 30 billion in banknotes he brought and handed it to the Konoha Umbu, then received the famous sword, Twilight Knight. Only then did Renji Fujiwara faint, becoming the second minister from the 5 countries to faint after Nanamoto Nanahiro at this auction. The auction continued, and Sayaka Watanabe continued. Next, we have the 4th item of this auction. Boom! A loud noise interrupted Sayaka Watanabe's words. A sudden change occurred. The ceiling of the auction hall cracked with a loud bang, and dozens of puppets fell from the sky, attacking the items piled on the auction stage. Chapter 230. The auction's pawn. Just as the abnormal situation unfolded, over 100 Konoha ninjas wearing various animal masks and demon masks appeared in an instant. Some surrounded the audience seats, ready to apprehend anyone who moved, while others blocked the entrances and exits of the venue, preventing anyone from escaping inside and guarding against external attacks. The fastest were a group of members in demon masks, who immediately activated several barriers. 4 barriers rose just around the audience seats, covering the 5 major ninja village ninjas, the nobles of the 5 countries, as well as other village ninjas and dignitaries. On the auction stage, 3 barriers were instantly activated, clearly the most fortified area. No matter how the falling puppets attacked, they could not break through the barrier's defenses. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Danzo also acted immediately. White Fang instantly knocked away 2 beast-shaped puppets, while Danzo's vacuum wave directly severed all the chakra threads of the puppets. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes, and the sudden chaos was already quelled. At this moment, a team of Umbu leaped down from the ceiling's opening. "Sir, the enemy is very cunning. They were all shadow clones. implying that they hadn't caught anyone. Danzo waved his hand and said loudly, "Just some clowns. No need to pay attention." The auction continues. In the audience, many people's expressions were not good. Everything happened too quickly. This was the first time Konoha had displayed such terrifying strength. Just from the chakra fluctuations of the dozen puppets that attacked earlier, it was no less than the attacks of several Jainin. Originally, if Konoha had not been so well prepared, instantly isolating the people in the audience, many would have taken the opportunity to stir up trouble, even causing greater chaos. Especially Danzo's vacuum wave was truly stunning. It was so precise and sharp. It could be considered the nemesis of puppeteers, because no matter how skilled a puppeteer is, they cannot avoid the need to use chakra threads to control their puppets. Coincidentally, Danzo's vacuum wave specifically targets energy, capable of tearing and cutting through any energy body, an attack that could have caused great upheaval, perhaps even resulting in casualties among the dignitaries of various countries, was thus dissipated into nothingness. Sayaka Watanabe remained very calm. She already knew that her auction stage was the most protected position. "I sincerely apologize for the scare, everyone. Now let the auction continue." At this moment, the ceiling had been repaired by Konoha's Umbu using Earth Release. The attack that had just occurred felt like an illusion. The fourth item for auction was a rare treasure provided by a Wavicure, 5-color clay. This is a strange life form that can change into various insect, fish, bird, and beast forms when infused with chakra. Not only does it possess a maximum B-rank combat capability, but is also particularly good at defense and protection. It should be noted that this clay life requires long-term feeding of its own blood to establish a connection, allowing for skilled control. After the introduction, Sayaka Watanabe raised 5 pieces of colorful clay, each the size of a basketball. The starting bid was 10 million, with each increase not less than 1 million. This time, the bidding was unprecedentedly fierce, because more dignitaries from various countries were involved. According to the auction item list, the 5 pieces of clay life were colored blue, red, yellow, black, and gray, corresponding to water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. Normally, these things are as still as dirt and stones. Once they come into contact with chakra, they will undergo a transformation. It's quite magical. If fed with one's own blood for a long time, a mental connection can be established. At that time, by injecting any chakra to activate, they can be controlled to transform into the needed combat forms. Each piece of clay life, in its best form, can fight against a B-rank Jainin. That's 5 Jainin bodyguards, and they are particularly good at protecting people. Of course, the downside is that you need to inject at least 1 card's worth of chakra for it to possess this maximum B-rank combat capability. If it weren't for this flaw, its value could multiply several times, and it might not even appear at the auction. But even so, it still attracted a frenzy of bidding from many dignitaries. Soon, the bidding surpassed 100 million. At this point, the sounds of bidding suddenly decreased significantly. Something as peculiar as the shark skin great blade? The ninja world really is full of wonders, Uchiha Rong observed with interest, yet he was not in a hurry to bid. Bidding is indeed very skillful, especially in an auction setting where major ninja forces gather. If one reveals their needs too early, it becomes very difficult to secure what they want at a good price. After all, many people would love to raise the price for their rivals. Until the bidding reached 170 million, finally no one continued to raise the price. Congratulations to this lord. You have successfully bid for the 5-color clay at 170 million. Sayaka Watanabe struck the hammer 3 times, almost losing her composure when recalling the seat number information. Land of Fire, Peace Town, Administrative Officer, Sonochi. Sayaka Watanabe subconsciously patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did her racing heart calm down, purely from the fright. How many Umbu big shots were hidden in Konoha during this auction? Next, the 5th item for auction was the deep-sea Shien iron provided by Kirigakure. The starting bid was 8 million, and each increase had to be no less than 1 million. Although it is a super rare material of the main material level for forging divine artifacts, it is only a small piece the size of a fist. Therefore, its value couldn't be too high. 75 million. When the deep-sea Shien iron reached 70 million, Uchiha Rong frowned slightly, subtly starting to scrutinize the directions of the bidders. Pawns? The ninja world actually knows to use some pawns to raise prices. It was clear that such a small piece of deep-sea Shien iron had already exceeded its value at 70 million. Congratulations to this lord for winning the deep-sea Shien iron. Seeing that Sonochi had again won the deep-sea Shien iron, Sayaka Watanabe barely managed to keep her voice from cracking due to nervousness. The 6th item for auction. The 7th. Fortunately, the esteemed Ninja did not bid again on the subsequent items, which made Watanabe Soya feel much more at ease. As one item after another was sold, it soon came to the batch of B-level puppets provided by Sunigakure. The first B-level puppet, the Sand Crocodile, has the special feature of exceptionally strong defensive capabilities on its back, making it virtually impervious to blades and firearms. It can even withstand most C-level ninjutsu and some B-level ninjutsu attacks. The starting price was 1 million Ryo, with each bid needing to be no less than 100,000 Ryo. In fact, aside from the few hot items at the beginning, the value of the subsequent items clearly dropped sharply, allowing more people to participate in the bidding. Each puppet from Sunigakure ultimately sold for an average of 5 to 6 million Ryo, with the highest value flying puppet fetching an astonishing 50 million Ryo. Although the value of each individual item was not high, the total revenue still exceeded 200 million Ryo. Hehe, since everyone enjoys raising the price. Then the 40 billion and 120 billion that the representatives of Kumogakure and the Land of Earth S daimyo made previously must also be returned. Raising the price. As if anyone can't do it. As Uchiha, Rome muttered to himself. Several rock clones of various ages and appearances in the inconspicuous corners of the auction house slightly raised their lips. Chapter 231. The auction stage is a battlefield. This auction involved a massive amount of money, resembling a war without gunpowder. From the current auction situation, the biggest beneficiary was the daimyo of the Land of Earth, who made a profit of over 100 billion Ryo by auctioning the famous sword Argitsuya after deducting 12 billion Ryo in handling fees. Next was Kumogakure, which made a profit of 36 billion Ryo by auctioning the famous sword Rion. Most importantly, one side sold a counterfeit, while the other stole from Konoha, thus profiting. Although publicly, the Miyamoto clan had not disclosed the theft of Argitsuya, and the Land of Earth S daimyo claimed they were unaware of its authenticity. As they had purchased it from a wandering ninja, this provided a layer of cover. As a result, Konoha, in order to maintain stability during the tournament, found it difficult to clarify the situation for a time. However, this grudge was naturally established. The current issue was that as the host of the tournament, Konoha, while benefiting greatly and enjoying convenience, was also faced with many restrictions. For example, they had to do their utmost to ensure the personal safety of all parties during the tournament and on the way back. Of course, once they left the territory of the Land of Fire, anything that happened would no longer concern Konoha. This led to the situation where, during the tournament, Konoha, despite being at a disadvantage, could not use force to reclaim justice to avoid giving other forces the chance to cause trouble. Even after the tournament, it would be difficult to hold the two parties accountable. After all, no matter what was done, it was inevitable to leave traces. And if news broke that Konoha had pursued participating teams after the tournament, the repercussions would be far-reaching. Thus, this grievance was hard for the Miyamoto clan to swallow. Yet they had to endure it. However, Uchiha Rome did not need to endure. The 37th auction item, 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, was a storage ninja tool belt provided by His Excellency Fujiwara Ringshi of the Land of Fire. This jade belt was inlaid with 24 space jade pieces, each containing a storage space about the size of a ninja tool pouch. It should be noted that this ninja tool could not store living beings. The starting price was 10 million Ryo, with each bid needing to be no less than 1 million Ryo. As Watanabe Soya introduced the new auction item once again, Uchiha Rome's spirits lifted. Here comes. The first high-value auction item he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Amidst a flurry of intense bidding, the price of the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night Ninja Tool belt unknowingly reached 200 million Ryo. The actual value of such non-damageable famous swords and storage ninja tools typically hovered around 100 million Ryo. However, due to the lack of supply, it was common for them to be auctioned off at 3 to 5 times their bidding price. Uchiha Rome, being adept in sealing techniques and his business acquiring rare materials from various parties, naturally had no shortage of storage ninja tools. However, this type of ninja tool was still a strategic level resource, a strategic level ninja tool that various parties scrambled for. 5 billion Ryo, 6 billion, 8 billion. Suddenly, the once fierce bidding voices lessened, but one after another, the price was pushed to an unbelievable level. 10 billion. Amidst the continuous calling of prices, the representative from Kumogakure, Mori-jin, shouted out a sky-high price of 10 billion Ryo. Storage ninja tools had always been strategic items fiercely contested by the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, Kumogakure had made a huge profit of 36 billion Ryo by taking a risk this time. This was already beyond Mori Jin's expectations. And to safely bring this money back, this storage ninja tool was crucial. 24 ninja tool pouch spaces might not sound large, but in reality, it was more than enough to hold 100 billion Ryo in land of fire currency notes. Such a large sum of money, placed in a more convenient, concealed, and stable storage ninja tool, was evidently much more reassuring. One must know that while disposable sealing scrolls were cheap, if the scroll was damaged during a fierce battle, how much of what was inside could be preserved was truly uncertain. 11 billion, 12 billion, 12 billion, 300 million. In the midst of thoughts, the previous bids had already been continuously surpassed. Mori Jin quickly raised the sign again. 20 billion, mainly because there were still quite a few people chasing the price. Increasing by 1 billion at a time could easily lead to a sky-high price in the end. So Mori Jin calculated a bit. Although the actual value of such storage ninja tools was about 100 million Ryo, due to their rarity, a 20 billion Ryo premium would be acceptable if he could win the bid. 21 billion, 22 billion. This time, the number of bidders immediately halved. However, the price was still instantly raised to 25 billion. Seeing this situation, Mori Jin was momentarily affected by the heated bidding atmosphere. Should he raise the price one more time? Just one last time. 30 billion. Mori Jin raised his sign. 31 billion. 32 billion. Mori Jin's bids did not create any waves and were instantly overshadowed. As the bidding soared, nearing 40 billion, inexplicably, Mori Jin raised the sign again. 45 billion. At this point, he was no longer in the mindset of purchasing items. He just wanted to take the opportunity to annoy others by raising the price. After all, so many people were bidding. His single bid wouldn't make a difference. He couldn't be the only one bidding and have everyone else fall silent. Right? Right? No way. 45 billion once. Twice. 45 billion sold. Congratulations to Kumogakure's elite, Mr. Mori Jin, for successfully bidding 45 billion Ryo for the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night. It wasn't until Watanabe Soya called his name that Mori Jin finally came to his senses. What have I done? Mori Jin felt dazed. Inadvertently, he had gotten carried away with the bidding. He actually spent 45 billion Ryo to purchase a storage ninja tool with a total space of less than 1 cubic meter. Senior Mori Jin. The 21-year-old Samui was already panicking. She didn't know how, in the blink of an eye, Senior Mori Jin had squandered the advantage they had worked so hard to accumulate. It was like playing a good hand poorly. Shut up. With a knife that cost a few million, we exchanged for a storage ninja tool. We still made a huge profit. Mori Jin's self-deceiving words left Samui momentarily speechless, unsure what else to say. After deducting 10% of the total amount, the previous auction of the famous sword Rion yielded 36 billion Ryo. This time, they paid 45 billion. Even if the previous 36 billion was earned for nothing, the price difference of 9 billion could have been used to customize a storage ninja tool of over 1 cubic meter. So, if Mori Jin's initial bid of 10 billion could have been successful, it would have still been profitable. It was already not worth it at 2 billion. At that time, he was already overwhelmed. 45 billion, what does that mean? It's enough to fund Yunin Village for at least 3 years. At this moment, Samui was already filled with despair. As a representative of Yunin Village, Sinyu had suffered a loss equivalent to a battle that cost the lives of 4,000 to 5,000 excellent ninjas. As one of the representatives, she could hardly escape blame. She seemed to foresee what awaited her upon returning to the village. The auction was still ongoing. Many people say that casinos ruin lives. But no one knows that a single impulsive expenditure at an auction can also ruin a life. On the other side, in Uchiha Rong's seat, he wore a Tengu mask and the corners of his mouth lifted. He had successfully sniped Yunin. As for the 100 billion earned by the daimyo of the Land of Earth, he was not in a hurry. The significance of money to a ninja village is very different from its significance to a daimyo's mansion. For example, if Yunin were given 40 billion, it could allow Yunin to firmly hold the second position among the 5 great ninja villages and beat Iwagakure. However, giving the daimyo of the Land of Earth 100 billion would basically just add a few more dishes to their dining table for the next 2 years. After all, the scale is different, a village and a country. The gap in scale is enormous. 100 billion, while a substantial financial income for a country, does not have much real military impact. So, Uchiha Rong mainly targeted Yunin. Of course, the Land of Earth daimyo's party that stole the Matsumoto clan's Lunar Night from Konoha would not be able to return easily with a full load. Chapter 232, Tsunade Attacked. To make the opponent pay a price in the auction, not only is strong financial power required, but more importantly, intelligence. Just like before, Fujiwara Ringshi's misjudgment of intelligence led the daimyo of the Land of Fire to buy Lunar Knight for 120 billion. At this point in the bidding, it was no longer about the value of the items themselves. The final outcome was that, although Fujiwara Ringshi successfully made the Matsumoto clan of Konoha lose their strongest trump card, Lunar Knight, causing the technique Lunar Knight no thought to be dismantled, he also suffered significant losses himself. While the Land of Fire is wealthy, 120 billion is still a tremendous blow to its finances. Besides financial power and intelligence, skills are also crucial. Just as in the later bidding for 24 Bridge, Bright Moon Knight, Uchiha Rong's rock clones mixed into the venue and raised the price, creating an atmosphere that led Sun Yu of Yunin Village into a big pit. In the subsequent bidding, although Uchiha Rong also overpaid for some items, such as 10,000-year level medicinal herbs that averaged a 5-fold markup, totaling over 500 million, and an extremely rare S-rank B skin with space-time attributes that was marked up 10-fold, costing a full 11 billion. However, since these treasures were either priceless or had significant strategic value, overall, being able to acquire these items without being outbid by other forces was still very successful in a strategic sense. Among them, that S-rank B skin, when combined with some auxiliary materials, could create a storage ninjutsu with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. In other words, with Uchiha Rong's sealing technique skills, as long as he spent about 100 million on auxiliary materials, the finished storage ninjutsu could be worth nearly 100 billion. In this way, the 11 billion spent on materials was actually not a loss at all. This auction before the competition was truly eye-opening. Indeed, roughly calculating, the total prize money has already approached 40 billion, right? I remember the total prize money for the last exchange meeting was only 43 billion. Unexpectedly, this time, even before the final auction item was brought out, there was already so much. The atmosphere at the scene was very lively. Even some ninjas from small villages who did not have much ability to participate in the bidding were excited to have the opportunity to witness an auction where billions were spent. Moreover, the higher the total auction amount, the more directly it was linked to their own prize money for the second half, which was the most exhilarating part. Before long, it was already noon. At this point, Watanabe Sia had successfully auctioned nearly 100 items. Immediately, the auction entered a break time. Many people left to have lunch, but more chose to stay in the venue, munching on the dry rations they had brought. This was certainly not because they were saving money or unwilling to eat something better, but because at this moment, the venue was the liveliest for discussions. A gathering of all forces in the ninja world was the best place to gather various intelligence. On the other side, in Konoha Hospital, your talent is good. If you continue to develop in medical ninjutsu, you will surely become an excellent medical ninja, Tsunade said with satisfaction. At this moment, Kairon was applying healing techniques to a villager with an arm injury. This was a mid-level medical ninjutsu that accelerated healing by precisely controlling the output of lightning chakra. Just controlling the turbulent lightning chakra so precisely is no small feat. No wonder Tsunade was so pleased with Kairon. In medical ninjutsu, the levels can generally be divided from low to high as follows: the basic water-type healing technique, the mid-level lightning-type healing technique, the high-level lightning-water combination treatment technique, and the advanced technique that requires awakening the yang attribute to practice. Besides medical ninjutsu, a qualified medical ninja usually also needs to have a high talent in perception. By injecting non-attribute chakra into the patient's body to circulate through their meridians for a full body check, they can quickly find the cause of the disease based on the patient's symptoms and lock onto the affected area. Then, using various perception abilities, they conduct more detailed examinations. Finally, they use the most suitable methods, either medicines or medical ninjutsu, acupoint stimulation, and so on, to treat the patient. This is the daily work of Konoha's medical team. Of course, aside from these extraordinary abilities, the most basic pharmacology and medical theory knowledge are also mandatory courses for medical ninjas. Alright, after a full 15 minutes, the wound has finally healed. Kairon let out a light breath and wiped the sweat that had emerged on her forehead. It must be said that maintaining such a stable performance of ninjutsu for an extended period is a great test for the ninja themselves. The pressure during this time is no less than that of a battle. After returning, follow the dosage on this prescription. Take it once a day for 3 consecutive days, and you will be completely healed. Tsunade handed the pre-prepared medical record and prescription to the villager uncle. He took it and thanked her repeatedly. Medical ninjutsu is not omnipotent. It is mostly suitable for emergency treatment on the battlefield. To achieve complete recovery, it is best to combine it with some medicines and rest in bed. After all, Illness comes like a mountain collapsing, and recovery is like pulling silk. This principle is universal even in the ninja world. After seeing all the patients scheduled for today, it was already noon. Tsunade immediately put down her stethoscope, took off her white coat, and changed into her green jacket. You've worked hard. Let's go out for lunch. I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Chiron quickly responded, then efficiently tidied up and followed. In fact, regarding what Tsunade said about becoming an excellent medical ninja, that was not Chiron's aspiration. Of course, she would not refute her. Growing up in the harsh environment of the grass village, having endured suffering, what Chiron truly desired in her heart was powerful strength. Strength enough to protect herself and no longer be bullied, although she did not agree with Tsunade's arranged path for her. After some initial contact, Karen was relatively satisfied with her current situation. At least during her time with Tsunade, everyone she encountered treated her with respect. No one beat her for no reason, and she had not encountered any tools that required her to bite to heal injuries. Although the process of treating patients was quite exhausting, she could clearly feel that her control over chakra was becoming more refined. Even if her future ambition was not to become a medical ninja, she still enjoyed the improvement in her abilities that came from hard work. It seemed that these days weren't so bad after all. Is Shizen done? Following Tsunade to the emergency room on the first floor, Karen saw Shizen tidying up medical instruments. Almost done. Lady Tsunade. Shizen quickly picked up the pace upon hearing Tsunade's call. A few minutes later, the three left Konoha Hospital together. During this time, Shizen was not always by Tsunade's side. She would help Tsunade when she needed to conduct some experiments, but at other times, she would also participate in some tasks of the medical team. Konoha Hospital was located at the intersection of the closed circle and the mixed residential area. The Ichiraka ramen stall was situated in the middle of the mixed residential area, relatively close to the Konoha security department. Therefore, the three of them walked south along Konoha's Central Avenue. However, along the way, the bustling street, which should have been filled with people, gradually became deserted, and they found themselves in an empty area without any pedestrians. Be careful. Finally, Tsunade, who was the first to sense something was off, directly warned them. At this moment, Shizen also realized the problem. She immediately stood in front of Tsunade, pulling out a kunai and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lady Tsunade, it seems we have entered some kind of barrier. At this moment, Karen had already been pulled behind Tsunade. She also took out a kunai, ready for battle. Just as Shizen finished speaking, over 30 sword-wielding samurai suddenly appeared on the rooftops on both sides. As the samurai charged in, several kunai and a plethora of shuriken rained down on the three. Following that, more than a dozen ninjas without headbands appeared. The two leading them had chakra fluctuations that were surprisingly comparable to S rank. It was evident that this was a premeditated ambush. Shizen, protect Karen. Tsunade frowned slightly, already vaguely understanding what these people's target was. In the next moment, before the myriad of attacks reached them, she swiftly completed a series of hand seals. Secret technique. Multiple rock clone jutsu. 30 rock clones, each possessing a portion of Tsunade's chakra, instantly appeared, surrounding the three of them. At the same time, the attacks of kunai and shuriken arrived. The sounds of clanging echoed as most of the incoming ninja tools were knocked to the ground by the rock clones using only their fists. Even a few that managed to hit the rock clones were deflected away with a ding sound as they bounced off the rock-like skin. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 233. Illusion Domain Prison Cage during the first wave of attacks. Although Tsunade's 30 rock clones were inevitably dispersed with 5 of them being destroyed under the mass of ninja tools, the remaining 25 clones immediately launched a counterattack. The samurai, each possessing chakra at the level of several water, were almost taken down with a single punch by the monstrous strength of the rock clones. They did not pose much of a threat. However, the jutsu unleashed by those ninjas brought great danger to the trio. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Water release. Water shark bullet. Wind release. Cutting whirlwind. Earth release. Rock collapse. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. As the rock clones just finished dealing with the lesser enemies, they were faced with a barrage of B-rank ninjutsu. The scene was reminiscent of being surrounded on all sides. If it were an ordinary J-nin, they would probably despair. However, Tsunade was not panicked by this situation. She had seen such scenes on the battlefield many times before. If she had faced such an ambush alone in the past, she might have only been able to protect herself and not be able to shield Shizen and Karen. But now, Tsunade had changed significantly. She saw the rock clones raise their powerful fists and smash them down onto the ground. Instantly, countless rocks and earth flew up, and massive boulders were blasted out from the ground, forming rock walls that completely protected them. Meanwhile, dozens of meters away from the area being bombarded by ninjutsu, a loud rumble shook the entire space. This was the battle circle between Tsunade's real body and the two ninja leaders. At this moment, Shizen finally realized the situation. Looking at the surreal and realistic street scene around her, she exclaimed in shock, "It's actually the illusion domain prison cage barrier." This was an S-rank space-time type barrier. Each setup requires space gem worth over 100 million and other auxiliary materials worth tens of millions. Its effect was to replicate all the scenery of the current environment within a certain area, forming an independent space that isolated the inside from the outside. Although this type of barrier could only exist temporarily, as the energy of the core space gem was depleted, the barrier would disappear. However, it was undoubtedly an excellent means to attack important figures deep within the enemy's territory. As the battle intensified on Tsunade's side, the rock clones were frantically hitting the ground with their monstrous fists, causing the originally solid scenery of the entire space to tremble and blur, seemingly on the verge of fading away. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the streets continued to flow with people, and initially, no one noticed anything unusual. But as an area suddenly rose with a seemingly ethereal light shield, it immediately caught the attention of nearby, patrolling members of the security department. "What is that?" "It looks like a hidden barrier." Watching the barrier that enveloped a street area with a diameter of several dozen meters, the first security department member to arrive quickly took out a wireless intercom to report. "In the B section of the Central Avenue, an unidentified barrier has been discovered. Requesting support." Within 5 minutes of sending the request for help, Uchiha Kazama arrived with people from the nearest security department support point. "This is the illusion domain prison cage barrier. Follow my orders and attack the same point." This re-employed captain of the security department's first team, although nearing 50 and with a slightly diminished physique, still remained at the peak of his strength. With the Uchiha clan's extensive knowledge, he immediately recognized this barrier. Thus, he understood what the appearance of the illusion domain prison cage meant. It indicated that important figures were certainly trapped inside, facing attacks from enemies. Without delay, fire release, fireball jutsu. As Uchiha Kazama unleashed flames, continuously scorching a point of the barrier, other members of the security department also began to use their ninjutsu. Fire release, great dragon fire. Lightning release, lightning dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. The security department team, well-trained, saw their captain leading with fire release. So most of the subsequent team members also opted for the same fire release. Those more adept at lightning release employed lightning ninjutsu. At the very least, no one resorted to water release, which was conflicting, or earth release, which leaned more towards defense and physical attacks. With lightning and fire intertwining and the wind howling, the tremors of the barrier grew increasingly intense, and the entire barrier began to flicker, appearing as if it were on the verge of collapse. Inside the illusion domain prison cage, unlike the several dozen meters diameter range seen from the outside, the internal space of this space-time barrier had the effect of being as vast as a mustard seed, with an internal diameter of a full 100 meters. At this moment, in the center of the barrier space, the remaining 12 of Tsunade's rock clones were still tightly protecting Sakura and Ino, while Tsunade's main body had already arrived at the edge of the barrier, using her superhuman strength to continuously attack the barrier wall. As for the two enemy ninjas at the quasi-shadow level, they had long been smashed to pieces by her. Now, their remains lay on the ground just over 10 meters away from her. With the concentrated attacks from the outside support troops and Tsunade's internal assaults on the barrier, a cracking sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed. In the next moment, the barrier completely shattered in a haze. "Capture them. Try to leave some alive." At the same time the barrier broke, Uchiha Kazama's voice rang out solemnly. Instantly, a group of members from the guard division, Root and Umbu, rushed forward, capturing those ninjas who were still attempting to attack Tsunade's rock clones one by one. As the enemy formation was disrupted by the Konoha support team, Tsunade's rock clones left one to continue guarding Sakura while the others charged towards the dozen or so ninjas, launching a true counterattack. Previously under the siege, they had been too restrained to protect Sakura and Ino. In this situation, a guard division ninja had just engaged with an enemy when one of Tsunade's figures flashed by, and the target was knocked out with a single punch. Another Tsunade clone swept past, sending an enemy flying with a punch, crashing to the ground like a rag doll and screaming in pain. With the addition of Tsunade's rock clones, the battle was completely over in less than 15 minutes. The aftermath of the battle was held back by the arriving Umbu, who erected a ninjutsu barrier to prevent significant damage to the street and buildings. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? After Tsunade dispelled her rock clones, Uchiha Kazama and his group came forward to inquire. Tsunade glanced lightly and saw that Ino's right forearm was bleeding. It was an injury from debris that had struck her while protecting Sakura. At this moment, Ino had already used medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding, and it was not serious. We're fine. We'll leave the rest to you. Find out the origins of these people as soon as possible. Don't worry, we will, Uchiha Kazama assured, looking at the 8 or so enemy ninjas who were unconscious with broken bones and torn tendons. This was thanks to Tsunade's rock clones acting swiftly, preventing these individuals from taking poison to commit suicide. Since they were live captives, the guard division naturally had ways to extract the necessary information. As the chaos caused by the attack on Tsunade was suppressed, by the time Tsunade and her team finished their ramen and returned to the Konoha hospital, it was already nearing evening. Meanwhile, the auction at the Grand Assembly was officially coming to an end. Despite the bidding for various parties, many items sold for prices far exceeding their actual value. However, during the bidding for the final few key items, Uchiha Rong did not allow those price-raising forces to gain too much benefit. With his involvement, 30 bottles of longevity pills were auctioned off at an average price of over 50 million each. Of course, the price raising came at a cost, as Uchiha Rong himself purchased 7 of those bottles. Even so, the total amount from the 23 bottles of longevity pills sold still far exceeded expectations, reaching 1,100 million. This was nearly double the profit compared to the initial auction price of 20 million per bottle. After reaping a wave of funds from the nobility with the longevity pills, Uchiha Rong did not overlook the funds from the ninja villages. In the final auction items, there was a batch of strong body pills made from century-old blood ginseng, 10 pills per bottle, totaling 50 bottles, which were sold at an average high price of 8 million each. Additionally, 2 bottles of secret medicine made from thousand-year snow lotus were auctioned off at an average price of 230 million each. This resulted in nearly 1 billion of funds harvested from various ninja villages. Although this batch of secret medicine was likely to produce several upper ninjas, or even A-rank upper ninjas, in these villages in the future, since it was bought at a premium price, the gains and losses were hard to determine. Before the final dispersal, Watanabe Sia also compiled the total prize pool for the second half of the subsequent exchange meeting. The total transaction amount for this auction was 650 billion, with 65 billion allocated to the prize pool. According to the rules, the first place in tomorrow's ninjutsu exchange ranking will receive half of the prize pool. The second place will receive the remaining half, and the third place will again divide the remaining prize money in half. The final balance of the prize pool will be evenly distributed among the top 10. Sia was very much looking forward to everyone's performance the next day. With Watanabe Sia's final remarks before the dispersal, the atmosphere among the crowd was completely heightened. Many ninjas began to calculate on their fingers. 65 billion means the first place prize is 32.5 billion. This is already Konoha's funding for a year. The second place will receive 16.25 billion. The third place will get 8.125 billion. The remaining 8.125 billion will be evenly divided among the top 10, with each person getting 80 million. Even just 80 million is still an amount that could drive many small ninja villages to madness. How much they can ultimately receive depends entirely on their performance tomorrow. The ninjutsu exchange meeting is not a competition of strength, nor does it require hard power. It all depends on the practicality of the newly developed ninjutsu and its contribution to the entire ninja world. Thus, all ninja villages have hope of winning first place. This is what makes it most exciting. As a result, all participating teams were gearing up, just waiting for tomorrow. Chapter 234. Ninjutsu Preliminary Round. The next day, at dawn, the Konoha Assembly Hall was already bustling with voices. The pre-competition exchange meeting for the ninja tournament has always been one of the most exciting highlights. Its excitement is on par with the subsequent individual matches, team matches, and mixed mission simulations. Because at the exchange meeting, one could see various new ninjutsu developed in the past decade across the ninja world. Here, not only can one witness the creativity of the new generation of ninjas, but it is also a milestone in the development of ninjutsu, as dignitaries from various countries gathered in the audience. Ninjas from each village had already assembled on the competition stage. The first round of the ninjutsu exchange meeting is the preliminary selection. The reason for the preliminary selection is that this grand event does not require prior registration. Whether you're a ninja school student, Jinin, Chunin, Special Jounin, or Jounin, Regardless of your background, age, or whether you are officially registered in a ninja village, you can participate in the preliminary selection. This means that wandering ninjas can also take part. Some may ask, if a wandering ninja ranks, how will the prize money be distributed? The answer is, it belongs to the individual winner. Why is there such a mechanism? If this situation arises, won't the interests of ninja villages be harmed? This is the purpose of the entire Ninja World Tournament. As the name suggests, as long as you are a ninja, you can participate. In fact, not to mention that ninjas without a village background usually have a low level and find it hard to achieve good results. Even if a rogue ninja does win a prize, they will ultimately choose to join one of the 5 major ninja villages. After all, an innocent man is not guilty. This has become an unspoken rule. At this moment, in the Konoha Assembly Hall, the various ninja teams were clearly distinguishable. Looking down from the audience, one could see 2 crowds of similar size. On one side were the ninja village ninjas, and on the other side were ninjas from various countries who were not from ninja villages. Within these 2 teams, there were also small groups clustered together. Compared to the ninja village side, where ninjas gathered by village units, the non-village ninja side appeared quite disorganized. There were groups of 3 to 5, as well as lone wolves. At the center of the venue, 50 small arenas had already been set up. Under the guidance of Konoha ninjas, the crowd was quickly diverted and evenly distributed to the 50 arenas, forming long lines. At the high platform of the audience seats, the 4th Hokage sits in the main seat, accompanied by the advisors of Konoha and the heads of various ninja clans from Konoha. Below them are the leaders from each ninja village. Several teams of ninjas, jointly formed by various villages, have already begun to patrol between the arenas, conducting final checks to prevent cheating. Since Konoha is the host, the judges for the preliminary rounds are all Chunin teachers from Konoha. However, to ensure fairness and justice, not only can the leaders on the high platform oversee the entire event, but there will also be mixed inspection teams from various ninja villages responsible for closely monitoring the performance of the contestants at each arena. In this way, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the fairness and justice of the exchange meeting can be largely guaranteed. As the inspection teams finish checking all the arenas and notice that the time is almost up, Minato Namikaze slowly rises from his seat on the high platform. His voice, amplified by chakra, resonates throughout the venue. I announce that the 7th Ninja Tournament, the Ninja Technique Exchange Preliminary Round, officially begins. As soon as he finishes speaking, warm applause and cheers erupt from the audience. At the same time, contestants begin to take the stage at various arenas. At this moment, the camera randomly focuses on one of the arenas. A ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector steps onto the stage, and the Chunin judge smiles and gently says, "Don't be nervous. Please introduce yourself, your name, and the new ninja technique you will demonstrate." Guided by the judge, the somewhat nervous Konoha ninja calms his expression. Taking a deep breath, he announces, "I am Uchiha Baishur, an active ninja from Konoha Village. I am 13 years old. The technique I will demonstrate is fire release, flame snake technique." As he speaks, the judge has already picked up paper and pen, quickly recording the contestants' basic information. Quick sketching is the most basic skill for every Chunin. All right, Uchiha Baishur, you can now begin to demonstrate your ninja technique. Hearing this, Uchiha Baishur takes another deep breath and immediately starts forming hand seals. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Upon seeing this sequence of hand seals, the judge furrows his brow. This sequence seems to be the Great Fireball technique. However, before he can think further after completing the hand seals, a rich chakra has already gathered in his mouth. The next moment, as the chakra bursts forth from his mouth, it transforms into a line of fire that shoots towards the center of the arena, about 10 meters away. As the line of fire makes contact with the ground, it rapidly expands outward, forming a fireball measuring 3 by 3 by 3. Just as the judge is puzzled, a startling change occurs. Baishur's fire release does not burn continuously like a normal great fireball. The line of fire lasts less than 3 seconds from launch to disappearance. Immediately after he stops spewing fire, the blazing fireball quickly dissipates. However, at this moment, the originally intense flames suddenly contract, and the fire gathers in the charred center of the arena to form a giant fire snake over 3 meters long. The giant fire snake is vividly realistic, and one can faintly see the red scales beneath its fiery exterior. Then, the fire snake rapidly circles the edge of the arena twice at an incredible speed. It finally stops in front of the judge, flicking its tongue made of flames. Feeling the agility of the fire snake before him and the intense heat emanating from its surface, The judge is left in shock. Ninja technique effect, A level. Chakra consumption, C level. Ninja technique rank, A level. Innovation, C level. Ninja technique value, B level. Overall rating, B level. Quickly recording his judgment, the judge announces loudly, Uchiha Baishur, fire release, flame, snake technique. Advance from the preliminary round. After announcing, the judge hands over a wooden token with a special seal. Uchiha Baishur takes it and sees 2 lines of small text on it. Preliminary round number 17, contestant number 1. Advance from the preliminary round, Judge Sasaki. Alright, you can go down and rest now. Remember to come for the preliminary round tomorrow morning. Seeing this, Uchiha Baishur carefully puts away the wooden token and excitedly steps down from the stage. Although the process seems cumbersome, it is not slow. On average, each contestant takes 1 to 3 minutes to complete registration and demonstration. I am Hanazawa, an active ninja from the Grass Ninja Village. I am 22 years old. The technique I will demonstrate is water release, triple water wall. The second contestant to take the stage, having already witnessed Uchiha Baishur's entire process, introduces himself without the judge needing to say anything. He then demonstrates 3 water walls. Upon seeing this, Sasaki senses carefully and furrows his brow. He announces loudly, Ninja technique effect, B level. Chakra consumption, A level. Ninja technique rank, B level. Innovation, E level. Ninja technique value, C level. Overall rating, D level. Hanazawa, water release, triple water wall. Eliminated from the preliminary round. After announcing, Sasaki also hands over a wooden token, inscribed with preliminary round number 17, contestant number 2. Eliminated from the preliminary round, Judge Sasaki. If contestants have any questions afterward, they can appeal with this wooden token. Hearing the judge's announcement, Hanazawa clearly shows disappointment. But in the end, he still hangs his head and steps down. If it weren't for Uchiha Baishur's outstanding performance, Hanazawa might have shouted, "There's a conspiracy." However, with such a stark contrast, he clearly realizes his own shortcomings. It was just that he performed 2 additional B-level water walls at once. As for the ninja technique effects, as the name implies, regardless of whether they are attack, defense, support, or other types of techniques, they are rated according to their effects. Chakra consumption goes without saying. The higher the rating, the higher the chakra consumption, and the lower the score. Ninja technique ranks are even easier to understand. Basic techniques like the body replacement technique that students practice belong to E level. Techniques like the body flicker technique, which utilize chakra for rapid movement, belong to D level. Techniques involving nature transformation belong to C level. Techniques that exhibit both nature transformation and form mimicry, like the Great Fireball's dragon form, belong to B level. Techniques that combine nature transformation and form transformation, not only changing the outer appearance, but also altering the internal form, such as the Rasengan, which forms a high-speed rotating shape from non-attribute chakra, or Chidori, which produces a lightning effect, or the waterfall technique, which transforms water flow into torrents. And body techniques like peacock that create a flamboyant flame attack resembling a peacock's tail belong to A level. Techniques that combine multiple attributes to form new chakra properties, using this new chakra for demonstrations, are S level. Therefore, Uchiha Baishur's flame snake technique, which even reveals scales beneath the flames, is judged as A level by Sasaki. As for innovation, widely used traditional techniques, like Hanazawa's triple water wall, are rated as E level if they lack innovation. If any innovation in nature transformation or form transformation is made based on the water wall, it could at least receive a D level, achieving something like the flame snake technique, which is clearly a C level great fireball. After innovation not only reaches a level power, but also allows the flame snake to pursue enemies, which is a completely different innovative change from the great fireball, gives it an innovation rating of C or B. The last aspect, the value of the ninja technique, is even easier to understand. Techniques like the great fireball or phoenix fire technique, with a chakra consumption of C level, but a power between C level and B level, have high practical value, resulting in a higher rating. The overall score is calculated as follows: E 0 points, D 1 point, C 2 points, B 3 points, A 4 points, S 5 points. The total score is divided by 5, and the average value is rounded. It is worth mentioning that the scoring for chakra consumption is the opposite. S 0 points equals 5 points. Let's do it in reverse. With the exit of Hanazawa from Grass Ninja Village, the third contestant arrived at the 17th selection stage. Hello, judges. I am Fujiko Shizuka, a registered ninja from the women's country, Fujiko Village. I am 13 years old. The ninjutsu I will demonstrate is water release, weaving technique. As she spoke, Fujiko Shizuka directly used an earth release ability to create an earth basin in front of her, then used water release to fill it with water, and finally took out a bundle of silk threads and threw them into it. Seeing this, Sasaki's eyes lit up. It seemed to be a type of production ninjutsu ability, which was rare. All right, you can start your performance. Chapter 235, Sword Technique. Hazy moonlit night. Fujiko Shizuka quickly formed hand seals, and the silk threads in the basin were pulled by the water flow, intertwining at an incredible speed, yet with great precision. After about 2 minutes, a short shirt woven from silk was lifted by the water release power, suspended above a water column. Fujiko Shizuka smiled shyly. If I had more time, I could make it even more detailed. Sasaki reached out and grabbed the short shirt suspended by the water column, examining it carefully. The silk shirt was exquisite, not much inferior to some silk garments sold on the market. He immediately declared loudly, Ninjutsu effect, a rank, chakra consumption B rank. Ninjutsu, level B rank. Innovation, level B rank. Ninjutsu value B rank. Comprehensive rating B rank. Fujiko Shizuka, water release, weaving technique. Qualified for the next round. However, just at this moment, a sudden gasp came from the adjacent 18 selection stage. Sasaki and Fujiko Shizuka turned their heads to look, and saw a young man in his 20s wearing a Konoha forehead protector, surrounded by a haze of mist that enveloped half of the selection stage. Within that thick mist, there were faint flickers of electricity. What is this? Both of them showed incredulous expressions. On the 18th selection stage, the judge announced loudly, Ninjutsu effect. S rank, chakra consumption D rank. Ninjutsu, level A rank. Innovation, level S rank. Ninjutsu value S rank. Comprehensive rating S rank. Uchiha RN, sword technique, hazy moonlit night. Qualified for the next round. Because all 50 selection stages were demonstrating ninjutsu simultaneously, many people initially did not pay attention to the 18th selection stage. Now, attracted by the flickering arcs of electricity in the mist, many turned their gaze there. As the judge announced the results, gasps of astonishment arose one after another. In the audience seats, in a more prominent area for nobles, Fujiwara Ringshi from the Fire Nation's daimyo residence angrily smashed the exquisite teacup in his hand. Uchiha RN took the promotion token handed by the judge, the corners of his mouth already slightly rising. In the next moment, his figure faded and had already disappeared from the selection stage. Yes, he did it on purpose. This was also one of the main reasons he participated in the bidding for Hazy Moonlit Night earlier. Whether it was 100 billion or 120 billion, if he could win the bid, using the surplus funds to retrieve the famous sword Hazy Moonlit Night for Konoha would be worth it for him. With a little maneuvering, he could make the Miyamoto clan completely embrace the Uchiha route. Even if he couldn't win the bid, he could still scheme against the daimyo residents. Because he had long mastered the secrets of the famous sword Hazy Moonlit Night, he could even use any ninja sword to perform it. In fact, to put it simply, it wasn't a very profound ability. It was just an application of the two attributes of water and lightning. The difficulty lay in performing this technique with swordsmanship, which required a very high level of mental strength. Aside from Uchiha, with at least 3 tomo, most beginner shadow-level ninjas found it hard to master this technique. The fusion of multiple attribute chakra is endlessly variable, with water attribute chakra as the core, integrating wind attribute changes. As the proportion of wind attribute gradually increases, it can cause the water phase to gradually transform into mist, rain, snow, and ice. Among these, mist is the ninjutsu that the ninjas of the Mist Hidden Village are famous for, water release, hidden mist technique. Rain is the signature skill of the Rain Ninja Village. Various rain release techniques, including Pain's Rain Tiger Free technique, are developed based on this. Snow is what the Snow Ninja Village refers to as snow release. Finally, ice is the ultimate complete fusion of water and wind attributes, which is the bloodline limit of the Snow clan from the Mist Hidden Village, ice release. Did you think this was it? If you swap the positions of water and wind, making wind the core and gradually mixing in water attribute changes, it leads to another different fusion route. Currently, Uchiha has only explored less than 1/3 of the routes. Kakashi's lightning release, Chidori and Raikiri are routes he has also mastered. It is the route of lightning and water fusion. Accumulated electricity, current, condensed water, water membrane wrapping, plasma explosion, plasma eruption, laser, directional light beam. The A-rank Chidori is the first phase of the lightning water fusion, which is current. The S-rank Raikiri is the third phase of the plasma explosion, also known as lightning plasma or plasma supercritical state. The fourth phase of a laser is the storm release bloodline. As for hazy moonlit night, it is the first phase of the water lightning fusion route, quenched electricity, where water release chakra serves as the core, absorbing positively and negatively charged ions of lightning. This forms a type of ionized mist energy. This technique not only obscures vision with mist, but also has misty ionized particles that interfere with the five senses. Its applications are quite significant. Once released over a large area, it can cause enemies to become lost in their senses. Moreover, this technique can serve as a medium to cast illusions again. If high-intensity wind release is used to compress the ionized mist, it can achieve the effect of hazy moonlit nights 2 days of no thought, producing a large-scale wind blade attack with paralyzing effects. Clearly, since he can perform hazy moonlit night with swordsmanship, Uchiha can naturally assist the forging master in recreating a famous sword hazy moonlit night. This is also the reason for Fujiwara Ringshi's rage. Because Uchiha openly demonstrated the sword technique hazy moonlit night in front of everyone as a Konoha ninja, it was equivalent to publicly slapping him in the face. The one who paid 120 billion for the famous sword hazy moonlit night. On this trip back, the reward for the Fire Nation's daimyo is definitely gone. Moreover, he would have to find a way to fill the 120 billion deficit. Thus, it is no wonder that Fujiwara Ringshi would be furious. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Miyamoto Taichi had already approached Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, after the exchange meeting, may I visit the Uchiha clan? Haha, of course, welcome. Naturally, Uchiha Fugaku, who also noticed the 18th selection stage, would not refuse such a favor. It's fortunate that the seats of the nobles were somewhat distant from here. Otherwise, this scene of some being happy and some being troubled would be too stark. At this moment, the ninjas from Konoha on the high platform were all in good spirits. The previous frustration from the auction had vanished. Inuzuka Tsum even sneered maliciously, spending 120 billion on a useless item. Someone must have a hard time explaining that. Not only that, in this exchange meeting, Konoha is likely to secure a spot in the top 3. Once this was said by Danzo, the heads of the various clans in Konoha brightened with excitement. Indeed, just based on Uchiha N's recent performance, while we can't say for certain that he will secure first place, claiming a spot in the top 3 is already a done deal. The reason the sword technique Hazy Moonlit Night received such a high score was naturally also due to the fame of the sword itself. This ability, well known in the ninja world, has been developed into sword techniques, regardless of effects, chakra consumption, innovation, and ninjutsu value. Even if it makes it to the finals and village representatives come to judge, it would undoubtedly be in the top 3. RN really surprised us with this unexpected delight. On the main seat, Hokage Minato Namikaze was also beaming with a smile. Just as a few people were chatting and laughing, a sudden shocking hissing sound came from a certain spot on the selection stage below. Immediately, the attention of the high-ranking members of Konoha was drawn over. It seems we can secure 2 out of the top 3. Minato laughed heartily. Chapter 236. Ninjutsu exploring the truth of nature following the gazes of the crowd on the number 43 selection stage. The masked Kakashi had his right hand covered in a thick layer of lightning chakra. Seeing this, the judge cooperatively cast several earth-style barriers in succession. However, they were easily torn apart by his lightning cutter. The judge then announced, Ninjutsu effect, S rank, chakra consumption, B rank. Ninjutsu rank, S, innovation, A rank. Ninjutsu value, A rank. Comprehensive rating, A rank. Kakashi, lightning release, lightning cutter. Advance to the next round. The significance of the ninjutsu exchange was to broaden ideas and innovate thinking. Although Kakashi's lightning cutter did not reach an S rank in comprehensive rating, he was still judged by Konoha's higher-ups to have the qualifications to be in the top 3. The fundamental reason was the practicality of combat. Ultimately, the development of ninjutsu between ninja villages still focused on combat effectiveness as the mainstream. Ninjutsu, like Shizun's production-type techniques, while novel and utilizing the flow of water and precise chakra control to shorten the complex manual clothing-making process to an astonishing time, thus improving production efficiency, received a decent score. However, it was clear to anyone that her water release weaving technique had a very high operational difficulty and lacked broad applicability. Kakashi's lightning cutter was different, especially since the judge specifically used the earth-style barrier, which was restrained by lightning release as a reference. It maximized the visual shock. The series of 7 or 8 Earth-style barriers were torn apart as if they were made of paper by the lightning cutter. The shock and visual impact it brought were undeniably strong. Anyone could see how powerful and practical this lightning ninjutsu was in real combat. Moreover, the selection was just a preliminary round. The judges were only some CH Nin from Konoha. Although they were all carefully selected experienced CH Nin, the inherent differences in power levels meant that they were merely there to sift through and eliminate the more mixed talents. The subsequent preliminary rounds, semifinals, and finals would have different scoring standards and judging personnel, progressively selecting true genius ninjas from the participants. On another side, in a corner of the audience, Uchiha Rong, who had transformed into an ordinary onlooker, smiled. Did he incorporate wind release into the lightning cutter? No wonder he was once the genius of the Hitaki clan. This is the true lightning cutter. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the way. This exchange event was truly a feast for the two major Eye clans, Uchiha and Hyuga. If the lightning cutter in the original timeline earned its name for being able to cut through lightning, while it was also classified as S-rank ninjutsu, it could only be considered S-. Then, at this moment, Kakashi, who had comprehended a new characteristic of wind release, was the one truly deserving of the name lightning cutter. Once he further advanced, reaching the levels of Danzo and Hinata Ayaka in wind release, Kakashi's lightning cutter would truly reach its peak. Just thinking about the scene of tearing through various ninjutsu, even tearing through Susanoo, made one's blood surge. The indigenous people's mental shackles were quite serious. With Kakashi's exemplary performance before him, looking at the other contestants, Uchiha Rong found it hard to bear. These people kept cycling through various wind blades, water blades, fire blades. The slightly more skilled ones mostly relied on mental strength and chakra to forcibly accelerate and compress chakra, which was simply crude. There was no technique at all. Even a dog would shake its head at this. Was physical chemistry really that difficult? Reflecting on this, Uchiha Rong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, while the ninja world had some liberal arts education, such as medicine and tactics courses, there seemed to be no specialized subjects for physics and chemistry. Hence, it was no wonder. The reason he could excel in chakra fusion, surpassing 99 of others, was not just due to the life-saving trump card bestowed by life, but mainly due to the difference in understanding. The 5 basic attributes: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. The nature changes of wind release chakra include flow, diffusion, lightness, and variability. It can further form cooling, thrust, and friction. The basic form changes from static to dynamic are gentle breezes, rustling leaves, and fluttering flags. Strong winds arise, howling gales swirl, lifting dust and toppling trees, forming tornadoes and other more lethal forms. In terms of mimetic techniques, constraining the gale into a highly cutting wind blade is one of the most mainstream methods to enhance lethality. Lightning release, chakra's nature changes, can generally be categorized into electricity, impact, and vibration. The most common form change is lightning. Water is nurturing, cool, flowing, and can extinguish fires while nourishing life. Common form changes are water flows, rivers, lakes, water vapor, clouds, frost, and hail. Fire is high temperature, rising, bright, and burning. It heats, dries, carbonizes, and breaks down. Flames and ashes. Earth is heavy, bearing, and containing. It can change the hardness, composition, mass, and weight of objects. Normal forms include earth mounds, dirt piles, and earth walls. Ninjutsu is precisely about utilizing these nature and form changes to achieve certain objectives. Just as combining the form of a wind blade into water release chakra can allow the gentle water release chakra to form a water blade, thus possessing lethality. The combinations are nearly endless. From here, it is not difficult to see that the practice of chakra is also a form of exploration into the truths of nature. The nurturing characteristic of water release chakra, when mixed with earth release chakra, can ultimately explore one of the origins of life, wood release. However, relying solely on this characteristic of water is clearly far from enough. Thus, wood release itself is not powerful. It requires the combination of yang release chakra's life energy with the nurturing characteristics of water and the bearing of earth to form wood release. This gave rise to the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama's wood release. Interestingly, if we reverse the combination of earth and water, using water as the core and mixing in earth, the result is liquid release, which dissolves all things. Note, liquid release and melt release are two different bloodlines. Uchiha Rong did not want to be Hokage and work for others. However, he was obsessed with this pursuit of extraordinary powers that explore the truths of nature. At this moment, various basic combination ninjutsu like water blades, fire blades, and tornadoes were continuously being demonstrated on the stage. Suddenly, a snow ninja from the snow village took the stage, showcasing a snow release technique that drew attention. Snow Village. Matsubara. Ice release, swallowing snow. Advance to the next round. This technique utilized snow phase chakra to launch arrow-shaped snow blades that could change trajectory mid-flight and transform into a swallow shape, combining tracking and confusion. Just then, Yumino Irika also appeared on another selection stage. He merely formed 3 hand seals, and in front of him, a frost giant dragon over 10 meters long quickly condensed. This scene was so shocking that it drew the attention of the entire venue. This is Uchiha Rong's eyes also brightened. Under his secret observation with the Sharingan activated, he discovered that Yumino Irika's ninjutsu was not simply a bloodline limit of ice release. It turned out to be a frost release ability that even Uchiha Rong had not touched upon. Unlike the ice dragon attack formed by ice release, Irika's frost dragon was entirely composed of thin, frost-like wings as delicate as cicada wings. It was the kind of frost so fine that it could be inhaled. It seemed that Irika had been working hard to develop new abilities even after obtaining the ice release bloodline. Uchiha Rong felt very gratified. At this moment, the frost dragon dove down, instantly transforming the entire selection stage into an ice sculpture platform. The physical impact was weak, barely damaging the ground. However, in terms of ultra-low temperature elemental damage, it far exceeded ordinary ice release abilities. This was the biggest difference between the Frost Dragon and the Ice Dragon. Clearly, conventional ice release abilities leaned more towards physical attack capabilities. What was most terrifying about this technique was the ultra-low temperature that could penetrate deep into the internal organs. With Uchiha Rong's perspective, it was clear that if Irika fully unleashed this technique, it would reach a level capable of biological extinction. However, since it was just a preliminary selection, limited by the judges' perspectives and understanding, although they recognized this ninjutsu as powerful and rated it an S rank based on its effects, the overall rating still remained at a rank. After all, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the essence. The judges only thought it was an ice release bloodline ability, giving it 2 low scores in innovation and chakra consumption, which directly lowered Yumino Irika's overall score. However, this was not a problem. As long as he advanced in the preliminary selection, the content of the initial competition tomorrow would be different. Since it was a ninjutsu exchange meeting, the core element of exchange was naturally indispensable. It couldn't be a one-man show all the time. As the contestants were continuously screened and the number decreased, the judges would ultimately change to the higher-ups of Konoha and representatives from various villages. Thus, the grand selection of over 3,000 ninjas was finally completed before sunset, and the first round of the exchange meeting's preliminary selection was announced as finished when no one else took the stage. Tomorrow would be the exciting initial competition. Chapter 237. The eve of the initial competition since the Ninja World Tournament was held earlier. Many events had occurred in the short span of a week since the preliminary selection of the exchange meeting ended. First, the Sunagakure and Kirigakure teams were ambushed on their way here. Since it did not happen within the borders of the Fire Nation, the investigation could only be postponed. Subsequently, Konoha took away the Kusanagi team member, Karen, which almost became a trigger for troublemakers. To stabilize the situation, those troublemakers could only be detained for a few days under the pretext of causing disturbances, leading to a hasty conclusion. After that, the auction venue was attacked by a puppet master team, which pointed the finger at Sunagakure. However, after a private investigation by Konoha Zambu, it was found that the Sunagakure team did not have the motive or conditions to do so. Therefore, this matter could only continue to be secretly investigated. Then Tsunade, Shizun, and Karen were attacked. Given the large-scale setup of the illusionary prison, the most suspicious direction still pointed towards the daimyos of the 5 nations. However, the possibility of Kumogakure and Iwagakure being involved could not be completely ruled out. Interestingly, the poorest Sunagakure and the recently emerged from the blood mist, still not fully recovered Kirigakure, were directly eliminated from suspicion in this series of events. All these affairs kept Minato Namikaze and the Umbu extremely busy. In addition, he had to deal with the overwhelming amount of intelligence gathered from various sources due to the gathering of different factions in the village every day and the daily checks on defense measures in various villages. With this series of accumulated tasks, as soon as Minato Namikaze left the conference venue and returned to the Hokage building, he had to continue burying himself in the mountain of documents. With a creak, the office door was quietly pushed open. A blond boy carrying a lunchbox walked in. "Father, eat something first." Hearing the voice, Minato raised his head and immediately smiled. "What delicious food did you make for dinner?" "We have your favorite 3-color dumplings and secret grilled meat." As he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki had already placed the lunchbox on the desk and opened the lid. Instantly, a delicious aroma began to spread throughout the room. Minato sniffed the smell and truly felt hungry. He immediately set down the documents in his hand. "Then I'll dig in." Watching his father gobble down the food, little Naruto sighed softly. That expression was reminiscent of the sentiment. "This family wouldn't fall apart without me." They say children without mothers mature quickly. Unlike the original timeline, Naruto, now only 9 years old, not only had formidable strength, but also developed excellent culinary skills under Minato's guidance. This was the change brought by family. Living alone, one could behave however they wanted, and life wouldn't be so meticulous. But with both father and son, even in a single-parent family, Naruto no longer had a nonchalant attitude in daily life. Not only did he cultivate excellent cooking skills, but he also became adept at housework. Whenever Minato was busy with official duties, Naruto would keep the house spotless in addition to his studies in the Ninja Academy and take on the responsibility of delivering meals to his father. Of course, he still really enjoyed eating Ichiraku ramen. However, no matter how delicious Ichiraku ramen was, he couldn't eat ramen every meal, right? "Father, I heard the preliminary selection of the exchange meeting was very lively today." Seeing Minato finish his meal, Naruto asked curiously. Since he was attending the Ninja Academy, he was unable to watch today's preliminary selection. In response, Minato smiled mysteriously. He pulled out a few tickets from the desk drawer. "I knew you'd ask. I prepared them for you in advance. Tomorrow's Ninja Academy doesn't have classes, so you can bring your classmates along." "Wow, I knew you were the best, Dad. I love you." Looking at the entry tickets handed to him, Naruto excitedly gave Minato a hug, eliciting even more joy from Minato. Today, a large number of candidates who were merely there for the excitement were eliminated in the preliminary selection. Tomorrow's initial competition would feature contestants with real talent. When the time comes, don't just watch the excitement. Make sure to listen and learn more. Got it. Naruto certainly understood that this was a rare opportunity to expand his knowledge. In every exchange meeting, a large number of wandering ninja teams had no idea how many people from the daimyos of various countries were arranged among them. These individuals exerted great effort to pass the preliminary selection, hoping to continue advancing in the initial competition and participate in the semifinals and finals. Their ultimate goal, of course, was to observe the ninjutsu of the ninjas from the ninja villages up close. They hoped to enhance their understanding of chakra practice through this ninjutsu exchange, thereby breaking through knowledge barriers and perfecting their own shadow level and shadow level training paths. However, in reality, true high-level ninjutsu is not so easily learned. Do they really think everyone is Uchiha? Even the Uchiha's two-tomo Sharingan can only replicate some not-so-complex conventional ninjutsu. Only the three-tomo Sharingan has the potential to replicate some deeper secret techniques. Techniques like Raikiri, which is a special chakra energy form of the third state, are not easy to replicate just by observing once, even for the Manjiki, unless it is through hands-on repeated teaching. If even the copying eyes are like this, one can imagine the difficulty for others to plagiarize. This is akin to asking a student who only knows addition and subtraction to learn advanced calculus. As for the fourth state of bloodline limits, as well as the far more complex and numerous bloodline eliminations, due to the complete fusion of chakra, that kind of energy has undergone a fundamental transformation. Even the Sharingan cannot replicate such abilities. On the other side, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Uchiha Rong had just finished cleaning the dishes and went to the underground training ground for his daily practice. Ever since he left his sister Yeji in the Land of Rain, the once spacious courtyard suddenly felt empty. His father and mother were both nowhere to be seen. However, Uchiha Rong was not worried about this. The last time he trained with his father, he couldn't even match him. He got beaten up pretty badly. Since both his father and sister were so strong, there was clearly no need to worry about his mother's safety. Sigh. The fusion of multiple chakras is even more challenging than learning algebra and geometry back in the day, mainly because it's too abstract, Uchiha Rong's side. Although many of the fundamentals of chakra fusion are very similar to common knowledge in physics and chemistry. For example, Sai's ink release is composed of a fusion of water and earth chakra. It sounds simple, right? But the specific operations become complicated when broken down. It also requires simulating the earth attribute chakra into components similar to those of an ink stone. And only by integrating them in a specific ratio can ink release chakra be formed. This is akin to extracting the components of an ink stone from a land. If it weren't for the Sharingan directly copying Sai's ink release, without secret techniques and specific training methods, it would be nearly impossible for others to successfully learn ink release. Like searching for a needle in the ocean. This is also the fundamental reason why secret techniques of ninja clans are difficult to decipher and analyze. The same goes for the fusion of water and wind. As the characteristics of wind attribute chakra are simulated, they gradually blend into water attribute chakra. Water turns into mist. Mist turns into rain. Rain turns into snow. And snow turns into ice. The very first phase of water, turning into mist, is a highly complex process. First, the primary characteristics of wind flow accelerate the evaporation of water, and then the secondary characteristics of wind cool down the water vapor, allowing water molecules to form and condense into mist. Each small step is a significant test for a ninja. Not only must there be sufficient chakra as a foundation, but one must also possess strong mental power to manipulate chakra finely. Ultimately, some luck is also needed to figure out. If this difficulty already makes many well-informed and knowledgeable individuals feel a headache, then the subsequent abstract question is truly despairing. That is, the water created by water attribute chakra is obviously different from the water in nature. Even if it is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, there are still subtle differences at the molecular level. This is a common knowledge derived from the first-hand experiences of dozens of generations of ninja ancestors. Long-term consumption of water made from chakra can lead to disruptions in bodily functions. Symptoms of digestive system disorders, such as indigestion, bloating, stomach pain, diarrhea, or constipation can affect nutrient absorption, causing the body to gradually weaken. In severe cases, it can even lead to diabetes insipidus. Therefore, under conditions, ninjas generally do not drink water produced by chakra, because in essence the wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth formed by chakra have microscopic differences from those that exist in nature. This leads to discrepancies in many theories regarding physics, chemistry, science, and nature. As the saying goes, a small difference can lead to 1,000 miles of error. This has caused the entire chakra fusion path to become unknown and unscientific. Psi. Just the 2x2 fusion of 5 basic attributes results in 20 fusion paths and 80 phase transformations. Considering this, thinking about the fusion of 3 attributes and the more complex combinations makes Uchiha Rong feel as if he has returned to the days of struggling through his studies. It is estimated that the fusion of 3 attributes has 210 paths and 840 phase transformations. It is truly a never-ending journey of learning. But unfortunately, it must be learned, because chakra fusion is not only a broad path to seeking the natural truths of the ninja world. Once the profound meanings within are fully understood and all fusion paths are traversed, then the fusion of 7 attributes would be Kagaya Otsutsuki's bloodline limit. Moreover, this kind of bloodline limit achieved through one's own efforts in fusion would clearly have combat power far exceeding Kagaya Otsutsuki. This is akin to a bloodline ninja who knows the what, but not the why versus a ninja who has successfully merged to achieve a bloodline limit. The understanding of chakra, the control of ninjutsu, and the resulting combat power naturally cannot be compared. If one truly reaches the level of fusing the bloodline limit and also possesses sage body and sage chakra, they would undoubtedly become a true god in the ninja world. While Uchiha Rong was immersed in his research, the Uchiha clan today welcomed a rare guest, brought in personally by the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Miyamoto clan, Miyamoto Taichi. Rong's residence is just ahead. Uchiha Fugaku said, leading Miyamoto Taichi along, pointing to a courtyard in front of them. Miyamoto Taichi, holding a gift box, had a very humble attitude. Thank you so much, Fugaku. If our clan can successfully recreate the hazy moonlit night, this kindness will surely be remembered by my Miyamoto clan. What outsiders do not know is that the sword technique hazy moonlit night that Uchiha Rong demonstrated today is not without precedent. The Miyamoto clan once had an ancestor who developed the water release, hazy moonlit night, due to the extreme danger of practicing this secret technique. A careless use of lightning attribute chakra could lead to an explosive failure within the body, resulting in either death or injury. After much contemplation, they hired a renowned forging master at the time to assist in crafting the famous sword hazy moonlit night using their own secret technique chakra. As for the short sword wuxiang, it was created after the birth of hazy moonlit night, through the wisdom of several generations. Thus, among hazy moonlit night and wuxiang, the long sword hazy moonlit night is the core. In contrast, the value of the short sword wuxiang is much lower, as it is a famous ore that could be remade at great expense, even if lost. Hee, clan leader Taichi, you are too modest. During their conversation, the two had already arrived at Uchiha Rong's courtyard entrance. Uchiha Fugaku immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 238. Preliminary round combat. The courtyard door was knocked twice, and they could faintly hear footsteps from within. The two stood waiting, and after a while, the courtyard door was opened, revealing Uchiha Rong, dressed in black fire silk ninja attire. Rock clone. Long before entering the underground training ground to continue developing new chakra fusion paths, he had left a rock clone in the courtyard to await Miyamoto Taichi's visit. Currently, he had successfully navigated 6 of the 20 fusion paths of 2 types of chakra. They were boil release of water and fire, ice release of water and wind, scorch release of fire and wind, magnet release of lightning and earth, wood release of earth and water, and explosion release of earth and lightning. Additionally, there were 2 bloodline limits that had been eliminated, namely ash storm of fire, wind, and earth, and withered wood of earth, water, and wind. It is worth mentioning that the magnet release sand gold, magnet release sand iron, and sand release formed by mixing some earth in a lightning and wind were recently understood by Uchiha Rong to not actually count as a bloodline limit. Although it possessed abilities similar to the magnet release bloodline limit, the fusion did not truly merge the lightning and wind attributes into one, but merely relied on earth as a medium to form a precarious balance. Therefore, compared to the genuine magnet release of lightning and earth, its power and functions were significantly diminished and lacked the capacity for hereditary transmission. All of this was something Uchiha Rong only truly realized after completing the lightning and earth fusion. This explains why none of the previous users of the so-called magnet release bloodline limit in Sunagakure have awakened their descendants' magnet release. Ultimately, Sunagakure only mastered a watered-down mixed method of magnet release. Thus, Uchiha Rong understood that although the fusion of the 2 attributes has 20 combination routes and 80 types of phase transformations, not every complete fusion can produce a bloodline limit. Among the 80 phase transformations, there are also forms with similar characteristics or simply useless ones. Just like the mist in the first phase transformation of water and wind. Because this type of phase energy cannot solidify, every time the hidden mist technique is used, a temporary mixing of water and wind is required. Of course, the watered-down D-rank hidden mist technique that even a genin can perform does not require such trouble. It can simply create mist by spreading water attribute chakra. This difficulty is as simple as condensing water attribute chakra into a water blade. It has nothing to do with attribute fusion. The downside is that the mist forms slowly. The mist range is small, and it consumes a lot of chakra. Among the various phase transformation forms of chakra fusion, besides this non-solidifiable type, there are many that seem to have similar abilities. For instance, the water and lightning fusion first phase of the illusory moon night, the electrified mist. It is also a mist ability, but the difference is that it is a type of charged water molecule energy that can solidify and possesses some characteristics of a bloodline limit. Once this mist envelopes an enemy, the ions contained in the water molecules can disrupt the body's nerve responses, causing sensory confusion, such as hallucinations, false hearing, and false sensations of touch, taste, and smell, etc. Leaving aside the fact that Uchiha Rong's main body in the underground training ground is deeply engrossed in chakra fusion. The rock clone in the courtyard has already received Fayake and Taichi and pour them hot tea. Captain Rong, may I ask, can your illusory moon night chakra solidify? After a few casual greetings, Miyamoto Taichi eagerly asked. Upon hearing this, the rock clone raised an eyebrow. Oh, does Chief Taichi know that there is illusory moon night chakra that cannot solidify? Cough cough. To be honest, there is indeed a record in our clan's documents about an ancestor who pursued the secret techniques of our forebears and managed to cultivate a type of illusory moon night that cannot solidify. Miyamoto Taichi lightly coughed to ease the awkwardness, and his eyes shone with joy. It was clear that from Uchiha Rong's retort, he had already heard that the opponent's illusory moon night chakra had solidified. Seeing this, the rock clone nodded knowingly. He had roughly guessed what kind of situation the ancestor mentioned by the other party was in. It was likely that this ancestor discovered the difficulty of mixing water and lightning, and thus risked trying to use other chakra as a medium, fortuitously cultivating a type of illusory moon night chakra that cannot solidify, just like Sunagakure's magnet release, which mixed 3 attributes to barely achieve a certain balance in the water and lightning fusion. As for the name of this energy, Uchiha Rong is accustomed to calling it electrified chakra, while Miyamoto Taichi refers to it as illusory Moon Knight chakra. It doesn't matter what it's called, as long as everyone understands what it refers to. Just like Onoki's bloodline elimination is still called dust release, including Kakashi's Raikiri, which is primarily lightning mixed with water to form a lightning slurry, yet it is still called lightning release, Raikiri. Their S also Senju Hashirama S would release. These are all named after their core energy. However, for illusory Moon Knight, this mist energy with charged particles, the water and lightning characteristics are too obvious, making it somewhat inappropriate to call it water release or lightning release. You can't just call it water lightning release. That would be even more awkward. Then, Captain Rome, I will trouble you to help in the reconstruction of illusory Moon Knight. My Miyamoto clan will surely reward you handsomely. As the rock clone remained silent, Miyamoto Taichi, who had been waiting for a long time, became somewhat anxious. This is no problem. I assume your clan must have the forging blueprint for the famous sword illusory Moon Knight, right? As he spoke, the rock clone extended his palm, and a ball of electrified mist appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Miyamoto Taichi's joy increased, and he quickly responded, Yes, yes. When the sword blade is completed, I will trouble you to come and inject the original chakra into the core seal. Just let me know when the time comes. This type of matter might require others to expend quite a bit of chakra to participate in part of the sword forging, but for Uchiha Rome, sending a rock clone over is sufficient. It's truly just a matter of raising a hand. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse such a favor. As for the forging of the famous sword, the main difficulty lies in finding the materials. As long as the materials are sufficient, there are still many masters in the ninja world capable of forging famous swords. Since Miyamoto Taichi mentioned this, he must have resolved these two issues before coming. After reaching an agreement, Miyamoto Taichi left a gift box and did not linger any longer, standing up to take his leave. So Fayake led him outside the clan grounds. Thus, there was no further conversation for the night. The next morning, at the Konoha conference hall, when Uchiha Rong entered, he saw that the venue had already changed significantly. The 50 selection platforms from yesterday had been dismantled and replaced with 20 small barriers. At each barrier entrance, there was a wooden sign with a single character: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth. Let me explain the preliminary match rules. After over 1,000 ninjas are divided into 20 teams, each team will welcome a Konoha J-nin. On Uchiha Rong's side, it just so happens to be a familiar face, Nara Shikamaru, who was Uchiha Rong's medicinal material supplier when he started his business. There are 4 barriers each for wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. In a moment, everyone will line up according to their participating ninjutsu attributes to find the corresponding barrier. A barrier can accommodate a maximum of 10 people at a time. Regardless of whether your ninjutsu is offensive, defensive, or supportive, once you enter the barrier, you will be given a chance for practical combat. As for non-combat ninjutsu, you can find that big bearded man in the middle of the arena to register. With Nara Shikamaru's explanation, Uchiha Rong quickly understood the preliminary match rules. Unlike the solo demonstrations in the selection rounds, the preliminary matches are essentially practical assessments. The purpose of the barriers is to isolate the aftermath of battles to prevent overly powerful ninjutsu from affecting the audience. Next, a batch of 10 people, all with the same attribute ninjutsu, will enter the corresponding barrier, and there will be a J-nin adept at that attribute as a referee to group everyone for practice and scoring. In this way, whether you have a new type of offensive or defensive ninjutsu or supportive ones, there is a place for them to shine. Ultimately, the truth of how effective the newly developed ninjutsu is still needs to be tested in actual combat. Interestingly, once you enter the barrier, you are not allowed to use any ninjutsu other than the corresponding attribute. The only ninjutsu you can use is the participating ninjutsu of the corresponding attribute. Since everyone in a barrier has the same participating attribute, this greatly avoids situations of attribute restraint. To this, Uchiha Rong showed a strange expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or to laugh. His illusory Moon Knight, by attribute classification, should be categorized as water release. Not only does it carry electricity and possesses considerable offensive capability, but he also has more than just this one new water release ninjutsu. Just the ice release route alone has led him to develop various applications of true hidden mist technique, rain release, and snow release. With so many abilities to mix and match, wouldn't the preliminary match be a guaranteed win? Thinking of this, Uchiha Rong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It's time for my performance. Chapter 239, Preliminary Match 1-on-1 in the number 3-foot water barrier. 10 participating ninjas lined up. In front of the crowd, Nara Shikamaru stood side by side with a nearly 60-year-old ninja. It's actually him. Uchiha Rin was surprised to see the old man beside Nara Shikamaru. If my guy is known as a forever low-ranking ninja, then this man is a low-ranking ninja who is on par with Might Guy. He is known as the strongest low-ranking ninja of Konoha, Maruhoshi Kosuka. After a brief moment of surprise, Uchiha Rin quickly showed an understanding expression. When it comes to water release, Maruhoshi Kosuka is indeed very suitable to be the referee for this match. He was personally taught water release by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, which proves his talent and proficiency in water release. At this moment, Maruhoshi Kosuka, who had not lost his left eye or had his left leg amputated as in the original timeline, wore a calm and confident expression on his aged face and said, "I am your chief referee for this event, Maruhoshi Kosuka. Now, I will collect the advancement tokens from each of you." As his voice fell, Nara Shikamaru proactively took on the task of assisting, stepping forward to collect the tokens that the 10 ninjas had received during the preliminary selection. These tokens also served as admission proof for the preliminary round ninjas. Maruhoshi Kosuka formed hand seals, and then a strange chakra fluctuation emanated from his right palm as he checked each token one by one. Only then did he continue. "Very well. Next I will match you with your respective opponents." The criteria for advancing in the preliminary round are divided into 2 parts: one-on-one combat tests and 3-on-3 team cooperation. After a brief explanation, the 10 ninjas quickly understood the rules of the preliminary round. Although it was combat, the outcome was not solely determined by victory or defeat. If the ratio of victory and defeat is worth 20 points, then the performance of ninjutsu accounts for 80 points. The first match was between Ishimoto from Sunigakure and Ranjiro from Amigakure. Immediately, 2 of the 10 stepped forward, while the others quickly exited the arena's barrier. This was a venue covered by multiple transparent barriers. Besides the outermost barrier, there was also an inner layer of transparent barrier separating the area. At this moment, standing between the 2 layers of barriers, along with the 8 competitors, was a mixed team of referees from various villages. They were responsible for ensuring the fairness of the match. In the arena, Ishimoto from Sunigakure was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, while Ranjiro from Amigakure was a fair-skinned young man. The 2 formed opposing hand seals and immediately began their match. In what seemed to be an effort to comply with the competition's emphasis on new ninjutsu combat performance, neither of them chose to attack immediately. Instead, they both retreated to create distance. Then, Ishimoto completed his hand seals first, and a wave of water release chakra rapidly coalesced under his mental guidance, forming a semi-transparent water clone that charged towards Ranjiro. This was Ishimoto's participating ninjutsu, water release, water mirror clone. A Sunigakure ninja who excels in water release. How rare. Uchiha Rin observed, seemingly studying intently while, under the cover of a transformation technique, had already activated his Sharingan, almost simultaneously with Ishimoto's water clone forming. Ranjiro also completed his hand seals. Suddenly, water vapor rapidly condensed in the arena, and a scientifically impossible rain began to patter within the barrier. Useless. Your acid rain has no effect on my water mirror clone, Ishimoto said confidently. And indeed, as he claimed, the water clone charged through the acid rain without any hindrance and launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Ranjiro. Ranjiro's participating ninjutsu was water release, corrosive rain. When it fell on Ishimoto, it was blocked by a layer of water release chakra. When it hit Ishimoto's water clone, it directly merged into it. Not only did it fail to cause any impact, but rather it endowed the transparent water clone's attacks with corrosive properties. This clone structure is quite unique. At this moment, under the observation of the Sharingan, Uchiha Rin had already seen through the mysteries of their ninjutsu. Ranjiro's corrosive rain, to put it simply, was a transformation of water attribute chakra. Just as earth attribute chakra, when practiced to a high level, can enhance a certain characteristic in the transformation of earth properties. Condensing stone components, the deep understanding of water attribute chakra allows one to decompose moisture in the clouds and catalyze sulfur and nitrogen compounds. This results in the fall of highly acidic rain that can corrode skin, ninja tools, and even rocks. This deep exploration of chakra property transformation and form change is also the mainstream training direction for most ninjas. Various ninjutsu that deviate from the 5 basic attributes are mostly born in this way, such as the rain ninjutsu of Amigakure and the snow ninjutsu of Yukigakure. The fusion of chakra, forming a new energy, exhibits a similar principle. The difference is that one involves understanding chakra properties through techniques and seals, consuming chakra to induce a transformation. The other involves a new controllable energy formed after chakra fusion. The latter typically consumes less chakra and allows for faster casting. The former, while safer, becomes increasingly complex in the later stages. The difference between the two is akin to calculating a math problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A ninja who follows the chakra property transformation path begins to understand from 1, 2, gradually moving to more complex concepts. For example, integrating the rotational characteristic of wind into fire attribute chakra. This is a very abstract training method. When condensing fire attribute chakra, one imagines the rotational characteristic of wind, using mental energy to make the fire attribute chakra form a fire whirlwind. After repeated training until it becomes muscle memory, one then studies the chakra changes during this process in depth. Ultimately, through the use of hand seals, one establishes a sequence of seals, such as Noon Tiger. If one wants the fire whirlwind to form a larger fire tornado, they can accelerate the fire whirlwind using the rapid flow characteristics of water or the impact characteristics of lightning. This is equivalent to 1, 2, 3. For instance, monkey pigox. At that point, combining them would yield Noon Tiger monkey pigox, resulting in fire release, fire tornado. Of course, this is just a simplified example. In reality, developing a ninjutsu like fire tornado requires even more complex hand seals. Chakra fusion leans more towards a method of simplifying complexity. For instance, water and lightning fusion starts with water attribute chakra, gradually incorporating the properties of lightning attribute. When the water and lightning fusion produces the first state change, such as electrified water, a stable energy that can solidify, it is equivalent to deriving the formula 1, 2, 3. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 can be viewed as 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This way, one calculation step is eliminated. As chakra fusion deepens, it gradually transforms into 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 5, 6, 7, 15, 6, 7, 21, 7, and the structure of a ninja's ninjutsu is akin to this arithmetic problem. Traditional ninjas like Ishimoto and Ranjuru see it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, while ninjas who follow the chakra fusion path see it as 21, 7, which is easier to calculate quickly. Moreover, the more complex the hand seal structure, the more line lost chakra is consumed in the process. This is also why Uchiha Rin's mist concealment technique saves more chakra compared to that of ordinary mist ninjas. At this moment, while the spectators furrowed their brows, pondering the secrets behind the new ninjutsu of the two, Uchiha Rin had already seen through it at a glance. After all, in the eyes of others, the layman is completely baffled, and even the expert who is proficient in water release sees only 1, 2, 3. 250. In Uchiha Rin's eyes, however, it is as clear as 21, 7, 28. Mist ninja Ranchuru has lost. With Uchiha Rin's prophecy, just a few minutes passed without any reversal. Under the combined attack of Ishimoto and his water clone, Ranchuru was unsurprisingly defeated. The water clone incorporated some of the Earth's carrying characteristics, which somewhat broke the iron rule that physical clones shatter upon contact. It is clear that Ishimoto's humanoid water clone in a water-like transparent form is an unfinished product of ninjutsu. But even as a half-finished product, after combining with the carrying and heavy characteristics of the Earth attribute, it can still accommodate against the erosion of acid rain. Its impact resistance has already surpassed that of traditional physical clones. It has a bit of the sentiment of cutting water with a knife, and the water flows even more. Ishimoto wins. The next match is between Mist Village's Iguchi and Konoha Village's Uchiha Rin. With the announcement from Maruhoshi Kyukei, the participants finally understood that Ishimoto and Ranchuru in the first match are both chunin. In the second match, both Iguchi and Uchiha Rin are jounin. Such a matchup, combined with the restriction of only using participating ninjutsu, prevents a one-sided battle from occurring. This allows every participating ninja to have space to showcase new ninjutsu in actual combat. As long as they can validate their new ninjutsu in battle, even if they lose, they can still score high. Chapter 240. Mist of Electric Enhancement at this moment. As Maruhoshi Kyukei recorded 75 points and 50 points on Ishimoto's and Ranchuru's wooden plaques respectively, Uchiha Rin had already entered the arena, facing a middle-aged ninja wearing a Mist Village forehead protector. The two formed opposing seals and created distance between each other. Iguchi began forming seals first, while Uchiha Rong remained calm and completed 3 seals before him. Suddenly, a mist filled with the sound of crackling electricity rapidly spread across the arena. Just this scene drew many gasps from the audience outside. The mist spreads so quickly. Such a complex ninjutsu only took 3 seals? It's simply incredible. Just as the spectators outside marveled, Iguchi, before the mist enveloped him, barely completed his seals. Water release, water dragon bomb technique. A pool of water, resembling a spring, rapidly formed on the ground in front of him, from which a 3-meter-long water dragon emerged, rushing towards Uchiha Rong. The difference is that, unlike the relatively stable water dragon bullet, this water dragon is very abstract, its surface constantly churning with waves, yet astonishingly still maintains a basic dragon shape. Just one glance reveals the overwhelming force of this water dragon. However, just as the water dragon leaped out of the pool, the mist had already obscured Iguchi's line of sight. Outside the arena, the audience saw the water dragon, which was originally charging directly at Uchiha Rong, suddenly turn and pounce towards an empty spot. Inside the arena, in reality, when Iguchi launched his attack, he saw that his opponent had evaded the expected landing point of the water dragon with a body flicker technique, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly formed the tiger seal with both hands. The next moment, the flying water dragon suddenly turned, successfully hitting Uchiha Rong, and tore him to pieces. "Haha, referee, I didn't mean to kill him. It's just that this opponent is too weak," Iguchi shouted proudly. But just as his words fell, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The mist still existed, and now his own movements began to become chaotic. Clearly intending to extend his right hand, he inexplicably raised his left hand instead. Clearly wanting to retreat, he took a step forward. The next moment, a gust of wind rushed in from his left. Iguchi forced himself to regain focus and barely evaded the attack by rolling. But before he could feel relieved, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his head, causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness. Is this it? At this moment, Uchiha Rong, having dispersed the mist of electric enhancement, still felt a bit unsatisfied. Although the mist of electric enhancement had already gained fame in the ninja world due to the Miyamoto clan, it didn't have such powerful effects on its own. The main reason was that the opponent had been too careless, failing to form a chakra defense on the surface of his body in time to resist the paralysis effect of the ions in the mist. Thus, after being hit, he suffered from hallucinations, auditory illusions, disordered nerve responses, and other sensory disturbances. Uchiha Rong wins. After Maruhoshi Kyukiai announced the result, he recorded 95 points and 65 points on the wooden plaques of the two. It was clear that even though Iguchi had easily lost, he had not truly showcased the full power of his new ninjutsu. Yet he still achieved a score higher than Rancheru's. Because just from the process of condensing the water dragon to the attack, it was not hard to see that it was much stronger than the acid rain attack, both in terms of power and control. Conversely, Uchiha Rong's mist of electric enhancement truly created a stunning visual effect in this actual combat, although obscured by the mist. Many spectators outside still vaguely saw that scene. Uchiha Rong didn't move at all, yet the water dragon suddenly turned and attacked an empty space. This added a layer of mystery to the mist of electric enhancement, making it seem even more powerful. Returning to the observation area, watching the two other ninjas called to the stage to fight, Uchiha Rong still felt a bit frustrated. In fact, on the basis of the mist of electric enhancement, he had developed some secondary applications. For example, condensing the water vapor and ions in the mist to form a large-scale water release, lightning dragon bullet technique. As the name suggests, this is an attack method involving an electrified water dragon. The characteristic is that it utilizes the heavy water molecules already present in the mist of electric enhancement for secondary use. Not only is chakra consumption low, but due to the enhancement of environmental factors, the power of the ninjutsu would also increase significantly. However, he didn't get the chance to showcase it. In the audience, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were among the crowd. At this moment, with Uchiha Rong's victory, many around them were cheering. Uzumaki Naruto was one of them. "Did you see? That's my Uncle Rong. Isn't he amazing? What has happened? Was that mist ninja holding back? Why did the attack suddenly change direction?" Sasuke looked confused. "Is it that strange mist affecting him?" Haruno Sakura pondered. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled and proudly began to explain. "That's the signature technique of the Miyamoto clan's famous sword, the mist of electric enhancement." So this is the kind of mist that can affect the 5 senses? It's really powerful." Sasuke's eyes lit up. It was clear that, coming from a prestigious family. He had heard of the famous sword, Mist of Electric Enhancement. On the other hand, Haruno Sakura, very curious, asked, "Naruto, please tell me, what is the Mist of Electric Enhancement?" After all, the legend of the Miyamoto clan is already quite distant, and among common ninjas, few are aware of it. Thus, as a new generation, Haruno Sakura had not heard of the rumors surrounding the famous sword, Mist of Electric Enhancement. That needs to start from the Warring States period. Naruto spoke confidently. At that time, the ninja clans were attacking each other, and the Miyamoto clan was nearly exterminated under the attack of another powerful ninja clan. Just at this critical moment of life and death, a powerful ninja from the Miyamoto clan appeared. He used water release, Mist of Electric Enhancement. Under the cover of the mist, he single-handedly fought back against hundreds of elite ninjas. It is said that under that kind of mist, if one does not promptly use chakra to protect themselves, they will experience various auditory and visual hallucinations, just like being caught in a jinjutsu. Afterwards, that talented ninja from the Miyamoto clan used this ability to forge a famous sword, naming it Mist of Electric Enhancement. The narration by Naruto made his two friends yearn for it. This powerful ninjutsu, capable of taking on thousands, is what all ninjas desire. On the other side, in the venue, as the 10 contestants completed their battles one by one, they were quickly divided into teams of 3. They would take turns participating. This time, their opponents were Maruxing Gujiya, Nara Shikamo, and an additional contestant. Everyone would take turns joining Maruxing Gujiya's team to combat the other 3 contestants. After several battles, they would showcase the practicality of their newly created ninjutsu in a team setting. However, at this moment, Uchiha Roan was no longer his main body. He had somehow replaced himself with an Earth clone, because, just a moment ago, while observing the match, he received an important piece of information from the Earth clone. The puppeteers who attacked the auction house had finally been caught under the strict investigation of the Umbu. Yet the origins of these individuals were astonishing. Chapter 241. The non-existent Sand Ninja. What does it mean to be a Sand Ninja, and what is it not? At some point, Wave Wind Minato had quietly returned to the Hokage building, frowning slightly. Even Danzo, who should have been in the viewing platform, was present here. Clearly, both the 4th Hokage and Danzo at the main venue were only shadow clones. In response to Wave Wind Minato's questioning, an Umbu ninja wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained, after interrogating the puppeteers with secret techniques in the mountains and identifying the chakra fluctuations on them, it has been confirmed that they originated from a sand village. However, there are absolutely no traces of these individuals in the ninja roster of the sand village. How is this possible? Could they be ninjas secretly cultivated by the sand? Tika Shikamaru proposed a possibility. The Umbu responded with a bitter smile. Although this possibility cannot be completely ruled out, it is impossible for a person to be trained as a powerful puppeteer from birth without leaving any traces of their life. As soon as this was said, the office fell into silence. Just like a swordsman skilled in swordsmanship usually has calluses, these calluses are different from those of laborers. They are easily distinguishable between sword masters and great sword masters. It is the same for ninjas. A ninja who repeatedly practices a ninjutsu will have chakra fluctuations, body meridian traces, especially marks from practicing secret techniques that reveal their lineage and thus can be traced back. These characteristics are particularly evident among ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages. This is also the main method by which the Exchange Bureau can confirm identities based solely on corpses. Therefore, after these puppeteers were captured, their origins could not be hidden after many methods of interrogation. But as the Umbu said, how could a person go from birth to becoming 8J Nin puppeteer without leaving any traces? The most important thing is that there are a total of 13 of these puppeteers. 13 sand ninjas who left no traces in the sand village. This is even more astonishing. Have you confirmed this with the sand? Wave Wind Minato frowned and asked. They have contacted them. The representative of the sand team is already on the way to the Hokage building. In the root base, Uchiha Roan, wearing a Tengu mask, moved smoothly without obstruction. Before long, he met the shadow clone that Danzo had left here. What's going on? Danzo was contacting him through the Earth clone he left in the route, so he was still unclear about the specific situation. Danzo, with a serious expression, handed over a file. The puppeteers who attacked the auction have been captured, a total of 13, receiving the same information as Wave Wind Minato at this moment. Uchiha Roan also felt that something was amiss. In the ninja world, although each village and clan has some private soldiers, there are also many unregistered ninjas. Thoroughly investigating a ninja's specific identity is not an easy task, even with spies lurking in each village. But a group of puppeteers like this, all possessing Jainin strength, and with no leads whatsoever, is rare. Since they are ninjas cultivated by the Sand Village, there should be traces of their life from childhood, right? There should be traces left during missions, right? After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Rong frowned and said, "Is it possible that they are disguised by the daimyo's forces?" This possibility can be basically ruled out because the traces of the puppetry techniques practiced by those people are very authentic. They are unique to the Tachibana clan's inheritance. Hearing this, Uchiha Rong became even more confused. According to our intelligence, among all the teams in this ninja tournament, the Sand team is the most honest. Moreover, regardless of the purpose, they have no reason to do such a thing, right? It should be known that during the auction, there were a large number of Konoha ninjas patrolling back and forth. The auction house itself was tightly sealed, not to mention a mere dozen puppets. Even if 3 or 5 shadow-level powerhouses came, it would be impossible to successfully snatch the auction items. From this, it can be seen that the other party's purpose is certainly not merely to seize auction items. More likely, it is aimed at creating chaos. So the question arises, if the Sand Village planned this operation, why would they send puppeteers, such typical Sand ninjas? 13J, Nin-level puppeteers. ISNT, that is self-reveal. It is precisely because this framing behavior is too obvious that Konoha did not directly question the Sand team at that time, but chose to continue investigating in secret. Indeed, the Sand has no motive, no conditions, and no significance to do so. Danzo was also puzzled. He already knew that Uchiha Rong had been to the Sand Village and traded with Granny Chiyo. It is precisely because of this that both Uchiha Rong and Danzo can be very sure that the Sand would not act so recklessly. Because once Konoha took action against the Sand, the 2 core puppeteers of the Sand would be equivalent to being wasted. With just the 4th Kazekage Raza, Granny Chiyo, and Chiyo's grandson, what could they do? Moreover, to create chaos, there must be some benefits, right? Where is the point of interest? It is completely invisible. At this moment, the Sand Village's political stance is to cling tightly to Konoha's thigh. If Konoha is in chaos, it will not benefit the Sand at all. On the other side, at the Hokage building, no, these people are definitely not from our Sand Village. This is framing. This is a trap. Temari looked at the 2 puppeteers tied up and brought in front of her, incredulously denying it. Hokage-sama, you must see clearly. Damari, swear by the honor of the Tachibana clan that these people are definitely not from our Sand Village. Seeing this, Wave Wind Minato's expression softened slightly. Although the suspicion of the Sand Village cannot be completely ruled out, at least the representative of the Sand Village team should indeed be unrelated to this matter. Not to mention that Temari swore by her family's honor, if the Sand really wanted to cause trouble, there would be no reason to send all 3 children of the 4th Kazekage to Konoha. The arrival of Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara already indicated the Sand Village's determination to cling to Konoha. There was already a hint of being a hostage in it. Just as Temari was getting emotional, Kankuro, who had been studying the remains of the puppeteer, suddenly spoke up. This poison, this joint gear transmission structure, I might know the origins of these people. As soon as these words were spoken, Temari visibly paused. Gaara frowned even more. Clearly, with Kankuro's reminder, they seem to have guessed something. It should be known that even with the same puppet inheritance, many technical innovations possess uniqueness. With the name Red Sand Scorpion uttered from Kankuro's mouth, everyone present changed color. Has the Akatsuki organization developed to this extent? Minato Namikaze felt that something was off. No matter how much chaos the Akatsuki caused, it couldn't change the fundamental disparities. If the Akatsuki really had the conditions to train a dozen elite puppet masters, it would truly threaten the status of the 5 great shinobi villages. At the root base, it couldn't be Scorpion. After Uchiha Obito examined the relatively well-preserved puppets brought by Danzo, he noticed that there were unique techniques that only Scorpion possessed. His first reaction was, could the mastermind be Scorpion? But as soon as that thought arose, he dismissed it, for a very simple reason. As a member of the Akatsuki, Scorpion did not have the resources to train a dozen elite puppet masters. Not to mention Scorpion, even Nagato. Uchiha Obito would rather believe that the Akatsuki could cultivate shadow-level ninjas than believe that they had enough resources to train a dozen elite puppet masters. If they truly had such financial power, the Akatsuki wouldn't be recruiting rogue ninjas from everywhere to expand their influence. Interesting. This matter is becoming increasingly perplexing. Chapter 242. New clues at first. I thought it was the rogue ninjas under the feudal lord's command creating chaos to frame Sunagakure, trying to incite suspicion between the ninja villages. Now it seems that the so-called wandering ninja mentioned by Kichiyo Hirakawa may not be a fabrication after all. Uchiha Obito pondered for a long time, and what he said made Danzo's eyes light up. Are you saying that the famous sword Tsukuyomi stolen from the Miyamoto clan was also the work of this group of puppet masters? This crucial clue instantly gave Danzo a sense of clarity. He continued to murmur, I was puzzled by the theft of Tsukuyomi. Given the defense power of the Miyamoto clan, it shouldn't have been something the minor nobles of the Earth Country could easily steal. This issue had been troubling the entire higher-ups of Konoha. Although the Miyamoto clan has declined somewhat and hasn't had a true S-rank ninja in recent years, they still have 5 members with quasi-shadow level combat power. As the most important heritage of the clan, the guardians of the 2 famous swords are undoubtedly quasi-shadow level elders. But before the Grand Assembly, Tsukuyomi was quietly stolen without leaving a trace, and no clues were found until Kichiyo Hirakawa brought it up at the auction. At that time, all the Konoha higher-ups, including Danzo, believed it was the Earth Country's feudal lord causing trouble. They instinctively overlooked Hirakawa's mention that Tsukuyomi was acquired from a wandering ninja. Uchiha Obito nodded at this point. Indeed, with the power of the Earth Country's feudal lord, it would be insufficient to infiltrate Konoha and deeply steal the famous sword from the Miyamoto clan. Therefore, the wandering ninja who sold Tsukuyomi to Hirakawa is the key. Although the exchange center is supported by the 5 great feudal lords and conducts research on the corpses of ninjas from various villages to uncover some secrets of ninja techniques, the resources invested vary greatly, leading to significant differences in the ninja heritage obtained. If the Fire Country's feudal lord sent a few ninjas, there might be a chance to steal Tsukuyomi. However, the Earth Country almost lacks such conditions and power. According to the intelligence collected by Uchiha Obito in recent years, the quasi-shadow power of the Fire Country's feudal lord should not exceed 10 people. The Earth and Lightning Countries do not exceed 3. The Water Country is the same. The Wind Country's feudal lord likely has no quasi-shadow level ninjas at all. After all, researching and developing ninja heritage requires as much manpower and resources as scientific research. The Fire Country is like a developed nation, investing the most resources, which naturally creates a fundamental difference compared to developing countries. If we compare ninja clans, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inuzuka clans have all produced shadow-level ninjas in modern times. Among them, the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi clans belong to the first tier, having never experienced a break in their lineage of shadow-level ninjas. Besides the factor of having a large population, the quality of their heritage is also evident. The Shimura and Inuzuka clans, along with the Kuratsuchi clan, belong to the second tier, intermittently producing a shadow-level ninja. The third tier includes clans like Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Miyamoto, which once flourished but have long since experienced breaks in their shadow-level lineage. Theoretically, the heritage of the third tier also belongs to shadow level. If we were to make a stark comparison among the 3 tiers, we could use the grading of martial arts techniques as an inappropriate analogy. The first tier is S-rank top grade, the second tier is S-rank middle grade, and the third tier is S-rank low grade. Below there are the elite ninja clans, the top tier like the Uzumaki clan, and the most declining like the Kurama clan. Currently, the peak power of the Fire Country's feudal lord is at the level of the Uzumaki clan, with the difference being due to sufficient resource investment and a larger population base, which has led to the emergence of a few quasi-shadow ninjas. Other feudal lords from the 4 countries are at the level of the Kurama clan, due to the differences in national power and financial strength. The peak power of ninjas also varies. Their only advantage lies in having more chunin than the ninja villages, supported by national resources, as well as a number of jonin comparable to the ninja villages, enabling them to encircle and kill isolated shadow-level ninjas. Danzo naturally understood this reasoning. He immediately said, I will have Root investigate the whereabouts of this wandering ninja with all their might. Finally, finding a clear clue amidst the chaos, Danzo was very confident. Since there is such a clear clue within Konoha's sphere of influence, no one can escape Root's investigation. Danzo had this confidence. Remember to notify me immediately if there is new intelligence. Seeing this, Danzo nodded, formed a seal, and actively dispersed the shadow clone. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, after receiving the memories from the shadow clone, Danzo immediately shared the intelligence with Minato Namikaze. A suspected new shadow-level force has emerged, and they have plotted the theft of Tsukuyami and an attack on the auction. Such a significant event naturally does not need to be concealed from the Hokage. In the face of external threats, the internal power struggles within Konoha must be set aside for the time being. Are you saying there's an unknown force hiding in the shadows? Could it be the Akatsuki? Minato Namikaze frowned. After all, it had just been determined through Kankuro's identification that the puppet master behind it is very likely related to the rogue ninja scorpion. Although there are many unreasonable aspects, all the current clues point to the Akatsuki. Whether it's Scorpion's puppet techniques or the peak ninja power surpassing that of the Earth Country's feudal lord, it seems that only the Akatsuki fits this condition in the current ninja world. However, after pondering for a while, Danzo directly denied it, inciting suspicion between ninja villages and using the Earth Country's feudal lord to complicate the situation does not align with the Akatsuki's long-standing behavioral logic. To this, Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement. They have been investigating the Akatsuki for quite some time, ever since they learned that the one plotting the Nine Tails incident was a Bito, and that the Akatsuki was also behind a Bito. Minato Namikaze has been keeping a close eye on this rogue ninja organization in recent years. There's a saying that the person who understands you best is your enemy. Therefore, considering the series of actions by the Akatsuki organization and analyzing their lack of conditions to cultivate a large number of puppet masters, Namikaze Minato's expression grew more serious. It seems that there really is a hidden mastermind behind the scenes. Drawing this conclusion, the high-ranking officials of Konoha became alert. Although the Akatsuki organization is opposed to the 5 great ninja villages, at least they are enemies, not friends, with the 5 great nations. However, this newly emerged mysterious force that seems to possess shadow-level power could lead to a significant event that could overturn the system of the 5 nations and 5 villages if they cooperated with a certain daimyo's government. Unlike the concerns of the Konoha leadership, Uchiha Rong, who returned to his family's courtyard, had some deeper speculations. Scorpion's puppet technique à 2 ans non existe Sunagaku ninja. Could it be because of that? Chapter 243. Coming to the surface, same boat 1. You go back to Konoha and help me investigate something through the security department. Connecting to a certain possibility, Uchiha Rong sent a message to Yun-song, secretly recalling her. That evening, Yun-song was transported back to the Uchiha clan's territory by Rong using the Flying Thunder God technique. Master, what do you need me to do? I need you to mobilize the clan's influence to secretly investigate the recent shipping situation of various pharmacies and forges in the village through the security department and retain some of the refined metals stored in the clan to sell in the shops under the Freemasonry. Understood. Yun-song didn't ask why and turned to leave. Wait, keep a close watch on who buys this batch of refined metals. Just find out their whereabouts without alarming them. Okay, I understand. As Yun-song left, Uchiha Rong narrowed his eyes. I hope I'm overthinking this. If it really is that way, things will become even more complicated. He didn't let the root organization handle this matter precisely because he wasn't sure if it was as he suspected. Moreover, sending different teams and batches would make it less likely to attract the attention of other forces. In the following days, it was like the calm before a storm. The preliminary, semi-final, and final rounds of the exchange meeting finally concluded. Uchiha Rong won first place in the exchange meeting with the water release, Misty Moonlit Night technique, without any dispute, and donated the 30 billion prize to Konoha. This act further elevated Uchiha Rong's reputation in Konoha, making him almost a hero of the village. In fact, winning first place with the water release, Misty Moonlit Night technique was almost inevitable. Although strict from an innovative perspective, this S-rank ninjutsu had already been created by predecessors. However, it belonged to a lost ninjutsu that was redeveloped by later generations. With its ability to take on multiple opponents and the remarkable achievements of the Miyamoto clan, it was undoubtedly the best. Other S-rank ninjutsu, whether it was Kakashi's Raikiri or the second Hokage's multiple shadow clone technique, had significant limitations. One was high single target damage, while the other was a forbidden technique. The water release, Misty Moonlit Night, on the other hand, had low chakra consumption and could not only dominate lower-ranked opponents, but also achieve a clear advantage against opponents of the same rank, making it a true technique capable of taking on thousands. Later, Kakashi won second place with an S-rank enhanced version of Raikiri, earning 16 billion in prize money, which he also chose to donate to the village. However, the third place was quite unexpected as it was won by a ninja from the Sound Village, a female ninja named Mayuno, 22 years old. Though her competing ninjutsu, Magic Flute, Dream Illusion, had only an A rank rating, This novel sound, wave-based large-scale illusion had a significant impact on the five senses to a certain degree. If it weren't for the fact that such illusion capabilities could be resisted by powerful mental strength, it could almost be considered a technique capable of taking on thousands. Of course, in terms of illusion, there are also techniques that surpassed it. However, in a ninja exchange meeting, those well-established ninjutsu, illusions, and taijutsu were not considered innovative, which allowed her to secure third place. The subsequent rankings were not surprising. Fourth place went to Iriki Yumino, fifth to the Cloud Village, sixth to the Rock Village, and seventh to the Sand Village's Kankuro with his sand iron puppet. The reason for only placing seventh was that puppet techniques had low dissemination, and the sand iron puppet was unique to Sunagakure. If it weren't for the sand iron puppet's overwhelming combat power, defeating all opponents, including Iriki Yumino's Frost Dragon and Uchiha Rong's Rock Clone, to win the finals, it might not have even secured the seventh place. Although Uchiha Rong's Rock Clone was not weak, being restricted to using only one ninjutsu meant that Misty Moonlit Night was just countered by the puppet, with the enhanced lightning release only slightly affecting Kankuro, but unable to stop the Sand Iron Crow. Being defeated was not surprising. The eighth place was Gar's Sand Release. Ninth was the Mist Village, and 10th was again the Rock Village. In this exchange meeting, no ninja from outside the ninja villages made the top 10. However, Sunagakure, while not securing a spot in the top 3, managed to claim 2 spots in the top 10, causing a stir in the village's reputation, especially Kankuro's Sand Iron Puppet. Although it didn't receive a high score based on innovative ninjutsu standards, its displayed combat power, combining sand iron abilities and puppet techniques, was indeed shocking to the audience. Kankuro, a boy barely in his teens, possessed almost S-rank combat power, which significantly changed the perceptions of various forces towards Sunagakure. Of course, this was precisely the effect Sunagakure needed. With the exchange meeting concluded a few days prior, the ninja tournament officially began. Unlike the exchange meeting that showcased innovative ninjutsu, the ninja tournament was a true competition of combat power. The final rankings of the ninja tournament would no longer be about prize money, but rather the redistribution of resources like minerals for the next decade. This was much more important than the exchange meeting before the competition. Just before the official start of the ninja tournament, under the joint investigation of the Root and Umbu, they finally caught the wandering ninja who sold the famous sword Misty Moonlit Night to Hirakawa Kiyoshi based on clues. Meanwhile, Yunsang's actions also made new progress. Hokage building. Sure enough, it's the same group of people. How? How is this possible? This is the unique chakra fluctuation of the Toyotomi clan. Temari checked the chakra fluctuations of the captive before her face full of disbelief. If Gaara's inheritance comes from the Sand clan, and Kankuro's puppet technique comes from Granny Chiyo's Kazan clan, then Temari's wind release originates from the Toyotomi clan of Sunagakure. Temari's teacher is Maki, and Maki's teacher was precisely an elder of the Toyotomi clan. Therefore, Temari could never mistake this unique wind chakra fluctuation. Interesting. I didn't expect that Sunagakure not only leaked puppet techniques, but even had its wind release inheritance acquired by external forces, Danzo said mockingly. Hearing this, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara all had extremely grim expressions, but were speechless in rebuttal. Compared to the notion of leaked inheritance, it was better than admitting that these people were ninjas from Sunagakure. If it were confirmed that these troublemakers came from Sunagakure, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. On the other side, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Master, a small portion of the refined gold we sold has been bought by various major powers, but most of it has been purchased by a group of mysterious wandering ninjas. I just found out that these wandering ninjas have a base in a mountain stronghold outside the village. Listening to Yunshang's report, Uchiha Rong's expression was inscrutable. All right, you can leave now. It seems that this time I will have to personally go and catch this little mouse hiding in the dark. In fact, by now, combining the intelligence from Danzo's Root and Yunshang's side, he has already confirmed a certain conjecture. These mysterious visitors sold the luminous night to the delegation of the land of Earth-S Daimyo, obtaining 100 million in funds. This batch of refined gold is the most suitable for crafting puppet shells, serving as bait. Now, the fish have taken the hook. Chapter 244. Disturbed time and space. Uchiha Rong changed into a nondescript dark ninja outfit, his figure disappearing like a ghost in the Uchiha clan's territory. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain around Konoha, he quickly arrived near the mountain stronghold reported by Yunshang. Just from an external glance, it appeared to be a very normal stronghold, with ordinary villagers patrolling the wooden walls. Heck, quite well disguised. With Yunshang's intelligence, Uchiha Rong naturally wouldn't be fooled by appearances. He immediately formed the tiger seal. The next moment, as a specific chakra was mobilized, dozens of shadow clones, each possessing a portion of chakra, appeared around him. In terms of intelligence gathering, shadow clones are indeed more useful. Once important information is obtained, shadow clones can actively disperse at any time, relaying what they have seen and heard back to the main body. As for the differences in forming the shadow clone technique, it relates to the structure of ninjutsu. A skilled user often only needs the boar or tiger seal to perform the shadow clone technique. From the hand signs, it's not hard to see that the boar seal resembles a cross, while the tiger seal is shaped like the character for human. That's right in various physical clone techniques. The role of forming seals is not only to guide chakra output, but also to assist in shaping. Both involve shaping, but the clone technique is based on oneself, serving as a reference for shaping, like painting an object, which is based on something tangible. In contrast, Ian releases shaping is creating something from nothing, relying solely on imagination to complete the form. As the dozens of shadow clones began to seal and gradually sank underground, Uchiha Rong concealed himself among the trees outside the stronghold, waiting in place. About a quarter of an hour later, shadow clones began to actively dispel their technique. Various pieces of intelligence flooding into his mind like fledglings returning to their nests. Until one shadow clone transmitted back the appearance of a person, Uchiha Rong's pupils slightly contracted. It was a young man with short red hair, around 24 or 25 years old. He wore a black ninja outfit and had a ninja forehead protector with an inverted hourglass pattern on his forehead. It really is him. Uchiha Rong's expression wavered for a moment. This figure was none other than Scorpion. To be precise, it was the adult version of Scorpion, a living, breathing Scorpion who had not turned himself into a puppet. And his forehead protector was that of Sunagakure, without the scratch of a rogue ninja. This is troublesome. Although Uchiha Rong had anticipated this, the scene still exceeded his expectations. The amount of information was overwhelming, because long before giving Scorpion that sand-iron core, he had made a few adjustments to the chakra within the core, leaving a trace of kaleidoscope Sharingan chakra. Therefore, Uchiha Rong could now roughly pinpoint the location of the red sand Scorpion. At this moment, Scorpion should be acting in the land of grass. But now, another Scorpion has appeared in Konoha. At that time, Uchiha Rong had speculated that there might be a problem with the Lulan dragon vein, causing a disturbance in time and space. The ninja world had welcomed some uninvited guests, but it wasn't until he saw the adult version of Scorpion that Uchiha Rong realized the problem seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. Parallel timelines with different trajectories? SC Char Dinger's cat? However, before Uchiha Rong could think further, an air cannon had already struck. Instinctively, he used body flicker technique to leave his original position. Has he been discovered? As expected of Konoha ninjas. With a voice ringing out, the adult version of Scorpion emerged from the forest, flanked by two human puppets that looked indistinguishable from real men. The recent air cannon had been fired by one of the black-haired puppets. Clearly, Uchiha Rong's infiltration by shadow clones had startled them. At this moment, when Uchiha Rong saw the appearance of the two human puppets, his pupils contracted again. The black-haired one had a cross-shaped scar on his chin. The other long-haired puppet looked unfamiliar, but had a pair of eyes that Uchiha Rong was very familiar with. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Holy crap. That version of Danzo from that timeline was actually taken out by this guy. Looking at the familiar face of the short-haired puppet, Uchiha Rong's mouth twitched slightly. This world is too crazy. If it were someone else seeing two identical ninjas, their first reaction might be something like cloning techniques. But Uchiha Rong, who understood the existence of the Lulan dragon vein, was certain. This guy opposite him must be an otherworldly visitor, just like Naruto from the original timeline, who traveled back 20 years. Ready to say your last words? It was clear that this Scorpion did not like to wait. Not only was he not in a hurry to make a move, but he was also looking at Uchiha Rong with great interest. Scorpion disliked waiting because when his parents went on missions, he was left at home to wait for their return. In the end, he waited for a very long time. Hence, Scorpion hated waiting for others. As for the Scorpion before him, not to mention that living body just from the chakra emanating from him, comparable to 50 cards, Uchiha Rong could completely distinguish that this was not the same person. The Scorpion who transformed himself into a regenerative core had his chakra permanently fixed at 13 cards, with no possibility of growth. This was to exchange for immortality. Oh, last words? You seem very confident. After the initial shock, Uchiha Rong began to scrutinize his opponent. You guys, how long have you been in our ninja world? Huh? Do you know the me of this world? Upon hearing this, the Scorpion, who was already ready to make a move, suddenly changed his expression and stopped his actions. Although he had already guessed most of it, Uchiha Rong still felt a bit unable to accept the other party's admission. If he said that because of the dragon vein, a young scorpion came through, he could still understand it. But this guy, who brought along Danzo's puppet and an Uchiha puppet, Uchiha Rong simply couldn't imagine what the other party's timeline was like. Could it really be like SC Char Dinger's cat, a cat that is both dead and alive, with the death and life of the cat split into two parallel universes? Or rather, the death and life of Scorpion's parents were split into two parallel ninja worlds. The ninja world that Uchiha Rong belonged to was the one where Scorpion defected from Sunagakure. And this guy in front of him came from a ninja world where Scorpion did not defect. No matter whether you know me or not, you all deserve to die here. Seeing that Uchiha Rong had fallen silent, Scorpion finally lost his patience. The next moment, the two human puppets launched their attacks simultaneously. Wind release, vacuum wave, eye technique, illusion eye. What surprised Uchiha Rong the most was that this Scorpion was actually not controlling the human puppets through chakra threads. What a crazy world. However, I am quite interested in your puppet technique. As he spoke, Uchiha Rong once again easily evaded all the incoming vacuum waves with his body flicker technique. As for the three-tomo Sharingan, it naturally had no effect on him. While dodging, he had already pulled out his sealing scroll, releasing the modified Tanuki, Fuju, and Liangsu puppets. Under the control of wood release creation abilities, the three puppets autonomously launched attacks without the need for chakra strings. However, just as Uchiha Rong was preparing to have some fun with the puppet battle before capturing the opponent, a familiar and unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Oni-chan, Yeji seems to smell something familiar. Immediately, three figures, two large and one small, appeared out of thin air. The mother, Uchiha Mihue, smiled sweetly and said, "Finally, someone from that side has arrived. Perhaps we can go home now." Uchiha Jin also rarely showed a smile, saying, "Yes. Since we found our son and have waited for the opportunity to return, it's indeed time to go back and take a look." Introduction. In July of the 48th year of Konoha, the Third Shinobi World War is coming to an end. At this moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is in power, and Shursui is beginning to show his brilliance. The Night of the Nine Tails has yet to occur. Lin Xinyu has arrived. His original self is Shursui's cousin and the grandson of Kagami. His parents are alive, and he has a lovely younger sister. He is the most normal Uchiha, not engaging in coups, honestly doing business, and taking time to guide the younger generation while carefully protecting his little home.